The man was originally an ordinary earthling from Blue Star, but as fate would have it, he traveled to a strange world in a car accident. In this new world, the man found that he was a descendant of the nobility, but he was neglected. In just 3 days, he deeply felt the indifference and injustice of the aristocratic life. His stepmother, the Earl's second wife, was a plump and beautiful young woman who indifferently regarded Night Territory as Field's territory. This desolate and abandoned land almost became a forbidden place in the eyes of the world. Night Territory is shrouded in the fog of death all year round, filled with orcs and corrupted creatures, and almost no one dares to approach. Field realized that this was not only his father's arrangement, but also an exile for his future. The Earl's family members also made no secret of their contempt for Field, mocking him for being of humble origin and unworthy of the glory of nobility. Especially his half-brother, who had always been treated with tolerance by Field, but abused and killed the girl the original owner once loved deeply, and also deliberately made disgusting satires on Field. Field's inner anger finally erupted. He could no longer tolerate these insults. He wanted to avenge the original owner and be reborn in this strange land. At this moment, Field began to pay attention to the map that only he could see, and gradually realized that the green dots on the map might be closely related to the Lord's talents. As a time traveler, Field possesses a rare talent. He has no territory and no contract with the Chosen One, but he has the ability to grow together with the Chosen One. In the slave market in the north of Golden Eagle City, Field finally found the area where the green dot was located. The market was filled with a foul smell, and the slaves were displayed in iron cages like livestock, without any dignity. Field's eyes fell on an iron cage in the corner. There was a green dot floating on the top of the cage like a guide in a game. It was a demi-human, a white wolf demi-human, with red pupils and ears and tail like a wolf. As a homebody on Blue Star, Field had an irresistible feeling for this animal-eared girl. Although the butler and the cavalry captain reminded him to be careful, Field still couldn't suppress his inner emotions and decided to buy the animal-eared girl. He then purchased other slaves, all for a total of 53 gold coins. The merchant handed over this sole contract and explained that anyone who disobeyed would be burned by divine fire. Chapter 4. Field considered purchasing more slaves, but this plan was quickly abandoned due to his limited financial resources. If you want to survive in this land shrouded in death smog, just breathing air has become a problem. In order to survive, he had to rely on fog lights, which were magic props sold exclusively by the church and were very expensive. Moreover, for a small group of more than 200 people like his, the daily expenses were also quite huge. When he saw the butler coming out of the Merchants Association, he hurriedly went up to him and asked, "How is it? Did you get the loan?" However, when he caught a glimpse of the butler cow's expression, which was like a rat that had been dead for 3 days but was still stinking, he knew in his heart that something was wrong. Ka spread his hands, his tone full of helplessness. "I'm sorry, sir. Even the most greedy merchants are unwilling to lend us money when they hear your name." He smiled bitterly and continued, "After all, the northern province is synonymous with hell. Even the Royal Expeditionary Force was annihilated. Who is willing to take the risk?" Field's heart moved, and he suddenly remembered the commission he had just received today. Could it be that businessmen were so well informed? He couldn't help but ask, "That's not right. I just received the commission today. How could the businessmen know about it so quickly?" Cal rolled his eyes, obviously having no feelings about Field's death. He sighed. "Because your second sister knew in advance that you were going to the north, and she specifically warned the merchants in the city that the price of anything you buy would be at least 10 times higher." Ka's tone was full of helplessness. "The merchants have already understood your sister's intentions. No one will provide you with any convenience." Field felt sick in his heart. Fuck, thank her so much, my dear sister. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. The original owner was poor all his life and didn't even have a copper coin in his savings. He donated 1/3 of the family's treasury, and the remaining 2/3 were donated to the border fortress to purchase weapons to fight against corrupted creatures. He was just like the poorest of nobles. Forget it. Forget it if there's no loan. Field shook his head. This is the loss of those short-sighted businessmen, not mine. He turned around and said, "Now, go buy some means of production." Then, Field spent a full 180 gold coins to buy pack horses, farm tools, food and books needed for the development. Although there were 17 pack horses, they were all old and weak and could not bear the heavy load at all. Horses were extremely important in the Middle Ages, and lords tended to strictly control these resources. As for food, although the amount seemed large, it was actually only enough for a modern person to eat for half a month. For slaves, One piece of black bread a day was enough to sustain their livelihood. Even 2 pieces of black bread mixed with bark and sawdust could make the slaves kneel down and call you daddy. Therefore, this food was enough to sustain for more than 30 days. As for magic props, Field planned to go to the border city to buy them. There were some officers who were about to go bankrupt there, and they would sell them at a discount. Just like the ancient feudal army, the soldiers' weapons and equipment were often sold to make up for the lack of military funds. Originally, Field was planning to recruit some mercenaries in the tavern, but when they heard that they were going to Nightfall territory, they immediately refused. The harsh environment there made them dare not take risks easily. That damn place is like going to die. A mercenary even suggested him, "You should flee to another country and live a better life." Field rubbed his brows, the mercenary's advice echoing in his mind. He couldn't help but glance at the animal-eared girl curled up in the carriage. There was a strange smell about her, which made Field curious. They rested at the post station for a night, and the next morning, Field called Ashina. He looked the newly bought slave up and down and asked her, "What's your name? Did you rest well yesterday?" Ashina didn't seem to react. Her face was full of confusion. After a moment, she spoke with difficulty. Ashina." Her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, and she opened and closed her mouth for a long time before she finally gave her name. For a month, she had hardly spoken and had been in extreme fear. It was only today that she had the opportunity to have a normal conversation with someone. Under Field's guidance, Ashina was washed by the maids, and she looked brand new. Her hair, which was originally tangled and dry, became smooth and soft after washing. Her long white hair fluttered like snowflakes, and her delicate facial features made her look quiet and elegant, exactly the type of mature beauty that Field liked. However, her wolf ears and tail were trembling constantly, and it was obvious that she was not at ease. After reporting her name, the green dot on Ashina's head disappeared and was replaced by a simple panel. "Fuck!" Field couldn't help but exclaimed. His heartbeat quickened, and he looked at Ashina in surprise. This green dot marked her as the unawakened chosen one. Field was a little incoherent for a while. His mind was full of various thoughts. This was a very important discovery, because the green dot on the map showed that she was not the only one. September 1st of every year is the National Awakening Day, and all women of childbearing age will be examined. Although the chance of awakening as a chosen one is extremely small, given the great value of the chosen one, the country invests huge resources every year to find these women with great potential. Field paced back and forth excitedly, with an excited thought in his mind. This time he went to Nightfall territory. Maybe he could really gain a foothold with the help of Ashina's ability. However, Ashina mistakenly thought Field was behaving strangely and was trying to torture herself. Her legs kept shaking with fear, and she pinched and loosened her skirt. She didn't know what she would face next. In fact, since being bought by Field, Ashina had thought of rebelling. Although the backlash of the slave contract made it impossible for her to escape, she was determined to fight back at some point, even at the cost of her death. But under Field's leadership, the maids cleaned her and dressed her in comfortable and soft clothes. For Ashina, who had never experienced such treatment, it was like a dream. She had never thought that one day she would be treated gently and wear such well-fitting and extremely comfortable clothes. Ashina couldn't help but have deeper doubts in her heart. Am I really going to become a sacrifice to the devil? She began to have wild thoughts, thinking about fighting back at the critical moment and teaching these evil humans a lesson. "Don't be afraid," Field whispered, his tone as gentle as possible, leaning back in his chair in a lazy manner. "I'm not a pervert who kills for fun. I bought you to expand my territory." He looked at Ashina's clothes. "By the way, does this dress fit me?" This dress was originally an ordinary maid's dress, which was transformed into a maid outfit. Although it was conservative, it was elegant. Chapter 5. Field made some changes to the maid outfit and added some modern elements to make the outfit look more in line with his aesthetic. The hem of the skirt is cut above the knee and the sleeves are designed as short sleeves. Although there are no black or white stockings, looking at Ashina's crystal round toes and smooth white thighs, people can't help but stop and look at her. Ashina stood in front of him with a playful smile on her face, as if she had seen through Field's intentions. "My lord, what do you want me to do?" She seemed to have sensed something unusual. The maids told her that her job was to sleep with Field. But she didn't believe it, because as a subhuman, Ashina knew she was not accepted by most humans. Especially humans with animal ears and tails are usually regarded as unclean, and some people even regard them as having blood polluted by animals. "Of course, to help me expand my territory." "I just said that," Field answered naturally. Seeing Ashina's unbelieving eyes, he covered his forehead helplessly and continued, "Let's eat first, and we can talk while we eat." Ashina's attention immediately turned from speculation to food, and the hungry sounds from her stomach quickly calmed her down. Field's situation is very complicated. Although his status in the family is not high, he is still the direct descendant of the Earl. According to the laws of the Holy Griffin Empire, he has the right to share part of the family property. Whether he is favored or not, this right will not change. The family's property will be distributed according to the laws of the empire, like an alternate version of the enfeoffment order, dividing large territories into small pieces to prevent a lord from becoming too powerful. Field's brothers obviously didn't want him to live too long, and they were full of hostility and secretly fighting each other. But in Field's view, this was just a fight within the family and would not affect his upcoming new life. Soon, the maids brought in the sauce steak and honey bread, which smelled delicious. Field looked at Ashina, but found that she was gone. He looked around quickly with a confused expression. Ashina, where are you? I'm here. Ashina's voice came from the corner. She squatted on the ground, sitting like a duck, keeping to herself. What are you doing? Field was stunned for a moment, then walked over and asked. Sit down and wait for dinner. Sir, did I do something wrong? There was a hint of nervousness in Ashina's tone. Field strode forward, grabbed her hand, and led her to the table. Come sit on the chair and eat now. Ashina sat down timidly, sitting upright, daring to only sit on 1/3 of the stool. She observed Field and made sure that he did not take out a whip or a meat whip before she asked cautiously, Are you really going to let me eat this? She pointed to the fragrant steak. Field spread his hands to show that he didn't care. Of course. Ashina lowered her head carefully and finally began to take a bite of the steak. The next moment, the flavor of spices and sauces burst in her mouth, and the long-lost taste of meat made her taste buds almost dance. This was a taste she hadn't tasted for a long time. It was simply the most wonderful food in the world. Ashina devoured the steak on the plate quickly without hesitation, even licking the soup clean. Then, she ate 3 more steaks and 5 pieces of white bread in succession, and finally stopped when her belly was swollen like she was pregnant. Field sat aside, watching all this with a fatherly and loving smile. Even if I die now, I will be satisfied. Ashina licked the soup from the corner of her mouth, and her wolf ears stood up happily, as if she felt satisfied and relaxed. That's not the case. Field smiled, crossed his fingers, and leaned lazily in his chair. I hope to train you to be the chosen one. Ashina was stunned. Then you might be disappointed. The probability of being chosen by God is very small. Besides, I am a demi-human. I have never heard of any rumor of a human and a demi-human making a contract. Field smiled gently. How do you know if you don't try? I believe I can train you to be the chosen one. He knew in his heart that if he could really train Ashina to be the chosen one, he would have enormous potential and resources. If he couldn't do it, he would probably die on this cursed land. Well, if there's meat to eat. Ashina licked her lips, still looking at Field with an unsatisfied look. A large amount of meat and magic potion supplements in every city he arrived at. Ashina soon realized that Field was not joking and that he was serious about investing in her. In addition to these supplies, Field also bought fog lights, purification potions, and awakening crystals worth 150 gold coins. These magic props are necessary for the development of the Night Territory. Soon, they arrived at the last fortress leading to the northern province, Baron Bull's Cashin Fortress. This stone castle built on the mountain can effectively resist the corrupted creatures, monsters, orcs, and other terrifying enemies in the north. Goddess of Winter, please bless me and let me become the chosen one. Ashina hid in the creaking carriage and prayed silently to the god of the wolf people. Sitting in a noble carriage, enjoying delicious steaks, and being cared for by maids. Although these maids were not voluntary and often had some complaints, these days were much better than Ashina's previous life. She couldn't help but touch her forehead to make sure she didn't have a fever and her brain was fine. The only thing that puzzled her was that Field would buy such a precious potion for her. She had never heard that the chosen one could awaken by taking the potion. Perhaps this is an evil ritual, Ashina muttered to herself. But even if it is really a sacrifice to the devil, it seems worth it. What am I talking about? I really hope that I am the chosen one of God, otherwise Baron Field might faint from anger, Ashina prayed in a low voice. Butler Cow sighed, his expression filled with despair. I didn't expect that my last visit to Cashin Fortress would be like this. Field ignored the butler's sigh, sat on the horse, gently poked the butler's shoulder with the whip, and asked curiously, Did you come to Cashin Fortress often before? Ka rolled his eyes. Of course. You always donate your living expenses to the villagers here, or send them to the Bull Baron's treasury to keep him and his soldiers comfortable. Oh, okay. Field smiled awkwardly. obviously forgetting that the original owner was once a good person. At least Baron Bull will welcome us, right? The locals will also be grateful to us, and it will be much more convenient to enter and exit Kashin Fortress in the future. Chapter 6. Field thought to himself that if the original owner had accumulated enough favors and connections in society, perhaps he would be able to gain some benefits from them in the future. After all, these favors would often come in handy at critical moments. Just as he was thinking about this, Ka suddenly interrupted. Haha, the Bull Baron and his son are well known. Sorry, I said too much. Kao immediately shut up, obviously realizing that what he said just now was inappropriate. After all, it was not wise to discuss other nobles' private affairs in front of the nobles. Especially the one in front of him. Despite his notoriety and cowardice, he is still a member of the nobility. The Khal himself is a man with a story. He accidentally exposed the improper behavior of a nobleman, and as a result, he lost all his power and future and was exiled to the north. That experience gave him a deep understanding of the world of nobles. Field wanted to ask Kao what he meant, but he noticed that a red skull symbol suddenly appeared on the small map in his mind and was approaching them quickly. This sign made Field's heart tighten. Is someone coming to greet us? He whispered. But even though he said this, he already knew in his heart that this sign was definitely not a good sign. Field immediately instructed the butler to summon Knight Connor. The butler came to Connor, panting, and anxiously reported the situation. Connor didn't care after hearing this. Instead, he laughed and said, Haha, Lord Baron, you are really suspicious. This is the outskirts of Kashin Fortress, the strongest part of the Empire's defense line. If this place is still dangerous, I might as well eat all the horse manure pulled by the warhorse. Connor obviously looked down on Field and thought he was just worrying about nothing. Tell you, Baron, going to Nightfall is a task supervised by the family and the law. You must not change your mind at the last minute. This is not in line with the character of aristocrats. Connor's words reached Field's ears word by word, his voice full of disdain. After hearing this, the male servant was at a loss and could only retreat silently. Field calmly responded with an "oh," and then ordered the slaves to slow down. At this time, Connor, who was riding a horse, was forced to walk to the front of the team. On the way, Connor laughed at Field in a low voice. I really don't know how the Earl could give birth to such a coward. But his laughter soon turned into fear because they met the locals who greeted them warmly. Suddenly, a strange cry was heard. Field chuckled and said, It looks like someone's dinner today is horse manure. Just as he finished speaking, a group of zombies dressed in farmers' clothes suddenly appeared in front of the convoy, with gray light in their eyes, and rushed towards them quickly. There were a dozen normal farmers following these corpses. The smell of the corpses was overwhelming, and the cold air made people around feel uncomfortable. These corpse monsters are the product of the northern province. Field frowned and thought to himself, We haven't even reached the northern province yet. How can there be these monsters? Connor's face darkened when he saw this. He immediately shouted, Cavalrymen, prepare for battle. He cursed his bad luck in his heart. He was about to complete the mission, but encountered such an unexpected situation. Although he was unwilling in his heart, Connor knew that he had to fulfill his duties, otherwise he would miss out on future honors. 20 cavalrymen immediately lined up in a line, rode up the high ground, and used the acceleration of the downhill slope to charge towards the group of zombies. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Field began to get nervous. Seeing these corpses bearing their fangs and claws, they seemed not to be afraid of death. He ordered the slaves behind him, Connect the wooden wheelbarrows. Brave men, pick up the farm tools and fight with me. I will reward you according to your performance. But the slaves just trembled and hid behind the caravan, not even having the courage to move. The butler Cow was even more anxious. He grabbed Field's sleeve with a trembling voice. Sir, let's retreat quickly. Let's retreat strategically. There's no need to worry about these slaves. We can buy them back if they die. Field shook off Cow's hand and frowned slightly. These rotten corpses have scared you so much, you'd better not go to the north. Cow cursed his bad luck in his heart, but he could only bow his head silently. At this time, Ashina jumped down from the carriage. Although she still looked like she had the marks of a slave and was wearing a maid's outfit, her body had almost recovered. Her fair skin and healthy figure made her look almost like a noble lady. My lord, I will do my best to protect you. Ashina raised her little fist and stood trembling in front of Field like a kitten in the cold wind, full of anxiety. Field looked at her wolf ears, which were slightly erected because of nervousness. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he was also relieved for her performance. At least she didn't forget her responsibilities. Help! At this moment, the farmers running in front saw the cavalry appear and rushed towards them, followed by a group of zombies. The scene was very chaotic. The cavalry led by Connor launched a charge after reaching a certain distance. They shouted slogans, waved their lances, and rushed straight towards the group of corpse monsters. With a series of puff sounds, several rotten corpses were picked up by the lances and fell to the ground, with dirty blood splattering out. The scene was extremely bloody. This was just the beginning. The cavalrymen turned on the spot, brandishing chain hammers and sabers, swinging them quickly on their horses, and the rotten corpses fell down one after another. The mounted warriors used the power of their horses to easily crush the corpses to the ground, and their iron hooves crushed their chests, like a massacre. The remaining corpses directly crashed into the cart formation organized by Field. Since these corpses had no idea of tactics, they just waved their hands wildly and tried to bite the wooden carts, and the scene fell into chaos for a while. Oh my God! The slaves were forced into a corner and pushed each other, unable to escape the chaos at all. Although Field was a little nervous, he didn't act that exaggerated. Perhaps it was because he had read many novels and watched many movies about zombies, and he was already prepared to deal with this situation. I have to do it myself, Field thought to himself. He had no soldiers to help him, so he had to do it himself. Although his body was not strong now, he had learned some basic fighting skills. He shouted in a low voice, and while the corpses were pushing the wooden cart, Field quickly drew out his sword and stabbed at the neck of a corpse. The long sword pulled along, and the head of the rotten corpse fell off with a crack, and the smell of blood and rot hit him. Although it was disgusting, Field felt excited in his heart, as if the fighting blood was boiling in his body. Field had gotten used to fighting these wights and was gradually feeling more confident. Chapter 7. He swung his sword and cleaned the blood off it, with a relaxed smile on his face. Killing corpses isn't that difficult. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost bitten by a zombie just now, which really scared him into a cold sweat. Just as he was sighing, another zombie quietly crawled over, took advantage of the opportunity and pounced directly on Field's ankle, trying to bite him. At the critical moment, Ashina picked up the dung fork on the wooden wheelbarrow and stabbed it into the zombie's back, nailing it to the ground. Huh, good job. Field's heart was beating like thunder. He took a few steps back, his heart beating violently. He was almost hit, but fortunately Ashina saved him in time. Although the corpse poison of the corpse can be cured by clergy, the cost is extremely high, and it takes at least hundreds of gold coins to heal the wound. Field breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed Ashina's head gratefully. As a life-saving grace, I will reward you with a gold coin, Ashina. Ashina's eyes lit up after hearing this. She had hardly seen so much money since she was a child. Huh? Really? Actually, this is what I should do, she said modestly, obviously moved by Field's generosity. The whites were not as invincible as the zombies in the movies. Field knew very well that he could effectively defeat them by stabbing their bodies with weapons. As more and more corpses came up, Field commanded the slaves to organize resistance. Although the corpses rushed towards the wall of wooden carts with their fangs and claws, the slaves at the back of the caravan did not flee after seeing this, but started to fight back. Their corpses are not strong. Seeing that Field and Ashina dared to fight back, many men picked up farm tools and joined the battle. Field was also unequivocal, swinging his sword and chopping at the corpses. As blood splattered, many corpses fell under the farm tools and Field's sword. Wow! At this moment, a scream broke the rhythm of the battle. When one of Connor's cavalrymen was attacking, he was accidentally grabbed by the cloak by a rotten corpse dressed as a village woman. The cavalryman kicked his legs and fell to the ground. With a crack, the back of the cavalryman's head hit the ground heavily, and he lost all signs of life in an instant. When Connor saw this scene, he was so angry that he yelled, "Fuck! Trash!" He was not only angry at the cavalry's mistake, but also because Field was able to calmly command the slaves in this situation instead of being frightened and losing his composure. Field shouted, "Cut off the heads of each corpse, pile them up, and burn them on the spot later." He had been catching up on his knowledge of decay along the way and knew that the corpses of these rotting corpses were extremely harmful to the environment. If not dealt with in time, the rotting corpses may become a new source of pollution, bringing more serious consequences. Field frowned, looking at the gray fog in the distance, feeling a little uneasy. We haven't even reached nightfall yet, but we've already encountered so many zombies. This is really a bad sign. Although his family looked down on him and wanted to exile him, it was too cruel to drive him into the pile of corpses. At this time, the refugees who escaped knelt down in front of Field and kissed his boots gratefully. "Thank you for your help, sir. May the god of war illuminate your future." Field calmly glanced at these embarrassed refugees. Although he felt a little complicated, he still asked, "Where are you from? Why are there so many corpses?" Shouldn't those corrupted creatures be blocked by the walls of Kashin Fortress? A villager said with fear in his eyes, "It's the death fog. The gray fog from the north has penetrated the walls of the fortress and enveloped our oak village." At night, most people in the village were corrupted by the gray fog while they were sleeping and turned into rotten corpses. Only we managed to escape. He was trembling as he recounted this horrific experience, looking terrified. After hearing this, Field frowned, knowing that this gray fog, also known as the death haze, was the root of corruption. The death haze was mixed in the air, and once animals and plants were inhaled, they died quickly and turned into corpses. Only those with Lord abilities, or the chosen ones of God, are immune to this threat. As for ordinary people, they can only rely on the church's redemption lamps to dispel the gray fog, but these lamps are expensive. Field himself once spent 50 gold coins to buy two, and he was still taken care of by the nobles. "Where is your lord?" Field continued to ask. "As far as I know, every border fortress has a chosen one in charge. How could the gray fog penetrate in?" The villagers shook their heads, looking helpless. The Baron and the chosen one went to investigate the cult. Only the Baron's son is in the castle. Field thought for a while and decided to move on. "Let's go and meet the owner of this place." He mounted his horse and prepared to lead everyone forward, their destination being the Night Territory. They passed the Kashin Fortress, and Field was shocked by the towering fortress. The stone walls of the fortress and the mountains together formed a solid defense system, and the walls were covered with crossbows, catapults, and oil pans. It was obvious that the fortress had achieved foolproof defense. The griffin flags fluttered around, showing the majesty of the old empire. However, Field had a question in his mind. Where are the people? He looked around and found that there was no one on the city wall, and the entire outer city seemed empty. Connor also noticed this and turned pale. Could it be that we were attacked by orcs? If the orcs break through the Kashin Fortress, the entire province will fall in an instant. Field shook his head. Although he was a little worried, he still felt that it was unlikely. He replied, "It shouldn't be, otherwise it wouldn't be so quiet." Fortunately, not long ahead, Field finally saw torches lit on the inner city of the fortress. "Don't come near. Who are you?" Someone shouted on the wall. In the light of torches, one could see crowds of people on the wall, and it seemed that the military force was still sufficient. Field was puzzled. Why would they give up the solid defense on the perimeter? What was the reason? "I am Baron Field from the Ross family, and I am going to take office in the Night Territory. Please open the gate of Kashin Fortress and let us pass." Field shouted loudly. The officer on the city wall seemed very embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, he called a young man, who was the son of Baron Bull. He said coldly, "No one can trick the castle door open until my father comes back. Leave here, or we will shoot arrows." Hearing this, Field was stunned. He guessed that the young man might be frightened by the corpse incident, so he immediately shouted, "It's me, Field. I once donated money here, remember? I am not your enemy." However, an impatient response came from the city wall. "Isn't it just a few stinky coins? The entire empire has to send money to the border. Who do you think you are? How dare you let me remember you, you stinky outsider. Come here to embarrass yourself." Field's teeth were almost broken. His kindness was regarded as a joke. He suppressed his anger and explained patiently, "I saved these villagers on the road." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the other party. "Damn it. Who told you to save those stupid things? If you dare to bring them closer, I will shoot you immediately." Field was stunned. The situation in front of him was a little unbelievable to him. Chapter 8. How could I meet such a person? He couldn't help but swear. Fuck. At this time, the butler cow beside him whispered a reminder. He had thought of saying these words before. Baron Bull and his son were both good-for-nothings. Sure enough, Ka's premonition was correct. Suddenly, Richard spoke coldly from the city wall. "Are you the Baron of Nightfall? Great. Finally someone comes to buffer my fortress. I hope you can survive for a few days, but when you are chased by the whites, don't come to me. I won't open the door." After saying this, he turned around and prepared to leave. After hearing this, Field was stunned for a moment, and his anger grew even stronger. The butler cow couldn't help but interrupt. "Richard, the only son of the Bull Baron, is known as a coward. You'd better not get entangled with him." Field suppressed his anger and replied coldly, "Well said. There's no need to argue with a fool like him." The anger in his eyes was evident. "Go open the gate to Nightfall yourself. It's very safe there." Richard's voice came again, and then he retreated into the castle and ordered coldly, "Now get out of my sight, you stinking outsider." His ruthless attitude made Field even angrier. The consultant next to him said cautiously, "Master, is it appropriate for you to deceive them like this?" Richard interrupted, "Shut up." He obviously didn't care about the consequences of this matter. After Field calmed down and took a short rest, his thoughts finally returned to the topic. Now I understand why the corpse appeared here. He touched the long sword at his waist. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, the orcs were blocked by the gray fog. Otherwise, the Empire's defense line might become a joke. The villagers saw Field's anger and gathered around to try to ease the awkward situation. One villager couldn't help but push the others and whispered, "We're leaving. Thank you for your help." Field was angry and very unhappy, but when he looked at the villagers, he couldn't help frowning. He sneered in a low voice, "Did I allow you to leave? Your lord has abandoned you. Now you are homeless, so I just took you in." As he spoke, he glanced fiercely at the villagers and had already made up his mind. No, sir, please let us go. We are free people." One of the villagers begged. Obviously, they knew what it meant to go to night territory. It was a place full of death and despair, and going there would lead to certain death. Field responded coldly. "Either you follow me to Nightfall, or you give me 5 gold coins as ransom. Don't forget, I saved you." He drew out his sword without hesitation, his eyes revealing a threat. "Otherwise, you will be chopped into meat paste and fed to dogs." His voice was low and cold, making the villagers dare not resist anymore. Ashina stood aside. She breathed a sigh of relief. In the past few days, Field had been acting gentle and friendly, which made her a little uncomfortable, and she always felt that he was not the same as before. But today, seeing Field display the ruthlessness of a noble, she was relieved. At least, this was the Field she was familiar with. Under Field's threat, the villagers fell silent one by one, and finally knelt down to express their willingness to go to Nightfall territory. It was a dead end, and if they didn't go, they would die. If they went, they might be able to survive by trying their luck. Looking at these villagers, Field sighed helplessly, retracted his sword, and said with emotion, "Fists are always more effective than mouths." Although his tone was cold, there was a hint of helplessness. At this time, Ashina saw that Field was in a bad mood, so she hurried forward to comfort him. "Sir, don't give up." She spoke carefully, trying to ease Field's emotions. Field looked at her, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. It was not until Ashina's expression became tense that he realized that he was distracted, and he smiled quickly. "I'm fine, I was distracted just now." Continuing forward, Field and Ashina walked to the fortress gate, and his eyes suddenly focused. Through the small map, he saw that the skull symbols in front of the gate were so dense that they almost covered the entire map. Field's heart tightened and he cursed in a low voice. "Is this what Richard said? The city gate is safe?" He was furious. This idiot took the money and did not do the job, and even wanted the zombies to take the opportunity to attack him. Field thought to himself that if he rushed in rashly and was ambushed by these zombies, it would be a big trouble. But he soon thought of another idea and gently touched his chin with his fingertips. Since the Bull Baron's stupid son is defending the inner city and giving up the stronghold outside, doesn't it mean that I can make a fortune? He sneered and decided to take the opportunity to gain some benefits. Field was not going to treat these people well. He had already decided that what happened next would let them know that he was not someone who could be easily dismissed. He said to the steward Cow, remember those who dared to fight against the whites? Gather them here. If there are less than 30 people, use strong slaves to make up the number." Although Cow was timid, he was decisive in his work and quickly organized 30 slaves of different races. Field turned around and glanced coldly at Connor in the distance. "Brave knight Connor, although this is not my fiefdom, as a nobleman with martial ethics, I decided to help the farmers here and kill the whites. Do you want to join us?" he said, inviting in a pretentious manner. Connor was stunned for a moment, with a puzzled expression on his face. "No, I have already sent you to the border of Nightfall territory, only one door away. Now, I have to report back to the Earl." He rejected Field's proposal and couldn't help laughing. Bringing this bunch of rabble to attack the zombies is just like bringing pigs. At least the zombies can eat their fill. Field sighed in disappointment. "Well, I thought you could come and share the glory." There was regret in his tone, but he didn't care in his heart. After all, the most important thing for him was to complete the goal. When Connor left, he left a warning. Do not forget the laws of the Empire and the family doctrine, and arrive on time. Then he hurried away with the cavalry, and Field didn't even have time to remind him that the horse manure had not been eaten yet. "Are we really going to provoke the whites?" Ka asked in a low voice, with obvious worry in his tone. Field responded coldly. "You stay here to watch over the slaves, and don't let them escape. If anyone wants to escape, just use the slave contract to burn him to ashes." Cal felt relieved and hurried to execute the order. Field led Ashina out of the fortress and walked for 10 minutes before entering an uninhabited forest. After confirming that there was no one around using the small map, he took out a beautiful crystal ball from the warhorse's bag. At this time, he noticed that Ashina's panel had changed. He was distracted just now, actually confirming that he was not dazzled. Ashina had been suffering from extreme malnutrition, and her physical condition had gradually fallen into subhealth. Although her body had not yet fully awakened, it was close to that state, and could awaken at any time. Her awakening crystal also became crucial at this time. The crystal ball in Field's hand was the key to her becoming the chosen one. As long as she used the awakening crystal as a catalyst, she could awaken instantly and become the chosen one. Chapter 9. My lord, what's the matter? Ashina lowered her head nervously, her hands rubbing the corners of her clothes anxiously. She used to live an extremely hard life, with insufficient food and clothing, and had to run around for food every day. But now, her life has changed dramatically. She met this mysterious noble, Field, and began to enjoy unprecedented good treatment. What is this? Ashina looked at the crystal ball in Field's hand curiously. This is the awakening crystal, a treasure that I spent 60 gold coins to buy. Field frowned, looking a little distressed, because his original 500 gold coins were almost gone after purchasing this crystal. Every year on Awakening Day, the Empire uses it to search for the chosen one. This crystal can detect nearly 1,000 people, he explained, a hint of frustration and resignation in his voice. Do you really think I'm the chosen one? Ashina was stunned. She didn't expect Field to say that. A trace of confusion appeared on her face. Well, let's stop joking. She didn't dare to believe that she could become the chosen one. Close your eyes and feel it with your heart. I have received instructions from God. You don't have to worry. Field paused for a moment and began to make up a story. He gently placed the crystal ball in front of Ashina, his eyes full of expectation. Ashina didn't believe that she would be the chosen one, but she had some respect and gratitude for Field in her heart. After all, Field had been very kind to her these days, which was completely different from those cold-blooded nobles before. Although she didn't believe it in her heart, she still decided to give it a try. After all, she didn't want to disappoint Field. When her hands touched the crystal ball, countless blue stars suddenly burst out, like the bright stars in the night sky, gradually gathering into an elegant and cold goddess shadow. The winter goddess who controls ice and snow. Some of the demi-human slaves present immediately recognized the statue and almost shouted out in excitement. Oh my god, Ashina is actually the chosen one of the winter goddess. Plop, plop, upon hearing the news, the slaves around them fell to their knees, their bodies trembling, wishing they could offer their hearts immediately. Their admiration was beyond words. Field had never seen such a shocking scene before. His blood boiled, and sweat instantly soaked his back. The scene before his eyes was simply a miracle, completely beyond his imagination. As the blue starlight gathered, a mysterious rune emerged, and Ashina subconsciously reached out to touch it. The light gradually converged and finally condensed on the back of her hand, forming a clear mark. At the same time, Ashina's body began to change. Her figure became taller, and her perfect legs were flawless. Her skin was as white as snow, her facial features became more delicate, and her appearance improved by at least 30% compared to before. Her demeanor became even colder and more powerful, with a cold breath in her eyes, as if she was a goddess walking out of ice and snow. I actually became the chosen one. Ashina whispered in disbelief, her eyes full of astonishment. Sir, how did you do it? Ashina opened her mouth slightly, her face full of disbelief. She had not had any premonition before. The appearance of the chosen one was often a mysterious event unknown to the public. Even the queen of the Holy Griffin Empire, her own daughter, was just an ordinary person. She had never expected that she would become the chosen one. The slaves nearby were also deeply shocked. They originally thought that Field was just using Ashina as a toy to train her, but who would have thought that she would actually become the chosen one? The identity of the chosen one meant the will of God. Everyone instantly worshipped Field, and even began to wonder if Field had been favored by God. Seeing everyone's admiration for him, Field's heart swelled. He waved his hand in a low-key manner. No big deal. Then, he strode to the front of the crowd, with a hint of provocation in his tone. Now, who dares to worry about our trip to the north, or resist my development plan? He glanced at everyone coldly. Seeing that no one dared to speak, Field continued to announce loudly. As long as you do well, I will not only grant you freedom, but also let you live a life without worries about food and clothing. When he spoke, his eyes were firm and his tone was full of firm power. Please let me sign a contract with you. Ashina took the initiative to propose. Field had mentioned before that he would let her become the chosen one of God to open up the night territory. Of course, this is destined. Field's face was serious, and his expression seemed mysterious and profound. The process of concluding the contract was quite simple. Ashina only needed to activate the rune mark in her body and connect the power with Field, and the contract would take effect immediately. After the contract was signed, Field took out a slave contract. Although Ashina's slave mark had long been purified by the power of the Chosen One, he still followed the customary formalities, tore up the contract in front of everyone, and announced that Ashina had become a free citizen of the Night Territory. Ashina smiled and raised her hand easily. Rune power surged, and a giant black dragon wolf instantly gathered around her. The wolf was huge, covered with thick armor plates, flashing with cold light, making everyone present gasp involuntarily. What is this? Field was a little confused. He had never expected that Ashina would summon such a powerful mount. The dragon wolf should be the mount given to me by the goddess. Ashina calmly adjusted her hair, and her gestures were unusually elegant. In addition, I have mastered many combat skills. After becoming the Chosen One, Ashina gained many unexpected abilities. The appearance of the Chosen One meant that she gained the power to directly connect with the gods. Even if she died in battle, the artifacts and abilities she possessed would be passed down. Just like the Ross family, their family artifact, the Sixth Order Lance, was a relic from a Chosen One named Blood Rose. Field opened Ashina's panel and checked her abilities. Name: Ashina level. First tier gods, chosen occupation. Wolf cavalry divine skill. Arctic cold killing spear legion skill. Howling assault. Increases the impact of cavalry under your command by 100%. Ashina's combat power sword, and her dragon mount alone was able to compete with a third-tier fighting knight. With Ashina's strong support, Field's confidence instantly swelled. He no longer feared the threats from the harem and his younger brother, and firmly believed that he would crush these people to the ground sooner or later. Field smiled with a hint of greed in his eyes. Now, let's go to the barracks and the arsenal. When approaching the city wall, Field saw scattered skull icons on the map, and these icons were constantly moving. There are some corrupted monsters here. He drew his sword and said in a cold tone, "It is the duty of every imperial noble to help the local lord eliminate the corruption and pollution." He lit the fog-repelling lamp he bought from the church, and the holy light instantly dispelled the large area of gray fog, ensuring that the slaves would not be poisoned by the death fog. I feel the power of the Chosen One. Ashina pointed at the golden lamp in Field's hand. Field smiled and blinked. No doubt about it. But it's a pity that I don't know how the church makes it. This is a highly profitable industry. One lamp costs 25 gold coins and can only be used for 30 days. After entering the pass, Field did not let the slaves move freely, but asked them to gather closely and move forward in a group. After all, these slaves had no military training, and only in this way could they better protect themselves. Ashina gently pushed open the door of the barracks and saw two rotten corpses wearing armor inside. Although they had no weapons, they were obviously transformed into rotten corpses by the gray fog. "Kill them," Field ordered without hesitation. He took a fancy to the armor on the corpses and thought that the equipment was very practical. It's better not to damage the armor. Understood. Ashina strode into the barracks, taking 2 steps at a time, and rushed straight towards the corpses. After becoming the Chosen One, Ashina's physical fitness has been greatly improved, and her mastery of combat skills also makes every move she makes full of power. Chapter 10. The wooden door was kicked open by Ashina, making a deafening noise that penetrated the gray fog and instantly broke the silence around. The corpses made strange howls one after another. As the skull symbols on the small map gathered quickly and the roars loomed in his ears, Field subconsciously sweated. He was not completely afraid of these monsters, but the situation in front of him still made him nervous. Before the corpses in the house could react, Ashina had already swung her knife at one of them. The blade broke at the touch, and blood spurted onto the wall like a fountain, shrouding the whole house in a dark purple blood light. Another corpse followed closely behind and pounced on her, but its cheek had been torn and its mouth was wide open. A bite would surely tear a large piece of flesh. Ashina dodged the attack skillfully with a flash, and at the same time turned the long knife. Her powerful force burst out instantly, cutting off half of the corpse's head, and blood gushed out. Soon, a pool of blood formed in the house. Roar! Hearing the sound of fighting coming from the house, a large number of corrupted soldiers suddenly poured out of the passage, rolling their eyes in disgust, and crowded out of the passage. The slaves tried to defend themselves with farm tools, but seeing the appearance of these monsters, they did not dare to move forward. They were wearing heavy armor, like a mobile fortress, which frightened the slaves. Fuck, how many people are infected? Field cursed inwardly, with a flash of anxiety in his eyes. He originally thought that these corpses were only a few, but the situation before him was obviously worse than expected. Flame. Ashina immediately summoned her dragon wolf, whose huge body almost blocked the entire passage. Then, magical energy gathered like a galaxy, and the dragon wolf opened its mouth and spewed out a ball of dark blue flame. The flames devoured all the corpses that approached. The corpses in the passage struggled in the flames, but soon disappeared in the flames, leaving only a few charred outlines. What a terrifying power. The slaves were stunned. They were still hesitating whether to flee or fight, but the battle ended in the blink of an eye. Several corpses were devoured, and all that was left was ashes on the ground and a dead silence. Is this the power of the Chosen One? Field was shocked as he looked at the scene in front of him. It's a pity that the spoils were also burned. He showed a greedy smile, obviously dissatisfied. But it doesn't matter. Now everyone should try their best to make some noise to attract the nearby corpses and destroy them. After hearing Field's order, the slaves began to bang their tools and make noises, aiming to attract more corpses to make it easier for Ashina and her dragon wolf to kill them. Soon, the monsters near the barracks were cleared, and Field had a deeper understanding of the power of the Chosen One. Now, let's look for valuables. Field smiled slyly, especially weapons and gold coins. He thought greedily, ready to take the opportunity to plunder. Just as he arranged for the slaves to disperse and search for supplies, a slave ran over excitedly and shouted excitedly, "My lord, we found a survivor." Ah. Field's face did not show a happy expression, but a complicated look. He looked around, feeling slightly uneasy. Ashina, take back your wolf. Now is not the time to reveal your strength. Exposing the power of the Chosen Ones would definitely be asking for trouble at this moment, and Field knew this very well. Although these slaves were under his nose, exposing their power might bring about fatal threats, especially from his ruthless stepmother, who might send someone to assassinate him at any time. By then, Ashina might be replaced and become a pawn of other nobles. Field pondered for a moment. The survivors may know where some important supplies are. He didn't want to expose himself too much for no reason, so he could only deal with it carefully. These survivors hid in a bunker on the city wall. The gate was originally sprinkled with purification potion, which could temporarily resist the erosion of the gray fog. Hearing the voices of living people outside, they finally mustered up the courage to open the door. Thanks to the Valkyrie, I thought we would stay here for a week and would have to survive on excrement. A bearded officer came out, joking and sorting his equipment with a smile on his face. Well, I guess you are a new knight. I will definitely report your achievements to Baron Bull. You're welcome. It's just a piece of cake. Field replied calmly, then tilted his head to look inside the bunker, but was blocked by 2 soldiers. There were a total of 10 soldiers under the bearded officer inside the bunker. Where are your squires? The officer glanced at the slaves behind Field. They were just holding farm tools and were obviously not taken seriously by him. Field shrugged and replied with a smile. I am not a knight. I am Baron Field. Oh, Baron Field, the guy who doesn't even have guards. The bearded officer's expression became subtle. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then suddenly made a look to his men and then showed a half smile. Baron, I've heard that you are kind-hearted. I wonder if you can do us a favor. Field frowned slightly. His tone was not right. He pretended to be puzzled and raised his eyebrows. Tell me, how can we help? We drank too much and forgot to turn on the fog lights, causing the gray fog to flow into the barracks, and we lost control of the barracks. The bearded officer said with a hint of helplessness, Baron Bull is brutal. We will definitely be executed. Field cursed in his heart. How dare these guys say that? Although the original owner has always been kind-hearted, he doesn't want to be a good person now. So, he showed a playful expression. You want to surrender to me? Huh. The soldiers nearby suddenly laughed, tightened their weapons, and showed murderous eyes. We are going to run away, but we need all the savings of a noble. Besides, if we kill you, no one will know of our existence in a short time. Field's face suddenly darkened. Although he had originally intended to recruit these survivors and find supplies, he had not expected these people to dare to take the initiative to provoke him. Despite this, he had already decided in his heart that if these people did not cooperate, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Field was furious. He stared at the bearded man coldly, his words full of threats. The bearded man said nonchalantly, If it weren't for the fog lights, I would have killed you long ago. You are nothing. Field sneered, a wicked smile on his face. What are you laughing at? The bearded man approached with a knife in hand, and seeing Field still calm and composed, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Actually, I was planning to loot this place anyway, and now is the perfect time. If I kill you all, there won't be any witnesses. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Field's eyes. Ashina, do it. As soon as the words fell, the soldier next to the bearded man immediately jumped up, holding the dagger in his hand and rushing towards Field. In an instant, Ashina swung the sword and easily defeated the enemy. The soldier's arm was easily torn off like a grasshopper's leg. Dang! The dagger fell to the ground, and the soldier fell to the ground in pain, covering his broken arm and wailing miserably. My arm! My arm! Ashina's dragon wolf attacked quickly, its huge body almost blocking the entire passage. Its armor-covered body was as intimidating as a tank. The soldiers in front of them were completely frightened and unable to move. Monster! The soldiers shouted one after another, completely frightened by the scene before them. The bearded officer was stunned. He had never expected that Baron Field would hide such a powerful force. What the hell? Didn't they say that Baron Field had no foundation and was a waste? He was completely dumbfounded and didn't know how to react. Field sneered at the traitor in front of him, licked his lips, and his eyes were full of ruthlessness. The original owner was a good person, but this was meaningless to him. Faced with the cruelty and meanness of this world, Field no longer had the patience to negotiate with these bastards. Iron and blood are the passport of nobility. Ashina, cripple them all. Field ordered coldly. Facing the enemy in front of him, he no longer had any mercy. Slaves, I'll give you a chance to test your courage. Kill one person and you'll be rewarded with 1 silver coin. Chapter 11. As soon as he finished speaking, the slaves around him began to stir. In this bloody world, if the weak are too kind, they will only die faster in the end. Especially as a noble, Field knew that he could not survive with kindness alone. What's more, the world around him was no longer a place for reason. Conflicts between humans are far more direct and simple than fighting with corpses. At least their own kind are not scary. A slave yelled, leaped forward, and smashed a soldier's neck with his sickle. With a tearing sound, the soldier's head was torn off, and the expression on his face was frozen forever before it could disappear. Well done, the head is yours. Field smiled, took out a silver coin and threw it over. I allow slaves to own property, and the more they work, the more they get. Seeing the silver coin, the slaves around them had desire in their eyes. Silver coins are no less than a lifeline for them. They can buy enough food to sustain their survival. In this cruel world, silver coins mean opportunities, which means they can temporarily escape the control of death. Every move of Field seems to ignite the blood in their hearts. Ashina led her giant wolf and charged quickly. Seeing this, the other slaves followed suit, holding their weapons tightly, and fearlessly pounced on the enemies who had not yet fully reacted. The battle in front of them was simply a massacre. Under the leadership of Ashina and the giant wolf, the enemy had no power to fight back. Field stood aside, watching all this, feeling somewhat proud. What an easy massacre. In front of the chosen one, no matter how many enemies there were, it was meaningless. Those soldiers wearing full armor were nothing in front of Ashina and the giant wolf. With a slap of the wolf's claws, the soldier's body was crushed into a second dimension, and blood gushed out like a river. Field looked at the fallen enemies without mercy, and quickly dealt with the rebellious defenders. He tiptoed into the bunker for fear of getting dirty. Here is the weapons depot. When he saw the piles of equipment, he could no longer hide his joy. He knew that this operation would be a huge gain. In front of him was a row of neatly arranged armors, exuding the aroma of tung oil. On the shelves beside were neatly placed halberds, steel knives, and ironclad shields. Crossbows were hung on the wall, and there were barrels of feather arrows of all kinds. The supplies here were piled up like a mountain. Field could see at a glance that they were enough to arm 500 people, and the armor coverage rate would definitely reach 100%. He couldn't help but think that ordinary barons couldn't afford such equipment. And these weapons were obviously supported by all parts of the empire. These materials were drawn from the hands of major lords every year to support the construction of the border and prevent the invasion of corrupted monsters and orcs. Field could even imagine how huge the amount of materials would be behind other larger fortresses. Kashin Fortress is an outpost fortress, but it actually has so many supplies. Field's eyes flickered. The supplies of the several giant fortresses behind are simply unimaginable. Asina saw a horse bow. Her eyes showed joy, and she couldn't help but take it down and couldn't let it go. Have we made a fortune? Field laughed. This is just a small fortune, and it is still a long way from real wealth. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to equip themselves. What are you still standing there for? Go and arm yourself. Hearing that they could wear expensive armor, the slaves immediately became excited, untied their ropes, and put on heavy armor. Although the armor was heavy, the sense of security it brought was incomparable. Even though they looked a little bulky after putting it on, at least when facing the enemy, the protection provided by these armors made them feel unprecedentedly at ease. Hee hee, I told you to disgust me, Richard. Field rubbed his hands, showing a disdainful smile, and walked towards the first slave who made a move. What's your name? My name is Bobcat, sir. Bobcat answered nervously, with a hint of fear in his eyes. In this world full of poverty and oppression, the names of the lower classes are mostly random, and their fate is sealed with any random name. But the mountain cat has no choice to resist. If he offends the nobles, he will be killed with a knife at the lightest or a horse hoof at the worst, and he will die without a burial place. I have a task for you. Field smiled mysteriously. Let's practice it twice first. Now that he had obtained the equipment of the Bull Baron, Field decided to be ruthless and further plan his ambitions. Let Bobcat lead the 20 people away, and Field began to think about weapons and equipment. Take it all away? We must take it all away, otherwise we will feel uncomfortable all over. He paced back and forth for a few steps, and began to feel greedy. Ashina, let Cow bring everyone here and take the equipment off the city wall. We can pick it up after we pass the pass. These equipment have already been taken by Yimu. But these equipments alone were not enough. Field's eyes fell on other supplies. Going to Nightfall territory was a gamble for him, and he had to go all out. Although Kashin Fortress already had abundant supplies, the supply of the villages here was also crucial to the fortress. Every year, several large villages had to pay cattle, sheep, wheat, and taxes to the Baron's castle, and these supplies were the basis of the fortress's defense. Niujiao Village is famous. Field thought to himself. Niujiao Village is famous for its 2 sentry towers, but these 2 towers are only 4 meters high, but they are still the pride of the village. Even though these towers are simple, the hunters here can resist the attacks of bandits through wooden walls and militia. Recently, the village successfully shot and killed 3 rotten corpses, which made the villagers a little worried. Even the monsters appeared in the fortress, which inevitably made people think of the more terrifying orcs. At the entrance of the village, several villagers sat and chatted, discussing whether the widow of East Village could resist the green-skinned orcs. Their laughter was shrill, and they did not realize that there were soldiers coming outside. Seeing the soldiers' flags, the villagers immediately recognized them, but they were not sure why they came. Soon, the slave guards led by the mountain cat appeared and walked to the door aggressively. Open the door. The mountain cat shouted at the villagers. The soldiers slammed their halberds into the ground, and their armor made a crisp sound. The mountain cat imitated the nobles and shouted arrogantly. Do you want us to starve outside? Damn idiots. The villagers were shocked and quickly stood up to welcome them in. The village chief stepped forward and said with a smile, Sir, are you here to deal with the corpses? Our village has resisted the attack of the corpses. Thank the gods and thank the support of the Baron. We will offer our young daughter to ensure that the Baron is satisfied. The mountain cat looked at the village chief with disdain and cursed directly. Fuck your mother, you lackey of the venomous snake. Stop talking so much nonsense. I'm here to collect taxes, not to recognize my relatives, understand? The village chief was scolded with saliva all over his face, and he was so scared that he almost fell down. It's my fault, sir. He bowed his head and apologized hurriedly. Agricultural tax, population tax, household tax, belief tax, land tax, exemption tax, breathing tax. Bobcat sneered and listed a long list of tax items. You know, these are the taxes we in the Bull territory usually pay. Chapter 12. The mountain cat looked at the villagers coldly and said expressionlessly, Because of the invasion of corpses, the resources to protect you are very limited. We need more supplies. If you have any objections, we can send you to hell. His tone was cold and ruthless, without any mercy at all. Field's mission was to collect taxes. If the villagers saw through his plan, it didn't matter. He could just rob them. Anyway, these villagers had nothing to do with Night Lord, and they wouldn't know the truth. Although robbed could bring a lot of wealth, collecting taxes was undoubtedly the safest way. After all, the slaves were weak in combat, and if they clashed with the militia, accidents were inevitable. Pay the tax in full. The village chief responded with gritted teeth. He immediately asked the villagers to lead out the livestock and hand over the food. He even showed a flattering smile. I will also offer the girl that the Baron wants. Bobcat frowned slightly. Field did not mention anything about the girl. Obviously, this was the request of the Bull Baron. The slave guard next to him was about to refuse, but was stopped by the mountain cat. Since it had already begun, refusing would only expose the truth. Okay, take them all back. The mountain cat responded coldly. Soon, Niujiao village was in chaos, like boiling water poured into an ant nest, and the villagers' belongings were taken away one by one. 2 cows, for sheep, several chickens and ducks, 5 carts of grain, 7 gold coins, 23 silver coins and 50 copper coins. Almost all the wealth was looted. Field saw all this and showed a satisfied smile. Bobcat felt a little complicated about this, but he knew in his heart that he became a slave because he could not pay taxes. If he did not seize this opportunity, he might never be able to turn over. The nobles are really terrible. Sha Mao secretly sighed. He himself was once a poor farmer and knew how painful it was for the villagers who lost everything. But now, he could only accept it numbly because it was the only choice he could make. Not far away, Field was directing slaves to carry weapons and magic props. At the same time, he found the fog lights that the bearded officer had been thinking about, a total of 3, and a large number of magic potions, almost all of which were potions for healing wounds. The total value was difficult to estimate. Field knew that these items would definitely not be less than 200 gold coins. Field was extremely excited about all the gains. The tax revenue of a small village could reach such a scale. Obviously, the tax rate was frighteningly high. He thought it would be difficult to rob a village, but it turned out to be an easy harvest. These riches were all unexpected surprises for him. Oh my God, so many livestock. Field couldn't help but marvel at the wealth. He didn't expect that a small village could have so much harvest. These cattle and sheep will become a valuable resource for night territory. At the same time, Field found more surprises in another bunker: fog lights, magic potions, and other weapons. These gains were a windfall for Field. He checked these items with joy and found that this harvest exceeded his expectations. When the mountain cat returned with the harvested tax goods, Field couldn't help but be surprised at the wealth. So many supplies, what a pleasant surprise. He said with emotion, I didn't expect the taxes paid by these villagers would be so high. I guess the tax rate they paid is not low. The wealth brought back by the bobcats made Field more confident about his future. With the accumulation of these materials, the Knight Commander would be more confident in facing the upcoming challenges. He looked at these gold and silver treasures and secretly decided that this was the guarantee for his survival. However, as these riches accumulated, Field began to feel uneasy. He knew that he did not obtain these materials in an upright manner. After all, he had looted a large amount of resources from a village. Although these materials provided temporary security for Nightfall territory, he knew in his heart that what he had done might lead to greater trouble. Don't be a saint, just live on. Field laughed at himself, patted his head, and decided to move on. In this medieval world where the strong prey on the weak, it is not enough to survive with just a conscience. He himself is almost dying, so why should he care so much? Only by living can he make a difference. Nightfall territory was located in front of Bull territory and became a buffer zone. Field undoubtedly deserved this support. Survival was the most important thing. Feeding the people was what Field needed to care about. Very good, everyone can get a silver coin. Field smiled, generously rewarded Sha Mao, and encouraged him. As long as you can collect a gold coin and give it to me, you will be free and become a free citizen of Night territory. When the slaves heard the news, they cheered and were filled with hope. They felt a glimpse of true freedom, and Field's words made them see the possibility of escaping slavery. Sir, let's go collect taxes from other villages. There was a gleam in Bobcat's eyes, and his attitude instantly became positive. His previous sympathy had disappeared. The inspiration given to him by Field rekindled his fighting spirit. Of course, we'll blast their gold coins. Field waved his fist. We'll try to collect all the gold coins by tomorrow morning. We're a bit pressed for time. Go ahead and continue to pretend to be the guards of Bull territory to collect taxes. I'll reward you. Field knew that the people in other cities of the Empire would not be as weak as Richard, and would soon notice the crisis in the Bull territory and send a large army to destroy the corrupted monsters. He could not be discovered by them, so he had to complete the task as soon as possible and take the opportunity to expand the strength of the Night territory. Sir, and this little girl. Bobcat suddenly pulled over a little girl in a plain robe, who looked about 12 years old. Field was stunned and was confused. Do I look like a weird uncle? He actually kidnapped a little girl for me. His brain froze for a moment, but after seeing the mountain cat's cowardly expression, he held back his anger and suppressed his dissatisfaction in his heart. What's going on? Why did you bring a child back? The villagers presented it to the Bull Baron. I don't think it's a good thing. I didn't want to cause trouble, but in order not to be suspected, I brought it back privately. Please punish me, sir. The mountain cat said in a low voice, obviously a little nervous. Field took a deep breath and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No punishment. You are very smart, Bobcat. The guard will be led by you from now on. He secretly thanked himself for being able to listen to Bobcat's explanation patiently. Field looked at the little girl. She was pretty, with a tough look in her eyes, and she didn't seem afraid. After asking her a few questions, he decided to take her in. She already knew the details of the night territory, and if she was released, she might suffer a worse fate. The next morning, the sun shone gently on the earth. Ashina heard the cries of chickens, ducks, and cows outside. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she yawned lazily. The fatigue from last night's battle had long disappeared, and Ashina felt that she slept particularly soundly. Fortunately the Lord chose me to be the chosen one, she said to herself, with a trace of gratitude in her eyes. Field's concern for her made her feel warm, especially when she thought of her past hardships. Field's kindness to her seemed particularly precious. The two slender legs rubbed gently on the bed, making a rustling sound. Ashina bit her lips slightly, thinking that she could sleep for another hour, but Field said that they would enter the gray fog this morning. So she got up quickly and prepared to start a new day. How did you rest last night? Field saw Ashina running over and couldn't help but smile mischievously, almost unable to hold it back. No need to run so fast. I'm still planning the route. I rested well. You are busy, Lord. Ashina stood obediently aside, waiting silently. Field took an old map from 7 years ago and looked at the core area of Nightfall territory. He knew that with the current strength, it was almost impossible to build a castle out of thin air. But he had a plan in mind. The best way was to annex the large manor and use it as a basis to slowly recover Starry Night City. Chapter 13. Sir, all the goods have been packed. Last night's support materials, including 7 cows, 20 sheep, a pack horse, and other miscellaneous things, have all been recorded in your account book and packed. Butler Kareem was wearing a decent cloth shirt, but his expression looked a little dull. No one can be happy in a place like the North. He and Field stood on the city wall and looked into the distance. There was only the spreading gray fog in front of them, without even a trace of life. The butler's mood became more and more depressed. He once considered escaping, but he knew that Field had already sealed this opportunity. The mountain cat and other slaves had long been loyal to Field because of money. Kareem knew that if he tried to escape, the slaves would immediately kill him. Field would give them a silver coin as a reward. He was dissatisfied with these slaves who had become corrupt and were willing to sell their souls for money. By the way, my lord, Cow glanced at Ashina uneasily and couldn't help asking, that slave, Miss Ashina, is she really the chosen one? Can she show some miracles? In order to boost morale, Field announced last night that Ashina was the chosen one. Do I need proof? How about you come and explore, and I'll be your butler? Field snorted, stopping Ashina's idea of summoning a giant wolf, and turned to the butler Cow with a threatening look on his face. If you weren't the only one who could read and write, I would have made you a stable boy long ago. Kaw's heart was shaken, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He felt the pressure from Field and knew that he was being beaten. Although Field's change confused him, he soon realized that it was all due to the excessive pressure from his family. After all, who would be willing to enter the cursed north? No objection, let's go. Field lit up the fog lamp. Each fog lamp cost as much as 25 gold coins, and every minute it burned was like throwing money into the fire. Field took a step forward and resolutely entered the northern province. As he stepped into the gray fog, the surrounding sounds suddenly disappeared, replaced by a creepy silence. Looking up, he saw that the surroundings were shrouded in a gray fog of death. There was no sunlight in the sky, as if he was in the deep sea. The atmosphere was so depressing that it was almost suffocating. Field knew very well that this kind of environment could easily make people lose their minds. If it weren't for the fog lights and the news from the chosen one beside him, the slaves would have lost control long ago. They might have rushed towards the gray fog in fear and eventually turned into monsters. The ground was covered with red and black rotten plants that crawled on the ground like tentacles. Although they had no offensive power, they were enough to entangle the wheels, making the movement of the entire team slow and dangerous. It's just like Silent Hill. Field forced himself to stay calm. He walked in front of the team, always paying attention to the slaves behind him. As a noble, he had to set an example for them, let them see hope, and let them know that escape was impossible. Ga. Roar. The various strange sounds coming from the gray fog made people shudder. Field's fog lights illuminated the front about 100 steps, but the roar in the distance came from farther away. Everyone felt extremely uneasy and scared. In their field of vision, there were ruined walls and broken buildings everywhere, corroded iron spears and shriveled heads on the ground, and even faded griffin flags. These signs showed that the pioneering corps sent by the Empire had long since died out and became part of these monsters. Gulp. Field couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and the uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger. My lord, retreat behind me. Ashina looked forward vigilantly. A monster is approaching. Soon, a rotten corpse with half of its face missing staggered into Field's sight. Swoosh! Ashina quickly pulled the bow, and the arrow shone with a silver light, hitting the corpse's head directly, exploding into pieces like a watermelon. The corpse rolled on the ground twice and then stopped moving. Be careful. More monsters are coming. Field checked the small map and saw a large area of skulls and crossbones, knowing that his position had been exposed. Since the enemy had discovered them, Field decided not to hide it anymore. According to the previous plan, surround the wooden wheelbarrow, and the crossbowmen are ready to shoot. At the Kashin Fortress, Field obtained 80 crossbows and 100 Imperial Standard bows. Although there were not many slaves who could shoot arrows, only 2 or 3, fortunately the crossbows were very powerful, so he armed 20 slaves with crossbows. As the monsters' cries became more intense, dense footsteps came from all directions, and the zombies rushed towards them like a tide. With the help of the small map, Field was able to clearly see the location of the monsters, but because there were too many of them, they were forced to fight. Shoot! Under Field's command, the slaves nervously shot crossbow arrows to meet the crazy corpses. Swoosh! The corpses in the front row seemed to hit an invisible wall, and 7 or 8 of them fell down at once. At the same time, Ashina put away her bow and arrows and summoned a giant wolf to charge into the zombies. Although she was only a first-level Chosen One, the fighting power of the Chosen One was higher than that of ordinary people. On the battlefield, her presence was undoubtedly overwhelming. Her long sword fluttered like a butterfly's wings, and the corpses fell under her sword one after another, either having their heads chopped off or being beaten to death by the claws of the dragon wolf. Ashina rushed all the way to the densest part of the corpse group. Under her command, the giant wolf rotated and spit fire, forming a hurricane of fire, and the surrounding corpses were instantly burned to ashes. Actually, she is really the Chosen One. Cao rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. He had always doubted Field's words, but after seeing the power displayed by Ashina, he finally believed that she was indeed the Chosen One. However, even though Ashina shared a lot of pressure, the tense atmosphere did not ease at all. The gray fog made the vision even more blurred, and the number of corpses continued to increase, which brought great psychological pressure to everyone. Kill! The mountain cat shouted, raised his halberd, and stabbed the corpses with all his strength. Several halberds pierced the chest of the corpses fiercely, and then with a flick, the corpses were thrown to the ground like a rag bag. More corpses collided with the slave guards led by Mountain Cat. The fists and claws of the rotten corpses hit the shields and armor like raindrops, making a ding-dong sound. Huh? What's flying over? Field noticed a skull icon on the map approaching quickly and already above them. He did not hesitate, and immediately turned over and dismounted, ready to dodge the attack. Just as he stood firm, a gust of wind blew, and Field subconsciously lowered his head, drew out his long sword, and stabbed upwards. With a quick glance, Field saw a Batgirl. Her face was ugly, without hair and eyebrows. In addition to her feminine body, her hands were bat wings, and her legs were sharp claws. Chapter 14, In the Haze, Part 2. As the wings flapped, the 2 lumps of rotten flesh on Batgirl's chest swayed along with the wings. It was not aesthetically pleasing at all, and was even extremely disgusting. She just swooped down and brought up a female slave. The poor subhuman slave kept struggling and screaming, but it was impossible for everyone to save her. In just a moment, the slave was torn in half by Batgirl, and blood splattered, causing exclamations, and Batgirl laughed mockingly. Shoot that ugly guy? Field was furious. Needless to Fielder's words, the angry crossbowman immediately raised his crossbow, and with a series of crackling sounds, crossbow arrows and feather arrows flew over. Batgirl had not expected that humans had long-range means, and she suffered immediately. She was hit by 3 or 4 arrows and fell to the ground like a rag. How dare you, ugly thing, attack my people? I paid for every one of them. Field was furious. He took a halberd from the carriage, ignored his noble manners, and swung at full moon, smashing Batgirl's head to pieces. In order to kill Batgirl, chaos occurred on the flank, and a large number of zombies immediately pounced on them without any bows or crossbows to stop them. Everyone get out of the way. Asina immediately mobilized her strength, and the black scales on the dragon wolf's neck began to smoke. Terrifying energy gathered, and even the space began to distort. Boom! A faint blue flame burst out from the wolf's mouth, and the heat wave was like a bursting dam. The blue flames covered a large area in front of Field, and the twisted figures were swallowed by the flames in an instant. Field even felt that the gray fog around him had dissipated a lot. It's so hot. The guards were all wearing armor, and because they were so close, they were burned like iron plates, and they all grimaced and cried out in pain. The dirty blood of the rotting corpses was also dried and stuck to the armor. Ashina stuck out her tongue. Sorry. The continuous flames killed a large group of zombies, and the remaining ones were no longer a threat. Everyone successfully resisted the first wave of zombies. The death of 3 slaves and 1 slave guard is still acceptable. Rest here for half an hour, and the women go and retrieve the arrows. Field took the kettle from the butler and took a few big gulps. The cold water irritated his throat, which made Field sober up and feel that he was still in reality. Thanks to you, Ashina. Field reached out and rubbed Ashina's head, causing Ashina to blush. Her wolf tail swung like a propeller, and it felt like it was about to take off on the spot. Ashina shook her head and said modestly, "This is what I should do." But the expression is, "Praise me now, don't stop." No wonder the northern province is called the Cursed Land. If the original owner came, no, if it weren't for Ashina's help, I might not have been able to hold on for long. Field felt scared, but quickly dispelled the negative emotions. He saw a new sign approaching him, which was a bunch of red exclamation marks. Is this sign another monster? No, their formation is too neat, and there are exactly 19 of them. Field frowned, thought for a while, called Ashina, pointed to the front, and said, "Go to the gray fog and set up an ambush first, and be prepared to respond as needed." Cavalry Captain Connor and his brothers also advanced in the gray fog. It looks like the fog lamp is going out. Damn it. Why is that idiot Baron's lamp so big, but ours is so small? The second young lady is too stingy. She wants the donkey to work, but she won't give the carrot. Shut up, you idiot. Be careful that your loud voice doesn't attract corpses. The person next to him scolded him nervously. I feel something is running behind us. An alert cavalryman said, holding a lance and looking extremely uneasy. We should find a chance to kill Baron Field before entering the northern province. Not now. Connor said helplessly. You think I don't want to? But killing a noble openly is enough to send us all to the gallows. This was also the reason why they said goodbye to Field and came back, just to find an alibi. Soon, Connor's cavalry found Field's trail. The fresh blood and corpses on the ground were the best guide route. There was no way to hide the traces of more than 200 people. Brothers, first kill Field, then attack the slaves back and forth and take away their fog lights. The gray fog will kill everyone soon. Connor's plan was perfect. Arranging the formation for the lance charge, everyone started to trot their horses. I can already imagine Field begging for mercy and fear. Connor licked the corner of his mouth and laughed unscrupulously. However, when he saw Field, his smile froze immediately. A 30-man fully armored guard, holding shields and halberds, formed a defensive formation. The shining halberds, as well as the stained blood and viscera of rotting corpses on their armor, showed that they were not to be trifled with. Field stayed behind the chariots. The 2 rows of crossbowmen had already drawn their bows. As long as they received the order, they would fire at Connor's cavalry. Even without professional training, a 3-year-old child could shoot a crossbow, and it could easily penetrate the body of an adult. Damn it, we've been discovered. Connor was dumbfounded and felt like a clown. How is this possible? Isn't Field a coward with no foundation? Where did he get his guards? The cavalry were in a commotion, and the surprise attack lost its suddenness and became a joke. Use the warhorses to charge the heavily armored halberd soldiers in formation? Or ram that damn chariot formation? Let's retreat. Connor pulled the reins hard, and the horse neighed and turned with its hooves jumping. Roar! A giant black wolf, more than 2 meters tall and as strong as a bear, appeared behind the warhorse, scaring Connor's horse so much that it staggered. Connor was thrown off his horse and was terrified. Damn it! Before he could pick up his weapon, Connor was held to the throat by a spear. A beautiful wolfman stared at him with a half-smile. Connor knew that if he moved, he would die. What's even more outrageous is that she also took away his fog lights. This is the slave Field bought. Connor immediately thought of the slaves that Field had insisted on buying. Although it doesn't have fog lights, it can move freely in the gray fog. Everyone was dumbfounded. Oh my god, how could they be so unlucky to run into the Chosen One? Who the hell could have thought that Field would have the Chosen One? If they had known, they wouldn't have dared to come even if you gave them 10,000 gold coins. Hey, Captain Connor, why are you here? You really scared me. Field didn't directly order them to be killed. He rolled his eyes cunningly, and then said in a casual tone as if he was meeting an old friend, Are you worried that I won't be on time? Don't worry. It is the duty of a noble to expand the territory for the family. Connor was speechless. The situation between life and death made him crash. Chapter 15, In the Haze, Part 3. Field showed a friendly expression and said, Then you should be escorting us, right? Just like the spirit of chivalry says, praise the Valkyrie. Connor was ecstatic, thinking that Field didn't know his purpose, and immediately took advantage of the situation and said, "Yeah, right. That's great. Come get off your horse and have a glass of wheat beer. We are about to set off, and you have the chance to show your chivalry along the way." Field raised his hand to signal Ashina to step back, and then invited the cavalryman to drink as if nothing had happened. The cavalryman hesitated, feeling guilty but also hoping for a lucky break. At this time, if they confronted the Chosen One head-on, they would most likely be annihilated, and escaping was impossible. Asina took away the fog lights while knocking Connor down. Without the fog lights, crashing into the death fog would mean death. It seems the Baron has not discovered our plan. That's right. Field has always been stupid. When everyone saw Field's sincere expression and thought of his previous kindness and weakness, they began to have illusions in their hearts. After being persuaded by Field to dismount, they nervously took a few sips of wheat beer and finally felt relieved. "Sir, I think we should go back and report." Connor made an excuse to leave. Field almost couldn't hold it in. These idiots really took him for fools. "I have requisitioned your war horses to expand the market. I will return them to you at nightfall." Field refused perfunctorily, then pointed to the front of the team and said, "You just said that you would help us clear the way. Let's go and clear the way." Connor suddenly felt something was wrong and immediately became anxious. "I regret it, and I'm sorry, but I have to go back and report quickly. I think the Count is waiting anxiously." "Haha, I think you guys don't understand at all," Field sneered and gestured to Ashina. Puff. Ashina's giant wolf bit a cavalryman's head, and the teeth-aching chewing sound almost drowned out everyone's breathing. The soldier who lost his head bled like a fountain and fell to the ground. The sudden attack made his body twitch wildly. Everyone, even Field's subjects, subconsciously held their breath in fear. The scene was so brutal. "I was wrong. Lord Field." Connor admitted his mistake decisively and fell to the ground. "It was your second sister, Liz, who ordered me to do it." "Do you need me to say it again, Captain Connor?" Field replied with a smile. "Go ahead and explore the way, or die now." Cold. Connor felt cold to the bone. What kind of gentleness in his bones? That's all bullshit. I used to hear other nobles gossiping about Field being as weak as a little lamb. Bah, they are all liars. Connor cursed those liars fiercely. Under the threat of the guards' halberds, 18 cavalrymen without horses quickly formed a small square and walked at the front of the team. Field's small map showed that there were a large number of zombies approaching rapidly ahead. After a long breath, Field gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." Nightfall is located in the southwest of the northern province. With the help of the small map, Field bypassed most of the monsters and spent another 3 days to reach the manor. The corpses in the night territory seemed to be impossible to kill completely, which could be seen from Connor's trembling hands. The blade was broken, and his expression was numb, like a puppet. The continuous fighting has made him collapse. He was the only one left among the cavalrymen who had led the way. It must be said that he was quite capable of being a captain, but he had also been torn in several pieces by the corpses. His flesh was wriggling, and he had also been partially corrupted, and was not far from death. "Give him a quick death." As Field finished speaking, Ashina released the bowstring and shot Connor to death with one arrow. Then, a slave came forward skillfully to loot his supplies. "We have arrived at the Starry Night Manor. It's not easy." When Field saw the entrance to the manor, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone cheered in unison. Thanks to Ashina and the mini-map. If there were no enemy positions marked on the mini-map, Field would have been able to take a detour and come in. The endless tide of corpses on the road would have drowned them. It's obvious that no living person has set foot here for a long time. Ashina stepped forward and pulled away the dense thorns on the gate of the manor. A harsh creaking sound was heard, and the already rusty gate collapsed. Ashina jumped away like a cat, squinting her eyes, and said awkwardly, It seems that the gate needs to be repaired." The tall, imposing European-style iron gate, the exquisite stonework and statues, and the large garden with ornamental plants, although now corrupted by the gray fog and horribly eerie, still give one a glimpse of its former elegance and luxury. 2 slave guards moved open the fallen iron gate, and Field saw the corpses of humans, zombies, and other unknown monsters among the rotten plants. The Starry Night Manor covers an area of 30 hectares, which is about the size of 40 football fields. It includes swimming pools, gardens, farmhouses, woodlands, barns, wine cellars, stables, villas, etc., as well as the main building in the central area. It was simply inhumane. After all, Baron Sophia was a powerful figure who owned a prosperous city, which was not comparable to an honorary title. After years of family accumulation, the fixed assets were definitely impressive. This is just a baron's fiefdom. It is said that the Queen of the Griffin Empire owns a huge estate covering 500 hectares. In Mary Sue novels, the heroine wakes up from a bed as big as a football field. This kind of thing can really happen to the queen. The place is large, so there are a lot of monsters in it. It has been decadent. Places like the barn and stable are of no value. Field took out the map of the manor and compared it with his own small map. Similarly, ornamental places like the garden are of no value. Should we just clean up the main building? Or should we occupy a villa? In addition to the main building, the manor also has 3 small villas for the lord's relatives or guests to live in. Ashina seemed very excited. It was her first time to come into contact with such a high-end thing as a villa. The slaves were even more exaggerated. They whispered to each other, and the excitement on their faces was evident. For people at the lower class, having worked in a nobleman's villa, even if it was just sweeping the floor, would be enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives and become a glorious deed they would tell their sons before they died. Field stared at the main building in the distance for a while, and there were many ghosts in the broken windows. Suddenly, he felt something staring at him, as if his chest was suddenly pressed down by a heavy object, and even his breathing became a little faster. There may be a big horror in the main building, so it's better not to provoke it. Field quickly looked away, rubbing his brows, and glanced at the small map. There were a lot of skulls marked on it, but the most eye-catching one was a huge red dot located in the basement of the main building. The skull represents a corrupted monster, and what does the red dot represent? It's probably a monster too. Chapter 16, The Great Winery, the First Base. My lord, why do you look so embarrassed? Ashina came over with a bow and arrow in her arms, smiling. The most difficult period was before we arrived here. Why do you look so embarrassed now? Field waved his hand. He didn't want to spread anxiety and discourage the people who were already lacking confidence. He showed a teasing expression and stretched out his hand to pinch Ashina's wolf ears. It's not difficult. I'm just struggling, whether to give a massage to my hard-working hero. Hey. Ashina's pretty face immediately flushed, her red eyes trembled like an earthquake, and she stuttered to answer. But when she saw Field's expression of teasing a child, she immediately realized that she was being teased, and immediately said angrily, Lord, this is too much. I still care about you, and I don't want to be friends with you anymore. Field patted his sore neck and said, Thank you for your concern, but it's time to find a place to stay. I don't want to sleep in the carriage for a second. The creaking noise is giving me a headache. We have to occupy a house. It would be much better to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain, even if the house here is decayed beyond recognition. After carefully studying the map, Field said, Let's go occupy the big winery, Ashina. The main structure there is brick and stone, so it's not easy to rot into a pile of ruins. The winery is located southeast of the main building, with large tracts of fertile farmland for growing black pearl grapes for winemaking. Of course, the tracts of grape fields are a thing of the past, and now there are only large tracts of wriggling black tentacles and rotting corpses in the farmland. Grapevines and grape racks can be vaguely seen in the farmland. The land here once produced the empire's most famous black pearl wine. Women, clean up the farmland and don't leave any dirt. These wriggling tentacles and pieces of meat may look scary, but they are actually not threatening. Field kicked away a piece of rotten meat with 7 or 8 eyes. These disgusting things were cute little animals before the gray fog came. Yes, sir. The slaves dilly-dallied. If you can finish it within 2 days, I will pay you 10 copper coins as wages. These lands will be our source of food in the future. Field made his ultimate move and allowed slaves to have money. The slaves' eyes lit up, and they skillfully used farm tools to kill the corrupted creatures, and their work efficiency immediately increased tenfold. When the butler Perry saw the slaves, he rolled his eyes and said, Only the master is so kind and generous. If these peasants don't work, it would be more convenient to just hang them. At this time, the free people abducted by Field came over. Sir, you are daydreaming. The land has been poisoned. Even if we clear out all the monsters, we can't cultivate it. The villagers questioned. Someone stomped his feet hard, and the soft and rotten land immediately sank, forming a footprint with a purple pool of water. Look, it's like a swamp full of toxins. Oh, the damn smell is worse than the crotch of a widow's pants that hasn't been washed for 3 years. Upon hearing this, the slaves all looked at him with doubt. My kindness seems to have made some people take advantage of it. Field lowered his eyes, and his tone was emotionless. This is my order, not a discussion with you. The villagers were still loyal to the bull baron and did not understand. But there is no point in doing this. Field frowned and looked unfriendly. Bobcat and other guards immediately drew their swords, and there was a loud swish sound. Even though Connor and others were the main force along the way, the slave guards were still tempered and had a hint of the solemnity of a soldier. The people whose eyes were flashed by the knife light immediately realized that they were actually questioning their new lord. They were so scared that they sweated profusely and fell to the ground. The scene was silent for half a minute. Field waved his hands, not because he was deliberately showing off or playing feudalism, but because he had no foundation in this place far from order. If he couldn't control these guys, he would not be a lord and would just find a place to hang himself. You also go and clean up. All the land in the east will be given to you. And the idiot who said I was daydreaming will get 5 lashes. Field gave them minor punishments and severe warnings. They would be needed for both development and farming. The villagers were already sweating profusely. When they heard Field's words, they were immediately relieved. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone began to eradicate the corruption, which startled the corrupted creatures and caused them to let out sharp, strange screams. It's too Cthulhu. Field took a few deep breaths and felt nauseous. If he stayed in this cursed land for a long time, he might go crazy. We must ignite the fire of civilization quickly. Let's start with the winery. 2 farmers holding torches opened the door of the winery, and a dark and rotten smell hit them. Field almost vomited yesterday's dinner, covered his mouth and nose, and glanced to the side. Be careful, there are a lot of footsteps on the 2nd floor. Ashina had no abnormal reaction to the smell. She had lived in worse environments during her days as a slave. This is a large room we are going to occupy, and there may be flammable materials, so we cannot use flames. Ashina nodded obediently. Leave it to me. Holding an ironclad shield to his chest, Field drew his sword, raised the halberd. Prepare for the impact. Although they had not received any systematic training, the guards had finally figured out some tricks after these days of fighting, and a small square formation was quickly formed. Field took a deep breath and slammed his shield with the hilt of his sword. Hey, fellow villagers, our community is sending warmth. Roar. The darkness was filled with the strange howling of ghosts and wolves. The sound of footsteps as dense as drum beats suddenly sounded, and monsters with unrecognizable faces and distorted bodies rushed out from the inky darkness. The sound of flesh and iron colliding immediately rang out. Ashina and her wolf held off the main force of the zombies. The spear in her hand could easily kill the rotten corpses. The giant wolf was like a tank, covered by the rotten corpses and turned into a corpse ball, but it still couldn't break its defense. If Field hadn't stopped the dragon wolf from breathing fire, the battle would have been over by now. Goddess. The guard standing in the front row hit a rotten zombie and staggered. Before he could steady himself, he was knocked down by the following rotten zombies. He fell to the ground with a bang despite being in armor, and was dizzy. With a low shout, Field took a half step forward and slashed the corpse's head with the long sword in his hand. This was not an anime. The evil was only 3 points stronger. The corpse was just a monster in human skin, without armor protection. The sharp blade cut through the bones, and the whole head was removed. Thank you, sir. The guard stared with horror. His pants were wet and hot. He almost had a passionate kiss with the monster just now. From his expression, which looked as if he wanted to kneel down and call him dad, it was not difficult to tell that he had never respected and appreciated a noble so much before. Chapter 17. Shoo shoo. I'm really going to be finished. Thank you, sir. The guard was dizzy. Field reached out and pulled him up, punched the guard on the shoulder with his fist, and encouraged him. It is not easy to train a suitable soldier. I am still waiting for you to break away from slavery and become a real warrior, or even a knight. The guard's blood boiled as he listened to this. He had always regarded Field's promise as a pie in the sky or a joke of the nobles. But now, he truly felt that Field was a little different from other nobles. Charge for Lord Field. The people around were also infected by the passion and waved their spears wildly to harvest the corpses. Soon, the zombies attracted by the sound were cleared out. Field roughly counted them and found that there were more than 70 zombies. Field took a deep breath, but the stench in the air immediately rushed into his trachea, forcing Field to close his mouth quickly. He muttered in his heart, "Does the winery need so many people to work?" When the Empire decided to trigger the death fog, why didn't they notify the people in the north to evacuate? Forget it, it's none of my business. Without thinking about useless questions, Field continued to go deeper into the winery. After walking for a while, Field found the large room where wine was brewed. He imagined that he could find raw materials such as rock sugar and wheat. But what responded to his unrealistic fantasy was the hideous corpse of a Batgirl, with her eyes open, and her internal organs were violently torn apart from the neck to the groin, with all of them missing. This barley is wasted. It was originally used to make barley wine. Field noticed something that could still be called barley scattered all over the ground. 10 years of time, coupled with corruption, have allowed the barley grains to slowly move. Field marveled at the magic of corruption, Perhaps corruption is not a curse from the devil, but a special radiation. Radiation? Ashina's brain went offline, and she was trying to figure out the new words Field said. Suddenly, her expression changed. Be careful, something is approaching quickly. The speed was so fast that Field didn't even notice the skull logo flashing on the minimap. Clang! The guard standing in front of him suddenly looked up at the ceiling. In an instant, the shield in his hand suddenly broke into many pieces, and the guard flew backwards with his hands and feet flailing. A monster that looked like the Licker from Resident Evil appeared in the guard's original position, with only a thin tail and a nose, which made people know that it was a mutation of a rat. The rat monster screamed and swung its claws towards Field. Field only felt a strong wind coming, and the giant claws kept expanding in front of his eyes. Don't even think about it. At the critical moment, Ashina controlled the dragon wolf to flash in front of Field, curled up her body, and covered Field tightly. There was a burst of crackling noises, accompanied by large sparks, and the dragon wolf relied on its scales to resist the claw attack without even a groan. Looking at the giant wolf in front of it, the monster was also confused and looked at its own claws, which were always effective, but today only took off 2 bloody scales. The dragon wolf raised his hand and slapped the rat monster to the ground. Shan Mao and the others immediately seized the opportunity and slashed with their swords and halberds, but the rat monster relied on its thick skin and flesh, and only suffered some flesh wounds after being hit by so many swords. It swung its slender limbs and swept 7 or 8 people away like sweeping dust. You have to know that the guards were wearing full armor, and even if the armor was not heavy, the body and armor together weighed more than 100 pounds, but they were so easily knocked away. You guys retreat. This is beyond the scope of ordinary creatures. Field raised his shield and quickly squatted in a corner. He cursed, I forgot to bring the crossbow. For a monster with thick skin and flesh, ordinary people can only use crossbows to break through the defense. Let's leave it to Ashina. The rat monster stood up and tried to capture the guards as a snack. I can't let you succeed. Ashina poured strength into the spear in her hand, and her whole body burst into energy. The powerful impact caused the spear to break through the rat monster's body like craft paper and then got stuck between the bones. If it weren't for the terrain restrictions, Ashina couldn't ride the giant wolf to charge, otherwise this attack would have pierced the rat monster. The rat monster screamed in pain and quickly grabbed with its claws. Boom! Slammed into the rat monster's chest like a high-speed train, interrupting its attack and knocking it away, revealing its flaws. This is a 3rd-level corrupted creature. In a narrow terrain, it needs a 3rd-level human with fighting spirit or magic to kill it, or use the help of city defense crossbows or armor-piercing crossbows. Fortunately, the Chosen Ones are much stronger than ordinary people, and Ashina's combat power as a 1st-level Chosen One is enough to crush it. The gun of extreme cold and killing. Ashina uses her magical skill for the first time. The starlight in her hand gathered, and a long spear condensed, like a tumbling dark blue dragon. Ashina poured a lot of divine power, then used her legs to lead her waist, and her waist to lead her arms, and threw it fiercely. The divine skill bombarded the rat monster, and blood spurted out immediately, and bones and tendons were broken. Large pieces of meat were crushed and stuck to the wall. Huff finally solved. Ashina's face was pale, and she was panting and looked a little tired. The battle was over in a flash, but the risks were suffocating. Field also breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily you are here. The last portion of deer steak is for you. Long live the Lord. When Ashina heard that there was deer chops to eat, her tail swung back and forth nonstop, and her saliva flowed out. The arrogance she had during the battle disappeared, but she patted her chest and said generously, I only need half. The Lord has worked hard too. Field was greatly relieved. The small map shows that there are only a few monsters left in the winery, and they are all dotted with small skull symbols. To be on the safe side, Field first took the wounded out and gave them medicine, then led the rested team to clean the winery carefully. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that the cleanup work reached the final stage. The entire winery was in tatters, with landslides everywhere. The wind blowing through the cracks in the rocks blew up gray dust. The only thing to be thankful for was that the overall structure of the winery was preserved. Everyone searched the 1st and 2nd floors, but there was nothing valuable, just some black broken wood that could be used to build a shed or burn firewood. The wine cellar is downstairs, sir, the guard said as he walked forward. Regardless of the thick dust on the cellar door, he used both hands to pull the heavy door open, revealing a dark staircase in front of him. Field swallowed his saliva, rubbed his hands nervously, and kept muttering in his heart, God bless me. Please let me find something useful. A large number of oak sherry barrels were piled up in the dark cellar, some of which had been damaged by landslides. There were dried water stains everywhere and traces of rats crawling around. Chapter 18, Rare Wine. When Field first saw the mess in the wine cellar, he was filled with despair. Fortunately, there is always a way out. Field only searched a few places and found the unopened barrel. Dong dong. Gently knocking on the barrel, a low muffled sound came from inside. Field's heart beat faster, and a look of joy immediately appeared on his brows. However, he was worried that his joy was in vain, so he pretended to be calm. Open this barrel. I hope it is filled with fine wine, not tentacles. The gray fog will only corrupt plants and animals, and dead things generally will not turn into monsters, provided that the wine is properly sealed. The guards pried open the wine barrel with great effort, and with a pop sound, the rich aroma of wine spread everywhere. Smelling the aroma of top-quality wine in a winery full of stench and monsters is a weird experience comparable to looking for shrimps in the toilet. That's it. The black pearl wine that is out of print in the Empire. Field was so excited that he waved his fist excitedly and ordered the guard beside him who was greedy for wine. Call my steward Cow and count the number of barrels that can be drunk here. Seeing Field immersed in joy, Ashina cautiously advised, My lord, even if it is fine wine, you must drink it in moderation. Many lords were ruined by alcoholism, spending their days in bars and brothels. Don't worry, Ashina, I don't want to drink this. Field prefers iced tea or cola to alcohol. These fine wines, which have been out of print for 10 years, are all liquid gold. As long as they are transported to the capital of the empire, no, as long as they are sent to any nearby city, they will immediately bring us a huge amount of gold coin income. As for its specific value, it depends on how much wine there is. But Field was sure that those dignitaries would definitely fight for the famous wine. Oh, Ashina put her slender fingers on her lips, looking thoughtful. Since black pearl wine is so precious, we can also make wine. After all, the Starry Night Winery is in our hands. You're right, but that's something we'll only consider if safety is guaranteed. After handing the wine cellar over to Cow, Field finally had time to examine his territory. With the winery at the center, the area is roughly the size of an elementary school playground, and this circle is all land occupied by Field. As long as there is no gray fog, people can carry out activities on it, and it is considered a real territory. As for what is on the territory, it is not important now, because it is all corrupted plants and creatures, which must be eradicated before consideration. Now, the challenge officially begins. Field walked around the outermost part of the road. The corrupt creatures in the fields had decreased a lot due to the cleaning by the people in the territory, and it finally looked a bit like the human world. The people pushed the deformed and corrupted creatures together. These monsters had no fighting ability, but their existence was pollution. The rotten wood cleared from the big winery could be recycled and thrown into the monster pile and set on fire. The screams like a cat in heat kept coming out, accompanied by a sizzling sound, and large clouds of gray smoke poured out of the monster's body. Oh my God, by the Valkyrie, these minions of the devil have finally been eliminated. The maid patted her chest and shouted in an exaggerated tone. The female slaves who were working cast envious glances at them. Being able to enter and leave the castle, eat the leftovers of the nobles, and have luxurious rest time is enough to make slaves jealous. Scissors, I need you to do something. After Field toured the territory, he planned to meet his servants before issuing new decrees. Sir, you said. The maid Scissors' smile immediately faded, like a startled katydid, and even her loud voice stopped. Although Field had always acted cowardly and stupid before, he was still looked up to by the common people. Field has been busy with development matters these days and has neglected many things. He now realizes that there is a huge class gap in this world. Remember the funny thing that happened to Field's cheap dad? The hostile nobles planned to launch a surprise attack on the family's caravan, but a peasant happened to discover the noble's ambush site. The peasant immediately came to the castle and told the earl about the enemy's plot. The earl then used the enemy's trick against them and defeated the enemy. Logically, the peasant should have received a monetary reward, but the count hanged the peasant in public after returning victorious. The reason was, the disgusting feces and dirt stained by the peasant's lowly shoes left lowly footprints on the count's carpet. In the eyes of the nobles, the subjects were nothing but shit, and slaves were even worse than shit. Field is not a saint. He will not overthrow himself, nor will he completely localize and become a thoroughgoing feudal aristocrat. All I need is for my subjects to live a good life, Field thought. Of course, they have to be obedient subjects. Scissors, gather all the people who serve me here. I have something to say. Yes, sir. Scissors immediately picked up her apron and trotted off. The butler arrived first. After all, he had the highest status among all the servants, so it was natural that Scissors should notify him first. My lord, the number of wine barrels has not been counted yet. It will take at least 2 days. The butler cow came running over panting. He looked very thin, with not even a little meat on his thighs. It seemed that he was having a hard time. But his salary is the highest in the entire territory, 5 silver coins and 50 copper coins a month. At the same time, matters such as purchasing and accounting will be handed over to him. As long as he puts some thought into it, his income can be multiplied several times. Under normal circumstances, 1 copper coin of the empire could buy a piece of black bread, which was a kind of black rye bran bread, and even contained sawdust and bark. Unlike the bread imagined by modern people, black bread was as hard as a rock, and biting it hard could break your teeth. The correct way to eat it was to soak it in hot soup until it softened, and then eat it with coarse salt grains that were full of impurities. The taste is neither weedy nor sweet, just salty and bitter. But even with such crappy food, many people may not be able to earn enough to buy 2 loaves of bread after working for a day, and end up becoming slaves. Maids, butlers, and cooks all get paid 15 copper coins a day, which is 4 silver coins and 50 copper coins a month. Soon Field saw his servants, 2 maids, a butler, and a cook. In modern society, having 2 or 3 servants is a very impressive thing, but in the Middle Ages, Field was just a poor nobleman. His sister, the woman who sent cavalry to try to kill him, had 20 male servants alone, who were responsible for cutting vegetables, chopping meat, leading horses, and even trimming nails. Field's sharp eyes swept over everyone, and they all lowered their heads to avoid eye contact with the Lord, which was rude. Chapter 19, Initial Territory Construction and Future Planning. I don't know yet what my butler's name is. Field asked the butler. Sir, his name is Crockpot. He is 16 years old. His parents are farmers. The cook is called Dinner Plate, and the maids are Scissors and Sparrow. In this world, only those who possess knowledge, nobles, or people who possess extraordinary powers have nice names. For example, Field's full name is Field Ross, and Ross means rose, but as a name, it is more appropriate to call him Ross. Just like President Bush, whose full name is George Walker Bush, you can translate it as George Walker Bush, but it sounds too weird. Sir, do you have any instructions? When Wawan was called, his voice trembled with fear. He was worried that he would be fired, so he slacked off for 10 minutes while mopping the floor yesterday. The temporary bed you made for the carriage is very soft. If it weren't for it, I might have fallen apart all the way here. Field said in a relaxed tone and snapped his fingers. Cow, reward the pot with a silver coin. Hiss. Others immediately looked at him with envy. 1 silver coin was equivalent to more than 6 days' salary. Croc was stunned for a moment. Then he showed an ecstatic expression, fell at Field's feet, and kissed Field's boots. Goddess, thank you for your generosity. Lucky boy. Scissors pouted, looking very unhappy. What's so great about making the bed? She can even warm the bed. The clay pot swore silently in his heart. I will never be lazy again, even for a minute. Every month, everyone will be awarded silver coins. As long as they perform well, everyone will have a chance. I see the chef making delicious meals, the maid sweeping the room, and so on. Everyone breathed rapidly and looked at each other, seeing the fierce competition in each other's eyes. Field's mouth curled up slightly. In the future, their work efficiency will be ignited by silver coins. The most important thing is that there will be situations such as reporting and snitching. Field needs them to do this. It may not be a good thing for his subordinates to stick together. There will be a phenomenon of colluding to deceive the Lord. Okay, go and get busy. Field smiled at everyone and waved his hand to signal them to leave. Everyone left immediately, but the butler took 2 steps and then walked back hesitantly. Field asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "My lord, although it may not be nice to say this, as your steward, I have to give you some suggestions. Since entering the night territory alive, Cow has changed his previous complaints and started to work seriously." Field raised his eyebrows. "Speak freely. It's about race. You seem to have given the demi-humans a path to rise, promising them the possibility of becoming free people. But the demi-humans are different from us. They are stupid. Sorry, except for Lady Ashina. It seems unnecessary to give the rest of them freedom." Field pondered for a moment. "We are now in the cursed land, surrounded by death. As the saying goes, when you are in Azyria, you must be an Azyrian. We in Nightfall should have our own rules. I will announce unified laws tomorrow, and you will know then." In the evening, Field took out a pen and paper and drafted a farming plan for Night Territory. He wrote in Chinese characters that only he could understand: plunder and explore. My territory is completely barren. If I want to develop rapidly and accumulate means of production, it is impossible to do it with only 200 people. Even the land is full of toxins. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Sir, it's me. Ashina's voice came from outside the door. Field's plan requires Ashina's support. Please come in. I'm waiting for you. Good evening, sir. Ashina was wearing a short-made outfit. Her slender legs were in a shy posture, and her face was slightly shy. After being freed from the hard life of a slave, her jade-like skin was able to see the light of day again. In fact, even her feet were very cold, with slender white toes, which were extremely beautiful. What can I do for you? I don't know if it was an illusion, but the atmosphere immediately became ambiguous. Field slapped his head. No wonder Ashina looked so shy. Anyone would have some crazy thoughts if he called a girl to his room in the middle of the night. Ahem, it's about the development of the territory. Oh, Ashina's hands dropped immediately. She breathed a sigh of relief, but she was a little disappointed in her heart. Sir, I have no management experience and may not be able to help you. Before becoming a slave, Ashina was just a free person, the daughter of a wolf hunter. She could not read, write, or manage. It's okay. You can learn. I will teach you step by step. Besides, you are the chosen one of God, so you have natural advantages. The greatest class transition in this world is to become God's chosen one. You may be facing the death penalty 1 second, but become God's chosen one the next. The local nobles will directly declare you not guilty and treat you as a guest of honor. After all, God will not choose the wrong person. This is also the reason why the lower classes are unwilling to rebel against the lords, because everyone has the opportunity to transition to a higher class. As long as their daughter or daughter-in-law becomes the chosen one of God, they will naturally have no worries about food and clothing. I decided to rob my brother. Field opened his mouth with a royal bomb. Ashina was confused. Is this something I can listen to? Okay, I support you unconditionally. After making sure Field was not joking, Ashina thought for a moment. You are not a cruel and evil person. I can feel that. Field had never abused her when she was a slave, or done anything worse than an animal while he was asleep. On the contrary, Field was the most unique person she had ever met. He can treat subhumans equally, even like them a little. This may be an illusion, but there is no doubt that Field is a gentleman. Thank you. Field poured Ashina a cup of black tea. It's a long story. He still remembered that his brother's fierce and perverted eyes really made him unable to sleep or eat. His younger brother threatened to kill the people he cared about, but Field was not the kind of soft persimmon that could be bullied by others like the original owner. Fight back hard. And you must start preparing now. I will tell you the reason slowly. I need you to help me train a team of light cavalry, specially designed for looting. Field's dear second sister aided him with 20 war horses, which now came in handy. After agreeing on the plan, Field convened a meeting of all his subjects the next day, and even every slave was required to participate. Everyone who came to participate would be attracted by the wooden box next to Field, which was filled with silver and copper coins. Field did not start with a long speech, but instead took out a list. Members of the guard, come and claim your bounty according to the name I gave you. 1 silver coin for each corpse you kill. I mean what I say. Chapter 20 New Rules, Expanding the Army. Then, Field personally distributed the bounty to the guards, and the slaves burst into tears with excitement. How could I not be excited? The slave with the most gains. Hammer, 117 silver coins, which is a fortune that many people have never accumulated in their entire lives. Even Field's maid was jealous. The others looked at the money in their hands with envy. If I had known that when the guard was formed, I would have joined it. Damn it, it's a shame that you didn't choose me. The originally timid person is now stamping his feet in anger. Listen, fellow citizens, I am now announcing the development plan for Nightfall Territory. It is related to the future of all of you. With the temptation of money, the slaves almost pricked up their ears, listening more seriously than the priest's prayers. First, if you want to escape from slavery, just earn me a gold coin. Don't despair. I dare say that it would be impossible for other lords to achieve this, but it is very easy in the Night Territory. Look at the heroic hammer. One day, 17 silver coins. When Tietue heard Field's praise, he puffed out his chest proudly and even stood on tiptoe. This was the first time since he was born that he was praised by others instead of being called a fool or an idiot. What made him unbelievable was that it was a praise from the Lord. Goddess, I'm really crazy. Today must be my lucky day. Tietue felt everyone's jealous or envious gazes and felt very proud. Field raised his lips and said, it's still the same rule as before. Killing a rotten corpse will reward you with 1 silver coin. In addition, I will issue a series of tasks that do not require combat, such as farming, building walls, maintenance, or other things, and I will give you a bounty. Slaves have no motivation, and Field urgently needs freemen. Not only does Field not have to worry about their food, clothing, housing, and transportation, but he can also collect taxes from them, and only freemen have the motivation to learn technology. A heated discussion broke out among the crowd, and Field directly announced the second point. Second, I don't want to be involved in racial issues. Just don't violate the basic law. Although I am not a demi-human, my dear chosen one is a demi-human. So put away your prejudices, look up at the fog of death around you, and don't kill everyone for inexplicable reasons. Field paused. I personally like demi-humans very much. As long as they are hardworking and simple and don't cause me trouble, they are my good subjects. Through these days of contact, Field felt that the subhumans were not like some races who were lazy and only cared about eating and destroying things everywhere, so he was happy to accept them. Also, girls with animal ears are really cute. Ashina's eyes were red, and he felt a sense of respect and equality. Third, when you pray from now on, mention Ashina's name. This has troubled Field for a long time, and he wants to build a more scientific territory. But the book says that the power of the Chosen One comes from faith and the prosperity of the city. Now Ashina is a first-level Chosen One. If she wants to advance to the second level, she will need a lot of faith. Field was skeptical about this, because if faith increased power, the Papal States, with believers spread across the continent, would be the most powerful existence, but this was not the case. Today, the Holy Griffin Empire has surpassed the Papal States in terms of high-end combat power, not to mention other powerful countries on the continent. Unfortunately, there is no control group, and I don't have the confidence to try and make mistakes casually. Let's try it based on the experience of our predecessors. Afterwards, Field recruited slave soldiers again. They had no salary, but were provided with 3 meals a day, and their only source of income was killing the enemy. Completely different from the last time when no one was willing to join, a sea of people were rushing to sign up. Field did not accept all the suggestions. He pointed to the edge of the territory and said, "If you want to be a soldier, run around my territory 5 times. I will select the best candidates based on their performance. In addition, I am democratic. You can give up at any time." Just a few words made the 6 people give up at once. These guys were lazy and were satisfied with just a piece of black bread a day. They can't even follow basic obedience. It's obvious they're just trying to make a living. Field shook his head. He didn't need soldiers like this. The rest of them gritted their teeth and started running. The newly joined slaves were of much lower quality than the first batch. Most of them were weak and frail, and as skinny as skeletons. It was not until noon that the last one finished running. Looking at the last stumbling figure, Field was not angry but happy. Physical fitness can be improved, but tenacious perseverance is hard to obtain. After eliminating 2 guys who were trying to be clever and ran fewer laps, Field obtained 23 soldiers. The Wolfmen from the original 30-man guard mixed them with new recruits and formed a 20-man marauding cavalry team, and the rest formed a 33-man guard team. If any nobles or knights came here, they would definitely be shocked by Field's behavior. Training civilians into an army was already crazy, not to mention slaves. They were stupid, ignorant, timid, and cowardly. They were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. They could barely be used to fill the enemy's moat. Field actually organized them into a group and provided them with armor and equipment. The butler looked at the recruited skeleton soldiers, whose mouths were so big that they could swallow ostrich eggs. He was shocked by the Lord's behavior. He found Field and said bluntly, "Sir, the previous 30-man guard was already outrageous. Why did you expand the scale again and give the precious war horses to lowly slaves? They will eat the precious war horses in a moment. Don't get excited, Cal. Look at the performance of Mountain Cat and Hammer. They are very good. We were able to get here and clear out a foothold thanks to them. This is just a desperate situation. When faced with a real test, they will surely scatter." Cal pointed his finger to the sky and said confidently, "A true soldier must be born into a military family, master various military qualities and weapon skills, and have a noble character." Field rubbed his eyebrows. This guy must have been brainwashed by bards and novelists. What should we use? We are surrounded by monsters. Of course, we pay mercenaries and adventurers. Cow answered as a matter of course. Mercenaries? These unreliable guys. Field was worried they would betray him. History has proven countless times that only warriors from the people can form a potential army. Thank you for your advice, but I want to give them a chance. Field rolled his eyes and said in an unquestionable tone, "Cow, give the soldiers extra meals. Give each of them an extra egg. I will take them out to clean up monsters in the afternoon. They will show their value." The territory was short of manpower, and Field didn't dare to take everyone away, otherwise it would be disastrous if the base was destroyed. Chapter 21 Rum Village, More Monsters. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Field led the slave guards into the gray fog. In fact, it was difficult to have a concept of time in the gray fog because it was always gray. Only at night would it become pitch black. Ashina rode a giant wolf and led the team in front. The eyes of the Chosen One seemed to have been transformed and could observe the world more clearly. Next came Field and his newly formed slave guards, maintaining a slower pace and advancing with difficulty in the woods filled with thorns and flesh tentacles. According to the map, we will soon reach Rum Village, the village that once provided the city with abundant vegetables. Unfortunately, I can only see corruption now. Ashina put her hands over her eyes and tried her best to look far away. Well, be careful to our right front. There are 7 rotten corpses approaching. I think they are the villagers of Rum Village. Give the newcomers some practice. Seeing Ashina's relaxed expression, Field knew that the rotten corpses that came were just small trash, just right for the new recruits to see some blood. After hearing this, several recruits swallowed their saliva in unison. Their instinct told them that they should run away, but the Lord was right behind them, so they dared not move. Thinking of the smooth and delicious eggs, the guards seemed to have their souls sublimated. Most slaves had never eaten eggs in their lives. When eating eggs at noon, many people didn't even have time to chew them, and they swallowed the eggs into their stomachs in a hurry. Several people were choked by the eggs, but even so, they all felt happy. In order to enjoy this pleasure, the slaves were willing to bear the risk of death. Roar! A woman who looked like the ancient corpse of Lulon rushed out of the gray fog. She was without any clothes, her shriveled and disgusting chest drooped to her lower abdomen, and her whole body was filled with mucus. The experienced slave guards raised their halberds and stabbed from all directions, holding the corpses firmly. Come on, poke her head or stab her chest a few more times. Keep your hands steady and don't swing your body too much. Bobcat generously shared his experience, then grabbed the recruit and dragged the guy with weak legs and feet in front of the rotten corpse. The new recruit raised his halberd several times, but didn't dare to stab. He was even scared to wet his pants by the roaring corpses. This is a demon, a devil. Some recruits were chattering their teeth. Field had watched a lot of zombie movies in his previous life, but the slaves had not. They believed that demons lived in the corpses, and if they were not careful, they would be cursed by the demons. Go ahead. Don't be a cowardly quail. Field yelled. He couldn't let the soldiers feel fear because fear is contagious. More people would then see the corpse as a devil rather than a creature that can be killed. Even if it is a devil, you have me and the Chosen One here. You have nothing to fear. I will kill the devil for you to see. Puff. After being scolded by Field, the soldier finally handed over the halberd. Although he did it with his eyes closed and almost stabbed it off course and fell into the arms of the corpse, he finally took the first step. After the recruit did all this, his legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Look, it's not difficult, and there's no curse. Field pointed to the corpse on the ground and snapped his fingers briskly. As long as you keep a good distance, they are easier to deal with than stupid road deer. The other zombies gathered around, and with the first person's demonstration, the remaining recruits also mustered up the courage to launch an attack. After easily getting rid of these monsters, Field led everyone to move forward and soon arrived outside the Rum Village. What's up with these corpses? Field looked at the trembling skull symbol on the small map and scratched his head in confusion. Are they dancing to Genie Time? Well, Lord, I can clean up the corpses in Rum Village by myself. It's too dangerous ahead, so I'll go there. Ashina's eyes dodged back and forth, and a blush appeared on her fair face without her knowing when. This strange look immediately aroused Field's curiosity. What on earth did Ashina see? Let's go and take a look together. Field rubbed his chin. Well, okay, Ashina hesitantly said. When Field saw the explosion in front of him, he immediately regretted his stubbornness. A pile of deformed corpses were playing artificial humans in the farmland outside the village. The scene was extremely chaotic. Obviously, even the Kumba is rotten, but they seemed to be doing the exercise instinctively. Field was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He covered his face and thought to himself, have I actually traveled to the world of H games? The female corpse didn't even have clothes before. The soldiers were also amused and started shouting, and the originally depressing atmosphere was swept away. Boom! Asina could not hold it any longer and immediately ordered the dragon wolf to carry out fire purification. The space twisted and the scorching blue flames engulfed most of the distorted figures. The crackling sound of bones exploding was endless, and finally everything turned into ashes. Several rotten corpses with only human outlines rushed over from behind, screaming. Kichue reacted immediately. His tall body leaned back slightly, like a bow gathering power. When the corpse got close, he knocked it over with a shield strike, and then trampled on it mercilessly. The fragile chest was crushed, and the corpse immediately stopped moving. The guards were unwilling to be left behind. After all, these staggering corpses were walking silver coins. Under the stabbing of the long spear, the unarmored corpses could only leave behind a series of corpses. Let's charge into the village together, and be careful not to leave the range of the fog lights. Field was itching to kill 2 people, but unfortunately he was holding the important fog lights. Otherwise he would have wanted to kill 2 people to satisfy his desire. Puff, puff, one rotten corpse after another fell in a pool of blood. The guards advanced steadily, and Field could clearly hear that the footsteps of the crowd began to converge and merge into a rhythmic roar. This was a natural drumbeat. As long as the rhythm was mastered, everyone could feel the power of the collective. The new recruits were hesitant at first, but they were infected by the crowd and quickly joined in the strangulation. Soon most of the whites in Rum Village were killed, and there were rotting corpses everywhere, with an unbearable stench. Field walked to the center of the village, where there was a dilapidated well that had now collapsed. Field placed the fog lights there, and within 5 minutes of announcing the order to rest, he noticed a large number of Red Skull logos suddenly appearing on the small map. Be careful, there are still monsters here. No, there are a lot of them. Field announced the retreat without saying a word, but the enemy was extremely fast, even faster than trotting on horseback. Sir, run away quickly, I saw. The guard on duty came running over hurriedly, and just after uttering a few words, he was interrupted by Field. If we leave Rum Village now, we will run into the enemy. The most urgent thing is to find a place to defend. Chapter 22. Crisis resolved. Strange green vegetables discovered. Sir, don't be too far away from me for a while. Ashina grabbed Field's arm and said in a low voice, I am confident that I can break out. Field understood what she meant and nodded. I will, but I don't want to run away until the end. Leave the cart here first, and take out the crossbow and string it. Field learned from the last lesson and brought a crossbow with him. Roar! A dwarf-like monster climbed over the rubble with its long arms, jumped onto a guard, opened its huge mouth, and started biting him. Squeaky, squeaky. Even the armor was bitten with sharp sounds. The guard was so frightened that he shook his hands wildly a few times, but he failed to shake the monster off. Fortunately, Ashina reacted quickly, drew out her long sword, and chopped the monster in half. Is this a corrupted monkey? With long arms and legs and a tail, it must be a monkey. As if receiving some kind of signal, the whole Rum Village was boiling, with dwarfs jumping around everywhere, a black mass like a rushing muddy stream. Field forced himself to calm down, quickly scanned the small map, and tried to calculate. If he made a wrong move, everyone might be in danger. Run, go southeast. There is a big yard there. 1, 2, 10. More and more dwarf corpse monsters climbed over the ruins of Rum Village and jumped into Field's sight. Shoot! Field gave the order. The guards had been waiting for this moment and immediately fired their crossbows. The monkey monsters that were jumping over immediately exploded with blood flowers, as if they had hit an invisible wall, and their bodies fell to the ground. Clear the way. Ashina waved her hand, and the dragon wolf stepped forward quickly, spewing deadly flames and advancing rapidly. Ashina herself decisively guarded the rear. 5 monkey monsters pounced on her at the same time. When the monsters were in a straight line, Ashina flashed out and slashed with her slender cavalry sword. After a flash of cold light, the 5 monsters were cut in half at the same time and fell down with blood. She caught a glimpse of a monster crawling on the ground, trying to suddenly jump up and attack. Ashina raised her long, white and soft legs and stomped hard on the monster's head. Pa! The monster's head exploded and its eyeballs popped open. Taking advantage of the time bought by Ashina, Field and his men quickly rushed into the large yard. The guards nearby had already moved stones and rotten furniture to block the gate. It's not safe here. Let's retreat and rely on the houses for defense. Field looked at the small map again. The trend formed by the red signs had no end in sight. The only comforting thing was that the monsters were not targeting him, but were running in another direction and just happened to run into the Rum Village. Block the gate and take turns to rest. They are just passing by and will leave soon. Field encouraged everyone. With the dragon wolf, Ashina, and the army, it is not difficult to block the gate. Soon, the corrupted monkeys launched a violent attack. Unfortunately, Field's army formation was like a tenacious dam, allowing the guards to hold the door. The guards were fully armored and even equipped with heavy shields, so the monkeys could not break through at all. Ashina's giant wolf is more like a flamethrower tank. Its heavy armor means that even if it is wrapped like a dumpling by corrupted creatures, it cannot break even a scale. The only drawback is that Ashina is forced to leave her mount and become an infantryman. Field was panting heavily, his heart beating very fast. The reputation of the cursed land was not groundless, and luck also played a big part in his being able to live now. We have to build a tall wall quickly. Rubbing his brows, Field was glad that the monster was not heading towards the winery. Everyone covered each other and held out for half an hour before the tide of monsters slowly disappeared. Phew, so tired. Ashina drew out her long sword and shook off the dirty blood on it. Even though she was the chosen one, her power was limited. This was the biggest zombie tide she had encountered since coming to Nightfall territory. Fortunately, the last corrupted monkey was killed, and all the monsters around were cleared out. Thank you for your hard work. Field felt distressed when he saw Ashina sweating profusely. Ashina not only had to hold the line, but also had to output damage and relieve the defensive pressure on others from time to time. Thanks to Ashina's presence, no guards died. It can be said that everyone is holding Ashina back, but training the guards is necessary. Ashina winked playfully. Hee, no meal of meat is eaten in vain. Thank you, Lady Ashina. The guards thanked Ashina shyly. There was no hostility or vigilance in their eyes, but pure awe. The humans in this world are not like those people on Earth with strange tendencies. They have always been resistant to demi-humans, believing that demi-humans are monsters that are a hybrid of beasts and humans and are unclean beings. Let's take a break for half an hour before we move on. Field poked the monsters' corpses with his sword, curious about their structure and the purpose of their migration. Rum Village had gone through 10 years of decay. Most of the houses had collapsed and the windows were broken. It was called a village, but in fact it was just a large garbage dump. Field didn't even have much hope. After resting, group 5 people, go and search for spoils. You can take anything that is useful. The night territory is short of everything. Pots, pans, and even pieces of wood can be of great use. Placing the fog lights in the center of the village, Field looked out at Rum Village, wondering if it could become a stronghold. After walking around the village, Ashina came back to report. My lord, I just noticed a strange plant in a farmyard. It glowed green, and I felt the power of magic. Oh, let's go and take a look. Field stood up suddenly. The word magic was particularly attractive. Could it be the natural treasure in the novel? When we arrived at the house on the west side of the village, the main body of the building had collapsed, but the outer wall of the yard was made of stones instead of a simple fence, so it was well preserved. Field immediately saw the small patch of green plants, which were glowing with star-like light, as if it was the instinct of life. Field immediately went over and began to study it curiously. It looks a bit like young green vegetables just breaking through the soil. Field poked it with his finger. A strange smell rushed into my nose. Achoo! Field sneezed violently. Seeing Field choke, Ashina chuckled. My lord, don't touch strange things casually. Wait, are you okay? Seeing Field become dazed and his eyes blurred, Ashina was shocked and hurried forward to check. The blood vessels in Field's forehead were beating violently, sweat was oozing out of his skin, and some part of his body reacted immediately. He smelled the pleasant scent of Ashina. As if unable to control himself, Field immediately reached out and grabbed Ashina's wrist. Chapter 23, The Devil's Plant. Ashina hadn't reacted yet. Field threw himself on Ashina and buried his face in her neck. The unique fragrance of God's chosen one permeated his heart. Then Field pressed down hard. The waist is soft and slender and can be held in one hand. Sir, don't do this. Ashina felt the hot and wet breath on her neck and looked around in panic. She said this, but did not push him away with force. She even needs to control the powerful divine power in her body. Otherwise, the rioting divine power may hurt her lord. Feeling Field's exhalation, Ashina immediately felt a slight numbness on her back and her legs went weak. The next moment, Field reached out his claws towards Mosaic. How could things turn out like this? Ashina didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She needed to resist the pleasure coming from her body and control her divine power to prevent it from going out of control. Trying to do two things at once made her even more sensitive. You can't do that. Ashina bit the tip of her tongue lightly, allowing her brain to regain some clarity, and she quickly retreated. Well, although it feels strangely comfortable, that's not right. This idea is too weird. After all, no one likes to watch content that is too extreme. There's something wrong with that plant. There are only devilish things in the gray fog. Ashina regretted it very much and wished she had burned the suspicious thing earlier. Came to him anxiously. Oh my god! Panic immediately appeared on Ashina's shy face. In panic, Ashina broke free from the control and urged her divine power to touch Field's forehead. The pure divine power immediately dispelled the medicinal properties of the magic plant. I feel dizzy. Field held his head and gradually came to his senses. The animal desire in his heart was suppressed by reason. Ashina's face was red as if water was about to drip out, but she still pretended to enjoy the scenery. I'm fine. The guard came over and Field waved his hand, signaling him to go out and wait. I don't think I've studied that little green vegetable yet. Frowning, Field felt as if he had done this before. He shook his sore arms, immediately bent down, and stretched out his hand to pick one for a sample. So, is this a magical plant? Don't. Goddess of Winter. Ashina was almost dumbfounded. If it happened again, she might not be able to control herself. She might even have to change her skirt when she went back. How could she let Field do this again? You have just studied it. This plant is very dangerous. Ashina had no choice but to whisper into Field's ear everything that had just happened. What a perverted plant. Field was shocked, but then he sighed. What a pity. I have no memory of it at all. What do you mean by pity? You frighten me. If this plant can devour souls, what will happen to the territory? Ashina waved her fingers angrily. Even if you want to get me, you don't have to rely on this. A cough. Realizing that she had said the wrong thing, Ashina immediately fell silent. Yes, burn it. By burning it, the devil's plan will fail. Ashina gritted her teeth. Her red pupils seemed to be burning, like a fanatical villager participating in a witch hunt. Field looked at Ashina, who was in a panic, and laughed. Don't be impatient. You need to be patient and tolerant when dealing with new things. Think about it. What would happen if you gave this thing to a horse or a cow? Ashina's beautiful eyes widened and she crossed her arms. What a pervert. You can't crossbreed. I mean, cows and horses can't, but humans and subhumans can. Uffed. Field laughed loudly. It was obvious that Ashina's IQ was not online because of his actions. It's a problem of livestock breeding. With this herb, livestock breeding will be much easier in the future. As long as the number of cattle and sheep increases, we will have endless meat to eat. Field snapped his fingers happily. The magic resistance of the Chosen Ones is very strong. Royal scholars have conducted experiments and found that ordinary Chosen Ones are immune to 35% to 70% of magic damage, while Chosen Ones who specialize in defense can be completely immune to magic and can even rebound magic. Field handed over the jar and asked Ashina to collect 3 samples along with the soil. The monetary gains were dismal. The guards searched the entire village of Rum and found a total of 21 silver coins and 87 copper coins. The village is too poor. We are not the first to visit here. Field picked up an old silver coin and gently brushed off the dirt on it. The beautiful lines on the silver coin appeared before his eyes again. When the war broke out between the Empire and the Orcs, both sides came to Rum village to plunder. It is expected that there are few coins. As for the rest of the spoils, there was a barely usable chair, a box, a dozen broken pottery jars, and a large pile of firewood, which were removed from the furniture in the house. Fortunately, the return journey was smooth and we were not ambushed by monsters. As soon as Field stepped into the territory, his eyes lit up. There were no wriggling tentacles or pieces of flesh in the farmland. It was as refreshing as a thorough back rub that washed away all the dirt. All that was left in the farmland was soil filled with toxins and the ashes from the burning of corrupted organisms. My lord, we have cleaned up all the corruption in the territory and burned them to ashes. The slave showed a flattering expression and hunched his body. Field rode on his horse, looked around, and nodded, saying, Well done. Each of you will get your reward. The slaves were beaming with joy. The next task is to repair my big winery, shovel out the remains of decay, replace the rotten wood, and repair the landslides and holes. Field had already made plans. Living in a place that was leaky and filled with the smell of monsters' urine was a torture to the body, even though Field's residence was the best place in Night Territory. But sir, I don't know how to do carpentry. Field was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have forgotten this point, and immediately shouted loudly. Is there anyone who can do carpentry, stonemasonry, or blacksmithing? There was complete silence on the field. Butler Cow said bluntly, Sir, those who can master technology are free people, and slaves are trash. Then go recruit some. I happen to be planning to go to a city outside the Grey Fog. Where is the nearest city? Oh, right, Maple Leaf City in the High Castle province. There must be what we need there. The butler looked regretful. Each city's craftsmen have their own craftsmen's guild, which is directly governed by the Lord. They cannot be recruited with money. Moreover, I don't think there will be any craftsmen willing to come to Nightfall territory. I'll go there myself. Field shrugged. He was used to the fact that the Butler Cow would only raise objections instead of thinking about solving the problem. Chapter 24, Awakening the Lord's Talent. It's just right. I can bring some wine to sell. I'm going to label them as rare treasures, even though they are rare treasures. Plus, with the bizarre story, they will definitely sell well. Like a dragon's treasure? Ashina seemed to understand. Field snapped his fingers and said, That's right, Ashina. Even if it's just a boot, if you pick it up in the dragon's cave, it's the boot guarded by the dragon. And we are not lying. Those fine wines are indeed guarded by powerful corrupted creatures, although the corrupted creatures have no interest in wine. Ashina covered her mouth and laughed. There's no rush for that carpenter's job. First, clean up all the garbage in the winery, move out all the rotten equipment and rocks from the landslide, and then clean it up. I estimate it will take 3 days. After you're done, I'll reward each of you with 20 copper coins. You are so generous, my lord. Field's generosity has become a consensus among everyone in the territory. Outside the Night Territory, even a free man may not be able to earn 20 copper coins after working for a month. For Field, the money he spent would soon return to his pocket and was nothing at all. He even wished that the slaves would quickly become free men, because only free men were eligible to marry and have children. Similarly, free men needed to fulfill many important duties, such as paying taxes. As he was thinking about it, Field felt an invisible force surging into his body. There was no increase in strength, but he immediately noticed the difference, and he was promoted to a first-level lord. In fact, if you sign a contract with the Chosen One, you have the possibility of becoming a lord. Field originally possessed the talent of a lord, so all this happened naturally. In this world, there are not only extraordinary knights, magicians, or chosen ones, but lords can also have ranks. But it doesn't have much lethality. The lord can see the general situation of his territory. Name, Field. Occupation, lord. Territory, Starry Night Winery and nearby farmland. Sign God's Chosen One, Ashina. Population, 217. Development, 1-0. Happiness, -32, lost and depressed. Environment value, -89, full of corruption, unsuitable for living. Probability of the Chosen One appearing, 1 in 100 billion. Lord talents, minimap, can detect surrounding creatures, exclusive talent. Panel, concrete biological attributes, exclusive talent. Prosperity domain, dispel the death fog in the territory and speed up the elimination of the effects of corruption. Additional talent of the Chosen One, taming of ferocious beasts. It is easier to cultivate ferocious beasts for war within the territory, provided by Ashina. Conferring, advancing 50 wolf riders to the first level, provided by Ashina. Field's eyes lit up, and he couldn't suppress the upward curve of his mouth, so he laughed happily. My lord, what are you laughing at? Ashina scratched her head, looking curious. Nothing, I just thought of something funny. Field ordered people to turn off the territory's fog lights, which scared everyone and made them think Field was desperate. Okay, I won't scare you anymore. Spreading his hands, Field said with a smile, I have mastered the Lord's talent. I don't need to turn on the fog lights to ensure that the territory will not be corrupted. Everyone was skeptical but did not dare to refute until Field turned off the fog lights, and the fog had not penetrated at all. Only then did everyone relax. What followed was ecstasy, and almost everyone was caught up in joyful celebration. After all, fog lights can only last for about a month, and as long as the Lord has no money to buy them from the church, they may die at any time. But with the Lord's fog-removing ability, they were able to truly drive a nail into the night territory. There will be an extra meal tonight, and everyone will get some broth and 2 pieces of bread, Field announced in a high-pitched voice. Saving a fog light means 25 gold coins, which means you can make 250,000 black breads. Long live. Everyone cheered. The maid Scissors shouted in her loud voice. This is great news. No wonder I dreamed last night that my grandmother smiled at me. Lord Field, you are truly a born noble. The blood of the Lord flows in your veins. Field was so flattered that he felt embarrassed. He immediately said to Cow, Give my maid, my manservant, and my cook a portion of honey cake. Oh my God, sir. We don't have many honey cakes. Ka still maintained his style of offending people and exclaimed, The maids can just eat the leftovers of you and Lady Ashina. That is already the best food in the whole territory. There is no need to add more. Squeak, squeak. Scissors' teeth were almost broken, and he wished he could pounce on Cow and scratch his face. The maid Sparrow was never talkative, but she was also very angry. Well, it's a rare occasion that everyone is happy. Scissors, why are you still standing there like an idiot? Go to the storage room and distribute the cake to everyone. Field never hesitated to save these small profits. Long live the Lord. The 2 maids who loved sweets cheered loudly and ran towards the storage room as happy as 2 birds. Cow sighed and silently calculated the supplies in the territory. To the southeast of the northern province is the Morrowind province where Field's cheap father is located. To the southwest is the High Castle province. Further north of the northern province is the home of the orcs. Field decided to visit the High Castle province, a province with 5 earls and mostly mountainous areas. Sitting at the wooden table, the creaking of the broken window made him frown slightly. Field tried his best to remain calm. He carefully opened a book called Gray Fog and Death. The book was worth up to 10 silver coins and was written by Lucas, a famous scholar and explorer in the Empire. Gemini calendar, September 1st, 147. Today should have been the day of awakening for the whole country to celebrate. But for the future of the Empire, I, Lucas, resolutely entered the abandoned and cursed land, the northern province. Fortunately, I was not the only one who entered. I was accompanied by 2 royal chosen ones, as well as the fallen noble Darren and his chosen daughter. Field leisurely picked up a piece of cut apple from the plate in front of him and put it into his mouth to chew. The sweet juice stimulated his taste buds, and Field was refreshed and continued reading. With 3 peerless beauties accompanying us, this trip will definitely be full of fun. Although the royal chosen ones are all of the terrifying 5th level, it does not prevent me from enjoying the sight. The 3 outer baronies in the north, Cloud Curtain, Night Curtain, and Morning Curtain, were all good places full of fine wine and beauties when I was young. But now they are full of corruption. Among them is the ugly Batgirl who frequently attacks us. I think they are all corrupted prostitutes because there are still exclusive tattoos and jewelry on their limbs. My guard Steel Fork caught the Batgirl to test her depth. She is really a brave and fearless guy with an exploratory spirit. May the goddess bless him. Puff. Chapter 25 Bloody Murder. The Attacker at Night. Field spat out a half-chewed piece of apple and laughed. It's outrageous that someone would dare to attack an ugly female monster. Just like modern people's orientation, as long as it is female, there will be people who like it. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes caused by laughter, Field became curious. Will corruption cause reproductive isolation between people? Poor Gangcha died of ulceration in his lower body. His big tits turned into a disgusting tumor. He died in great pain. Corruption is the devil's curse. Gangcha may not be able to go to heaven. I think no creature can resist the curse except those chosen by God. Field closed the book. The sensory words throughout the book made Field temporarily not want to read. Lucas can only be considered an adventurer or explorer. As a scholar, he lacks rigor. Not all organisms are unable to resist corruption, at least plants can. Field thought of the green plants collected in Rum Village, which were not pieces of meat or tentacles. Oh, there was a scream outside the window. Field's hand shook and he almost knocked over the teacup that he had raised to his mouth. The steaming hot tea in it spilled down and burned himself. It was also difficult to dry his wet clothes in the dark. Field glanced at the small map and saw no skull symbol. It looks like another idiot who needs to be punished can't control his lower body. Field rubbed his temple. The slaves were mixed together, and violence and coercion would always happen. Even a whip could not change their nature. Slaves did not have the right to mate, but most of them could not even get enough food to eat and had no intention of reproducing. Grown-ups. There was a sound of running outside the corridor, and the butler Wawan knocked on the door hurriedly. Come in, what's the matter? Field went to the window and glanced out. It was still dark outside. The torches downstairs were erected, but Field could only see some panicked faces appearing next to the torches. It seems that things are more serious. Clay Pot prostrated himself on the ground and said tremblingly, Sir, our territory is in big trouble. Field was anxious for a while, but he remained calm. Don't worry, tell me what the trouble is. Robbers. Armed bandits attacked our territory. Wawan was still young after all. He was so frightened that he couldn't control himself. His hands that were supporting the ground were shaking like Parkinson's. Several slaves went to the farmland to defecate and were suddenly attacked by bandits who rushed out of the gray fog. They killed 2 people with spears and took away a female slave. Field hurriedly stepped forward and asked in surprise, Instead of continuing the attack, you chose to retreat? Yes, they left immediately. Fuck it, Field cursed. To retreat must be a sign of wisdom. In this shabby place full of toxins, how could one run into robbers? Is there anything more outrageous than this? Maybe it's your cute stepmother and siblings. It is possible, but it would be dangerous if they were allowed to obtain information about the chosen one. Field looked at the small map again and saw nothing unusual. This reminded Field of Connor's cavalry, who only displayed the exclamation mark when they were close enough. It seems that the range of the mini-map warning is limited, and it can only be broadcast to the chosen ones and corrupted creatures at a longer distance. Notify the others and ask them to hide on the first floor of the winery. I'm going to give chase. Field took the sword from the shelf and walked quickly downstairs. Asina was already downstairs checking the bodies. When she saw Field coming downstairs, she immediately apologized aggrievedly. I disturbed your rest and let the enemy enter the territory. It is my fault. It's not your fault. The territory doesn't even have a wall. It's not impossible for the enemy to infiltrate. It was normal that Ashina, tired after a day of bloody battle, did not notice the enemy. Field half knelt down, stretched out his hands to tear off the tattered and smelly linen clothes on the corpse, and immediately tilted his head in confusion. The wound on the abdomen is actually irritating upwards. Are those robbers dwarfs? It's really strange. Ashina rubbed her smooth chin and shook her legs rhythmically. Her white thighs trembled slightly. The slight movements allowed her to stay focused. Maybe it's not a human. Maybe it's a nasty dwarf. Field's worried feelings subsided a little. Things might not be too bad, at least not fatal. Ashina, can your wolf smell the enemy? It sounds absurd to use a dragon-born giant wolf as a dog. Ashina slapped her head and said, why didn't I think of this method? Take me with you. I need to see what kind of bastards dare to attack my territory. Field gritted his teeth. He was not as kind as the original owner. I will chop off their dog heads. Ashina was already familiar with Field's character and smiled. Of course. I will be your sword. The giant wolf sniffed the corpse a few times, and then its dark blue eyes were directed towards the northeast of Night Territory. That's where the enemy fled. Fortunately, I didn't run south, because the enemy might not be human. Ding-ling-dang. A dozen slave guards ran out in disheveled clothes, many of them still wearing armor and looking sleepy. Field twitched his lips and wanted to scold, but stopped. Don't expect the soldiers of this era to be as disciplined as the Chinese army. There is no doubt that the guards slept very soundly, so much so that when Field was ready to set off, most of them were still asleep. Guard your territory and don't let the enemy strike back. Field didn't plan to take them with him. The pursuit depended on speed. By the time the troops were assembled, the enemy might have already disappeared. However, discipline training must be put on the agenda. A lazy army has no combat effectiveness and cannot even guard its basic territory. Ashina pulled Field onto the giant wolf. With Field's small map, the possibility of being ambushed could be greatly reduced. More stable than a horse, the first feeling Field had when he mounted the giant wolf was comfort. Riding a horse is not difficult. The horse's back is very wide. Once you get used to it and keep your body steady, you will be amazed that riding a horse is easier than riding a bicycle. After all, bicycles have no IQ. Many equestrian experts can even sleep while riding. Ashina's dragon wolf is more stable. The rugged scales on its back will not prick people. They will automatically shrink and close, fitting tightly like a modern handicraft. Set off. Driving the giant wolf, the two quickly rushed into the gray fog. I just felt my vision blurring rapidly, the wind whistling beside my ears, and the wolf riders running at an astonishing speed. It was like a subway. In just 4 minutes, Ashina found the enemy in the dense corrupted forest. Chapter 26, Gray Mist Goblin. I saw them. Ashina's red pupils shone with magical light in the gray fog. The enemy was repairing in an open space, playing with the body of the female slave. I really envy you for being able to see through the gray fog. I can only see black now. After signing the contract, the Lord can also be immune to the toxins of the death fog, but cannot see through the gray fog, so Field's eyes are all white. What is the thing that attacked the territory? It's a bunch of short guys, dwarves, but not that fat. Can you defeat them? If not, then attack together with the guards. No problem. They are just ordinary life forms. Ashina felt the warmth on Field's chest. She pressed against her back and made a comfortable, snoring sound unconsciously in her throat, but her tone was still nonchalant. Just crush them. They didn't notice our presence. Field carefully drew out his sword, trying not to make any noise, and then lowered his voice and said, then kill them. Woo. The murderous howl of a wolf was heard, immediately breaking the silence of the gray fog. The wolf howled in response to a series of hurried screams. Only then did a bunch of red exclamation marks pop up on Field's small map. Sure enough, non-corrupted creatures need to be hostile to me before they will pop up a reminder. Whoosh whoosh. A series of javelins pierced through the gray fog and attacked the two. The giant wolf dodged quickly and turned into a blurry figure that flashed by easily. The enemy can see us, so there's little point in hiding in the gray fog. Field turned on the fog lights, and his vision immediately became clear. There were shadowy tentacles and vines all around him, and various rotten corpses on the ground. But the most eye-catching thing was the group of dwarves. To be precise, they are a bunch of goblins with big noses and sharp teeth. Unlike ordinary goblins, these little monsters have white turbid pupils like dead people and khaki skin. The captured female slave had been killed by the death fog because she was walking in the gray fog, but she was still stripped naked and tortured. A bunch of tiny tumors formed on her left abdomen due to corruption. Field, a trypophobic patient, only took a quick glance and almost died on the spot. Upon seeing humans, The gray goblins dance provocatively. They are immune to the gray fog. This is not good news. Seeing the goblin's appearance, Field immediately understood that the gray goblin was a species that survived the death fog. Let one escape and don't kill the rest. Ashina did not hide her murderous intentions. Understood. Puff. The silhouette of the giant wolf suddenly appeared above the goblin at the front of the team. Asina looked at the tragically dead slave. Anger welled up on her pretty face. The speed of the spear in her hand increased again. With the sound of iron entering flesh, the unlucky goblin was stabbed in the chest, and blood spurted out immediately. He was immediately knocked away by the impact of the giant wolf, and fell in the distance like a rag, with his bones broken. There were a lot of goblins, more than 30 of them, wearing ill-fitting armor and rushing forward like a khaki wave. The goblins held rusty spears and stabbed from all directions. Some of them were even more crazy, rushing forward in a huge shape, trying to pull people off their mounts. Court death. The popular defeat segment is nothing more than a product of the Empire's novelists to please the masses. Facing the terrifying combat power of the Chosen Ones, goblins, at least ordinary goblins, have no chance at all. The giant wolf didn't even need to breathe fire as it rampaged through the goblin waves. Ashina frequently stabbed out with her lance, and each time she stabbed out, she would take the life of one or even several goblins. The blood spread and then seeped into the soil of the north, gathering into small pools of blood in the low-lying areas. Wailing and screaming could be heard one after another, and combined with the unique Cthulhu terrain of the northern province, it was like hell. Wah! The goblins, who had suffered heavy casualties, began to flee. However, it was extremely foolish to expose their defenseless backs to the highly mobile wolf cavalry. Ashina did not kill them all immediately. In fact, she only needed to let the dragon wolf breathe fire to kill these rat-like creatures in seconds. Drawing out her long knife, Ashina slowly chased after the goblin. Field always found the right moment, swung his sword and swept over the fleeing goblins, chopping them into pieces. Soon, there was only one goblin left, and Ashina was following it from a distance. Creatures filled with fear are often unable to think, and they are more inclined to return to the safest place. After entering a forest, Field could tell from the small map that there was originally a gravel road here. 10 years ago, a large number of travelers and merchants would walk here, which was safe and efficient. However, after so many years of corruption, Field could not even see any traces of the past. However, a series of skeletons on the roadside made Field feel that he had found the right direction. A camp in the dense forest, filled with corrupted thorn bushes, the thorns that look like wriggling earthworms, is the best place this group of goblins can find to live. This group of goblins is called the Black Forest Tribe. The goblin leader likes this name very much. They are the descendants of the noble Orc Expeditionary Army. In order to attack the gateway of mankind, the Holy Griffin Empire, the Orc Emperor launched a vigorous expedition. It would be better if there was no failure. The despicable humans seemed to have communicated with the power of the devil, causing a death haze that killed all creatures in the entire northern border. Otherwise, he would have been in the warm and comfortable human city, playing the Kuin sport with the princess. Fortunately, the tenacious goblins adapted to the corruption and evolved into gray fog goblins. There is still a chance to break through the damn human walls and capture some humans for reproduction in the future, the goblin leader fantasized. The sound of hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts, and a khaki goblin stumbled in. "Boss, we found a human camp," the goblin said in a language that only they could understand. The goblin leader was delighted. "Beast God bless you. Where are they? I want." Before he could finish his words, the goblin leader's smile froze, because a giant wolf over 2 meters tall was already standing proudly in his sight. "Nima, shit, you're the one who brought the enemy here. There are more than 100 goblins in the camp, but their fighting power is not as good as the previous 30. Field glanced back and forth and had an idea in his mind. What do they eat? Rotten plants. Field was puzzled, but now was not the time to study nature. With a wave of his hand, Field said angrily, "Burn them all to ashes. They actually dared to attack my people. They must be tired of living. This is no longer an ordinary goblin and must be dealt with severely." Chapter 27. Eliminating Goblin Hidden Dangers. A large amount of steam immediately spewed out of the scales on the giant wolf's throat, and then the heat was like a dam opening, and the space around it became distorted. The scorching temperature instantly blasted into the goblin camp, and the surrounding rotten plants immediately dehydrated and died. The goblins were in an even worse situation. They were caught in the flames and twisted into a ball in pain. The rest of the goblins collapsed and ran around everywhere. Field recalled the scene when he was a child, pouring hot water on ants. The fire pillars shot back and forth across the camp, and the goblins that were set on fire howled in pain. Many more were directly hit and then burned into a pool of black ashes. The rest of the guys were unwilling to wait for death and despair and fought back with javelins and stones. Oh, the goblin leader, with 7 or 8 of his loyal followers, charged towards Field with spears in hand. Swoosh. The goblin in the front fell to the ground without a single grunt, his intestines and tattered organs flowing out of the huge wound in his abdomen, and the arrow that shot him dead sank into the boulder behind him, the tail of the arrow still trembling slightly. Ashina was too lazy to command the giant wolf to attack, so she drew her own arrow and shot at the goblin quickly. The charging goblins didn't even have time to consider whether to escape before they were all shot to death by silver streaks of light. Soon, all the goblins in the camp were killed, the ground was baked dry and cracked, and the ground was covered with gray ashes. These goblins have armor, they definitely didn't make it themselves. I think there are things around here that are worth exploring. Field remained focused. Unfortunately, the small map did not mark the supplies. He picked up a piece of rusted iron and said, "This seems to be something from the royal family. It's a pity that it's so rotten that no one wants it even if I collect scrap metal." The intricate and gorgeous chrysanthemum patterns on it vaguely reveal that it is a shoulder armor made by the royal family, and it is worn on the goblin's head as a helmet. Field flicked his fingers on it, and rust fell to the ground with a rustling sound. Well, what was I expecting? These armors have rusted into ashes and are worthless. Throwing away the garbage with disgust, Field continued to rummage around in the goblin camp. There is no such thing as antiques in this era. My lord, I think there are still nests of theirs nearby. It's strange that there are no cubs in the territory. Search carefully. Whether there are treasures or not is secondary. This group of goblins must be wiped out completely. Field looked serious. He didn't want to leave behind a group of monsters that hated him. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Ashina tilted his head. He felt that Field was particularly wary of goblins, who were obviously weak creatures. However, the Lord gave the order, and Ashina searched the surroundings carefully. Just as they predicted, after a careful search, they found that the goblin cub was hidden in a cave not far from the territory. Pulling aside the thorns that blocked the entrance to the cave, Field bent down and went in. The entrance was small, but after going in, he found that the space was spacious and filled with debris, especially a large pile of armor and weapons, but they were all rotten beyond recognition. The smell of rust and feces and urine filled the space with a pungent smell, but Field could already ignore it. Anyway, the smell of decay was not much better. Wow, wow, wow. There were a bunch of weasel-sized goblins huddled together all over the ground, at least 100 of them. If they hadn't been found, it would probably take them a month to recover. There were 2 deformed does imprisoned beside the goblins. Unsurprisingly, these 2 does were the goblins' biological mothers. Goblins have no females, so they can only reproduce with other creatures, and they reproduce very quickly. Huh? Is it a species that is immune to the death haze? Field's eyes lit up, and he went forward to check on the doe. However, when he saw a mouth and eyes on the doe's back, he was disappointed. It turns out to be a corrupted creature, just a non-aggressive type. Ashina covered her mouth and laughed. This kind of strange goblin is very rare. The death haze is not immune to it. This is true, otherwise the Empire would have recovered the vast northern provinces long ago. Something's wrong. These goblins can now reproduce on corrupted creatures. Field suddenly thought of this and took a breath. Corrupted creatures are everywhere. If the goblins catch a large number of female corrupted creatures, it will pose a great threat to the Night Territory. That's a problem. We need to be careful of the goblins from now on. Asina drew a long knife from her waist. The dragon wolf was too big to squeeze in, so they had to do it themselves. Let's do it together, quickly. Field picked up a rusty nail hammer from the ground, and like playing whack-a-mole, he smashed all the goblins into 2-dimensional forms. Then he hammered the 2 corrupted deer, sending them all to hell. After counting the spoils in the cave, Field found a cave full of tattered armor. Moving them was time-consuming and laborious, and they were useless, so they were thrown away. However, there was a locked iron and wooden box that attracted attention. Have you seen the key? Field looked around. Ashina winked playfully. Of course, my lord. She casually stretched out her slender hand and pulled off the iron lock on the box, along with the rotten moss attached to it. Okay, you're awesome. Field took a deep breath and opened the box slowly and cautiously, praying that there was no trigger bomb or treasure chest monster inside. Fortunately, the boring fantasy did not happen. The first thing that caught his eye was 2 flags. One was an old and faded griffin flag, and the other was a strange pattern of eyes and 6-pointed stars that Field did not recognize. It looked like the family flag of a noble family. Just like the flag of the Ross family, it was a rose composed of abstract symbols and lines. Field did not want to use that flag because it looked like a gay. Below the flag are vertical sealed, thin wooden cylinders. Carefully prying open the lid with a knife, Field could see that inside was a rolled-up piece of parchment. Ashina's eyes sparkled, and her wolf ears stood up. I feel like I found something interesting. Is it a long-forgotten royal secret? Or is it a treasure hidden by some noble? Field was also very curious. From the old griffin flag and royal armor, it was not difficult to tell that this was equipment left over from the royal army. The paper inside must have recorded something interesting. Carefully pouring out the parchment scroll, Field saw the flame pattern on the scroll and suddenly felt it was very familiar. Ashina only took a glance and narrowed her eyes in frustration. I feel the magic flowing. I think this is not a treasure map. Sure enough, after opening it, I found that it was covered with incomprehensible symbols. This is a magic scroll. No wonder it looks so familiar to me. My sister went to a wizard academy, and the magic scroll she brought home to show off was of this style. As he spoke, Field, who had been itching to do something, aimed at the corpse of the corrupted deer and tore open the scroll. Chapter 28 Magic Scroll. Huh. A large ball of flame burst out from the scroll and set the two bodies on fire. The flames made the rotting deer carcass sizzle. But that's all. The used scroll lost its magical luster and completely became a toilet paper. There were no cool special effects, nor the earth-shattering netherworld flames of the dragon wolf. Field felt like he was watching a fire-breathing acrobatic show, which was not even as exciting as a gas tank explosion. I seem to have wasted 10 gold coins. Field realized it belatedly and broke out in a sweat. Although the damage of magic scrolls is very low, the market price of a first-level magic scroll is about 15 gold coins, and an antique magic scroll is worth about 10 gold coins, which is not cheap at all. Ashina stuck out her delicate tongue and said with a smile, "How can it be a waste? We have learned about the power of the magic scroll. Just like you said, practice makes perfect. Besides, this is also the first time I have seen a magic scroll. It is very interesting. This little girl is very sensible and actually knows how to give herself a way out. I just mentioned it once, and you remembered it." Field was infected by her positive attitude and patted Ashina's head with a smile. There are 24 magic scrolls in the box. Excluding the ones used by Field, it is estimated that they can be sold for 230 gold coins, which is a very rich harvest. Picking up trash is quite interesting, Field thought to himself, and he could make a lot of money just by taking a walk. Due to the special environment of the North, there are very few adventurers who dare to go deep into here, so there are many good things left. When they returned to the territory, everyone breathed a sigh of relief to see Field return safely. After all, if something happened to the Lord, they would be killed by the death fog that day. Besides, Lord Field was a very good person. The slaves thought. They hoped that Lord Field would always be their lord and let them eat half full, which would be a fairy-like life. It's a goblin's head," exclaimed the more experienced Freeman Dogpaw. "I've seen these dirty little creatures in big cities. They can even breed with sows and give birth to a bunch of little goblins. Yes, these monsters are the ones that attacked our territory." Field threw the goblin's head to the ground and wiped his hands with a handkerchief. "We have avenged the dead. I hope they can return to the goddess's arms. Long live His Excellency." "Thank you, Lord." The slaves were filled with gratitude. It felt so good to have their right to life respected. They didn't have to worry about being killed by hateful monsters at night. Although Field was not motivated by human rights, he just wanted to eliminate threats so that the slaves could work well. However, this did not prevent the slaves from being grateful. Generally, the lords did not care about the lives of slaves at all. They only considered whether to eat apple soup or cherry soup in the evening. "Let's go home and have some rest." Field was also tired. After solving the goblin problem, Field clapped his hands and thought of another important thing. That was the poor performance of the guards during the goblin attack. The guards on patrol hid somewhere and slept, while the rest of the guards who were resting were not concerned. If the male servant Wagwan had not woken up a few guards, the entire territory would have been slaughtered, and these guards would not have appeared. If I don't strengthen the territory's military strength, I won't even be able to sleep peacefully. If Ashina alone were to rely on her, she would definitely not be able to take care of the entire territory. After Field finished his plan, he wrote it down in words that only he could understand, and then lay down on the bed. The dilapidated floors and windows of the winery immediately made a creaking sound, and from time to time an unpleasant wind blew in from the cracks between the bricks. "We have to repair the house as soon as possible." Field covered his ears in despair and buried his head in the quilt. Only the quilt retained the scent of civilized society. The next day, after the tortured Field finished eating bread with blueberry jam, he gathered all the soldiers, including the subhuman cavalry, who could not ride horses. "Stand up straight," Field shouted in a stern voice. The guards knew that they had performed badly last night and shrank their necks in fear. Some were even frightened to the point of peeing, thinking they were facing hanging. However, they dared not say a word and kept stealing glances at Field's face from time to time, hoping to see some clues. Field had intended to drag out the idiots who had neglected their duties and give them 30 lashes in front of everyone. But when he saw that many of them were pale and thin, with their ribs visible, and even staggered and about to fall just by wearing armor, Field gave up his unrealistic idea. Instead of 30 lashes, just 10 would be enough to whip them back into their mother's womb. Even if they didn't die, they would be paralyzed for several months. To save them, you would have to spend precious potions, and you would still be the one who suffered the loss. The most important thing is that if we kill them, there will be even fewer suitable soldiers among the remaining slaves. Field rubbed his brow and comforted himself that the guards had 2 fist-sized pieces of black bran bread a day, no salary, no freedom, and no wives. If he asked himself, from their perspective, Field himself would not be willing to work hard. The guards who patrolled last night ran 6 laps around the territory, and those who did not come out to assemble ran 3 laps. This is the punishment. Don't try to cheat or slip up. The guards breathed a sigh of relief, and many of them even laughed. Although I don't understand why the Lord is so keen on running. Running is much more comfortable than being whipped by a whip that can plow a bloody wound. I love running. A guard smiled and dropped his weapon and took off his armor. Wait, put on your leather armor before running. In addition, everyone must carry a weapon, Field emphasized. Before they could show their despair, Field added in a devilish and bewitching tone. If we can finish before noon, everyone can get a piece of bacon. Nutritional supplements are necessary. Bacon? Oh my God, what did I hear? Is today a festival? Our beloved Lord. The previous complaints in their stomachs instantly entered their intestines and turned into farts. The guards quickly changed into leather armor, picked up their weapons, and began to run like crazy. The scene was very lively, attracting the attention of the slaves who were dealing with the corrupted farmland around them. The remaining dozen people looked at each other, their mouths watering at the thought of the bacon. Finally, Bobcat mustered up the courage and asked carefully, "What about us?" "Sir, we can run, too." Field glanced around and found that those who remained were the elite among the guards, many of whom had killed more than 10 whites. Field raised his eyebrows and said, "You don't have to run. You were the few who came out to assemble last night. You deserve the bacon. I have a new training program for you, called Standing at Attention. If you do well, you will be rewarded with an extra egg." Gudon. When the egg was heard, there was another swallowing sound. Chapter 29 Military Training. Last time Field gave them eggs, many of them greedily swallowed them whole, without even chewing them, and choked and rolled their eyes. The lack of food made them crave protein, and many of them dreamed about the taste of eggs. They originally thought that the benefit would never happen again, and they really didn't expect that the long-awaited eggs would come so soon. It's very simple, just follow my lead. Field demonstrated the military postures used by Chinese students during military training, and then patiently corrected their mistakes one by one. Field has high expectations for these best guards. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be needed to build the framework of the future army. After doing all this, Field asked the butler to bring a chair and took out an hourglass to measure time. Hold on for half an hour and the eggs will be yours. Field showed a devilish smile. His butt out awkwardly, trying his best to stand straight, with his hands pressed roughly to the outside of his hips and his feet spread apart at a certain angle. This might be a burlesque show that the nobles like. Kiechue heard that the nobles loved to watch clown performances. He had never seen a clown, but he guessed that it would be someone like him. Kiechue muttered to himself, "But for the eggs, it's all worth it. Is there any job more tiring than moving bricks or mining?" Soon, Kiechue experienced the horror of standing at attention. The farmland of Night Territory, after being purified by purification potions and Field's Lord ability, has not yet fully recovered. It is soft and rotten as if it had just rained, and Iron Hammer feels unable to stand. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was not the land that was the problem, but the people standing there were shaking, their legs shaking like noodles. Feeling the heaviness all over their bodies, the guards realized that standing was not an easy task, and the numbness and aches were as painful as carrying heavy objects for a day. Kiechue was sweating profusely and gritted his teeth to silently encourage himself. For the eggs. Several guards were silently repeating this, gritting their teeth and persevering even though their bodies were shaking. Field's mouth corners rose unconsciously, and he glanced at the hourglass. Sure enough, the motivation brought by material things is very powerful. After leisurely drinking a cup of black tea, Field announced a break. Everyone felt relieved, and collapsed like mud. My lord, this is a genius move. This is how they should be treated. After counting the wine cellar, the butler Cao came to report with a paper with wet ink. Seeing Field torturing the guards, he thought Field had understood the key to nobility, not treating people as human beings. Ka was immediately relieved. Hey, you also understand the power of discipline? Field was surprised, and even his sitting posture became serious. The meaning behind standing at attention was not something that medieval people could easily understand. He did not expect that his butler had such an avant-garde vision. Ka touched his nose in confusion. Discipline? I mean, when dealing with slaves, we should torture them in different ways so that they will obey. Oh, that's all right. Field was disappointed. He lazily lay back on the chair with a wicked smile. This is not torture, it's training. They performed very well. I decided to give them eggs at noon. Eggs? Give them to slaves again. Ka was stunned as if struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze, opening and closing his mouth again, and almost fainted. My lord, this is the second time you have done such a ridiculous thing. Slaves should be whipped, not eggs. Ka could barely praise the creativity of stuffing the shiny gold coins into the treasure cave of the old and ugly witch, but he felt heartbroken when he saw the slaves were treated to eggs. Cao dared to swear that Field's action was absolutely bizarre and explosive in the entire empire. Even the most naughty playboy in the imperial capital would not do such a creative way to squander money. Seeing the butler pulling at his collar to breathe, Field felt amused and consoled him. This is a cursed land. We can't follow the rules like in ordinary areas. All the rules here are brand new. I believe you will get used to them. By the way, how is the wine statistics? That's what I came here for. Talking about business, the butler handed the results to Field and reported excitedly. According to the standard sherry barrels, there are 3 barrels of barley wine, 7 barrels of mead, 7 barrels of olive wine, 24 barrels of black pearl wine, and we also found a precious carbonated wine, that is, champagne, only 1 barrel. The first 3 are common drinks, and the valuable one is still wine. It's much better than I expected, great. Field stood up and paced back and forth. His excited heart made him unable to sit still. He laughed heartily. The most important thing now is to turn them all into cash. Only when they are turned into glittering gold coins, I will feel at ease. If a monster sneaks in and causes damage, all the gold coins will be gone. Cow, you must mobilize some slaves to load the carts with rations for 40 people for 10 days. Oh, and there is also horse feed. You are responsible for checking for any gaps. I will personally go to Maple Leaf City to visit the local nobles and find a market for the wine. Isn't this too risky? Death fog is no joke. It's hard for us to have the same luck as last time. If we encounter a large wave of zombies, accidents are likely to happen. My lord, can we just let the chosen one lead the team? Cal questioned. He looked around quietly and was relieved to make sure that Ashina was not there. He didn't like that terrible demi-human at all. Besides, we have only been in Night's Edge for a few days. We all need your leadership. Field sighed helplessly. It would be dangerous if he didn't go. If Ashina died, Field would not be able to defend the winery. Without a small map, Ashina would definitely run into a large group of zombies, not just 1 or 2. Field himself knew how dangerous the northern province was. They were like playing in a sea of rotten corpses. If they were not careful, they would be doomed. This is an order, just follow it carefully. Field waved his hand and turned his face away, too lazy to explain. Cao was one of the only 2 people in the territory who could read, but that didn't mean he was a talent for internal affairs. If the chosen one was allowed to trade, wouldn't it tell everyone in the empire that Field, an unpopular, helpless, isolated little baron, had a precious chosen one? No matter what, Field cannot lose Ashina, nor can he expose Ashina to outsiders. Hey, what are they doing? Field noticed that 2 female slaves were talking in low voices and walked towards the outskirts of the territory. Maybe it's a woman's little secret, or maybe it's gossip, or there's a conspiracy. The possibility of a conspiracy is not high. Without fog lights, one can only escape if he awakens directly as God's chosen one. He was probably going there to slack off, something Field was very experienced at. Chapter 30, New Decree, Go to High Castle Province. They are of different races. Demi-humans and humans can indeed become friends. Field nodded with satisfaction. He wondered if he could use them as typical propaganda, so he followed them quietly. The next moment, Field regretted doing something stupid. The 2 women squatted together, their legs forming an M shape, revealing their dirty buttocks covered in mud, and began to reply unscrupulously. Field's pupils trembled. He couldn't believe what he saw and exclaimed, "Fuck, my eyes. They actually urinated and defecated on the road. Is there any law against this? Is this strange?" Cao touched his nose without even frowning. He was used to it. The lower class of untouchables are just so dirty. The housekeeper was not surprised. This was the case everywhere in the Holy Griffin Empire and even the entire continent. The roads, streets, and even the corridors were filled with excrement. Flies were buzzing around, and rats were swimming around. Even the maid who served Field would secretly urinate and defecate in the corner of the house because it was dark and scary outside. Cal thought secretly, maybe the Lord just likes to peek, but he is embarrassed to say it in front of him. Moreover, before Field went to the night territory, the first thing he did was to buy a toy. Although that toy became the chosen one, Cal firmly believed that it was just luck. After all, what noble is not perverted? I was so busy dealing with territory affairs that I forgot about this. Field pressed his temples, trying to lower his blood pressure. He suddenly remembered that the Middle Ages was an era of chaotic sanitary conditions, which even caused a large-scale Black Death. He had always relied on horses for travel, and the tall horses made him fail to notice the feces in the territory. Field wiped the sweat from his forehead. As a modern man, he would never allow the chaos of the Middle Ages to appear in his territory. Unhygienic and unsanitary conditions breed viruses and cause diseases like the Black Death. The housekeeper couldn't understand. What is feces and, virus? Cal, I am going to promulgate an important law now. From now on, no one is allowed to defecate or urinate in public places at will. They need to push their excrement into a special pit. Field shook his index finger, then put his hand behind his back and said, "First, you should let everyone remember this law. If anyone violates it in the future, they will be warned the first 3 times, and then they will be fined. 1 copper coin for slaves and 3 for free people." A fine. Ka's eyes immediately lit up. You are truly an economic genius. Field frowned. It's just a fine. What does it have to do with the economy? Many lords have already imposed breathing tax and blinking tax, but the excretion tax, the excretion fine, is the first of its kind. It's really a genius idea. If it can be implemented, it will bring in a lot of income every day. The butler was extremely happy. He still couldn't get over Field's waste of eggs. But when he saw that Field's talent for extortion was as good as his talent for wasting money, Cal immediately felt relieved. It seemed that the finances of the Night Territory could last for a long time. This is what a noble should do. Ka bowed respectfully. You are the epitome of a noble. Field waved his hand speechlessly. Go and do it. Field then continued training the guards. It was not until noon when Ashina returned to the territory that Field let go of the guards who were wailing for mercy and allowed the guards to go eat. Field then summoned Ashina, who had just returned. How was it? Did the trip to the barn go smoothly this time? Field opened the mini-map and found that all the skull symbols at the barn location had been erased, making it look extremely clean. Ashina playfully stuck out her tongue, stretched out her waist lazily, blinked her eyes, and said playfully, "Thanks to you, the clearance of the rotten corpses went very smoothly. The only pity is that there is nothing valuable in the barn. The mountain of wheat has been completely rotten, and even most of the barn has collapsed." Ashina took out a bag containing a sample of wheat from the barn. This is to be expected. Go and get some rest. After several battles, Field realized that letting ordinary soldiers act together with Ashina would only make things more difficult for Ashina. Therefore, Field planned to split his troops into 2 groups. With her strong combat power and mobility, Ashina would frequently attack and clear the zombies gathered around. The guards would focus on training for the time being and spend the rest of their time clearing the remaining small waves of zombies. Field himself was responsible for supervising the training of the soldiers, as well as rubbing Ashina's legs, tail, and ears when he had nothing to do. Everyone has a clear division of labor, and everyone has a bright future. In this way, Field spent a week in the Night Territory. The territory extended 5,000 square meters to the woods in the east, which was less than the size of a football field, but it was a good result. It was difficult to expand the actual control area. The fog lamps had to be used to dispel the local fog first, and then the guards would eliminate the corpses. Then the slaves would remove all traces of corruption, such as vegetation and small animals. After doing all this, Field's lord ability could permanently protect the land and ensure that no new corrupt creatures would invade. Field has already summed up the rules. Hey, idiot. Be careful when you lift the barrel. If you keep being so impetuous, I will kiss your ass hard with my boot. Then I will put your head in the sow's feces. The housekeeper's angry roar came from downstairs. It's time to go to the High Castle province. Field put down the quill in his hand and stretched. The maid's scissors beside him immediately handed him a coat. The Night Territory has no food source, and the food in the territory is consumed very quickly. If one wants to get food from farmland, it will probably take a long time, so food needs to be imported through trade. Coming downstairs, Field met the leader of the guards, Bobcat. He and the guards stood straight. Although they still looked crooked and the formation was bad, Field was very satisfied with it. The extra meals every day were not wasted. At least the guards were not so thin anymore. Sir, we want to be your shield, Link shouted. He was full of respect for Field, the benevolent lord. Take us with you. Haha, you have always been my shield, but now I need you to protect the territory. Field patted his shoulder. He only brought 3 people, including Tietue, as guards on this trip. However, Field would bring all of Ashina and her plundering cavalry. With 1 chosen one and 20 cavalrymen, it was already a very good guard force. After giving detailed instructions on defense, Field turned and left. Your Excellency is a true noble, a benevolent lord with a brave spirit. Mountain Cat sighed. Ordinary lords would not venture into the death fog many times. Chapter 31 The Perverted Lord, the Butler's Imagination. Yes, I am proud of my ability to protect the lord and his property. The guard beside him nodded in agreement. But the butler cow was worried and prayed silently. The male servant Wagwan comforted him. Don't worry, Lady Ashina is very powerful, and the winter goddess will protect the lord. Cow rolled his eyes in annoyance. What do you know? I am worried about what will happen after you arrive in Maple Leaf City. You should know that Maple Leaf City also has the chosen one. But we are not going to fight, but to trade. We shouldn't fight, right? The clay pot was frightened by Cow, and his voice became much lower. Besides, with your charisma, I believe there will be no problem. Field's performance over the past few days has made the servants obedient. So you are just a male servant, Wagwan. You have a lot to learn. The butler showed off with a smug smile. The official belief of Maple Leaf City is the god of love and joy. Their chosen one, the stunning dancer, was promoted from the land of brothels. Countless nobles have been fascinated by her and are willing to offer all their wealth and body fluids. There is such a thing. Wagwan was confused and blushed just thinking about it. Otherwise, do you think that Maple Leaf City, a remote border city, can be so prosperous, with several magic potion formulas and irreplaceable business status? Could it be that it relies on the personal ability of Baron Maple Leaf? Let me tell you, last time our lord went to watch a female slave go to the toilet. That was too perverted. If the local lord let the dancer use her magic power on Lord Field, with Lord Field's self-control, he would definitely. Cough cough. I won't say more. In Cow's opinion, Field was going there just to hunt beauties, and he might even be so engrossed in the pleasure that he would not want to leave. The clay jar was silent and could only pray silently, hoping that the beloved lord would not be corrupted by evil. Wait, did I say too much again? Cow suddenly felt something was wrong. If the lord or Asina knew what he said, he would be immediately changed from a butler to a groom. No, it might be even worse. Looking at the harmless expression of the clay pot, Cow was sweating profusely and began to worry that the clay pot would tell on him. Field actually didn't want to go to the farther Maple Leaf territory to trade, but the Bull Baron's stupid son was probably still keeping the fortress gates closed, and he had also plundered the Bull territory, so Field didn't want to take a chance. The Baron of Maple Leaf City is a wealthy man who makes a fortune by making potions from the magical plants in his territory. Field believes that the Black Pearl wine will sell for a very good price. Sir, do you really have to go in person? Asina saw Field preparing and wiping the shining sword again and sighed helplessly. This lord was a hands-on lord who had to go to the High Castle province in person. In fact, just leave it to me. The journey is too dangerous, and I will protect your property with my life to ensure that no accidents happen. That's what I'm worried about. Who asked you to risk your life to protect the gold coins? Gold coins ca ent by the chosen one. Field patted Ashina's head, causing a peach-colored blush on her face. Field patiently explained, also, I need to visit Baron Maple Leaf in person. From now on, the products of Night Territory need to be digested by that wealthy nobleman. There is a reason that Field didn't say, which is that he can detect monsters around him. Without Field, the caravan would encounter tides of zombies again and again. Field lit the fog lights, hung them on the carriage, and the caravan set off. The war horses' hooves tapped on the road, and they were accompanied by Ashina, the marauding cavalry, 3 guards, 20 slaves responsible for carrying the goods, and the maid Scissors, who was responsible for taking care of Field's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. After leaving the Starry Night Winery, everyone felt as if they had entered hell. There were twisted plants and ghostly shadows everywhere, and it seemed as if a demon would fly out at any time. The slaves looked around in fear. Although they were responsible for carrying the goods, Field still equipped them with spears for self-defense. This road is really broken. Field was very disgusted with the rotten road surface with small tentacles. They would slow down the movement of the carriage. We have to repair the road when we have a chance. It would be best if we could open up a trade route and build a cement road that connects Night Territory directly to Maple Leaf Territory. Before he could even exclaim twice, a large number of Red Skull symbols began to approach rapidly. Be careful, they're coming. Field took a deep breath. Ashina's giant wolf roared, rushed forward quickly, and swung its spear down fiercely, which immediately brought about a rain of blood and strange screams. The rotten corpses crawled to the ground like wheat being cut, and red and white human body fragments splattered all over the ground. Then the dragon wolf shook its head, and a dark blue flame swept out, evaporating a large area of rotten corpse. The rest of the cavalry quickly drew their swords and held their guns, trying their best to raise their weapons and charge at the zombies. Although they had only been trained for a short time, the demi-humans were natural cavalrymen and quickly mastered the essence of riding horses. For Lord Field, impact! The cavalrymen crushed forward. On Field's small map, the red mark disappeared rapidly, and at the same time, more red dots began to gather around. Come on, come on! Field was full of fighting spirit and drew out his sword with a clang. Maple Leaf Fortress is also one of the border fortresses of the Empire. It has extremely strong defense. It not only has crossbows and catapults, but also is equipped with a large number of wizard towers. From a distance, it looks like floating magic crystals are everywhere. When everyone crossed the gate of Maple Leaf Baron's border fortress, the view in front of them suddenly became clear. There was no longer endless gray fog, but a bright world. Oh my God, those knights actually came out of the gray fog. The soldier with a local accent pointed at the cavalrymen in black robes. Even the horses were wrapped in black robes, which looked extremely terrifying. This is too rare. They must be adventurers or the Empire's Survey Corps. Look at them. They are covered in the dirty blood of corrupted creatures. Close the door in time to prevent the monsters in the gray fog from following you in. The officer cleared his throat and said, "Welcome to Maple Leaf Territory. I wish you a happy shopping." Thank you. Field didn't expect to get in so smoothly. He had prepared a bag of gold coins as a bribe, but it was not used. Field breathed a sigh of relief. How I thought I would be harassed. Numero was 10 barrels of black pearl wine and a box of magic scrolls. These scrolls were so old that Field was worried that if he didn't sell them, they would only be used to clean up his mess after a while. If the trade route can be opened, I won't have to make the trip myself. Along the way, Field avoided countless large-scale zombie hordes and annihilated several small zombie hordes. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to reach the High Castle province smoothly. It cost almost nothing, with only half a truckload of grain overturned in the pit. Chapter 32. A place of luxurious corruption, Simon Maple's special hospitality. Of course, it was also thanks to Ashina's bloody battle. She was so exhausted at the moment that she curled up in the carriage wrapped in a black robe and took a nap. The dragon wolf was also taken back, and now she only served as a maid. The demi-humans were too conspicuous. In the Holy Griffin Empire, all the demi-humans that could be seen were slaves. In order not to attract attention, Field decisively made them wear burqas to hide their identities. One day's walk west from Maple Leaf Fortress is Maple Leaf City, a beautiful city built on the mountain. Here, too, are the flowers on the rotten branches of the Empire. Before entering Maple Leaf City, Field felt the luxury of Maple Leaf City. The ridiculous city wall was only 3 meters high, but it was covered with flowers and silk banners, and there were almost no guards on the wall. A few guards gathered together, guzzling wine and glancing at passers-by with greedy and playful eyes. However, the Mage Tower and Adventurers Guild in the distance are particularly eye-catching. There were caravans and travelers everywhere. Before entering the city, there were vendors carrying packages and selling alcohol, tobacco, and snacks. Maple Leaf City doesn't have much defensive power, but it is a top-notch den of money. The whole empire knows that Maple Leaf City is a crying coon girl. No matter how you use sweet words, academics or magic, glittering gold coins, merchants or nobles, or direct attacks, or means, there is not much defense anyway, so you can do whatever you want. There are brothels, gambling competitions, delicious food, and fine wine. The only ones who are not welcome are those with empty pockets. The large number of homeless people squatting at the city gate illustrate this point well. Many of the homeless people are even impoverished landless nobles who lost everything here and were thrown out. It's too prosperous. After holding it in for a long time, Titchway barely found one from his dry vocabulary. Indeed, but the Night Territory in the future will be more prosperous than this place. Field was full of confidence. After all, he had seen big cities in his previous life. To him, Maple Leaf City was at most a special scenic spot for the brave ones. After handing over his ID and entry fee, Field entered the city easily. Hi, sweethearts, you must have had a hard journey. I am a considerate and gentle big sister. For just 10 silver coins, I will be your dessert today. I knock. The soldiers were stunned, their mouths watering and their faces flushed. It's outrageous. No wonder Maple Leaf City is so famous. Not to mention his subordinates. This was the first time Field had seen such a scene in his entire life. This is right at the city gate. It is obvious that the person in front of us is an excellent software hardening engineer with solid professional skills. Field was also feeling hot all over. He had heard that Maple Leaf City was corrupt, but he didn't expect that things would become so chaotic right after he entered the city gate. It was indeed a place favored by the god of love. No need. After Field was satisfied with the look, he shook his hand. My lord, this place is full of demons. I would rather face the disgusting corrupt creatures. The maid Jinzi blushed and didn't know where to put her hands. Ashina also got out of the carriage, glanced at Field with disdain, and said resentfully, Sir, do you want to go and have fun first? We can wait for you to finish. Don't doubt me like that. I'm not a casual person. Patting Tietchue's shoulder, the guy was already eager to make a move, drooling and looking around. Field joked, Taichi, your name is wrong. Maybe you should change it to Taigon. Tietchue scratched his head in embarrassment. My lord, I want to spend some money. I want to polish my spear. How much money have you saved? In Nightfall, slaves can have private property, which is a special permission granted by Field. But they can only save money, not spend it, and there is no place to spend it. Nightfall does not even have a tavern. Among them, the guards save money especially fast. Killing a rotten corpse can earn 1 silver coin. Outside the north, this treatment is enough to make people fight for it. 47 silver coins. Tietchue replied proudly. Save it for now. This won't be your last visit to Maple Leaf City. Wait until you become free citizens, then come here to enjoy yourself. Field would rather use the goal to keep them hanging, so that they will work harder to create value instead of wasting time on software hardening. Ashina, you and the cavalry buy some delicious food to fill your stomach, and then go to the post station outside to rest. I'm going to visit the nobles here. Maple Leaf Manor is one of the few aristocratic manors in the empire that is built in the downtown area of the city. Baron Maple Leaf, also known as Simon Maple Leaf, is a man who likes to be lively and is not afraid of people shouting loudly or assassinating him. After handing over the business card, Field waited for a while at the gate of the manor. Handsome Baron Field, I am the maid of Maple Leaf Manor. I have been ordered to take you into the manor. Please use the side door for your caravan. A charming woman who was almost wearing a silk swimsuit bowed deeply to Field. With a bow, she almost showed all the beauty she could show. Only people of noble blood can use the front door. Please understand. Field rubbed his temples and kept inhaling cool air to soothe himself. Baron Simon really didn't shy away from showing his hobbies. Please lead the way. Entering the manor, the maid twisted her waist and led Field through twists and turns and entered a building decorated like a palace. Cough, cough. As soon as he entered, Field was choked twice. The pervasive vapor and smoke made Field almost think that he had returned to the northern province, and he almost took out the fog lights. Hee, don't touch there. Come chase me. If you catch me, I will let you hee. 7 or 8 women were laughing and playing in the hot spring pool. Field took a glance, and his blood pressure suddenly rose. It wasn't that he had any evil thoughts, but it would be bad if he bumped into Baron Maple Leaf's wife. Field turned his head and wanted to go out, but he heard a heavy but slightly funny voice. Hey, Baron Field, you don't have to be shy. These are the maids to entertain you. Enjoy them as you like. Holy shit, this guy is so good. But Field was not worried. If he really had an affair with the maid and had a child, and Baron Simon sent someone to assassinate him, the inheritance right would belong to the child in the maid's belly according to imperial law. The properties of Night Territory and Field Territory were jointly ruled by Maple Leaf Territory. The maid leading the way smiled wickedly, squatted down, and undressed Field. After Field awkwardly broke free, he straightened his robe, fixed his collar, and said seriously, Thank you for your kindness, Baron Simon, but I came here to visit you and discuss another business. Field certainly knew the name of the stunning dancer, and he didn't want to be bewitched and become obsessed with her, only to be squeezed dry of all his value and end up living on the streets. Even though the maids were still flirting, Field was used to seeing the stunningly beautiful chosen ones and had no interest in mediocre women. Chapter 33 Wine Shot, Field's Fairy Tale. Your father was a brave and fearless nobleman, the chosen one of the bloody rose of the Ross family, and he left a legendary story in the empire. Simon said politely. In fact, the two had no intersection at all, and the old earl's first chosen one had died in the war with the elves. Simon said loudly, I admire his bravery very much and hope to meet him one day. Simon was a short and fat man with a very white complexion, his face covered with freckles and tumors. He was lying in the arms of two naked maids. After he finished speaking, he sucked the cherries from the maids' hands with his pouting lips, chewed them leisurely, and then with a thump sound, he spit the fruit core along with his saliva onto the maid's snow-white skin. The maid did not show any displeasure, but instead kept giggling. It was really decadent, and Field was not surprised, as many nobles were like this. After all, from childhood to adulthood, they could get whatever they wanted, and the threshold of pleasure was raised very high. If they wanted to be happy, they had to be more stimulating to get it. As long as Field doesn't get in trouble, he doesn't care. At Simon's gesture, Field sat down on the chair and said politely, "You are the most capable nobleman I have ever seen in managing a territory. The prosperity of Maple Leaf City is unprecedented in my history." Haha, I like your honesty. The two men upheld the spirit of nobility and exchanged courtesies for a long time. Honestly, Field, you have inherited the bravery and wisdom of your family. There are not many people who can enter the cursed land and come out safely. Simon sat up with great effort and waved his hand to signal the maids to leave, which meant the chat was over. He stood up and said, "Let's go to the reception room to talk. Since you despise these vulgar women, forget it. Maybe you will like elves or mermaids. Hee hee, it's a pity that I don't have any on hand for the time being." The previous batch was made into dishes and bought by other nobles. Field felt sick, but still said expressionlessly, "There are even mermaids?" "Of course. Next time I'll take you to an interesting underground party and guarantee that all your quirks will be satisfied." Simon raised his eyebrows with a wicked smile. "Haha, then I have hope. You are worthy of being the Maple Leaf Baron." Field laughed heartily. He had no interest in underground banquets, but as a seller, he naturally had to flatter. Then, Field sighed with a thankful tone. "I was able to walk out of the night territory, thanks to my soldiers and the goddess's blessing. I am also surprised that I can come out alive. It seems that luck is on my side for the time being." Simon clapped his hands and exclaimed, "I just like dealing with lucky people." Arriving at the luxuriously decorated reception room, Field's goods had been inspected and delivered to the manor. From the reception room, one could see the sherry barrels outside the door. "What are these?" "Iron hammer. Take out the monster and show it to Baron Simon." Field was not in a hurry to sell the goods. Instead, he asked the guards to deliver a skull. This was the skull of a mutated rat from the winery. The head alone was as big as a young man's body, with horns and sharp teeth. It seemed like a demon in the area, with a hideous sneer in its face. "This is the first extraordinary monster I encountered in the night territory, a corrupted giant rat demon. Its hair burned with purple demonic flames. Its claws could easily break through thick scales, and when it opened its mouth, it would cause the screams of evil spirits. My vanguard troops were burned by its demonic flames in just one encounter. Damn it. Those were all knights carefully trained by the Ross family, but in the end they turned into a pile of charcoal." Hiss. Simon sucked in a breath of cold air and rubbed his chin. Maple Leaf Fortress has never encountered an attack from the rat demons. They look really dangerous. The nobles do not care about facts, but pay more attention to appearance and prestige. Field raised the skull, showing a lingering fear, and made up a fairy tale, saying, "This monster went in and out of my team 7 times. No one could resist its claws. There was no way to counter it. Can you understand the despair? I can only pray for a miracle." Simon nodded. "It's like the despair of running out of honey and having no stock left. At the critical moment of life and death, it was the goddess who responded to me. A lightning bolt carrying the power of heaven struck the head of this damned beast. Only then did my knights find an opportunity to kill it. Thank goddess." Simon was stunned. He made a prayer gesture to the god of love on his chest and said with lingering fear, "The northern province is synonymous with hell. The church and the royal family have conquered it many times, but to no avail. The fact that you can come back alive from there is itself a miracle. Yes, but for the peace of the empire and the precious treasures, I am happy to take the risk." Field shrugged and pulled his collar to cool down. "Especially precious treasures, such as the Black Pearl wine, a rare wine that has been extinct for 10 years. This greedy rat demon is also a smart demon who knows the value of the wine and guards it closely." "Oh my God, what did I hear? Black Pearl wine. The wine used for royal banquets 10 years ago." Simon's eyes lit up. "Let me see those rare wines. I can't wait." The nobles had no resistance to precious things. Although it was not difficult for Field to obtain the wine, after the difficulty was increased verbally, the price of the wine went up a level and became much more luxurious. After prying open the lid of the barrel, the mellow aroma of wine filled the room. Simon couldn't wait to taste it, And then he showed an intoxicated expression. This is the taste, you know? My father collected a bottle and only let me drink a glass on my birthday last year. It has a velvety and smooth taste. I bet my father will be jealous of me. Field smiled and said, of course, noble beauties need to rely on noble nobles, and noble wines need noble people to taste them. Even modern people prefer to buy products with a story when shopping, such as the simplest one. My family, I have a benefit for you. The goods originally cost 900 million yuan, but I forced the boss to give me a discount with a knife. Now it only costs 9 yuan. Why don't you rush to buy it? I feel like I've found a confidant. I'll buy these precious wines. Simon admitted without hesitation, then called the servant to whisper a few words. Wait a moment, Baron Field. I need to discuss the price with the consultant. This is not a small business. Please. After discussing for a while, Simon offered a price of 500 gold coins per barrel. It happened to be the startup capital that Field went to Nightfall to collect. A standard sherry barrel is about 500 liters. 1 liter is equal to 2.1134 pints, and a glass of wine is 1 pint. The wine that nobles drink usually costs 25 copper coins a glass. Therefore, the price of a whole barrel of ordinary wine is about 26 gold coins and 41 silver coins. Chapter 34 Maple Leaf City's Sinful Treasure. If it is an auction price, the out-of-print Black Pearl wine can increase 20 times, generally fluctuating around 550 gold coins. However, the auction house will take a 10% commission, and you must also pay a portion of the commodity tax to the nobles, so the maximum you can get through the auction house is 400 gold coins. Field was sold in packages, and since it was sold directly to nobles, no taxes had to be paid. The price of 500 gold coins is already extremely generous. Friend, can I buy the skull of that rat monster? 20 gold coins. I hope to hang this heroic trophy in my collection room. Of course. Field pretended to be in pain and tried to hold back his laughter. His story obviously touched him. In fact, this rat monster lasted less than 3 minutes in front of Ashina, and it was of no value to him. Field gave a thumbs up and said, a noble status requires an excellent collection to complement it. I think it also carries the power of a miracle. After a trip on the trade route, I earned 5,020 gold coins, a harvest that can only be described as horrific. But Field didn't foolishly take all the gold coins. Instead, he paid 30 gold coins and deposited 3,000 gold coins in the big vault opened by the Maple Leaf City royal family. On the one hand, it showed his sincerity in cooperating with Maple Leaf City, and on the other hand, it prevented him from being robbed by robbers when he went out. Field knew very well that although Simon looked generous now, he might be feeling distressed secretly and might be planning to take the money back. Maple Leaf City makes money, Maple Leaf City spends money, and I want to take it home once I part. Baron Field, I'm glad to do business with you. The maid has made the bed and prepared hot water of suitable temperature. It's time to release the man's nature. Of course, not those low-class maids. As Field expected, Simon, who spent a large sum of gold coins, could no longer hold back. He shook the fat on his belly and affectionately took Field's hand. I bet you have never touched the high and mighty chosen one of God. Well, Field muttered to himself, this is my chosen one. I can stroke him as I please. He is so adorable. Ahem. I indeed haven't touched them. God's chosen ones are precious treasures, and there are too few of them. Field pretended to cooperate. Simon said generously, hee, there is a rare treasure in Maple Leaf territory. Come here, and I will let you play with it. You have definitely never seen such a beautiful treasure. The rare treasure of the kingdom of women is the king of women. Oh my God, Maple Leaf City's rare treasure can't be your dancer, who can be labeled Jung by both the coachman and the horse. Field's mouth twitched. As expected, after spending 5,000 gold coins, Simon was eager to get the gold coins back. Ahem, maybe next time. Field wiped the sweat off his forehead awkwardly and changed the subject. Baron Simon, are there any giant wolves for sale in Maple Leaf City? I need to buy a large batch of giant wolves. Simon dragged Field upstairs while answering. Giant wolf? Those rare creatures only appear in the nomadic Khanate, and they are hard to find. Field's physical fitness was much better than Simon's. The sickly noble in front of him had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Field pulled a few times and finally broke free. He stepped back and coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. The northern provinces are full of rotten plants, wriggling tentacles and pieces of meat. Horses' hooves can easily get stuck. I need a group of mounts that are more adaptable to complex terrains. Besides, giant wolves are cool. They will become a symbol of my bravery. Knowing that Field could not be kept, Simon had to shake off the fat on his belly. I will ask the caravan to be careful of the giant wolf. No one will refuse gold coins. Even if it's a cub, I can accept it. I promise to pay a price that will satisfy you. When Simon really buys it back, who else will buy it in large quantities except me? Field thought, and I will still bargain then. Field's Lord skill allows him to appoint 50 first-level wolf cavalrymen at once, but this requires giant wolves, as they will be a powerful helper to Field. In addition, the genes of the dragon wolf must also be preserved, which is an invaluable treasure. Just like the royal griffin, it also originated from the sacred griffin of the founding emperor. The treasures that the chosen ones can leave behind are not just artifacts. They can also include animals, technology, or magical fighting spirit, all of which can be used. I'm going back to the north to continue exploring. I feel that treasure and glory are beckoning to me. Field said a simple goodbye and turned away. Shortly after Field left, Simon showed a painful expression and walked towards the guest room while groaning in pain. Oh, my dear little gold coin, my poor little, lovely gold coin. Oh my God, it's all gone from me. Is there anything worse than this? Except when my baguette broke. Arriving at the guest room, Simon casually opened the door and saw a charming figure, wearing a light gauze dress, with her legs crossed and a beautiful posture. She had been waiting for a long time. I thought it would be the handsome Baron of Night. The woman said coldly. Although she was wearing hot clothes, her eyes were unusually calm. Besides, your thing is not a long bread. It is at most a small maggot. Failed. Baron Field is not interested in women. He prefers adventure and depriving me of the gold coins that belong to me. Simon was ridiculed, but did not get angry. Instead, he said with regret, I should have known not to let those low-class maids seduce her. He might have thought I was not good enough. I should have let you go directly. Who knew that we could get a business deal worth 5,000 gold coins? Damn it. There are still treasures left in the north. Isn't it full of rotten corpses and tentacles? Maybe I should send someone to assassinate him. Haha, you're being stingy again. Long-term business brings more profits. People have deposited money to show their sincerity. Now is not the time to kill them, and we can't do it in Maple Leaf City. Simon was aggrieved like a 200-pound child. Okay, you are right. Your utilitarianism scares him. What a cute little boy. I really want him. The woman licked her lips seductively, lying on the cushion, fixing her right hand with shackles, and slyly glanced at him, adding, maybe he has a unique hobby. Nobles always have all kinds of strange fetishes. Some like handsome men, some like young children, and some even like to watch killings. So, Simon, you asked the servant to tell him that on the 15th of 3 months later, Maple Leaf City will hold an underground masked ball. He must attend it, and I guarantee that all his preferences will be satisfied. I did mention that. Simon spread his hands. The woman said as a matter of course, then send out a formal invitation. The Maple Leaf City Ball welcomes anyone who is worthy to attend. Well, actually, I don't think he will live that long. Luck won't always be on his side. The corrupted monsters in the northern province are no joke. Many of the gods chosen have fallen among them. Chapter 35 Searching for Talent. The woman waved her slender arms lazily. That's great. Didn't he store some of the gold coins with us? The dead are not protected by royal laws. There will be no evidence, so we can just swallow them. However, I really don't want this smart and sensible little boy to die. At least I have to let him have a taste of pain. After saying that, the woman handcuffed her feet, with a strange blush on her face. Inject the orcs in the basement with the mania potion and bring them here. I have tied myself up and will ensure that the rampaging divine power will not crush them. Simon wiped the sweat off his forehead and said worriedly, take it easy and don't squeeze all the orcs to death. These strong creatures are hard to find now. Ever since the northern province was destroyed by the gray fog, the price of orc slaves has skyrocketed. Do you know how much I spent on buying orcs? That's the price you pay for keeping me waiting. It's just a small price, Simon. Field walked out of Maple Leaf Manor, and the sunlight soothed his nerves. Phew, the money problem is solved. Now it's time to go buy supplies. This time buy more food and livestock. Due to the special environment of Night Territory, even if the land is decontaminated, its fertility is insufficient and agricultural output will be very low. Field plans to build a ranch, mainly raising chickens, ducks, pigs, and cows. Their manure can also effectively promote the increase of soil fertility. It is worth mentioning that the prices in each city of the empire are different. 1 copper coin can buy a piece of bread in Golden Eagle City, but if you go to the impoverished Western Mountain area, you can only buy the smell of bread, and the store owner will let you smell it. Maple Leaf City is a place with a developed service industry and is not interested in war. The number of slaves is extremely small, and they can only buy human slaves, mostly women and children. The price of strong laborers is more than 3 times that of women. Food and fodder are also the major purchases. Night Territory has no output and can only rely on Field to feed the entire territory. At present, it is not Field that exploits the people, but the people who exploit Field. Only Field has the vision of a modern person. If it were any other noble, they would not do such a loss-making business. Before buying anything, I have to recruit some management and internal affairs talents. Field rubbed his brows. There are only 2 people in the entire territory who can read and write, and Cow's management ability is average. In addition, there is a shortage of craftsmen, and the big winery needs to be repaired. After sorting out his thoughts, Field said to the guard Iron Hammer, "Send the gold coins back to the post station first, and then come with me to the tavern." The tavern was the talent market in the Middle Ages and one of the most informed places. After finishing everything, he came to the tavern in Maple Leaf City, and Field pushed the door open. There was a loud and noisy sound everywhere. People of all shapes and sizes gathered together, boasting about their glorious deeds. Some were playing cards or finger-guessing games. Everyone seemed to be laughing happily, but those smiles were just masks on their faces. Who knows how depressed they will be when they sober up. Field was wearing a black noble robe, with a fine steel sword on his waist, and 3 guards behind him. When he walked in, everyone was startled. They all fell silent and looked at Field strangely, thinking that he was here to catch a fugitive. 3 cups of barley wine. Field threw out silver coins like a magician. The rest of the money is yours. When people heard that Field was not here to arrest anyone, the pub instantly became noisy again. "Thank you for your generosity, sir." The bartender respectfully put down the wooden wine glass, smiled as bright as a chrysanthemum, and reached out to take the silver coins. 3 glasses of barley wine were only 15 copper coins. Field gave too much. "Don't worry, I want to ask you for some information. Let me first tell you about the recent major events in the Empire." Field rewarded the wine to Hammer and his men, as he himself was not interested in the rough and sour barley wine. "Have you heard about the theft of the weapons in Baron Bull? Count Nibelung has already started the investigation. Of course, the unfortunate Baron Bull will be severely punished. But I am very curious about who could move more than 2,000 sets of armor without making any noise. I am afraid only the devil can do it." 2,000 sets. Field frowned. He could only find 500 sets, right? It is estimated that the old man from Nibelung falsely reported the numbers and then took the opportunity to settle the accounts. But this is a good thing. If the Count reports the truth, it means that he is determined to find the murderer. But if he reports a false number, it means that the Count wants to make a profit himself. It is estimated that he will catch some robbers and kill them to pay off his debts. The tricks of the nobles are nothing more than revolving around their own interests. Field smiled slightly. "Very good, any more?" "There is another major event. The imperial family has stolen a 5th-tier artifact, which was obtained from the spoils of war by the abominable pagans, the Eye of Long-Cherished Wishes. It is said to be able to bewitch people and turn normal people into their puppets. The pagans are so rampant because of their large-scale westward expedition. The capital of the Purple Gold Empire, the gateway and barrier to the rich inland sea, has been under siege for a month. As for other cities in the Purple Gold Empire, they have all fallen." "Anything else?" Field was not interested in this news because it was of no value. He was staying in the Night Territory, and it had nothing to do with him whether the theft occurred or not. "Anyway, I didn't steal it, and I don't have the ability to get my hands on a 5th-level artifact." The bartender wiped the glass in his hand. "No more. If you are not satisfied, I can give you a glass of barley wine. I want to find some people to help me. Do you have any channels?" Field didn't want to drink. The bartender understood immediately and whispered, "Pockmarked face, a real desperado. He would even kill his own parents for just 20 silver coins." Or the Rabid Mercenaries, a group of complete lunatics who take pride in eating the hearts and livers of their enemies. The price is extremely high. If you don't have 30 gold coins, they won't do it. But they are rumored to murder their employers, so you have to be careful. "I don't want assassins or mercenaries." Knowing that the other party had misunderstood, Field waved his hand. "I don't want to assassinate others, but I need capable people." Field said, "To be specific, I need people with practical skills, such as management, architecture, herbal medicine, or craftsmanship." That's strange. Aren't you going to look for other noble heirs?" Nobles usually look for knights or squires to perform management work. Don't think that squire is a lowly profession. In fact, it is an exclusive channel for nobles to win at the starting line. Squires are usually the second sons of the family. They go to other lords to learn martial arts and knowledge, and by the way, help the nobles and make themselves familiar to them. Let me think about it. There is one person who knows how to manage. He's the Warden Tate. He can read and write, but he's a conservative idiot. He refused bribes and insisted on upholding justice. Haha, he's hopelessly stupid. In the end, he was framed by his subordinates. Now he's lost his job and is drinking alone. That sounded all right, and Field nodded. Chapter 36, Meeting My Brother's Economic Advisor. There is also a hunter named Doom. That bastard sneaked into the Lord's backyard in the middle of the night, killed the stallion, and escaped the hanging by sophistry. He is a very courageous pervert. Perhaps you can let him serve as a diplomatic advisor. Field nearly flipped the table over. God, meow, horse hunter. The Night Territory lacks talented people to do the work, and as for diplomacy, it cannot form alliances with the zombies. Don't sneak into the stable in the middle of the night and kill your beloved warhorse. Let's talk about Tate. Field wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After learning the information, Field came to the warden Tate and sat down unceremoniously. My name is Field, the Lord of Nightfall. Field crossed his fingers and said sincerely, I need someone who knows how to manage and can read and write, especially someone who can control slaves and detect any disturbances. I wonder if your professional ability is up to the task. Tate is a middle-aged man with a beard who looks very resolute. I can read and write. I learned from an old monk when I was a child, but the problem is that I only know how to manage prisoners. At least we have something in common. I will give you a salary far above the market price, three times your original salary. That requires a lifespan. I have a wife, a daughter, and a mother. The Northern Province is not a place for people to go. It is a place of absolute death. Nightfall territory is dangerous, there is no doubt about that, but if you stay in the status quo, it may be even more dangerous. Field spread his hands. I heard that you are upright and have offended many people during your law enforcement, and your colleagues don't like you either. I think his local gangs have been ready for revenge, especially against your family. How dare they? Tate's eyes turned red and he smashed the wooden glass angrily, spilling beer all over the floor. From your reaction, I know that I guessed right, and you know it yourself. Field knew that this hit his sore spot. Let's go to Nightfall territory. It may be a hell full of corruption, but it may be better than a hell full of decay. In addition, I want to add that the Northern Province is not an absolute death place. At least I am still alive. You convinced me. Tate sat down dejectedly. He was worried that the thugs would attack his wife and daughter. I just want to escape now. Maybe the remote cursed land is my destination. Field then verified Tate's knowledge. About a quarter of an hour later, Field laughed and put a gold coin on the table. This is the resettlement fee. Come to the post station outside the city to find me before noon tomorrow. Tate was almost blinded by the gold coins. He didn't expect that the noble in front of him would be willing to take out a gold coin after just a brief chat. That's too much. Now that Field is rich and powerful, he immediately said firmly, This is my sincerity, don't let me down. Okay. Tate stopped talking nonsense and left quickly. Sir, I heard that you were looking for talent. A scantily clad woman bent over and came over. Field took a glance and his gaze was drawn into the ditch. This ditch is really bottomless. Ahem, yes, do you have any recommendations? Field subconsciously replied. The woman dribbled the ball towards Field, then pointed to her chest and said, Put a silver coin in my treasure cave, and I guarantee you'll get what you pay for. Field was knocked dizzy by the cotton and quickly stood up, keeping a distance, and then reached out and handed the silver coin to the woman. Miss, I am only here for valuable information, not for pleasure. Please be serious. He was the man who rejected this stunning dancer, so of course he wouldn't fall into her hands. The woman twisted uncomfortably. It was the first time she felt the feeling of being serious and gentleman. She said, Well, sir, I have a carpenter client, who is also an old friend. His name is Greyhound. He is very good at carpentry. In order to make more money, he wants to try his luck in other places. Maybe you can recruit him. Where? Field stood up excitedly. He went to the Chamber of Commerce to look for a job. Just like what Nightfall had encountered, the streets of Maple Leaf City were filled with garbage and excrement, and the stench of decay made people dizzy. Field rubbed his nose. Since coming to this world, his nose has not been comfortable for a single day. Hello, I'm here to look for Greyhound. I heard he was looking for a job, and I thought there would be a place for him in my territory. Field found the front desk of the Merchants Guild. Oh, you are a little late. He has been recruited by Kuchi, a businessman and economic advisor, and is about to go to Falon City to build a stable for Lord Adrian Ross. Adrian Ross, Field's younger brother, is also a perverted noble who killed the original owner's lover. The receptionist answered respectfully. Then he paused for a moment, pointed behind Field, and said, Sir, Kuchi is here. Perhaps you can buy the carpenter with enough gold coins. Field turned his head and saw Kucher's horrified eyes. Kuchi is a sophisticated businessman who wears a long-sleeved linen shirt and leather boots. The woolen cloak he wears alone can provide an ordinary person with food and drink for 2 or 3 months. Kuchi thought he had seen a ghost, and tremblingly pulled his son beside him. God of Valkyrie. Can you see him? Damn it, didn't Field go to nightmares? He came back as a ghost. His son was also confused. He rubbed his eyes, stretched his neck, and had an expression of disbelief on his face. Don't be so surprised. Field took the initiative to step forward and raised his eyebrows at the businessman who was over 50 years old. I'm not dead yet. Are you surprised or surprised? Kuchi was completely confused. In his impression, few people who entered the northern province could come out alive. At least it was impossible for those without the protection of the army and the chosen one. Therefore, after the Bull territory proved that Field had entered the northern province, the Ross family had already tacitly acknowledged Field's death. Even the rooms were vacated and used as temporary guest rooms. They even invited relatives and friends to hold a memorial party for Field, and everyone sang, danced, and had fun until very late. Damn it, I have to tell Lord Adrian. Kuchi exclaimed in a low voice, but as a mature businessman, he was still able to maintain a hypocritical smile on his face. Oh, thanks to the blessing of the goddess, I am very happy to see that you are safe, respected Baron Field. The words sound nice, but Lao Deng didn't even show basic courtesy. He was extremely perfunctory. I'm glad to meet you too, my brother's economic advisor. Field raised the corners of his mouth, without any intention of blaming Kuchi for being rude. Kuchi patted his chest and said, You are still as kind as ever. I wonder what you are doing at the Merchants Association. If I can help you, I will definitely do my best. I think Lord Adrian will also be happy to help. He misses you a lot. Chapter 37. Teasing from the Merchant. Automatically ignoring the polite words, Field nodded and answered without hesitation. I need a carpenter. I heard that Greyhound was recruited by you. Since you are willing to help, you can give Greyhound to me. Or I can buy it. My territory needs someone to do carpentry work. Kuchi's mouth twitched and said, I was just being polite, but you took it seriously. Well, I'm afraid that's impossible. Falon City needs carpenters to build stables. The situation is urgent. Without stables, the livestock industry in the territory may suffer heavy losses. I don't think you want to see your brother's territory suffer losses, right? Okay then. Field's mouth pursed, and he made a disappointed expression, looking aggrieved like a 200-pound child, but he was sneering in his heart. Cookie almost laughed at Field's expression. He is still the same cowardly, incompetent, and useless person. He hasn't changed at all. He really tarnished the noble bloodline of the Ross family. Kuchi said with a stern face, Humility is the virtue of nobility. You have always been a noble. Then you have priority. After all, I love my younger brother the most. Field shrugged, looked at Kuchi deeply, turned and left. Haha, what a coward, father. Did you see how aggrieved he is? He's just like a sick dog. Kuchi's son Lance couldn't hold it in any longer. As soon as Field left, he laughed out loud. He doesn't even dare to fight for a carpenter. Keep your voice down. After all, he is a noble. We should still maintain basic humility when we see him. Kuchi did not take Field seriously. He twisted his fat belly twice and then analyzed. Field may not have entered the northern province. I guess he sneaked here to have fun. We need to inform the Baron as soon as possible. If Field is alive, he can get a lot of the family property. The old Earl is being squeezed dry by his stepmother Field, and it seems the time to divide the inheritance is now. As Adrian's economic advisor, the more wealth Adrian has, the richer he becomes. With a simple operation of the account books, he will have enough money to enjoy for several lifetimes. What if he really enters the northern province and comes out safe and sound? After all, no one can predict luck. Kuchi nodded and said, Then he might be out to purchase supplies. Lance, send someone to find out his whereabouts. I will load the goods as soon as possible and leave here tomorrow morning. Yes, father. Lance gave a sly smile. On the other side, Field took out a parchment from his arms with a shopping list written on it. We need to buy some slaves. The night territory is far from short of manpower. We also need magic props, cloth, and food. Oh, we are short of everything. The money is thrown into the fire before it even gets warm. Seeing Field pondering the list as if nothing had happened, Tietue stood up for the Lord and asked bravely, Sir, what should we do with the carpenter? How about I beat up that old beast and get him back? I know what I'm doing. Let's wait and see. Field smiled and didn't want to say more. Let's go buy some fog lights first. Okay, I'll listen to you. Tietue scratched his head stupidly, not understanding what a bullet was. Field came to the church and found that those who could collect taxes from the royal family and nobles were naturally rich. The walls of the church were all covered with expensive stained glass, with patterns depicting the story of the god of light. Under the reflection of the sunlight, the glass was shining with golden light and colorful. The old priest of the church was found, and he was staring at the nun's curves in a daze. I need fog lights and purifying potion. How much do they cost? Field cleared his throat. The old priest was startled. Ahem. Oh, you are the lamb who came to get the blessing of God. Welcome. Let me make it clear in advance that the fog lights are not about money. This is called dedication and atonement. The fog lights require 25 gold coins, and the purification potion requires 1 gold coin. May the goddess of light bless you. Huge profits, absolutely huge profits. Field had calculated that if he wanted to quickly eliminate the corruption of 1 acre of farmland, he would need 3 bottles of purification potions. And the fog lights could only last for about 25 days. Field would burn more than 20 gold coins every day just to stay in the territory and purify the farmland. Purifying the water well is even more terrifying. It is estimated that 80 bottles of purification chemicals are needed before it can be safely drunk. This is the result of Field not fully reclaiming the land. Okay, I want them all. Field didn't want to deal with charlatans, but these special products were only available in the church, and even the royal family didn't know the secret recipe. The old priest's eyes lit up, and the unhappiness of being disturbed disappeared. His smile brought wrinkles to his face, like the bark of an old locust tree. Wait, I'm willing to give more. A man with a big nose walked in and took out a gold coin certificate. I'm willing to give 10 more gold coins to the God of Light. Please give me all the gifts from God. The priest paused, his face smiling brighter than a chrysanthemum. Okay, I can feel that you are even more pious. 20. Field continued expressionlessly. The big-nosed man said in a mean way, 21 gold coins. 30. 31. Okay, it's yours. Field gave indecisively. With a frown on his face, Field's mind was working quickly. Could this guy be a church agent? I didn't check the almanac before going out today. Why am I so unlucky? In any case, Field was unwilling to suffer a loss. The price of 30 gold coins was already very high. He could not guarantee that he would be lucky enough to find black pearl wine next time. But can you just take away what I want? No matter whether you are a church member or not, if you steal my things, you must be prepared to pay the price. Watching the big-nosed man take away the goods, Field handed a small bag of gold coins to the guard, whispered a few words, and then continued shopping as if nothing had happened. Ha ha ha. As soon as Field reached the corner, he heard the big-nosed man behind him laughing wildly. Did you see his expression? It's funnier than that of a circus clown. Kuchi's son Lance ran out of the alley, beaming with joy. Is it fun to tease a noble? It was a great experience. I will write this on my tombstone. My children will be proud of me. The big-nosed man put his hands on his hips and smiled triumphantly for a while, but then he felt a little scared again. Lance, but he is a noble after all. Is he really okay? Of course I'm fine. With Baron Adrian as my protector, there's nothing to be afraid of. Field is known for being a coward. Baron Adrian killed his sweetheart, but he was still fine, wasn't he? Haha, that's really funny. The two of them joked maliciously for a while. Lance grinned, nudged the bearded man's back with his elbow, and said, Let's continue teasing him, but we have to return the goods later. If my father finds out that I embezzled so many gold coins, he will definitely kill me, ha. Chapter 38. Selling Scrolls. The merchant makes trouble for the second time. Field went to the Magicians Association and planned to sell the magic scrolls. These scrolls were quite old, and Field was worried that if they continued to be kept, they would become a pile of waste paper. Well, this old magic rune should be a product of 8 years ago. It is efficient and powerful, but it has lost a lot of its magic power over time. The magician, who was dressed like Gandalf, studied the scroll carefully, put down the crystal in his hand, and said kindly, A total of 100 gold coins. I take them all. Only 100? Field had a lot of money, so he naturally looked down on such a meager income. It costs 15 gold coins to buy a magic scroll, and there are 23 of them here. If you are less than 200 gold coins, you can't afford it. The magician stroked his beard and said, Don't worry. These scrolls are too old. The newer the magic, the better. As a kind of energy, time will only wear away the magic energy. Besides, these runes can't keep up with the times. Today's magic scrolls are more efficient. Hiss, quite scientific. I thought magic would be like in fantasy novels, where the older the magic, the more powerful it is. As the science of this world, the succession of magic will only eliminate the old magic. Just like after the advent of computers, no one wants to use an abacus. 150. This is the bottom line. Field's face turned green. The magician stroked the scroll and said, Deal. Let's just consider it as making friends. Is this a magic book? It's too expensive. Field curiously took out a gorgeous book called Flame Vestment from the cabinet, priced at 320 gold coins. This is a very rare quick-learning spell, and it's a one-time consumable. The wizard patiently explained, tapping the book with his staff, Drop your blood into this groove. and you will automatically master this new magic. The runes in the book are all magic patterns, so you don't need to understand them. Field was surprised. So simple. What else? Magic is about understanding the mysteries of nature and communicating with the rules. Of course, the simpler the better. Magicians are also human beings, and no one likes to see a bunch of old stuff. But it's useless to just master it. You still need magic power to drive it. The magician kindly reminded. Field doesn't have any magic power at all. In the entire night territory, the only one with extraordinary power is Ashina, and she uses divine power. It seems that buying a magic book is useless. Give me this book, The Vision of Feathered Beasts. Field glanced at the figure approaching, and an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting choice. This spell needs to be cast on a flying bird. Then you will gain the bird's vision and experience the joy of flying in the sky. It only costs 200 gold coins. I'll buy it. I'm very interested in flying. Field decisively paid for it. I'll offer 201 gold coins. The mean big-nosed guy came over again. This time the magician ignored him, only glanced at Big Nose, and said calmly, "This gentleman came first." Field silently gave a thumbs up to the magician in his heart, calling him a conscientious businessman. Add another 10 gold coins, and I'll have the book, Big Nose said anxiously. The magician was too lazy to pay attention to the idiot, but when he turned around, he saw Field winking at him frantically. Okay, but you need to pay now. The magician was confused for a moment, but he was smart enough to cooperate with Field immediately. Field immediately acted anxious and said angrily, "I don't believe you can pay." The bearded man immediately took out the certificate from the Merchants Association and slapped it on the table. "It is guaranteed by Baron Adrian's deposit." "Then give me Illuminating the Aurora," Field said gloomily. "I'd still give you one more gold coin." The two men sang in unison, and soon, the bearded man deducted 1,300 gold coins from Adrian's deposit. This time it was the bearded man's turn to sweat profusely. At this time, the guard who had gone out to do business came back. "Okay, you win." Field snorted and took 2 steps outside, turned his head, and said, "Congratulations, enjoy this fun." Field just went out. "Return them all. The magic books are too expensive." The bearded man wiped the sweat off his forehead. He almost couldn't bear the 2,000 gold coins. If the Baron knew about it, he didn't even dare to think about the consequences. The magician's face darkened. "Are you kidding me? I am the chief magician of Maple Leaf City. You snatched the bill from a noble guest and asked for a refund? I think someone wants to be turned into a sow by magic and then served on the table of common people. Then can I just return the original price? Master Magician, I'll give it to you at a premium." The big-nosed man immediately backed down. Magicians are not easy to mess with. The magician snorted coldly. "Since you bought it in the name of Baron Adrian, he needs to refund it personally." "Okay." The big-nosed man shrank his neck and walked out with the guard holding a thick stack of quick-made magic. As soon as he walked out of the door, he cursed in a low voice, "Damn old-fashioned. If Adrian knew about this, I would definitely be skinned alive. I'd better talk to Lance about it. How dare you, you bastard, play with my wife. Brothers, kill him." A hysterical roar broke out in the crowd, causing screams all around. Big Nose was loading magic books into the truck. Hearing the voice, he immediately became interested. It was such a wonderful thing to know that there were people more miserable than himself. However, he saw several angry and distorted faces rushing towards him. Lance walked out of the bakery nearby, carrying an exquisite cream cake. Field must have suffered a mental breakdown from the torture. How could a stupid and cowardly guy be a match for me, the son of Fulon City's economic advisor? However, he soon saw a horrifying scene. "Kill this bastard for me." 12 or 13 homeless people wearing ragged linen clothes, holding rusty sharp knives, threw the bearded man to the ground. A guy with pockmarks all over his face and missing teeth stabbed the bearded man's neck with a sharp knife. With strange screams, blood gushed out like a fountain, and the surroundings were splattered with blood. The bearded man wanted to scream, but his trachea was brutally cut off, so he could only make a ho-ho sound as air leaked out. Regret. Only endless regret was left in the bearded man's mind. At this time, he had understood that after Field bought the church's supplies, he immediately asked the guards to hire these crazy killers. A typical sinister noble. His family was originally happy, but because of that son of a bitch Lance, he made himself seek excitement and provoke the nobles. This time we are really screwed. Sure enough, it is very easy for the nobles to kill the common people. Even the thugs would not necessarily be severely punished. As long as they used gold coins to bribe the prisoners, they would be released from prison in a short time. After all, the dead would not provide gold coins, but the living would. "Lance, I'm testing your mother." The bearded man twitched twice and died with his eyes open. The groom, the guard, and 2 helpers suffered the most. They were surrounded by the bloodthirsty thugs, stabbed with tetanus blades, and soon fell in a pool of blood. Chapter 39. United Nobles, Falon City Caravan. The women screamed, those who wanted to see the excitement squeezed in, while the timid ones ran out. The streets, which were already full of debris and garbage, suddenly became a mess. Field raised the corner of his mouth and nodded to Tietue. Tietue and his men relied on their armor to swagger into the crowd and took away the bearded man's horse loaded with goods. Lance stared with his eyes wide open and bloodshot as he watched all this in disbelief. Everything was clearly going as he had planned, so how could it suddenly turn out like this? Damn that stupid Baron. Damn, those money items. Lance realized Field's purpose, and cold sweat immediately ran down his back. The bad thing was that the amount he embezzled was not a small amount, and now it was all taken away by Field. When Baron Adrian knew about it, he would definitely skin him alive. Lance said to himself, I was just teasing him. No, it wasn't even teasing. This was just reasonable business competition. How could he use such despicable means? In the chaotic crowd, Lance saw Field standing on the steps. Is it fun? Field mouthed, then made a knife gesture with his hand, slashing his neck twice. With Lance's stunned expression, he turned around and left in style. Let's go. Let's not buy supplies yet. Let's go outside the city. Also, have someone keep an eye on Kuchi's movements. Field stretched comfortably, feeling ecstatic. Today was a good day, and he made nearly 2,000 gold coins. As expected, after getting rid of the shackles of worldly morality, gold coins would come like a tide. How dare you disgust me? It's time to give him a little business shock. Imaginary business war. Business elites rely on wisdom and strategy to engage in exciting games. Real business war. Use a little money to solve the problem directly from the physical level. Sir, the one just now was the pockmarked face. It cost a total of 8 gold coins. I swear by the goddess that I did exactly what you told me and never mentioned your name during the whole process. The guard handed over the remaining coins in his hand with a flattering smile. Very well done. Field rewarded him with 2 silver coins. The other guards were jealous. They could earn 2 silver coins just by delivering a message, so they decided to show up in front of the Baron more often in the future. The next day, at the border of Maple Leaf City, Kuchi's caravan moved forward quickly, with valuable goods on the carts. The horses' hooves made pleasant crisp sounds on the bluestone road, and the extraordinary knight Gareth sat on a beautiful black northern racing horse. So many potions. Baron Adrian is so rich. Gare stared at the carriage with red eyes. He seemed to hear the clinking sound of the crystal bottles of potions. If I could have a box of potions, I would be able to easily advance to a 3rd-level knight. He had been stuck at the peak of the 2nd level for 2 years, but because wars had been rare in recent years, he had no chance to make a lot of money, so he had to work as a guard in a caravan out of boredom. Bastard. Gareth was startled by a sudden curse in the carriage. He stared at the carriage for a long time and breathed a sigh of relief when he was sure that Cookie did not run out. He thought his muttering had been heard. Cookie turned blue and yelled, Why did you go and provoke the Baron? Then why should we leave Maple Leaf City immediately? Lance did not answer directly, but looked unconvinced. Because this is Baron Simon's territory. What else do you want? Are you going to tease Baron Simon? I'm sorry, father, but we should report it to Baron Simon and arrest Field. Lance said indignantly, and he killed Big Nose. I saw it with my own eyes. If necessary, I can come out to testify. Don't mention Big Nose. To the nobles, what's the difference between the death of a commoner and the death of a mouse? Besides, idiot, do you know what will happen if you falsely accuse a noble? The entire continent will not tolerate us. Even if it is not a false accusation, the nobles will automatically think it is a false accusation. Kuchi took a breath and covered his head buzzing with pain. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. It seems that a long-term pampered life has made you arrogant and even dare to regard yourself as an aristocrat. The nobles are best at banding together. Even though they usually fight to the death, they will be surprisingly united when facing attacks from the lower classes. After they have crushed the lower classes with war horses and lances, will they greedily participate in internal struggles to divide up the benefits. This is determined by class. If Field could be overthrown by the lower class, the authority of other nobles would be immediately damaged, and the 2nd and 3rd nobles would soon appear to be overthrown by the lower class. Unlike the loose-knit lower class people, the nobles will really help each other when there is a problem. This was also the time when Field had nothing, and there were no slaves or servants to mock him, and at most the butler dared to complain. Kuchi seemed to have aged 30 years. Don't think I am powerful in front of the servants. Other merchants respect me. As long as Baron Adrian says a word, I will be hanged that day, and there will be no need to wait overnight. You are no different. If you really go to expose Field's words, Baron Simon will kill you first, and then go to Adrian and Field to discuss the issue of interests. Lance was cold all over and said in fear, "What should I do then?" Full-on city first, and tell the Baron that Field is alive. Baron Adrian will deal with him. As for the whole of 2,000 gold coins, is it because of someone tampering with the account book, or is it because Field sent people to rob us? I have to think about this carefully. Robbery? Field has no chance of robbing us, and Knight Gareth will not help us to perjure ourselves. Lance was still unconvinced. Field is just a sinister villain. If you hadn't sworn to the goddess, I would have always thought Field was a coward. I didn't expect he would kill people. Even Kuchi thought this reason was too outrageous. It was a well-known fact that Field had no foundation. You were too stupid to tease him. Boom boom. What's that sound? Before the two of them could get out of the carriage, they heard the extraordinary Knight Gareth say, "There are bandits trying to rob our Fulon City caravan. They are really asking for their own death. Don't they know I am here to stop them?" When Kuchi got out of the carriage, he saw at a glance that on the right wing of the convoy there were 20 medium-armored cavalrymen wrapped in black robes and holding assault lances marching. The wind was whistling, and from time to time, their shiny scale armor and mail appeared from their black robes, just like the ring wraiths in The Lord of the Rings. Evil, cruel, and full of murderous aura. You call them bandits? Kuchi wanted to curse, but seeing Gareth's indifferent expression, he immediately relaxed. I was panicking. There's no need to worry because there's a level 2 fighting knight here. To the extraordinary power, ordinary cavalrymen are just like bandits and will die if touched. Chapter 40 Plunder. A first-level knight can fight 5 ordinary heavy cavalrymen alone, and a second-level knight should have no problem taking on 20 people, not to mention that they also have knight escorts and caravan guards. After the workers are equipped with crossbows, they can also hold out for a while. Kuchi calmed down and ordered majestically, "Stop moving forward, protect the goods, and prepare for battle." The other members of the caravan were not aggressive and were frightened by the scene. When they heard this, they immediately rushed to take out their weapons. The guards mainly used short spears and swords. I haven't fought for a long time. I'm itching to fight. Gareth couldn't wait to embrace the glory of the battle. He rushed forward with a kick on his horse's belly. "Come on, I hope you can hold on for a while." The attendants around him immediately followed suit. Ouch! Just as they were about to engage in battle, after a terrifying wolf howl, Gareth felt the horse under him tremble violently, and its momentum immediately slowed down. Gareth had to reach out and stroke the mane to soothe his mount so that it would no longer be nervous. Gareth felt a strong and cold breath. In 3 breaths, a giant wolf climbed up the slope and looked down at the people below with the attitude of a king. Its body was covered with thick black scales, and its ferocious body seemed to want to eat people every meal. Its tyrannical eyes made everyone in the caravan shudder. Ashina was also wrapped in a black robe and sat on the giant wolf. Now was not the time to reveal her identity, but her appearance immediately made Gareth panic, because his fighting spirit was trembling. It doesn't matter what level the Chosen One in front of him is, because a first-level Chosen One, as long as he is a combat type, can definitely kill a third-level fighting knight. It's the Chosen One. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Although every cell in his body was telling him to run away, and the pressure was like a flood, Gareth's chivalry would not allow him to run away. Besides, he was still counting on escorting caravans to make money, and if he ran away once, his value would be discounted. He immediately yelled, "Kuchi, you idiot! Let the caravan run. I can only delay time." For glory! Gareth gritted his teeth, raised his gun, and jumped on his horse. For glory! The 5 followers beside him gritted their teeth and followed. You, the Chosen One, are actually going to participate in looting. Gareth's roar was filled with strong fighting spirit, and the mere words were enough to make people's eardrums hurt. As long as you are loyal to Baron Adrian, you will have money, servants, and resources at your fingertips. Gareth hoped to make the Chosen One go away in shame, because it was rare for a Chosen One to come out to plunder. No matter where in the Empire the Chosen One is, if he wants to enter a noble castle to serve, it only takes a word. However, Ashina had no interest in replying, and the dragon wolf leaned down slightly, like a bowstring ready to be released. Gareth growled, knowing that the other party did not want to negotiate, and immediately jumped on his horse with his gun in hand to seize the first attack. Roar! The dragon wolf suddenly spewed out a hot column of fire, and the devastating flames immediately burned the surrounding land into a cracked earth. With alarm bells ringing in his heart, Gareth immediately grasped the spear, and strands of white fighting spirit flowed out from his palm, spreading to the entire spear, wrapping it in it. and the spear immediately showed a terrifying deterrent power. Boom! Gareth swung the spear wildly and smashed it hard on the pillar of fire. The flames immediately scattered, but Gareth's face turned pale and his internal organs were shaking. Is this the fighting power of the Dookie Knight? Very strong. Ashina's wolf ears twitched. It was her first time to fight against the Dookie Knight. It felt very novel. Suddenly, her red pupils shrank suddenly. A sense of crisis came over her. Ashina casually urged the giant wolf to dodge. Although the dragon wolf looked huge and bulky, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the moment of disappearing, Gareth came like a high-speed train, wrapped in white fighting spirit and rushing towards him fiercely. He was covered in heavy armor and the heavy vest of his warhorse. The tremendous power was concentrated on one point of the lance, and suddenly hit Ashina's original position, blasting a military pit and stirring up countless rubble. Damn it, he actually dodged it. Gareth was angry. The high-end combat forces of both sides have already clashed. Silver Claw, the captain of the marauding cavalry, subconsciously glanced at Field, who was watching the battle from a distance, and then raised his spear. Charge! No rebels shall be spared. Kill! Kill! These cavalrymen had only been trained for a short time and were not very skilled, but they had defeated many zombie waves and were not afraid of the enemy. After all, nothing was more terrifying than twisted corpses. They charged towards the caravan with courage, and 20 cavalrymen galloped with the momentum of 200 people, unstoppable. Kuchi had been doing business for the Ross family for many years and had seen countless bandits and robbers, and even private soldiers of rogue nobles who were looting. But this was the first time he had seen the Chosen One personally lead troops, all of them elite fully armored cavalry, to participate in the looting. Kuchi was startled by the cavalry's charge, and he was anxious and said, "Could it be that Baron Maple Leaf led his troops to loot us? I've heard that he is greedy by nature. This is too beastly. Shoot!" The young and strong men who were temporarily organized threw out a sparse stream of arrows. The light armor in movies and TV shows, which is as brittle as paper and as thin as paper folded in half, the fully armored soldier's defense against arrows was terrifyingly strong. After hearing the ding-dong-dong sound, most of them acted as if nothing had happened and did not even slow down a bit. Only one unlucky guy was hit in the calf by a crossbow arrow, and he rolled off his horse. There was no time to wait for the second crossbow arrow to be loaded. The distance of 100 meters was reached in the blink of an eye. The cavalrymen charged into the convoy with their usual momentum. A young man holding a crossbow was hit first and was hit on the shoulder by the lance. His entire right arm was instantly shattered into pieces. The cavalrymen behind rushed in and trampled him into a pulp. Run away. The young and strong men then realized that they had been badly cheated by Kuchi. They were just helping to transport the goods, earning a few bread coins for each trip, but how did they become meat shields inexplicably? Kuchi had intended to use cannon fodder to block the strongest cavalry charge, but he soon regretted it. The morale collapsed in an instant, and the young and strong men collapsed, dropped their weapons, and fled in all directions. This escape actually disrupted Kuchi's own guards, and even the guards lost their will to fight. The wolf men were natural cavalrymen, and when they saw the enemy gathered in a mess, the cavalrymen immediately drew out their swords and hacked at them, or stabbed them with their spears. They were already in a high position, so they could attack from a high position and cause casualties with a casual wave of their hands. Those who unfortunately fell did not need any finishing blows. They were immediately trampled into the ground by feet and horse hooves, turning into a bloody corpse. Help! I want to go home. Die? Kill them. Chapter 41 Plunder, Part 2. Slashing, howling, screaming. Everyone was releasing the nature of living creatures. After a brief fight with Ashina, Gareth heard the screams of his companions in the back, and then saw the nonchalant attitude of the black-robed masked man in front of him. He was immediately furious, and gathered all his strength to attack Ashina. His followers also launched attacks from all directions. It's boring. I'll just send you back to the arms of the goddess. Ashina felt bored. Although the second-level fighting knight could master special skills, he was still too weak. The wind was blowing fiercely, but Ashina did not retreat but advanced, quickly drawing her spear and stabbing it with terrifying density. Suddenly, the guns were as numerous as stars in the sky. Usually, Ashina always let the dragon wolf attack, because the dragon wolf is good at group damage and can clean up the corpses very quickly. As the chosen one of God, her personal combat power is the strongest. Oops. Gareth only felt countless stars flashing in front of his eyes, and the light was bizarre. When he realized that it was the light of a gun, he saw clusters of blood splashing, like a red curtain hanging in the air, which would not fall for a long time. So fast. This is the power of God. The followers couldn't believe it and fell off their horses and died, with blood splattering all over the ground. Gareth was shot more than 10 times with a dead heart. His whole body was cold, and he fell off his horse lightly. Before he hit the ground, he was bitten by the dragon wolf. The dragon wolf tore off his armor and gnawed on it. Humans with fighting spirit were like tonics to it. Greyhound curled up in the overturned carriage. He tried to dig out the cabbages and covered himself with them. Dear goddess, this is really too horrible. Please don't let them find me. I am willing to give everything. Puff. The last caravan guard fell in a pool of blood. There were few survivors in the entire caravan. Only the workers wearing rough clothes and a few maids were left. Stop. Field rode over on horseback and stopped the cavalrymen who were ready to kill. The cavalrymen had completely lost their image. Their originally shining armor had been stained red with blood. Each of them exuded a creepy, murderous aura, like a demon. Soldiers who have seen blood and those who have not seen blood are in two completely different states. After counting the casualties, 3 of the raiding cavalry were injured, 2 of whom fell off their horses due to poor riding skills and were seriously injured and had to stay in bed for a short period of time. No one died in the battle. After all, they were all well armored and it was difficult for ordinary weapons to penetrate their armor. No wonder in ancient times, hiding armor was a capital crime. Field thought to himself, then nodded to everyone. 1 head for 1 silver coin. You did a good job. The wounded should have a good rest from now on. Don't worry about medicine and food. I'll take care of it. We robbed the Kashin fortress before. We obtained a lot of potions. Long live the Lord. Everyone was very moved. Next it's time to count the harvest. I am the economic advisor to the Baron of Fulan City. Don't kill me. Shut up. Silver Claw glared at Kuchi fiercely, grabbed one with each hand, and Kuchi and his son were dragged in front of Field like 2 dead dogs. Field was also wearing a black robe. The reputation of a noble was above everything else. If he was seen robbing, it would be difficult for him to do business in the future. We meet again, Field said in a calm tone with a dangerous smile. It's you, Field. When the 2 saw Field's face, their expressions froze, their mouths opened and closed, and for a moment they didn't know what to say to express their shock. Tell me about my brother, such as military strength, defense deployment, and the chosen one. Kutcher heard the hostility in Field's tone and shrank back in fear. What do you want to do? Didn't he say he wanted to kill me and my beloved? Field clasped his fingers together and said these terrifying words in a leisurely tone. And I am a person who likes to repay an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. You bastard, he's your brother. You both have Ross family blood flowing in your veins, Kuchi shouted. Papa Silverclaw slapped him twice, knocking out 3 of his front teeth. Show some respect. How funny. He is allowed to kill me, but I am not allowed to kill him, right? Before you become my enemy, you must be prepared to be killed. Field waved his hand indifferently. It's okay to be stubborn now. I have plenty of ways to pry open your mouths. I'll tell you. Lance shouted. Adrian has 1 4th-level knight, 12 3rd-level knights, and a total of 500 other forces. In wartime, he can recruit 3,000 militiamen, which is very powerful. Most importantly, Adrian has a 2nd-level god-chosen, Allison, who is called Flame Spirit Butterfly. She is also a fast caster and controls an extraordinary magician team with amazing combat power. Of course, Adrian can only control 1/10 of the power in a short period of time. After all, the knights are loyal to the old earl. As a new lord and a fledgling boy, Adrian cannot control them at all. The 2 of them decided to go all out and tell each other all the secrets. Field nodded. His younger brother was very strong. There was no way he could defeat him now. The most important thing was to go back to knight territory and farm. I forgive you. Field turned his horse and then made a neck-wiping gesture to Silverclaw. The Kuchi father and son quickly stood up, but before they could take a step to run, they were kicked down and chopped down mercilessly with several steel knives. I curse you to hell, the 2 screamed. Field shrugged. I forgive you, but I didn't say that my men forgive you. Oh, don't forget to chop off your heads as a finishing blow. This scene left Greyhound and others stunned. The arrogant Master Kuchi was actually dragged out by the ferocious soldiers, his clothes were robbed, and he was stabbed dozens of times. Damn it, what on earth was wrong with me that I would think of leaving Maple Leaf City? Greyhound peed his pants in despair and wanted to go back to a day ago and slap himself hard in the face. However, the imagined butcher knife did not fall. Field said on his horse, You have been recruited. Those with skills stand on the right. Also, who is Greyhound? Almost everyone rushed to the right, even if they knew nothing. Recruit? Technology. Greyhound was stunned for a moment. Then he was ecstatic. Did this mean that he wouldn't have to die? I am Greyhound. I am willing to do whatever you ask me to do. Greyhound jumped out quickly, ignoring the wet spot on his pants, and knelt in front of Field. I am the Lord of Nightfall Territory. I heard that you are good at carpentry. As long as your work performance satisfies me, your life will be much better than in Maple Leaf City. The same goes for you. Field pointed at the remaining 7 people, 3 of whom were Kuchi's maids. This old dang actually had more maids than himself. His death was not unjust. Chapter 42, The Harvest of Plunder, Encounter with the Church. The cavalrymen had already begun to sort out the spoils. Silver Claw opened a large, exquisite wooden box. The neatly arranged crystal bottles in the box almost blinded his eyes. He said excitedly, "Sir, you should really see this. There are so many potions." Field stepped forward quickly. Even though he had seen a lot of things, he couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. This is not a potion, but a magic potion, a special fighting spirit potion produced in Maple Leaf City. Potion. Seeing the Lord happy, Asina also smiled. She picked up a bottle of potion and shook it in front of her eyes. The brown-red liquid in the bottle swayed back and forth. Asina suddenly showed a suspicious expression. Is this not something strange? We cannot let the Lord come into contact with strange things, like the evil plant last time, which will turn people into perverts. If you want to cultivate fighting spirit, you need to take this thing. Just like Gareth just now, if you want to become a super knight, you must first take the awakening potion and then practice with magic potions. The price of magic potions is very high, and the value of a bottle of magic potion is often more than 50 gold coins. Even a knight can hardly afford it. This results in the fact that the stronger a person is, the higher their level becomes, the richer they become, and the richer they are, the more potions they can buy and eat, thus becoming even stronger. The gap between extraordinary people can be widened quickly. However, potions are of no use to the chosen ones. At most, they can be used as a tonic or as a drink for fun. It is of no use to Field personally, as he has already missed the age to awaken his fighting spirit. Let's take a look at the other goods. Field rubbed his hands expectantly. It was as exciting as opening a blind box. After half an hour of cleaning the battlefield, Field obtained 2 boxes of magic potions, a total of 60 bottles, 327 gold coins in cash, armor and equipment for a second-level fighting knight, a card of silk, a box of healing potions, 12 pack horses, and other miscellaneous items, with a total value estimated to be 5,000 gold coins. We are all family. What's his mine? Field robbed the entire caravan without any hesitation. It is true that a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot grow fat without night grass. Simply sending the newly trained cavalry out for some looting is worth the risky transportation of the rare and fine wine. He didn't care at all about his brother's reaction. After tidying up, everyone returned to the post station outside the city, where Tate was already waiting. I thought you had changed your mind. Tate let out a long breath. Although the guards left by Field at the post station kept persuading him to be patient, he had sold all the houses. He could not calm down before meeting the Baron. Tate, with his old-fashioned face, was humorous for once. I thought I could embezzle a gold coin. Field laughed. Then you will miss 10,000 of them. His family got off the donkey cart and saluted Field. An old woman with a headscarf and rabbit teeth was obviously Tate's mother. Tate's wife was very ordinary, even ugly, with dark skin and a wide distance between her eyes. The left eye could not recognize the right eye. However, Tate's daughter was extremely beautiful, with white skin and wearing a blue dress. After nodding and smiling at them one by one, Field said, "Let's go buy supplies. The slaves we buy later will be handed over to you for management. I believe you will not let me down." Tate was unsure, but thinking that he had no way out, he shouted, "Leave it to me, Lord." Thanks to his brother's funding, Field saved the money to buy fog lights and purification potions. Therefore, he directly bought 300 slaves, including 200 men. Maple Leaf City was unwilling to go to war, which led to a shortage of slaves, and most of the slaves purchased were old and weak. The rest of the goods were mainly the most important food and fodder, which were enough to feed the territory for 3 months. There were also 5 cows, 20 sheep, 2 war horses, 25 camels and horses, and some furniture and clothing for the nobility. A total of 1,970 gold coins were spent, most of which was spent on livestock. This was an era when livestock were more expensive than people. In addition, Field also bought 3 homing pigeons, the kind that could coo. Fortunately, Tate showed certain management skills. He divided the slaves into 2 groups, strong men and women, children and the elderly, and asked them to carry different goods, which greatly improved the team's cargo capacity and made the team less bloated. It seems that this salary was not wasted. Field thought to himself. Everyone set out that day and rested for a night after arriving at the border of High Castle Province. The next morning, Field emerged from his tent and, To his surprise, found people from the church there. A group of 30 holy armor knights, all of whom exuded fighting spirit. In addition, there were 20 nuns, wearing strict and simple nun robes, not the modern nun robes with slits to the arms. At least Field could only see their faces, not even their ears. The slaves knelt before them, and the nuns continued to preach. Unlike the Chinese impression of a religion that encourages people to be good and then collects money from incense, the church in this world can not only collect taxes from the king, but also excommunicate the king, launch a divine punishment army against pagans, and own a rich country consisting of 3 provinces in the rich southern inland sea area. In name, including the Holy Griffin Empire, there are more than 100 countries, large and small, and the official belief is the church's holy light goddess, who is also called the Mother of Gods. But no one knows whether she is a mother or not. Because no one has ever really seen God, the only miracle is the one chosen by God, and the rest can be fabricated. Anyway, Field can just say it without any psychological pressure. Sorry, we don't want to disturb your rest. The nun did not say that she had forgotten, but explained with great emotional intelligence. Okay, I can accept this explanation. Field shrugged. Wait, are you Sir Fielder Ross? A nun in a white robe looked at Fielder in shock. Oh my God, did you really survive in the night territory? Thank the goddess of light. This must be a miracle. Field looked confused. Do you know me? Everything is a miracle. A gentle and pleasant voice came from behind the nun, who immediately made way and stood respectfully beside her. The speaker was also a nun in a white robe, but the bright angel symbol on her forehead indicated that she was a chosen one, and a chosen one of the holy light. I am Eliza, a 3rd-level chosen one from the church. When we passed by Rose territory, I heard that you were going to open up night territory, and I prayed for you. As a 3rd-ranked divine chosen one, his combat power is already extremely terrifying. It is no exaggeration to say that he is an army of one person. Field subconsciously worried that she would expose Ashina, but Eliza didn't even look at Ashina. The chosen seemed to be able to shield each other. Chapter 43 Conversation with the Nun. Field had noticed before that the contracted chosen one would not be displayed on the mini-map. Even if Ashina did not hide her aura, Field would not be able to find her symbol on the mini-map. If it is not contracted, its location will be marked on the mini-map. But after the contract, it will disappear. No wonder I have so much good luck. It turns out that a beautiful nun prayed for me. Field closed his eyes and said nonsense. He never received any help from the church. Ashina was not the chosen one of the holy light, but the chosen one of the winter god of the demi-humans. Field walked forward slowly and smiled politely. You found my pioneer group specifically for the purpose of preaching? Not only that, respected Baron Field, we hope to cooperate with you. Eliza clasped her hands together, and the huge, soft cotton ball swayed back and forth between her clasped arms, looking both charming and holy. Field was dazzled and squinted his eyes and said, Please tell me in detail. Our purpose has always been redemption and purification, Baron Field. You are isolated and helpless in Nightfall territory, and are constantly threatened by the dead. Your people are also lost lambs. However, the church can build a church in your Nightfall territory and set up a camp for church warriors. I believe this is a good proposal and can help you share the pressure of defense. Although Eliza used a very inflammatory tone, Field felt more and more strange the more he listened. If it weren't for his good expression management skills, Field would have frowned into a knot. Ain't this just a garrison? It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send him away. You are so fierce, bah, such a big, 3rd-order god-chosen one. If you squat in my territory, I'm afraid this territory will be taken over by you in an instant. Besides, when Field went to night territory for the first time, he didn't receive any support from the church. Now that they have occupied a corner of the country, the church has come here just because it smells the scent. How shameless. I'm sorry, but I refuse. In fact, we haven't gained a firm foothold yet. If you want to help, just give us gold coins and fog lights. My people and I will pray and praise the goddess Grace every night. In that case, let's talk about it later. Eliza looked aggrieved. Good. It's not impossible to talk about it after the day. Field patted his head to clear away the distracting thoughts. By the way, Sister Eliza, where are you going? Maybe we can walk a little along the way, or even take a carriage. Field suggested shamelessly. If they were willing, he could take them into the pile of corpses like crazy, take advantage of the combat power of the chosen ones for free, and clear out all the gathered corpses in the night territory. Of course, if you want to go to your own camp, that's out of the question. Eliza's toes wrapped in white silk knew Field's thoughts, and she immediately refused. No need for that. Purifying monsters is the goddess's test and penance for us. Thank you for your kindness. Field pouted. What a pity. So, Are you going to the northern province just to kill monsters? That's partly the reason. But the main purpose is to retrieve the lost artifact. Eliza made a strange pattern on her chest, sadness flowing from her eyes. In order to resist the invasion of orcs and save the corrupted creatures, the church has sent troops and gods chosen many times, and many sisters died in the northern province. As God's messengers, we need to take back their artifacts and prevent them from falling into filth. After the death of the Chosen One, his soul and divine power will remain in the weapon, forming a divine artifact. However, the artifact will also degrade over time and eventually turn into a handful of sand. Our destination does not pass through night territory, so we appreciate your kindness. How many artifacts are there in the northern province? Does the Nightfall territory have any? Field's eyes sparkled. Noticing Eliza's ugly expression, Field said in a compassionate tone, "Oh, I mean, maybe I can help you find them. If I find any, I can exchange them for more fog lights and purification potions. Thank you for your kindness, but we cannot meet both of your requests. The artifact belongs to the god of holy light, and the fog lights and purification potion are not mass-produced. They use the ones selected by the god of holy light. Well, the production is very small anyway." Field was not giving up. "So, do you have the coordinates of the Imperial artifact? Is there any in Nightfall territory?" "I don't know, Baron Field. I still hope to build a church in the Night territory." Eliza felt that Field was difficult to deal with, but she did not give up. She grabbed Field's arm with her gentle hands, and then something even gentler came up, like a gust of wind with great resistance, making people feel like they were in the beautiful nature. "That day will come. When my pioneering group has established itself and can barely be self-sufficient, I will let you know." Field shamelessly continued to enjoy it, but mercilessly painted a pie for Eliza that she could only see but not eat. If she refused too harshly, Field was worried that he would be killed, although the possibility of this was completely zero. The influence of the church has been declining in recent years, and the major empires are trying their best to get rid of the influence of the church. If they take action against the nobles again, they will probably be finished immediately. The two chatted for a long time, but couldn't reach any consensus. "Pick out 50 strong slaves and equip them with spears. We are going to enter the gray fog." After announcing the order loudly, Field remounted his warhorse and bowed slightly to Eliza while sitting on the warhorse. "Goodbye, charming nun." "Goodbye." Eliza leaned on her long legs and easily mounted the warhorse. "May the holy light protect you." To return to the night territory, including slaves and captives, the total team is about 350 people, which means there is a high possibility of encountering a tide of zombies. Things turned out just as Field had expected. As soon as they entered the northern province, the bloated transport team was immediately subjected to continuous attacks. The corpses roared out from the ruins, corrupted forests and soil, and rushed over ferociously. "Goddess, what did I see? A living devil." Tate and the slaves had exactly the same expression. They looked back in panic, trying to find the way back, but they could only see the gray haze connecting to the sky. Tate had a vague feeling that he had been tricked. Tate had heard before that the North was full of monsters and death, but he didn't take it seriously. It was a relatively abstract concept and not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. However, Tate immediately shut up, not because of his good psychological quality. Schwa? The Black Knights around Field all drew out their cavalry swords. What was even more terrifying was that the swords were not shining, but were covered with reddish-brown dried blood and yellow-white grease. No more than 2 days. With his many years of experience managing death row inmates, Tate could tell at a glance that the knives had just stabbed a person and didn't mind stabbing something else. Slaves, no chaos, no running around. Tate didn't dare to be the first to speak out. While comforting the slaves, he glanced at his family's carriage with concern. Chapter 44: Arrival at the Camp. "Don't panic. Anyone who escapes will be killed." The cavalry captain Silver Claw waved his long sword and roared in a cold tone. Confused Tate was that the cavalry had no intention of attacking the corpses. Instead, they surrounded the slaves like driving a flock of sheep, as if they were ready to slaughter them if they disagreed with them. What brutal cavalrymen! But what about the corpses? Tate asked. A deep blue light flashed, and a giant black wolf jumped out. Without stopping at all, the giant wolf quickly shuttled through the zombie group, waving its sharp claws at will, easily crushing or chopping the zombies into pieces. Everyone was stunned to see all this, forgetting even their fear. Was there a giant wolf in the team? They had never seen one before. Along with the flames that rolled like electric arcs, a blue flame gushed out from the giant wolf's mouth, and then it surged exponentially, and the dragon wolf swept back and forth. The crackling sound of the flames, like firecrackers, rang in everyone's ears, and the group of corpses that rushed in were cleared out. What's going on? Tate felt like there was too much information and his brain was not enough. I am the chosen one of my contract, Ashina. Field patted the stunned Tate, pointed at Ashina who was dressed as a maid beside him, and then said to Tate, "Go and organize the slaves. Let's get on the road as soon as possible." But then Tate didn't know what to say for a moment and spoke incoherently. Field actually has a chosen maid? Even in the wealthy Maple Leaf territory, there is only one chosen one by God, the stunning dancer. How did Field attract a chosen one to be loyal to him? No wonder Baron Field dared to enter the night territory. It turned out that he was protected by the chosen one. As adults often say, this is just the beginning. Field's maid Scissors laughed out loud. This carefree maid narrowed her eyes and said, "Even I am not worried. As a man, you have nothing to be afraid of." Tate scratched his head in embarrassment. It was so humiliating to be laughed at by the maid. "Cheer up quickly. The more efficient we are, the less likely we will be surrounded by the zombie swarm." Field glanced at the small map. A large number of skull symbols began to stir, covering the entire map, which made Field feel uneasy. The zombies have become more active. These damn corrupt creatures seem endless to be killed. "Hurry up, we have to get the slaves moving," Field said in a serious tone. "It's dangerous to break through the zombie swarm, but staying where you are is waiting to die." Tate gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, my lord." Countless corpses rushed out from the gray fog and were burned to ashes by the dragon wolves. Then more corpses came one after another, like moths to a flame, and there was no end in sight. Field's worries came true. When everyone arrived at the winery, 39 people died from the attacks of corpses and monsters. A war horse had its leg broken, 2 pack horses were bitten to death, and 7 goats were used to lure the tide of corpses. The loss was heavy, but fortunately there was no loss of food and no one in the cavalry was killed. Tate's face was so dark that it looked like coal. This journey had been more thrilling than any other in his life. His daughter and wife got off the carriage in fear. Their legs softened, and they rolled to the ground, stunned for a long time, still hugging each other and trembling. It would be a lie to say that I didn't regret entering the northern province. The attacks of the zombies almost never stopped along the way. If Tate had not entered the gray fog and had no way out, he would have wanted to slap himself twice and then turn around and leave. After arriving at the territory, Tate was shocked by the territory in front of him. He thought that the northern province was bad enough, but Field's castle was equally bad. Strictly speaking, it looked like a large winery with leaks on all sides. Well, it was definitely a large winery. Fortunately, the well-armored guards and the powerful strength of Ashina, the chosen one, gave him a glimmer of hope. Field was not in a good mood either. Compared with the first time, the transportation losses this time were too great. After all, there was no human shield. Connor's knights were completely wiped out, which allowed Field to arrive at the manor smoothly. We were too greedy this time. A team of 300 people is too big to take care of them all when attacked. Rubbing his brows, Field tried to look at it more positively. Fortunately, we can bring back all the food so it's not a loss. The good news is that the territory has not been attacked since Field was away for so long. The slaves were already digging the soil in the fields, and the first batch of farmland had been purified and put into production immediately. Although the land is barren, it is much better than being abandoned. Without a plow, the work efficiency is too slow. Field rode his horse towards the winery and looked around. The slaves were digging holes in the fields with hoes or their hands. This scene was very different from Field's impression of farming. There were no ridges, which meant that they did not know how to cultivate ridges. There were not even furrows between fields. Knight has several cows. As long as they are equipped with a plow, they can plow the land quickly. But it doesn't matter. There aren't many farmlands anyway, and the slaves can still complete the task relying solely on manpower. It also allows everyone to have something to do so that they don't tease women or fight after eating. The entire Night territory is full of slaves. Tate was stunned. Field was the most unique lord he had ever seen. Not entirely. The small piece of vacant land south of the big winery was allocated to free people. There are about 10 of them, and I kidnapped them. Field said bluntly. There are not many secrets in the Night territory. After all, there are no fog lights, so ordinary people can't escape. Tate's mouth opened wide enough to swallow an ostrich egg. So this place is perfect for you. It's like a big prison, and the smog is the cage. All you have to do is be my internal affairs advisor, prevent slave riots, and assign them work. It's really similar to prison. Tate's mouth twitched. Actually, there is a gap. They are also human beings. I plan to use some of my working time to transform them, such as developing new skills or changing some bad habits. Field looked at the excrement on the ground and frowned again, especially urinating and defecating anywhere. At first, My ban seemed to have little effect. Fortunately, the weather was not too warm, otherwise Field might have had trouble sleeping. Tate had recovered from his earlier fear and was looking around as well. When the slaves working around saw Field riding on a tall horse, they immediately dropped their work and ran to Field to kneel and salute. Then came the patrolling guards and the call wandering in the farmland. When they saw the returning team, they ran over excitedly. Thank God, Lord Field, you are finally back. Cal was so excited that tears streamed down his face. He wanted to jump on the horse and kiss its hooves. He was very worried that Field would slip away alone or die on the road, which would then be the end of him. Chapter 45. People always have to face reality. Yes, but it's mainly thanks to Ashina and the brave soldiers who fought desperately to protect it. Field would not mention the small map. It was his personal secret. Ashina had some heavy bags under her eyes, and her beautiful eyes showed a rare lazy look. Killing corpses all night long would make the Chosen feel tired, but her wolf ears still shook proudly, indicating that she was in a good mood. Ashina didn't say anything nice. She just nodded to everyone. She recently liked Field's calm style and would not easily show her lively side in front of others. Only in private does he like to play tricks on Field. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for you. When Tietue and the others heard Field praising them, they immediately straightened their bodies. For some reason, their lord especially liked others to stand up straight. Since the lord liked it, they were happy to do it. Tietue knocked on the breastplate with his right hand full of dried blood. Thanks to the goddess of winter for blessing our dear lord. Well, after going out, they became even more servile, a bunch of lackeys. Cao rolled his eyes in disdain, but a smile also appeared on his face. With one more guard coming back, the territory would be a little safer, and he wouldn't have to be scared to the point of being unable to sleep, or even afraid to go out to the toilet. My lord, please forgive me for being so blunt, but don't take any more risks. I pray every night and worry so much that I can't sleep. Ka shouted. I will not leave the territory for a short time after I come back this time. Although Maple Leaf City is beautiful, it does not feel like home compared to my shabby territory. Besides, the journey is too difficult and Field is very tired. He waved his hand and said, first, arrange accommodation for my advisors and free people, and then allocate a piece of land for the slaves to live in. We will place them next to the previous slave camp. Field didn't have the energy to do more for the time being. Several days of crazy fighting and high-intensity map observation had exhausted him. The cavalry will have 3 days off, and so will you, Iron Hammer. I'll give you 3 days off so you can have a good rest. Cow, you organize the freedmen to serve the slaves. Each of them will be given 2 loaves of bread and a bowl of vegetable soup. I don't want them to survive the zombie tide only to die of hunger. Most of the more than 30 slaves who died were slow-moving and old. Field still felt sorry for them. They were all labor force, and it was such a waste. After returning to the winery, Field felt the air was fresher. Although there was still a faint musty smell, it was much fresher and more comfortable than outside. The stone walls revealed their original color instead of being stained with black and purple decay residues. The room was a little damp. It was obvious that the maid Sparrow had not been lazy and had cleaned the winery very well. There was no excrement in the house. Field had seen a lot of it before. Some servant was too lazy to go out and always defecated in the house. Fortunately, as Field's majesty increased, that guy didn't dare to do so. Of course, he might have cleaned it up himself. Hee, don't let me catch you. Field was curious about who the bastard was. If the maid did this, she would be spanked severely. After dinner and a comfortable bath, Field lazily leaned on the cushioned armchair, and every cell in his body was relaxed. The newly purchased furniture made Field's room look like that. At least the tables, chairs, and beds were replaced with high-quality furniture with aristocratic atmosphere, and there was no need to worry about the chairs squeaking. Field took out the magic book, Flame Vestments. Although he had no magic, it did not prevent him from being curious about magic. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Without getting angry at being interrupted, Field put the magic book back on the bookshelf and cleared his throat. Come in. Excuse me, Lord Field. The visitor was Tate, who was known as the Warden. Nicknames were common in this era, and Field fantasized about getting the nickname Stick of Steel or Devil's Muscle Man, because it sounded cool. Sir, I came here to know your ideas so that I can manage Night Territory more accurately. Tate did not rest, but walked all over Night Territory. The smell of sweat on his body was obvious. He seemed a little anxious and worried. For example, should the focus this year be on taxes, population, or food? These things are the focus of the nobles. You get into work mode faster than I thought. Field nodded with satisfaction. When Field saw that his face was as black as a chimpanzee's, he thought he was going to go on strike. Tate said honestly, people always have to face reality. My family is already tied to the Night Lord. Of course I have to do my best. I don't want my children to die in the mouths of rotten corpses. Very good, but the focus of our next work will not be taxes and food, nor population. Field took a sip of black tea. The dilapidated environment of Night Territory does not allow production for the time being. Even if the hard target is set at 100 million gold coins per day, it is useless. It is just a slogan. Field is not interested in playing with empty words. The first thing is to gradually recover the corrupted farmland and houses, and organize people to remove the traces of corruption. As a lord, I have domain talent. As long as I completely eliminate the corruption, I can prevent the death fog from infiltrating. Field paused and continued. The second is to educate the slaves, to turn them all into obedient laborers with professional skills, and preferably all free citizens. I think you should be a professional in educating people. But I have to remind you that although some slaves look pitiful, some of them have committed many illegal acts behind the scenes. We need to sort them out as soon as possible so that we can work further. It is the person who is noble, not the profession. Similarly, it is the person who is lowly, not the situation. It's ironic that there was oppression among slaves as well. This time Tate was surprised. It is amazing that you have such accurate guidance on management, and it is so clear and forward-looking. Wow, this guy looks so upright, but it turns out he is quite good at flattering. Field laughed. Isn't this a very basic ability? Not really. At least I have never heard of it. The lords usually focus on this year's taxes and food, or the army, family, and noble ladies. You are the first one who cares about the grassroots affairs. Oh, Field tapped the tabletop with his fingers, making a pleasant sound. He liked to tap the table when he was thinking. Because of the wisdom of the Chinese people and advanced modern education, even if Field did something that he thought was very ordinary, it would be incredible to people of that era. Chapter 46. Ineffective Policies and Manure. Also, sir, I think Nightfall needs normal houses. Slaves are always crowded in tents made of rotten wood and rags. This is not bad. The terrible thing is that even free people don't have houses. This will cause dissatisfaction among the people, if you care about their opinions. This problem will take time to solve. Field pulled out a spare map from the bookshelf and handed it to Tate. Once I have recaptured the forest and quarry in the east, the house problem will probably be solved. In addition, I also need to plan the site selection. This map is for you. If you have any ideas, please let me know in time. Yes, sir. Tate felt trusted and supported. Although Night Territory is even worse than the slums compared to Maple Leaf Territory, something new seems to be sprouting here. Early the next morning, the maid brought pudding, white bread, and goat's milk. There are no dairy cows in the territory, only beef cattle. Fortunately, goat milk is not bad, but the quantity is very small. Ashina was wearing a lace-trimmed, waisted aristocratic long skirt, which Field bought in Maple Leaf City and slightly modified according to Field's aesthetic taste. Although Ashina loved her maid outfit, she didn't wear her work clothes because it was her day off. Field was almost embarrassed to look at Ashina in a dress. He had to do some mental preparation to calm himself down. With her long hair casually spread out, Ashina supported her face with one hand, her eyes half closed and slightly open, revealing her wild and charming nature. She looked confused, and no one knew what she was thinking. Her white stockings were tightly attached to her perfect leg lines, making her look noble and elegant. Her sitting posture with her legs crossed squeezed out in a luring, mysterious area. There were stockings in this era, but they were not made of the ultra-thin material of modern times. Today's stockings are thicker, and you can only vaguely see some flesh-colored light, but it is definitely not revealing. Instead of sitting in the rigid and strict posture of a noble lady, Ashina's toes, wrapped in stockings and holding slippers, swayed seductively. Other nobles might find it rude, but Field was happy for Ashina to unleash the wolf people's lively nature, so he would only teach some aristocratic and modern etiquette instead of all the feudal dogma. Anyway, this is Night Territory, and Field has the final say. What do you need me to do today? Ashina lazily used a silver spoon to scoop a spoonful of pudding into her mouth with a satisfied smile. After savoring the sweetness, Ashina blinked her big eyes and suggested, "Do you want to go treasure hunting? It would be great if we can find treasures." The discovery of wine and magic scrolls previously brought the Night Lord a large sum of money, and Ashina became a little obsessed with treasure hunting. Not going today. If you're willing, you can accompany me to the grassroots. Field finished drinking the goat milk with a frown. This stuff was very volatile, and the chef even added salt to it. It didn't taste good. Ashina was stunned for a moment and repeated this strange word. Go to the grassroots? Ahem, just to instruct the farmers and slaves on their work. Ashina didn't even think about it. Okay, let's go together. Leaving the winery, you can see the messy slave camp at a glance, but there is no one inside now. The slaves were driven out to work by Tate early in the morning. Slaves don't have breakfast, and they don't even have time to eat. To be exact, even free people don't go to eat breakfast. It's too luxurious. Ordinary people in the Middle Ages ate 2 meals a day. Lunch was called breaking the fast and was a more formal meal, with thanksgiving and prayers to the gods. Dinner was more casual. Field observed that it was called dinner, but in fact it was a midnight snack, because free people ate very little at night. Breakfast, known as a small meal to break the fast, is usually only eaten by aristocrats. They also have to observe aristocratic etiquette, such as not taking breakfast back to the room to eat, and washing hands with a shallow water basin and towel before eating each dish. Of course, none of this matters. Field still eats according to the Chinese dining habits. I regret not writing anymore. After taking just 2 steps, Field covered his face speechlessly. Feces could be seen everywhere on the road. Although feces could fertilize the land, it also had to be fermented. Obviously, my previous decree is invalid. Field looked around and didn't see Cow, so he turned to the maid Scissors and said, "Go call that old man Cow, and call the free people who have a say." Soon, Cow came over with an embarrassed look on his face, accompanied by an old man called Old Turtle Dove. Old Turtle Dove was originally a villager of Bull's Head. After being brought here by Field, he became the new village chief and could solve the small problems of the free people, such as neighborhood disputes and family conflicts. "Good day, sir." The 2 men bowed at the same time. "Good day." Field smiled at them and then asked, "Is the problem of open defecation still difficult to solve? Tell me about the difficulties you encounter." Ka said guiltily, "There are too many of them, and each of them is as stupid as a pig. As soon as I say a word of advice, they forget it completely in their stupid heads. In addition, they don't take verbal advice seriously, and they will even act like a rogue and say that it is their first offense. Indeed, even if some modern elderly people do bad things, your verbal advice is useless and is just like bullshit. Up the night captaincy. After saying all the nice things, it's time to strike hard. Field wanted to confiscate their tools. Announce it. From today on, anyone caught defecating or urinating anywhere will be punished. Free citizens will be fined 1 copper coin. If they don't have money, they will be fined 1 whip. Slaves will be fined 3 times, 3 copper coins, or 3 whips. There will be no warning. Field's face was dark. Also, organize the children and women among the slaves to pick up feces every day and pile them together. What a clean and tidy nobleman, the old Dove thought to himself. It's just feces. I really don't understand why they would take the trouble to mix them together. Can they make a statue? Do you know how to apply fertilizer and compost when you farm? Field turned to ask the old Dove. Fertilizer? The old Dove looked confused. We will water, weed, and catch insects. Of course, the most important thing is to pray. Pray to the goddess and pray for a good harvest. Well, Field's mouth twitched. No wonder there were not many people in this era, but not enough food. People always starve to death. Even the most fertile land would be exhausted if crops were planted frequently. Then you should apply fertilizer. Field pointed to the farmland. Pile up the manure and use it for irrigation after planting crops. Goddess of the harvest. What did I hear? I should rip my ears off and throw them away. The old Dove rolled his eyes and nearly died of a cerebral hemorrhage. If the person in front of him was not the Baron, the old Dove would have definitely fought with his fists. Chapter 47. From Farmland to Kitchen, a comprehensive transformation. Just now I was thinking that Baron Field loved cleanliness, but it turns out that his purpose in collecting feces is to pour the filth on the food. So aristocratic. So luxurious. To cover the gift of the goddess of harvest with dirty and unclean things? This is blasphemy and will bring terrible divine punishment, such as locust plagues and droughts. My lord, you must be joking. The old Dove blushed and talked about his farming experience. We are professionals in farming. I have been farming all my life. How could I not understand it? Field would not debate with the old fogey, but waved his hand. Maybe you are right, but I want the land cultivated by the slaves to be cultivated according to my requirements. This is an order. My lord, only magical creatures and God's chosen ones can affect food production. Faced with such a major issue as food, Cow did not dare to let Field do whatever he wanted. You just need to keep praying, and God will answer you. Oh, it's God again. Field rubbed his eyebrows. The existence of the chosen ones in magic is indeed a treasure of this world, but it also has a great inhibitory effect on production and technology. The most common thing is that people are not serious about their work, and their subjective initiative has dropped significantly. If they can't grow food, live in poverty, or fall down while walking, they will blame themselves for not being pious, and then they will give money to the church and wait for the miracle to come. I know that magic and the Chosen One can affect production, but the Night Lord can't do that. We need to find another way out. Ashina is purely military and is of no help in production. This is my order. Make compost and irrigate the fields. Also, when planting radishes and cabbages, cultivate them using the ridge system. When planting wheat, loosen the soil twice and try to keep the land flat. The ridge system has the advantages of increasing ventilation, enriching the land, and loosening the soil, but Field did not explain it. He was used to dealing with these old-fashioned people. This is my decree. The fields planted by slaves must be completely in accordance with my requirements. You can plant whatever you want. There are only about 10 free people, and they can only cultivate a few acres, so they can be used as a reference. As you wish. Although the old dove looked reluctant, the land belonged to the nobles, and Field also left some room, allowing them to grow crops without fertilizing the land. Before Field traveled through time, he had spent some of his childhood in the countryside of his hometown, so he had some basic knowledge of agriculture. Of course, even if the knowledge was not applicable to the current farmland, it would only be a very small loss, as the land in Night Territory could not grow anything anyway. Then Field personally directed several slaves to dig a barely decent ridge, and then left with satisfaction. Will the night sky be full of wheat and vegetables next year? Ashina looked back with interest. I hope so, but it will definitely not be enough for everyone. We will have to rely on imports then. It would be great if meat could be grown. Wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth, Ashina was more interested in meat. Meat is still the most delicious. Field, as a carnivore, nodded in agreement. That's true, but vegetables can also be cooked deliciously. It's just that my chef has never tried it. Or rather, the meat he cooks is also very average. Today's cooking methods are extremely hellish, such as stewing fish heads with cream, boiling cabbage for half a day to make cabbage paste, stewing meat and fruit together, and making jelly with a mixture of fish jelly, mutton fat, and animal offal, which is extremely disgusting. Field's chef did the same thing. Although Field asked the chef more than once not to skewer oranges when grilling meat, the devil chef firmly believed that this was the only way it would taste good. Really? I think the barbecue is delicious now. Ashina tilted her head. Also, can vegetables become delicious too? Of course. I happen to be free today, so I have to let you see some real delicious food. Field looked over and saw Tate starting to work in the new slave camp. My consultant has already started working, so let's give him a chance to prove himself. Let's go to the kitchen first. Field had been busy defending the territory and eliminating corruption, so he didn't bother with the chef. Today, he went to the kitchen in person to prevent him from making weird food again. The current kitchen follows the existing kitchen of the winery and is quite spacious. But when Field walked in, he immediately felt the simplicity. Unlike a Chinese kitchen, there is no stove here, but a camping pot built with a tripod and a soup pot. Be careful not to overturn it when cooking. There are a lot of bacon hanging on the wall, various vegetables piled on the ground, and a tree stump in the corner with an axe stuck on it, which is a tool for chopping bones. The other thing is the grill, which has steak and 2 apples on it. The chef calls it a dinner plate. He has a special liking for refining fruits, because this is a skill he is proud of. However, he can pickle fruits and make fruit pies, which is barely acceptable to Field. The plate was bulging with a round belly. As the fattest man in the territory, he was envied by all slaves and freemen. He smiled naively and said, "Haha, sir, for lunch today I will make grilled apple steak, Brussels sprout soup, and orange and almond stewed cured ham. I've also added chili peppers as a seasoning." "Dead, thank you." When Field heard cured ham stewed with oranges and almonds, and added chili, he could no longer hold it in and was so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. The chef had made this kind of food last time. Field tasted it and drank 5 cups of black tea to rinse his mouth. Without hesitation, Field gave the whole dish to the servants. What was even more bizarre was that everyone praised it for being delicious. It is true that he has never eaten good pork and treats swill as a state banquet. The orange and almond stewed cured ham is out of the way. I want to create a new dish called dry pot beef. Prepare some beef tenderloin, onions, radishes, mushrooms, and peppers, Field directed. What is dry pot? Seeing the chef hesitating and looking suspicious, Field had to repeat it in a stronger tone. No one likes to be questioned in their professional field, and Field understood that. But in order to avoid being poisoned by dark cuisine in the future, Field used a commanding tone directly. He wanted to demonstrate it himself, but if a noble cooked the meal himself, the chef would hang himself that night out of shame. Don't add water directly to the pot. Plate. This way of cooking is brand new. Listen to me. Wash and cut the ingredients first, then pour some oil into the hot pot. This step is called hot oil. Then, on the other side, the maid sparrow, under the protection of 5 guards, was preparing to serve meals to the slaves. The people who served the meals were mainly 10 free people, and Sparrow was responsible for supervision, as well as showing up and making her presence felt. Slaves must know who feeds them. The food for lunch was barley porridge and black bread. The black bread from Maple Leaf City was of much better quality than the one bought from Golden Eagle City. Chapter 48 Black Feather and White Feather, Chaotic Eaters. The food for lunch was porridge and heated black bread. This batch of black bread from Maple Leaf City was much better than the previous ones. Each one weighed 10 pounds and was mixed with a large amount of bran, but at least it was not so wicked as to contain stones, sand, and sawdust. The bread was cut into small pieces the size of a fist for easy distribution. The slaves smelled the aroma of food and without hesitation dropped the work at hand and ran towards the carriage. The guards immediately raised their spears, stood in front of the slaves, and shouted at them, not allowing them to move forward. "I want to eat. Damn brick, it's me. Have you forgotten about us after eating eggs for a few days, you bastard? Yes, we are friends who share the same cage. Give me an extra piece of bread." Some slaves started to make friends with them, but more of them cursed them. Some of them were the ones who were kicked out of the guard team because they didn't want to fight or were lazy in training. They regretted it so much that they couldn't sleep all night. Sometimes, when they were asleep, they thought of their former cellmates who were now enjoying a good life, which was more painful than killing them. Every time they woke up, they would slap themselves in annoyance and say, "I really deserve to die." After all, the guards can eat meat every day, and in the eyes of slaves, eating meat is the pinnacle of life. Who would have thought that instead of becoming cannon fodder, the Baron would actually give them food? No snatching allowed. The Lord has given an order. Line up to receive your food. The guards ignored the attempts of their former cellmates to curry favor with them. Ever since they were able to eat extra food every day, such as bacon and eggs, they had completely become Field's loyal followers. Licks the dog even more than a dog. Now that Field asked them to beat their own father, these guys, who were previously afraid of hunger, would rush up without hesitation and give him a righteous kick. "Line up, please line up in 10 rows. The maid Sparrow shouted with a thin voice. Seeing that everyone ignored her, she put her hands on her hips angrily and said, "Line up. Otherwise, you won't have any food." What a beautiful woman. If I could have one night with her, I would be happy to lose 50 years of my life. "Shut up. I'm a noble lady. I'd dig your tongue out." I know I was wrong. The guy who said the wrong thing immediately broke out in a sweat, fearing that he would be dragged out by the guards and beheaded. Apparently, the maid's clean and beautiful clothes made the slaves misunderstand that Sparrow was also a noble. This is also the hidden benefit of being a maid in the castle. Your status is always higher than that of ordinary people. Just like the leader's driver, when the leader is not around, the driver becomes the leader. Fortunately, Sparrow did not bother with them. If it was Scissors who came over, he would have used 2 pieces of black bread as bait and let the other slaves beat up the guy who said the wrong thing. In fact, Sparrow really likes being treated as a noble lady. The feeling of being looked up to is irresistible. She cherishes the tasks assigned to her by Field and wants to do her best. Soon, the slaves pushed and squeezed, barely forming 10 rows. A few stronger slaves dragged others and tried to cut in line, cursing. But this illegal behavior was immediately suppressed by the guards, who rushed forward and punched the villains who cut in line. No eggs were wasted, and all became fighting power. The one who cuts in line should be at the back. Sparrow put his hands on his hips, trying his best to appear more aggressive. The slaves finally calmed down and began to think about the violent scene that had just happened. Haha, did you guys just see that? Just one punch. Oh my god. Those guys were so powerful. No wonder it can kill corpses. I heard that the Baron distributes meat to the guards every day. I also want to join. Then I can beat anyone up at will. Haha. The slaves talked loudly and excitedly, saying that violence could help slaves release their repressed emotions and became a topic of conversation for months. How horrible. The disheveled girl by you tightened the dirty hat on her head. This smelly linen hat belonged to another kind old slave, but the old man died on the way to the night territory and was caught in the air by the bat banshee and torn into pieces. Fortunately, the warm hat could be kept, and the 2 sisters would always take turns wearing it to share the few assets. Her twin sister, Hey You, had already begun to sob quietly. Be strong and don't go to see them. We'll be able to eat soon. Although both of them were 11 years old, the elder sister became stronger earlier. Bayu held her younger sister tightly in her arms to prevent her from being kicked down and trampled to death by the crowded slaves. Fortunately, the 2 sisters were lucky and were seated near the front of the queue. This is the food given by Lord Field. You must work hard for him. Sparrow kept repeating this sentence. She also thought so in her heart. Only the dear Baron would be so generous in sharing food. Sparrow pouted. This is the food that Lord Field risked his life to transport. Working hard? Bayu repeated this sentence several times in her mind, and finally sighed deeply. They once had a happy family. Their parents worked very hard, and they would go to the fields regardless of wind or rain. Their father also had the superb skill of shooting birds with a slingshot. He would take the prey to the castle to sell, and occasionally he would exchange it for some leftovers that the master didn't want. That was the happiest time for them, and the delicious leftovers always appeared in their dreams. Their names also come from the gift of birds. Unfortunately, my father later collected branches from the forest and planned to make a better slingshot. The forest is the private property of the nobles. Animals, berries, and even branches in it cannot be picked up. This is a serious violation of the law. That evening, their father was hanged for embezzling noble property. Their mother was molested several times by the security team captain who had evil intentions. She finally went mad and jumped into the river. The two sisters managed to escape the hands of the captain of the security team, but on the way to begging, they were caught and became slaves in Maple Leaf territory. After 3 days of starvation, they were sold to a lord named Field. Bayu wanted to die several times. Maybe that was the only way to be relieved. This world was really rotten, and it was equally desperate everywhere. Bayu estimated that Night territory was no different from her hometown. Each person gets a bowl of porridge and 2 pieces of black bread. Dinner is already included. No food will be distributed tonight. 2 loaves of brown bread is a day's supply. It was actually 2 pieces of bread. Reality immediately broke Bayu's memories and despair. Her eyes widened, and she exclaimed in a low voice, "Are you kidding me? 2 pieces of bread a day and porridge? Goddess, is this a joke?" On the way to Yemu territory, 2 pieces of bread a day were for eating and traveling quickly. But in Yemu territory, normally, 1 piece of bread should be eaten every 2 days or every 3 days. Why are there more of them? The Lord must have drunk too much and got the order wrong. Chapter 49. Everyone can take a short break. Bayu was trembling with excitement. He was sure he would be able to eat his fill. We have plenty of food to eat. The younger sister burst into laughter and turned her head to give Bayu a dirty smile. It will be our turn soon. Feeling his sister holding his hand tightly, Bayu's eyes became determined. If he died, his cowardly sister would definitely be abused by those bastards and then die in a cold corner. You must survive. Don't grab. Don't take the initiative to take. Your dirty hands will ruin the porridge. The villager who was serving rice cursed and waved the stick in his hand. With his right hand, he used a spoon to scoop a spoonful of porridge from the earthenware jar. The porridge was so sparse that even a dog would find it shabby. What a nice smell. So many wheat grains. Yu's eyes widened, and he took the initiative to let go of his sister's hand. Porridge of this consistency is only available during the Chinese New Year. Then, the villager took out a piece of black bread the size of an adult's fist from the wooden basket next to him and stuffed it into Yu's hand with an impatient look on his face. It's still hot. Yu swallowed, took the bread, and was about to leave. Wait. Sparrow called Yu, took out a piece of bread from the basket, stuffed it into Yu's arms, and smiled sympathetically. You took one less. You will be hungry at night. The villagers who deliberately gave her one less loaf of bread were very unhappy. This is just a useless little bastard. There is no need to give her 2 loaves of bread. 1 is enough for her to eat for 3 days. If there was a lot of food left, they could steal some when the maid wasn't paying attention. Sparrow knew what they were thinking and immediately crossed his arms over his chest, turning his face away. This is Lord Field's order. The Lord said that all slaves will have 2 loaves of bread and 1 portion of porridge. Well, in the wealthy bull territory, adult slaves should have 1 loaf of bread every 2 days, and children 1 every 3 or 4 days. The villager said sarcastically. But this is night territory. Everything here is brand new. Sparrow was really a little angry. She borrowed Field's words and reiterated them forcefully. Everything is brand new. The guard who was maintaining order nearby frowned. The 3 words, bull collar, always made them sensitive. Lord Field had suffered humiliation there, so he immediately gave him a nuclear kind look. The villager was sweating profusely and shrank his neck as he said, "You are right. It was my mistake." Bayu felt very relieved, but he didn't dare to cheer in public, so he could only look at the sparrow with gratitude with a beaming face. To her surprise, the sparrow smiled back at her. Am I seeing this correctly? Such an elegant and clean woman actually smiled at me? Bayu was dizzy, and he pulled his sister to find an empty corner to sit down. Without saying a word, he wolfed down a piece of bread and licked the oatmeal porridge used to soak the bread clean. He could even take the wooden bowl back and use it again because it was licked until it was shiny. The little girl felt full for a rare moment, and her thin belly, which had been thin due to long-term malnutrition, was actually bulging slightly. Oh, it's delicious. The younger sister was drooling and opened her mouth wide to take a second bite of the bread. Baiyu was startled and quickly patted the back of her sister's hand. You can't eat it anymore. You have to hide this. Baiyu said sternly. Feeling the pain on the back of her hand, my sister opened her mouth and tears immediately rolled out. Don't cry. Baiyu rubbed his sister's head and changed his tone. There won't be many good days like this. If you eat all the food, you will starve to death in an emergency. So, be good. Let's hide the bread and eat it when we are almost starving to death. Okay. Heiyu handed the bread to his sister in a baby voice, pouting. You can't eat it secretly. Baiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her sister was quite clever. She pinched her nose and said lovingly, Okay, I'll definitely call you when we eat. Not only the two sisters did this, most slaves would hide the bread. For them, it was not just bread, but the continuation of life. Who knows what the order will be tomorrow, sir? Even if the Lord is not bad and is willing to give everyone food, the executors below may not give it. The behavior of the villagers today is an example. Sister, what do you think the Lord looks like? Heiyu hugged his knees. Well, probably a guy with a beer belly, rotten teeth, and a haughty attitude. Based on the image in his memory, Baiyu answered unhappily, and then looked around warily. Or a drunk with an unshaven beard, humph, who even forgot to change the decree after a hangover. Heiyu drooled and thought, Don't say that. The one who gives bread is a good person. Lunchtime is over. Get to work, the guard shouted, driving the slaves back to the fields. Sparrow was a little tired, but working for the Lord made her happy. She hummed a little tune and returned to the kitchen of the winery. She also wanted to have lunch. What are you all doing together? Sparrow saw several colleagues sitting at the table with serious expressions, so he immediately went over. Maids love gossip. Sparrow, this is the lunch given by the Lord. It's called dry pot beef. It's very special. In the past, the Lord would only give us the leftovers, but this time he directly shared some of it. One of the main reasons why the servants liked Field was that he was very picky about food. Many of the delicacies made by the chef, such as fruit, smoked fish, and nut stew, Field would only taste one bite at most, and then the servants could enjoy the whole thing. Of course, there will also be steaks, goat milk, and even the most delicious venison. As long as they can have a bite, they will be happy for a whole month. Similarly, the servants didn't like Ashina at all because she never left any food. Ashina always finished all the food with a smile on her face, in stark contrast to the beloved Lord. And she doesn't gain weight. Why does it look like this? It looks like dried feces, and also a bit like my aunt who was burned to a mummy by a fire. Scissors said bluntly. And there is no fruit or soup. How can it be delicious? Just like Field saw the dark cuisine, this time it was the servants' turn to sweat profusely. They had never seen or heard of such a dish, and they also thought that it was a dark cuisine that Field had cooked up on a whim. Claypot glanced at the Scissors and was about to tell tales. Scissors, stop talking nonsense. Sparrow angrily nudged her with his elbow. You are insulting the Lord's reward. Oh, sorry, you know what I mean. I respect Lord Field the most. Scissors smiled at everyone. If the Lord knew about this, he might marry her to the ugly, perverted old man. Next time, I will help clean your room. Please forgive my slip of the tongue. At least it smells good. Chapter 50 The Mysterious Peeper. Why are you looking at me? My God, can you be so picky even about beef? We are all servants, not nobles. Even though it looks weird, you have to eat real shit if the Lord tells you to. After saying that, Sparrow picked up a piece of beef with a spoon and ate it with a fearless attitude. The next moment, the sparrow's taste buds were immediately conquered by the unique flavor. The carefully marinated beef was fried until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Every bite was filled with rich gravy. The dry pot cooking method greatly enhanced the taste of the beef. The vegetables absorbed the essence of the beef and returned the fragrance of the vegetables. Perfect. The apple almond stew with bacon is just garbage. No wonder the Lord doesn't like to eat it. The sparrow was silent for a long time, and then he forced out a difficult expression. Goddess, this is too disgusting. I'll throw it away. Why throw it out there? If it doesn't taste good, you can give it to the slaves. Scissors narrowed his eyes with a suspicious expression, reached out to grab it, but Sparrow dodged it. Something's wrong. You're up to something. Everyone reacted immediately and rushed over to grab the food. Soon the small pot of dry pot beef was finished and the condiments on the plate were licked clean. It's so delicious. Jinzi smacked his lips, still wanting more. As expected of you, Lord, you actually know that such a delicacy exists. That's right. After all, our master is a nobleman. Only the chef's plate was broken, and he muttered to himself, how is this possible? Why is it so delicious? Field himself thought it was just average, at least not the taste he wanted. Too much salt, and the heat was not controlled well. Also, did they add sweet curry powder? It tastes weird. Field smacked his lips. Ashina, what do you think? Ashina's mouth was full, and she couldn't say anything, so she could only give Field a thumbs up. You're such a foodie. Field took a sip of tea slowly. Originally, he was thinking of taking a 3-day break and relaxing, but Field couldn't stay idle the next day. The territory had no output and was in a dangerous area. He felt anxious and uneasy if he didn't do something. There are many things in the territory, but none of them can be solved with just a few words. Field decided to solve the problem of timber scarcity. As soon as Field finished getting dressed and opened the door, he ran into Ashina, who was carrying a bow and a gun. She seemed to have just returned from outside, with a lot of dirty blood splattered on her face. There was also an empty space without a skull mark on the small map, which was obviously her masterpiece. Good day, sir. When Ashina saw Field, the seriousness on her face immediately disappeared. She lifted her skirt with a smile and greeted him sweetly. What do you need me to do today? I've rested well. After saying that, Ashina also pointed to her eyes. Sure enough, the slight dark circles under the eyes disappeared, and the red wolf eyes looked both smart and charming. This guy chopped wood all the way back from Maple Leaf territory. He chopped wood for 4 days and 4 nights, and only had 1 day off yesterday. Yet he is full of energy, and not even his eyes are dry. The chosen ones recover quickly. Field sighed. I'm planning to lead my troops to retake the lumberyard, and I need your protection. Great. It's fun to work with you, sir. The girl swung her tail and suddenly thought of something. She frowned and said, Sir, I felt something was wrong last night. In the second half of the night, around 3 o'clock, something was spying on the territory. I went out and walked around the area several times, but didn't find anything unusual. But I believe my senses are not wrong. No wonder you're carrying a weapon. Do you know what that thing is? It can't be a goblin again. Field immediately realized the seriousness of the problem and rubbed his chin, thinking, it shouldn't be. A goblin can't escape your claws at all. It's not a goblin. I remember the smell of a goblin. The smell I smelled last night must be a corrupted creature, but it was completely new and blocked my perception. The wind told me everything. The smell of that thing was mixed with extremely strong murderous and hostility. Field was silent for a moment. I see. You go have breakfast first. I will inform the patrolling guards to be careful. Ashina shook her head and said after careful consideration, Well, it's best to shrink the defense line, patrol in groups of 5, and be equipped with horns. She rarely gave advice on military affairs and never said a word about domestic affairs. She just did whatever Field told her to do. If Ashina had been an official in ancient China, the emperor would have liked her. But it was because Ashina rarely expressed her opinions that Field paid special attention to her ideas. It's actually this dangerous. Field nodded seriously. Ashina remained calm, even when she met a 3rd-level rat demon. Anyone who could make her alert was definitely not a good person. A new round of conscription has to start. The current defense force is still insufficient. Let Tate handle this matter. Field rubbed his brows. I hope there is still some wood left in the sawmill. If there is a wooden wall, it will be much easier to defend. I will protect you till my death. Ashina promised solemnly. The logging camp is located to the east of the winery, at the junction of the forest and the lake. This lake was originally a beautiful ribbon running through the manor and Starry Night Lake, but now it is filled with bones, with countless gray-white rotten reeds and skeletons standing in the water, and the water quality is also gray-black. To purify this lake, tens of thousands of bottles of purification potions are needed. In addition to the creeping vines and scattered bones, the most common thing you see along the way is tentacles, which are the result of the decay of weeds. Field is no longer surprised. When he first came into contact with Cthulhu style, the disgusting scene made Field feel terrified and afraid, but after seeing it more, he just felt that the small tentacles on the ground were boring, even a little cute. These tentacles are not like the ones in hentai that would grab women and make them give birth. They have no attack power and no strength. At most, they can make it difficult for wheels and horses to move. One of Field's daily pleasures was to poke the tentacles around with his lance, and then watch them curl up like mimosas. After the march, the river slowly came into the coverage of the fog lights, and everyone could vaguely see the logging site on the opposite bank. The huge houses were hidden in the darkness, like a giant beast waiting to devour its prey. The guards have spread out and are engaging the whites. Don't make too much noise. The corpses have very sharp ears. Please help me. Guard Captain Bobcat spoke in a low voice to the 2 people beside him, leaned over, and walked quickly forward, groping behind a rotting corpse that looked like a woman. Puff. The mountain cat held the middle of the halberd and stabbed it into the corpse's neck with a very small movement. The guards next to him immediately stepped forward, grabbed the corpse's hair as it was about to scream, and cooperated with the mountain cat to pull the corpse's head off. It was a disgusting scene, but the two men didn't even frown. Chapter 51, Lumberyard I. There was almost no sound during the whole process. Only the friction between the nail plates made some crisp sounds. But the other guard next to Bobcat was not paying attention and stepped on the squirming rotten flesh ball, subconsciously screaming. Roar! 3 corpses immediately rushed out of the gray fog, claws and fangs bared, and rushed over. The guard who made the mistake wanted to shout to warn, but his mouth was immediately covered. The mountain cat snorted viciously. What are you shouting for? You are making a fuss. After saying that, Bobcat took the initiative to face the corpse. He was no longer the same as before. The high-intensity fighting every day had transformed him from the skinny and timid slave he used to be. The mountain cat rushed forward suddenly and thrust out with its halberd. It immediately felt the obstruction of iron entering the flesh. The corpse without armor was easily ripped open, and its entire body was almost broken in two. The other 2 zombies came to flank him, and the mountain cat rushed forward, clamped the zombie's right hand, and pierced the zombie's throat with the long spear. Without any pause, he used the small shield hanging on his left hand to knock down the last zombie. Puff! The mountain cat stepped on the corpse's body and smashed it several times with the edge of its small shield, smashing it to pieces. Captain I. After seeing the mountain cat kill all the corpses, the guard who caused the trouble looked embarrassed. Be careful and keep going. Bobcat didn't bother with him. The rest of the guards did the same, quickly killing the scattered corpses. That big thing in front should be the stone bridge. The mountain cat searched along the river bank and found the bridge. It was covered with aquatic plants. Several corpses were trapped inside, looking up at the sky with empty eyes. Did you hear anything? A guard asked. Everyone held their breath and indeed heard faint cries of no and help coming from the haze on the other side of the river. Is there a living person? Everyone was very excited. It was not easy to find a living person in the night territory. Let's go and save him. Put aside your curiosity. The Baron's order is to find the stone bridge. I will go to report this matter to him first. The guards were fighting, and Field, who was not far away, was also busy practicing horse riding. Hello? Field squeezed the horse's belly and the warhorse started to run. Feeling the wind whistling in his ears, Field felt as if he was riding a roller coaster. He aimed at the corpse in front of him, raised his lance, and aimed at the hideous corpse. Puff! Only felt the lance tremble, and the corpse's neck was cut off by the sharp lance, and dirty blood gushed out. Don't hesitate or slow down when engaging the enemy, Lord Field. You must trust your own judgment. Ashina drove the giant wolf closer and paralleled Field. Either give the enemy a thunderous blow, or don't engage the enemy, and instead look for an opportunity. Field nodded thoughtfully. If you slow down, the impact force will be greatly reduced. Yes, once the cavalry gets stuck in a pile of infantry, they will be dragged off their horses and killed. Report, we found the bridge. Bobcat trotted over. Also, we heard a cry for help. A cry for help? Did I hear it wrongly? Field frowned and looked at the small map. On the other side of the river are densely packed skull and crossbones markings. Ashina sniffed for a while and said, I don't sense any strange living creatures. Everyone heard it, but I didn't ask them to check it out. Bobcat scratched his head. I'm sorry to trouble you. This child has been smart since he was young. Field nodded with satisfaction. You did a good job. In the northern province, you can never be too careful. Ashina, the next battle depends on you. Open up a path to the lumberyard. The large-scale zombie tide cannot be solved by the guards. The chosen one needs to take action. Field commanded. Lynx Cat, you lead the guards to protect the slaves. On this trip, Field brought 10 slaves with him, who were responsible for transporting supplies and picking up some spoils. No matter how small an ant is, it is still meat. Along the way, I collected 12 copper coins and 2 copper jewelry. Asina drove the dragon wolf to the stone bridge. The dragon wolf slowly opened its mouth, and then suddenly shot out a dark blue column of magma, turning the gray lake blue. Sizzle. All the aquatic plants were burned and withered, and the blocked stone bridge revealed its original appearance. Driftwood? No, it looks like there are magical plants. Standing on the bridge and looking around, Ashina's eyes were fixed on a brown wooden lump more than 10 meters away. It was covered with wriggling moss plants. A flower with purple fuzz stood there, carrying a hint of faint soul breath, and the top emanated fine and beautiful hairs. Yes, it's the fluctuation of magic. It's rare that it grows on driftwood. Without hesitation, Ashina jumped directly to the nearby river bank and reached for it with her spear. Before she could touch it, the driftwood was suddenly lifted up high, and a hideous crack appeared in the middle. The cold light gathered into a beam, and a sense of danger came immediately. How cunning, hiding in the water to block the smell. This is not driftwood at all, but a second-level corrupted crocodile. The crocodile broke out of the water, its huge body of 6 or 7 meters long, with a disgusting smell, and its big mouth full of fangs, pounced on us from midair. The dragon wolf glanced at the monster with its vertical eyes, pressed its limbs down slightly, and then rushed out suddenly, easily avoiding the crocodile's attack. Boom! The huge head crashed into the shore, bringing up a cloud of gray dust. The corrupted crocodile felt no pain at all, and quickly turned around in a weird posture that almost broke its neck. The huge tail swung out, carrying a huge force, and smashed down hard on the place where Ashina landed. In an instant, a violent muffled sound was heard, and a huge depression appeared on the riverbed, causing the lake to surge and startling a large number of deformed and rotten fish. The crocodile's gray pupils scanned back and forth for a while before gradually stopping. "Are you looking for me?" Ashina's skirt rustled as she appeared behind the crocodile. She then suddenly drew her gun, with an indestructible edge, and pierced the corrupted crocodile through, causing a large cloud of blood mist to burst out in the air. Without waiting for the crocodile to counterattack, Ashina landed lightly on the crocodile's head, and with the domineering power of winter, she slashed it fiercely and hit the monster's head. Suddenly, the crocodile's scales as hard as stone exploded, and along with brain matter and blood, they fell into the lake and the shore. Squeak! With legs or hands came forward with strange cries and licked the blood. "Humph, sorry, you guys are also in the category of elimination." After saying that, the dragon wolf jumped into the lake, dragged the crocodile's body ashore, turned its head and spit out flames, burning all the weak creatures in its sight. It's a pity to have such a big crocodile. If it was an ordinary monster, it could be eaten. Ashina picked the magic purple flower from the crocodile's corpse and pouted her lips regretfully. But this skin may be useful. Chapter 52, Logging Site, Part 2. What is the use of this magic plant? Field learned from his previous lesson and did not touch it casually. Instead, he stretched his neck and looked curious. "Ashina, do you know?" Ashina quickly put the magic plant into the jar. "Don't smell it or look at it randomly. What if you get poisoned? You're being too cautious." Field was embarrassed. His last evil act had left a big shadow on the little girl. "I don't know the specific effect. It would be great if there was a pharmacist. I can take it home and take care of it first." After saying that, Ashina placed the jar on the cart. The slave stepped forward and cut up the crocodile's body. "Help!" The haze, just like the desperate howling of a person struggling in a raging fire before dying. Ashina's wolf ears twitched twice, and she turned her head to look in the direction of the logging yard, her nose twitching slightly. I also heard someone calling for help, and it was in the direction of the logging yard, but there was no breath of life. Of course, this is the northern province. The possibility of it being a human is extremely small. "Everyone, be careful." Field was unmoved. Instead, he drew his sword and looked alert. He was able to shout for help for so long and with such vigor. Either the situation is not dangerous at all, or it was a monster imitating the cry. "I'll be careful." Ashina tightly grasped the spear and quickly rushed into the gray fog. After running in the direction of the sawmill for more than 10 seconds, a swarm of corpses appeared in her field of vision. They huddled together, twitching from time to time, and crowded aimlessly into the sawmill. Squeak! The thick walls of the logging yard bent under the heavy weight. The corpses were sensitive to sound, and the cries for help from inside the house brought them together. "Help!" The strange cry for help became louder and suddenly came from the logging camp. The source of the sound is inside the house. Lord Field is right. There won't be any living people among the corpses. Ashina drove the giant wolf to jump to a high place, looked around, and raised the corners of her mouth with a surprised expression. There is still a lot of wood. The house and the territory has been found. There were hills of wood piled up in several open spaces around the sawmill. Most of the wood was intact, but some was rotten or growing mushrooms and moss. However, compared to the trees that had turned into monsters, the wood here was definitely an extremely valuable resource. This logging site in the large manor not only supplies the manor, but also Starry Night City, and its output is extremely high. Because there are rivers here, all you have to do is throw the cut wood into the water and let it float downstream. It will then drift into Starry Night City and then be salvaged for use. This saves a lot of manpower and material resources and reduces transportation costs. Shwa? A long, thin tail with spikes suddenly sprang out from the side of Ashina, carrying a sharp edge and stabbing at her out of nowhere. If it were an ordinary person, even a fighting knight, he would probably be killed by the sudden attack. Ashina, however, remained alert at all times, her dark eyebrows slightly furrowed, She simply tilted her head lightly, and the tail thorn brushed past her hair. The enemy's attack missed, and Ashina thrust the spear in the direction of the attack, hitting the attacker's throat with one shot, and then twisted the spear. The spinning spear shot out several thick blood arrows. The attacker was a first-level corpse. Its eyes were wide open, and its neck was almost broken. It fell to the ground with a bang, without even a cry. Ashina murmured as if nothing had happened. "We can't set fire here. If we burn all the wood, Lord Field will be so angry that he will faint. But there are too many rotten corpses here to count. If we don't use group damage methods, it will take at least a day to kill them." "Okay, let's do this." Ashina came up with a good idea. Oh. The dragon wolf howled wildly. Roughly translated, "I want to fight 10,000 of them." Sigh. This sound was like the dinner bell. All the rotten corpses in the logging yard were activated and turned their heads to look over in twisted and strange postures. Roar. The rotten corpses came like a black tide, and the faces of the people who came one after another were filled with the desire to kill. "Kill them, Black Wolf." Ashina patted the dragon wolf's head, and the dragon wolf's limbs suddenly flashed with blue light. Its body pressed down slightly, and then, with a violent sound of breaking wind, it crushed towards the group of corpses like a ruthless high-speed train. Boom, boom, boom. In an entire straight line where all crashed into a bloody mist, and anyone who was hit by them ended up with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Without stopping, the dragon wolf charged out again. Ashina performed a beautiful gun dance and made a face at the zombies. The fearless zombies howled and chased them madly with messy steps. Ashina led the zombies to slowly leave in another direction. Relying on the terrifying mobility of the dragon wolf, Ashina led the group of corpses to a distant open space, then turned around and let them eat dragon flames. After burning them into ashes, she patiently attracted the next batch of rotten corpses. By the time the slaves had peeled off the crocodile's skin and claws, Ashina had already finished the fight. "Sir, the rotten corpses in the lumberyard have been dealt with, and the lumberyard is well preserved, so I think we can get something." Field pumped his fist excitedly. "Well done. Thank you for your trouble. Wait, I need your help." Seeing Field lifting his legs to leave, Ashina's cheeks were slightly drunk. She pointed at her head and puffed up her cheeks and said, "I've been fighting for too long. My head is dizzy. I need a pat on my head to feel better." The little girl was simply used to being bullied by Field. Every time she defeated an enemy, Field would touch her head as encouragement, which developed a conditioned reflex in her. Field couldn't stand this, so he quickly put his hand on Ashina's head and rubbed it. "Okay, don't be dizzy, don't be dizzy." Ashina. Very happy. After clearing the obstacles on the road, everyone came to the logging site. Looking around, Field saw 3 buildings in the logging camp, namely a wood processing plant, a wood storage warehouse, and the house where the lumberjacks lived. Help! There was no time to count the supplies before the strange cry for help came from the house again. Everyone was shocked. Following the sound, I saw the door of the house was open, and there was nothing inside except collapsed furniture and some broken limbs. The house was gloomy, with only the faint breeze blowing. Oh my God, this must be the work of an evil spirit. The guards who were about to step forward looked at each other, stopped in their tracks, and hesitantly raised their halberds. Daring to fight the corpses didn't mean they weren't afraid. The slaves were so scared that they would have pissed themselves if Field hadn't been there. Chapter 53 First Order Artifact. This was an extremely superstitious era, and their fear of demons and ghosts was so great that it is hard for modern people to imagine. What's going on? Was that cry for help made by a monster? Field frowned, called out the small map, and looked at it again and again to make sure that there were no living creatures on it. "My lord, this is very strange. I am sure there is no trace of any living creature in the sawmill. However, please be careful." Ashina stood in front of Field without hesitation. She was worried that a strange thing would jump out and attack the lord. There should be a basement inside. The sound sounded hollow and long, as if it came from underground. Field looked at the small map for a long time, and then combined with common sense of physics, he figured out the clues. "You are of noble status. Please don't come close. Let me go for reconnaissance. Black Wolf, protect the Baron." Ashina asked the dragon wolf to stay, and she drew out her long sword, half bent her body, held the long sword in front of her body in a defensive posture, and vigilantly groped her way into the house. "Help!" Another cry for help suddenly came from inside the house. The sound came from the corner. Ashina pricked up her ears, followed the strange and ferocious sound, and slowly walked to the corner. Why is there a carpet in the corner? Besides, lumberjacks won't buy wool carpets. After taking a look around, Ashina's eyes lit up and she noticed something unusual. She immediately lifted the dusty carpet and saw a pull ring. After hesitating for a second, Ashina reached out her hand and said, "It's really the basement. Let me see what you are." Squeak. The secret door was opened, and an extremely strong smell of blood gushed out. Cough, cough, so disgusting. Even though she was the chosen one of God, she felt choked and looked down. Ashina's pupils suddenly dilated, and she suddenly dodged out of the danger zone. The tremendous divine power gathered on the long sword, ready to chop anything that jumped out in half at any time. The atmosphere around was extremely tense. Field tried his best to remain calm, and the guards also held shields and spears. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Half a minute passed, and no enemy appeared. Ashina flicked her tail and said, "Huh? I clearly saw a woman in white clothes." "Don't worry, time is on our side," Field comforted. "It's really strange." Even Ashina was curious this time. She carefully approached the entrance of the basement and looked for a while, then breathed a sigh of relief. "Sir, there is no danger. There is a magic device in the basement that can retain sounds and images. Maybe the fluctuations of the magic are too weak, so I didn't sense it." As soon as these words were spoken, several slaves went limp and fell to the ground like mud. Field wiped the sweat off his forehead and said with a smile, "That's good. It's probably a photostone. I saw that kind of item when I went to the Maple Leaf City Mage Association before. But in the northern province filled with death, hearing humans' cries for help was really scary. Bobcat, you guys stay outside and protect the slaves. Let them collect the spoils. I'll go down and take a look." The basement was ventilated, and Field and Ashina walked up the shaky stairs to the basement. Shit. Field was so scared that he recalled the national quintessence of his previous life. Used to seeing rotting corpses, froze in fear, and gasped heavily. The room was filled with a large number of human fragments. At the same time, there were 5 girls with only the upper bodies left, nailed to the wall naked, and died from being disemboweled. Their dried intestines were mixed with disgusting rotten insects and flowed to the ground. Blood gathered from all directions in the middle of the basement, forming a strange magic circle. There is also a young girl in the center of the magic circle. She has probably been dead for more than 3 years and has almost merged with the ground. However, judging from her nun's attire, it is easy to tell that she is a member of the Church of Holy Light. Of course, the most powerful evidence is the constantly playing photostone. A girl in a white robe, with fear in her eyes, screamed desperately, "Help!" Then, an unclear figure cut off her limbs and dropped a bug. A large amount of blood mist immediately exploded around it, accompanied by wriggling tentacles, strange spells, and the girl's screams. After the projection of the photostone is finished, it pauses for a moment and then plays again. The weird images, coupled with the hellish scene, scared Field terribly. The two looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. Ashina was the more open-minded one. She was silent for a moment and then said in surprise, "Sir, she is the chosen one." "Well, you mean, someone is hunting down the chosen ones of Holy Light." Field had recovered. He rubbed his chin. Because of his different status and way of thinking, Field was good at considering domestic and foreign affairs. It might be someone sent by the Empress. It's no secret that the Holy Griffin Empire wants to get rid of the interference of the Papal States. Of course, it could also be the instigation of the Kingdom of Franvia. Ashina was dumbfounded, with a silly expression on her face. ABA. How would a white wolf like me know about human imperial diplomacy? By the way, how do you know she is the chosen one? Field put away his meaningless thoughts. Anyway, the Empire's diplomacy had nothing to do with him, so he was too lazy to think about it. Ashina strode forward and took out a dazzlingly exquisite silver brooch from the corpse. She swung it in her hand and said, "Because of this, look at it. No wonder I didn't sense the magical energy before. The image stone is driven by divine power." Only then did Field notice that there was a soft and mysterious light shining all around him, and it was also cold. He originally thought it was caused by the basement, but it turned out that it was all released by this little gadget. The moment the brooch was taken away, the image stone stopped working, the girl's tragic experience slowly disappeared, and only a gentle silver light remained in the basement. However, Field didn't care about the photostone. He took the brooch from Ashina. It had been placed in the basement with the corpse for so long, but it was not stained at all. Field stared at the mysterious brooch with a flash of surprise in his eyes and whispered, "How come this is similar to the family's artifact?" The exquisite workmanship alone is beyond the reach of even modern machines, let alone the mysterious power it contains. Because this is a first-level artifact, otherwise how could it have divine power? Ashina smacked her lips, crossed her arms over her chest, and said unconvincedly, "Is it strange? Although I don't have a divine artifact, I also have a divine gift. You can touch the black wolf. There are many kinds of God-given items. Every God-chosen one can get any one of them after awakening. The most common ones are weapons. Just touch you. While Field was ecstatic, he did not forget to take care of Ashina's little emotions and immediately stroked her hard. Chapter 54 Silver Iris Brooch. Ashina was clearly so happy that her tail was trembling, but she still said stubbornly, "Perverted lord, if you suddenly grab me next time, I will bite you. I'm so scared." Although Field had guessed it before, he was not sure. After getting a positive answer from Ashina, an unconcealable ecstasy surged into Field's heart. You know, artifacts are only left after the death of the Chosen One, and the Chosen One is rarer than a giant panda, so even fewer artifacts can be left. Therefore, each artifact is strictly controlled by the Empire and the nobility, and it is almost impossible to circulate. The Empire once sold 5 artifacts due to financial difficulties. One of them was a first-level artifact, and the auction reserve price was 1 million gold coins. Field felt like he was holding a heavy weight of gold in his hands. This should be what Sister Eliza said, that many artifacts were left in the northern provinces. Field was very proud. When I asked Sister Eliza if there were any artifacts in the Night Territory, she was too proud to tell me. According to the laws of the Empire, everything on the territory belongs to the Lord. Field unceremoniously labeled the artifact, made in Night Territory. Church, we are not familiar with it. If you ask, it is something that grows in the ground, passed down by our ancestors, and has been claimed since ancient times. After playing with it for a while, Field handed the brooch to Ashina. Can you see if it works? No, this is a gift from the goddess of holy light. It conflicts with my winter power. If it is used forcibly, it will backfire. But you can use it, or someone else can. Ashina pushed the brooch back to Field and said softly, "Drop your blood on it, and this artifact will recognize its master. I think it will be helpful to you." Okay. Field didn't hesitate. He had coveted the artifact for a long time, and immediately pierced his finger with the brooch. As a mysterious force spread out, after the blood was absorbed by the brooch, Field immediately felt the holy light pouring into his body. There was an inexplicable friendly atmosphere, and at the same time, the comfort made Field hum. After recognizing its master, the artifact seemed to be his own hands, and his mind became one with it. There is also a column for divine gifts in the Lord panel. God's gift, Silver Iris Brooch, first-level artifact. Source, Holy Light Goddess. Effect, the wearer can change his or her appearance, figure, and voice at will. It is an illusion and does not change the real structure. Active, activate the brooch and transform it into a silver iris sword, a first-level artifact with special effects only available to the Chosen One. Field laughed, put his hands on his hips, and looked like he was so awesome. This effect may seem unpretentious, but it is quite powerful. Being able to change your appearance, voice, and figure at will means that you can just be the guy next door in the future. Sister-in-law, don't look back, I am my brother. It directly becomes, sister-in-law, you can look back at will, I am really my brother. Or, stepmother, please continue, I am really my father. Lord Field, you seem to be thinking about something very strange. Your saliva is flowing out. Ashina's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a suspicious expression. Does this artifact have strange functions? Field didn't waste any time and directly used the ability of the iris brooch. After the space twisted, Field turned directly into Ashina's appearance. Ashina covered her mouth, her pupils shaking wildly. Oh no, the Lord has turned into a girl. What should I do? No, this is what I look like. Hey, let me try the size. Field grinned and reached out to pat his chest. However, the 2 big white cotton balls were illusions. He couldn't even touch the wool ball. Seeing Ashina's shocked face, Field said in a funny tone, "It's all an illusion. Don't be nervous. I'm not that perverted." Ashina sniffed the smell and then said with relief, "Neither the smell nor the heartbeat has changed. It is indeed an illusion. The ability of this change is very good. It can deceive my eyes, but the smell cannot be changed. You have to pay attention to this." Well, it seems that it can't be hidden from those who are interested, but it is also very practical. Field leaned over to see under the skirt. Hey, please don't do this. The girl was already on the verge of tears. The thing I regret most is giving this thing to you. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. After removing the brooch's ability to change, Field activated another ability, and suddenly a gorgeous long sword gleaming with silver light condensed out. Unlike ordinary weapons, the iris long sword trembled slightly, as if it had intelligence. Unfortunately, only the Chosen One of Holy Light can unleash the full power of the artifact. After changing the long sword back, Field pinned the brooch on his clothes. Looking at his ability, he can not only change his appearance, but also create hidden weapons. This chosen one might have been an assassin when he was alive. Become someone familiar to the target of assassination, and then assassinate the enemy when he or she lets his guard down. Various romantic stories will also happen during this period. Sounds like a movie plot, pretty cool. But now the body has rotted into pieces, and Field is not interested in giving up his nobleman status to cosplay as Jingku. He shrugged and said, "Take the image stone with you. I feel that her death is not as simple as imagined. Perhaps I can use this image to gain some benefits in the future. By the way, Ashina, write down this strange formation pattern. This formation is really disturbing. I feel the same way." Field stepped out of the basement on a creaking ladder. Bobcat had organized the slaves to find useful materials and piled them up in the open space in front of the sawmill. Most of them were furniture, and there were also some tools for felling trees. Seeing Field coming out, Bobcat hurriedly ran forward to report. "My dear sir, the logs here are thicker than my waist. It will be a huge project to move them. We are limited in manpower. How about moving the small pieces of wood first and moving the logs next time?" "Well, that's the only way." Field looked around. Many of the woods that had not been corroded by time were unheard of in his previous life. They were strong and durable and could serve as the main beams of large buildings, but they were also extremely heavy. Field took 2 steps and turned back and said, "Also, send someone to bury the body in the basement. There's no rush for this. Wait until you finish the work at hand. Oh, by the way, be careful of that old wooden step. Don't break your leg." The cause of death of the girls in the basement is still uncertain, but it was quite tragic. I have received someone else's artifact, so I have to express my gratitude. If we're transporting the logs, let me see if there's a shortcut. Field opened the small map, intending to find the best transportation route. From the Grand Chateau? Holy shit. What is this? A scarlet red that wanders just at the border of the territory. Chapter 55 Crisis. The territory was attacked. Field still remembers that when he first came to the manor, he was stared at by a certain creature. That kind of cold feeling is something he will never forget once he has experienced it. The spy came from the basement of the main building of the manor. The small map marked the main building with a red dot. At first, Field was always worried about being attacked, but as time went by, the red didn't move at all, so Field was relieved. I wanted to grow some strength and then kill it. But now, the red dot appeared on the outskirts of the territory without any warning. At the same time, a skull logo appeared out of thin air. That's right, it came out of thin air. Corpses around had been cleaned up as best as possible. That thing ran out. Field was sweating profusely. Realizing that danger was approaching, he quickly called Ashina. "What's the matter, sir?" Field just called out his name, and Ashina jumped up from the basement, quickly flashed to Field's side, her eyes subconsciously scanning around. "The thing you mentioned has gone to spy around the territory again. You go back to protect the territory first. I will gather people and come soon." Field did not shout in panic, but pondered for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "If you can win, that would be the best. If not, retreat to the big winery. If that doesn't work, retreat. Remember, don't try to be brave. The Night Lord without him, but without the Chosen One, destruction will happen in a matter of minutes." Ashina nodded solemnly and rode on the dragon wolf. A strong purple and blue light burst out from the black wolf's body. The huge dragon wolf was like a black missile, shooting fiercely into the death-gray fog. All kinds of corrupted creatures on the way were immediately smashed to pieces, dust was raised, and stones and sand flew. It's really troublesome without extraordinary powers. Field sighed. Especially when facing extraordinary enemies, it is easy to have a feeling of powerlessness and decadence. But after just a moment, Field gritted his teeth and put away the complicated and boring emotions. It would be strange if the territory was not invaded. Otherwise, the nobles would have recovered the northern provinces long ago. Field ordered loudly, "Bobcat, leave the cart here and lead the troops to the winery as quickly as possible. Prepare for battle." "Yes, sir." The slaves were still confused, and the Bobcat dropped the bench in his hand and responded loudly. On the other side, the Starry Night Winery. Woo-woo. The deep horn sounded for the first time in the winery. Perhaps it had sounded during the orc invasion 10 years ago. But the slaves who heard the horn reacted and looked around in confusion. When they saw the guards in armor began to line up, they immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. The territory was in an uproar in an instant, and slaves and free people dropped their farm tools and began to flee in the direction of the winery. The dark crowd was in great chaos, accompanied by screaming, crying, and cursing. "Calm down. The monster is still far away from you." Tate held the whip and tried his best to maintain the pitiful order in the crowd. After hearing this, the slaves were certain of one thing. There really were monsters attacking. Suddenly the running became more chaotic, and people fell down from time to time. Fortunately, Ashina's suggestion was very timely. Field did not let the slaves to open up new territories, but stayed near the winery to loosen the soil, so that the slaves could reach the winery as soon as possible. This heavy stone building carries the Starry Night family's expectations for wine. The entire building is made of blocks of marble chiseled into squares. It is comparable to a fortress and is spacious enough, which is why Field chose this place as his base. Ka was on the second floor of the winery. Seeing the slaves rushing in to take shelter, he was furious. "My lord, you shouldn't have allowed them to take refuge. Those damned low-class people will dirty the floor. Wagwan, tell the guards to keep a close eye on them. Don't let them go upstairs or to the basement." In the opposite direction of the slaves' advance, a team of 20 guards sorted their equipment and gathered in the direction where the horn was blown. "Damn you idiot, why are you running? We'll take your death." Tietue spat on his hand, then rubbed the spit on his beloved mace again and again, polishing it to a gleaming shine. "Hee, I'm only 9 silver coins away from being a slave. By then, I'm going to have a hangover every day and go to Maple Leaf territory to let those stinky roast chickens see the perseverance of the men in Nightfall territory." "Haha, then you'd better live to that time, Hammer." The guard next to him put on an iron helmet, and when he ran in iron armor, there was a clanging sound. I will. Hammer knocked hard on the helmet. After running for a while, a large number of corrupted creatures appeared in their sight. They immediately saw the situation at the border of the territory. A large number of zombies rushed into the territory. Countless corpses were running and screaming. Some zombies indiscriminately attacked the carts placed in the farmland, while some zombies had a clear purpose and ran towards the direction of the winery. From time to time, stray arrows streaked across the sky and shot into the group of zombies, nailing some unlucky zombies to the ground and reducing their number. Following the trajectory of the arrow, Tietue saw a wooden fortress surrounded by corpses. Because of the shortage of materials in Night territory and the need to constantly expand the living space, there are no decent walls, but there are small wooden forts. The wooden stakes were hammered into the soil to form a simple, circular fortress. It was called a fortress, but it was just a series of low wooden walls that just reached the chest, more like a sheepfold. The low walls were supported by wood to form a stable triangular structure, on which sharp objects or vines could be placed. There was only enough space behind the wooden wall for soldiers to stand in 2 rows to launch attacks, but at the same time, the combat area of the corpses would also be smaller. This kind of wooden fort is undoubtedly more suitable for the current territory than a wall. Reality is not a game, and building a circle of walls is not a matter of clicking a mouse, but building a small wooden fort is very simple. Field used wooden forts as one of the training methods for soldiers, and built several of them. Unexpectedly, they came in handy. "It's the sheep dung. I thought they were dead." The guards, known as sheep dung, were struggling to poke the halberd in their hands through the cracks in the wood. There was no need to aim, just mechanically stabbing, and they would bring back a piece of shredded flesh. From time to time, guards would take arrows out of the boxes, string the crossbows, and then shoot at the corpses climbing up the wooden walls. "Everyone come with me and support sheep dung together." Iron Hammer howled and went towards the wooden fortress carrying the nail hammer. Roar! The zombies also discovered this group of tin cans, and their originally staggering and disordered steps suddenly accelerated. A corpse with an unusually strong right hand rushed to the front, leaving the other corpses behind for a distance. Everyone knew that if this guy was not an extraordinary corpse, he was also an unusually ferocious guy. Chapter 56. The enemy threw a lot of rotten corpses at you. Even when he was running fast, his steps and arm movements remained remarkably steady, and the muscles in his right arm were even wriggling. There is no doubt that he is about to launch a thundering attack. Tietue kept relaxing his shoulders and was about to go forward to fight with the mace in his hand, but his comrades stopped him. "Don't always think about using your stupid donkey-like strength. Let me do it. Don't forget to buy me some barley beer later." The guard who spoke stood up straight, took out a longbow from his back, pulled the bow with all his strength, and shot it at the corpse. There was a buzzing sound, and the arrow made a sharp whistling sound of breaking through the wind, and the distance of 30 steps was reached in an instant. Roar! The corpse's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and it jumped up with the momentum of its advance, dodging the arrow. The corpse behind it was unlucky, and the stray arrow pierced into its stomach, nailing it to the ground. "Oh, damn it. This thing can dodge arrows. Give me another chance, and I will definitely shoot it to death. Come on. Your weak and powerless thing will be shot into the roast chicken stomach. They are coming, line up." Iron Hammer shouted loudly. "For Lord Field. For Night Lord." Everyone shouted in encouragement. A small square quickly formed, and when the footsteps hit the ground, there was a dense drum-like sound. The guards wearing iron helmets and armor tightly grasped their weapons and stretched forward as far as they could. Because of the excessive force, there was a squeaking sound of palms rubbing against the iron. But in the blink of an eye, the two sides immediately collided with each other. Prick! The sounds of weapons and flesh intertwining made a loud noise. The seemingly unstoppable Kirin arm corpse was stabbed in the arms from different directions by two halberds at the moment of contact. The Kirin arm corpse staggered by the halberds, and its middle door suddenly opened wide. It was immediately strangled in the stomach by a halberd and fell to the ground with a strange cry. "What the hell are you yelling about?" Tietue widened his eyes, raised the nail hammer high, and smashed it down with a bang, flattening the corpse's head. The cold blood splattered everywhere. Even if the enemy is a monster, the advantages of armor and long weapons are still overwhelming. Be careful. Before Tietue could feel proud of himself, a strong wind blew diagonally. Tietue heard the reminder from his teammates and hurriedly raised his weapon to block. There was a crisp, clang sound, and the nail hammer was shaken by the attacker. The huge impact force hit the shoulder armor, and Tietue's face immediately turned twice pale. Another weird-looking corpse jumped out, and he punched it, with gray streaks of light wrapped around his fist. Be careful, it's a superhuman corpse. With a clang sound, there was a sharp pain in the palm of the hand of the hammer. The iron mace was actually bent. If it weren't for the armor that took away some of the force, the hand would have been broken by the impact. But the hammer was not afraid. Instead, he gritted his teeth and continued to rush forward. The left arm shield hit violently. After all, the corpse was a brainless thing. It just scratched with its hands. The shield was raised high, and the edge hit the corpse's nose and eyes. The nose bone broke immediately, and dirty blood and disgusting mucus circulated, covering the whole face. After losing its vision and sense of smell, the corpse began to go crazy. Crazy Corpse Cohen was possessed, and a series of iron backer, three-point shot, and some random movements forced the guards to be unable to get close. The huge force overturned the hammer to the ground, and it seemed that the hammer was about to be crushed by the crazy corpse. The next moment, a dazzling silver line cut through the space and went straight into the throat of the corpse. Its power did not decrease, and it pierced through several corpses in succession. Quite timely. As soon as the dragon wolf stopped, Asina drew her bow frequently, shooting long silver arrows in all directions, specifically killing the threatening corpses. Those first-level corpses simply cannot withstand the arrows with divine power. Even the rare second-level corpses will be crippled after being hit and will no longer pose a threat. Asina scanned the battlefield. "Where's that ghost thing? I can't let you get away this time." The guards felt a sense of relief, as if the pressure had receded like a tide. The despair they had felt when they were surrounded disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a fierce counterattack. "Reinforcements have arrived. Kill them. Send them to hell." The guards threw themselves upon the corpse, cursing. "If I can't beat the extraordinary zombies, I can't beat you little Karamis?" Asina searched for the snoopers in vain. "Forget it. Let's help the guards clean up the small fry first." Black Wolf breathed. An invisible wave of space slowly spread out, and then a pillar of dark blue fire violently slammed directly into the densely packed area of the corpses, just like a space-based weapon, sweeping around indiscriminately. Suddenly, a large number of brilliant flames burst out from the group of corpses. Countless corpses began to sizzle and ooze oil, turning into twisted figures in the fire. After scratching and screaming for a while, they collapsed like ashes and turned into ashes. Squeak! A huge scorpion monster landed on the territory and rolled twice on the ground. Its 5-meter-long body was particularly terrifying. Asina frowned, because she saw through the gray fog that the giant scorpion was thrown here, not running here on its own. Judging from its aura, this is a genuine third-level monster. Although its aura is not as strong as the rat demon in the winery, it is still very powerful. It was actually thrown in like a toy. Without a doubt, it was that mysterious guy. He doesn't even dare to show up. He must be testing the territory's defenses. A cold light flashed in Ashina's eyes. He was just spying last night, and today he threw corrupted creatures in. He's such a cautious guy, he must be smart. Ashina narrowed her eyes, put the arrow on the string, and a large amount of divine power poured into the bow. The originally ordinary bow and arrow faintly exuded the power of a divine weapon. "Don't let me catch you, or you'll be in big trouble." The next moment, Ashina clearly saw a figure hiding in the woods in the gray fog, holding a dozen rotten corpses with iron chains and throwing them into the night territory, as if they were just playing. "Now, go to hell." Accompanied by tremendous divine power, the silver arrow arrived in an instant. Ashina's wolf ears twitched slightly as she heard the sound of thin and sharp arrows piercing muscles, tearing blood vessels, and shattering bones. Hit! Ashina's lips curved into a beautiful arc. Let me see what you are. Before that, we can't let the third-level monsters destroy our territory. As long as the corrupted giant scorpions are dealt with, the balance of victory will quickly tip towards the Night Lord. You guys clean up the remaining corpses, and I'll go after them. Ashina left a few words to the guards, then drove the dragon wolf to spit a ball of fire at the giant scorpion's face, easily attracting its hatred. The corrupted giant scorpion was not fast, so it could only follow the dragon wolf and eat its fart. Ashina attracted it away from the territory. Not caring about the giant scorpion behind her, Ashina quickly rushed to where the figure was. Chapter 57. New Chosen One, but hostile. A woman with her eyes closed lay in the densely corrupted bushes, blood gushing out. The woman was shot in the chest by an arrow. The cold winter power completely destroyed her heart and also blew up the big rabbit on her left. The beautiful black dress looked tattered at the moment. Not a corrupted creature? Impossible. I can clearly smell the smell of corruption. Ashina was confused and subconsciously moved closer. Her pupils shrank slightly, and suddenly an alarm bell rang in her heart. An inexplicable sense of crisis surged in her heart. No, it's not a human, Black Wolf. Get out of the way. Ashina and the dragon wolf retreated at lightning speed. Almost at the moment of retreating, a 2-meter-long red and black sword flew out from the woods, carrying a terrifying aura that gave goosebumps to the skin and chopped down fiercely. Boom! The big sword almost hit the dragon wolf's cheek and fell to the ground. Although it did not hit it, cracks appeared on the scales on the dragon wolf's cheek. There was a sound of chains, and the great sword was taken away. Ashina's red eyes revealed a rare solemn look. This is a ferocious sword with eyes on the blade and a long chain at the end of the hilt. From a distance, it looks like a steel snake. The artifact, it really is the Chosen One. Ashina coldly watched the man's every move in front of her. No wonder I can't sense it. It turns out to be divine power. There is no way for God's chosen ones to sense each other. That's right, the demi-human chosen one, or rather, food with a demi-human flavor. A very queenly voice sounded, and it sounded very gentle, like a lady next door. Countless blood gushed out of the sword and penetrated into the chest of the woman in the black dress. The flesh buds squirmed and repaired the wound in an instant. An unusual and strange aura, like awakening, slowly appeared in front of Ashina. This arrow is really impressive. I wanted to try it again, but I didn't expect you to find out. The woman pulled out the arrow, smiled sweetly, and picked up the floating sword. She was 1.73 meters tall, trembling in front, tight and shaky in the back, with long and straight legs, a perfect body with explosive power. Every time she stepped on the ground, her fleshy calves would tremble in an arc that would suffocate men. Ashina caught a glimpse of the bat wings behind the woman's waist and a long, thin demonic tail, and smiled coldly. Are you a demon? This is the first time I've seen a real person. It's really interesting. I'm not a demon. I'm a subhuman food. You can call me Rosaria Shinya. I'm 24 years old, a student, a first-level chosen one. His last name was Shinya. Ashina suddenly thought that the previous owner of Night Territory was the Shinya family. Sounds like a familiar name. I think I heard the Lord mention it. Okay, get into my stomach quickly. My stomach is empty, and it feels so uncomfortable, Rosalia said, and swung out the chains with a crazy look on her face. At the same time, her body shot out like a cannonball, and a terrifying murderous intent filled the air. Humph, we are all first-level chosen ones, so who is afraid of who? Ashina winked cunningly and said playfully. Also, if your belly is empty, my lord can let you have a baby. If Field heard what happened, he would definitely be pleased and praise Ashina for being sensible, saying that his love for her was not in vain. Bite! Ashina was not afraid of her, and the two figures crossed each other at a rapid speed, with spears and chains intertwined, creating a sharp friction sound and generating violent energy fluctuations. The woman came close to him, swung her greatsword, and slashed. This greatsword was very similar to the two-handed greatsword used by the Flower of the Empire heavy infantry, which could take into account both defense and attack. Its heavy mass could cause damage to heavy armor. As a divine weapon, its damage was beyond words. The spear and the greatsword collided with each other, causing sparks and sharp sounds. The dragon wolf attacked from below, and a beam of dragon flame made Rosaria escape from the battle circle. Crash! The chain swept across, and Rosaria came up with a big sword and struck with it. It's a bad thing. My strength is depleted so quickly. Ashina gritted her teeth. Her divine power was quickly consumed in the collision. The opponent was holding a divine weapon, while his spear was only endowed with divine power. He would be at a disadvantage in a fight. Moreover, the woman in front of him, although seemingly weak, was dozens of times stronger than the monster he had encountered before. My own God-given creature is a nimble dragon-bred wolf, so there's no need to use my weaknesses to attack others' strengths. As the figure passed by, Ashina stopped fighting and the spear in her hand drew a strange arc. At an extremely tricky angle, it pierced through the handle of the big sword, stabbed diagonally from Rosalia's shoulder, and directly pierced into the snow-white shoulder. Puff! Blood was flowing everywhere. What a cunning dog! Rosaria giggled twice, and then several streams of blood gushed out of the sword, filling the wound on her shoulder. Ashina was furious and protested loudly. It's not a dog, it's a wolf. No, it's a white wolf subhuman. It's all the same. My stomach is so empty and I want to eat. Then go get pregnant. You are a dog. It's a wolf. The two of them argued and fought, but soon, Rosalia realized that something was wrong, because she found that she could no longer touch Ashina. Only when Ashina was forced into a dead end would she come up and fight hard, and then run away after one strike. Once she was far away, she would let the giant wolf under her seat spit fire or directly shoot arrows. Puff! An arrow pierced into Rosalia's snow-white neck. Rosalia fell to the ground without even a sound, and blood slowly flowed out of the wound. Black Wolf, simmer her for 3 minutes on low heat. No, bake her for 30 minutes. Ashina raised her eyebrows. She would not go any closer to check. How could she die so easily without even using her magical skills? The free energy in the air was quickly compressed into the dragon wolf's mouth, and the surrounding air seemed to be sucked out. The domineering dragon flames swept across, and as expected by Ashina, Rosaria, who was pretending to be dead, jumped up directly. It was too late to escape this time, so he could only bite the bullet and hold up the greatsword to defend against the dragon flames. At the same time, blood gushed out of the greatsword again to repair Rosalia's wound. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon flame lasted for a full 3 minutes. The ground cracked, and the soil turned into powder. The dragon wolf stopped attacking, but it couldn't last for 30 minutes. It was simply draining it dry. Asina raised her eyelids and heard heavy footsteps behind her. The greatsword is still there, so he should not be dead. But the corrupted giant scorpion is here, which is really troublesome. As Ashina expected, a strange light flashed in the eyes on the hilt of the giant sword, and countless blood threads flowed out, interweaving into a human shape again. But unlike last time, this time Rosalia was a lot smaller. She turned into a girl of about the same age as Ashina, also wearing a black dress. Her face was similar to before, but she was no longer charming, but extremely pure. Chapter 58. Defeat Rosaria and fight the giant scorpion. Ashina's eyes widened as she stared at Rosaria's chest. It was completely different from the previous feeling of Hongbo's surge. The rabbit now was only average. Huh? It actually got smaller. Annoying food. You didn't fall for my trick. Rosaria failed in her pretending to be dead and was roasted by the flames for 3 minutes. She was very angry. She held the big sword with her slender hands and crossed her long white legs forward and backward in a defensive posture. Even your tone has become younger, which is really interesting. But no normal person would be fooled by your stupid tricks. With a sweet smile, Ashina waved her hands, but her left hand unnoticeably reached into the quiver to pinch out a feather arrow and said in a persuasive tone, "Why do you want to attack the Nightfall territory? Corrupted creatures are the common enemy of everyone. As a noble, do I need to explain to a lowly subhuman like you? Nightfall territory is my territory, and you are the intruders. In addition, it's not just you. All invaders, whether human, orc, or brainless goblin, including the lousy lord you mentioned, should go into my stomach." Why is she so hostile to her own territory? Ashina guessed that the person in front of her might be a killer sent by the Ross family. Damn it, especially since she was disrespectful to her lord. Ashina's beautiful eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent. She rarely got angry, but when she heard that the woman in front of her actually wanted to kill her lord, she immediately became angry. She thought of the vulgar words she heard in Maple Leaf territory and immediately did not hide her malice. If your stomach is empty, the animals in Nightfall territory can help you fill it up. Why has the treatment become worse? Just now you said you would ask the Lord to come. How come you have turned into an animal now? You might as well ask your Lord to come. No, that's not right. No one can do it. Ashina smiled slyly. You vulgar and dirty savages. Rosaria didn't have many curse words. After holding it in for a long time, her pretty face turned red and she said angrily, I will kill you all. Then let's try it. Asina raised her hand and shot an arrow. Without any pause, She directly drew her gun and sprinted forward. Rosalia, in her young girl state, was much faster. She dodged the arrow by just turning her head slightly. Then she gripped the sword tightly and launched a counterattack. The two figures collided violently like high-speed trains, causing terrible energy fluctuations that directly distorted the space, and the surrounding corruption was shattered by the aftermath. The sword in her hand quickly fell out of her hand, and Rosaria grasped the chain, greatly extending the sword's attack range through the chain. The sharp impact mixed with the explosion of the air was like a stream of blood, and it pierced the dragon wolf's hind leg with lightning speed. Boom! 5 or 6 black scales flew out, and a large amount of blood gushed out. The divine power crazily destroyed its body, and the dragon wolf groaned in pain for the first time. When it withstood the full-strength attack of the rat demon, it didn't even groan. You hit the target. Let's see if you can keep running around like a disgusting mouse. Rosaria smiled. You'd better kneel down and beg for my forgiveness now, otherwise you will be in great pain. Hee, that's not necessarily true. Ashina's clear voice rang out. Black Wolf, charge. A strong blue color suddenly burst out from the giant wolf's limbs. As a gift from God, and a rare living artifact, it would not be paralyzed by a casual sword. With violent shocks, the dragon wolf almost blinked, like a comet, dragging a blue tail light, and hit the girl who had not yet reacted. Like a magnificent and huge cannonball, Rosaria was shot fiercely into the forest behind her, with sand and rocks flying everywhere. The rotten plants along the way were directly flattened, forming a vacuum zone. In just 3 seconds, a soft and boneless jade hand supported the sword and propped up the body. She said in a slightly aggrieved voice, You hurt me. I have to be serious. Listening to the voices in the smoke and dust, Ashina was a little speechless. You're really strong. Ashina's tone was filled with fatigue, and the dragon wolf's injured hind legs were trembling slightly. The chosen ones are naturally tough, and the guy in front of him seems to have maxed out his toughness. Boom, boom, boom. A huge figure crashed into the battle circle. The manic, corrupt giant scorpion made a strange insect-like sound. Its gray eyes flashed with violence and pain, and its 2 huge iron pincers stretched out from the left and right. Like 2 indestructible pairs of scissors, they clamped Ashina fiercely. They're following us. This is a bit troublesome. Ashina drove the dragon wolf to retreat quickly and spit out a series of fireballs with the power of winter. This strange flame can not only effectively burn corrupted creatures, but also produce a strong deceleration effect. Crack, crack, the third-order corrupted creatures are at the disaster level. Wherever the iron pliers passed, no matter if it was twisted rotten plants, rotten corpses, or even hard rocks, they would all end up exploding directly. This shows the terrifying power of the iron pliers. We need to keep some distance from the giant scorpion before dealing with that woman. Ashina analyzed the situation calmly. However, things were not as bad as she had imagined. Rosaria actually picked up the greatsword and turned around and left. Just wait. I'll settle the bill with you after I finish my meal. As he spoke, the chain rolled up, sweeping away the 2 stupid corpses. The greatsword flew out, strangling them into pieces, and the pure life energy was absorbed by the greatsword. What a great artifact. It turns out that it relies on killing to provide energy, and then uses the greatsword to heal wounds. I guess what she meant by eating is simply killing. Ashina's eyes lit up. Rosalia flashed a few times and disappeared in the haze, making it difficult to find her trace. If the chosen one wants to escape, it is difficult to track him because he cannot be sensed. At that time, Ashina was not discovered even under the nose of the 3rd-level chosen one of Holy Light. Damn it, then I'll get rid of you first. Ashina looked at the crazy giant scorpion angrily. If it hadn't interrupted her, she might have been able to get rid of Rosaria right now and add another magical weapon to the territory. His body shuttled back and forth under the attack of the iron pincers, dodging all the attacks of the giant scorpion, while the spear beams in his hand shot out one after another, like starlight, without a single interval, and all hit the giant scorpion's jaws. Unable to withstand the attack any longer, the giant scorpion's jaws burst open, revealing a hideous wound. At the same time, the dragon wolf seized the opportunity, tore the soft flesh of the wound with its claws, and poured dragon flame directly into its mouth. The majestic flames spread and burned directly in the giant scorpion's belly, and the pain from the soul made the corrupted creature wail. Tap, tap. The sound of horse hooves was heard, and the surrounding gray fog was dispersed. Field came with cavalry to support. Chapter 59. Want to escape? Lightning whirlwind strikes. By the time Field arrived at the scene, the unfortunate corrupted giant scorpion had been burnt to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Are you okay? Field came over as soon as he got off his horse. Seeing the fresh blood flowing from the dragon wolf's body, he clenched his fists nervously without realizing it. Where are you injured? Ashina smiled sweetly. Thank you for your concern. Thanks to you, I am of course fine. The blood belongs to the enemy. And Black Wolf was also injured. The dragon wolf looked a little wilted. The long-distance run and the injuries made it lie on the ground with its teeth bared. Wankai is actually injured. It seems that the enemy's fighting power is very terrifying. I have never seen it suffer a loss. Field frowned. Take it back to the territory. We have plenty of potions, and we'll be able to cure it as soon as possible. Field walked around the dragon wolf and saw a bowl-sized wound on its hind leg. There were patches of blood and flesh rotting away, and even gray smoke rising. He felt so distressed that he touched the dragon wolf's head, wondering if it could feel anything through the thick armor. As a gift from God, and an extremely rare, living artifact, it has a strong presence in the territory. And it doesn't need to be fed. It can eat almost anything, and when it's hungry it eats some rotten corpses, making it the best hard worker in the night territory. What is Wankai? You mean the Black Wolf? Ashina was puzzled for a moment. Then her pretty face was full of smiles. No need to bother. Ordinary potions have no effect on it. I will take it back and nourish it with my divine power for a day. That's good. Field let out a long sigh, and his frown finally relaxed. Then tell me about the monster you encountered. Well, but before that, Ashina came close to Field and said with a little grievance, I've worked hard too. Why do you only pull out the Black Wolf's head? Who said, if you suddenly grab me again, I will bite you. Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he reached out and rubbed it. Ashina. After having fun, Ashina returned to her seriousness and said softly, I'm sorry, I lost that guy. Don't blame yourself. I know where it is. It's in the basement of the main building. Anything that threatens the territory must be eliminated. Field glanced at the small map. The red dot was in the main building. Tell me what is attacking our territory. It's a chosen one. She calls herself Rosaria Starry Night. How is that possible? Field was confused. He immediately thought of the classic advertising slogan of the last bus on Route 13. What nonsense are you talking about? Tang Xiansheng has been drowned for 10 years. Rosalia is the daughter of Baron Sophia Starry Night. She was witnessed dead when the gray fog broke out 10 years ago, or she was strangled to pieces by monsters. Field shuddered. Damn it, how did this incident develop in such a weird way? Ashina scratched her head. Anyway, that's what the woman said. Don't worry, she is about the same strength as me. And she has a devil's tail, so she is probably a monster pretending to be one. It must be a monster, otherwise it wouldn't have stayed in night territory for so long. Field didn't think that a pampered young lady would hide in a main building full of monsters. But then again, is she really the chosen one? Seeing Ashina nod seriously, Field thought for a moment. It seems that monsters can also have God's chosen ones. Damn it, the Church and the Empire have never mentioned this. There is not even any news about the monster God's chosen ones on the market. They must be hiding a lot of secrets. Field rubbed his chin and said, let's assume that Rosaria was the chosen one of the corrupted gods. We don't know whether she was corrupted first and then died, or died first and then corrupted. He must have died first. Ashina had the absolute right to speak on this point. The knowledge I received told me that the chosen ones cannot be corrupted. Well, now that we know what the enemy is, it's easy to deal with. Field was furious and waved his fist angrily. Smash it hard. How dare you attack our territory? Whether you are the corrupted chosen one or the remaining nobles, you must die. I didn't know what the red dot meant before. The unknown was always the most intimidating. Now that I've fought her, it doesn't matter. And I'm in a much better situation than when I first came. I have a well-formed guard team and a stronghold. I'm not in good condition right now and need a day of rest. Ashina said weakly. Black Wolf also needs time to recover from his injuries. Of course, I also need to prepare. I have to mobilize the entire territory. There are too many corrupted monsters in the main building. You need the assistance of the guard team. I want to plant the land in peace, but you won't let me? Then I'll beat you to death. Back in the territory, Tate reported the casualties. Because Rosalia's method of attracting the tide of zombies was extremely bizarre. She simply threw them in with chains. There were not many zombies, and no actual deaths were caused. Only 3 guards were slightly injured. On the contrary, 7 of the slaves who were not attacked during the whole process were seriously injured. They fell down and were trampled during the shoving and almost died. Fortunately, the slaves were light in weight, so it didn't hurt too much. 22 people were slightly injured, and there was also a male slave who was beaten by another male slave during the chaos, which was barely considered a minor injury. Field fell into a brief contemplation and didn't know how to complain for a while. Oh, what a bunch of damn fools. Look at the floor full of footprints. It will take at least 3 days to clean it. Cao expressed his dissatisfaction in an exaggerated tone. It should have been all too long ago. Nightcaller seems a bit urbanized. My lord, it's my fault. Tate apologized sincerely. I failed your expectations. Please punish me. The current level of education and discipline issues are destined to make most people ignorant, let alone slaves. There's no need to blame Tate for this kind of thing, especially when he's about to deploy troops on a large scale. After we finish attacking the main building, punish the slaves by reducing their food by half for 3 days. The reason for the punishment should not be because they stepped on the dirty floor, but because they disobeyed the management. In addition, you will be punished to work more rigorously in the future. This will take effect today. Waving his hand, Field said gently, your family members were not scared, right? No. Tate looked like he was about to cry. He thought Field would punish him severely, but he didn't expect the Lord to be so warm-hearted. He opened his mouth several times and finally expressed his determination by saluting. The big battle is coming, and Field will not choose the critical moment to punish. Well, that's good. All agricultural work will be suspended. Organize all male slaves and strong female slaves to transport wood from the sawmill, dig pits, and build fortifications. I need to use troops against the main building. As for the rest of the old and weak, we will arrange for the transportation of supplies, care for the wounded, and burn the rotten corpses. I allow you to use violence. Chapter 60. If you lose, you have to play the resurrection match. Early in the morning. Duo. The dull sound of a carpenter hammering wood came from downstairs. After Greyhound came to night territory, he became one of the busiest people, with endless carpentry work to do every day. He was instructing the slaves to make simple chevaux de frise in the open space below the winery. This craftsmanship is very good. The woman didn't exaggerate. Field pushed the tightly closed window with his hand, and it no longer made a terrible creaking sound. He looked at the barricades that were built all night downstairs and felt relieved. Scissors, send a portion of honey sweet porridge to Greyhound. We can't let the only carpenter in Nightfall go hungry. Yes, sir. Scissors responded. Seeing Field getting dressed, Scissors hurried forward to help and asked worriedly, Sir, are you going to? Well, this battle is very important. Field drew out his fine steel sword and took a look at it, then put it back. I've been having nightmares these past 2 days. If I don't get rid of the monsters in the main building, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep in the future. As the domain expands, everyone's activity area is getting bigger, but the boundary is getting closer and closer to the main building, and sooner or later they will have a fight with Rosaria. Field glanced at the small map and saw a big scarlet in the basement of the main building moving slowly inside the house, as if it would run out at any time. I won't allow anyone to disrupt the development of the territory. Scissors opened his mouth, wanting to persuade the Baron not to go, but when the words came to his lips, he changed them to, I wish you a successful start. I will, Field said in a light tone, and then left the winery. You should persuade the Lord not to go. The maid Sparrow stopped wiping the table, put her hands on her waist, and said in a soft voice, It's too dangerous. Wouldn't it be better to let the Chosen One go with the guards? Scissors rolled his eyes and said, It's not that simple. The last time I followed you to Maple Leaf territory, I felt that many things were completely different from what we imagined. War is not about both sides lining up and savagely fighting each other, but it depends on strategy and command. I can't explain it in detail, but our Lord can do things that no one else can do. Sparrow pouted. She was still sad because her parents didn't take her with them last time. Then she saw Scissors getting ready, and she became so angry that she fainted. When Field walked out of the winery, Ashina had already assembled her troops. The main building was very close to the border of the territory, and Field brought 18 cavalrymen, 47 infantrymen, 30 temporary armed slaves, and a militia composed of 5 freemen. According to the Defense Act, freemen were obliged to defend the territory, although Field had no intention of using them at all. In this battle, apart from the wounded, the territory's defense forces have been completely drained. If you can't beat Rosaria, don't worry about the territory, just fight the resurrection match with Lauda. 2 men leaning on sticks came over and said, Respected Lord, let us go too. We can still continue the fight. They were the guys who had been injured while defending the territory. Although they had potions to treat them, they still needed time to recuperate. Field patted the 2 men on the shoulders and said, Let's talk about it after you recover. Besides, I'm not asking you to sit idle. Supervising the slaves' work is also a contribution to the night territory. Everyone set off, using fog lights along the way, and a large number of slaves built simple wooden forts along the way. The best solution for now is to build a large number of low-cost small fortresses, provide layers of defense, equip them with crossbows, and fight defensive counterattacks. It's a pity that there are no muskets. Field regretted. I must light up the musket technology in the future. The main building of Xingye Manor is a model of the combination of romantic and solemn architectural styles. The Xingye family has worked in the northern province for more than 230 years. Instead of building fortresses and castles, they spent all their energy to build this large manor full of artistic atmosphere. There were corridors, Roman columns, sculptures, and fountains everywhere, but unfortunately, these gorgeous decorations failed to preserve the bloodline of the Xingye family. The extinct Xingye family was jointly ruled and inherited by the distant relative Ross family, and finally fell into Field's hands. Outside the main building, slaves came and went, clearing out a space and hammering wooden stakes into the soil. 3 crude, semicircular wooden fortresses took shape. In addition, wooden chevaux de frise were placed. The biggest advantage of the rotten corpses was their numbers and their fearlessness. As long as a large amount of debris was used to reduce their numerical advantage, it would not be difficult to deal with them. In addition, slaves were responsible for transporting military supplies such as purification potions, medicines, and crossbows, and placing them in the corners of the wooden fort. The guards had put on heavy armor and carried long halberds on their shoulders. The sharp and ferocious halberds formed 2 forests of halberds, with Mountain Cat and Hammer leading 1 team each. Although there were only more than 40 people, each of them had fought in several battles and was not just for show. For a while, the halberds were like a forest, and the army was at its peak. The warhorse spun anxiously. Field pulled the reins and ordered, "Cavalry, clean up the wandering zombies." Animals seemed to be more sensitive to danger than humans. The warhorses all seemed anxious and restless. This had never happened before. There is no doubt that Rosaria is very powerful. I'll leave her to you, Ashina. Field stared at the warning sign on the small map that was red as blood and felt very nervous. Leave it to me. Ashina's scarlet eyes scanned the building in front of her, and she stretched out her slender fingers. She should be in the basement. I can feel threats of varying degrees in other rooms, but the basement alone gives me a strange, dead silence. This is unreasonable. This little girl actually guessed it, and Field gave her a thumbs up. How about I go in and take a look first? Ashina asked. Field shook his head. No hurry. Let's save our energy first. Before the enemy comes out, we should clear out the rotten corpses around us. This will avoid the situation like last time where we were interrupted by the rotten creatures. We need to resolve this battle in one go. Ashina nodded obediently. The rotting corpses outside the main building had their clothes rotted away, or their clothes and flesh were integrated into one, which looked extremely strange. The subhuman cavalry rushed out from the left wing of the army like a gust of wind, whizzing across the square. The cavalry immediately split the zombies into small groups. When the small groups could no longer pose a threat, Silver Claw led the cavalry to surround the small groups. The vests hit the bodies, making a crisp snap sound. If they hit, their bones would be broken, and if they were rubbed, they would roll on the ground like gourds, and then be trampled into minced meat by the iron hooves. There is no need to even use assault lances. The cavalry can cut off a head by simply swinging their cavalry swords. Asino was very good at training cavalry, and with high-intensity combat, in a short period of time, the slave cavalry had been able to rival the family knights of a small lord. It won't take long for these skilled cavalrymen to kill all the corpses outside. Chapter 61 Attack. The main building has 4 floors above ground. The stone walls are covered with purple rotten plants. Through the broken windows, you can see the scene inside the house. The overturned furniture and the secretions of decaying organisms were hanging everywhere, just like the Ponzi cave. The zombies huddled together with empty eyes. Most of them wore linen clothes, and some of them wore tattered armor. Field even saw a zombie wearing a wizard's robe. Be careful, the noise of fighting has alarmed them. As soon as Ashina finished speaking, the French window on the 3rd floor seemed to burst open, and a bunch of grotesque, decayed creatures poured out. With a murderous laugh, a skinny, decayed corpse fell to the ground, and without giving Field time to be amazed, it rushed over with huge steps. 1, 2. Ashina counted. Well, there's no need to count them. There are too many to count. At a glance, there were at least 100 monsters, and they were still increasing. Seeing so many monsters, Field's face showed a solemn expression. Ashina shook her head and said, No, I'm analyzing their levels. There are quite a few extraordinary corpses. Extraordinary corpses, and quite a lot of them. Field's eyelids twitched, but he remained calm and gave the cavalry a retreat signal. Let the cavalry come back. The halberd soldiers rely on the wooden wall for defense, and the back row prepare to shoot arrows, directly use enchanted arrows. The slave blew the horn, and after receiving the order, the cavalry immediately gave up fighting and quickly returned to the army from the right wing. They were panting heavily, and the long swords in their hands were shaking constantly, not only because of fatigue, but also because of overexcitement and the secretion of a large amount of adrenaline. The slaves accompanying the army came and went, constantly stringing the crossbows and dipping the arrows in purification potions. The enchantment that Field mentioned was to soak the arrows in purification potions. These potions with the power of holy light were extremely restraining against corruption. The tide of zombies was approaching the wooden fortress where the mountain cat was at the fastest speed. The halberd soldiers behind the wooden wall were lined up in a dense formation, trying their best to stretch their halberds forward and aim at the howling zombies rushing towards them. Shoot! Field gave the order. Swish! Ashina drew her bow and shot an arrow. The silver arrow carrying the power of winter was like a gorgeous comet, hitting the head of the second-level corpse in the front hard. The second-level corpse disappeared. To be precise, half of its head was blown off by an arrow. Bang, bang. Like a signal, the guards and armed slaves in the back row all activated their crossbows after seeing the silver arrows. The crisp sound was like firecrackers, and it rang out immediately. There was no need to string the crossbow. The guards would simply hand the used crossbow to the slaves behind them, who would then string it and hand it back to the guards. As a result, the back row of 30 or 40 people could ensure that the arrows would flow like locusts, continuously. Arrows pierced the sky, immediately bringing about waves of wailing and blood rain among the corpses. A large number of rotten corpses fell to the ground one after another, like wheat being cut. Crossbows are powerful weapons, and they attack flesh and blood bodies without any armor to protect them. Ordinary zombies can be killed with one arrow, and the crossbow arrows can even penetrate their bodies, killing the zombies behind them. Extraordinary zombies are not in such a good situation either, and can be killed with one shot under the strong restraining effect of the purification potion. Even if they don't die, the intense burning sensation on their bodies will make their already numb souls feel intense pain, thus losing their fighting power. Using so many purification potions is extremely extravagant. Be careful of the enemy's long-range tactics. After saying this, Ashina subconsciously stood in front of Field. She had been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. Let me attack. Don't worry, I believe in the soldiers of nightmares. Field gritted his teeth and glanced at the small map. The red dot was still in the basement. We are all first-level chosen ones. The more strength we retain, the more chances we have of winning. Yeah. Ashina's scarlet eyes scanned the battlefield and warned. Be careful that the enemy also has the means to attack from a distance. The zombies endured 7 or 8 more waves of arrows. The guards also came into the zombies' shooting range. The strange-looking monsters at the back ejected a large number of bone spurs from their bodies and shot them towards the army formation. Because of Ashina's reminder, Field responded immediately. Stop shooting. Raise your shield. Get ready to engage the enemy. The guards immediately raised their iron shields to cover their heads. Almost at the same time, the sound of clanging of iron hammering was heard. Bone spurs fell in the army formation and were blocked by shields, iron armor, and wooden walls. However, many guards still grimaced in pain. The slaves behind the formation were not so lucky. 3 of them were nailed to death on the spot by bone spurs. The rest of the slaves were so scared that their legs went limp and they turned around to escape. But when they saw the cavalry right behind them, they were afraid of being treated as deserters and chopped down, and for a moment they were at a loss. Hide behind the low wall and continue loading the crossbow. Field waved his hand. Watch out for arrows. Ashina spun the spear with one hand, and the rapidly spinning spear was like a rotor, shooting down all the flying bone spurs. Field's forehead was covered with sweat, but his expression remained unchanged. He could not show panic in front of the soldiers. There are many kinds of corrupted creatures. Those rotten corpses that we encountered before that could only howl were just the lowest level cannon fodder. Fortunately, I didn't act stubbornly when I first came to the manor. If I had attacked the main building directly, I'm afraid there wouldn't be anything left. Boom. The corrupted creature rushed over like a mad dog, not caring at all about the shining halberd that was greeting it. It rammed into it hard, and its head was pierced directly by the halberd, while its body hit the wooden wall, knocking off a lot of dust. Roar, roar, roar. Corrupted creatures continued to pour out from various exits of the main building, roaring at the top of their lungs, and then crashed into the defense line. The wooden fort tactics proved to be very effective. The zombies had to cross or destroy the thick wooden walls to kill the guards, but the guards could easily blow up the zombies' heads with their halberds and maces. In just a quarter of an hour, countless corpses fell under the wooden wall, and the air was filled with a suffocating and rich stench. Here it comes. Just when Field was about to order the cavalry to attack from the flank, he suddenly noticed that there were red dot marks mixed in with the wave of corpses. Field was frightened, but fortunately he did not let his guard down. If he had noticed it a second later, the entire line of defense might have been cut down. Field whispered, "She's hiding among the corpses. Leave it to me." Ashina was obviously serious, so solemn that she even spoke less. Ashina pretended not to know and left from the left wing, pretending to attack the flank of the corpses, driving the dragon wolf to rush out. An extremely thick black-red energy ripple suddenly swept out. With a crackling sound, all the rotten corpses along the way exploded and directly exploded into a ball of blood mist. The explosion sound continued in the air for a long time. "Oomph, you still like to play dirty tricks." Ashina had a cold expression and snorted with disdain. She was well prepared and dodged the explosive attack with just a flash. Chapter 62, Shock. Etiquette from Corrupted Creatures makes up for yesterday's missing update. After recuperation, Rosalia returned to her mature self. "Why? You actually dodged my magical skill." Rosaria's pupils dilated. Normally speaking, it was difficult to defend against a sneak attack by the Chosen One, because divine power was neither fighting spirit nor magic and was difficult to perceive. Hearing this, Ashina sneered and shook her head. She didn't waste any words with her and directly urged the dragon wolf to attack. A dark blue light flashed and appeared beside Rosaria in just an instant. The dragon wolf opened its mouth to an astonishing arc, and its sharp teeth bit into Rosaria's tender body with terrifying bite force. Rosaria was temporarily exhausted because of the release of her magic skills, and could only watch the smelly mouth bite down. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere, and Rosaria's upper body was eaten. Black Wolf, swallow it. Although this move was very perverted, Ashina would not show mercy. She said coldly, "I don't believe that if I eat you, I can recover." It only took 3 seconds to prove that this method was not feasible. The dragon wolf felt a strong sense of discomfort, even though it usually ate carrion. A large amount of blood attacked the wolf's mouth crazily, even piercing its lower jaw, crushing a large number of teeth, and causing a large amount of blood to ooze out. Ugh! A large mass of flesh and blood was vomited out, and the dragon wolf looked extremely uncomfortable. "How dare you let a lowly wild dog eat me? You really deserve to be hanged." The bloodline squirmed, allowing Rosaria to regain her human form, but the newly restored queen form was only an experience card, and it was fleeting. Field didn't even see clearly, and saw an elegant and pure noble lady glaring at Ashina angrily. "It's a giant wolf, not a wild dog." Ashina shook her white index finger and raised her eyebrows slightly frivolously. She seemed to like teasing Rosaria and never tired of correcting her mistakes. Then, Ashina covered her mouth and laughed. "Are you going to run away again this time, respected noble lady?" "Well, I never ran away. I have always maintained the honor of a noble." Rosaria's face flushed with shame and anger, and the long chain tied to her left hand was shaking violently. Rosaria was so angry that her teeth itched and looked in the direction of Field. The Holy Griffin Empire must have been badly harmed by cowardly soldiers. It was destroyed by the demi-humans in just 10 years. How come there are demi-humans even in the northern provinces? Field looked into Rosalia's bright starry eyes, and both of them were stunned. "Oh my God, I must be dreaming. You are actually a human lord." Rosaria felt dizzy and put her fair little hand on her forehead. A human lord, an ancient noble, can actually contract a demi-human. Why would I have such a dream? I must be starving. Ancient nobles? Ashina was confused and looked at Field in confusion. It sounds so high-end. The title is not important, but she really hasn't left Nightfall for 10 years. Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He actually heard the term ancient aristocracy in the northern province. 10 years ago, or to be exact, 7 years ago. Black hair and black eyes, and gray hair and gray eyes. Dark skin, high nose and deep eyes were the symbols of the most orthodox nobility. On the contrary, blonde and red hair, or other messy hair colors, including Ashina's silver hair, were of lower grade and were called barbarians or savages. However, the ancient kingdom of the Inner Sea, the Phoenix Empire, had long been destroyed, and even its legitimate successor, the Purple Gold Empire, was attacked and massacred by heretics not long ago. At the same time, the nomadic expedition to the west from the east brought natural disasters and a large number of black-haired slaves. The symbol of the so-called ancient nobility went to the other extreme. Unless it could be proved by a family pedigree, they were all born to slaves or enemies and were severely discriminated against. Of course, the Holy Griffin Empire itself is the driving force behind this. The top leaders of the empire, including the Empress, are all blonde barbarians. It is impossible for them to despise themselves. Hello. Although this is not a dance, it's nice to meet you. Surprisingly, Rosalia's attitude became much better. She put away her angry look, with a faint smile on her face. She bent her slender and round legs slightly at the knees, and at the same time lifted the sides of her skirt with her hands, nodding gracefully to Field. In this cursed land full of blood and corpses, it looks like a blooming golden flower, as beautiful as a work of art. Hello, beautiful lady. Field also responded with aristocratic etiquette. I got a lot of cold stares in Ross territory, but I didn't expect that in Knight territory, a beautiful noble lady would take the initiative to say hello to me. I can only say that life is full of surprises. Of course, it would be nice if this guy were really alive. The red dot on the mini-map becomes a simple panel. Name, Rosaria Starry Night. Level, First Order, Corrupted Gods Chosen. Type, Guard Infantry / Corrupted Hybrid. Status, Confused, extremely eager to kill. Lord, none. Undefeated, cannot sign a contract. In other words, we can make a contract after defeating him? Field rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it himself. Field decided to try peaceful means first. Rosalia, maybe we can talk. You are? No. Rosaria smiled sweetly, with a slightly moaning tone, hugged herself with both hands, and said tremblingly, although I don't want to cut the nobles, I can't help it. The thought of cutting open the body of an ancient noble makes me tremble with excitement. That moment will be the light of my life. You're a pervert. As expected, corrupted creatures have only pure desire to kill, even if they retain their memories or intelligence. Negotiation failed. Ashina, kill her. Field was unequivocal and gave the order to launch an attack. Swoosh. A silver arrow flashed over. Ding. Hee. Do you think your little trick will work a second time? Rosaria was always on guard against hidden arrows. The moment she heard the sound of breaking wind, she swung her chain and knocked the arrows away. Her killing intent surged, and she swung her greatsword to cut the surrounding corpses in half, and a large amount of life energy poured into the greatsword. Divine skill, endless slash. The demon eye in the center of the great sword flashed with a terrifying bloody light, and with a strong hum, 7 or 8 majestic destructive sword auras swept out. The color on the surface of the sword aura was the gray-black color of corrupted creatures. At first glance, even the mind seemed to be sucked in, and people could not help but fall into madness and despair. This time, let's see where you can escape. The destructive sword energy that seemed to tear apart space quickly blocked all of Ashina's escape routes. Black Wolf, hold on. Asina decisively gave up her mobility and had no direction to escape, so she could only hide behind the Dragon Wolf. All the scales stood up, and the Dragon Wolf's dark blue flames quickly surged out, as if it was wearing armor. Chapter 63 It's Broken. I think I took the boss home, Part 1. The powerful sword energy, several meters long, spread out like a substance, crushing and spreading. All the rotten corpses, trees, or buildings that blocked the way were shattered and turned into dust and disappeared into the air. As this terrifying energy ripple spread, the guards who were defending the wooden fort became terrified, and their faces turned pale. What a terrifying skill. Field was worried about Ashina. The Dragon Wolf's defense was also rising rapidly, and a large amount of flames were attached to its scales, as if quenching the scales. Finally, with a thunderous explosion, the two sides collided with each other, and the corrupted creatures that came too close could hardly make a sound before being strangled and annihilated. A miserable whimper was heard, and the Dragon Wolf flew backwards with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Then Ashina staggered 2 steps, found a gap, and left the attack range. Several other ripples of sword energy slowly left the range of sight, and eventually disappeared into nothingness. Ashina shook her head in confusion, shook off the large amount of dust from her ears, and looked in the direction of the Dragon Wolf. The Dragon Wolf felt the call from its master and stood up tremblingly. Half of its originally beautiful scales were gone, and broken scales and bone fragments were stuck in its flesh and blood. Its body was covered with wounds so deep that the bones could be seen, making it look particularly terrifying. Haha, do you think this is the end? Rosaria's face was also pale, but she cheered up and quickly killed the people around her, constantly absorbing their life energy. I said I would eat you, and I won't break my promise. Bang! A short crossbow arrow shot into Rosalia's back, and immediately there was a blinding flash of light. Wow, that hurts. Rosaria jumped up in fear like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She quickly reached out to pull out the crossbow arrow and smashed it into pieces. She angrily questioned Field, "Where is your noble spirit? How could you sneak attack? What's your worth? Survive first and then talk about this." Field has always been pragmatic. He hurriedly restringed the empty crossbow and shouted at the stunned soldier. Don't just stand there. Release the arrow. Bang bang. Small pieces of arrow feathers fell immediately. Arrows soaked in purification potions were extremely effective against corrupted creatures. Rosalia had no choice but to stop harvesting the lives of her own kind, and instead swung the chain to knock away the incoming arrows. There were still many arrows that passed through the gaps in the chains and landed on the girl's body, followed by a hissing sound of burning, and Rosalia screamed in pain. Okay, if this continues, she will definitely not be able to hold on. Field's heartstrings relaxed. Now we have to control the damage and not kill her directly. However, something horrible happened. Rosalia simply stopped blocking the arrows and let them fall on her body. The things chosen by the holy light are really annoying. But do you think you can kill me with these things? Rosaria pulled out an arrow and broke it, revealing a playful smile. Although it hurts a little when you get shot for the first time, it will be fine once you get used to it. Well, it's even a little comfortable. Damn it, do you have to be so perverted? You are right? Field gasped in awe, but then he smiled and said, Ashina, spare his life. I still have use for him. Field's attack only bought Ashina time to condense her magical skills. Divine skill, the extremely cold, killing spear. Unlike Rosaria, Ashina rarely uses her magic skills, because once her magic skills miss, she cannot release a second one in a short period of time. But its power is unquestionable. A tiny but extremely fast spear of divine power suddenly enlarged in front of Rosaria's eyes. Boom! Unlike the first time she released it in the winery, Ashina did not have to worry about whether the divine power would affect the building, so this time the divine skill exerted her normal strength. A deafening explosion suddenly resounded through the sky. It was as if the entire Starry Night Manor was shaking violently, and a big hole was torn open in the ground by the violent force. Ordinary people were unlucky, and their ears were buzzing, and they were almost deaf. The terrifying force exploded in front of Rosalia. Rosalia's face, whose color had not yet solidified, suddenly lost its blood color and turned pale. She then violently spurted out blood mixed with fragments of her internal organs. Before the blood could even hit the ground, it was shattered and disintegrated by the power of winter and disappeared into nothingness along with Rosaria herself. Is it over? Field breathed in deep breaths because of palpitations. It seems that the ashes have been scattered. That's all. It's a good ending. I can accept it. My lord, be careful. She is not dead yet. Ashina stepped in front of Field and told him the shocking news. My lord, you and the soldiers should retreat first. The scope of the impact will be even larger. Well, there aren't many zombies around. Field glanced at the small map. The surrounding zombies were almost wiped out by the repeated bombardment of the two chosen ones and the attack of the guards. There were only a few survivors in the main building. Bobcat, let's go to the second line of defense. Before Field could leave, the smoke was suddenly blown away by a strong wind, and a cracked and broken black sword in front of the main building continued to bleed. However, this time the material was obviously not enough, and it slowly weaved into a lovely figure. The small and delicate soles of her feet landed on the ground, and the lowly version of Rosaria slowly emerged, like a pitiful and cute porcelain doll. She slightly opened her pink and thin lips and said angrily, It hurts so much, my head is about to be knocked off. Although it was cute, Field was almost numb. From a queen to a girl, and then from a girl to a lowly, shouldn't getting beaten make her bigger? Why did she get smaller? You're younger again. Ashina was shocked. Can you hold a weapon now? Is more than a little taller than the little lowly. Damn it, I'm going to explode with you. The greatsword behind her emitted a dark gray light. Rosaria stretched out her white and tender little hand and said softly, Gluttony greatsword, dissociate. Like glass falling to the ground, the sword shattered instantly. Countless twisted bloodlines, like little snakes, gathered from all directions into Rosaria's body, and finally all condensed together. Constructed out of blood from the void, with its hideous bone wings spread out, covered with blood and rotten flesh. There was no sense of solemnity at all, but instead it was filled with the breath of death and corruption. Ashina, let's go together. After Field came to the northern province, he felt powerless for the first time. Ashina used her magic skills and was now in a period of fatigue, and the dragon wolf was even more miserable. Ashina waved her hands repeatedly and said in a relaxed tone, No need, she was just struggling at the end of her rope, and even the artifact was broken. You still have a trump card? Field was ecstatic. Of course, I had a fight with her too. Ashina smiled confidently. Chapter 64 It's broken. I think I took the boss home, part 2. The corrupted dragon that Rosalia turned into could not fly. The dragon wings at her waist swept out, sweeping away the wooden fort on the first line of defense and the corpses around it. Like toys, and countless debris flew everywhere. For a moment, there was flying sand and rocks, and great chaos. Some soldiers were fleeing, while others were fighting with zombies. Everywhere there were human screams and the sound of things falling. The originally clear situation has been turned into muddy water. Eyes, which were filled with a cold aura of death, stared lifelessly at everything on the ground. Soon, the dragon's body began to move, like an old machine covered with spider webs. Every step it moved would shake off a lot of broken flesh and blood. Just as Ashina said, Rosaria was fighting back before dying, and judging from her appearance, she would collapse into a pile of minced meat at any time. Roar! The dragon's ferocious mouth and cheeks were torn apart, and countless white light bullets gushed out, containing a frightening corruptive force. They fell to the ground one by one like a meteor shower, in a completely indiscriminate attack. Although the dragon wolf was already covered in wounds, it continued to spit out fireballs or use direct impacts to intercept the light bullets. However, it was ultimately a drop in the bucket, and from time to time someone was hit by the light bullet and died without a complete body. What's worse is that there are still corpses gathering around. Because the previous noise was too loud, the corpses wandering around began to gather here. Damn it! She can't even rest in peace before she dies. We can't let her continue killing people. Ashina's sense of ease disappeared in an instant, and she gnashed her teeth in anger. Besides, the direction she is heading is the winery. Once she reaches the winery, my lord's hard work will be ruined. Damn, I still had a fight with her. Don't let it get you down. Field was stunned. He dodged the flying wooden box and stabbed his sword into the head of a rotten corpse. My lord, please hide first. I can deal with that stupid guy soon. Ashina brought Field to a safe place. She looked extremely anxious. Black Wolf, come here and prepare to attack. Seeing Ashina calling the dragon wolf, Field was startled and hurried to pull Ashina. There is no need to die with her. I feel that she is about to collapse. Let her collapse on her own. As long as you are here, we can rebuild 10,000 territories. I know, but I promised you that I would protect the Night Lord and its people. Please believe me. I said, I am your sword. After saying that, Ashina turned her head and followed the bloody dragon wolf towards the direction of the corrupted dragon. Black Wolf, charge. The blood-stained dragon wolf half bent down, as if hunting, with a large amount of dark blue flames burning its body, evaporating the blood. With its twisted and hideous face, it looked like a beast from hell. Boom! Like a cannonball, the dragon wolf rose directly from the ground, like a faint blue comet, dragging a blue tail flame, and crashed directly into the corrupted dragon. The corrupted dragon, which was already collapsing, had no defense at all and was directly hit by the dragon wolf in the stomach. Dragon Seed Black Wolf, dissociate. A muffled sound was heard, and in an instant, countless black scales that spanned the space flew out from the corrupted dragon's body. Circles of dark blue fire waves that were almost tangible spread out in all directions, with the corrupted dragon's belly as the center. Even the dead corrupted dragon screamed. The explosion of the artifact was a force that burned the soul. Field could see her pain from a distance. Boom! The corrupt dragon's pupils suddenly contracted, followed by a huge explosion. Countless pieces of flesh and blood fell and scattered on the ground with a crackling sound, and the huge skeleton was directly turned into powder. Field raised the shield he carried with him above his head, feeling the knocking sounds, and worried about the situation on Ashina's side. The scattered corpses began to gather together. Fuck, there are endless cockroaches to kill. Field drew out his sword and killed one. Before he could kill the others, he saw the one in front of him being hit to death by a warhorse. The arrivals were a cavalry team, 8 people in total. Sir, we are late. Silverclaw scratched his head through his iron helmet. They were also in a very embarrassed state. As they were all born slaves, they did not know any honorifics and spoke very bluntly. It's not too late. Field noticed 2 streams of light crashing into the main building and immediately got on his horse. Follow me to the main building. Leave it to us. Silverclaw said worriedly. You must be careful. Let's go. Field didn't want to talk, so he rode away on his horse. Protect the Lord. The cavalryman immediately followed. The other side. It hurt so much. Rosalia was free falling in the air, struggling to open her eyes. As soon as she squinted her eyes, she saw a pair of scarlet eyes filled with chilling coldness. Behind Ashina was a wolf spirit. Her face looked extremely haggard, but the anger in her eyes could not be concealed. Hello, noble lady. It was the first time for Ashina to self-destruct. Although the dragon wolf exploded, she herself also suffered a lot of backlash. How is it? Does the feeling of the artifact exploding in your stomach fill your stomach? After saying that, when Asina was close to the ground, she threw a simple punch and knocked Rosaria directly into the building. Rosalia knocked over a wall, rolled over, and finally hit the wall again before she came to a stop. Her smooth legs had become dirty, and her beautiful black dress was also in tatters. You disgusting demi-humans, don't even think about making the human nobles surrender. Rosaria gritted her teeth and tried to stand up. In just a blink of an eye, Ashina arrived. Her scarlet eyes still shone like gems in the darkness. She held a cavalry sword in her hand, and the slender tip of the sword rubbed against the ground, creating countless sparks. If you don't know the situation, you might think it's a perverted butcher chasing the poor little lowly. It can be called an alternate world version of the chainsaw murderer. Puff. Ashina nailed Rosaria to the wall with a knife. Scanning her beastly eyes up and down, Ashina licked her long, sharp nails playfully. I'm curious, do you have a baby form? Because of the dissociation of the dragon wolf, Ashina is now in a rampage state, with the blessing of a divine weapon. You can't kill me. Corruption will eventually spread across the world, and I will be reborn in the death haze. Ashina glanced at her coldly and waved her hand indifferently. Whatever you want. Why did I lose? Rosaria was in a little lowly state. Her mind was not firm. She was so angry that she cried and vomited blood. She also had divine skills and made the artifact disintegrate, but in the end she was defeated miserably. Because when the chosen ones fight, every bit of strength is of paramount importance. From the moment my lord knew you were among the zombies, your chances of winning were 0. Besides, you can't control the corpses, right? Ashina asked soul-searchingly. But I have someone to help me, just like this. After saying that, hurried footsteps were heard. Chapter 65. It's broken. I think I took the boss home, part 2. Ashina, are you okay? The soldiers who led the way pushed aside the rubble, and Field entered the house through the hole in the wall. Other soldiers with shields and swords followed in, all with a wary look on their faces. Field saw Rosalia nailed to the wall and Ashina smiling beside her, and he felt relieved. You go out and keep watch. Field waved his hand, and the soldiers responded and went out. Thanks to you, I'm fine. No longer as cold and wild as when she was chopping people before, Ashina returned to her previous well-behaved self. Field was heartbroken. Ashina was not in a good condition. The phantom of the wolf soul behind her was constantly swaying and twisting, and it seemed that it would dissipate at any time. Although dissociating the artifact would bring stronger power, it was only temporary and could only be used as a last resort. Your wolf. Field pointed at the phantom and said worriedly, I didn't expect the artifact could self-destruct. Can it recover? Will it have a big impact on you? It won't have much impact on me. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep, and the wolf will recover. Knowing that the Lord was concerned about her, Ashina took back the wolf's soul and whispered in Field's ear, It will take 7 days for the black wolf to recover to its peak state, and 3 days for it to be able to fight. That's good. Field slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Taking back the wolf's soul, Ashina became visibly weak, and her body swayed a few times. Field hurried forward to support him. Well, actually I don't need help, it's just. The Lord suddenly came closer to her, which surprised her a little. Ashina's eyes subconsciously dodged around, appearing a little shy, and finally glanced at Field cautiously. Oh really? Huh. Field's hand stopped in the air, and he was embarrassed for a moment. He thought he was going to faint if he shook it a few times. When I watched TV before, the characters would fall to the ground unconscious after shaking twice, and then they would do whatever they wanted. Shaking does not mean fainting. Tang Nyo solved the inequality in seconds. Hee, but I'll still cooperate with you. After saying that, Ashina smiled brightly and fell into Field's arms. Suddenly he felt filled with fragrance, a sweet, soft, and subtle scent unique to femininity poured into him. Field didn't even know where to touch, because everywhere felt good. Hey, don't touch me. Ashina covered her face, then turned her head and made a face at Rosalia, who was hanging on the wall. Puff. Rosalia spat out a mouthful of blood and was so angry that she almost died. Do you have to be so excessive? If I lose, I should be the one to contribute the defeat animation. Why the hell are you guys preparing to perform one for me? Respect the little lowly and look at her like a child. You, don't believe this nasty demi-human. It was so terrifying when she cut me just now. Rosalia protested in a hoarse voice. After Rosaria's protest, the two returned to normal. After all, people don't like to watch content that is too extreme. Sir, how are you going to deal with this monster? Asina seemed to have transformed into an old peasant from the Middle Ages, preparing to hunt a witch, with a horrified look in her eyes. How about torture it to extract useful information and burn it, or sell it directly to the Church of Holy Light. Don't try to get any information from me. The nobles will not surrender, woo-woo. Rosaria's eyes were misty with tears, and her lovely face, as delicate as a piece of jade, made her look extremely adorable. Field glanced at Rosaria's status bar, which had changed from undefeated, unable to contract, to contractable. Wouldn't it be better to just contract her? Field said matter-of-factly. Killing her would be a waste. She has caused such a huge loss to our territory. We must capture her and put her through labor reform. Oh. Both women were shocked at the same time. Sir, did Ashina do something wrong? Why did you abandon me? Ashina instantly wilted. Her ears drooped like airplane ears, and she looked aggrieved. Haha, you are worthy of being an ancient noble. You have good vision. It is a smart choice to surrender to me. But corrupt creatures cannot be contracted by humans. I can infect you and set a precedent for you to be my personal male lover. Rosalia was so proud that she could even put her hands on her hips while hanging on the wall. After hearing the two's answers, Field couldn't do anything anymore. So he patted Ashina's head and said, How could I not want you? Why not just sign a contract for two? Field suggested. Rosaria laughed nonstop and even spat out blood because she laughed too hard. She said, Of course not. Your teacher is too irresponsible. The chosen one can only contract one person, even if they are from the same pantheon. Not to mention that the pantheon that demi-human and I are from different pantheons and even hostile to each other. Also, only people of the same kind can make contracts with each other, such as humans and humans, demi-humans, and... Wait, why would you make a contract with a demi-human God's chosen? You are a demi-human in disguise, right? Is that really the case? 3 confused faces. JPG. Well, let's give it a try. Practice makes perfect. Field would not give up his goal just because of one sentence. Besides, you don't want to die, do you? These words touched Rosalia's heart. Even though she was a crazy, corrupted creature, she still had intelligence and did not want to die, nor did she want to be tortured. At the beginning, Ashina said that she would breed her with animals. She still remembered these words. Who knew if the demi-human in front of her would really do it? You are so brave. The Empire has conducted countless experiments. Otherwise, why would those nobles give the precious chosen ones to their descendants or ministers? Oh, forget it. Don't blame me if there is a backlash of divine power. Ashina was so worried. Forget it? I will work harder. Try it once. Field gritted his teeth. Satisfy you. Rosalia tore open her tattered skirt, and on her snow-white thigh, the mark of God's chosen one shone with an eerie light. Countless gray and black deathly auras surged out, converging into an indiscernible and indescribable phantom of a goddess. Then a divine power connected into Field's body. Rosaria snorted with an evil laugh and said in a soft and cute tone, You are playing with fire. The power of the corrupted goddess will definitely kill you and crush your soul. Before he finished speaking, the God-chosen contract was successful. Rosaria's bright eyes widened. Success? Are you kidding me? Field didn't even feel anything. He waved his hand casually. No big deal. Corruption goddess, we know each other very well. What goddess? Sorry, I am a materialist and an atheist. Come and be my sex. No, work for me and build my territory. Well, I don't think I want to chop you that much anymore. Rosalia shook her head, and her eyes became clear. The murderous and deadly look in her eyes disappeared. Oh, I'm so tired. Field found a piece of broken furniture and sat for a while, thinking, wait, does this count as bringing the villain back home? Chapter 66, Ashina's Prank. Rosaria's name also appeared on Field's Lord panel. Name, Rosaria Starry Night. Level, First Order, Corrupted Gods Chosen. Occupation, Guard Infantry / Corrupted Hybrid. Divine Skill, Endless / Consumes vitality or divine power to release a large-scale sword energy / Artifact, Gluttony Greatsword. Absorbs vitality, condenses blood, can easily repair the host's body. The side effect is that it will cause hunger. Special ability, Corrupted Eternal Life. The body is made of special divine power and is difficult to kill. Even if it is crushed into pieces, the soul will return to the death haze and wait for the next arrival. Legion skills, none. Territory bonus, none. Field was looking at the panel, thinking, corrupted creatures are really special. They are actually immortal. It makes sense that they cannot provide benefits to the Legion and territory. After all, corruption can only cause destruction. But it's not a big problem. With Rosaria, the territory's combat power has at least doubled. Before, whenever Ashina went out, Field was always worried that his house would be robbed. Now with Rosaria, the Night Lord finally has the ability to attack and defend at the same time. I never thought that the corrupted would be chosen by God, and I never thought that they could be contracted. This northern province is not a cursed land at all. It is clearly a feng shui treasure land. Field was very happy. I have decided to subdue all Pokemon and contract all the corrupted gods. If there is one corrupted chosen, there are more. At the same time, Field also learned that the uncontracted corrupted gods were marked with red dots on the map. Field turned his head and looked at the two of them. Ashina and Rosaria both have the same expression. Sigma, degree to degree. Konliti, ew. You really contracted her. Ashina's pupils trembled. No wonder I was confused when you contracted me. There has never been a precedent of a subhuman and a human contracting. Not only can you contract across races, but you can also contract multiple gods chosen. It's incredible. Field waved his hand. Low-key, it's just a trivial matter not worth mentioning. The freedom of the fetish can determine the number of races that can be signed. Give the people of the other world a little shock to the Chinese people. That's right. After all, I was trained by you. You are worthy of being the Lord. Asina thought about how Field had said before that he would make her the chosen one of God, so that she could have the strength she has today. Put her down. The contract of corrupting the chosen one is very binding. There is no need to worry about rebellion. He pointed at Rosaria, who was hanging on the wall. A long knife was stuck in her chest, and blood was pouring down. If it were an ordinary person, the amount of bleeding would have killed her, and she would have gone to play a resurrection match with Lauda. Okay, but please be careful. Corruption is the embodiment of the devil. After a moment's hesitation, Ashina stepped forward, drew out her long sword, put it back into the scabbard, and warned Rosaria with a grin. Don't try to hurt anyone, especially Lord Field, or I will nail you to the wall a second time. The little lowly lowered her eyes and no longer had the strength to speak. Without the gluttony greatsword to heal her wounds, she would not be able to recover. Such a serious injury. Field took off his robe, pressed it on Rosaria's wound, and took out a potion from his pocket to stop the bleeding. Although ordinary potions were not very effective for the chosen one, it was better than doing nothing. Well, I'm fine. I just need some sleep. Rosalia's eyes kept blinking and her mouth was mumbling, uttering some unclear words. What? Field leaned over to listen, but found that Rosalia had fainted. She said she was very grateful to the Lord. Ashina's ears moved, but her eyes looked around, her hands were behind her back, and she looked innocent. Field smiled with relief. The little lowly is quite sensible. In fact, Ashina heard it clearly. What the little girl said was, "It's not possible to get pregnant now." When he was arguing with Rosalia before, he threatened her and said that he would make her pregnant if he caught her. Who the hell knows, he was really caught. Now there is another question. Should we announce the matter of the corrupted gods chosen in the Night Territory? Field was in a dilemma. This was not a trivial issue. It was related to the Night Territory and his own future. He could not be careless about it. Whether it was the ability of the contract to corrupt the chosen god, or exposing the corrupted chosen god, it was a choice of diplomacy and domestic affairs. There is no rumor of corrupted gods in the entire continent. Corrupted creatures have always been regarded as demons. Of course, they are really no different from demons. If people knew that Field could contract demons, the consequences would be self-evident. Countless righteous people would definitely raise the Night Territory to the ground. Moreover, even the gentle Ashina made the humans in the territory feel uneasy. With the appearance of Rosaria, the humans in the territory would be in a state of panic. Ashina would not make any comments on domestic and foreign affairs. She smiled and said, "I will listen to you and I will unconditionally support any decision you make. Then keep it secret for now." Field raised the corner of his mouth. "It just so happens that we also need secret power." "As you command, my dear sir." Ashina stretched, revealing her exquisite curves. Because of the sweat from the battle, her skin was wet, white, and bright, like a piece of fine porcelain. In the dim room, she exuded a charming halo, and she said coquettishly, "Lord Field, I want to eat meat when I go back. 3 servings. Hey, when did I ever give you less meat to eat?" Field picked up Rosaria and said, "Let's go back to the winery." On the morning of the 3rd day, Rosaria lay quietly on the big bed, the quilt rising and falling with her steady breathing. Her soft and thin lips, coupled with her snow-white skin, were like a wonderful strawberry decoration on a milky cake. The window was open and a breeze blew in occasionally. Field looked out through the window. The sky above his head was still foggy, but the sky was much brighter. Maybe we'll be able to see the sun soon. Field sat on the bed and took a sip of black tea. He had never missed the sun so much. Although plants could still grow, it was still very strange not to see the sun. Well, I don't miss her much. But she has been sleeping for 3 days, and she hasn't woken up yet. Asina pinched Rosaria's face. She had been taking care of the little girl these days and couldn't let the maid come into contact with corrupted creatures. Asina showed a wicked smile and whispered to the little girl, "If she sleeps any more, she will get pregnant successfully." Mum. Rosalia frowned slightly, showing an uncomfortable expression, but not resistance. "She is pregnant with the child of the dragon and the black wolf," Asina said cunningly with a disdainful expression. Rosalia showed a very struggling expression, and her two little hands tightly grasped the quilt, as if she was making a desperate struggle. "Haha, I was just teasing you, noble lady." Asina stopped her prank. Rosalia regained her composure. "The memorial service is about to begin. Let's go together." Chapter 67 Post-War Compensation. The memorial ceremony was held in the southeast corner of the territory, in an open space that had been cleared of corruption. Because it was quite far from the winery, crops had not yet been planted there. Field set aside an area there as a cemetery. In this military operation against the main building, 26 people died, including 15 slaves, 7 guards, 1 freeman, and 3 subhuman cavalry. Most of them died at the hands of Rosaria. The chosen one dissociated his own artifact, and the power of the explosion was too terrifying. But that's what war is like. There is no war without casualties. Only the enemies died. That was a fairy tale. As a lord, all Field could do was to take care of the living. "Thank you, Holy Light Goddess, for taking the souls of your servants. Thank you, Holy Light Goddess, for letting the souls of your children rest in peace." The one who read the eulogy was the freeman, Old Turtle Dove. Because of his age and experience, he could barely recite the eulogy. Although he recited it haltingly, his hands were shaking, which showed that he was using emotion. Of course, it was more likely that he was simply nervous. Slaves were cremated, while free citizens were buried. Burial was a right only free citizens and above could enjoy. Those who believe in the Holy Light believe in the judgment of the Holy Light. After death, people will lie quietly in the river of light, waiting to be judged by the goddess of Holy Light as to their final destination, whether it is heaven or hell. This theory is almost universal across the entire continent. After all, the official belief is the goddess of Holy Light. In fact, there was no atmosphere of sadness among the crowd. Most people were numb. They came simply because Field asked them to mourn. In addition, they could enjoy black bread and be exempted from labor. Death is nothing strange to everyone, especially slaves. Tietue reached out and touched the spot in his heart, where a gold coin was hidden. There really are gold coins. Haha, it's like a dream. Before coming here, Tietue had never touched a gold coin in his life, neither had his father or grandfather. If they were alive, they would definitely be jealous. The beautiful and heavy texture of the gold coin was simply intoxicating. He killed enough corpses to exchange for this gold coin. As long as he gave the gold coin to Field, he could escape from slavery and truly live a human life. Tietue was not interested in listening to what Old Turtle Dove was saying. In his opinion, slaves were sent by noble masters to work in dark mines, where they could only eat dry bread every 2 or 3 days, and died of hunger, cold, disease, or monsters. It was normal. Instead of feeling sorry for others, he might as well think about how to get more bread. For the guards, the only use of the goddess of Holy Light is the fog lights and purification potions. The master is about to give a speech. The comrade pushed the hammer with his arm. "Stop showing off your gold coins." Tietue immediately stretched his neck and said, "Oh, I have to listen to what the adults say." Field didn't speak at length, but Tietue listened to it all, especially the sentence, "They will become heroic spirits, forever guarding the night territory, and we will always remember them." Tietue scratched his head and felt an indescribable feeling. But he had no culture and couldn't express himself, so he could only get excited for a while. What is most shocking is that Field actually gave the deceased something called pension. The guards didn't even know about the money. It was a rule that Field had just made up and was announced today. Field cleared his throat and said, "Free citizens will receive a pension of 1 gold coin and 20 silver coins, and slaves will receive a pension of 20 silver coins. The pension will be given to their relatives. If there are no relatives, the money will be confiscated and used to improve the food supply of the army." When the coins were handed to the wife of the dead freeman, almost everyone's eyes widened. Is there such a good thing? Many women whispered to each other, "Wow, that's a lot of money." Even Tietue could feel the many passionate gazes staring at him. The guards who were originally looked down upon suddenly became the object of the women's admiration. Even some beautiful free people looked at the slave guards with strange eyes. "Damn it, I'd better give birth to a son soon, so that my money won't go to others." Almost all the guards thought so. "Everyone, please disperse." After doing all this, the war is finally over. Walking on the road, Field sighed. He felt a little sad that so many people died in the war. He even remembered the names of many of them. You've done a great job. Ashina came up and took Field's hand, smiling gently. Field nodded and cheered up. It can be better. In fact, ordinary people, or slaves, don't need funerals at all. Fighting for you is their duty. Ashina pondered for a moment and said with a sigh, You are too kind. Slaves are like weeds on the grassland, everywhere. I was also a slave, and I know I am worthless. I can't write, and I can't manage. Don't think like that. You can learn all of this. Field patted Ashina's head and laughed. It is the people who create history, just like weeds make up the grassland. The nobles and the elites are just… Ahem, what are you talking about? Field originally wanted to say that the nobility and the elite were just flowers or trees that grew exceptionally well, but they also had to rely on the grassland. However, this set of ideas is useless now, as productivity is not up to par, and speaking them out will only add to the trouble. It's like talking to a primitive man about AI. It's better to give him a peach. It's enough for me to make my people live a good life. This is Nightfall Collar. It's brand new. Field snapped his fingers. Of course, the pension is beneficial and has no harm. It has many benefits for me. The most straightforward one is that it boosts morale and allows them to have no worries. Good day, Baron. Tate came towards them, with more than 30 slaves and 3 wagons loaded with chopped wood and 2 boxes of black bread. Good day, Tate. How is the cleanup going around the main villa? It's almost done. We still need to transport it about 7 times. We have recovered a lot of supplies. We won't go back to the winery for lunch today, Tate said competently, and we will also bring some wood on the way there to build walls and wooden forts. Very good. Don't get too close to the building yet. There are still scattered monsters inside. The recovery of the main villa is a foregone conclusion. All of God's chosen ones are in a weak state, so there is no need to take risks at this time. Field looked around and planned to move to the main villa in the future and then empty the winery to use as a dormitory for slaves. The winery was located in the center of a large tract of farmland and could effectively radiate and cultivate all the surrounding farmland. Thank you for your concern. I will be careful. Tate was very busy. He gave a brief report and left. By the way, Ashina, come with me to see Xiao Qingkai. Chapter 68. Green Vegetables, Northern Divine Oil, and Dagu. The green vegetables that Field mentioned are naturally not the ones we usually eat, but magical plants from Rum Village that can make people have a strong desire for breeding. Field named it Yan Chao, which is not very nice, but simple and easy to remember. Hey, Ashina's tail stood up, her pretty face blushed, and her toes wrapped in white silk rubbed on the ground. Are you going to play so big so early in the morning? Field said as a matter of course. Yes, the night territory has no output. I am almost anxious. It is rare to have magical plants. I must spend time researching them. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Ashina said helplessly. Okay, but please don't get close to me, for your safety. The room where the sun grass is grown is located in the corner of the 2nd floor of the winery. It is locked with an iron chain and a do not enter sign is posted. You can't get in without a key, but you can climb in through the window. But what if some idiot is desperate and insists on coming in through the window? The magic plant will immediately drive you insane, and you will then madly kick the stone wall of the winery. Or you can jump out of the window. There is a cattle farm not far away, so you can consider kicking a cow if you are not afraid of being gored to death by the bull. The young grass in the normal soil is almost withered. Ashina said in the house. Hey, the young grass in the corrupted soil is in normal condition. Fortunately, we set up a control group. This kind of plant is only suitable for corrupted environments. Field thought thoughtfully. Life will find a way out on its own. Even in the land of death, there will be life. But it doesn't have any poison. Ashina took a bite without changing her expression. It tastes a bit sweet. You are awesome. The magic immunity ability of the Chosen One is too overbearing. At the beginning, I just smelled it and wanted to pounce on everyone I saw, even though only Ashina was present at the time. Try it on Rosaria next time. Pull out those withered young grasses and grind them into juice. Field was far away. After seeing Ashina do everything in an orderly manner, Field instructed, now add more well water. Soon, a bottle of blue potion with a subtle scent was ready. Let's try it on the sheep. There were still 11 sheep in the sheepfold, including 2 rams, 1 old and 1 young. Originally, the plan was to kill the old sheep for meat, but because 2 war horses died in the battle in the main building, their remaining rations could be provided to other animals, so the plan to kill the sheep was postponed. Tun. He poured a bottle of medicine into the old sheep's mouth before Field could observe its condition. The old sheep just went berserk and yelled twice crazily. Its old steps disappeared in an instant. It rushed into the flock of ewes, drooling, and ran like crazy. The scene was horrifying. The ewe had never seen anything like it. Before they could react, the mad ram mounted them and rode them crazy one by one. If it is accompanied by music, Dad's dad is called Grandpa, and Dad's mom is called. How brutal. Field licked his lips. He was already considering letting someone try it. We need to record the duration of the drug's effect, so that no one will die next time. Hurry up and give birth to more meat. Ashina was muttering to herself that she was very happy to think that night territory could produce more sheep. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the ram was almost a mummy, lying on the ground weakly, twitching and foaming at the mouth. The ewes were a little better, but they were all huddled together in fear with their eyes open. 6 hours and 32 minutes. Field rubbed his dizzy head. I watched sheep videos for nearly 7 hours just to record the most accurate data. It needs to be diluted at least 1,000 times. If a normal man were to do it for 6 hours without stopping, he would definitely die. Even a sheep can't stand it, let alone a human. Sir, please have some tea. This is made according to your instructions. It's called egg tarts, right? The chef has made it. Please take a look and see if it's right. Ashina came over with a tray of dessert and black tea, placed the tray on the low table next to Field's chair, and thoughtfully brewed some tea. Oh, it's apple-flavored. Tart that is like a pancake, but with a very fragrant aroma. Don't make it often even if you've developed it. Butter, milk, and sugar are all in short supply. Wait until nightfall gets rich before enjoying it. Field took a bite and could taste the apple cubes. It tastes good, but the shape needs to be improved. I'll give this month's silver coins to the chef. I agree. Ashina blinked. By the way, that sheep must be dead tired. Yes, he is still alive, but we can't save him, and there is no need to save him. A glance at the poor old sheep showed that it had returned to the arms of the goddess, if the goddess was willing to embrace it. Then, Ashina half stuck out her tongue and showed a sly smile. Let's kill it and eat the meat. Field knew Ashina's little plan. The little girl was waiting to eat the grilled lamb chops. He smiled dotingly and said, by the way, ask the chef to clean the internal organs. Great. Long live Lord Field. Dilute the potion 1,000 times. Let's say 1,500 times. Don't let people go crazy when they smell it. Just make sure it lasts 10 to 20 minutes. I plan to sell them all to Maple Leaf City. That corrupt place will definitely like it. Field thought to himself, at least Baron Simon must like it. When he was lying among a group of women, that thing didn't react at all. It must be weak. As you wish, sir. But I prefer fighting. Do I have to make potions all the time in the future? Ashina said aggrievedly. We just need to determine a ratio. As long as the smell of the medicine doesn't affect people, we can let the people make it. Besides, one herb can make so many medicines, so it won't be too troublesome. Okay, Ashina agreed very straightforwardly this time, but she started to think again. What are you going to name it? How much will it cost? By spending time with Field frequently, Ashina's thinking has gradually become more divergent and her considerations have become more comprehensive. Common name, becoming smarter. Good question. I'll have to think carefully about the pricing, but I've thought of a name. Field said proudly. One part is wrapped in flour and made into pills, called Dago. The other part is still bottled and called the North God Oil. Of course, the bottled ones are only for the nobles, and the common people can't afford glass bottles. The glass bottles from Nightfall were contributed by potions and purification potions. Duh brother. Ashina was obviously shocked by this inexplicable word. She shook her head, and her two animal ears swayed together, and said happily, but I think the Northland Divine Oil sounds good. After all, this is a product that I, Ashina, the Winter God's choice, participated in. Any product will be much more expensive once the chosen one joins. Then let's call it Happy Beans. Field thought for a while, and then gave up thinking. It sounds interesting, doesn't it? Chapter 69 Wake Up. Field made the final decision. Let's call it Happy Beans. After discussing the matter of Happy Beans, Ashina got to eat the lamb chops as she wished. Oh, I'm so full after dinner. Bring some for the little girl too. I just don't know if she can get used to eating human food. Ashina took a bowl of porridge and 2 slices of white bread and picked up the plate. Because she had to hide Rosalia's existence, Ashina had been taking care of her these days. Rosalia is recovering well. I think she can eat and digest food. Field yawned and said worriedly, I don't know when she will wake up. You have worked hard these days. If I had known, I wouldn't have beaten him so hard. Ashina felt a little regretful and picked up the plate and went upstairs. Field walked behind Ashina, and when he looked up, he saw her long and well-proportioned legs, which were constantly stretched and bent because of climbing the stairs, and were particularly hot against the white silk stockings. Her slippers stepped on the ground, making a plop sound. Ahem, it's not your fault. I guess it's going to be like Sleeping Beauty. What is that? Ashina had never read fairy tales. Field smiled and said, "It takes a kiss to wake you up. You will understand when I tell you this story next time." Her ears immediately pricked up, and Ashina trembled as if she had received an electric shock. She whispered, "It's not a bad idea to tell a strange story, but please don't tell it in the daytime." The two chatted for a while and came to Field's door. After pushing the door open, they were both stunned. "Where are the people?" The quilt was lifted and Rosaria disappeared. "Oh no, she's not going to run away, is she?" Ashina quickly stood in front of Field and looked around vigilantly. With a flick of her wrist, a dagger fell into her hand. "Sir, be careful of her sneak attack." Ashina still remembers Rosaria's terrifying frequency of sneak attacks. "Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with the contract. Let me sense her location." Field frowned, but remained calm. The Lord and the Chosen One had an invisible divine connection. Although the contracted Chosen One could not be found on the small map, as long as the Chosen One did not actively block her, the Lord would be able to know her approximate location. In the cemetery? Ashina's thoughts were very negative. Is she going to dig graves to eat? Or infect corpses? Corrupted creatures are very dangerous. How about gathering the troops? Be careful not to cause greater losses. Probably not. If she has evil intentions, the corrupted contract will cause her to die suddenly. Let's go and have a look first. The binding force of the corruption contract is extremely strong, and those who violate it will be annihilated. The winter contract is milder, and no matter which party violates it, they will only suffer severe injuries, but will not die. Of course, the contract is two-way, and the Lord cannot kill the Chosen One of the contract. Ashina took Field and quickly came to the outskirts of the cemetery. The breeze was blowing gently, the shadows of the trees were swaying, and the silent night was full of peace and tranquility. The corruption around it had long been cleaned up, and as long as it was far enough away from the gray fog, the large winery now looked like the only secluded cottage in the woods surrounded by fog. Rosaria is still in her little Lolita state. Her black dress is gently blown by the wind, revealing her delicate skin, which is as bright as the moon in the night. She looks like a cute and ignorant little girl, but her bright starry eyes reveal a deep sadness. After a long silence, Rosalia folded the black handkerchief in her hand into the shape of a flower and leaned over to place it in front of the tombstone. "Sorry," Rosalia sighed. After mourning, Rosaria turned around and tried to go back to her room, but saw Field and Ashina staring at her in a trance. Well, I came out to get some fresh air. How did the winery become like this?" Rosaria was flustered and at a loss, then pretended to be innocent and folded her arms. "The night is really nice tonight. Am I right, Field? Don't call the master by his name." Ashina's tone softened. "Even if he is the Chosen One, you can't do that." Rosaria puffed out her barren chest, put her hands on her hips, and said proudly, "Humph, I am also a noble and Field's sister, so of course I can call you by your name." "Okay, Miss Rosalia." Field laughed in his heart. "I'm glad to see you wake up. Come in and have something to eat." "Field, as a nobleman with chivalry, you cannot be so presumptuous as to tease a noble lady. I am still unmarried and cannot enter a man's room at will," Rosaria said proudly. "Although you fell in love with me at first sight like everyone else, I still uphold the pride of a noble lady. However, you are my lord now, so I will give you a little more favor." When Rosaria was alive, she was a well-known beauty with countless admirers. She became even more beautiful after becoming the Chosen One. But Ashina was no worse, and Field would definitely not lick her because of her looks. What's more, she looks like a little loli now, delicate and cute. Bang! Field delivered a sugar smoke to Rosaria's head. "Ouch, it hurts. Field, that's too much." "You bad guy." Rosaria covered her head with tears in her eyes. "I'm going to ignore you for 30 seconds. You acting queen, do you want to eat now?" Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't even use any strength. So how could he possibly beat the Chosen One to tears? Rosaria said aggrievedly, "Eat. By the way, don't run around in the territory like this in the future." Ashina looked around. "You will scare the people in the territory. I am so cute. It is their blessing to meet me. They can brag about it for the rest of their lives." "Boasting? Do you mean the devil's tail behind you, or the small wings behind your waist?" Ashina laughed. "From now on, you can't show your face when you go out, and you have to wear a cloak. If the church or other nobles know about your existence, you will get into big trouble. I hope you understand. This is a small matter. I rarely showed my face before. How could a noble lady show herself to the common people like a monkey every day?" Rosaria bowed gracefully. She stopped acting like a spoiled brat, and her eyes showed a mature look. She said to Field solemnly, "When you need me to help, just tell me. Maybe we had some unpleasant experiences before, but please forgive me. We are in the same boat now, and we share the same honor and disgrace. This is the best, Field said with relief. By the way, as your chosen one, I have to inform you that I am a corrupted chosen one and will not help the territory's output at all. Rosaria put her hands on her hips with a matter-of-fact expression, but I am a noble, well-educated, and proficient in internal affairs. In addition, I have a gift for you. What is it? Field asked curiously. You'll know soon. Rosaria smiled mysteriously. Don't be afraid, relax. Also, Miss Yi. Ashina, please don't be nervous. Chapter 70 Rosaria's Gift. Ha. How did the gluttony greatsword become like this? Rosaria's artifact had just been summoned, and Field couldn't hold back. The originally ferocious and domineering sword is now more appropriately called the Greedy Dagger. It is only the size of a palm. The key point is that the terrifying and deep magic eye originally at the hilt now reveals wisdom, like the eyes of a husky, blinking, and looks very silly. Don't interrupt. Rosaria wanted to laugh, but she bit her lip and tried to look serious. She stamped her feet anxiously. After the artifact was disintegrated, it took time to recover. If you don't believe me, look at Ashina. I don't believe her dog can still be so domineering now. It's a wolf. Ashina emphasized. Field was amused by the two funny guys and could only suppress the corners of his mouth that kept rising. Okay, I won't interrupt. You must make good use of it in the future. Don't waste this first time of mine. It's also the only time. After Rosaria finished her incredible remarks, before Field could complain, Rosaria turned into a thread of blood and drilled into the gluttony greatsword. Then, a pure line of blood, in a beautiful arc, drilled into the back of Field's neck. Shit. Field was startled and immediately felt a tingling sensation on the back of his neck, but he immediately calmed down and comforted Ashina beside him. Don't be nervous. Rosaria doesn't mean any harm. I only felt a warm current rushing in, and streams of energy that had never appeared before passed through the meridians and poured into every cell in the body. In an instant, all the pores on Field's body relaxed, but his mind tensed up as if he was on a roller coaster. Then, his mind went blank, as if his thoughts flew into a higher dimension and his soul and body merged. Afterwards, pure fighting spirit began to slowly appear and flow through every corner of the body. This is it. Field felt full of strength, as if he could beat a bull to pieces. Of course it's fighting spirit. I'm awesome, right? Hee. Soft and cute voice sounded beside my ears. Permanent fighting spirit only has one level, but if I advance, I will pull you along with me. Field was confused and didn't know what to say for a moment. He missed the age to practice fighting spirit, but he was able to regain fighting spirit in this way and enter the extraordinary realm. Do-chi is not something that can be found everywhere. Countless ordinary nobles have fought for it all their lives. But Field got it easily. If they knew about it, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Especially his own younger brother, who took fighting spirit potions and went crazy, and in the end he still didn't become a first-level knight. It's so awesome. No wonder so many people seek the Chosen One. Field sighed. Each of the Chosen Ones has strange abilities, which is terrifying. Rosaria is of no help to the territory, but who would have thought that it would be a huge improvement for him personally? This is the only time that Do-chi is reborn, so please don't waste it in the future. Of course, you are the Lord, so don't rely on Do-chi to show off. Leave the fighting to us, and please protect yourself. As soon as the voice in my ear finished speaking, Rosaria's bloodline left and then condensed into the appearance of a little lowly again. I repeat, protect yourself. Don't try to show off. Rosalia put one hand on her waist and extended her white index finger with the other hand, looking like a teacher. No problem. Now that he has advanced to the first level of Do-chi Knight, he has the ability to protect himself against ordinary people. If he encounters the Chosen One, he will still be killed instantly with one sword. Field has a clear understanding of this. Don't show off, or you'll be struck by lightning. Field added, thank you for your generosity. If she refuses to tell me, then I definitely don't know. The panel was flawed, and he didn't know a lot of information, such as the fact that the artifact could be dissociated and that his own lord abilities might not have been upgraded. Just don't bully me from now on. The maturity in Rosaria's eyes disappeared, and she said foolishly, so, Field, your bed belongs to me from now on. Huh? I just told you not to bully you, and now you're occupying my bed. This idea is too out of line. We need to sleep together? You must be conquered by my body scent, but I'm still unmarried. This is too soon. Marriage is no small matter. Rosaria hesitated. You should make another bed. I allow you to stay 1 meter away from me. At some point, Ashina stood behind the little girl, picked her up like a doll, and pinched her cheeks. Ms. Noble, Of course you share a room with me. Don't disturb the adults to rest. Ah, welcome to disturb me. It's better if you two come together. I, the devil muscle man, can handle it. Demi-humans are so annoying. Let go of your sharp claws, Lord Baron Field. Save me. Rosaria's pupils trembled, and she waved at Field. My knight, do you want to just watch the evil dragon do evil? Ashina was furious. You are the evil dragon. If you don't obey me, I will let the black wolf bite you. It's impossible to bite me. It must be in a weak state. Rosaria broke free and said proudly, look at your puppy. Field also cast a curious look, wondering what the dragon wolf looked like after it was dissociated. Satisfy you. A blue light flashed, and a black puppy that looked like a full moon fell to the ground, looking very silly. Ha 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 ha. If you have something to say, just talk it out. Don't let the dog bite me. Before Rosalia could finish her laugh, the dragon wolf chased after her and bit her, scaring the little girl so much that she ran around everywhere and finally had to lie on Field's back. Field covered his face and said, it will be fun from now on. No wonder Ashina always enjoys teasing Rosalia. It turns out that she has seen through Rosalia's funny nature. The next morning, ding! Rosaria flicked her fingers on the gluttony greatsword, causing a long, melodious sound to come out. The 3-day period has passed, and my gluttony greatsword has returned. Although it is not in its peak condition, it is still usable. After the artifact is disintegrated, it takes 1 day to recast, 3 days to be usable, and 7 days to recover to full condition. Rosaria slept for 3 days, and today is the perfect day to be usable. Field, next, I need to kill to recover. Let's go chop things together. No matter what creature it is, as long as it blocks your way, we will chop it down. The little loli put her hands on her hips, carrying a big sword, with an expression that said, the big boss will take you to fly. Calmly stuffing the bread into his mouth, Field nodded. It just so happens that I also want to try fighting, so I'll trouble you today. Do I have to be on duty today? Ashina was aggrieved, her animal ears drooped, and she looked at the duty list in her hand, feeling very sad. On the duty list, there were dog heads and bone wings drawn every other day, representing the schedule for guarding the winery. Field quickly patted his head to comfort him. We will team up together tomorrow. The territory needs your protection. Okay, Rosaria, you must protect the master. If you lose even a hair, I will let the black wolf eat you. One more chapter for comments, discussions, rewards, and lovely readers. In the night territory, in a small hidden iron mine. Roar. A rotten corpse with shackles on its body rushed towards Field with a strange cry. Puff. Field drew out the iris sword, stepped closer to the corpse, and used the power of his shoulders and elbows to swing the sword out with a buzzing sound. There is no feeling of obstruction at all, and it is as easy as cutting into soft tofu. The sword flashed into the corpse's cheek, cutting off his entire jaw and leaving broken teeth all over the ground. The corpse's dirty blood splashed out like money, and then he fell to the ground, making a horrible ghost cry. Field stepped forward, stepped on the corpse's body, and added another sword attack, killing it. Huh, we've almost killed all the corpses in the mine. They must have been criminals before they were corrupted. This place is not far from the big winery. When the territory is extended here, we can start mining. Shaking his hands that were trembling slightly from exerting too much force, Field turned his head to look at the 12 corpses dressed in uniform behind him, and felt a great sense of accomplishment. Yes, but most of the criminals in night territory have been sent to the front line as cannon fodder to fight against the orcs. Not many are left here. By the way, have you adapted to the power of fighting spirit? Rosaria complained as she rummaged through the boxes nearby. It would be great if the soldiers could come to help. I have to find things myself. The cold and dirty blood flowed over the sword and flowed down the long sword. Field felt his right hand become sticky and slippery, which was very uncomfortable. I've almost adapted to it. Fighting chi has greatly enhanced my strength and speed. If I had a secret book on fighting chi, I could practice even faster. Rosaria dusted off her hands, shook her head, and said thoughtfully, there's no rush for the secret book. Your talent shouldn't be wasted on fighting spirit. We should build a good territory. A prosperous territory will help the Chosen One advance. Also, most of the Dochi secrets also come from the Chosen Ones, which is nothing special. I have never seen you contract the talents of different Chosen Ones before. Only by contracting more Chosen Ones can you be of greater help. You are right. Combat is not suitable for the Lord. Just be able to protect yourself. Field would not give up being a Lord to play a Berserker. If he played too hard, what would the girls do? Clang, clang, clang. Found it. Rosalia happily showed off the key in her hand, the simple little key shaking constantly. What is this? Field's eyes lit up. With Rosaria, a native noble, There are almost no secrets in the night territory. This hidden mine was not marked on the maps sold in the market. My own small map also did not show it. However, Rosaria was very familiar with the mine. Come with me, there are good things to come. Rosaria covered her mouth and laughed secretly. I'm sure you will be happy. What's good? It's a new game. Come on, it's more exciting than playing games. The two of them turned around in the gray fog and finally stopped in a hunter's cabin. After Rosaria entered the house, she smashed the floor with her sword, revealing the iron cellar door below. Hey, inside is the dowry that I secretly saved. Rosalia was very proud. I saved it for a long time. My stingy mother didn't allow me to have any contact with men or get married in order to protect her treasure. She even planned to send me to a convent. Field was shocked and stared at the little lowly in front of him. Is this something I can know? Similar to the East, women in this world need dowries when they get married. Dowries are not limited to huge sums of money or servants. Some generous nobles even give cities and territories as dowries. It would be troublesome if you meet a stingy family. For example, the king of Franvia has thousands of miles of fertile land and countless gold, but in order to save money for dowries, he sent all his daughters to monasteries to become nuns. Of course you can know. Rosaria slid down quickly like a happy magpie. My dowry is a first-level divine artifact, right? The basement was very damp, and smelly dirty water dripped down from time to time, hitting the slightly decayed golden treasure chest. On the display shelf in the middle of the basement was an exquisite crystal cup, but it did not have the luster of a divine artifact, but instead had cracks. It's broken. Rosaria held it in for a long time, then held the cup with trembling hands, tears falling from the corners of her eyes. It's only been 11 years, and its power has already dissipated. As a kind of energy, divine power still cannot escape consumption. Without the nourishment of the Chosen One, the artifact will gradually degrade and eventually turn into dust. A flawless creation, worthy of being the lady of the Starry Night family. Your vision is perfect. Field touched the little girl's head to comfort her. Seeing that Rosaria was still silent, Field felt distressed. Isn't there still a box of treasures? If you want a magic weapon, I will buy it for you later, and you can save it up again. Fool, idiot, who am I saving my dowry for? It's all your property. Rosaria punched him with her little pink fist, and when she calmed down, she wiped her tears and said, Don't touch that box. It's a treasure chest monster. It will catch people and make them give birth to babies. I don't know if it's dead in 11 years. Goddamn treasure chest monster. Puffed, Field couldn't hold it in. Why put such a perverted thing in the house? To prevent thieves. After collecting the damaged crystal cup, Rosaria dug a hole in the corner and took out a key, but she was obviously not as excited as before. There is still some private money. Not much. Let's go and take a look. Field was curious. About how much? More than 1,000 gold coins, and some jewelry, if no one has found it. Ox. Field was ashamed. The girl could save so much wealth. She was dead for 10 years and still had money to spend. When he traveled through time, he was penniless. It's a pity that the Xingye family's wealth accumulated over generations was taken away. Rosaria said seriously. What's going on? In fact, I am very confused about this question. Why didn't you leave the northern province in the first place? As nobles, you didn't even know about the news that the empire released the death fog? This was outrageous, and Field was puzzled. Yes, this is a very strange thing. Before the gray fog broke out, my mother, Miss Sophia, took the family's chosen one and secretly packed up all the wealth, artifacts, and potion formulas in the family treasury and transported them away. I don't even know where they were transported to. The war was in full swing. The orcs breached 17 fortresses in 3 days. Even the main city in the center of the north, Lionheart, was massacred. As many as 20 chosen ones fell. But the major families did not even have a basic response. I couldn't contact my mother, and there was no fortress in Nightfall territory. I had no choice but to shrink the defense line and send out scouts to try to send all the people to Starry Night City for refuge. Chapter 72 Pregnant women, but no increase in population. But the scouts hadn't returned yet, and the guards reported the news of the zombies first. The large number of zombies that appeared in the lumberyard caught the Night Lord off guard. Then the corruption followed the river and entered Starry Night City, and the entire city was instantly infected. The Night Lord fell into corruption without any action. I wanted to gather the troops and rely on the main building for defense. You know what happened later. I was killed by a corrupt dragon that suddenly appeared. When I woke up, I had become the chosen one of the corrupt gods. Field thought of the strange rune array in the lumberyard. He rubbed his chin and said, The rumor is that the former empress communicated with the power of the devil and sacrificed everyone in Nightfall territory to kill the orcs and their servants. I don't know. Rosaria shook her head. What happened before is no longer important to me. Now that we are here, that cave is where I keep my private money. From now on, that money belongs to you and me. Led by Rosalia, the two found a hidden cave. There were quite a few broken corpses around, all fresh. Something is wrong. Field, take care of yourself. There have been living creatures here recently. Rosaria frowned and summoned the gluttony greatsword. There are people active in the cave right now. I hope they are some stupid thieves. Then I can enjoy tasting human blood. Are you sure it's a living person and not a goblin? Field took out the iron shield from behind him, drew out the iris sword, and took a defensive posture. Yes, I'm sure. It's the sweet smell of blood that is unique to humans. And the smell of amniotic fluid? It's incredible. Someone got pregnant and gave birth in the gray fog. When Rosaria mentioned pregnancy, she was stunned for a moment, secretly glanced at Field's expression, and then licked the corner of her mouth with her tongue. But my perception is far inferior to Ashina's. Be careful. Without encountering any obstruction, the two men entered the cave smoothly. Fog lights. Field saw the bright small fog-removing lamp at a glance. It emitted a soft light and dispelled the fog in the cave. It really is amniotic fluid. Then, Field saw an eye-catching scene. The women fell to the ground, their stomachs swollen like balls as the monster made them unable to look directly at. This is indeed the world of H games. Field was shocked. He leaned down and subconsciously wanted to rescue these women. But he stopped immediately. In the strange northern province, you can't just touch anything casually. Field asked cautiously, is it the work of goblins? No. How can goblins have fog lights? No. Rosaria smiled, glancing at the big rock in the cave, and then said nonchalantly, these women are useless. Their brains have been damaged, and they have become carriers of monsters. The babies in their bellies can be born at any time. Field saw Rosaria blink her right eye at him, and immediately understood what the little girl meant. He also pretended to be calm, but slowly walked to the corner, holding the long sword tightly in his right hand, and said nervously, how pitiful. I don't know who the murderer is. Then we have to ask the owner of this place. Before he finished speaking, a black shadow fell from above his head, accompanied by a violent sound of breaking wind, and hit Field fiercely. Go to hell. You actually tried to trick me. Fortunately, I was prepared. Field raised his body slightly and raised his shield. Before the feeling of the blow could be felt, a ferocious sword tied to an iron chain, shining with a strong murderous intent, hit the sneak-attacking figure in midair and directly cut it into two pieces. Like a burst watermelon, blood splattered everywhere, and several strands of pure life energy were plundered by the gluttonous sword. The lord who dared to attack me must be tired of living. Rosaria snorted coldly, then showed a happy expression. The taste of the fighting knight is so delicious. Since she had already started, Rosaria was too lazy to pretend. She turned her head and smiled at the big rock, and swung out the gluttony sword. The red and black ape light lingered on it, and it suddenly passed through the huge rock. Get out here and kneel down to worship this lady's lord. The sword passes, and the stone opens. Two figures flashed out at the same time. Both were women. Damn it, I've been discovered. You're worthy of being the chosen one. If we can't run away, let's drag them to death together. The two looked at each other. Field folded his hands across his chest and asked in a dignified tone, who are you, and what are you doing here? Tell me the truth, and I may consider letting you go. I am not a bad person. I am Baron Field, nicknamed the Lion of the North. This was of course Field's nonsense. From the moment they saw the chosen ones, no matter who they came from, they either became part of the Night Lord or were buried in the ground. The northern province is far from being as innocent as it seems, and Field smells a conspiracy. Haha, let us go. Watch out for yourself. The red-haired woman in the lead laughed wildly. I'm sorry to tell you, even the chosen ones will eventually run out of power. If you catch us, you'll have to pay with your life. The price of life? If you were really awesome, you wouldn't have to launch a sneak attack. Although Field made this analysis, he still warned. Be careful, Rosaria. Retreat if you encounter danger. No problem. Rosaria smiled. Everything is under control. The two women tore the scrolls in their hands into pieces. The tied women all screamed in pain, and the next second, puff, puff, a deformed monster with spider legs broke out of the body, blood splattered, which was very curious. As soon as the spiders crawled out, they climbed to the top of the cave in a weird posture. The red-haired woman shouted in a high-pitched voice like a devout believer. Let me give you a taste of the resentful spider. Rosaria's lips curved into a lovely arc. I will taste it carefully. My stomach is empty. Squeak. 13 screaming spiders let out strange screams at the same time. In an instant, Countless red skull icons appeared on Field's small map, almost painting the entire small map red. Then the previous tide of monkey corpses, countless corrupted spiders swarmed into the cave. Corrupted spiders are common corrupted creatures, the size of hounds, and are good at pouncing and biting their prey. One or two of them are not a threat, and can even crush slaves to death, but spiders that are like waves are hard to say. All I could hear was a rustling sound of crawling things, which made my scalp tingle. Ha ha ha, do you hear that beautiful sound? Countless spiders will flood this place, and you will be buried with us. The two women laughed crazily, like lunatics, and Field was so frightened that he took a step back, fearing that he would be infected. Afterwards, they actually stripped themselves naked and showed themselves in a big letter shape. We are willing to sacrifice our flesh and blood to the coming of God. May the glory shine upon us. Chapter 73, Unparalleled Mowing. TSK, what a bad figure. All clumsy muscles. I guess you are from the Imperial Army. Rosaria glanced at them calmly, neither killing the resentful spider nor chopping the two people. Field, please don't stare at me. Believe me, my figure is much better than theirs. The little girl proudly put her hands on her hips, with an expression that said she was so awesome. After being pointed out by Rosaria, Field still adhered to the gentleman's principle and admired their performance art openly. What are you doing? By the way, can you take a shower? This shocking ocean smell can be smelled from 20 meters away. The two women closed their eyes and did not answer, mumbling incomprehensible prayers. They are waiting to be eaten by bugs. They look like cultists who are hiding among the army. Rosaria grabbed the gluttony greatsword and swung it twice casually. However, their hopes may be dashed. Be careful. Field held up his shield vigilantly to prevent the attack of the spider. In less than half a minute, countless corrupted spiders poured into the cave, like a slowly advancing black wave. Before the little spiders could rush to Rosaria, a motorcycle-sized spider couldn't help it. It twisted several times in the air in a strange and twisted posture, then popped out its sharp spider legs and stabbed Rosalia fiercely. A newly born first-level creature actually dares to act rashly in front of me. When the two met, Rosalia grabbed it casually, and her tender white hands clamped the spider's legs firmly. Then she swung it violently, and the spider crashed into the stone wall like a kite with a broken string. Before the resentful spider could scream, the gluttonous sword was swung over and split the spider in half, splashing juice everywhere. Squeak. The rest of the corrupted spiders have arrived. It's just food. Rosaria grabbed the chain and maximized the range of the attack. Then, she suddenly swung the gluttony's sword in a fan shape. The moment her hand swung, the air was cut by the terrifying force, making a sharp sonic boom. Boom. The gluttonous greatsword and its chain trailing behind it swept past. A large cloud of blood mist exploded in an instant, accompanied by the screams of countless spiders and the sound of objects being cut. The open space in the cave was immediately covered with dirty blood and body parts. Hiss, what a terrifying killing area. Similar to the dragon flame of the dragon wolf, it seems that Rosaria can easily cause damage to the entire group. Field looked at the spiders that were cleared out and felt relieved. But thinking that Rosaria was once an enemy, he still felt scared. If Rosaria didn't care about Ashina at the beginning and directly rushed into the crowd to chop. Countless life essences rushed into the sword like a storm and were transformed into blood threads and returned to Rosaria's body. Come on, more. The more I kill, the more excited I am. Rosaria's pupils trembled with excitement. She slashed out several terrifying sword lights. Divine skill, endless slash. 3 huge sword energies filled with the aura of corruption and death swept through the air, even cutting through the rock walls of the cave. Then the sword energies fiercely slammed into the surging spider tide, plowing the land for several miles, and everything they hit, whether spiders, trees, or stones, all collapsed and disintegrated. Using your magical skills now? You're really looking for death. The two crazy women stopped chanting prayers and sneered instead. Field spread his hands and said calmly, "Why can't we talk? Perhaps our territory can achieve mutual benefit and win-win results with your organization. We can negotiate for arms, artifacts, or slaves. I recently got some good stuff called Happy Beans, which I think can help you get rid of your anger and restore your femininity. With you? Are you worthy?" The red-haired woman laughed loudly, but because of the exercise, her penis was as hard as her chest muscles. Even though the woman laughed wildly, it was not beautiful at all. You short-sighted nobles will never understand what a great world we want to build. Could it be the society? Field's eyes widened, but when he thought of these guys who were killing women and acting like crazy fanatics, he immediately extinguished this possibility. Field showed a disgusted expression. "Don't say half of your words, Riddler. get out of Gotham. Haha. In short, nobles, like you, must die. The red-haired woman said coldly. Don't think that the chosen one can protect you. Divine skills cannot be released casually. Divine skill, endless slash. As soon as the red-haired woman finished her words, Rosaria slapped her in the face. She had accumulated enough life energy and released her magical skill for the second time. This time, the range and power of the sword light were even more terrifying. 7 waves of sword energy were slowly slashed out in front of the red-haired woman's confused eyes. Wherever the sword energy went, the spiders all broke into pieces, and the bloody remains scattered on the ground, forming a disgusting carpet of flesh and blood. Wild woman, give your spider-flavored food a boost. More. Countless pure life forces poured into Rosaria's body, slowly turning the little Loli's body into a young girl's form, and even her voice became mature. What kind of monster is that? The 2 crazy women took a step back together. They really didn't expect this scene. Shouldn't the divine power be quickly consumed, and then flee in panic, and finally be overwhelmed and eaten by spiders? Field's patience was limited. He imitated their tone and said in a cold and arrogant voice, You guys deserve to know? Get down from here. Unlike the ordinary chosen ones, Rosaria's skill of burning life is the most suitable for her. With the ability to absorb life, she can become stronger with each battle. Therefore, you cannot fight Rosaria head-on, but should adopt guerrilla and kite tactics, or simply crush her with firepower. For example, Ashina's skill can directly knock out one of her forms and damage her artifacts. In just 1 minute, Rosaria used the endless slash for the 3rd time. Countless complex sword energies almost flattened the area around the cave. The corrupt spiders were slaughtered. The remaining resentful spiders in the cave were shouting until their voices were hoarse, but they could not summon any corrupted spiders, so they could only stare at each other. Field could even see the fear in the compound eyes of the resentful spiders. Is the dance over now? I'm only half full and haven't had enough fun yet. Rosaria turned around gracefully, and then a great sword wrapped in blood and fierce momentum shot out, and at an extremely fast speed, it beat the resentful spiders one by one into a ball of paste, which rotted on the stone wall. Seeing Rosalia's unfriendly eyes looking at her, the quiet, crazy woman's pupils trembled, yellow urine flowed down her thighs, and her eyes became clear again. Humph. Now you know how powerful I am, right? I was so arrogant before that Field almost died of laughter. Wait. Stop. You said before that we can talk. I'll tell you everything. We are from Chapter 74 Imperial Survey Corps. Perhaps because of the intense fear, the woman's frantic expression suddenly became clear. She grabbed her hair and said in pain, Please stop. We are the Imperial Survey Corps. Go and rescue Miss Shirley Gassina. She is on Claudia Road, on the way to Nightfall territory, and she has important information about the corruption. What she said should be the truth. They were the ones who had mental breakdowns before. Rosaria nodded seriously and said to the 2 women, For the future of the Empire, tell me the important information quickly. I feel that there is a power in your heads that is rapidly expanding. We were attacked by a horrible, corrupted monster. Miss Shirley asked us to retreat with the wounded, but in the night territory, we were taught. As soon as a key word was mentioned, the 2 women's heads exploded at the same time, and yellow and white filth splattered everywhere. Rosaria flashed in front of Godfield and waved her hand to block the filth. They triggered the ban. The caster does not allow them to think of or mention a certain thing. No wonder they are insane and look like fanatics. It turns out they are possessed by spirits. Field frowned and looked serious. He crossed his index fingers and thought for a moment. The Imperial Survey Corps is mainly responsible for investigating the degree of corruption. Logically, no human would attack them. The spread of corruption concerns the safety of all mankind. Field paced back and forth. It could be a personal vendetta against the Survey Corps or a conspiracy organization. She just tried to say a certain word, but unfortunately failed. It's really disturbing. The corruption, paganism, heresy, and cults are all mixed together. Field felt confused, as all forces seemed to be ready to make a move. The pagans' westward expedition had such a great impact. Rosaria thought for a while, shrugged her snow-white shoulders, yawned, and covered her mouth with her hands. I know nothing about the current situation in the Empire, but this matter has nothing to do with us. No matter how bad it is, can it be worse than staying in a pile of corrupted creatures? As Field's chosen one, Rosaria has no awareness of corrupted creatures at all. She has become a complete traitor who kills corrupted creatures without mercy. That's true. After being reminded by Rosaria, Field nodded. I am just a small baron. I can't control the affairs of the Empire. There is no profit to be sought. All the major forces are trouble. As long as you don't provoke me, it has nothing to do with me. Feldtun felt relieved. He put away the iris sword, pinned it on his chest like a brooch, and shook his wrist. I need to think carefully about the Survey Corps. Let's go back to the winery first. Glad to see you relax. Rosaria lifted her skirt and smiled at Field. I think my hidden money is still there. Rosaria, in her girlish form, seemed somewhat aloof. She stood on tiptoe, walked through the spider's corpse, and dug out an iron treasure chest in the corner of the cave. That's it. Wow. Golden legend. When Field opened the treasure chest, he felt as if he was dazzled by high beams, and all he saw were shining gems and coins. All kinds of beautiful jewelry, all made of gold and silver, inlaid with various gems, looked so dazzling in the dim environment. In addition, there was a box full of gold, silver, and copper coins. It can be seen that she usually hides even the copper coins. For you. Rosalia lowered her head slightly and spoke in a much softer voice. Her white, jade-like feet seemed to have nowhere to put, and her knees rubbed against each other, even turning red, showing that she was feeling uneasy. Are you really going to give it to me? Field was a little confused. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had received a gift from a girl, and the one for her was such a beauty. Besides, Rosaria said that this was her private money, prepared as a dowry. Could it be? Rosalia's dress would change as her shape changed. Now the upper part of the dress, a ring fixed on the neck, seemed to be filled with creamy white skin and snowy grooves, openly exposed in front of Field. She was right before. Rosalia does have a great figure. The mature form will definitely be better. Of course, Sir Field. These are all your wealth. You can use them as you like. Rosaria looked up and smiled. From now on, you will be my foot slave. Urgent, urgent, urgent. What should I do if a noble lady confesses her love to me? The plot is moving too fast. We have only known each other for a few days, and they are getting married? Field's face turned red, his head felt dizzy, and he subconsciously wanted to hug her. I really can't do anything about you. When your husband... Wait, what did you say just now? Be my foot slave. Although this is my first time trying it, I believe you will do well. Rosalia covered her mouth and giggled elegantly. Feet, feet, feet. What is a slave? Field slapped his forehead and cold sweat poured down. Hee hee, of course you are responsible for taking care of my daily life, making me happy, and rubbing my feet to relieve my fatigue. Of course, when you greet me in the morning and evening, just kiss the back of my feet. If you want to kiss other places, it depends on your performance. A question mark slowly popped up in Field's mind. Cute little lowly version. This perverted little sister is so scary. I originally thought Rosaria was an M, but now I see that she is an S. Please don't be too outrageous. Field refused righteously, then knocked her on the head with his knuckles, giving Rosaria a sugar-roasted chestnut, and said angrily, Little girl, don't be too outrageous. If I don't beat you up today, I think you can't tell the difference between the big and the small. There is nothing wrong with foot massage, but it should not become a ritual. I like to do it, but it doesn't mean I have to do it. Liking jade feet does not mean being a bootlicker. That's an inequality. It's over in seconds. Rubbing her head, Rosalia chuckled. I was just teasing you, dear Field. How could I bear to let you be a slave? I see you are not joking. Field sighed, then smiled and said, Thank you for your generosity. You can keep the jewelry, and I will use the coins to build my territory. I will compensate you 100-fold in the future. Just be nice to me. I like your gentleness and sense of responsibility. Rosaria was very happy. Don't take the joke just now seriously. I actually want to be your foot slave. But please stop talking. Field almost vomited blood. At least don't say it now. You are indeed an M. I was not wrong about you. If you continue like this, you will be struck to death by the law of the Tao. By the way, let's check nearby. Since they are the Survey Corps, they must have equipment nearby. Field thought about the main business. He was almost going crazy with poverty. A large number of ordnance were lost in the battle in the main building. Now he was very greedy for weapons and equipment. Chapter 75, Who is spreading rumors? After searching around the cave for a while, the two actually found the Survey Corps' carriages, a total of 5. The horses pulling the cart were already dead, with tentacles and tumors growing all over their bodies. They would soon become corrupted horses, so Field had no choice but to kill them. There were several male corpses lying in the carriages of the first 2 carriages. When the white cloth was lifted, it could be seen that their bodies were covered with teeth marks and torn wounds. Perhaps they were wounded soldiers of the Survey Corps. They were all dead, their eyes wide open with resentment. There is no one alive. Rosalia shook her head, then swung her knife to chop off the corpse's head to prevent it from turning into a corpse. Field said as a matter of course, if someone can arrange something like the resentful spider, he won't make a stupid mistake. The other 3 vehicles were all good stuff. Field found armor that was better than the border fortress, 10 sets of heavy chainmail. In the absence of gunpowder weapons, the defensive ability of chainmail was terrifying. Most weapons could not cut through it, and blunt weapons would also dissipate most of their power. The value of 10 sets of chainmail is enough to buy a farm. In addition, there were 17 pieces of heavy horse armor, several fine weapons, 2 boxes of fighting spirit potions, and a box of blood-stained personal belongings, such as jewelry, coins, suicide notes, and family flags. There is no doubt that they have run out of ammunition and food. Apart from hard weapons and armor, they don't even have medicine or food. Field saw the key at a glance. He only found half a piece of bacon that had been gnawed, which was still hidden in the heart. Field shook his head and said, "Even the wounded who retreated first are in such a predicament. I dare not imagine Miss Shirley's situation. It has most likely been defeated, and is performing a defeat animation with the corrupted creatures. After all, there are no supply warehouses along the way, and no villages for them to plunder, so the Knights of the Empire have no way to get food." Rosaria put one hand on her waist and swung the meteor hammer with her right hand like a propeller. She said playfully, "Even the chosen ones need to eat, of course, except for the invincible me. Rosaria kills people just to make a living. You will be awarded my title, the #1 model worker in Night." Field was overjoyed and gave her the title. From now on, the dragon wolf that can survive by eating carrion, and Rosaria, who can survive by chopping carrion, will be known as the top hard workers in the Night territory. "No way," Rosaria protested loudly. "As a punishment, you cannot kiss my feet for 30 seconds. Compared with such cool titles as Stunning Dancer or Bloody Rose, the #1 hardworking model in the Night is simply stupid. Therefore, our army needs to establish a complete logistics system in the future." Field automatically blocked Rosaria's outrageous remarks. Different from the Eastern concept of food and fodder must be sent before troops move out, the nobles of the empire did not pay enough attention to logistics and often resorted to looting to replenish food. Only the kingdom of Franvia, under the influence of mercantilism, began to improve its military support. But the mainstream of the continent was still willing to take it from the enemy. Rosalia tied up several carriages with chains and dragged them all back to the territory. Then she wrapped her jewelry and hid it in a place only she knew. She must be a hoarder. She likes to hide things so much. Field complained and returned to the winery first. Field had just ordered the slaves to store the spoils, and he hadn't even had time to warm up his chair. "Sir, Tate requests to see you." Wazang was holding a rag in his hand, and he was cleaning the entire winery. "Let him in." As soon as Tate came in, he started talking about work without saying anything. "Sir, I found that the slave group has serious internal fighting problems. Slaves are already at the bottom of the society. How can they still fight among themselves?" Field sat up straight, raised his head, and gestured. "Go on." "That's right. Strong slaves would rely on their physical strength and combat power to privately divide up the territory and population, forming gangs and fighting each other, such as secretly pulling out the crops planted by their opponents. Wherever there are people, there is the underworld. Even slaves are no exception. And within the gang, there are superiors and subordinates. Not only do the strong slaves do less work, they also leave the work to the weak and use force to steal the weak's food and money." "Huh," Field exhaled a foul breath, his tone unfriendly. "So a lot of supplies will gather around those who don't work, and the harder you work, the less you get. My food is constantly fattening up the lazy guys, while those who work hard can only struggle with hunger." "Yes, your analysis is very accurate." Tate was indignant. He hated termites the most. "We need to find those guys and hang them." "Ah, you seem to be a bit extreme." The Night territory had a total population of 427, which was too much to bear. Killing cannot completely solve the problem, and it will also reduce the population and happiness of the territory. No one wants to live in a territory where they may be hanged at any time. If you hang one group, there will be another. It is the instinct of living things to gather resources. You can't force the blame on individuals. Don't expect everyone to be a saint, Tate. Otherwise, what's the point of management? Field was very rational. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "Tate, I selected 30 people yesterday for training as new recruits. You asked them to help suppress and punish gang members and act as a security team temporarily." Turning to look at Cow, who was joining in the fun, Field said, "Also, Cow, you should take 1 hour every night to teach the soldiers and the security team. Just teach a few of the most commonly used words and numbers." Why should we teach them to write? Once they go to the battlefield, they may die at any time." Cow looked reluctant. "Besides, they are all stupid and can't learn it. Just do as I say." Field waved his hand. Ka looked reluctant. I heard that someone spread rumors that I peeped at female slaves going to the toilet. Field took a sip of his tea slowly. Oh, I don't know which damn bastard actually said such an outrageous thing. The goddess will make his mouth rot. Ka was so scared that he was sweating all over and his legs were shaking like noodles. I will definitely teach the soldiers how to write. I will definitely teach them how to write. Your Excellency did not give me trouble, but honor. I will cherish it. Good, go ahead. Field put down the teacup. Ka scrambled away. Tate looked puzzled, stood up, and said, My lord, I am going to work too. Don't worry. I plan to plan a new way of working. I will divide the work into individual tasks. For example, if a slave cultivates 1 acre of land, he will be rewarded with 5 copper coins. If he finishes dealing with the corruption of a piece of land, he will be rewarded with 3 copper coins. Instead of working together in a messy way like before, they all get paid together. Chapter 76 Mastering the Magic of Quick Learning. Of course, I plan to abstract the copper coins and call them work points. You only need to do simple addition and subtraction after his name, and you don't have to actually give him money. After all, money can be taken away, but work points can't. Field spread his hands. Once the value reaches 1 gold coin, his slave status can be pardoned and he can become a free man. In addition, when the territory has more supplies, work points can be exchanged for extra bread, daily necessities, or something else. They will work hard for a better life. Hiss, Tate's pupils trembled. Yes, as long as the work points are recorded, the strong slaves can't take it away. In addition, only when a person does the work and the points are counted on the spot can he get the work points, and the strong people can't embezzle it. Field was about to end the conversation when he suddenly remembered that the ban on free defecation had expired. No, I'm too civilized and kind again. This is too big a step. Field patted his head. Work points is a long-term goal. Let's move forward slowly, 1 step at a time. First, let the security team crack down on gang problems, encourage reporting, catch the perpetrators, confiscate their property, whip them in public, and then send them to the most difficult positions to work hard. Field slammed his fist on the table. If hanging harms the population, then severe punishment and labor reform will be used. Your fairness is shocking. Tate was shaking with shock. He secretly sighed that coming to Night Territory might be the best decision he had ever made. Go ahead and do it. I'll follow the process in real time. After sending Tate away, Field found Ashina. He planned to discuss the affairs of the Survey Corps with the 2 chosen ones. Rosalia hasn't come back yet. You come first. I have something to talk to you about. Field pulled Ashina into the room. In broad daylight, and you're going to? Ashina's voice became softer and softer, and finally, she just covered her face. Yeah, waiting around is a waste of time, so it's a good opportunity to study magic. Field took down a quick magic book from the bookshelf and handed it to Ashina. Can you master it? Or make a copy? After reading it, Ashina said, I can't copy or use it. It's a creation of the Chosen One, just like a divine weapon. On the contrary, you or others can learn it. Do you want to try? Just like the church's fog lights and purification potions, they are also products of the Chosen Ones. No wonder they are so expensive. Field was disappointed. No one in the territory has magical abilities. It seems that they can only be left there for now. Ashina's lips curled up into a beautiful smile, and she said in a doting tone, But it is precisely because it is the creation of the Chosen One that it can be driven by divine power. If you want to play, I can lend you some divine power. If you want to perform it yourself, it should be no problem. I can actually borrow it. Field was shocked. Then I can become a great wizard. No, I'm not hiding it. The divine power can only be transmitted to the contractor, and the effect is very weak. It's hard to use it. It's not like Rosaria sharing Do Chi. If you try it, you will know that it is less than 1% of a first-level magician. Ashina tiptoed and sat on Field's desk, then crossed her legs, her toes hooked into her slippers. Even white silk stockings couldn't cover her pink soles, and her perfect arch outlined a bony arc. Don't blame me if you're disappointed, sir. It's best to find a magic book with very low magic power consumption. Field stared at the vague appearance of the squeezed out, stunned. This little girl is getting bolder and bolder. When I first bought her, she only dared to sit on the floor to eat, but in the blink of an eye, she dared to sit on her desk and cross her legs. After a while, I'm afraid he will sit on my face. It's not bad though. Field cleared his throat. I won't blame you. Okay then. Ashina's wolf ears suddenly swayed cunningly, and she felt like playing. She sighed and said in a helpless yet seductive tone, If you want to gain divine power, you must kiss to transmit it. As soon as she finished speaking, Ashina's face turned red with embarrassment. She quickly stuck out her tongue and waved her hands to cool down. Oh my God, what did I just say? Ashina regretted it already. No problem. I've been waiting for this sentence. Field stood up suddenly and walked to Ashina decisively. Hey, I'm just kidding. Asina was frightened. She was a relatively conservative person and dared to tease Field simply because Field spoiled her on a daily basis. Field didn't care about that. He reached out and grabbed her hand, while his other hand had already started to move around, becoming slippery. Next, the soft jade enters your mouth, and your mouth tastes sweet. This is not an exaggeration from night novels. It is really sweet. The hot air brought by your breath blows on your face, which is extremely comfortable. Asina didn't know whether she was confused or afraid of going crazy and hurting Field. She just closed her eyes and trembled slightly. Boom, boom, boom. My lord, I'm here to repair the floor. You told me to do that this morning. There was a knock on the door from Greyhound. Ever since Field captured him as the Night Lord, he had to do all the carpentry work in the camp. I'm busy. Come back tomorrow. Field said in a bad tone. I actually forgot about this. The Greyhound was frightened by Field's terrifying tone, and there were gurgling and crawling sounds coming from outside the door. Ashina was also startled. She seized the opportunity to break free from Field's arms, rubbing her head and saying, next time, let's talk about divine power. No. Field was very angry. Let me go. I was just kidding. You don't need to kiss here to transfer divine power. Ashina smacked her lips. She was almost suffocated just now, although she felt inexplicably high. Field was surprised. Then where did you kiss? No need for anything. My lord is so perverted. Ashina covered her face shyly. Okay, I'll let you go. The contract of God's chosen one is much more solid than a marriage certificate, so there is no need to rush. Ashina reached out and touched Field's forehead. A pure force carrying a terrifying pressure poured in. Field felt as if a towering snow-capped mountain flashed before his eyes, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. Fortunately, the pressure only lasted for a moment. When Field regained his consciousness, he found himself sweating profusely. That's all I can do. Asina was a little worried when she saw Field's tired look. Her knowledge came from inheritance, so there would always be some deviations in practice. She didn't dare to do anything rash. Are you okay? There was only a trace of divine power, but it was enough to drive the quick magic. Of course, this trace of divine power was useless for other purposes. It is similar to borrowing 2 batteries from AI to play with a flashlight, but it does not mean you have the computing power of AI. Field took out the feathered beast empathy and dripped blood into it. The magic book immediately flipped, and strange runes burst into shining light. Field immediately mastered the magical skills of feathered beast empathy, as if he was born with it. Although he did not understand the specific meaning of the runes, he could activate them. I'm going to try it now. Chapter 77, God's Perspective, Current Status of Territory. Of the pigeon cage, and cast the feather beast empathy magic on it. A beam of silver energy flew out from the fingertips and penetrated into the pigeon's head. In an instant, Field felt his field of vision expand, as if he was watching a split-screen video, and for a moment he didn't know which side to look at. Interesting. Fortunately, Field came up with a good idea. He lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. The screen immediately went black on one side, and only the pigeon's vision could be seen. Ashina, let the pigeons fly away. Okay. Open the old wooden windows of the winery, and you will see carrier pigeons flying into the sky. Field immediately gained a god's eye view and saw the whole picture of night territory. The overall tone was the brown-black color of the soil, with a little light gray. The soil was full of the erosion of the death haze. Although it had been purified, it still had some color left. Looking down from a high place was like looking at an old black-and-white TV. The slaves all lived in tents made of broken wood, old cloth, and dry grass. The broken wood was scavenged and was a scarce resource. The decayed plants were lucky enough not to kill people, so don't expect to build houses. The poor conditions didn't even have sheds, so they could only sleep wrapped in rags and leaning against each other. The lives of the free people were a little better because they didn't have to do forced labor. They were already digging mud and building houses. Field saw the most classic fire pit, a facility built in the middle of the house. It functioned like a stove plus a kong in the northeast, used for cooking and heating. Women were weaving beside the fire pit, and from time to time, they would look at the pot of porridge on the fire pit. Goo goo. The pigeons smelled the fragrance and flapped their wings and landed on the earthen wall built by the free people. Oh, I miss the days in bull territory. Even though I couldn't get enough food, at least I could live in a house with a roof. Shut up. Have you forgotten that you were whipped 5 times last time? The weaving woman glared at her husband. Don't expect me to take care of your rotten ass. I would rather marry a slave soldier in the guard than live with you. Oh, damn it, you short-sighted shrew. You actually want to be with a slave. The man was very angry. Slaves will never be able to turn over a new leaf in their lives, and your sons and grandsons will also be slaves in the future. The woman spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm in a very tasteless manner. Bah! The Lord said that as long as you earn 1 gold coin, you will set the slaves free. Do you know how much money the guards can make? It is said that Iron Hammer already has a deposit of 1 gold coin. I have never seen so much in my life. If this money is returned to the bull territory, he can become the richest man in the village. The humiliated man almost fainted with anger. Then can you go out? There are no merchants, taverns, or markets in night territory. Even if I have money, I have nowhere to spend it. It will happen sooner or later. The woman was not convinced. Don't use this as an excuse not to work. I'm already weaving cloth. I can go directly to the winery to exchange for oats. The nobles don't keep their words. Baron Bull takes away so many little girls every year, saying they want them to be maids and choir members, but none of them ever come back. The same goes for our little Fanny. There's no news from her at all. The room fell into silence. Field listened silently. It's time to create a market or exchange system to get goods and commodities moving. Otherwise, the production enthusiasm of the free people will be hit. As for the little girl, she probably met with something bad at the hands of the Bull Baron, but he couldn't do anything about the Bull Baron, at least for now. The carrier pigeon was attracted by the aroma of the porridge in the pot and couldn't help but fly down. The porridge in the pot has not yet boiled, but there are already tiny bubbles, and bran is floating on the surface. In modern times, this stuff is not even as good as rice water, but in the night territory, it is already top-notch food. Oh my god, where did this bird come from? Go away. That's for the kids. The couple agreed on the food and immediately waved their hands to drive the pigeon away. It's not that Field is playing a trick on his subjects, but he can't control the pigeons at all. This little magic can only grant them visual and auditory abilities. The carrier pigeon fled in panic and kept circling near the winery. Field was worried several times that this stupid bird would crash into the gray fog and turn into a pigeon monster. Fortunately, animals were wary of the death haze, and the pigeons ended up in a field being worked by slaves. Field could see slaves planting beans on the crooked ridges of the fields. A male slave absent-mindedly dug a shallow hole with his hands, then threw the seeds in, and then stomped on it casually twice. The seeds were even kicked out of the hole. He was too lazy to even look at it, and just dug the next one. That's still good. The other one has already fallen asleep in the furrow. Field even saw some people eating the seeds raw. Damn it. There's no way this can produce any yield. Field almost jumped out of bed, then ran to the farmland, caught them, and beat them up. No wonder slavery is doomed to be eliminated. Even dogs would shake their heads at this level of productivity. Fortunately, at this time, a voice said, "Damn it, you stinky shit, get up and work." Tate came over with 2 security guards, new recruits recruited by Field, armed with sticks and whips. He kicked and beat the slaves and gave them a severe beating. The idiot who stole the seeds will have his food reduced by half in 3 days. You should supervise the guy who doesn't work seriously and make him go back to work. He won't be paid for this acre of land. As for the lazy sleeper, he should go carry wood. If you run back and forth, you won't want to sleep. Hurry up and move. Don't waste the adult's bread. Tate made a series of quick decisions, and the 2 new recruits, with a look of gloating on their faces, quickly went up to carry out the decisions. Very good, a reasonable punishment, neither cruel nor saintly. Field saw it all and nodded with satisfaction. The order was implemented successfully, and Tate was able to carry it out as soon as Field finished speaking, which made Field very satisfied. A person who can properly execute government orders is the treasure of the Night Lord. Sister, look at the pigeons over there. Shoo. Field was still thinking about it when he heard the girl's voice. The pigeon also looked in the direction of the sound and saw 2 dirty little mud monkeys, blinking at them with their big eyes. How rare. They're twins. Field compared them back and forth and confirmed that they looked exactly the same, but their temperaments were very different. The one holding the stone looked strong and powerful, while the squatting girl looked timid and melancholy. Wait, stones. Field was surprised. Bayou held the stone in her hand and kept recalling the bird-hunting skills her father taught her. She bent down slightly, holding the sharp stone tightly in her right hand. Sister, don't do this. Heiyu cried out in panic and wanted to scare the pigeon away, but when he felt his sister's gaze, he shrank his neck and dared not do it. Licking the corner of his mouth, Bayou thought of the smell of meat, and his stomach couldn't help but twitch, and saliva kept flowing down the corner of his mouth. Sister, don't make a noise. There will be bird meat to eat soon. Chapter 78. The bird was shot. One more chapter for the friends who gave suggestions and set the settings. The pigeon was very stupid. It had no idea that it was about to be hit. It refused to move and just cooed. Field couldn't control the pigeon and could only pray silently that it wouldn't hit the target. Sister, don't. Seeing that his sister was about to throw the stone, Heiyu waved his hands in panic. Stop. This is the Lord's property. Idiot, it's not a bird. Baiyu said, and without listening to his sister's explanation, he threw the stone and accurately hit the pigeon that was flapping its wings in a hurry. Field felt dizzy, and when the pigeon's vision became clear, he saw a pair of clear big eyes staring at him. Very beautiful eyes, like clear and pure sapphire blue. But Field could see from it pure appetite. According to the imperial law, everything on the land belongs to the local lord, which is also a core concept of the Griffin Empire. The land belongs to the nobles. But this law has loopholes, and it does not stipulate the sea and the sky. Therefore, hunting birds is not really illegal, but private hunting, even if it is hunting squirrels and rabbits, or picking up branches and cutting wood, as long as it is related to the land, it is illegal to take it away privately. However, lords can also issue regional decrees to make changes to imperial laws. For example, setting aside areas specifically for collecting firewood and obtaining permits for hunters. Field's face turned black, and he was about to ask the servant to take the pigeon back. Sister, please send the pigeon back to the Lord's castle. Heiyu's teeth were already chattering. There are no normal birds in Nightfall territory, only flying monsters, so the pigeon must be raised by the Lord. What? Oh. Baiyu realized it later and his pupils immediately trembled, but he still stammered. What if? What if it is really wild, or a gift from God? Besides, I have been seen. The other slaves had seen them shooting pigeons, and greedy eyes were looking at them from all directions, everyone wanting to get a piece of the action. Baiyu knew that using excuses like picking up an injured pigeon wouldn't work. They shot the Lord's pigeons. Go and report it. Lord Tate said there will be a reward for reporting. Isn't that wild? I've seen convoys with bird cages. They must be the Baron's pets. Pets and wild animals are two different things. If a noble lord knows that his pet has been beaten, he will definitely use torture. Woo-woo. The younger sister was already squatting on the ground crying. Her tears washed away the dust on her face, leaving behind tear marks. I don't want my sister to die. Their father was hanged because he took the Lord's branch. Baiyu also sat down on the ground dejectedly. He didn't know whether to throw away or hold the injured pigeon in his hand. It felt like a red-hot iron. She didn't dare to think about how her sister would be bullied by those bastards if she died, so she could only say stubbornly, "We will cure the pigeon." Poor baby. Rubbing his brows, Field tried to cut off the supply of divine power from the feathered beast empathy. After trying several times, he actually succeeded. Field sat up, but saw Ashina curled up beside him and asleep, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed, her toes long but round, her smooth toenails revealing a faint pink color, as if she were painted with light and elegant nail polish, and set off by her smooth and fair skin and perfect arch of the foot, making her look even more pitiful. Field helped massage the feet without hesitation. It's miserable, so miserable that as a lord I have to give massages to my subordinates. The girl hummed in a sleepy, nasal voice. The great pervert lord. Then she glared at Field with a reproachful and coquettish look. It's better not to use the criminal law on the little girl. Although pigeons are not cheap, Field, whose soul comes from the modern era, will not really hang the little girl who has made a mistake. If he whips her, one whip can send her back to her mother's womb to be reborn. Direct pardon or too light a punishment is not an option, because it would leave the impression among the people that the Lord is too kind, even cowardly and saintly, which would immediately cause other slaves to follow suit. In the Holy Griffin Empire where the strong prey on the weak, Field needs to maintain absolute dignity. Sir, a slave comes to report that a fool has hurt your pigeons. The servant Wajuin hurried up and knocked on Field's bedroom door. Field stretched himself and said, I understand. Take 3 pieces of black bread and give them as a reward to the person who reported it. One thing at a time, those who are loyal to you should still be rewarded. Your generosity is truly admirable. The clay pot praised and immediately went to get the bread. This kid has been flattering quite frequently recently, and he even reported Cow for spreading rumors. Field rubbed his chin. Wajang is indeed very loyal. We should try to get him to learn management. Sooner or later, the castle will have to recruit more servants, and it will need a reliable person to coordinate. Field got up, opened the door, and went downstairs with Ashina. The two sisters were huddled together in fear downstairs. Baiyu had imagined many times what it would be like to meet the Lord, how she should salute and kneel, but this time the situation was different. She had made a mistake, and her mind was filled with fear. Maybe Baron Field is a demon with a face full of flesh who specializes in eating children, and now he has found a chance to eat them. The two sisters thought of their father, who also knelt in front of the castle, waiting for the Lord's verdict. They prayed for a miracle, but their father was eventually hanged in despair. Squeak. The door of the big winery opened. Bai saw a very young man walking towards him. He was wearing a slim black robe with a beautiful silver brooch on his chest and a fine steel sword hanging around his waist. He walked with great vigor, completely different from the timid servant. Probably the Baron's knight. He had heard bards sing praises of the knight's handsomeness and might before, and now his guess had been completely confirmed. The only thing that is different from your imagination is yourself. If only I were a princess or a noble lady, instead of a slave waiting to die. Kneel down and don't look directly into the adult's eyes. Wagwan was furious when he saw the two men acting so foolishly. They actually infringed on the adult's property. There were only 3 pigeons in Yemuling. The 2 little girls knelt down tremblingly, and Field rubbed his temples. As a young man who has received compulsory education and was born under the red flag, I really can't bear to see the people suffer. It's not a big deal actually. It's just an apology in modern times. The maximum compensation is $100. How did you shoot the pigeon down? Field asked knowingly. Seeing the little girl tremble all over, Field said in a gentler tone, "Don't be afraid first, tell me nicely." "I just threw stones at them." The 2 of them shrank like kittens, and Bayou stammered, "I swear, I didn't know that pigeons were the private property of the Lord." Chapter 79, The Chosen Council. Field was very happy. He didn't know whether it was luck or skill that he hit the target with one shot. The pigeon was in good condition, but its right wing was injured. Now it was a stray chicken, looking around stupidly. "I will heal it." Heiyu mustered up his courage, clenched his fists, and begged with tears in his eyes, "Don't kill my sister, please. I will do anything." Haha. Poor little girl, I don't mean to kill anyone. After all, the Night Territory has not issued a decree prohibiting bird shooting. Field gave himself a way out. Imperial decrees only stipulate that land belongs to the nobles, and only the territorial decrees issued by the nobles themselves will stipulate the wealth of rivers and sky. But the pigeons are indeed my personal property. I will punish you too with labor reform. Every evening, go to the chicken coop and shovel out the chicken manure for a month. And you won't be paid. Do you have any objections? Ah. The 2 sisters were dumbfounded. Field asked doubtfully, "Any objections?" No. Thank you for your grace, sir." The 2 responded excitedly and cried with joy. They never expected that the punishment would be so light. Picking up chicken manure a punishment? For the 2 sisters who have been doing farm work since childhood, it is just a daily routine. Go to the courtyard behind the winery and find the butler cow. He will tell you what to do. Let's start today. After Field finished dealing with it, he looked at the 2 running figures and said in confusion, "Why are they so happy after being punished?" Ashina winked playfully. "I guess you feel honored to do something for you." The 2 returned to the room and found that Rosalia had returned at some point. She was sitting at the desk with her legs crossed, drinking Field's black tea, but in her hand was Field's development plan, with a confused look on her face. "Why can't I understand a single word you wrote?" Rosalia turned the paper over and over, confused. "There's no way you can understand it. It's written in modern Chinese. That's the effect I want, so that I don't have to worry about a few spies sneaking in one day and reading all my little secrets." Field shrugged. "Now that Rosaria is back, let's discuss the Survey Corps." Field told Ashina the details of his outing. Save Shirley Gassina or not. Of course, we may end up wasting our time. Let's not discuss this for now. Pointing at the paper map of the Northern Province, the 3 outermost territories of the Northern Province are Cloud Vale, Night Vale, and Morning Vale, which lead to the High Castle Province and Rick Province. Among them, Cloud Vale territory can also lead to the homes of the elves and dwarves. Originally, Cloud Vale territory was a place where elves, dwarves, humans, and orcs fought each other. The corrupted monsters there are definitely much stronger than Night Vale territory. In contrast, in Nightfall and Dawnfall, because of the imperial defenses and the cleanup by the royal and church forces, there are not many powerful corrupted creatures. The deeper you go into the northern provinces, the more terrifying the enemies will be. The Claudia Road is the only way from Viscount Griffin's territory to the Night Territory. If they still have mounts, they can probably reach Nightfall territory in one day. Field was very conflicted about saving people. He was not kind-hearted, and his thing did not react just because he heard it was a woman. Gassina, if I remember correctly, it's also a big family with a history of 600 years, right? The family believes in the goddess of war, relies on bravery and loyalty, is deeply trusted by the royal family, and is a rare duke with real power. The empire has 7 electors. Electors can even be earls, viscounts, etc., and the title is related to strength, but not absolute. The throne is theoretically elected through voting, but in reality, The throne will always belong to the Griffin family. Even though the previous empress turned the northern province into a corrupt place, the current empress is still a lady of the Griffin family, and the nobles of the northern province did not vote against it. After all, they are all dead. In addition, there are 13 dukes and 67 marquises in the empire. Not even one-third of them hold real power. Most dukes' territories are in name only, with the lands managed by the imperial county officials. The power of the Gassina family is less than 1,000th of what it was 10 years ago. Field spread his hands with a smile on his face. It's true that they are the loyal dogs of the Empress, but the Gassina family is the vanguard against the orcs. They are the ones shrouded in the gray fog. They are still the main force of the expeditionary force. They are also the main force of the Survey Corps. Almost all the people in the family are dead. In short, he was so introverted that all the work in the company was given to him. Puff. Rosaria spat out all the tea and then wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. Then Miss Shirley's worth will be greatly reduced. As a noble, Rosaria knew what Field wanted. Benefit. As long as the nobles swear to promise benefits or sign a legally binding agreement, they can really get benefits. If Shirley can be rescued and an agreement is negotiated, Field can gain something. Whether he is alive or not is still a question. Field sat down, looked at Ashina, who was confused on his left, and then looked at Rosalia, who was drinking tea. Except for himself, all those who participated in the discussion were God's chosen ones. Field was distracted. There will be more chosen ones in the future. Will we have to vote then? But the general direction still depends on me. It would be best if they died. The equipment and treasures they left behind are all ours, and they won't cause us any trouble. Once people think from the perspective of interests, their words become cold, and Rosaria is no exception. But it's unlikely that everyone will die in battle. The Survey Corps must be escorted by the chosen ones, and their condition is very poor at best. If they are in very bad condition, either snatch the chosen one or kill them all. Field said coldly. But if they are in good condition, helping them in time of need can earn favors and benefits, or simply negotiate with Shirley. Terms with other nobles is really profitable, unlike the original owner's previous chaste act of giving away money. Will that expose our territory? Ashina asked. Field said in a very logical manner. It doesn't matter. First, they are willing to destroy the corrupted creatures along the way, which can also relieve our pressure. Second, the law of the night territory is in my possession, and no one in the empire can invade it at will. Third, the night territory is worthless. The nightfall territory that they care about is worthless in the eyes of normal nobles. Otherwise, the northern provinces would have been occupied by the nobles long ago. No one is willing to invest precious manpower in a corrupt land. The only thing worth worrying about is the malice from the family, but Field had already exposed the fact that he was alive when he went to Maple Leaf territory before. Nightfall territory can't stay in the gray fog forever without development. Sooner or later, people will know about it. Of course, the most crucial things, such as the existence of the Chosen One, cannot be exposed. I have to make good arrangements for this. Chapter 80. The tide of corpses surges, Shirley's Chosen One. Late at night, in the dark gray fog. Tap, tap. The sound of horse hooves rang out, and 6 knights galloped on their horses, rushing south. Roar, roar, roar. After a sharp cry, a black mass of corpses appeared everywhere, and the corrupted creatures were all over the mountains and plains. At first glance, it was like a river bursting its banks. The corpses were crowded forward along countless narrow paths, like tiny, black or gray torrents, seeping into this broken world bit by bit. The knight at the front of the team, holding a fog lamp in her hand, shouted hoarsely and hysterically through her helmet. Get out. It's almost nightfall. Don't let them surround us. After saying that, he used the exquisite dagger tied to his leg to pierce the warhorse's body directly. Because of the intense pain, the warhorse neighed and its speed increased by 3 times. Shirley's heart was bleeding. This was the rare Warcraft horse that had grown up with her, and now her full potential had been squeezed out by a knife, and it would be completely ruined from now on. Hurry up and keep up with the lady. The surrounding knights followed suit, squeezing the last of their horse's vitality without hesitation. This cavalry unit is like a small fish swimming bravely against the rapids, just hanging in front of countless corruptions. Be careful. Before he could run a few steps, a knight covered in blood suddenly stepped on his horse's belly, howled, raised his lance, and rushed forward. What are you looking out for? Shirley's face and forehead were covered with sweat, and she even began to feel dizzy, not knowing what her teammates were shouting. When she reacted, a rotten corpse with a twisted face jumped high up and was about to pull her over. There was a loud bang, and the lance hit the chest of the corpse at the critical moment. In an instant, wood chips flew everywhere, and the corpse flew backwards accompanied by a gushing blood. Thank you, Night Cabra. Shirley was suddenly startled and cold sweat ran down her face, but her voice seemed to be blown away by the bloody storm as soon as it came out. Lifting off the helmet, a handsome and young man showed a sunny smile. I will be Miss Shirley's chief knight. It is my honor. Before Shirley's tired face could break into a smile, it froze. A huge halo shining with purple light appeared in an instant, and without any warning, split the Cabra Knight from the forehead to the body of the warhorse, cutting both the man and the horse in half. The young man's brilliant smile was still on his face, but the next moment, both he and his horse were shattered and collapsed to the ground like rotten meat. The warm blood splashed on Shirley's body, and the blood penetrated through the armor, making Shirley feel a horrible warmth, a warmth colder than ice. That light will again. I want to see what it is. Let's fight. An old knight laughed loudly. His sanity value was emptied, and he went completely crazy and rushed towards the corpse with a strange smile. Although his slogan was impressive, he didn't even make a splash and was directly torn to pieces by the corpse. Shirley's pupils trembled, and she also wanted to charge forward desperately, but on the hill behind her, a dense black and purple light flashed behind the zombies. Shirley still shouted woodenly, "The zombies are about to launch a long-range attack." Sure enough, the next moment, a large number of black and purple javelins fell like rain. Fighting skills, vital energy slash. Shirley's true chief knight acted decisively. The powerful fighting spirit slash made the rain of javelins seem to hit a wall and bounce off one after another. Well done. Shirley once again squeezed out a bit of courage and shouted to encourage, trying to maintain everyone's heartstrings and prevent anyone from having a mental breakdown. Every knight is one of the few remaining assets of the family and cannot be sacrificed again. Before she could finish her words, 300 corrupted cavalrymen immediately rushed out from the flank of the zombies, including Shirley's former knight companions. Damn it, I'll go and hold them off for a while. The last female knight in the team couldn't stand it anymore. Valtteri, don't go. Your power has run out. I've rested for a long time. The goddess of war will protect me. After that, the female knight called Valtteri shouted, "Divine skill, the army-breaking armor." Several streams of light quickly fitted together on his body, and Valtteri was like a steel tank, crushing the group of zombies. In an instant, the zombie tide's attack came to a halt. Another cavalryman also rushed forward. I also want to embrace the battle and help Lord Valtteri. All of this was seen by Field and others. They wandered along this road for 2 days, adhering to the idea of whether there is fish or not, just give it a try. Field, Ashina, and 15 demi-human cavalrymen hid on a small hill, while Rosaria acted alone and hid in another place. Ashina, do you think that the Chosen One can survive? Or can Shirley survive? Through Ashina's explanation, Field can refer to the map and know everything that happened. Ashina said confidently, they can all survive. There is a third-level fighting knight in the team. Although Rosaria and I can kill Shirley, the opponent's Chosen One will go berserk, so it may be difficult to deal with. Shirley's Chosen One has not even dissociated the artifact, so she may have some hidden cards. Long as the artifact is not disintegrated, it is not a crisis at all. In addition, the corpse also has a Chosen One. The light will just now is one of them. However, she doesn't seem to want to leave the Viscount's territory. To be precise, there are 2. Field looked at the 2 red dots marked on the map and was extremely greedy. I wish I could catch him and teach him a lesson right away. But now with so many corrupted creatures helping them, it would be pure dream to capture 2 Chosen Ones from the midst of thousands of troops. Then save more people, exchange for benefits, and send a signal to Rosaria. Field mounted his horse with a gun. Be careful. Boom, boom, boom. Valtteri rushed into the zombies, punching left and right with his heavily armored fists, with the power to destroy the world. No matter what monster came forward, he smashed it with one punch. In an instant, one man blocked the pass and 10,000 men could not break through. The war horses neighed, and the corrupt cavalry raised their spears and began to attack Valtteri. Haha, come on. Let me show you how thick and heavy the Pujuan battle armor is. The armor can reduce 80% of physical damage, so the attacks of the zombies are just a tickle to her, not to mention that she is wearing 3 layers of heavy armor, all of which are fine armor made by masters. Smashing a level 3 corpse with one hand, Valtteri led a frontal cavalry charge. Valtteri, Shirley screamed, and was anxious as she watched the Chosen One she had contracted being overwhelmed by the corrupted cavalry. Don't worry about her, the chief knight shouted. While the 2 were distracted, Shirley's horse was grabbed and bitten to death by a rotten corpse that emerged from the ground. No, damn it. Shirley fell off her horse, her eyes instantly red. Her beloved war horse, which had been like a family member to her, was now dead in front of her. She staggered to her feet, wielding her sword wildly to chop the rotten corpse into pieces. The chief knight was shocked and quickly dismounted. "Miss, please take mine." Tap, tap. Chapter 81 Partner of Justice. Enemy? No, not. Shirley was just beginning to feel despair, but when she saw the gray fog being dispelled, she was instantly overjoyed, and her eyes revealed an uncontrollable look of joy. As the fog was dispersed, a group of cavalrymen wearing black robes emerged from the gray fog. Before engaging the enemy, the knights raised their bows and crossbows, and there was a sound of explosion from the mechanisms, and the surrounding corpses fell to the ground. Field put down the crossbow that had fired in vain, then raised his spear, and with his hands flying, he stabbed 2 corpses. The subhuman cavalry also rushed forward, quickly killing the corpses around them. "Please help us." When Shirley saw that the person coming was dressed as a noble, she could no longer hide the ecstasy in her eyes. She waved her hands and asked Field for help. "I am Shirley Gassina from the Imperial Survey Corps. Our mounts are exhausted." Field hadn't spoken yet. Shirley threw something at Field. "Take this, we need horses. I'll pay you more." Field spread out his palms and was almost blinded by the dazzling light. It is not a flash bomb, but a divine weapon. The main body of the artifact is a conical frame woven with golden silk threads. Its shape is similar to the Millennium Brick in Yu-Gi-Oh! The difference is that there is a beautiful ruby in the middle of the hollow frame. Fuck. So generous? This wave of money is huge. He didn't even say the conditions, and the other party threw a magic weapon at him without saying a word. Field couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This woman was so terrifying. Isn't this too rich? The old nobles are really awesome. Field accepted it decisively, pierced his finger directly, and dripped blood on it. With the power of comfort, after the blood was absorbed by the ruby, Field immediately felt his mind clear, as if infinite wisdom was pouring into his head. Then, there was a great and vast breath that made Field terrified. After recognizing its master, the artifact seemed to have an extra pair of hands. There is one more item in the God-given column of the Lord panel. God's gift. Eyes that see through the mist. First-class artifact. Source. Goddess of Wisdom. Effect. The wearer can see through illusions. Illusions caused by first-level divine power. Active. Activate the artifact to gain a farther and clearer view. Special effect. Only available to the chosen ones of wisdom. Telescope. Field's mouth twitched. When I teach the craftsmen how to make glass in the future, won't the telescopes be sold wholesale? But Field immediately put aside his dissatisfaction. At least this artifact will be very useful now. Even if it is useless in the future, at most he can sell it for money, which will at least bring hundreds of thousands of dollars. Looking up and seeing Shirley's expectant eyes, Field smiled brightly and said, "Nonsense. Hello, dear Miss Shirley. I am the Baron of Night Territory, Field. You can call me by my title, Partner of Justice." Puff. "My righteous partner, you threw your own magic weapon to me, and you took it away without even a second's hesitation." Shirley was so angry that she almost vomited blood. If she had not been forced into a desperate situation, she would not have exchanged her precious artifact for a horse. But she had been constantly attacked by the zombies along the way, and now she had no warhorse, so she really didn't have the courage to go on. There was an endless tide of corpses, and companions died tragically one after another. Ashina said that the 3 of them would not die. This was Ashina's judgment, but Shirley did not think so at all. Her sanity was on the verge of collapse. "Hello, Baron Field, please help us." The chief knight beside him also knelt on one knee. "Baron, for the sake of our fellow countrymen in the Empire, please give us help. May the goddess of war shine on your future." Field thought that the Dookie Knight would rely on his 3rd-level strength to directly grab the horse. He also arranged for Rosaria to pretend to be wild and corrupted, ready to assist at any time, but he didn't expect that he was too dark. "Of course, we have spare horses." He was not the kind of person who would take money and not do anything. Field decisively gave up 3 spare horses and said politely, "Besides, nobles should help each other. Thank you for your generosity." The 2 poor men showed tired smiles. The 1.5-month reconnaissance mission had tortured them. When Field saw Shirley staggering, he wanted to go forward to support her and be polite. However, as soon as he got close, a horrible smell of menstrual period mixed with rotten offal and pickled in stinky salted fish for 49 days filled the air, and Field almost died on the spot. "Oh my God, it smells worse than an old widow's loincloth that hasn't been washed for 3 years. Let's go. Let's get rid of the corpses." Field's face was ugly, but he couldn't vomit. He could only turn his head and gently pull the reins. The warhorse immediately turned around. Glancing at the small map, Field urged, Follow me. I'll take you away. Where's Valtteri? Shirley, who had mounted her horse, glanced at the chaos in the distance with concern and then shouted, Don't fight any longer. Hurry up. We have received help from other nobles. Got it. You go first, I'll follow. The voice in the distance also became louder. Valtteri cheered up, and while beating up the corpses around him, he kept up with the pace. Sure enough, her chosen one still has the ability to fight. Looking deeply into the distance at the two wild corrupted chosen ones marked on the map, Field swore silently. Wait until I grow up. I will catch them all back for you to train, and then add them to the maid group. Rosaria and Ashina were fighting separately in the gray fog. Although Field wanted to hide them, it did not mean that they would not contribute. Field was not that brave that he would dare to rescue people with only 15 riders. The big sword slashed out sword energy, the dragon wolf's dragon flames sprayed everywhere, and the two of them frantically blocked the oncoming corpses. Buzz! A flash of purple light flashed by, carrying a heart-pounding tearing sound, and quickly attacked Rosaria. Ashina's wolf ears wiggled, and she immediately drew her bow and arrow, and silver light shot out like a meteor. Just like a sharp weapon breaking glass, the purple halo was shot out by Ashina. Be careful of sneak attacks. I didn't expect you to help me. Thank you. Rosaria realized it later and looked around with her sword. So who is attacking me? You, corrupt, human breath, strange. A brown-haired woman with stiff limbs and occasional twitching walked slowly out of the crowd of corpses, like the nurse in Silent Hill, or a large, exquisite porcelain doll, with a twisted and weird posture, but a different kind of beauty. On her chest, there was a large area of white, and a mole on her left chest was not abrupt, but rather charming. The red ribbon is tied around her slender waist, and the white skirt flutters in the wind. It is short and slit, revealing her flawless figure. Ever since Rosaria signed the contract with Field, the zombies no longer regard her as one of their own kind and will attack her without hesitation. Rosaria was used to it, so she greeted him openly. Hello, I am a noble. Where are you from, little dessert? Violet, corrupted, vampire, hybrid creature, chosen by God. Hello, I want to kill you. Chapter 82, White and Violet, Corruption Conspiracy. You talk so weirdly, and you sound stupid. Rosalia covered her mouth and chuckled. She swung the chain with her right hand, and the gluttony greatsword seemed to come alive, permeated with cold death, like the god of death. It would be fun to kill you. Violet licked her lips, revealing a perverted smile, and without any fear or hesitation, she flashed forward. A huge sickle suddenly appeared in her hand, and the sharp blade shone with purple light, with a buzzing sound and strange blood, fiercely intertwined with the big sword. However, in just a moment, Rosalia suppressed Violet with her terrifying power. You dare to confront me head-on. You are so cute. You deserve to be eaten. Rosalia raised her chin gracefully, and then swung the sword down with tremendous force. The imagined sense of collision or the smooth feeling of cutting flesh did not appear. The greatsword flashed down and smashed into the soil. Well, splitting the loneliness, Rosalia looked up in confusion and found that the violet was like a ball of liquid. After a ripple of light and shadow, it returned to its original state. Before Rosaria could react, the sickle in Violet's hand transformed into two knives and stabbed into Rosaria's back fiercely. Then the two knives turned into a pool of blood and penetrated into Rosaria's body. Divine skill, blood explosion. Well, Rosalia's pupils shrank sharply, and she felt a violent rush of blood in her body, like a torrent bursting a dam. Strands of blood condensed by divine power exploded violently in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a dull explosion, and all the meridians in the body burst. Countless purple-red streams of light exploded from Rosaria's body and were collected by Violet. The artifact is a pool of purple-red blood. Seeing this, Ashina took a breath and patted her chest. Fortunately, I didn't attack rashly. Miss, have you learned your lesson? Don't always be a reckless man. It hurts. How can such cold words come out of your hot mouth? Rosaria supported the sword with one hand and stood up with her wounded body. You actually performed acrobatics for me. Fortunately, I have been dead for 10 years. I don't care about this injury at all. The vitality stored in the gluttonous greatsword quickly transformed into blood to heal its owner. If I use it on a normal chosen one, you might actually succeed, but I don't care. But after a few breaths, Rosaria rushed forward as if nothing had happened. The gluttony greatsword almost turned into a black shadow, flashing a cold light close to the ground, and suddenly swung it at the dull-looking Violet, aiming at the neck. The violent explosion in the air clearly showed that Rosaria showed no mercy. It's useless. It's the same. Violet didn't care. The purple blood quickly went into her body, and her body rippled again. The sword went straight through her, without hurting her at all. Damn it, it's the same trick again. Rosalia swung her sword in the air and almost tripped herself, and saw Violet was about to draw her knife again. Don't even think about it. At the critical moment, Ashina commanded the giant wolf to spit out a mouthful of fire, forcing Violet to retreat. Leave it to me from now on. Neither of you can kill the other. Violet will not escape, and the subhumans will be killed as well. Although she felt threatened by the dragon flame just now, Violet's pupils were calm as she continued to look at Ashina dully. A gust of fishy wind blew, and the brown hair gently brushed the vampire's pointed ears, causing the earrings to sway gently. She looks so dull. She is totally different from Rosaria. Ashina saw despair and sadness in Violet's purple-red pupils. I don't know why, but I feel like she must have loved to laugh before she was corrupted. Uffed. Ashina, stop analyzing a vampire with a brain problem. What we need to do is to destroy the corrupted creature, or defeat her, bring her to field, and then make her pregnant. Then you can have another godson or daughter or something. Rosaria said, and started to speak against the will of heaven again. Ashina's mouth twitched. Corrupted creatures, it seems their brains are not working well. However, Asina has forgotten that she was the first to say the outrageous statement, catch her and get her pregnant. Okay, take her back. The master will be very happy. Ashina cheered up, and the spear in her hand shot out 17 beautiful spear flowers in an instant, and dragon flames also surged from the mouth of the dragon wolf. Just as the two were about to start, the ground shook violently, and a huge corrupted worm broke out of the ground, causing sand and rocks to fly. Ashina subconsciously dodged and watched the worm swallow Violet in one gulp, burrowing into the soil and disappearing. Hey, it's been eaten. What does it taste like? I want to eat it too. Rosaria looked shocked. Sniffing the lingering smell in the air, Ashina shook her head. She is not dead. She just left night territory. We continue to stop other corpses and then lead them away. After saying that, the two went in different directions. The Viscount of Griffin is a very legendary place. In fact, the Viscount is a strange place. This title does not come from the fiefdom of the Earl. The status of the Viscount is lower than that of the Earl, but there is no superior-subordinate relationship. It is similar to the special title of the Emperor. Sometimes, he can become a powerful vassal. Of course, it doesn't matter now. After all the people in the Viscount's territory are dead. A mountain that overlooks the night sky, surrounded by countless rotting corpses. The air is filled with a strong smell of blood and black and gray rotten matter, except for a single streak of white, which is surrounded by rotting corpses. Uffed. The corrupt worm popped out its head, twitched twice, and spit out a person. Violet is not a good kid. You can't leave the Viscount's territory. The plan is to let the Survey Corps escape. Disgusting, worm, pure white, you deserve to die. Violet looked up at the girl in front of her. She was all white and wrapped in white bandages. She didn't look like a rotting corpse at all. Her pure white hair was as flowing and pure as snow, and her pupils were clear blue, flashing a pitiful look. On her delicate little face, the makeup embellished by divine power was elegant and tranquil. Don't blame me like that, Violet. We are companions. The corrupted girl known as Pure White smiled softly. My friend, you smell so good. Maybe we can become one. As soon as the words fell, the exquisite music box in Chuanbai's hand opened, and a large mass of wriggling, indescribable objects poured out, and countless tentacles controlled Violet. Puff! Violet's hands were torn off and blood spurted out. Ouch! Violet groaned in pain, but found that her divine power was tightly controlled and she couldn't resist at all. Crack, crack! The unspeakable monster ate both arms in a few bites and wanted more. All right, Violet, I won't really kill you. Pure White closed the music box and smiled harmlessly. This is just a punishment for a bad boy. You are a cute vampire. Your hands will heal soon. Don't cry. Chapter 83 The First Guest at Night. This is my castle. It looks like a big winery. No offense. Shirley looked at the square stone building in front of her, holding back the complaints in her heart, and forced praise. It's very unique. A castle with artistic taste. I like it very much. Yes, it's a converted winery. Field waved his hand indifferently. The two walked side by side, and the horse's hooves splashed mud on the muddy dirt road. Although they walked side by side, Field kept a considerable distance from Shirley, not out of gentlemanly behavior, but simply because Shirley smelled too bad. The subhuman cavalry behind him were all covered in black robes, silently lined up in 2 rows. As soon as they entered the territory, the leader's silver claw stretched out his hand and made a gesture, and the cavalry left in another direction. While look at those cavalrymen, they are not inferior to the knights of the Gasina family. Shirley's chosen one, Valtteri, opened his eyes wide and praised with an exaggerated and enthusiastic tone. Chief Knight William carried a huge sword and a spear in his right hand, and the pennant with the family emblem was flying again. William said in a steady voice, "Yes, Lord Field is a respectable nobleman. He dares to take root in the knight territory for the future of mankind. He is awe-inspiring." Haha, keep a low profile. Field scratched his head shyly. No wonder he could become the chief knight. Who doesn't like his ability to flatter? He had been forced into the knight territory, otherwise he would have been assassinated or stripped of his noble title. There are so few people in this place. And it's so tattered, Shirley added in her mind. The slave camp in the distance was filled with rotten wood, and the big winery was a little better, but it was a brick and stone building filled with mud and moss, which was intended to be windproof but did not look beautiful. The only advantage is that the air here is 100 times fresher than in the gray fog, with only the smell of rotten wood. Because I sent the slaves to work in the lumber camp. The crops here are almost fully planted. New farmland cannot be cultivated. The purification potion has been used up. Field shrugged. He didn't want a lot of slaves to mix here. After all, the slaves knew about Ashina's existence. Although strict bans had been issued in advance, there was no guarantee that they would say anything. Therefore, most people in the territory went to clean up the main building and the lumberyard. Well, I just mentioned it casually. In fact, being able to lead people into the gray fog to explore is already quite remarkable. Seeing Field keeping his distance intentionally or unintentionally, Shirley closed her eyes slightly, feeling very angry. Whether in the family territory or at the royal ball, she always became one of the focal points, and the dazzling golden tulip was her title. It was the first time that she was rejected by a man, although at the moment, she was indeed in a miserable state. Humph. Wait until I'm clean, and then you'll know what a proud noble lady looks like. Field smiled. Thank you for your compliment. It is a great pleasure to be praised by the young lady of the most loyal and brave family in the empire. Don't be so formal, Field. Just call me Shirley. I think our meeting is very pleasant. We are already friends, aren't we? Although Shirley was dissatisfied with Field taking the artifact, she was grateful in her heart. She held the reins with one hand, turned around, and said with a smile, "I know your father, Earl Coate, a brave and fearless knight. You are very much like him." Field glanced at Shirley with a strange look, making sure that the woman was not being sarcastic. It was just another boring polite remark. Field sighed silently. The nobles just loved that. Indeed, his chief father was a brave and fearless knight, who enjoyed riding that beautiful stepmother so much that she looked like a skinny mummy. "Let me ride you next time. Thank you. I also want to be a brave and fearless knight. Yes, for the future of the Holy Griffin Empire, there are no weaklings in the Ross family." Field also answered politely. After that, Field caught a glimpse of Ashina and Rosaria out of the corner of his eye. The two of them waved to Field stealthily. Knowing that they had completed the task, they immediately felt relieved. "Dear brave knights, I have prepared guest rooms for you. Please don't mind the simplicity of the territory. I have shown my utmost sincerity." Field gave them a heads up in advance. He was extremely distrustful of the nobles. After all, none of the nobles I met were normal. The corrupt Simon, the weird bull baron, and a bunch of bastards in the family. In comparison, Rosaria, who occasionally speaks out of turn, is already the purest aristocratic girl. Field treated them like thieves. "You are too polite. This is a perfect safe haven. Our cavalry team traveled through the cursed land of hatching bushes for a month and a half. We couldn't take a shower, couldn't wash or change clothes, and even had to sleep like an owl. It was really torturing me to death." The big winery was as shabby as a slum. Although Shirley disliked it, she was genuinely happy about it. "Then don't worry, there is enough food and clean water. The amount of food will depend on how much we serve," Field added silently. The chef of Night Leader, Mr. Plate, ushered in the busiest day. "Hurry up, are you going to embarrass my lord in front of the guests?" Ka urged, glancing unkindly at the earthenware pot where the meat was being chopped. "Sparrow, Scissors, are you going to watch me busy alone? Hurry up and bring me some flour." The dinner tray said in a muffled voice. He wiped the sweat off his face while rotating the large steak on the grill. "Oh my God, who is this guest? They need to prepare so much meat. I'm not lazy, but you go and carry the flour yourself. My shoulder is almost dislocated from boiling water." Sparrow replied while washing vegetables. "Why are you all here? Who will serve the master and the guests today?" Scissors was a little confused. She couldn't imagine a noble without servants. "I will take good care of Lord Field. As for the guests, well, they will take care of themselves." Ashina appeared out of nowhere. She was wearing a maid outfit and took the plate from the table. You need a bag of flour, right? I'll bring it to you soon. As soon as Ashina went out, everyone looked at each other. Guests take care of themselves? This is too outrageous. My lord is worried that we will expose the matter of the chosen one. As a knowledgeable person, Kaan naturally understood the reason. It is my duty as a servant to keep the secret from my lord. We are very loyal. Maid Scissors pouted. Of course, but we must be careful. There are bound to be gods chosen who have the ability to read memories, so it's better to be careful. Cao suddenly thought of something and shuddered. After looking around, he whispered, You don't understand how strange some gods chosen are. They can even turn people into puppets. Chapter 84. The Trend of Corruption. Ka was showing off, unable to suppress his trembling voice with excitement, and said, Do you know who the greatest enemy of the great Ross family is? It's the elves. After the family's most powerful gods chosen, Bloody Rose, died in the war, the next few gods chosen also died in the elf war. Now the family's chosen ones are declining, and the strongest chosen one is in the hands of the second young lady. But I heard that there is a chosen one who can make puppets and has been living in seclusion in the Ross family's castle. You know all this. Are you bragging, Mr. Cow? The maid Scissors rolled her eyes and immediately questioned. She was one of the few people who was not afraid of the butler. After all, serving the Baron personally would gain invisible power. Of course, I overheard it with my own ears when the Earl's eldest son was fooling around with his wife's sister. It happened on the balcony on the top floor of the castle, and it was even a windy day. Cow was very proud, and his thin face was beaming with joy. The scene was dead silent. As the servants fell silent, Ka gradually realized that he was talking about a very dangerous topic again. Cow looked at everyone, especially the harmless expression of Clay Pot, and suddenly broke out in a sweat. You won't tell anyone, right? Now I know why the adults don't let us receive guests. Sparrow was speechless. Scissors nodded. I'm afraid even the color of the adults' underwear will be revealed by the traitor. The other side. Phew, that feels good. I finally cleaned up the nasty mucus and blood stains. Shirley, who had just finished washing up, was wearing a loose shirt and coat, with her wet hair neatly placed on her shoulders. With a confident smile on her beautiful face, Shirley glanced at Field, but found that Field didn't react much. Damn it, if only she had a suitable long skirt instead of the ugly one Field provided, otherwise it would definitely confuse him. You look much better. You look radiant, beautiful lady. Field praised indifferently. Shirley hummed, then smiled and said, I like your honesty. Chief Knight William and Valtteri also came in. After the blood and stains on their bodies were cleaned off, the two really looked like characters from a TV series. William is a square-faced macho man who sternly smiles, and his every move is full of determination, which may make it no problem for him to cosplay the power of Demacia. And Valtteri seems to be a female bodybuilding champion, with explosive muscles all over her body, but she has a beautiful face. The appearance of the chosen one must not be bad. Goo. A loud noise came from the three people's stomachs, making them blush. I'm sorry, Baron. We are so hungry. We haven't had a piece of bread for 6 days. Valtteri laughed, then scratched his head and said it was rude, which eased Shirley's embarrassment in a careless manner. Please take a seat. The food has been prepared. I was worried that you might not like it. Field quickly extended his hand and smiled gently. I think we understand each other. This is a corrupt place. It is difficult to achieve the luxurious standards of the nobility. This is all I can offer. As long as there is food, it's enough. Valtteri couldn't bear it any longer, so he sat down, grabbed a piece of meat, and swallowed it greedily. Shirley also found it difficult to remain elegant, and using a table knife and fork was already the utmost restraint. Originally, Field had prepared an explanation to explain why he didn't hire a maid to serve him, but Shirley and the others didn't care at all, so Field didn't have to waste his breath. It seems that there are also some nobles who are easy to get along with, Field thought. I was too sensitive and treated them like thieves before. Hey, so satisfying. The three of them rubbed their watermelon bellies with a contented look on their faces. They ate food for 15 people, and Field was once worried that they would be stuffed to death. Seeing that the guests had stopped eating, Field put down his teacup, washed his hands with a wet handkerchief in the wash basin, and then rang the bell on the table. Ashina walked out quickly and cleared the table silently. I didn't expect you would keep a demi-human maid. Shirley wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, looking surprised, and then showed an expression of pretended disgust, as if to say, You are so perverted, but I understand you. Field was amused by Shirley's ugly expression. Knowing that the lady in front of him had no intention of mocking her, he asked back, It's cute, isn't it? Indeed, everyone has different hobbies, and I respect everyone. Shirley tilted her head, but as if she had thought of something, her expression suddenly became serious. Dear Baron Field, I have bad news. Although it may make you unhappy, I need to warn you. Oh, Field immediately straightened his back and leaned forward slightly. You might as well just say it. It's corruption. A large number of corruption are gathering. Shirley changed her previous smile and said in a very sad and even fearful voice, they are everywhere, from the Lionheart main city, all the way to the Viscount's territory, and they are even gathering continuously. It was a horrific natural disaster that has never happened before. Valtteri nodded. Sir, I am Valtteri, a second-level chosen one. I can swear on my faith. Of the 200-strong investigation night group, only 3 of us survived. After that, the 3 of them fell silent, and tears welled up in Shirley's eyes. Field sighed and followed the moment of silence. After about a minute, Shirley wiped away her tears and said, corrupted creatures have always been aimless and illogical. To be more precise, their goal is to kill and corrupt others. In the past, when our Survey Corps entered the northern province, although there were constant waves of corpses, it was never as bad as it is now. Field frowned slightly. What does it feel like? Please tell me in detail. The corrupted creatures began to cooperate with each other, deploying their troops and using their wisdom, forming a superior-subordinate relationship. I feel that corruption gave birth to a being that can control all corrupted creatures, the Emperor. Shirley's face was gloomy, and the endless gray fog outside the window gave people a chill down their spine. That's fucked. Field slapped his forehead. He had been corrupted for 10 years. So, he had just come in and the corruption had given rise to intelligence, right? So, Field, quickly leave the northern provinces and return to the Imperial defense line. The Nightfall territory has no strategic location to defend. Once attacked, it will fall in an instant. Do you know when they will attack? Field suppressed his inner irritability and took a few deep breaths. In 1 year at the fastest, or 3 years at the slowest, we will definitely launch an attack on the defense line. Shirley said firmly, I have been following my father in battle since I was 8 years old. I am very familiar with the nature of various monsters. Time is really running out. 1 year. Field was silent for a moment, then said bluntly, abandoning the fiefdom without permission is against the laws of the Empire. Besides, I have nowhere to go except Nightfall territory. Chapter 85 Rejection of the Invitation. The nobles are not just sitting back and waiting to die. They also have obligations, such as paying taxes to the royal family, fighting wars and guarding the territory. Although the existence of this crappy place, Nightfall territory, has no impact on the royal family, if Field escapes privately, then he will have to say goodbye to his future life as an aristocrat. You are very courageous, and if I'm not mistaken, you are a first-level fighting knight, right? Shirley said in a bewitching tone, why don't you become my knight? I can give you a knight's territory, and you will have the opportunity to be promoted for your military merits. His Majesty the Emperor values the Gasina family very much. Well, Field immediately thought of the boxes of relics from the Survey Corps and the girls who were sacrificed as spider monsters, and shuddered unconsciously. Does the Empress really value the Gasina family as much as Shirley imagined? Thank you, but I have my own plans. Field expressed his sincere gratitude and then rejected Shirley's kindness. The knights of the Gasina family were simply consumables and filler babies. They had no chance of promotion at all, and were buried on battlefields everywhere. It is better to fight for yourself in the knight territory than to follow a master who can easily lead to the annihilation of his entire army. Shirley shook her head. Anger and confusion made her stand up. Your stubbornness will kill you and your people. Staying here is just waiting to die. Please take a long-term view. That's not certain. Isn't there still a year left? Field leaned back in his chair and said in an unquestionable tone, escape is not my style. Let corruption come, and I will crush it. By the way, kill all the corrupted chosen ones. Well, countless people have tried to expand the northern border, but they all died here. Now that corruption is gathering, the northern province will only be more dangerous. In a year, it's extremely difficult to even defend this small piece of land. Seeing Field unmoved, Shirley sneered, but secretly felt sorry in her heart. Rotten and corrupt? I'm afraid he was rotten by corruption. He is a handsome guy, but why is his brain not so smart? Following the Gasina family, his future is bright. We will rest for one night and leave early tomorrow morning. If you change your mind, you can go with us tomorrow so that we can take care of you on the way. After that, Shirley and the others went back to their room to rest. Field was left alone, holding his cheek, silent for a long time. Before Field could stand up, a pair of slender hands touched Field's shoulders, and Ashina said calmly, My lord, whatever you want to do, just do it. I will protect you until the last moment of my life. Field was stunned, turned around, and unconsciously put his arm around Ashina's waist. You said that, so I won't be polite. Hey, pervert lord, that's not what I'm talking about. Like a frightened rabbit, Ashina jumped far away, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I was worried about you. Don't worry, it's not that simple. Besides, we in the Night Territory are not lambs to be slaughtered. We are just starting out. Field snapped his fingers, asked Scissors and the others to clean up the table. By the way, where's Rosaria? She went to the main villa to eliminate the remaining corrupted creatures. As a corrupted creature, Rosaria is very active in killing her own kind. Okay, Ashina, how are you doing with the happy beans and the northern divine oil? Ashina wiggled her ears, as if she wanted to boast. It can be handed over to the people of the territory for production. As for the effect, I haven't tried it yet. Very good. I will go to Maple Leaf Territory again soon. These new products will become our economic pillar. Field rubbed Ashina's head happily. Ashina, Omega? The next morning, Shirley and the other two simply said goodbye, took their food and water supplies, left the winery, and headed for Maple Leaf Territory. They left so quickly that Field's arrangements seemed useless. They have no interest in Nightfall Territory. They didn't talk to anyone, and they didn't even look at the territory. Ashina reported. Miss Shirley left a certificate for 1,000 gold coins, saying that it can be exchanged in Maple Leaf Territory. In addition, she said that if you encounter a corruption invasion, you can go to her for help. She is such a nice person. She gave me both artifacts and money. I don't understand what she likes about me that makes her want to recruit me. Maybe she heard that I am a stick of steel, and she has good taste. Field snorted and laughed. Since she is so nice, next time, send all the relics of the Survey Corps to her, and say that this is the only thing we found. During the battle between Rosaria and the spider, Field swallowed a large amount of the Survey Corps' stuff. It is impossible to return the armor and weapons, but the family emblem and will should be returned. Field yawned and looked at the surrounding fields. The current territory is not as good as the villages in the normal world. Naturally, she doesn't like it. It's a good thing that she is not interested. Wait, why do I feel someone sobbing and crying? No, come back soon. Cow stood on the second floor of the winery, looking very sad, and shed sad tears towards the distance. Hey, Mr. Cow, do you know Miss Shirley? Why are you crying so sadly? The maid Sparrow, who was cleaning with a broom, had a puzzled look on her face, but her hands kept moving, sweeping the dust on the ground skillfully. I don't know them, but I've heard of the Gasina family. Butler Cow was very sad. What makes me even sadder is that the Baron rejected Miss Shirley's invitation. Just refuse if you want. Sparrow didn't understand. Adults are always right. Foolish. If we follow Miss Shirley, can't we leave the northern province? The Sparrow couldn't stand hearing this and got angry, slamming the broom on the ground. Don't always run away. We are only loyal to Lord Field. This is not a matter of running away. Alas, you won't understand even if I tell you. With the recommendation of a great noble, I can save my reputation and leave the dangerous area. I am also considering the adults. If you run away because the battle is not going well, you are a coward, but if you leave because of the invitation of a great noble, it is called honor. Do you understand? I don't care, the Lord is definitely right. The Sparrow Master said inaudibly. Field, of course, was unaware of the servants' quarrel, and he received good news. The remaining rotten corpses in the main villa have been chopped up by this young lady. I will make sure nothing is left out. Rosaria, wrapped in a black robe, returned to the winery, carrying the gluttony great sword, with corrupted blood on her face. Well done, we will have a big villa to live in from now on, and you can choose any room you want. Field was overjoyed. Although the big winery was nice, it was not comfortable and convenient to live in. After all, there were only a few rooms. Great. I haven't wanted to live with a demi-human for a long time. I want to live under your bed. Rosaria cheered. Chapter 86 Fengqi Town and Xingye Fort, Sunset in Fulan City. The bottom of the bed is outrageous. Field almost couldn't hold it in. This is too scary. Rosalia covered her mouth and laughed. Then I'll live upstairs. Finally, it was a little more reliable, and Field nodded and agreed. This is fine. I'll cut a hole under the bed, and you can climb up when you can't sleep at night. I don't mind it being scary. Rosaria started to speak indirectly against the will of heaven again. This will also make it convenient for you to greet me in the morning and evening. Digging a hole in the wall to steal someone, right? Field was ashamed. Anyway, I don't want to live in the same room with a demi-human. Rosaria said with a sly smile. Field, you don't know that when Ashina sleeps, she always giggles and licks people, and I can't sleep well at all. No way. Ashina was confused. Then she clenched her fists and said angrily, You are the one who is annoying. Every day when I wake up, you hold my head like you are feeding a baby. It's suffocating. Okay, You guys are opening the silver shop without me, right? Arriving at the main villa, Field, led by Rosalia, spent 3 hours walking through all the rooms and secret passages of the main villa. The main building of the manor is extremely magnificent. Even though it has suffered from corruption and damage, the main structure is still preserved. As long as the landslides and holes are filled and the traces of corruption are removed, it can be moved in normally. The main building covers an area of about 6,000 square meters, most of which are decorated with sculptures, gardens, and corridors. If the ruins are removed, the effective living area is not large. But this also shows that there is a lot of room for improvement. The artistic decorations with carved beams and painted buildings are of no use to Field. It would be better to transform them all into watchtowers and battlements. There are 120 rooms with different functions, including 36 large bedrooms. There is also a huge basement, which is an underground shelter to be exact, with a study, bedroom, and living room. Rosaria would hibernate in the basement until she was recruited. With the crisp sound of rising flames, Rosaria lit the aristocratic candlesticks, illuminating the basement with a soft light. Field sat at a long table and spread out a huge map. This is a detailed map of the Night Territory, marking all industries, positions, defensive bases, and the most important Starry Night City. Rosaria introduced that this map is a treasure passed down from generation to generation in the family and has been hidden in the study in the basement. Very good. With this map, our actions in Nightfall Territory will be much easier, especially when we attack Starry Night City in the future. Field nodded with satisfaction and snapped his fingers. In addition, I want to renovate Starry Night Manor. We don't need so many villas and gardens. We need stone walls and towers. Field made 2 virtual marks on the map. It would be best to build it into a bastion, and then set up a large tower, so that large crossbows and cannons can be placed. Cannon. Both chosen ones looked confused. Haha, there's no rush for this. The Starry Night Castle should focus on restoration first. We still need a professional castle planner for expansion. Field thought for a moment. As for the big winery, don't waste it. Use it as a small fortress and refuge in the region. Besides, the slaves and free people around have already built a village of some size. Ashina nodded in agreement. Yes, it will be a huge project if all the villagers are moved away. Then from now on, the area around the winery will be renamed Fengqi Town, and the main building of the manor will be renamed Xingye Castle. After Field named it, he pointed to the location of the quarry on the map and said, "Next, we will start infrastructure construction. Rosaria, you go and eliminate the corpses in the quarry. Ashina will be responsible for security and protect every inch of land where people live." "Yes, sir." "Hehe, you still have to rely on me." The 2 took the order. Besides that, if you want to be rich, build roads first. Field then used gestures to connect the Grand Winery and Starry Night Castle together. We need to connect this road. The damaged Starry Night Castle happened to produce a lot of stone waste. We can break the waste into pieces and then pave the road. Although cement is better than gravel roads, Night Territory does not allow Field to use such excellent materials now. Besides, there are so many stone wastes that it would be a waste if they are not used. Now, let each of us take action. Field is full of energy. The afterglow of the setting sun shines through the stained glass and through the narrow and tall windows. The originally brilliant light is transformed by the stained glass into mottled and strange light. Fulan is a border city in the province of Rik. It has a very fertile plain and steep mountains. Fulan is located at the junction of the mountains and plains. It is famous for its beer, goats, and horses. The owner of the city, Adrian Ross, was sitting at a long table under the mottled sunset. He reached out and picked up a cute rag doll, frowning. The stained glass was green, so the light coming in was also green. The mixed light made the originally heroic noble boy look a little scary. "My dear big brother, why do you always give me these boring dolls? I'm not a child anymore. Damn it, he's humiliating me." Adrian became more and more excited. He stood up and threw the doll to the ground. He gritted his teeth and looked ferocious. "I'm going to kill him. And my sister, and that cowardly 3rd brother. Oh, and that damn sister." Allison Marius, the chosen one standing at the side, fiddled with the rose ribbon around her waist. Her soft bunnies were supported by the beautiful clothes. The cute hair accessories on her head made her look very playful, but she looked melancholy and didn't look lively at all. She was no longer surprised by her lord's temper. Although her lord had a bad temper and would curse, he would not go beyond the limit to hurt her. Adrian was just going crazy for no reason. "Shall I burn them?" After saying this, her originally gray hair immediately turned into a wine red like lava, as if it was burning. One by one, red hollow butterflies fluttered and fluttered. A ball of fire in Allison's palm was like a sun, immediately illuminating the entire hall. The servants all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. The flames seemed to dispel the bad luck. Adrian sat down on the chair and rubbed his brow in pain. No, put it in the storage room. If you have nothing to do, leave here. My lord, I have a request. Allison's cold face showed a trace of sadness. I hope you can accept the refugees from the Purple Gold Empire and give them food and water. They are my compatriots, and I cannot stand by and watch them die. Chapter 87 Situation. With gray hair and the last name of Marius, Allison is a survivor of the Purple Gold Empire. However, before the empire was destroyed, she moved to the Holy Griffin Empire with her family. And the news of the fall of the last capital of the besieged Purple Gold Empire came a week ago. The city of World Desire, the Purple Gold King City, completely fell into the hands of the pagans, and the emperor and the chosen ones were all killed or humiliated. Then there was a massacre of the residents. Fortunately, the pagan emperor had good character and pardoned half of the residents. Therefore, refugees from the Purple Gold Empire were able to pour into the Griffin Empire. Adrian was silent for a moment. I will accept wealthy merchants. If there are chosen ones, mages, or fighting knights, I can also provide assistance. But the one who really needs help is... Allison wanted to continue speaking, but Adrian raised his hand to stop her. You don't think I'm in a good situation now, do you? Full-on City is not ruled by me alone. Most of the power is controlled by my father, and he has arranged officials to supervise it. It's damned. Of course, even if there are supplies, I won't give them to the refugees. They are useless except for shitting. Yeah, I understand. Allison lowered her head aggrievedly and accepted the answer helplessly. Adrian didn't want to say more and looked in another direction. Have you found the murderer of Kuchi's death? Is it that bastard Gareth? He seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth and disappeared without a trace. We have no clue at all. We have found no survivors or witnesses. Baron Simon even wrote to you to express his condolences. Adrian's advisor stepped forward to answer. After hesitating for a moment, the advisor continued. There is one more thing. Baron Simon mentioned your brother, Baronfield. Not only is he not dead, he also earned a lot of money from Simon. You think I don't know? Adrian began to lose control of himself again, his body trembling slightly. How could he not be dead? He definitely didn't go to the northern province. Yes, he definitely didn't go. The cowardly loser has violated the laws of the empire and is simply bringing shame to the family. But he brought out the monster's head and fine wine from the death fog. Moreover, the defenders of Maple Leaf Fortress also confirmed that he had entered the northern province. Adrian was so angry that he almost overturned the table. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Now, Allison, go to Maple Leaf territory and kill Field. I will never allow my family property to be divided up by losers. Adrian slammed the table and said angrily. Also, kill Simon too. All my goods are gone on his land. It must have been him who did it. It couldn't have been my loser brother. Sending the chosen ones to other noble lands to murder nobles is equivalent to declaring war. We are no match for Maple Leaf territory, the advisor said calmly. Sending the army is not an option either, as it is also an act of declaring war. Besides, you don't want to be called the brother killer, do you? The reputation of the nobles is above everything else. They can oppress the lower classes at will. They can be kicked to death by a war horse or drowned in a toilet. But if they harm their relatives, they will be nailed to the pillar of shame and will never have any friends again. That's it. Before Adrian could say anything, hurried footsteps were heard outside. My lord, the untouchables of Atavan province have been instigated by the cultists and have rebelled. The messenger crawled in and handed over the letter. His words made everyone present gasp. The shadow cult launched a rebellion in the wealthy city of Nogaisk in the Atavan province. Viscount Lucius, who was guarding the border, and his family were killed and sacrificed by the cultists. Several barons around were also caught off guard. 3 were killed, and 1 escaped with the help of the chosen one. A retainer's eyes widened. This is not a rebellion by the untouchables. The untouchables cannot defeat fully armed soldiers, let alone the chosen ones. A weaker baron could easily deal with several times more peasants or slaves by sending out 5 knights, 100 fully armed soldiers, and 500 or 600 conscripted serfs. Not to mention the Viscount, who owns the chosen one and the fortress castle. Yes, so the royal family has noticed that this is a conspiracy. The fall of the Purple Gold Empire has made the dark forces ready to move. Of Atavan province was furious and demanded that the nobles in the province put down the rebellion immediately. The imperial family also asked the surrounding provinces to assist. As a neighbor of Atavan province, Falon City will inevitably be affected. Everyone fell into deep thought. In the northern province, Field was extremely busy. Ding ding dong dong. A large gray stone, with exquisite carvings on it, depicting philosophical discussions about the starry sky and humanity, was thrown on the ground at random, and then the dragon wolf slapped it and smashed the stone into pieces. The slaves took the small stones away, broke them into smaller pieces, and spread them on the compacted roadbed to build the gravel road. After a week of construction, the road began to take shape. Without theodolite distance measurement, the road will inevitably be uneven and the materials will be laid unevenly, which will affect the service life. But Field was already satisfied that this road was temporary and would be replaced by better materials in the future, such as cement or magic materials. Raw materials from quarries and lumber yards were also continuously transported into the territory. The poor quality scraps were bought by slaves to build huts. That's right, they were bought back. Field built something that could barely be called a market at the entrance of the winery, selling some discarded things, such as wood waste. 1 copper coin could buy a large bundle, which could be bought to make a fire or build a shed. The profit of the market was almost zero, and Field did not expect them to buy much. This market was simply to express Field's domestic political direction and tell the people that their coins would have a place to spend sooner or later. Because of this action, the freemen were motivated to work for Field to earn money, transport stone to the quarry, or join in other work. After the first batch of grain is harvested, we can stop supplying food. Field looked at the disappearing grain, his heart bleeding. From now on, let the free people be responsible for their own profits and losses, or buy food with money. Field supplies food to the entire territory, including the free people. After all, he cannot let them starve to death. Sir, the first batch of happy beans is out of the pot. Ashina ran over and cheered happily. I made a lot, and they taste sweet. Don't eat that stuff like candy. Field was speechless. Ashina was too greedy. How is the experiment? Ashina blushed. I don't know what this call is responsible for. Chapter 88, The Unlucky Pigeon. When Field found Ka, he was hiding behind a mud wall, peeping at the scene inside the house with 2 free men. Yes, that's it. I swear to the goddess, you are so strong. Muda muda muda, ola ola ola. The 2 people in the house fought fiercely, and 10,000 words were omitted during the battle. Anyway, even the main idea was erased. Goddess, please don't let me fall into the chaotic hell. Ka's eyes widened, and he made a praying gesture on his chest. The 2 free men were even more miserable. They didn't know where to put their hands. Oh my God, is that really what Bean Sprout Tom could do? The free folks looked at each other in bewilderment. Tom is notoriously weak. How could he torture the widow like this? Look at her like that. It's unbearable to watch. Of course he can. He took the magic potion developed by Lord Field, called Happy Beans. Cow didn't watch and silently noted the time. The effect of the medicine is 1 hour. The effect is good and stable, and the side effect is a weak state. 5 pieces of data have been recorded in the notebook. It's amazing. The free people's faces were filled with want to have it. No one would refuse to become an invincible man. The Baron is a genius, a man who masters miracles. That's not true. The Baron has made great research in that area. I heard from the maid that the Baron's bed always has the scent of a woman, and it's not Miss Ashina's. I guess the Lord must have a lover. The free folk wanted to gossip, but when he glanced behind the call, he immediately gasped and kept signaling with his eyes, saying, My Lord is not married yet. How can there be other women? You must be mistaken. Oh my God. He was so extravagant before marriage, and even more so after marriage. Let me tell you, he even watched goats reproduce for a whole day. He is simply the king among nobles, and he has so many tricks. Ka became more and more excited as he spoke, not noticing that the 2 freemen were sweating. I know that the happy beans are a gift from the god of love to the Baron. The Baron is actually a believer in the god of love. Cow. Field smiled and placed his hand on Ka's shoulder. Hiss. Ka gasped, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. In the afternoon, Cow, who was whipped in public, handed the documents to Field with an honest look on his face. 1 yang grass can be made into about 1,600 joy beans. As for the North Territory divine oil, the output is determined by the number of glass bottles, so it is not included in the statistics. This is the experimental data. According to your instructions, we found 5 men to conduct the experiment. We have been observing them continuously until now, and no side effects have been found. Well, very good. We need to prepare for the trip to Maple Leaf Territory as soon as possible. Prepare supplies for 30 people. I will still lead the team myself. After Field carefully looked at the data, he took a sip of black tea and asked, What do you think about the pricing? Happy beans are 5 silver coins, and the Northern Divine Oil is 3 gold coins. Cow said cautiously, Do you know why I didn't beat you to death? Field laughed horribly. You gave me inspiration to make up a story today. These medicines are no longer magic potions, but divine medicines given to me by the god of love. Don't mention the yang grass anymore. This is a gift from God. Could it be? Yes, 25 silver coins for happy beans, and 50 gold coins for the northern divine oil. Field's eyes revealed his desire for gold coins, and he licked the corner of his mouth. Those who take it will receive God's grace, cleanse their meridians and marrow, and be reborn. Cow broke out in a cold sweat, as he had seen the making of this medicine with his own eyes. Just grind a magical plant in a simple way, then add water, and more water, and finally pour in some flour and roll it into balls. You don't even need to add sugar. The sun grass itself is sweet. As for that kind of magical plant, Ashina would always easily bring back a bunch of it and plant them all in the room on the second floor of the winery. What if, by some chance, they don't get the expected results? For example, a complete transformation. Field imitated the pastor of the Holy Light Church and said in a tone of regret, "It's because they are not pious. They should buy more. Go make more pills. I'll take them all away." Field waved his hand. "Don't spread rumors about me in the future, especially weird rumors. Things in the castle must not be known to the outside world." "Yes, my lord." The Ka limped out. "Wait." Field stopped him. "Go to the warehouse to get a bottle of medicine. Also, if the pills sell well, I will give you a raise." "Thank you for your grace, sir." Sal's snot bubbles came out. This old guy is really well informed. It's a bit of a waste of his talent to have him as a butler. Field rubbed his chin. It is difficult for people to find the right position, and a qualified lord should make the best use of them. Perhaps I should set up an intelligence department. He really guessed that he had hidden someone, but it was not his lover, but Rosalia. She always hid in his room to sleep, and her reason was, Field's bed was the softest in the entire night collar. There's really nothing we can do about her. Once we clear out the clutter and rocks in the Starry Night Castle, and there is enough room, we can solve this problem. Wow, Your Excellency's pigeon. It's over. Ashina's exclamation came from upstairs. Field was full of confusion. He put down his teacup and hurried upstairs, only to see that the room where the magic plants were planted was open. Field immediately thought of a bad thing. Humans would not enter this room, but that did not prevent pigeons from flying in. Alas, the pigeons I bought at a high price are of little use and wear out very quickly. Field was speechless and had to walk in with his nose pinched, only to see Ashina coming out holding a black bird. "Your pigeon accidentally ate the magic plant and became like this. It's all my fault. I forgot that the pigeon shot down by the slave can now fly." Ashina looked aggrieved. "That's not your problem. I didn't expect that. But I'm curious about one thing. Is this thing really a pigeon?" What Ashina was holding in her hand was a black crow that was completely black with feathers shining like steel. What was even more strange was that there was a scarlet eye on its forehead, and it was filled with an evil aura. Meow. Even the species has changed. This is clearly a crow. How did it become an Aigu? Could it be that Yangshao has side effects that can turn people into black people? Field frowned. It would be terrible if there really were side effects. "It's not yang grass. I've tested it, and it's non-toxic." Ashina shook her head and gestured. "Remember the corrupted crocodile we killed? It was during the battle at the lumberyard. I got a purple potion from the crocodile's head. The pigeon accidentally ate that magic potion and became like this. It has no life left." Chapter 89 Black Crow and Party. No life. Field poked the pigeon with his hand, his face full of confusion. Why do I feel that the feather beast empathy magic has not disappeared? Before, I played some quick magic on a whim and cast feather beast empathy on the pigeon, which was equivalent to establishing a mental link with the pigeon. I'll try this magic again. Field closed his eyes, and his consciousness seemed to fall into the deep sea, and then suddenly surfaced, unobstructed. The next moment, the three-eyed pigeon slowly raised its head, opened its red eyes, and said in a hoarse and deep voice, "Isn't this a visual, Field? This pigeon is not dead." "Hey, Lord Field, why are you talking with pigeons?" Ashina picked up the pigeon and placed it in front of herself. Field was also confused and stared at Ashina. "Don't panic. I seem to be able to control this pigeon." Field asked the pigeon to turn its head, and sure enough, it saw itself with its eyes closed. It was immediately surprised and said, "It seems that we have accidentally improved this quick magic." The original feathered animal empathy was quite useless and could not control the movements of birds. The pigeons could only act on their instincts and might even be thrown stones at. Today, it's completely different. "Spread your wings." The pigeon spread its wings, and its black feathers spread out like blades, and its originally weak feet turned into eagle-like claws. Field exclaimed. It seems that the strange magical plant transformed the pigeon's body, but also killed its consciousness. It just so happens that my magic has left a mark of consciousness. When the pigeon regained consciousness, It seemed as if it had lost power and fell straight down and was caught by Field. Hey, I can own a drone from now on. Field was overjoyed. Since the species has changed, it should no longer be called a pigeon. From now on, it should be called a black crow. Field came up with a name and stroked the black crow's iron-textured feathers. It really looks like a Prussian eagle. It would be nice to use its pattern to make a flag in the future. Now, let's test its data. Crow as if he had discovered a new toy, letting it fly around the territory. What was shocking was that the black crow flew extremely fast. In its normal state, it was just like a peregrine falcon sprinting, and the slaves could only see a black afterimage. Moreover, it could enter the gray fog without being corrupted. Perhaps it had become a corrupted creature. A blessing in disguise. Field was having fun in the room when someone knocked on the door. Field straightened his collar and said, "Come in." "Sir, the meeting is about to begin. According to your order, I have summoned all the people in the territory to the open space." Tate is still as capable as ever and never talks nonsense, but he is a workaholic. He has been working day and night on the construction these days and even carried rubble by hand. As for his wife, children, and his mother, he had long forgotten about them. His wife has been left at the winery to help make happy beans. Happy beans require no technical skills. The workers hired by Field are all female freemen who are careful and attentive. No poisoning incidents have occurred so far. Even if one occurs, the female workers will not cause a major accident. Tate's daughter Alexia played with the Wormwood girl at the gathering place of free people during the day. She was one of the few people in the entire night territory who was not fully employed. As for Wormwood, it was a standard silly name for a freeman. She came from the Bull territory. When the villagers offered tribute to the Bull Baron, Field intercepted her. She was taken care of by the freemen and the maids. She had no worries about food and drink. Her usual job was to cook porridge and provide it to the slaves. Field was doing two things at once. He landed the black crow on the roof of the winery and stood up with his sword hanging on his waist. "Very good. Has the bread been distributed?" "Yes, they have all been distributed." Tate smiled and nodded. "You are very generous." "Ha ha ha. It has nothing to do with generosity. I just want them to realize that listening to me is like having bread to eat." Field is not shy about expressing his thoughts. Since he has two chosen ones from God, he has become more confident in doing things. Even if the worst happens and everyone in the territory betrays him, he can still rely on the two chosen ones of God to turn the tables, and he himself is a first-level fighting knight. The top 3 combat powers in the territory are all in his hands. Power, strength, and money are the sources of a man's self-confidence. Field muttered, "I haven't checked the happiness of the territory in a long time." Name, Field. Occupation, Lord. Territory, Starry Night Castle, Windy Village, and surrounding territories. Sign chosen, Ashina, Winter, Rosaria, Corruption. Population, 427. Development, 2, nothing. Happiness, -3, slightly depressing. Environment value, -25, in ruins, with corruption all around. The probability of the chosen one appearing, 9 in 100 billion. Damn, it's much better now. Fielder laughed. It's just that the development level is increasing very slowly. The happiness and environment values have increased significantly. The probability of the chosen one appearing in the territory has increased 9-fold. Although it is still infinitely approaching 0, it also gives Field hope. "Let's go and see the people," Field said with full energy. Outside the winery. "Run. Whoever runs slower will steal Mr. Cow's boots." Tate's daughter Alexia, like a happy lark, ran ahead of Absinthe and ran towards the crowd excitedly. The little girl was at a playful age and was full of interest in the territory. In fact, when she first came to Nightfall, she was terrified, thinking she had entered a witch's lair or the home of a swamp monster, a place only a child who loved to lie would go to. The original territory was in a mess, with decayed remains, wriggling pieces of flesh and tentacles, and slaves with desperate faces. The little girl was so scared that she hid under the quilt in her room all day long. Even though she was sweating all over, she refused to stick her head out. There are no flowers, no companions, and no lively markets. But today, or to be exact, several days ago, Alexia gradually adapted to this place and witnessed the changes in the territory with her own eyes. The corruption was eradicated, and the death fog was getting farther and farther away from her, almost out of her sight. There were often cavalrymen wrapped in black robes parading back and forth, and the heavily armored guards would not be lazy when standing guard at the winery. Alexia's first step out of the winery was to follow the maid Sparrow to the free people to make rations for the slaves. It was also at that time that she met the little girl Wormwood, a little girl who was almost sent to the Bull Fortress. "Hey, why? Look, Uncle Hammer is standing on the stage." Are they going to dance? Let's go up and dance together. Kwai shrank his neck. I don't know. I only know how to cook porridge. Alexia pulled her partner's arm and said, don't always think about cooking. Come on, dancing is fun. No, the master is going to speak. Absinthe hurriedly stopped him. Chapter 90 Ashina versus Field, cracking down on enclosure movement, second harmony. Good day, my people. I am your lord, Baron Field. Field stood upright on the stage and waved to everyone. Good day. Hello, sir. Many people in the crowd responded. Some slaves even waved their hands desperately with smiles on their faces. Field recognized them at a glance. Most of those who responded were slaves who had joined the guard. Finally, someone responded enthusiastically. Field thought that the last conference was like giving a speech to corpses, so lifeless. Field glanced at the crowd, his eyes firm and bright. I won't waste words. I promised before that if he earned 1 gold coin for me, I would let him be free from slavery and regain his status as a free man. So far, a total of 6 people have earned 1 gold coin, and they are from my guards. After saying that, Field pointed at Tietue and the others. Fuck, you beast. How can you make money so quickly? They have been killing whites. It is said that 1 white costs 1 silver coin. I'm so envious. I also want to stand majestically in front of everyone. Field gestured with his hands down, signaling them to keep quiet. As long as everyone unites and carries out my orders, we can gain gold coins, food, and freedom. We must not only survive in nightfall, but also live better. Iron Hammer, Mountain Cat, and others were extremely excited when they heard this. They clenched their fists tightly and felt hot all over. Since they became slaves, their hearts have been dead. Because slaves have no room for turning over. The only chance is to work hard and strive to go to heaven after death. However, they will be free one day. It's like a dream. Tietue was very proud and raised his head. From now on, I will no longer be a slave. I will marry a wife, have children, and build a mud house of my own. So what are your plans for the future? Bobcat took out gold coins from his arms. He still had 3 silver coins in his pocket, but there was no place to spend them in his current territory. Tietue said as a matter of course, keep serving in the army. There is no meat to eat elsewhere. What a straightforward reason. The corner of the mountain cat's mouth twitched. Why? I feel that if I become a freeman, my life will be no different from before. That's because the Lord is too merciful. You have never been to a dark mine, or been arranged to fight each other like a pet. The slave life of us guards is actually similar to that of the free people outside, or even more comfortable. Which free people can eat a piece of jerky every day? Tietue obviously has a story. Political orders may change. No matter what, it's always right to follow the adults' arrangements. I didn't expect you to have such insights. Bobcat was shocked. You are right. I pardon your slavery. From now on, you are legal residents of Night Territory. Then, Field destroyed the slave contract with a smile and accepted 6 gold coins. Sure enough, money makes money. The original 40 silver coins grew into 1 gold coin and solved a lot of troubles for Field in the process. We also hope to work in the guard. Bobcat and others said in unison. Of course, they are just soldiers, regular soldiers. Field said their names one by one and encouraged them. The monthly salary is temporarily set at 3 silver coins. In addition, 1 silver coin is paid for killing a rotten corpse. Compared to before, I now have a fixed monthly salary. Yes, sir. Everyone was overjoyed. They were really pardoned. Everyone couldn't believe it and talked about it. Surprisingly, no official came out to take out some law, quibble over the words, confiscate the gold coins, and then let them continue to be slaves. Instead, they completed the pardon very straightforwardly. The slaves saw hope and were filled with passion, wishing they could rush into the fields and plow them a few times right away. Very good. Everyone can go back to work and look forward to the day when you become richer. After hearing this, everyone quickly ran to their posts. Let's create value. Field raised the corners of his mouth and played with the gold coins in his hand. My lord, are you really going to let them go free? Cow wanted to poke out his eyes. He could not tolerate Field's wasteful behavior. Their previous treatment was good enough, and this will be a burden on our finances. Money is only money when it is in circulation. Money piled up in my warehouse is just a pile of cold, precious metal materials. Field waved the gold coins in his hand and said, Look, this is the proof. Silver coins can be turned into gold coins. If we use these gold coins to buy more slaves, they can be turned into more gold coins. But, the housekeeper felt his head itchy, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Field didn't explain much, but used the feather beast empathy magic to summon his drone Black Crow. However, when the Black Crow flew past his room, Field frowned. Hey, who's in my room? Is it the maid? Field kept the Black Crow hovering and took a quick look. But the wolf-eared girl was sitting on her pillow with a smirk on her face, her soft wolf tail swinging proudly. Sniff, the adult's bed has a light fragrance. The adults are very clean. It smells so good. She licked her beautiful long nails with a smug smile. Damn, Rosalia. She actually used her body fragrance to mark her territory at will. I can't lose to that woman. This place must be stained with my body fragrance. What the hell? It turns out that Rosalia always goes to her room to sleep, using the excuse that the bed is the softest. But is that a lie? Is the real purpose an evil enclosure movement? An attempt to divide the ownership of one's own bed? So please stop torturing me. No, we have to fight back. These two little bitches are really rebelling. Field walked quickly upstairs and opened the door of the room. Ashina had a strong sense of perception. When Field opened the door, she was already tidying up her desk in a serious manner. The bed was clean and flat, but a little warm. Sir, what's wrong? Ashina looked silly and cute. Okay, you're actually doing the enclosure movement behind my back, right? The damn capital is levying heavy taxes on agriculture and carrying out primitive accumulation. I will never allow this. Ashina was confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand. That's right, you don't understand. I don't know what I'm saying either. Now face the punishment battle. Field was not polite and closed the door. Hey. No. The girl staggered back. Didn't you just say that you wanted to use body odor to mark your territory? Field smiled horribly. Let's fight. If you lose, you'll contribute a defeat animation. How could you possibly hear that? Ashina's pupils trembled. Her perception was ridiculously strong. She could have spotted Rosalia, who was also chosen by God, just by wandering around the night territory. She suddenly thought, could it be that the Black Crow used my divine power mark? Chapter 91, Ashina's defeat. Field pressed forward domineeringly, with fierce palm winds attacking from the left and right. I surrender. Ashina didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could I really attack you? But please be normal and don't bully me. Have you surrendered? You are too weak. Surrender means admitting defeat, and admitting defeat means handing over the defeat animation. Field's palm wind remained as powerful as ever and hit Ashina solidly, although the attack power was 0. Please stop. Please, I don't want to hurt you when I fight back. Ashina blushed and groaned. She felt a tingling sensation and was a little unsteady on her feet. The sweet and sticky feminine scent kept pouring into his nostrils, completely destroying Field's rationality, which he was proud of. With his non-existent strength advantage, Field easily overwhelmed the Chosen One, grabbing her trembling feet with one hand and pressing her down with the other. The power of the Chosen One is just this much. You look so tired after just taking my blow. How ridiculous. The first Chosen One will be crushed by me at the same level. Field's blood boiled. No one in this world can defeat a combat type, Chosen One of the same level. Well, don't. My divine power will go out of control. It's hard to hold back the raging divine power. Ashina couldn't control herself anymore. Her sharp nails gently pierced into Field's skin. The itchy, stinging sensation and countless silky feelings made Field's brain crash. Little she-wolf, stop looking down on humans. Let me show you the true power of humans. Totally crazy. Summary of the plot. Field and Ashina talked about the social background, historical significance, and event evaluation of the enclosure movement, and the two had an in-depth discussion on this. The specific content is 10,000 words. Please click expand. All right, sir, I'm very tired. Ashina yawned with dark circles under her eyes. Enclosure is too profound. Your knowledge has filled my head. I can't learn anymore. As expected of me, the Lion of the North. Field stood up with full energy, almost falling down, but still asked in a cold voice, do you still dare to play the enclosure game? Are you going to do the primitive accumulation of capital? I don't dare. The girl replied incoherently, and then fell into a deep sleep, mumbling, I have mastered all the knowledge. Okay, next we will target the king of God's chosen. But before that, let's go to Maple Leaf City to trade. No, let's eat and drink first. I'm starving. Field felt weaker than ever before. This battle was actually a lose-lose situation for both sides. Because he will be leaving the night territory for a while, Field needs to complete all the territory affairs, so he is extremely busy. 3 days later. Sir, the goods have been loaded. Ashina pushed open the door. She was still wearing a maid outfit, nothing unusual. She gently reminded, the army has also been assembled. Well, go to the quarry and call Rosalia. Field put down his quill and stretched. Rosalia has been busy clearing out corpses lately, and when she has nothing to do, she goes to the quarry to cut stone. She can even cut through hard stone with her sword. Ashina asked doubtfully, is Rosalia going too? There's no one to protect the territory. The territory will be handed over to the remaining troops. This time I will only bring 5 infantry and 5 cavalry. You will be responsible for managing the slaves. The battles on the road will be left to you. Rosaria will not take action unless it is a critical moment. Is there any special action? Ashina keenly noticed the problem. In normal operations, Field would definitely leave one of God's chosen ones at home. Field nodded. Yes, that's why I brought the potion. As the two were chatting, Rosalia came in through the window by herself, casually throwing off her black robe. She glanced at Ashina with a sour look and said angrily, "From today on, I will not go anywhere except to Field's side, so as to avoid being persecuted by some beast who actually snatched me as a foot slave. It seems to me that you want to persecute me. Also, you are my special foot slave." Field rubbed his brow. Rosaria grinned at Ashina, who made a smug face. "Everyone, stop making trouble. Business is more important." Field stopped the two from making trouble. "Rosalia, I'm sorry to have you stay in the carriage." "No, I can hide it easily." After saying that, Rosaria transformed into countless bloodlines, pouring into the gluttony great sword. Only one bloodline penetrated into Field's neck, connecting the great sword to Field. How about disguising it as a divine weapon? Rosalia's proud voice echoed in her ears. "Really?" Field reached out and picked up the gluttony greatsword, swung it a few times, and it was as light as a feather. "It's so light. Actually, I'm in control, otherwise it would be very heavy." "Okay, let's go." Field wrapped up the gluttony greatsword and put it on his back. Tietue and others downstairs were already fully armed, carrying square shields and halberds, standing straight, waiting for Field's orders. "My lord, are you not taking any wine to sell?" asked Cod doubtfully. "Don't take it for now. Taking out the wine too frequently will greatly reduce the value of the wine. Let's sell it later." Field personally checked the goods and mounted his warhorse. "Let's go." Destination Maple Leaf Territory. In Maple Leaf Territory, the sky was dark and more than 50 strong figures gathered together. As the flames rose, torches were lit so that they could see each other clearly. "I felt so good killing people. Did you see that scene?" The spear pierced into the belly of that female official, and she peed herself out. A man with naturally curly hair, wearing leather armor and a breastplate on his chest. The Maple Leaf Territory's defenses are so weak. They can easily sneak in by pretending to be refugees. Another man with a thick beard kept wiping the blood off his long knife. "Hey, magician, killing someone and finding the lost goods have 2 different prices. Don't worry, Bloody Hand. I won't treat you unfairly." The man dressed in a red robe laughed. "Who are you going to kill?" Bloody Hand snapped his fingers, making a terrifying crackling sound. The wizard pulled out a portrait. "Kill this baron." Clang. Bloody Hand drew his sword and said, "Are you kidding me? No wonder you are so secretive. It turns out you are here to die." The mercenaries' expressions changed immediately, and they pointed their weapons at the mage one after another, their eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent, and many of them spat and cursed bad luck. Why did they kill the baron? Because of women, power, or land? It didn't matter to the Bloody Hands. What mattered was that the baron had fully armed guards, heavy cavalry that could crush everything, and if they were unlucky, they would run into fighting knights, and they would kill them all like chopping melons and vegetables. Chapter 92 Bloody Hand Mercenaries. Haha, don't be so nervous. If he was really powerful, I wouldn't have come here in person. The red-robed wizard smiled. Also, don't act like law-abiding citizens. You have precedents for murdering nobles, such as the Wolf Howl Castle. I'm just testing your true intentions. If the price is right, we brothers will take turns rolling in the queen's bed. After hearing the red-robed wizard reveal their past, Bloodhands did not get angry, but laughed instead. He put away his knife and came up to him, hugging his shoulders eagerly. "All you have to do is do your job." The red-robed wizard slapped away the outstretched hand and sneered. "Mercenaries have no morals or discipline, and few of them dare to murder nobles or even usurp the throne." The same was true in the Middle Ages in the previous life. Sforza usurped the throne of Milan, and in 1066 Robert the Fox was also a mercenary leader. He occupied Sicily. The target is Baron Field. You can ask around. He is a cowardly and incompetent wretch with few or no soldiers under his command. You must find him first and then kill him. The reward is 500 gold coins, and all the wealth on him will belong to you. Oh, nobles without soldiers. Bloody Hand tilted his head in confusion. That's bullshit. The mercenaries laughed together. I can't wait to strip the Baroness or my daughter down to her little white lamb and hold her in my arms. Come on, can anyone who comes to Maple Leaf be a married man? I'm just here to hunt for beauties. All right. The mage interrupted them and added, I will also assist you throughout the process. I am a second-level fire mage. A second-level fire mage is considered a canon of this era, with astonishing destructive power. It would be best if we have a mage to help us, but we won't just rush in and fight. Give us some time. We want to verify that what you said is correct. Bloodhand's mouth opened with a greedy arc. If it's different from what you said, then there will be a different price. The Bloody Hand mercenaries extinguished their torches and disappeared into the darkness. When Field took his first step into the Maple Leaf Fortress, he heard cheers. See, I said he could come out alive. The soldier who opened the city gate laughed and twisted the capstan hard. He shouted, "Please come into the fortress, honorable Baron. We have hot soup and olive wine here. Sir, come in and have a couple of glasses." Many soldiers on the city wall cheered loudly. While some are happy, others are sad, and some soldiers are dejected and cry for their wallets. It's incredible that someone could actually come out a second time. "Oh, I lost all my money." The soldier who won the money came forward and invited. "You are our hero. Please come in and have a couple of drinks. Our beds are ready. You really came out of the north for the second time. May the goddess bless you." "Damn it. You actually dared to bet with me, but the feeling of being welcomed does make me feel warm. I won't drink. Thank you for your kindness." Field raised his eyelids. Sure enough, the atmosphere changed as soon as he arrived at Maple Leaf territory. Even the soldiers were very active and undisciplined, gambling and drinking. But he was in a good mood and didn't bother with the soldiers. The journey was very easy, probably because we had a small number of people, 5 infantry and cavalry, 15 slaves, and the maid Scissors. With the help of the small map and the Chosen One, we easily reached the border fortress. It is worth mentioning that the Maple Leaf Territory border fortress is not the private property of the Maple Leaf Territory, but the common property of the Empire and the Maple Leaf Baron, with the Empire accounting for the majority. After all, maintaining a huge fortress and continuous city walls is not something that even the wealthy Baron Simon can do. Wow, I haven't been to the world of the living for a long time. It's so dazzling. I want to destroy it and kill everyone. Unlike Ashina, who was catching up on her sleep, Rosalia, hiding in the great sword, kept chattering in Field's ear. "Don't get caught," Field whispered. "I will be careful." "Sir, be careful. I sense a hostile aura coming from the hill over there." Ashina opened the curtain, yawned, and pointed in the direction. "Hostile? Okay, I get it." Field glanced at the hilltop in the distance, which was surrounded by dense forests and could not be seen clearly. Amid the farewell of the fortress soldiers, Field led his team to Maple Leaf City and arrived at Maple Leaf City the next day. Maple Leaf City was still the same, with a 3-meter-high, funny-looking wall covered with beautiful silk and flowers. But the difference was that the number of homeless people had increased dozens of times. Disheveled and numb-faced people huddled together. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 people, and the place was crowded. Even the defenseless Maple Leaf City had to send out troops and officials to maintain order. So many homeless people? Field was shocked. Hee. A sweet laugh came from Field's side. "You must have come from the moon." Field looked in the direction of the voice and saw a very beautiful older sister. She was wearing the caravan's linen clothes and a headscarf on her head. She looked like a married young woman, but her lively appearance made her look like a young girl. "That's about right." Field winked at the woman. "Would you mind helping me out?" "They are refugees. There are refugees from the Purple Gold Empire, refugees from Atavan province, and of course, real homeless people." The woman shrugged, disgust in her eyes. "War is always like this. Despicable people kill ordinary people who love life for their own short-term interests." "You're right." Field smiled. "What exactly happened?" "The Purple Gold Empire has perished, and the pagans continue their westward expedition. The Kingdom of Walea, the Inner Sea Trade Alliance, the Papal States, and the Hungarian Empire, also known as the Holy Light Shield, have organized a divine punishment army, which should be able to defeat the pagans." Civil strife broke out in Atavan province. The cultists got hold of the missing 5th-tier divine weapon, the Eye of Long-Cherished Wish, and raised an army of tens of thousands of people overnight. The Governor-General has already begun to unite the nobles to prepare to quell the rebellion. There is no doubt that Atavan province is doomed this time. The situation is changing so fast. Field was not surprised but happy, with a sigh on his face. When the country prospers, the people suffer, and when the country perishes, the people suffer. "Oh, you actually have such insights." The woman looked surprised. Field smiled lazily. He smelled profit. Only when there are huge changes can there be opportunities to reap huge benefits. "I hope you are not someone who loves war and killing." The woman raised her eyebrows and left with the caravan. Field waved his hand. "Of course not. Thank you very much for your help." As soon as the woman left, Field waved his fists with excitement on his face. "The Viscount of Atavan has rebelled." "Haha, that's great." Field sneered, Falon City is right next door. Chapter 93 Simon's Chosen One, Florine. He still remembers his brother mocking him with a joking look on his face. Falon is famous for its goats and beer. Haha goat huh? Haha beer huh? Field licked the corner of his mouth, with greed in his eyes. When I come over, you better still be able to laugh. I have to slap you in the face and pull the hood off you. What I just said, when a country prospers, its people suffer. When a country perishes, its people suffer, is indeed Field's lament. He is happy to treat his subjects preferentially. As for targeting opponents, haha, then I am a warmonger. Tietchue and others were sweating profusely. The adults' expressions were so terrifying. Ahem. Ashina, you take everyone to rest. Oh, and collect some more information. Field gave Ashina a bag of gold coins. Buy some delicious food for the boys and my maid. They have worked hard on the journey. You should also eat more to replenish your energy. I don't need to make up for it. Don't underestimate me. Ashina chuckled, then nodded and said, Okay, I'll follow your orders. Thank you, Baron. Everyone wanted to pounce on him and call him Daddy. Iron Hammer, you will not forget what I promised you last time. You are all free people now. Go and have fun. Field took out 5 gold coins and gave them to the guard, and took out some happy beans. Don't forget to show the true strength of the men of Night Territory. These gold coins are your advance salary. As long as you can't kill them, do it to the death. If people ask, just say it's a magic medicine given by the Baron, a gift from the god of love. You can give them some, understand? Tietchue and the others took the things and said excitedly, Got it. Field needed their help with advertising. That night, Field didn't even go to visit Baron Simon. As soon as Tiehammer and the others returned, Simon's invitations came one after another. There was a knock on the door of the inn, and the maid told Field that Simon's chosen one had come in person and eagerly invited him to live in the manor. It's so grand. It's midnight now. It seems someone can't wait. Field yawned. Things developed faster than he expected. The chosen one is here. We must give him face. I'll go too. Rosalia, who had been standing in the darkness in a daze, turned around, put her hands on her hips, and protested. No one should even think about it now. Let's disconnect the two of us. Field was speechless. What does Link mean? It sounds so weird. I'll do it for you next time, so you can be naughty. But this matter cannot be rushed. Rosalia is a queen of big talk and speaks outrageously, but she herself maintains the reserve of a noble lady. When she has nothing to do, she likes to read a book or drink tea, and occasionally play chess alone. Field patted Rosalia on the head and said comfortingly, You just need to lurk in the dark. I will go to the manor alone. But Rosalia's eyes were full of worry, but thinking that Field always kept his word, she nodded and said, If you encounter danger, just call me. I will lurk outside the manor. I know what's going on. After getting dressed, Field walked out of the post station and saw the waiting carriage. Dear Field, when you came to Maple Leaf City, why didn't you come to see me first? I have been friends with you for a long time. A sickly sweet laugh came from the carriage, and then a seductive figure lifted the curtain. Field looked at her subconsciously and immediately became dazed. Sexy, extremely sexy. Field couldn't even find the right words to describe the woman in front of him who was so charming to the core. She was 1.75 meters tall, with a graceful and plump figure, at least E-cup size. She walked tremblingly, shakily, with long legs straight, and every time she stepped, her voluptuous legs would shake and tremble, making people suffocate. It's definitely a big car. It's probably not the charm of divine power, but just relying on my figure and appearance. My thinking ability is still there. Field pinched his thigh, and the pain made him regain his sanity. It was the first time he had seen such a charming woman. Hello, I am Field, the Baron of Night. Let me introduce myself. My name is Florny, the 3rd-level god of love. Welcome to Maple Leaf City. Florny spoke slowly, but the ambiguous smell between Fenghua's lips and teeth made Field feel shy. I hope we can spend countless wonderful nights together. Level 3. Upon hearing that the other party was a level 3 chosen one, Field was startled and all his thoughts disappeared. According to historical records, the strength of the chosen one is related to the prosperity of the territory, which seems to be true. Field maintained his courtesy and said, Forget about the countless nights. I came here to visit and trade. I believe you have also heard about the happy beans. After I got this good thing, the first thing I thought of was my old friend Simon. Don't you miss me, Florenzi? I'm so sad. Florenzi pretended to be sad and came up to hold Field's hand eagerly. Her snow-white rabbit clung to Field's arm, and she rubbed it twice. Don't listen to the gossip of outsiders. My magical skills can't make people lose their minds. Noticing Field's vigilance, Florny chuckled and said, My magical skills are developing potions, healing, and, a little secret. If you and I, had fun together, you would know. But I am not trying to deceive people. I swear to the God of love. Of course I believe what you say. Field didn't believe it at first, but when he heard her swear, he believed it a little and acted much more naturally. Thank you for your trust. I prefer to conquer men with my own charm rather than divine power. After a brief chat, Field asked his men to load the goods and head to Maple Leaf Manor. Unlike the calm outside the city, Maple Leaf Manor was heavily guarded this time, with soldiers patrolling back and forth. Field even saw a lot of ferocious monsters tied to the ground. When they saw Field, they bared their teeth and looked like they were going to attack. Stupid child, he is a guest, don't be rude. Flory scolded softly. The monster immediately shut up and lowered its head pitifully. Lord Field, you'd better be careful. There have been many murders recently. Not only civilians and merchants have been killed, but even nobles have been murdered. Flory pouted and said angrily, these annoying cultists, I really don't understand what's in their minds. Isn't it good to enjoy yourself? I don't understand it either. Field shrugged. Why are they called cultists? They will definitely cause trouble. Hello, dear brother. I'm sorry I didn't come to pick you up. Things have been really turbulent lately. I hope you didn't run into any trouble along the way. Grabbing Field's hand as if he had met his half-brother. Chapter 94 Dinner, Strange Table. Simon held his hand tightly and gazed at him affectionately. Field's mouth twitched violently. He resisted the urge to slap this pervert to death. Field smiled falsely and said, Baron Simon, it must be fate's arrangement that I can escape from the northern province again and be welcomed by you. Please come in. Simon also looked moved and pulled Field into the house. After meeting Simon, Field's last bit of nervousness disappeared. Come to think of it, the gold coins he earned from trade were only a few thousand, which was not even half a day's tax revenue for a big city, so they wouldn't bother to kill him. If they wanted to kill him, they would assassinate him, not openly. After all, if the news of killing nobles leaked out, other nobles would find an excuse to take advantage of him. But Field knew that Simon's touched expression was obviously fake, because of the iced tea. Field could see through his evil intentions at a glance. This is a tacit understanding among the nobility. I just bought 20 demi-human dancers. I believe you will like them. Simon winked at Field with an expression that said, everyone knows you. He laughed. It was my fault that you didn't enjoy it last time. I found out that you had demi-human maids, and I immediately knew your hobby. Your sincerity can make a goddess cry. Field exclaimed. If you could send me 20 uncontracted chosen gods, not just demi-humans. Yes, I am always sincere to others. Simon said this in a simple and honest manner, then clapped his hands, and immediately 2 maids wearing only gem underwear came forward. The so-called jeweled underwear is the underwear that uses gems to cover the key part. Is it a little fun? Simon always likes to find some different fun. Anyway, Field can't bear to see these things. After all, they will be automatically blurred by the invisible law of heaven. The food I requested is the highest quality. Sir, the chef is still cooking. It will be ready soon. Field said politely, Baron Simon, there's no need to be like this. I have received your kindness. You understand me. I have always only pursued battles and glory. This time I just came to bring you some gifts and to trade. Hearing about gifts and trade, Simon smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum and whispered, Is it a happy pill? Please say yes. God, do you know how happy I was when Florenzi told me the news? Standing by, gently raised the corner of her mouth, tilted her head, and showed a happy smile, just like a virtuous wife. It seems that Simon has indeed encountered a difficult disease, and it has been bothering him for a long time. Putting aside the physical reasons, being always surrounded by a bunch of beauties will significantly increase your threshold. Anyone would feel uncomfortable if they had a stunningly beautiful chosen one by their side, but could only see and not eat him. In addition, Field also saw something unusual. Simon's control over Maple Leaf City was abnormal. Although he stayed in the manor all day long, he knew that Field's maid was a subhuman or a happy being in just a few hours. Perhaps Simon is very capable in internal affairs, or he has a strong intelligence department. Don't underestimate anyone. Field muttered to himself. After a moment's thought, Field said seriously, Of course, there are not only happy beans, but also northern god oil, and a special gift for you. Although they are all of the same kind, your gift is of the highest quality. To put it simply, the portion reserved for Simon was diluted a little less. You are my most distinguished guest. Simon was in high spirits, and the fat on his face and belly kept shaking. Let me see the gift. I can't wait. Don't worry, Simon. The dishes are here. Don't neglect the guests. Let's eat and talk. The 3 of them sat down according to the etiquette of the nobility. Simon sat in the main seat and introduced. Although there is no ball, I can guarantee that these delicacies are the best in the entire High Castle province. It was just as Simon said. Before the main course, a pot of sculpture was served. A lifelike mermaid is sitting on the reef, moving gracefully, as if she is singing. Sculpture food. Field had heard of this kind of dessert before meals, which was made of almond sugar, pastries, and dairy products, and was carefully carved into a dessert. It was usually carved into auspicious animals or scenes in mythological stories. Yes, and this, have a cup to warm yourself up. Florny took the jug from the maid and poured a glass of milk for Field. I haven't had milk in a long time. Field was really greedy. Although the goat milk from Yimu Ling was nutritious, it had a strong smell. Field took a big sip and said, "It smells good. This milk suits my taste very well." Florny frowned her pretty eyebrows, her face full of confusion. Huh? Milk doesn't taste like this. This is squeezed out of my vagina. It smells a bit like a human, doesn't it? Puff. Field couldn't hold it in anymore and just burst out laughing. Ha ha. Florny covered her mouth and laughed evilly. I'm just playing with you. This is milk. You can even go to the ranch to take a look now. Okay. You want to play against the sky too? I know a friend named Rosaria. You two might have a good chat. Field, speechless, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and joked, "Oh, that's a pity. Hey, I'm still here." Simon tapped the table lightly, pretending to be angry, but with a smile on his face, he ordered the maid, "Pour us some wine, Starry Night wine." Florny narrowed her eyes and said angrily, "Hey, don't drink so much. You get drunk every time you drink a little." I was familiar with the following plot, and Field immediately imagined the direction it would take. The husband is drunk, and the customer and his wife perform natural reproduction right in front of the drunken husband. Then she became pregnant, and her son peacefully inherited the Maple Leaf territory. No way. Simon wouldn't be that stupid. I'd better not drink it. As Field was thinking this, he suddenly felt some movement on the table, and something was placed on his legs. Is this a temptation? Field smiled playfully. But I'll let you go for now. Ate a bite of pastry silently. Just as he was about to take the second bite, he was kicked lightly again. Tisk, you're making such a big deal? I'm not afraid of you. Field is no soft persimmon, and he also stretched out his legs silently. Florny shuddered all over and subconsciously clenched her legs. Then she looked at Field with a look that was 3 parts puzzlement and 7 parts tenderness, with an expression of doting as if she could see through Field's thoughts, and glanced at Simon again. Hee, you little brat. How dare you challenge me? Field began to shake his legs, and Florny lowered her head with a smile. However, to Field's shock, he was kicked lightly by another leg. Then, again, even if you are the chosen one, you shouldn't have 4 legs. A crab? Chapter 95, Sudden Assassination, Pink Cat Demi, Human. Field was confused. Really were 3 legs kicking me, it wasn't an illusion. It's not over yet, right? Don't you know I'm a good young man? Could it be that Simon, that pervert? Field's pupils dilated, and he wanted to lift the tablecloth and look down, but this was not in accordance with aristocratic dining etiquette. The touch on the legs should not be a man's. Besides, Simon's legs are not that long. If he could kick over a table, he would be able to defend Kobe alone. Before Field could figure out what was going on, another leg kicked up. Could it be that Florence was a spider spirit? Field's face was full of black lines. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he tried to kick Florence with both legs. Florny hummed slightly and gave him a confused and curious look. Was at a loss for words with this expression and thought to himself, it turns out it wasn't you who did it. Now I'm so embarrassed, because I'm the pervert. Simon had no idea what was going on. He was still thinking about the happy beans. Field, can you tell me more about the happy pills? I'm really curious, but unfortunately the sample I bought from the brothel was taken away by Florny. Florny must have taken it to test its efficacy or check its toxicity. Field nodded silently. It would be strange if she gave it to the Lord without saying anything. To put it simply, it can make you indestructible, powerful, and brave. Field raised his eyebrows. Oh, I heard from those Kuan women that one man from Nightfall can beat 10 people without stopping for an hour. He is the strongest man they have ever seen. Simon's face was full of envy. As a seller, Field praised Simon highly. This is nothing. If you get these God-given drugs, they will be more powerful. Please enjoy them as much as you can. I can't wait. Simon wanted to just order 2 to try. Oh, the dancers I bought are here. Seeing a bunch of gorgeous women queuing up to walk into the hall, Simon controlled his temper and immediately called Field. Look, these are the demi-human dancers I just bought. You have good taste. I can use them to try out the happy beans. Certainly several levels lower than the chosen ones, but still first-rate beauties, more than qualified to be internet celebrities. However, this expression seemed too tense or too murderous. Demi-human dancers clenched their hands tightly or hid them behind their backs, their sharp eyes fixed on their own positions. Alarm bells rang, and Field's hand subconsciously reached for the iris brooch, but then he relaxed and silently picked up a piece of rare monster meat, savoring the elusive delicacy. They couldn't be sent by Simon to assassinate him, so there was nothing to worry about. Do a quick dance, the kind where you take off your clothes and move your belly. Simon laughed and imitated it. He looked very happy. He kept waving his arms. Dance quickly. Don't get excited, Simon. It looks like you bought a not-so-well-behaved cat. Florny stood up, leaning forward slightly. She obviously saw the problem, and her eyes were full of cruelty. What happened? Simon stood up puzzled. Wait, why is there someone kicking me in the leg? Field was speechless. How could he still have legs when he stood up? He couldn't help but be curious, so he bent down and lifted the tablecloth. He immediately met a pair of pink eyes. Shit. Be careful. The moment their eyes met, Field's hand trembled, and a dagger fell from the sleeve of his left hand. His first-level fighting spirit fully exploded, and he retreated backwards at the fastest speed. At the same time, he had already grasped the iris brooch in his right hand, ready to fight at any time. A sharp flash flashed by, accompanied by a crisp tearing sound, and the high-end solid-wood table was split open without any hindrance, and the delicacies on the table were directly blown away. What happened? Simon was horrified, and before he could scream, a dark white dagger was already placed on his neck. At the same time, the cat-like dancers took out their hidden daggers, table knives, or rapiers. Puff. Several maids who ran away screaming were caught up and killed by the cat people. Don't move, you filthy human. The catman who jumped out from under the table held Simon hostage with a dagger in his hand. His long light pink hair fluttered in the wind, making him look both beautiful and dashing. Don't be impulsive. Field put away the dagger and pushed with both hands. Yaren, if you have something to say, talk to him nicely. Don't hurt him. We can talk about anything. The cat-eared Asian glanced at Field with a look of contempt. Hypocritical human. Tell me, where did you kidnap our pink cat-eared Asian children? This. There is no need to think about it. It is definitely Simon's own fault. Field shrugged his shoulders. He was polite enough, and there was no need to get involved in the quagmire. He looked at Florny and saw that Florny didn't care. Then, Field looked at the cat-eared girl in front of him. Peach pink hair reaches the waist, and the white gauze skirt with beautiful lace is very beautiful. Under the skirt are flawless white feet like a rabbit. At a glance, you can tell that the little feet that landed on you before are definitely the cat girl in front of you. The dress also hides the slightly improved cotton ball, and the neck and collarbone are full of bone and beauty, which can be called ice-like skin and jade-like bones. Florny sneered. They were all bought by the nobles for fun, and some were sent to the arena to fight with hungry gnolls. It's useless to tell you now. The weak cat people can only be torn into pieces, then eaten by the gnolls, and finally turned into feces. The surrounding cat-like people were furious and were determined to die. Wu Dai, let's fight her. Guys, don't be impulsive. Take that bastard Simon away first. The cat girl Woody who held Simon hostage was obviously the leader. Florny was not panicked at all. She leaned lazily against a pillar nearby and turned to apologize to Field. I'm sorry. I scared you. There was a problem with our security. I'm not good at reconnaissance, and I let the little bug slip in. Needless to say, this cat girl must be God's choice. The chosen ones, and they cannot be distinguished when they meet unless they use divine power. Only Ashina has amazing perception and can find the hostile chosen ones from clues. Field opened the small map and looked at it several times to make sure that there was no green dot marked. He could only sigh regretfully. He was actually already contracted, otherwise he would have been captured directly. Wait, who said that someone who is under a contract cannot be captured? Field rubbed his chin, but it was not convenient for him to move around now. Then, Field nodded to Florny and said, It doesn't matter to me, but you're barren. Haha, I'm fine. Simon was like a fool, not afraid at all. He even tilted his head and wanted to lick the cat girl in a perverted way. But he was slapped hard by the cat girl and immediately became obedient. Chapter 96. Assassin, but can't kill the warrior. You're just a first-rank divine chosen one, and you dare to sneak in? You really don't know how to write the word death. I'm too lazy to even take action. Florny chuckled, then clapped her hands seductively. God's chosen guards, listen to my orders. Field consciously stepped back and slowly left the battle circle, his eyes fixed on the cat-eared girl's every move. God's chosen guard, interesting. The so-called God's chosen guard is a special type of soldier that the chosen one gives to the Lord after the Lord and the chosen one make a contract. Just like Ashina provided herself with 50 first-level wolf cavalry quotas, but because there were no giant wolves, she could not be canonized. As for Simon, who was rich in background, he would naturally not encounter such an embarrassing situation. Don't do anything rash, or I'll slit his throat. Woody threatened loudly, but Filoni remained unmoved and didn't even blink. Field also shook his head after hearing this. If this kind of playful threat can scare people, then there must be something fishy going on. In fact, Field thought that the assassination of the cat people was a funny comedy in itself. They seemed to be completely unaware of the situation in the manor, unaware that they were facing a third-level chosen one, and unaware whether Simon had any means to save his life, and they just ran over to assassinate him with such courage. The only surprising thing was that Woody was so brave that she actually hid under the table and didn't stab Simon directly. I guess they really wanted to kidnap him, not kill him on the spot. However, no matter which idea you have, it's purely seeking death. Field rubbed his eyebrows. If you underestimate humans, one of the world's overlords, you will only be slaughtered and crushed. This is indeed the case. The subhumans do not have a powerful empire, and many tribes have been slaughtered or enslaved. The next moment, a brown lizard man dressed in wizard's clothes appeared out of thin air and walked out from behind Florence. Accompanied by a very fast chant, the lizard man mage pointed his staff and said, "Etherealize." Simon's chubby body immediately became blurred and turned into an impenetrable shadow. It actually penetrated Woody's arm and walked away casually. Oops! Woody's pupils widened, almost tearing her eye sockets. She immediately stabbed out with the dagger in her hand, but found that she had missed the target and could not attack Simon, who had become virtual. Bad emotions spread rapidly in her heart, and Woody panicked at a speed visible to the naked eye. The heartbeat caused by extreme tension could be heard even by Field, who was far away. Ha ha! Simon laughed and walked slowly back to Florny. Well done, Florny. Very well done. Kill them all now. Oh, and leave the demi-human chosen one behind. Her fresh flesh and blood will be very valuable and delicious. Yes, Simon dear. Florny licked her lips and said, "Come out, children, and crush my enemies." Dong dong. Amid the loud footsteps, a large number of strange creatures emerged from the corridors around the hall. There were two-headed ogres, swamp lizard men, dwarf spearmen, and even green-skinned orcs. But unlike the normal state, they all had simplified Eros marks on their bodies, which was probably the special mark of the god's chosen guard. These monsters are completely different from what is described in the illustrated guide. Field carefully observed each monster, such as the swamp lizard men, who actually had 4 hands, holding a kite-shaped shield, a long sword, a chain hammer, and a long spear. The green-skinned orcs had twisted spider claws on their backs, which looked extremely terrifying. Could it be that the god's chosen guard can change their biological form? Field wondered. Fight with humans. Revenge for our compatriots. The Asians rushed forward. The dwarves at the front suddenly threw their spears, and with the sound of breaking wind, 3 catmen were immediately pierced by the spears, flew backwards, and were nailed to the wall behind them. Surround and kill. The monsters seemed extremely stupid, but they cooperated very well. After throwing the spear, the dwarf immediately raised his shield and held his spear, forming a hollow circle to surround the catman. Then the lizard man in heavy armor jumped into the battle circle from behind the dwarf with a fierce look in his eyes. The dark masses of swamp lizard men, like armored tanks, rolled over like a torrent. Ding ding dong dong. The cat people were fearless and gritted their teeth, raised their delicate and tender white arms, and tried to break through with short weapons. They stabbed with their daggers or rapiers with all their might. But this was not the nonsense in movies and TV dramas. Light armor is as brittle as paper, and it is impossible for heavy armor to be folded in half. After a crisp sound, the lizard man covered in heavy armor did not move at all, and there was not even a scratch on the armor. Raising the machete in a simple manner, the lizard man swept it wildly. The sound of tearing flesh, accompanied by screams and spurting blood, the assassins were immediately swept away. Then, he swung the knife again and again. With each swing of the lizardman's sword, dirty blood flowed onto the gorgeous floor beneath his feet. In just 1 minute, the previously murderous cat humans were all turned into pieces. Only Woody, the chosen one of the cat-like people, was left. She was gasping for breath and struggling to resist with a dagger relying on her divine power. Tisk, he's still the chosen assassin, but his frontal combat capability is so weak. I guess he can only hold out for a quarter of an hour before he starts to perform the defeat animation. Field saw the trick. The cat girl in front of him could not assassinate Simon, and even if she came to assassinate him, if she could not succeed in one strike, Rosalia or Ashina could easily deal with her. Florny and Simon came over with their wine glasses raised, both with smiles on their faces, not taking the bloody scene seriously at all. Please don't let this little incident spoil your fun. Of course. Field took the wine glass handed to him and raised it politely. He was thinking that he needed to improve his strength quickly. The strength of the old baron was so terrifying. Can be sealed at the border to guard the empire are all ruthless people. Woody gradually became weak under the attack of the three lizard men. Divine skill, Shadow Strike. At the critical moment, facing the sharp sword lights chopping from different directions, Woody's magical power fluctuated, as if melting, turning into a pool of black shadow, quickly moving across the floor and bypassing the monster's obstruction. As the shadow quickly approached Simon, Woody jumped out from the shadow, carrying with her the black energy with a deep aura. The divine power lingering on the dagger slowly converged into a terrifying edge. Very uncomfortable to be stabbed by such a dagger. "Oh, you're quite good at it," Flory exclaimed, then took a sip of wine nonchalantly. "But it's useless." Third-level magic, Aurora Barrier. The lizard man mage cast a spell quickly, casting a barrier magic on the ground. Boom. Woody groaned in pain in her throat, and her head hit the magic barrier that suddenly appeared. Before Woody could land on the ground, the green-skinned orc swung the mace in his hand fiercely. With a teeth, grinding sound of hitting flesh, Woody was smashed away like a beautiful rag. Chapter 97. Female Demi-Human Friends. The Chosen Ones had strong vitality. Woody spat out a large mouthful of blood and rolled on the ground for several times. Her beautiful clothes were stained with blood, and she looked miserable. Then, she gritted her teeth and used the remaining divine power to transform herself into a black shadow and disappeared on the spot. Disgusting to see Simon killing people and even eating them. Of course, the subhumans were not his kind, and they had already been contracted, so there was no need for him to protect her. Now that the cat girl has run away on her own, everyone is happy. You don't have to watch Simon eat people, just think of it as watching a wonderful show for free. Feeling Florney's gaze, Field pretended to be shocked and surprised. Did she escape? Will she continue to assassinate? Impose full martial law. Guards, search the place and make sure to find the assassin. After giving the order, Florney changed her expression to a delicate one and gently invited Field. "Dear Baron, don't be nervous. Let's continue the banquet at another place." Field really didn't want to eat. "Ahem. Thank you for your kindness. Let's get down to business." Happy beans, or what you call happy pills, are not that effective. The North Territory God oil and the ones specially provided for you are more effective and are only provided to noble people. Field introduced the goods in detail and said with a smile, "This is the God-given medicine brought to me by the God of love in my dream. I believe you will not let me waste your kindness in vain." Of course not. The Maple Leaf family's motto is, "Put down your guard. Everyone is a brother." Simon introduced proudly. Although there were still a pile of corpses in the hall, he was extremely serious when he said this. "We'll discuss the price after I try it out," Simon added with a smile. "Before that, please, take a break. There won't be any more assassins, will there?" Field said jokingly. "I don't have the protection of a powerful chosen one. Don't worry, that demi-human has lost the ability to attack. I promise that I will find her soon." Florney vowed. She held up 2 fingers and said seriously, "Of course, if you are worried that no one will protect you, I can accompany you. It's better to let it go. If I spend a night with Florine, I'm afraid I won't see the sun the next day." A human being actually has a bunch of monster guards. There is no doubt that she has the means to control the mind. As for her previous oath, it is probably a lie to coax a child. Field vaguely guessed how she controlled the monster. The room arranged for Field was on the 2nd floor. It was an extremely luxurious Gothic room with fluttering gauze curtains. The rare plants, insect specimens and oil paintings on display alone were worth as much as several stone houses of ordinary people. "Sir, please have a nude bath. I'm very sorry that the assassination just now made you sweat." 2 maids came in. People in the Middle Ages also took baths, but it was the common people who were dirty, not the nobles. For example, the Queen of the Griffin Empire was famous for her love of bathing, once a day, even on the holy Sundays prescribed by the church. As a result, His Holiness the Pope wrote several letters of protest. Nude bath. Field scratched his head awkwardly. The so-called nude bathing is a group of men and women bathing together in an open-air bathhouse. Generally speaking, after the bath, the men are clean, but the women are not. Nude bathing is a major hobby of the nobility. But Field is a serious person and can't stand these things. "Well, I'm not afraid of being punished by the Avenue. No need, just get me a big bathtub." Field stretched. Soon, silver trays filled with roses and herbs were brought in, as well as golden cups filled with wine and various fruits. At the same time, an oversized bathtub was brought in. Roses and herbs were poured into the bathtub, and pleasant aroma filled the air. The maids obediently took off the remaining clothes on their bodies, and suddenly the towering mountains and steep cliffs were in full view. Sir, please. Damn, this is awesome. Field rubbed his brows. How could a normal man bear such emperor-like treatment? No wonder Maple Leaf territory is so rich. Countless nobles emptied their savings to live here. It's unbearable. But don't indulge yourself. I'll endure it. If I form a group of God-chosen maids in the future, won't that be better than them? After repeating it silently for several times, Field waved his hand and said with a very appropriate reason, "You guys go out. I only use my personal maid. I don't need you." The maids left obediently, closing the door behind them. "Yes, sir, please call us directly if you need anything." Field lay comfortably in the bathtub. The perfect water temperature made every inch of his skin feel relaxed. "I am enjoying myself here and don't miss the night." Field talked nonsense, but he was already thinking about how to build a territory that would surpass the prosperity of Maple Leaf territory. About 10 minutes later, Field was about to get up. A dark shadow fell from the sky. Plop. Fall into your own bathtub. Damn, where else can you fall? Field was startled, but he immediately calmed down and activated the iris sword that he had prepared long ago and put it on the neck of the figure. Haha, little cat, I knew you would come to find me. The cat people are very afraid of water. Woody struggled to climb out of the bathtub, but a cold silver sword was pressed against her neck, leaving her confused. This is a divine weapon? Why aren't you surprised at all? How did you know I would come? Field snorted coldly. For a reckless fool like you who doesn't do any reconnaissance and has no reason, I can guess your next move by thinking with the arch of my maid's foot. Oh, was soaked in water still didn't understand. She stared at Field with her peach-colored eyes, her face full of confusion. I'm afraid I'm the only place in the whole manor without guards and spies, right? Field smiled confidently. So, I guess you would definitely come here, but I didn't expect you to make such a fuss. It seems you can't escape today's bathing for men and women. Field asked the maids to leave with this in mind. Woody was already in a state of confusion. You? How do you know there are no guards? If you had, you wouldn't have come, and I would have known that Simon was watching me. If you hadn't, you would have come, which means Simon respects and trusts me. Do you understand? Pink cat head. Field waited patiently for Woody to sort out the logic. After Field saw Woody's eyes become clear, he took the initiative to put away the iris sword and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Field, the Baron of Night, and my nickname is Friend of Female Demi-Humans." Humph, despicable human, do you think I will believe you? Chapter 98, 3 million gold coins. Woody immediately thought of her companion who had died tragically. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears, and she drew out a dagger and pointed it at Field. Don't be so stupid. Your enemy is Simon. He has nothing to do with me, Field. If you kill me, you will surely die. Besides, in your current weak state, do you think you can kill me? Woody calmed down and asked coldly, What? What do you want to do? I want you. Field answered without hesitation. Even though assassins were of little use to the development of Night territory, Field was a person who valued talents. Puff. Woody was so frightened that her internal injuries were affected. She almost vomited blood. Her pretty face turned red. She raised her hand to scratch someone. Damn it. You humans are really no good. I want you to be loyal to me. What are you thinking? Field crossed his fingers and said slowly. No need to discuss this. I already have a lord to whom I am loyal. Besides, it is impossible for a human to make a contract with a demi-human. Idiot. Field certainly knew that Woody had been contracted, but he still wanted to test it out. The thief Chow turned out to be me. Oh, that's even more interesting. Who says you can't change your master if you have one? No means no. I would rather die before you. The Catman became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he would pounce on him at any moment. Come on, let's die together. I have another trump card. The trump card must be the dissociation artifact, but seeing that she would rather die than surrender, it can be seen that the contract of the chosen one is very binding, much stronger than a marriage certificate, and it is not so easy to abduct. Take it easy. Field said something soothing softly, then raised his hand to pat the Catman's furry ears and touched his head. Dancing butterfly. Hey, I feel a little happier. Wait, don't touch me. Hey, why are you so skilled? Because Field was at home, he pulled Ashina every day, and even cultivated a habit in Ashina that was difficult to correct. If she was not pulled a few times a day, she would feel uncomfortable all over. The cat ears shook, and Woody said in panic, Someone is coming. Field frowned and slapped the cat's head into the water. Hide, hold your breath, and don't move. Then pour red wine and roses into the bathtub and cover it with a towel. Don't stop until you are sure you can no longer see the bottom of the water. The flawless touch and the tingling pressure are unbearable for a normal person. Gurgle. A bubble appeared on the water surface. As if out of discomfort or shock, Woody almost jumped out, until there was a knock on the door. Then she stopped moving and calmed down under the water. Lord Field, we just heard some noise, and we suspect it was an assassin. For your safety, can we come in and search? Of course, please feel free. Field was not at all panicked. Even if the cat people were discovered, he could still claim that he was coerced. The manor soldier did not dare to be too presumptuous. He walked around the house, checked the corners where he was hiding, said sorry for disturbing him, and left. Woody's face was red, as if it was boiling, and she emerged from the water in a dull manner. She stared with tears in the corners of her eyes and murmured, "It's not clean anymore. It's not clean anymore. Who told you to move around and disturb little Field? Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let's talk about the important things. You want to survive, right? To avenge your companions, or to find the missing children of the Maya people?" Field asked seriously. Woody seemed to see hope. She thought of her dead companions and said, "Yes. Can you help me kill Simon?" "No. Why would I help someone else's chosen one to deal with my own trading partner? Besides, Simon is not easy to deal with." Without hesitation, Field refused. He is not someone who can be controlled by his little brother. Firstly, we are all human nobles, and secondly, his interests are tied to Simon's. Woody's mouth pursed and tears began to flow again. "Don't be so fragile. Simon and I can have common interests, and so can you." Field patted her head again to comfort her. "Woody, meow. It is difficult to have eternal friendship among nobles, but there can be eternal interests. The reason why Simon and I can get along so well is that we have no conflicts of interest, and I can bring him benefits. If we wait for the night territory to develop, disputes over trade, population, and land will inevitably arise. Simon will be an enemy sooner or later, especially since he is a cruel pervert. Field knows it very well. Therefore, making profits for oneself is the top priority. However, there is no need to tell these words to the cat people. Don't touch my head. You human nobles are so despicable. You deal with your allies in the blink of an eye." Although she said this, Woody was not so excited. Instead, she curled up in a corner of the bathtub and waited patiently for Field to continue. "If you change sides and pledge your allegiance to me, I will help you get revenge." Woody said without hesitation, "No, this won't do. Apart from this, everything else is fine." "Then let's change it. You can recover your divine power in my room. I will cover you and even help you escape from the manor. You didn't turn into a shadow to escape. Maybe your divine power is not enough, or there are reconnaissance methods outside. Well, you state the conditions." After hesitating for a moment, Woody nodded. "When my spirit..." Ahem, I was just kidding. Seeing that the cat girl was about to pounce on him and bite him, Field quickly changed his words. "Let me see your artifact first. I'm curious about its function." The Shadow Lady's makeup box can also be transformed into a shadow dagger. And Woody's hand was entangled by black shadows and turned into a beautiful black makeup box. It can change your appearance and avoid detection. After saying that, Woody used the small prop inside to rub her face for a while, and she turned into the big sister who had talked to Field before. "How about it? Did you recognize me? The Baron from the Moon. It turns out that it was you who told me about the current situation of the Empire during the day." Field slapped his head. No wonder the wife's appearance at the time gave people a lively feeling of a young girl. Impressive, isn't it? Woody was so proud, very satisfied with Field's reaction, her cat ears swaying nonstop. "You haven't seen it before. A poor lord like you who doesn't have a chosen one can never be envied. I'm so jealous of this ball of yarn." The iris sword is of the same type as her artifact. Not only can her entire body transform, but the iris sword is longer than her dagger and is also more concealed. Unfortunately, the iris brooch's ability to transform can only allow it to change into people you've seen before, but the makeup box can allow you to dress up at will. "Okay, if you bring me 3 million gold coins, I'll help you escape. Otherwise, I'll call the guards right now and make you perform a high-intensity defeat animation on the spot. And I'm happy to be the first one." Despicable human. Woody rolled her eyes and almost fainted from anger. 3 million gold coins. Do you know what you are talking about? Not much. A first-level divine weapon can be sold for 1 million gold coins. Isn't a chosen one worth 3 million? Chapter 99, Agreement. "I'm not asking you to pay so much at once. I believe you and your lord can afford the price. Of course, you can also pay off the debt with important intelligence or materials, or even work for me, as long as you can meet the 3 million value. It's too much. We Asians don't have that much money. The demi-humans were one of the poorest races, except for a few noble demi-humans, such as the dragon demi-humans or the fox demi-humans who were good at making money. The rest of the demi-humans basically lived in small tribes, starving and cold. As she spoke, Woody took out a beautiful handkerchief pitifully, inside which was carefully wrapped 1 gold, 6 silver, and 3 copper coins. That's all I have. I like to buy beautiful clothes, and it's hard to save money. You're a thief, or an assassin. You can definitely find treasure or artifacts. Clothes aren't worth much. After Field cruelly took away her gold coins, he played with them and said ruthlessly, "Pay back 1 gold coin, and now swear on your God-chosen contract. If you can't pay it back, you will pay it back with yourself. Can you also want to stay alive and take revenge yourself, right? Don't forget how your comrades and tribesmen died tragically. Only if you stay alive can you seek revenge on Simon. We are partners in interests. Don't treat me as an enemy. If you need help, you can also come to me." Things had come to this point, and there was no other way. She was injured, and although the makeup box could disguise her, she was forbidden to go out of the manor, so she couldn't disguise herself as a maid and escape. Was deceived, swore an oath without thinking, and signed a repayment contract. "Okay, now listen to me. I will help you survive and escape." After discussing the precautions, the two remained silent all night. In the darkness, Field listened to the little girl sobbing softly, not knowing whether she was sad for her tribe or worried about her future. Field just slept quietly. With Field around and no guards coming in to search, Woody will have enough time to recover her strength. The highlight was the next day. Field and Simon went to the hall to discuss the price of Happy Beans. Simon looked exhausted, but he could not hide his pride and radiance. He said excitedly, "I was so brave last night. I played 3 games without taking a break. You are worthy of it." Field gave him a look of approval. "Tell me the formula of the happy pill. I'm willing to pay a high price for it." Simon changed the subject and said in a simple and honest tone, "I'm willing to pay 50,000 gold coins." If the happy beans were considered magic potions, the formula would have to be worth at least $300,000. 50,000 would be pure dreaming. Field had already prepared a response. He smiled and said, "This is a recipe given by God. The God of love forbids me to pass it on. Sorry, let's talk about the price." There was a flash of anger and resentment in Simon's eyes. Although it was well hidden, it was still keenly captured by Field. "Because the production is complicated and the raw materials are extremely rare, I think you will not disappoint the God of love." Field sat calmly in the chair. Happy beans are 50 copper coins, and the Northern Divine Oil is 10 gold coins. Judging from his tone, Simon seemed to not allow bargaining. "Sorry, no." Field's fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a regular crisp sound, and his tone was calm. "Don't look at me bringing so many pills, but you know in your heart that there is only this much in the entire empire, or even the whole world. I only supply you. I don't need to say how profitable the monopoly business is." Field showed his white teeth. Happy Beans 40 silver coins, and Northern Magic Oil 80 gold coins. "Are you kidding me? 80 gold coins. That's enough for a potion." Simon was getting anxious. This was the first time Field saw Simon getting angry. Besides, no low-class person would spend 40 silver coins for an hour of pleasure. "Don't be so rigid. You can cut the Happy Beans into 40 pieces, and each piece is 3 silver coins. Wouldn't you make twice as much money? In addition, you don't have to sell them all to the lower class. You can sell them along the trade routes to major cities. There are plenty of buyers there. Field has the monopoly on the product." Simon also fell silent. This pill is extremely important to him. Not only can it make up for his own problems, more importantly, it is useful to Florny. Feeding the rage potion to the orcs will completely squeeze the orcs' vitality, but the joy pill will not. "Your price is too high. I can provide some convenience, but you have to lower the price." "Convenient? Please elaborate." Field perked up. After a careful discussion between the two, in the end, the happy pill was sold at a price of 30 silver coins each, and the Northern Divine Oil was sold at 50 gold coins, which was even better than the price Field had originally predicted. A total of 30,500 pills, 200 bottles of magic oil, a total of 19,150 gold coins. Simon actually paid 19,000. In addition, Simon also provided Field with something he had always wanted, a craftsman. There are 2 stonemason and carpenter apprentices and 1 blacksmith apprentice. Craftsmen are the foundation of the Lord and are not easily circulated. This time, being able to give some to Field's 5 apprentices is already a big profit. Great. Now we need to press the acceleration button for the construction of Nightfall territory. Of course, Field also had to meet Simon's requirements. A series of products such as Happy Beans could only be supplied to Simon alone, and the price had to be lowered next time. Field didn't plan to live off Happy Beans for the rest of his life. Just making some quick bucks a few times would be enough. The Night territory still had to rely on industrial development. Goodbye, Baron Simon, and the charming Miss Florney. Don't feel sorry for the gold coins. They will still be used in maple leaf collar and will eventually return to your pocket. Florney threw a coquettish glance at Field and said delicately, Goodbye, remember me. Simon looked helpless and felt sorry for his gold coins. With a hearty smile, Field nodded to the slaves pulling the cart and said loudly, Load the empty barrels onto the cart, and let's go. At this moment, a hidden black shadow emerged from the house and quickly entered an empty bucket like liquid. Hey, this is so heavy. A slave discovered the problem. Hey, don't be lazy. Field scolded harshly. You haven't eaten yet. Hurry up. Yes, sir. The slave was shocked and hurried to load the car. This scene was seen by the manor guards, but since it was normal for nobles to scold slaves, they did not take it seriously. Field didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the carriage passed the forbidden checkpoint. Go back to the post station first. Field opened the curtain of the carriage and saw Rosalia waving at him not far away, so he nodded and smiled back. As soon as he arrived at the post station, Field saw a group of people blocking the door. Some were dressed in aristocratic costumes, while others were dressed in clergyman's costumes. The debt collector is here. Chapter 100 Nibelungen. Old priest in a church robe, surrounded by church knights, slowly walked up to Field, casually dipped some holy water from the golden cup, and sprinkled it on Field's body. Lost lamb, may the holy light protect you. Thank you very much. Field nodded with a smile, guessing the purpose of their visit. Hello, what can I do for you? The pagans are wreaking havoc on the pure land of the holy goddess of light. The church needs to form a divine punishment army to defend the people and freedom. We need your strength. Please provide gold coins, food, soldiers, or God's chosen ones to join the war against the pagans. Hiss, as expected. I had just received the money, and before I could even warm it up, someone was already coveting it. I'm sorry, but I need the Queen's order to provide military supplies. Field shrugged, looking sad. The old priest said righteously, We are fighting for all mankind. The Queen will agree, but the edict has not been issued yet. If Field hadn't studied the history of the continent, he would have been deceived by his righteous appearance. The church would organize the God's punishment army, and it has done so 7 times, but they would only give a name and would not deploy real military forces, especially high-end forces. Each time, they would send out a small army of only 3,000 to 4,000 people, all of whom were old soldiers and thugs. They would burn, kill, and loot all the way to the front line, and then flee when they saw the enemy. It was a complete looting operation, and everyone's donations were all turned into cute little boys, villas, and gold bricks for the people of the Church of Holy Light to enjoy. The battle against the pagans was almost entirely carried out by the dukes, earls, knights, and regular armies of various countries. Although they also liked to burn, kill, and loot, they also fought very hard. The previous God's punishment army, the Silver Wings, known as the Spear of Holy Light, and the Polyfederation Empire even killed the newly appointed emperor in battle, leaving the imperial family extinct and falling into the embarrassing situation of having to temporarily take over from the parliament. Field laughed. Okay, I will pray every day, hoping that the goddess of holy light will bring miracles to the warriors. As for asking for money, let's just forget it. The old priest was almost choked to death by these words. Isn't this the phrase they often use to fool people? Don't do anything narrow-sighted. Once the pagans arrive at the Griffin Empire, you will probably regret it. The old priest spoke threateningly, his eyes sharp. Field said directly, Then I will personally lead the troops to fight the invaders head-on. Instead of giving money to people who have no relationship with him and letting them maintain a luxurious life. Field still gave him some face and did not say the second half of the sentence. Poochie ha ha. A few people laughed out loud. He is, after all, a country baron and does not understand the terror of the pagans. Arrogance will only bring disaster upon oneself. Madness. Looking at the person who was laughing at him, Field was so angry that he was about to speak. Baron Field is right. Knights should fight invaders instead of hiding in the rear and spending money to avoid disaster. Of course, loyalty is the most important thing. We should not act rashly before the Queen makes a decision. The Griffin Empire is about to break up with the Papal States, and the nobles are very aware of this. Of course, it wasn't because the Queen took a bath on Holy Sunday. Field turned his head and found a resolute-looking uncle wearing a noble robe. However, the clothes were not the point, but the family emblem on his chest, a blue dragon with a sword in its mouth. The Nibelungen family? A ruthless man in the Morningwind province, one of the Queen's true swords, and a powerful figure who owns a blue dragon and a 6th-level divine chosen one. Rain Nibelungen. The uncle smiled. I have heard that you are the kindest noble, Field, always willing to help the poor. Field took the initiative to perform the noble salute. Hello, honorable sir. I am indeed a kind person. It was just a coincidence that we met you. We happen to be visiting Baron Maple Leaf. His financial and food support is crucial to our suppression of the rebellion. Laying didn't mind revealing the news. There are more cultists than we thought. They have completely brainwashed the people of the entire Viscount's territory. You, old dang, are here to take advantage of me. Then our Ross family. Field said, as if he was about to say something but hesitated. We should contribute to the empire. Laying asked in confusion. Of course, the governor's personal letter was sent immediately. Don't you know? Fulon City is right next to the Viscount's territory, and your brother is already preparing his military forces. It's not too late to know now. Field suppressed his excitement and said, I have been staying in the dark northern province for a long time and have only been out for 2 days. Oh, it's true that you took office as the Lord of Night. Poor child, how could your father bear to let a child who had just reached adulthood go to that hellish place? I will mention this to Her Majesty the Queen, and I should be able to get her help. After all, you are a hero for the country. This was beyond Field's expectations. Not only did they not mention donations or support, but they even wanted to give him benefits. Regardless of whether it was a polite remark or not, Field immediately felt very fond of the older man in front of him. Thank you very much, but I hope to participate in the suppression of the rebellion, not by contributing money, but by sending troops. Poochie, the familiar laughter sounded again. This is not a picnic. A young man in fancy clothes, with one hand on his waist and his chest raised, said, Do you have any soldiers? I see you are all alone, without even an entourage. You don't look like someone who can gain military merit. The hell are you? You just mocked me. Laying frowned and said, Farid, please put away your dandy behavior. Everyone who works for the Empire should be respected. The man called Farid disagreed and crossed his arms over his chest in a joking manner. Field didn't even bother to look at him and said to Laying seriously, I will bring troops to support the rebellion. Very good. These are the knights of the Empire. The uncle nodded with satisfaction and took out a letter from his arms. Open it privately after you go back. It records the specific location and time of the assembly. Every bit of strength is indispensable. It's quite mysterious. Field touched his chin curiously, wanting to open it and take a look immediately. Don't pay attention to that dude. Maybe you can get a fiefdom from this battle. Come on. Maybe we can charge the enemy together. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Field. Several minor nobles who had accompanied Laying came over, nodded to Field in a friendly manner, and introduced their names. Many nobles had no land, or even only an honorary title, and they hoped to gain military merit and then live a true aristocratic life. Therefore, they had a good impression of Field, who was also miserable. Left with a group of nobles. Chapter 101: A Sneak Attack from Mercenaries. Late at night, at the post station outside the city, the carts could not be put into the post station wall, so they were piled outside. Field did not bring any guards with him. He was outside chatting with the 2 chosen ones while rummaging through the cargo in the carriage. Has she left? Field searched every empty barrel, but couldn't find Woody. She didn't even say hello. Sniff, sniff. Ashina's nose twitched slightly, revealing a playful expression. There is a residual smell of a female beast, like a weak, cat-like subhuman. The smell is very light, a bit like urine. It should be in a panic state. Field was shocked. You can even discover this. It's amazing. You know about the existence of Woody. Even Flory couldn't find it. Damn it, another demi-human is hooking up with Field. Miss Ben is worried about you. Rosaria was very angry and stamped her feet. I just stopped watching for a while, and you're unfaithful again. Listen to me, and I'll tell you about this. Field rubbed his brows and said with a smile, I'm here to do serious business. Excuse me, can I have something to eat? A dirty homeless girl walked out of the darkness, tears in her eyes, trembling as she walked towards Field, holding a tattered basket in her hand. Please, I haven't eaten for 3 days. Sure. Field subconsciously reached into his pocket, ready to give out 2 copper coins. Danger! Just as the little girl walked forward, Ashina's pupils shrank sharply, and she immediately pounced on Field. The next moment, several red butterflies flew out of the little girl's sleeves. Accompanied by a burst of intense light, boom! A sharp explosion sounded, and flames shot up into the sky. The surging heat waves burned the surroundings into a hell of fire, and the little girl was torn into pieces by the explosion. 3 mercenaries quickly rushed into the fire, armed with swords and wearing leather armor. The magic of that magician is really terrifying. He can complete the task by just pulling a little girl. Hey, hurry up and find the body. Let's go collect the bounty. It won't be blown to pieces. As the 3 of them looked around, a figure appeared behind them, holding a ferocious sword, with murderous intent in his eyes that he did not hide. The mercenaries felt the chill behind them and turned around to see Field carrying a greatsword. The gluttonous greatsword exuded a frightening, murderous intent, and its constantly wriggling eyeballs stared at them. Their blood ran cold instantly. What is this? The intelligence is wrong. Damn it, we've been deceived. The mercenaries were all stunned. Feeling the fighting spirit emanating from Field and the terrifying sword in his hand, they suddenly felt something was wrong. It's a midnight snack delivered to my door. I'm just hungry. Rosaria's voice echoed in her ears. She had already entered the gluttony greatsword and was completely controlled by Field. Of course they must die, otherwise I will not be able to sleep or eat. He attacked me by surprise and used an innocent little girl as an excuse to seek death. Without mercy, Field slashed with his sword. The powerful, corrupt, murderous aura was restrained to the extreme. With just a casual swing, the three mercenaries were all cut in half, including their armor. The mercenaries let out heart-wrenching screams as the corrupted divine energy roamed wildly within what was left of their bodies, tormenting their souls. For a moment, it was difficult to even die. Damn, go back to the camp first. Bloody Hand used eagle-eye magic to see everything clearly from more than 10 miles away. The two mercenaries beside him immediately mounted their horses, and the three of them galloped through a dense forest in maple leaf territory. The guards thought they were under enemy attack, so they rushed out and saw Field outside. At this time, Field's face was extremely ugly. Many possibilities flashed through his mind, but he ignored them all. He was not a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied. I will either kill you all with my own hands or scald you with boiling water. If there hadn't been two chosen ones present, he might have been blown to death. Human bombs are too difficult to defend against. Ashina, can you trace their scent? Yes. Ashina summoned the dragon wolf and let it remember the smell of the mercenary. Ashina, you protect the post station. Let me borrow the dragon wolf for a while. Field rode on the giant wolf and rushed quickly into the distance. Bloody Hand returned to the temporary camp, where the mercenaries were engaging in recreational activities. Stupid guy, are you still being stubborn? I asked you where the greyhound went, but you didn't tell me. I can still find it out. Two mercenaries kicked a stripped woman until she was covered in bruises. Wow, I was wrong. The woman barely uttered a few words and was beaten by the mercenaries again. Greyhound was recruited by Kuchi, and Field also inquired about Greyhound. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The red-robed wizard pondered boredly. Could it be that Field killed Kuchi? No, that's impossible. That kind of rubbish is not even worthy of carrying our shoes. Hey, Viper's lackey, your little thing is useless. Bloodhand's face froze. He dismounted and walked over quickly to interrogate him. He said that 3 of his good brothers had died in a flash. You know, he had traveled all over the country and seldom suffered such a big loss. The Baron you asked us to kill not only survived the explosion, but also killed 3 of my brothers in an instant. Did you get the wrong person? The red-robed wizard stood up with an incredulous look on his face. Just as he was about to ask, he saw a figure walking slowly towards him from a distance. The moonlit night was dim, and the tyrannical dragon-type black wolf looked like a ferocious monster against the backdrop of the huge moon. Field, carrying the ferocious gluttony sword, sneered. So you were hiding here, and you kept me running for a long time. Fuck, so fast. Bloody Hand was so frightened that goosebumps appeared on his skin. After countless killings, he had developed an unparalleled intuition. Now his instinct told him to run. Don't look back. Didn't we come back on horseback? The younger brothers were dumbfounded. Some of them subconsciously wanted to mount their horses and flee, but before they could grab the reins, Field landed lightly. The chain of the gluttony greatsword directly wrapped around the mercenary and lifted him up. Field smiled coldly. Aren't you here to kill me? Why do you want to run away when I appear in front of you? The next moment, the chain suddenly tightened. Oh! Amid screams, the entangled mercenary was crushed into a blur of flesh and blood. This is power. Even though it belongs to Rosaria, it is incomparably more powerful. Fuck! The mercenaries were terrified. They had killed countless people, but Field's aura at this moment was terrifying. It was the first time they had seen such a brutal way of killing people, directly strangling people with chains. It's just first-level fighting spirit. There's nothing to be afraid of. Bloodhand shouted stubbornly. He retreated but ordered his men to attack. 2 mercenaries who also possessed first-level fighting spirit gritted their teeth and attacked. Oh really? Field casually threw out the gluttony great sword, and with Rosaria controlling it, the great sword was like a steel snake, swiftly shredding the 2 into pieces. The pure life energy was absorbed by the great sword. Evil Demon. Chapter 102. Mass production of Do Chi Great Swordsman. She is. Field noticed that the woman, who had been tortured beyond recognition, was breathing in less and out more. She was Greyhound's old lover, a prostitute, and the one who recommended Greyhound to Field. It seems my brother sent someone to investigate the disappearance of the caravan. However, Field didn't expect her to be so stubborn. She didn't even mention the recommendation of Greyhound. He didn't know what she was trying to do. Perhaps there are always things that people insist on in their hearts. Go to hell. How dare you get distracted on the battlefield? You underestimated me. The red-robed wizard silently chanted a complex spell. Second-level magic, flame shock. Surging waves of fire surged out from the wizard's palms, and the scorching temperature instantly ignited the surrounding grass and trees. Ouch! The dragon wolf instantly stood in front of Field and easily blocked the impact of fire. The violent fire magic did not even leave a trace on the dragon wolf scales. Damn, how is this possible? The red-robed wizard's eyes were filled with shock. You know, he was using second-level magic, which was more than enough to attack a first-level fighting knight, but he was blocked by a giant wolf without any magical fluctuations. A terrifying thought popped into the wizard's head. Could it be God's chosen one? Impossible. In fact, the wizard's guess was correct. It seems that he is fighting with Field, but in fact he is fighting with the two chosen ones of God. You really deserve to die. You're charging. You deserve a beating. Field was furious, and the chains of the gluttony greatsword directly tied up the mage in a tortoise-shell bind. Field was not polite either, and without using the greatsword, he went up and started punching and kicking him. Do we still need human bombs? Are you going to kill me or not? Speak. Speak. The mage was pressed to the ground and rubbed. Don't just stand there and watch. Come and help. Ah. The mercenaries around saw that the arrogant mage was being beaten like a child. Not only did they not want to help, they even turned around and ran away. Who asked you to come? Do you have any accomplices? Field picked up the wizard, who had been beaten into a pig's head. The wizard said incoherently, You'll let me go if you tell me, but you swear. Field lifted up his wizard robe and saw the simplified version of the mark of God's chosen one. There was no doubt that he was a member of the chosen guard, but he was the chosen one of his brother. Send your mother, and you are not qualified to negotiate terms. With a snap of his fingers, the mage's head was strangled by the chains, and the bright red life energy was absorbed by the greatsword. When Bloodhand looked back and saw this scene, his pants got wet, and he ran even faster. Nonsense like, trash, easy to deal with, only worth 500 gold coins, echoed in his mind. If the situation wasn't urgent, he would have rushed over to snatch the wizard's body back and then whipped it madly. Field, don't kill them all. Rosalia's voice reminded in her ear. Field was confused and asked, Why? Filthy people are very suitable for infection and becoming corrupted creatures. They can become our chosen guards. Well, I was so lucky to kill him that I almost forgot about it. Like Ashina, Rosaria can also provide the chosen guard, but she does not have the military bonus. Open the conferment column on your Lord panel. Conferment, Giant Wolf Cavalry, advance 50 Wolf Cavalry to the first level, provided by Ashina. Corrupted Great Swordsman, corrupt 50 sinners to the first level, provided by Rosaria. This time Field brought Rosalia out and brought the potion with him in order to obtain the God's chosen guard, but the original plan was to purchase a group of death row prisoners. Blood surged, and Rosaria ran out of the greatsword. She licked her lips happily and said, The second-level magician is really delicious. This lady is very satisfied. How to confer the title specifically? Field asked. I need a first-level potion, any kind will do. Please go get it and bring it to me. I'll capture the mercenaries first. Oh, and don't forget to bring some burkas, or they'll scare ordinary people. With that, Rosaria chased after the fleeing mercenaries and, ignoring their cries of fear, tied them up with chains. With the presence of the dragon wolf, it only took Field 2 or 3 minutes to get the potion. Captured all the mercenaries. She picked out the 50 strongest ones and hung them on trees, watching them struggle and beg for mercy with great interest. Let me go, or I will definitely kill you. I really haven't done anything bad. Help. Hey, don't struggle in vain. Becoming a corrupted creature is a blessing to you. Rosalia's mark of God's chosen one flashed a terrifying light, and then countless blood threads gushed out of the gluttony greatsword, forming a wriggling corrupt heart. Field took a breath and said, Could it be that? The next moment, under Rosalia's control, Bloodshot ripped open all the mercenaries, then stuffed the corrupted heart in and poured in the first-level potion. No one knew what method Rosaria used, but the mercenaries were awake the entire time. Their screams could be heard throughout the entire Maple Leaf territory. Many residents of the surrounding villages were awakened by the screams. Oh my God, is it the devil? The villagers were trembling with nervousness. The mercenaries stopped moving. Their sanity was completely wiped out. Their eyeballs turned the grayish-white color of corrupted creatures, leaving only manic killing intent and desire for destruction. Consecration. Field already knew what to do and activated the Lord's skill. Suddenly, simplified versions of the corrupted goddess's mark were engraved on the mercenaries' right hands. The next moment, 50 first-level fighting spirits gushed out, all of which were terrifying and corrupted. That's outrageous. Fighting chi soldiers can actually be mass-produced. Even though Field knew the power of the canonization, he was still shocked. No wonder Rosalia said that fighting chi is only good for self-defense, and there is no need to take it too seriously. Who can stand this batch of fighting soldiers? The canonization is complete. Their fighting skills are exactly the same. There may be differences in physical fitness, but the combat power will not be too different. They will only obey the orders of you and me. Rosaria put her hands on her hips. The upper limit is 50 people. Their profession is greatsword infantry. They can kill people with heavy armor and great swords. Field also puffed up his hands on his hips, and the knight leader began to become full of martial virtues. Put on a burqa and hide in the woods. Field caught a glimpse of patrolling soldiers coming here and immediately ordered them to hide. These 50 corrupt warriors, like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, might scare the soldiers if they suddenly appeared. Rosaria pointed at the woman on the ground and said, "By the way, this woman has been dead for quite some time. Not only did the wizard abuse her, he also used a spell that tortured her body. It was too late to save her." Well, Field sighed. This world is so cruel, and weakness is the original sin. Chapter 103, Horrible Meat Grinder. Dig a hole and bury her. Oh, and ask the guards to find out about her family and give them some gold coins. Rest in peace. I will avenge you. Field swore coldly that he would hang up his brother's chosen one and beat him to pieces in front of his brother. Otherwise, he would chop little Field off. After finishing everything, Field jumped onto the dragon wolf and quickly disappeared into the night. The next day, Field received a letter of condolence from Simon. He expressed his deepest regret for the attack and told him that the upcoming underground dance had been postponed until after the war because of the rebellion. It seems that Simon has spent a lot of money. We have to give face to the Nibelung family. They even canceled the underground dance party. After all, I never said I wanted to attend the dance party. Let's go. We're going to recruit soldiers and buy supplies. Field placed the letter on the candlestick and burned it to ashes, then stood up and asked the maid Scissors to help him dress. Recruiting soldiers? Don't we need the soldiers led by night? Ashina sat up from the bed, yawned, tidied her messy hair, and then smiled happily as if reminiscing about the past. Field said mysteriously, yes and no. It was never Field's plan to send the elite soldiers that he had accumulated with great difficulty to the battlefield to be minced meat and fill the front line. Field knew that there was no benefit to be gained from fighting hard on the front battlefield, and the risk was ridiculously high. After the outbreak of the war, the number of slaves skyrocketed, and the slave market in Maple Leaf territory was already crowded with piles of slaves. Field bought 800 slaves in one go, including 500 men and 300 women, spending only 130 gold coins, including 100 subhumans. The quality was much better than the previous batch, and they were all strong new slaves. Nowadays, human life is much cheaper than animal life. Buying slaves is easy, but the hard part is sending them back to Nightfall and feeding them. However, this time with 2 chosen ones from God and 50 great swordsmen, Field became bolder. Then, Field bought all the purification potions and fog lights, and bought 3 months' rations for 1,000 people, spending a total of 3,422 gold coins. Although the price of slaves dropped, the price of food increased several times, which made Field very distressed. Then, something even more heartbreaking happened. 50 sets of first-grade refined heavy armor and 60 heavy first-grade two-handed swords cost a total of 15,000 gold coins, which almost made Field drop his jaw. This was a preferential price that Field had barely obtained after negotiating with the border guards for a long time. The Empire would provide a large number of sophisticated weapons to the border every year. The officers of Maple Leaf Fortress would secretly embezzle a portion of them and sell them for money. If it weren't for the fact that his superior was dealing with damaged equipment, Field would not have been able to get this batch of sophisticated weapons. No wonder heavy infantry and cavalry are always like trump cards. The speed at which they eat up money is enough for Field to bear. Leather armor and spears were much cheaper. Field spent 1,000 gold coins to buy 200 sets. After doing all this, Field still had 448 gold coins left. Afterwards, he used the 448 gold coins, plus the 1,000 gold coins given by Shirley, to buy a batch of pack horses and a large amount of fodder. Looking at the long line of cars, Field let out a long breath. He had a feeling that Night Territory would soon be able to produce and sell its own products. He was fed up with the days of relying on imports for everything. After asking the guards to secretly drop 15 gold coins into the home of the dead prostitute, Field no longer disturbed their lives, but quickly left Maple Leaf Fortress. Lei Ying's letter asked him to gather at the Pass Fortress in Morning Wind Province in 20 days. He had to hurry up, deal with territorial affairs, and train a barely usable army. After entering the gray fog, Field was eager to let the corrupted Great Swordsman show his strength. Roar! The corrupted Great Swordsman wore thickened first-level refined heavy armor and huge helmets. The armor reflected the light of the torches, but it also emitted a dark luster. Due to the influence of the canonization, their heights were all raised to 2 meters. After putting on the robes, they produced a strong aura of ferocity and murderousness. It's really scary. Although Field was their master, he instinctively got goosebumps when facing a group of corrupted Great Swordsmen. Go, clean up the zombies ahead. Upon hearing the order, the Great Swordsmen turned around together. Their huge bodies and heavy armor moved as fast as rabbits. They lined up in a line and charged back at the oncoming horde of zombies. The corpses howled, completely unaware of what kind of existence they were about to face. The Great Swordsman raised the great sword high, with surging fighting spirit attached to it. The next moment, with a harsh buzzing sound and mixed sword energy, pieces of blood mist and black and red intestines were blown away by the sword energy. Every time the sharp sword was swung, it would cut off pieces of body parts. It was like a meat grinder advancing. The Great Swordsman killed the zombies rushing in like cutting wheat. The skull marks on the small map melted like snowflakes. Soon, 600 or 700 zombies were all killed, and the ground was full of broken limbs. How terrifying! Tietue and others were stunned. They had no idea when Field had obtained such a terrifying army. Even the way people looked at Field had changed. Before, perhaps there was only respect and admiration, but now there was fear. The slaves were so frightened that they almost peed their pants and had no thought of resisting at all. Let's go home. Field jumped on his horse decisively and went back and forth several times. He was already very familiar with this road. It took 4 days for Field to reach the Grand Hacienda camp. Beep. As soon as he entered the manor, Field heard a sharp whistle, which scared him and made him think that the territory was attacked. As a result, Ashina, who was exploring the way, came over through the gray fog and told him that the guards of the territory mistook them for corrupted creatures. After all, there are more than 800 people this time, and the noise is quite loud, so it is easy to be mistaken for a tide of zombies. Luckily, it was a misunderstanding. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Field stepped into the territory and saw that the guards had been arranged in 3 rows to prevent attacks, with overlapping halberds and cavalry supporting them. There were also 2 wooden forts scattered nearby. The master is back, you bunch of idiots. Tietue was very angry and walked forward and yelled. The mountain cat standing in the middle of the queue was so frightened when he saw this that he almost lost his soul. He slid to his knees and rushed to the side of Field's horse. Because he was uneducated, he could only squeeze out a few words after a long time. Sir, it's my fault. Field waved his hand, looking pleased. You did a good job. You should have such a quick reaction. Take me to find the butler's cow and Tate. The first person found was Tate. He was as busy as ever. Due to the lack of purification potions, the task of expanding the land was put on hold. So he took the slaves to build the stone road and repair the Starry Night Castle. Chapter 104 Construction of Earthen Kiln. Sir, the gravel road is expected to be completed in 15 days. As for the Starry Night Castle, it will be more difficult. I have no experience in repairing castles. They are more complicated than I thought. Tate looked disheveled. It doesn't matter. I brought stonemason and carpenter apprentices with me this time. They will definitely be helpful. That's great. Tate pumped his fist excitedly. The two chatted all the way until they arrived at the big winery, which is Fengchi Town. Now the town finally looks somewhat like what it is today. The mud houses of the freemen were already completed, while the houses of the slaves were broken huts built in a large area. Fortunately, the planning was good at the beginning, and the layout of the houses was relatively strict. Run! The monster cow is coming. Tate's daughter Alexia jumped out of the cowshed and rushed over like a whirlwind. Dad, save me. Mr. Cow has captured Miss Wormwood, and he will eat people. Then, in a panic, he ran headfirst into Field's arms. This behavior almost scared Tate to death. Alexia, stop messing around. You bumped into the Baron. I'm sorry. The dizzy little girl took a few steps back with a red face, put her hands behind her back, and said weakly, "Everyone says that the Baron is the best. Please forgive me." "No problem." Field patted the little girl's head to comfort her. "Compared to this, Cow will eat people. Well, it's our game. He plays the role of the corpse, and we play the role of the girl picking mushrooms. Haha. Humans are highly adaptable and can quickly find joy in adversity." In just 3 minutes, Field saw Cow with his fangs and claws bared. The old fellow jumped out with a ruthless step and a strange cry. "I want to eat some." Cough, cough. "Lord Field, you're back." Cow almost choked to death on his own saliva. He quickly stopped and awkwardly changed the subject. "Lord, was the trip smooth?" Field shrugged. "Not bad. I brought back 800 slaves. And I'm only staying for 10 days. I'm about to go on a military adventure." Ka almost fainted. Both 800 slaves and military adventures were tests for the heart. "Tate, select 300 strong male slaves for me. Humans only." "Cow, store the supplies I brought back and count them. Also, ask the stonemason apprentice to come see me tomorrow morning." Field encouraged. "Everyone, hurry up and get moving. This is about our future. I will personally supervise the new recruits tomorrow." After making the arrangements, Field took the time to rest. The corrupted swordsman hid in the basement of Starry Night Castle. The next morning, Field was still deep in sleep due to extreme fatigue from the journey. He felt a slightly cool foot stepping on his face. "Hee, surrender to me." The crystal clear toes poked the cheeks and pinched the nose. Field frowned and groaned uncomfortably. "Why do you look so cold to me? I am obviously in a state of intense happiness. Is my hospitality not thoughtful enough? Stick out your tongue like a puppy drinking water." Rosalia sat on the edge of the bed, legs crossed, looking very pleased with herself. Field opened his eyes with difficulty and saw Rosaria was about to step on him. "You're poisonous. Don't do this. You want your lord to get athlete's foot, right?" "Damn it. This happens suddenly. Who can stand it? Although it is fragrant and cool. Hateful." Field sat up suddenly and knocked Rosalia, whose face was flushed, over. You actually did this to me." Field lost all sleepiness and was very angry. He reached out to grab Rosalia and said, "I will teach you a lesson. I thought she had changed her personality after being well-behaved for a few days, but I didn't expect her to be still so unruly and cause me a big trouble. Don't get me wrong. You are having a nightmare. It's all fake. It's an illusion." Rosaria made a face and quickly hid in the gluttony greatsword. "Come out here." Field shook the greatsword. Rosaria silently pretended to be dead, and even the eyeball in the center of the gluttony greatsword silently glanced in another direction. "It's unbearable to watch." Okay, you're still too free. Go to the quarry to cut stone tonight." Field couldn't do anything about her. After all, she was his chosen one. "Also, you will handle government affairs alone later. I'll have someone put the documents on the table." Rosalia once said that she was an expert at housekeeping. With the help of the maid, Field got dressed and met 2 stonemason apprentices. "Sir, what can I do for you?" The 2 apprentices looked up at Field timidly, then quickly lowered their heads. They had seen Field's black-robed swordsman. Those terrifying warriors could easily kill countless corruptions, which also made them extremely frightened, fearing that the people in front of them were extremely cruel. "I'm not interested in your past. Now in the gray fog, all you have to do is obey my orders. Only in this way can you live a better life. Do you understand?" These apprentices may or may not be spies planted by Simon. But Field didn't care, because the night territory was a melting pot, and ordinary people couldn't get out once they came in. Moreover, now that he had hidden power, he was no longer afraid of internal conflicts. "Yes, sir." The 2 of them crawled on the ground. "We will obey any order you give." "Very good. You guys try to build this thing first, and just ask my consultant and butler for the materials." Field handed over a piece of parchment with the general structure of an earthen kiln carbonization furnace drawn on it. "This is the carbonization chamber, the flue, and the combustion chamber, and then this is..." The 2 stared at the lines above and listened to Field's explanation. Their originally confused faces gradually turned into shock, and finally turned into deep shock. "This is an earthen kiln from the early days of China's founding. It can be called a down-to-earth industrial miracle. This is something Field remembered from books such as Friends of Military and Civilian Dual-Use Talents and Barefoot Doctor's Manual that he had read in his hometown before traveling through time. In today's Holy Griffin Empire, only blast furnaces are widely used, and earthen kilns are almost non-existent. It is said that some places use earthen kilns to make glass, but they are definitely not that advanced." They were immediately shocked. "The trees in Nightfall territory are rotten, but I have studied that rotten wood can be made into charcoal by heating it without oxygen. Therefore, I ask you to build an earthen kiln as soon as possible to burn charcoal in the future." "Yes." The two looked at each other and saw anticipation in their eyes. They had never seen such skills from their master, so they immediately went out to take action. By the way, Ka, bring the backlog of government affairs to my room. After Field finished everything, he went out to the outside field and saw 300 slaves lying all over the ground. Chapter 105 Violet April. When Field first witnessed the fighting power of the Chosen Ones, he was confused about the army. The terrifying fighting power of the Chosen Ones seemed to make the army unnecessary. Battle between Ashina and Rosaria, Field still firmly believed that the army would not be eliminated by the Chosen One. They can only be considered different types of troops. In modern times, the army formed by ordinary people is like infantry, the fighting knights and mages are tanks, and the Chosen Ones are aircraft carriers. Although the combat power of each individual varies greatly, none of them is indispensable to the entire military system. Moreover, with the advancement of technology, ordinary people will also gain powerful combat power. Field glanced at the small map. One veteran leads 10 new recruits, 33 people in a team. We will practice fighting and attack from all sides to clean up the remaining corpses around us. By the way, today we will focus on the veterans' demonstration, and tomorrow we will let them fight in real combat. The slaves were confused. How could they play such a big game right from the start? What? Line up. You have nothing to fear with us here. Bobcat and the others were already dressed neatly and marching in coordinated steps, urging them to line up. The corpses in the Starry Night Manor have been almost completely eliminated, and the scattered corpses are perfect for building up courage. Come back in the afternoon to practice formation and military posture. Field himself rode on a warhorse and provided support with the cavalry. Amid the chaotic footsteps and the sound of flesh and blood colliding, the Night Lord launched an annihilation against the corpses. And the night is far away in the north. Puff. Blood splattered, accompanied by a low groan, and a body with only a head and torso left fell straight into the mud pit like a kite with a broken string. Violet, you're so good. A pure, harmless, ethereal voice came from the tree. She was sitting on a tree branch, swinging her legs, and licking the corner of her mouth with her delicate little tongue. Mate, it's delicious. The huge monster that emerged from the music box in his hand quickly ate the torn flesh and blood, still complaining about its hunger in an incomprehensible voice. 3 more figures fell down nearby. They were like hyenas that smelled blood. You are not allowed to bully Violet. Corrupted Chosen cannot kill each other. Pure White emphasized the rules. The monster in the music box extended countless tentacles and drove away all the corruption around it. Pure White happily sang a little song. Violet, grow quickly. Violet looked up at the endless gray fog above her head with empty eyes, then slowly closed her eyes and hummed, under the violet moonlight softly. In April 10 years ago, she was not yet a corrupted creature, nor was she a vampire. Violet, come out and see your father off. No, I don't want to be a bad guy. He said he would celebrate my birthday and bake bread with me, but now he wants to go to war. Violet protested loudly as she hid her head under the covers. This child is still so willful. She is obviously old enough to get married. The mother checked the dry food bag for the 3rd time and found hot oatmeal pancakes inside. Haha, it's my fault. The father scratched his head and put the shield behind his back. The orc's attack is too fierce. I must defend my beloved country. Her Majesty will probably send reinforcements. Of course I will. The Empire will not abandon its people. Maybe I can come back at the end of May and catch Violet's birthday. That would be great. What gift should we bring back then? The father said loudly on purpose. Sure enough, Violet quietly lifted a corner of the quilt, took a peek, saw her family's gaze, and immediately covered herself with the quilt again. I don't want any gifts, huh? Although everyone knew that it was completely impossible to defeat the orc invasion in 2 months. After the couple kissed goodbye, the father packed his food and left the village. The mother hummed the folk song, Under the Violet Moon, and prayed silently. Violet cried in her bed. She just didn't want to see her father's receding back, not that she didn't want to see him. Defend our beloved country. When Violet opened her eyes again, it was already evening. Her limbs had grown back, but she felt weak all over. To defend the country. Violet glanced at the corrupted creatures that were gathering in the distance, confusion evident in her eyes. What am I doing? It's painful. Moving her feet, Violet slowly walked south. Nightcaller. I'm so tired. Cleaning up the rotten corpses is really tiring. Are those rotten creatures perpetual motion machines? They can run nonstop. We should capture them and use them to generate electricity. Field sat down at the desk. Fortunately, Ashina came forward and rubbed his shoulders immediately, and Field felt better. Perpetual motion chicken? Rosalia was confused. She snatched Field's tea, took a sip, and pondered over two unfamiliar words. Crazy. Well, that's not important. Zombies are tireless, right? Don't they need to eat? Rosaria explained. Yes, the gray fog is their nutrition. Without the gray fog, they can only survive by devouring flesh and blood. At the same time, creatures killed by corruption will slowly generate gray fog, and a comfortable environment will soon be formed. Of course, this does not include the chosen ones. Field stroked his chin. It sounds like the air is polluted. By the way, how are your government affairs going? Rosaria patted her chest proudly and said, Don't worry, my ability in domestic affairs is definitely the second best in night territory. It's great that you said that. Field was happy and took the document from her. The text on it looked like beautiful printed art, which was pleasing to the eye. It looks very professional at first glance. It would be much easier to have a secretary to help with the documents, and the secretary would do the work when there is something else to do, and when there is nothing else to do. First of all, Yang Ti, a freeman from Fengqi village, stole 3 loaves of bread from another freeman. What should we do about it? Rosalia's sentence was, beheading of the sheep's feet, to be carried out by Miss Rosalia herself. Poof. Field almost choked to death. He glanced at Rosalia, who was drinking tea elegantly, and continued to read the second one. The subhuman slave wolf hair and the human slave chicken dung have had a verbal dispute. May I ask how you, sir, should handle this? Rosalia's sentence was, beheading both men, to be carried out by Rosalia herself. You must be amazed by my intelligence and ability. I can easily handle matters like handling territory affairs. Oh, this tea is really delicious. Rosalia's expression. Oh, I'll give you a chance to brag about me. State. Field treated Rosaria to a round of sugar-roasted chestnuts. Damn it, your last name is actually Bo, right? Yemuling seems to be too urban. Why are you hitting me? It feels good, but please don't be so sudden. Chapter 106. The end of April with the military flag and violet. Fortunately, I checked it carefully, otherwise everyone in the territory would have been chopped off. Field wiped the cold sweat from his head. Rosalia, your handwriting is good. From now on, you will be responsible for recording the meeting and transcribing the text. Rosaria put down her teacup in disbelief. You don't want me to handle government affairs? My handling of affairs is obviously fair and reasonable. Isn't it absolute justice to kill both the plaintiff and the defendant? I don't know if it's because of the aristocratic style or the bloodthirsty desire unique to corruption, but in short, it would definitely not work to ask her to help deal with it. Field crossed out the fruits of Rosalia's labor. Don't even think about it. Field refused decisively. I will reannotate these internal affairs. Then, he stood up and rummaged through the bookshelf, taking out some papers. Because we are going to go to war, we need military flags, which are exclusive to the night territory. Whether it is to show our presence or to call up the army, we need them. For military nobles, flags are the most important external symbol. In war, they can rally troops and provide guidance. At the same time, they also contain the noble's implications for family, marriage, and domestic affairs. So what elements should we add? Field picked up the quill and asked the 2 chosen ones for their opinions. It's better to make it cooler. I don't want to make a fool of myself in front of the coalition forces because the flag is too cute. Giant wolf. Great sword. The 2 answered without hesitation, and then looked at each other with hostile eyes and contempt. That's it, let's combine it. Field drew the standing giant wolf, which is abstracted into rough lines, but still looks domineering. The giant wolf holds a 2-handed sword with the tip of the sword pointing downward, which means conquest. It is a bit similar to the lion flag of Nassau, but more domineering. This time, both of them nodded with satisfaction. I have no objection. Oh, and I have to draw a black crow flag. Field drew a black crow flag based on the Prussian eagle flag in his previous life. It has a black body and bright red claws. One hand of the claw holds a skull and the other hand holds a sword. The flag is white. When doing dirty work, I fly this flag. It's similar to a pirate flag. Field joined this battle not for any damn glory, family, or other reasons. Purely for profit, especially to visit his younger brother. Ashina, hire free women to sew the military flags. As for the black crow flag, let the castle maids make it. Scissors is an excellent tailor. Yes, sir. On the other side, near the border of night territory. Violet stood there, looking at the road leading to the night territory, the rotten swords and tattered flags along the way, and Violet fell into memories again. It was still 10 years ago, at the end of April. Violet was in the flower field, picking flowers idly while imagining that her father would appear on the horizon. Then, she saw the flag of the Empire, which seemed to grow from the horizon. Are they coming from the direction of Lionheart City? Are they the victorious army? The flowers in my hand are just right for use. Although these flowers are used to dye the cloth for the Lord, my father must also be in the army, holding his chest high and proudly welcoming the cheers of the people. However, soon, Violet's smile froze on her face. She saw numerous tattered and blood-stained military flags and a heap of severed limbs. Her mother ran towards her anxiously, pulled the frightened girl up, and ran in the direction of the knight. The orc vanguard is coming. The orc's rough fingers cannot sew beautiful military standards. Only the orc shamans can make rough totems and battle standards. In addition, they will collect the flags of human armies. Orcs took the broken, blood-stained flags as trophies and tied them to their backs. The flags were full of broken hands, broken feet, or heads. The orcs hung gnawed bones around their waists and necks to show their bravery. Run, Violet, lead it to the knight. The villagers were like hornets caught in a fire, pushing and shoving their way along the muddy Claudia road. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the sound of war drums, the huge Kodo beast rushed into the crowd, bit a group of people, and swallowed them whole. There was blood and screams everywhere. The orc shaman grinned and raised his staff, lightning chain. With the sound of explosions tearing through space, a large number of villagers were blown into pieces or turned into charcoal by lightning. As for the village guards, well, they ran much faster than the civilians. We can't go any further. Hurry, hide in the cave. When the mother saw the village chief and others running towards the cave, she immediately thought of the natural mine in the Viscount's territory. As soon as the orcs leave, we will go to the knight territory immediately. But what about the flower fields, the house, and my dad? Violet barely regained a bit of consciousness, and she was still looking forward to her father's return. The mother gritted her teeth, dragged Violet into the dense forest, and forced a look of certainty on her face. He will come back to find us. The orc's vanguard is extremely powerful. There are no goblins, pigs, or other cannon fodder creatures, but only wolf riders, wild orcs, and orc mages. Violet took one last look in the direction of home. Her good friend Latoto had been caught by the wild orcs for running away with the family's old cow. The cow was torn into two halves and chewed. The beautiful Violet field had been trampled into mud. The orcs also broke into her home, smashed the doors and windows, and searched for food. Run away. Violet wakes up from her memories. Leading into the night. Murmuring, Violet set foot on Claudia Road. The two sides were filled with a spooky atmosphere, with bones and corruption everywhere. Violet, where are you going? At some point, a corrupted chosen one holding a bow and arrow appeared behind her with interest. Go to Nightfall. Violet turned her head and answered. No, the Pure White's order is not to go to the 3 outer territories. We need to wait patiently for the Empire to send more troops to the border. The stronger the better. Of course, we can't be impatient and can't push the Empire too hard. We need to maintain a sense of mystery and don't always hang around in front of humans. Killing a few humans will be useless to the overall situation. Violet didn't bother to pay attention and just kept moving forward. Hey, Pure White just ate her twice. Don't be so sad. She's already much better. She used to eat me straight away. The archer looked nonchalant. The mission of the corrupted chosen is to destroy all living things. As long as the result is correct, the process doesn't matter. If Pure White wants to eat me, I'm happy to do that too. I'm going to the night territory. After saying that, a ball of blood flowed out of Violet's hand and turned into a red-purple long sword. But you seem to want to stop me. Alas, your weird speech habit seems to have been cured. Even your thoughts have become strange. I will stop your stupid behavior. The archer pinches out a unique feathered arrow. Violet waved her long sword. Come on then. Chapter 107. Go on an expedition. 10 days later, Field stood on the second floor of the winery and watched the morning exercises in the distance. Teams of soldiers lined up, trotting and shouting the command 1, 2, 1. The dust they raised always made the slaves who were watering the plants stop and watch. If they found someone falling behind, the guards would swing their whips in vain, making a terrifying noise. Field arranged all the military training contents of college students in his previous life. It was impossible to train a usable army in 10 days, but it was still possible to make them look capable of fighting. There were no slave riots in the past few days. Firstly, the unfathomable fighting power of the territory made the slaves feel terrified. Secondly, every meal in the past 10 days was far beyond their imagination. They could drink hot soup with oil every meal and 3 pieces of bread a day. This army is just for show. They have no fighting power. Ashina showed a worried look and kicked the stones on the ground. They can't protect your safety. I just need to let the cavalry launch a charge, and they will collapse. Yeah, I know, but I wasn't planning on being a striker. Don't worry, I will protect Field. Rosaria, wearing a black robe, leaned close to Ashina's ear and said with a smile, "My happy time alone with Field has just begun. I will train him hard until he becomes my foot slave. Ha ha ha." Ashina was furious. "You bastard. I'm going to bite you." Lolilu Rosaria made a face happily. "You can only bite Field, but for the next period of time, you can't bite him, and it's my turn now." "Damn it. She's saying something outrageous again." Field pinched his philtrum to ensure that he wouldn't get angry to death. A black crow flapped its wings, flew in from the window, and landed on Field's shoulder. "Strange, there are fewer corpses around Nightfall territory. I just asked Black Crow to check, and they were all killed by sharp weapons." Field was confused. Could there be human survivors? Maybe they are soldiers from the church or the empire. Isn't this a good thing? We are all going to go on an expedition. Ashina's wolf ears twitched twice. There is no strong smell near the territory. I'm just curious, but we are gradually taking back the walls of the manor. The Xingya manor had an outer wall, and Field had entered from the main gate. Although the wall of the manor was only 2.5 meters high and badly damaged, it could still resist some small zombie tides. Saw that the corpses around the manor had been almost cleared by the two chosen ones and the great swordsman. Repairing and restoring the wall will provide an extra layer of protection and buffer. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and Rosaria got into the gluttony great sword. Field straightened his collar and said, "Come in." "Sir, the running drill has been completed, the army is ready, and can go out at any time." Silver Claw, the captain of the subhuman cavalry, straightened his back and said loudly, "Okay." Field tied up the gluttony greatsword with black cloth and put it on his back. "Let me review the army and prepare for the battle." When Field went downstairs, he saw an army of 300 people lined up in a neat formation. Most of them wore leather armor, held spears, and carried dry food bags on their backs, which usually contained wheat cakes and black bread, and garlic as a side dish. That's right, it's garlic. This thing can not only serve as a seasoning during the march, but also numb the sense of smell and help people sleep well. After all, your comrades may not have taken a shower for 10 years, and their sense of smell is too sensitive, so they may be unable to sleep because of the smell. Field named these 300 people the First Army of Night Lords. After all, there was no second army, and the territory guards did not go out to fight. Only a few of them had round wooden shields or better armor, such as a breastplate, which was awarded to those who were particularly well trained. The log shield is a small wooden shield similar to a pot lid, which is made from wood waste. They are not even good enough to be a turtle shell. When they are carried on the back, they are like a sun hat, but it is better than nothing. They can be used on the head on rainy days. The original plan was to have one for each person, but the industrial capacity of the night territory was absolutely zero, and handmade wooden shields were a luxury. The organization of the armies of various countries today has not gotten rid of the leaderman system of clan society. Field still uses the principle of decimal system, with one decadent for every 10 people and a centurion for every 100 people. The first army stood together and looked like one person. Field mounted his warhorse and paced back and forth twice. The slave soldiers would look at him with curiosity, numbness, fear, or cowardice. "Listen, I am your lord, Field. Do you want to live? Do you want food, property, or freedom?" The slave soldiers looked at each other, and someone shouted, "Think. Think." Then, everyone was shouting. It is useless to talk about glory or ideals with people at the bottom of society. It is better to talk about money and women, which is more practical. Then there is only one thing you have to do: obey my orders. Obedience means food to eat, money to take, and the possibility of freedom. Now, obey my will and follow the banner of Night Lord. Field held his lance horizontally and raised his fine steel sword. Go. Tietue carried the newly sewn Black Wolf flag and walked behind Field with big strides. This time, Field only brought Tietue and 3 other people, who were the most elite guards of Night Command, mainly to carry the flag or do some guard and auxiliary work. As soon as the first army entered the gray fog, Ashina mounted the dragon wolf and a black crow landed on her shoulder. "Hey, Ashina, don't look so sad. I can see everything." Black Crow said. Field can use this corrupted Black Crow to communicate without obstacles. "Okay, you have to chat with me more." Ashina patted Black Crow's head and chuckled. Black Crow protested. "Hey, how did you learn this trick?" Ashina said proudly. "Who told you to use it so often? Let's go around in front of the adults and clear the way for the army." Ashina ordered loudly. "Yes, sir." Silver Claw rolled up the Black Crow flag and stored it safely in his personal bag. It would come in handy soon. The second team was named the Plundering Army by Field to serve as a secret force for support. of 15 elite subhuman cavalrymen in black robes and 50 Black Crow great swordsmen. The corrupted swordsmen were renamed by Field and were henceforth called Black Crow great swordsmen. As for the guards, they stayed in the territory. Wow, wow, wow. Cow cried. Lord Field. Oh my God, I am so sad. Why are you crying? Scissors glanced at the butler. Taking care of the castle is helping the adults. Yes, you are a noble. You must pursue the glory of battle. Sparrow also had a runny nose. You have only been back for a few days, and you have to go to war. Chapter 108 Golden Legend. Ever since he made a deal worth tens of thousands of gold coins with the commander of Maple Leaf Fortress, the soldiers were more enthusiastic about Field entering and leaving the gate than seeing his own father. Afterwards, Knight's First Army used the teleportation array of the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower to teleport directly to the Morning Wind Province. The looting army left on the way, hiding during the day and moving at night, heading for Fulon City in Rick Province. As for the rebellious Atavan Province, sandwiched between the Morrowind Province and the Rick Province, it has now become more than half rotten and has become a living hell. In the nameless woods of Morrowind Province, Field rode on his warhorse and headed towards the agreed fortress. Take a deep breath of the slightly humid air. The environment of Morning Breeze Province is excellent. The morning mist with a slight smell of earth and water vapor rushes into your chest, and you feel indescribably refreshed and comfortable. From time to time, you can see birds and animals or various fantastic plants. However, the soldiers have developed a conditioned reflex and become afraid when they see fog. Hey, something's not right. I didn't see any other nobles' armies along the way. Field looked around on his warhorse and then checked the surrounding area on the small map, but there was no large-scale army. In his imagination, the noble armies coming from all directions should be as spectacular as streams flowing into rivers and seas, stretching as far as the eye can see. Are we late? That shouldn't be the case. There aren't even a few footprints on the ground. Looking back at the footprints and axle marks left by his first army, there was a long string stretching for miles. Damn it, are you kidding me? Field subconsciously thought of the worst, but immediately rejected this outrageous idea. The nobles took the war very seriously. Let's ask someone. Rosalia hid in the sword and communicated with her mind. It's the only way. Just as Field was about to go to the front to find the villagers himself, he heard the sound of horse hooves. Don't step into my territory. Get out of here. Ahem, who are you? A 5-man cavalry squad ran towards him from the narrow path and did not stop until they were 30 meters away from Field. Field could even see their weapons clearly. In the front was a knight in armor with a beautiful green feather on his helmet. Following him was a cavalry attendant in half armor and 3 riders in leather armor, 2 of whom held bows and 1 carried a pennant. It was a very standard team of knights and their lackeys. He was about to scold, but when he saw the army of more than 300 people, he immediately shut his mouth. It's a pity that I don't have any cavalry attendants. That's embarrassing. Demi-human cavalry isn't suitable for showing off. Field muttered softly, but put on an arrogant expression on his face. He didn't need to say anything. He just raised his eyebrows and looked at people with a playful look. Aren't you awesome? Why are you still saying no? Sure enough, the knight couldn't stand the pressure first, lowered his posture and said, Good day. Respected sir, this is my knight leader. May I ask what you are here for? I am a baron from the Ross family, and I am going to Atavan to quell the rebellion. Field laughed. So early. The knight seemed to be hesitant to speak, and finally he could only twitch his lips and praise. Your bravery and loyalty to the queen are admirable. Morning. Did he make a mistake? There were only 2 days left before the agreed deadline. Could it be that the war had to be moved online? Of course, the call-up order I received requires me to rush to the front line in half a month. Hiss, I understand. The case was solved, and Field was furious, no doubt. Lei Ying, this old man, just treats different people differently, giving different times to different people. I can't wait to fight the cultists and gain glory. Field said this speechlessly, showing no sign of impatience at all. As the nobles of the province of Morrowind, the Nibelungans will certainly take care of their own people, letting the armies of other provinces go first and fight hard against the enemy's main force, and finally their own people will reap the rewards and gain a decisive victory. It's a good plan. This is human nature. To be honest, Field said that if he were the commander, he would do the same. However, since you want to make a profit for the Morning Wind Province, I will naturally charge some interest from the Morning Wind Province. Please let me lead the way for you. Field shook his head. No need to lead the way, but my soldiers are starving and cold. If they don't get food supplies, they may riot or plunder. Glancing at the soldiers behind him, there was no sign of starvation at all. The First Army's baggage carts were filled with food. Many of them had even gained some weight. The food for soldiers was much better than that for slaves. But if Field said they were hungry, then they were really hungry. Yes, I've been hungry for 3 days, and my eyes are shining like a night owl. Sir, let's go rob. Tietue immediately understood Field's hint and waved the flag and shouted. Yeah, I want to get close to the pretty girl. I want to punch the hunk. I want to play with sheep. 3. Is there a village ahead? Everyone started talking excitedly, and some people were even taking off their pants. Grass. The knight cursed inwardly. Can you be more shameless? What's even more unfortunate is that the 300-plus troops in front of him look really hard to deal with. Everyone has leather armor, not shirtless refugees. Field himself was riding a tall horse, wearing a proper aristocratic robe, with a big sword on his back, and his strength was hard to tell. A head-on attack would definitely not work. This knight is very smart. Even after being robbed, he complained to the governor, but the governor would only collect Field's fine, but would not compensate him for the fine. Then he would be scolded by his own lord. The knight's face turned green. It was obvious that the man in front of him had no demeanor of a noble or a knight. Of course, to all the warriors who are fighting for our country, I will certainly provide food to the best of my ability. Field smiled brightly and said, Ahem, I will definitely praise your generosity in front of the governor. Soon Field had a cartload of dark bread, a small bag of goat cheese, 2 chickens, and lots of cabbage. The first battle to suppress the rebellion was won without bloodshed. Field praised his chivalry, then ran away without even asking or giving his name. After finding a good location, Field announced that he would set up camp. Since you're here early, just enjoy life and do some training. Field habitually opened the small map to see the beautiful scenery around him. As a result, a golden dot was seen. Fuck, golden legend. Invincible. Field was stunned. Ever since Rosaria joined, Field hasn't had the chance to be chosen by a new god. It had been so long since Field saw the mark point that he thought the small map was broken. Now that he saw the golden mark, he rubbed his eyes and made sure he was not mistaken. He immediately got back on his horse and urged the warhorse to go to the golden mark. Make me a pot of chicken and mushroom stew. I'll be back soon. Chapter 109, Dragonborn appears. Following the golden mark on the map, Field came to a large lake with rippling water. It shows here, that's right. Field looked around, walked around several times, and finally turned his gaze toward the lake. Could it be a mermaid? Or the chosen one is taking a bath, so should I hide first? Field couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, but his eyes were fixed on the lake. It was very likely that he was in the water. Why haven't you come out yet? Are you drowning? Field directly used the artifact, eyes that can see through the fog. A complex magic circle bloomed in the black pupils, and suddenly, the situation inside the lake was seen through countless swimming fish, and the line of sight extended all the way down. The dark lake surface seemed like an abyss, and there was no bottom to be seen. It's so dark. Field frowned. Nothing works. It seems I'm looking in the wrong direction. Before Field could look away, the darkness at the bottom of the lake seemed to be torn apart in an instant, and a huge dragon eye opened. 5-colored dragon, black dragon. Aren't black dragons supposed to live in tropical swamps? Why is there one here? Field was confused. The earth trembled, the lake boiled, and countless fish jumped out of the water, restless. A huge figure broke out of the water, as if pulling out a huge mountain out of thin air. The silvery white lake water was carried high into the sky, and then fell down like a waterfall. Go! Rosaria's anxious voice sounded, and the chains of the gluttony greatsword were immediately ready to unfold. Just as Field was about to use the power of the greatsword to leave, he was pulled off his horse by a nimble figure. Don't move if you don't want to die. Feeling dizzy, Field was grabbed by a strong force and pressed to the ground. All he could see was snow white, smooth skin. He could feel the touch of silk and brocade coming from all over his body. It was a woman who saved him. First-level magic, invisibility. The first-order dragon roar turns into mist. Strange language uttered in a low voice. Field was surprised to find that he was invisible. The black dragon that broke out of the water was skinny and bony like a dark skeleton dragon. It circled twice in the air and then landed on the ground. Its nose kept sniffing, as if it was wondering where the human had gone. This is a real dragon. An epic creature, a big boss that appears at the end of the knight's adventure novel. Logically speaking, there are no other dragons in the Morrowind province except the blue dragon of the Nibelung family. The oppressive feeling of the dragon was simply suffocating. Field's hand subconsciously slid down along the shoulder of his savior, and the curves suddenly contracted, revealing a slender waist. The fatty peach flesh, as soft as a cotton ball, left little Field breathless. Damn it, we can't do anything strange at this time. If the dragon finds us, we will definitely be eaten. Field was sweating profusely and begged little Field not to cause trouble at this time. The smooth skin was slightly sweaty, as warm and fragrant as a freshly baked egg tart. Does she feel more excited than me? The black dragon didn't necessarily want to eat humans. After a casual glance, it swallowed the warhorse in one bite, as if it were a dessert. Then it flapped its wings and flew away with a sense of unsatisfied desire. Pay for my horse. Field felt as if his heart was pulled. The warhorse that had accompanied him on all his travels did not die on the battlefield or die of old age in the stable, but was eaten by a black dragon. It was unbearable. Phew, it's so dangerous. Luckily there is Piao Miao Dragon Roar. The woman waved her hand to dispel the force. Of the dragon's roar comes from the dragon, which cannot be detected. I was scared to death. Field also wiped the sweat off his forehead and saw his savior. She was barefoot, with her heels and slender ankles exposed. Her light golden hair and star-purple dragon eyes were as pretty and tall as Florney's. She exuded a poppy-like attraction that was stunningly beautiful. Another one chosen by the god of love? Field was stunned, but when he saw her cold expression, he denied this guess. The woman stood up, bit her lip, and said coldly, "Let's go quickly. The black dragon may come back at any time, and then we won't be so lucky." The golden icon on the small map did not move, indicating that the chosen one was the person in front of him. Besides, she was so beautiful, so she must be the chosen one. Damn it, my warhorse. Field gritted his teeth, feeling both relieved and sad, and stood there silently mourning this brother who had been through thick and thin with him. I'm sorry about that, and thank you for being the bait. The woman glanced at Field, pursed her lips, and stamped her feet angrily, but a trace of shyness appeared on her face, but it was immediately concealed by coldness. She wiped it clean with her palm. Well, I didn't do anything. What Field didn't expect was that the woman didn't say anything, but turned her head to look at the lake and summoned 2 iron swords out of thin air. You are indeed the chosen one. Hello, my name is Field, the Baron of Night Territory. My name is Arya, a freeman of Morrowind. Arya looked up at the sky from time to time and waved her hands. Get out of here quickly. What are you doing? Field couldn't just give up one of God's chosen ones. Slay the dragon and obtain the dragon's soul. Oh, Field was shocked. It was the first time he heard that such a high-ranking chosen one of God was actually a dragon slayer. I am the chosen one of the dragon gods. I need to kill dragons to advance, absorb dragon souls, and gain their knowledge and heritage. The dragon god's chosen one actually wants to kill a dragon to advance. Field's pupils dilated. Isn't this a clear case of dragon rape? There are almost no useful documents about how the chosen ones advance. The few records only state that the prosperity of the city and the faith of the residents will enhance the strength of the chosen ones. Killing dragons to advance is unheard of. Yes, I am a dragonborn. Although my body is human, my soul is a dragon. Moreover, my mission is to kill all the dragons I see to prevent them from multiplying too much and becoming too powerful and destroying the world. Field was in awe. He had actually heard of the rumors about the dragonborn from the bards. It is said that there are 2 kinds of dragonborns, Dragonblood Dragonborns and Dragonsoul Dragonborns. Dragonblood Dragonborns have inheritance and are responsible for guarding the gates of the abyss to prevent the invasion of abyss demons. Dragonsoul Dragonborns are born with a mission and have great power at birth, but they are dragon traders who specialize in slaughtering dragons and absorbing dragon souls to prevent the dragons from extinction. The specific reasons are unclear, but the mainstream view is that the dragon race is powerful, has a strong desire to reproduce, lives long, can have followers, and has a strong desire to destroy. Once their numbers increase, ordinary populations really cannot survive. After the ordinary populations become extinct, the dragon race will also have no way out. Dragon Soul and Dragon Descendant are the means used by the Dragon Clan to regulate their own numbers. Of course, the specific reason is unknown, and humans cannot understand the dragon's thinking. Chapter 1, 10 beat you up. Field rubbed his chin and asked doubtfully, "You can't be a match for that black dragon. Otherwise you would have attacked it long ago. Could it be that there are dragon cubs here?" "Yes, they are my hunting targets. I'm here to help you. I have to avenge Jean Ma. It's not my style to just suffer a loss and leave in silence." Field was very angry. "No matter what kind of dragon you are, if you provoke me, there is no way I can get away unscathed. I'll kill it when I get the chance." There was a hint of admiration in her eyes, but Arya still shook her head. "You are too weak. Even a young dragon is much stronger than an ordinary monster. Get out of here. You can't say a man is weak. My current strength is almost the same as yours." Field folded his arms across his chest, his clothes rustling. He emphasized the present because Rosalia was right behind him. Arya is only a first-tier chosen one. Together with Rosaria, they are at least one of the chosen ones. This wave is way ahead. Arya's eyes were deep and calm, like an iceberg that never melts. She said indifferently, "Humph, liar. I hate people who brag the most. Please get out of my sight immediately. This tone is too unpleasant." Okay, you look down on your brother Faye, right? They must be severely punished and then given a defeat animation. I don't brag, Field stressed. Tisk, go away. Field frowned and said unhappily, "Just try it, and you will know. I really want to help you." Uffed. Arya smiled and stuck out her tongue. "Come on. If you win, I'll go with you." "No problem." Field drew out his greatsword and slashed it out in a simple and unpretentious manner. The air exploded, carrying with it an unrivaled force. Arya didn't take a first-level fighting knight seriously. Besides, she saved Field's life, and she didn't expect Field to be so decisive. So she was completely unprepared, and the sword was directly placed on her neck. Divine power fluctuations? Haha. Even the Dragonborn cannot see through the Chosen One, so she did not know of Rosaria's existence. Arya was very angry, but she did not use her divine power. She could sense that the weapon in front of her had the potential to kill her, so she scolded. "Let me go. You are so despicable. Who told you to mock me? Let's get back to the point." Field grinned wickedly and looked around. Arya laughed angrily. "Have you had enough fun? If you make me angry, I will tear you into pieces. Whoever is the liar now, apologize and I will help you slay the dragon." Hee. Field laughed like an elder of the Soul Palace. Even though she didn't look happy on her icy face, she couldn't help blushing. Damn, this bastard is so shameless. Is he really a noble? Being looked at from head to toe by strange eyes was really embarrassing. Other nobles were obviously very respectful when they saw me. Arya was anxious to slay the dragon and had no time to worry about anything else. If she delayed any further, such a good opportunity would be wasted. "I surrender. I'm a good boy. Let's form a team." The voice was as thin as a mosquito's, but extremely pleasant to hear, especially the kind of grievance in the pleading, coupled with the disgusted face, which was a particularly great contrast. How come it's easier to train than expected? She was such a proud iceberg beauty, but Field was almost unable to handle it. Is this the contrast everyone is talking about? It seems like the third choice is very likely. However, listening to Arya's tone, it seemed as if she was teasing a kitten or a puppy. I don't know if it was an illusion. Okay, all right. After releasing Arya, Field began to untie his robe. Hey, what are you doing? Arya's pupils trembled, and she put her hands in front of her body to protect herself. "I don't want to hurt humans, but you've gone too far. I will fight back. You're going to slay a dragon underwater. How can you do that without taking off your clothes? What are you thinking?" Arya rubbed her brows and said, "Although black dragons can live underwater, they usually hide in swamps. Wait for a while and follow me closely." After saying that, Arya took a deep breath. Dragon roar, spatial dislocation. The terrifying power of an ancient dragon emanated from Arya's mouth and slowly enveloped the water surface. Above the original lake, the space was distorted, forming an area similar to the Northern Lights. Arya threw the iron sword in her hand down and pulled it out with divine power. Seeing that the sword was intact, she nodded. "The space is very stable. There is no problem with my plan. Hurry up." After saying that, Arya grabbed Field and jumped into the aurora. The space twisted and Field felt as if he was falling from a high altitude. As soon as the horrifying feeling of weightlessness appeared, Field felt himself falling to the ground. He opened his eyes and found himself in a stuffy swamp. Roar! The three saber-toothed, tiger-sized young black dragons saw the intruders and flew into the air in excitement, just like seeing food thrown into their doorstep. The leading one was the largest and the most powerful. They were no longer hungry dragons, and their fighting power had surpassed almost all low-level monsters. All dragons, they are eager to fight, and their dragon souls carry their own inheritance, giving them extraordinary combat power. They treated us as food. Field felt the pressure coming like a tide. Being targeted by a top predator, his heart began to beat inexplicably and cold sweat flowed down his face. It's terrible. A juvenile dragon is so oppressive, and it has mastered flying. It's not easy to deal with. I saw a black dragon swooping down, and its corrosive dragon breath was already gathering force. Don't worry. Arya waved her hand indifferently. Dragon roars, dragon breaks. A tremendous pressure like a storm swept out from his mouth, like a tornado. The three black dragons in the air suddenly trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. Their wings could not be controlled, and they fell straight down. Boom! 3 figures fell into the ground one after the other, blasting out countless dots of mud. Fuck. Previously arrogant black dragon suddenly wilted, struggling out of the swamp in a panic, with a look of deep fear in its eyes. The existence before them was a true dragon child-eating monster. From a human perspective, when the mother is not at home, 3 children are suddenly faced with a fake person who eats children and knows human habits very well. Who would be scared? In nature, there is yin and yang, and all things are interdependent and mutually exclusive. Even the legendary dragons have beings that can restrain them. Come to think of it, even if one is God's chosen one, he will still be restrained by other gods' chosen ones. Perhaps, the only perfect existence is the illusory god. Dragon Break can only last for 20 minutes. All their skills are ineffective and their attributes are weakened by more than half. Kill them quickly. There was only excitement and fighting spirit in Arya's eyes, and a purple and silver dragon soul slowly emerged from her body. First level divine skill, True Dragon Shadow. Chapter 111 Field vs. Arya, cracking down on discrimination. There are so many skills, no wonder they are marked in gold. Field was shocked. Other first-tier chosen gods only had one skill, but how could she have magic, dragon roars, and other magical skills? The next moment, Arya casually swung her fist, and the ferocious giant dragon phantom behind her followed Arya's movements and slapped hard. The majestic energy overflowed like a flood bursting through a dam, suppressing the emerging black dragon with one palm, and even the space shook. My dear daughter, you are awesome. Field exhaled lightly and held the gluttony greatsword. But we are not idle either. The revenge of the warhorse must be paid with blood. Chains were dragging around her body, and wisps of fishy and corrupted odors were looming in the air. The corrupted divine power coming from Rosalia made the air particularly evil. With the help of Rosalia's divine power, Field flashed to the side of a black dragon and swung his greatsword wildly, bombarding the black dragon's body. Suddenly, the newly grown scales shattered instantly, and the corrupted divine power penetrated into its body through the wound, destroying it wantonly. The black dragon's shrill scream was heard. It wanted to fight back, but Longpow's power sealed most of its strength. Even its strong tail and sharp claws were weak at this moment. Field showed no mercy and swung his sword with great force. Although he has a good impression of the dragon clan and wants to catch a dragon to use as a mount, the 5-color dragons are extremely pure evil dragons, insidious, cunning, and cruel. It is best not to raise bombs before you have the strength to crush them. Just half a cup of tea, the young dragon was chopped down without any resistance. With murderous intent, countless chains controlled the black dragon's limbs, and Field swung the sword at the leader to execute him. First-level divine skill, Endless Slash. At the same time, Rosalia also cooperated by launching her magical skills. The sword energy that crushed the void rolled out and chopped off the black dragon's head without any resistance, and blood splattered everywhere. The killed young black dragon struggled and rolled over twice, then became motionless. Rest in peace, my dear warhorse. Field took up the gluttony greatsword. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Hey, invincible, can beat the boss at level 1, who else? Field seemed to see a new achievement in life. Although this dragon is in its juvenile form, most of the damage was done by Rosaria, and the weakening was also done by Arya. Rosalia giggled happily. The dragon tastes so delicious. I feel my life energy is increasing dramatically. Field, following you is the wisest choice I have ever made in my life. That's right. Field puffed his hands on his hips. Let's team up and kill them all. The 2 people who were becoming more and more cooperative both laughed like the elders of the Soul Hall. He's actually faster than me. That sword skill was incredibly strong. Arya witnessed all of this, her face full of disbelief. Could it be that the man really had a fighting power that could rival hers? She couldn't help but be curious, but at this moment in the middle of the fight, she stretched out her hand, dragon soul peeling. A vague dragon soul instantly emerged from the body of the slain black dragon and was absorbed by Arya with reluctance and pain. After obtaining a new dragon soul, Arya's dragon soul phantom became more solid and her combat power increased. In just 3 breaths, he used the true dragon phantom to capture the 2 baby dragons, crush them to death, and absorb the dragon souls. Oh, what a pity. If you can add dragons to your army, you will become invincible. Field really wants to be a dragon knight, but his current strength is not enough to control a dragon. But it is still possible to become a dragonborn knight. I'm almost there, and I can advance to the 2nd level. Thank you for your help. After absorbing the dragon's soul, Arya looked very happy, and the gentle smile on her lips could not be concealed. Miss Arya, Be my mount. No, be my chosen one. Field stopped and said solemnly that every chosen one who could be conquered must not be let go. No. Arya refused without a second thought. Her smile disappeared and was replaced by her previous icy face. You are insulting me. She raised her head coldly, tossed her long flowing hair, and turned her face away and said, Don't think that I am a free citizen now, but my soul is a deified dragon. How can I submit to you? It's okay to cooperate in battle, but it's impossible for me to make a contract. He was clearly hung up by me before and called me daddy, but now he became so crazy. Is this all a disguise? Bad woman. It's so heartbreaking. It is also possible that after absorbing the dragon's soul, he became more confident. Field narrowed his eyes slightly. You can disagree if you want, but being my chosen one is an insult. Besides, what can humans do to you? Can't humans still slay dragons? Hee. Even if the Nibelung family came to me and offered their dragon as a gift, I didn't even look at it. As for other nobles, they have visited me many times. You are no different from a kitten, a puppy, or a bug. I saved you simply because I was kind-hearted. Arya was not talking nonsense. She had 3 divine weapons on her body, all of which were given by nobles. However, she had a dragon soul and human body, and her way of thinking was different. She only regarded the gifts as offerings and had no good feelings at all. She felt at ease accepting them. As a dragonborn, the reincarnation of a mythical dragon, she also shoulders the natural mission of protecting living beings, and she is clad in a sacred cloak. No human noble would dare to disrespect her, but would try their best to provide her with convenience. From the moment I woke up, the door of my house was trampled by visitors. She is gentle to everyone, just because no one is worthy of her attention. Just like how humans look at cute puppies and kittens, they can easily crush them to death. But because they are cute, they will indulge and spoil them. But that doesn't mean the puppies will become the masters of humans. The dragon was even prouder. This is how Arya sees everyone. They are all just pet dogs, including the queen of the empire. Although you have some abilities, you are still an ant after all. You are not worthy of my noble dragon soul. Forget about it. Damn it. I hate it most when people act cool in front of me and look discriminatory on their faces. Field's face turned green. Okay. Even if you beg me now, I don't want your contract. But I want to see how powerful your dragon soul is to treat me like an ant. Are you challenging me? Very good, stupid. Arya released the phantom of a real dragon. This time, I'm serious. Thank you for saving my life. I will make it up to you in the future. Field raised the gluttony greatsword. But now let's fight. If you lose, you have to hand in the defeat animation. Hee. This is my lord Rosalia, and I just had my fill. Rosalia sneered. Corruption is not afraid of any living thing. As long as it's a living thing, even if it's a god, I'll kill it for you to see. Chapter 112. Arya is defeated. The man who defeated the Dragonborn. Large section is harmonized. Haha. Arya rolled her eyes coquettishly. You simply cannot understand the power of the Dragonborn. I am proficient in all conventional magic except the chosen magic. Moreover, I have absorbed 3 dragon souls. What can you use to fight me? First order dragon roar, flaming dragon breath. First level magic, gust of wind. Arya waved her hand, and the giant dragon behind her spit out a mighty flame, and under the blessing of the wind magic, it swept out. Wherever the dragon flame went, it turned into scorched earth, and the sound of energy explosion like thunder echoed in the space. Leave it to me next. Rosaria said seriously. I know you want to contract her, and I won't do anything cruel. But don't go too far. She saved my life. Leave it to me. Field emptied his mind and let Rosalia control him. His body suddenly felt lighter, and Field did not retreat but advanced, swinging his sword fiercely. Divine skill, endless slash. The heart-pounding wave of sword energy drew a shocking arc in the air, layer upon layer, intertwined with the dragon flame. The 2 completely different energies devoured and repelled each other, and made a thunderous explosion. Interesting. Arya smiled slightly, and said in a contemptuous tone, but it's not enough. I haven't used 70% of my strength yet. Originally, she was very curious about Field. It's unreasonable for a man to have such powerful strength. I just want to test where Field's strength lies. However, she was disappointed. I used 70% of my strength, and it seemed that I could crush him. Hee. Ant, let me show you the power of a dragon. Arya's divine power surged, and the dragon flame of the real dragon's phantom intensified again. The raging dragon flames covered the sky. Boom. As expected, an unshakable impact force came, and Field was blown away. The pain from his body made Field grimace. Rosalia, teach her a lesson. She is not polite at all. Rosaria's confident voice echoed in her ears. Of course, the Endless Slash has just been charged up. Divine Skill, Endless Slash. After using the Endless Slash for the third time, 13 giant sword energies were slashed out. Rosaria's magical skill was extremely special. It could be used continuously by burning her life. It just so happened that she had just slayed the dragon and gained a large amount of vitality. Now she had plenty of vitality. You dare to fight back again. Arya said this, but after casting 2 amplification spells on herself, she released the flaming dragon breath again. The dragon's breath and sword energy intertwined again, and the mixed energy almost blew away the swamp. How can such a high-cost skill be used continuously? Arya was secretly shocked. I can't lose to humans. This time, Arya did not hold back and blasted out with endless divine power. The sword energy was broken, and the dragon flame was about to crush him. Countless blood threads flowed out from the gluttony greatsword, forming a large shield that blocked the damage of the dragon flame. But Field still flew backwards. Hey, I found that when we fight together, the consumption of divine power is much reduced. Rosaria was surprised. But are you okay? Because it's your body that is being used, the gluttony greatsword can't heal you. I'm fine. Field staggered to his feet. Rosaria is really awesome. She is worthy of being a guard. She is tanky and has high output, and most importantly, she can possess someone to protect herself. Okay, I don't want to kill you either. It's still not too late to surrender now. Don't even think about making a contract with me. You're not worthy. Arya didn't want to fight anymore and gave Field a way out. There's no point in surrendering. We still have enough confidence. Rosalia's divine power is immense, and the life energy brought by slaying the dragon is inexhaustible, absolutely inexhaustible. Seeing that Arya was still joking, Field got really angry and said angrily, "Don't think you are so awesome just because you have a dragon soul behind you. You are just a reincarnation of a giant lizard from the west. I am the descendant of the dragon, so why should I be afraid of you? I will beat a woman as arrogant as you 8 times a day from now on. You can only call me brother. Also, you must speak softly. Do you hear me?" Arya was also furious. She was asked to call him brother and speak softly. Even though her mission was to protect all living things, it was the first time she had seen someone speak to her like this. Go to hell. First Order Dragon Roar, Flaming Dragon Breath. You dare to fight against the Dragon Roar with a divine skill? A first-level divine skill, Endless Slash. In the world of the Chosen One, magic and dragon roars are useless. Boom. This time, Arya did not see the scene of the dragon flame and sword energy interweaving, because the almost endless sword energy blasted the dragon flame cleanly and neatly, and also blew up her dragon soul phantom. It's over. We underestimated the enemy. Arya's pupils trembled. This domineering skill was actually a stacking skill. Each time it was released, it was stronger than the previous one. She felt the world spinning, and Arya flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a pile of rocks. It hurts. Arya's limbs were trembling, and she barely got up, her face full of disbelief. After all, a human body with a dragon soul is not a giant dragon. Even if you have a dragon soul, you are essentially a first-level chosen one. Field sneered. Seeing Arya's confused expression, he was very happy. Even if you are really a giant dragon, you are only a first-level one now. A typical mismatch between cognitive level and practical ability. It is true that Arya is the reincarnation of a dragon, but now she is in a human body. The chains of the Gluttony Greatsword could not wait any longer and directly tied up Arya and hung her up again. Are you convinced? Arya's white rabbit kept rising and falling, looking miserable. She spat. Humph, a noble dragon will not surrender. Aunt Ba. Rosaria, let her do some Nightcaller special, defeat animation. Field was unhappy and snapped his fingers, but then coughed lightly. Just treat her to a shot of sugar-roasted chestnuts. You are so gentle. Rosalia was amused and went up to give him a sugar-roasted chestnut attack. No, it's too humiliating. Arya struggled desperately and was hit on the head. Although it didn't hurt, she gritted her teeth and said, "How is it possible? How can a human defeat me?" Field felt a little relieved. Woo, let me go, or I'll dissociate the dragon soul. Then we'll all be doomed. Arya threatened with tears in her eyes. You scum. Field narrowed his eyes. How dare you be so arrogant? Rosalia, tickle her. The chosen ones have strong physical qualities and can heal wounds quickly, but they still have normal senses, such as being ticklish. Ha 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 ha. Arya almost laughed her head off. Who was the puppy? Field folded his arms. Do you want to surrender? Don't be like this. I'll make a contract with you for 3 days. How about it? Arya had no choice but to give in. What did I say just now? Call me brother. Field said seriously. Arya's cold face was filled with resentment. She cried and shouted for surrender. Please stop making trouble. When the black dragon comes back from foraging, we will all die. I surrender unconditionally, okay? Field nodded. Isn't this a problem? Chapter 113, The Third God's Choice, but an experience card, large harmony. Who said I wanted to contract you? Field put his hands on his hips proudly. Wow, I feel like peeing when I'm tickled. The human body is too weak. Arya's pretty face flushed red. Her originally icy face now showed signs of being in disarray. Brother, I was wrong. Please give me a contract for 60 days. Why add a deadline? Field was dissatisfied. How can you add a deadline? This is my special contract. Besides, this is the bottom line. Otherwise, I would rather die together. Woof. Arya's eyes were determined, and her divine powers surged again. She looked like she really wanted to explode. Only after the divine weapon is separated will the Chosen One fight with all his might. Field knew the power of the artifact disintegration, so there was no need to fight hard. Besides, he didn't want Arya to die in the battle, even if she didn't sign the contract for a day. Okay, I'll forgive you this time. Don't look down on humans in the future. Field felt relieved and relaxed. It's not that easy to gain the approval of the Chosen One. Field sighed, looking at the gluttony great sword in his hand. Once a person is blinded by greed, he is likely to do something out of line, especially when he has mastered a power that does not belong to him. Field raised his head and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Violence should be used against enemies, but not against neutrals or friends. Rosaria's evil laugh sounded in her ears. You are right, but it is not entirely your fault. The gluttony greatsword will affect your sanity. You need to be cautious with all the corrupted gods. Their artifacts are likely to have a greater impact on your sanity. It's like Lord of the Rings. Field laughed in a very uncultured way. Haha. Actually, I just said a few random words and expressed my feelings to make myself look profound. You're crazy. Rosaria almost died of laughter and glared at Field coquettishly. You're worthy of being my lord. Okay, no more nonsense. After taking a few deep breaths, Field regained his previous calmness and rationality. Arya took a long breath, turned her back, and wiped away the tears on her face. My mission is to stop the dragon from destroying the world. You should think about it. It's better not to contract me. Whether there is a contract or not, there is no necessary connection with saving the world. Field was confused, and I can help you. I'm leaving the Morning Wind province soon. Wouldn't that mean you've wasted your only contract slot? If I don't go, there will be terrible consequences. Very considerate. Field was shocked. You are not going to Skyrim, are you? Don't forget to bring me the complete volume of The Energetic Argonian Maid. Where is Skyrim? I need to find the fallen place of the ancient dragons to collect their knowledge. And I can only go alone. Anyone else will be killed by the dragon soul guards. Arya obviously hasn't played the Elder Scrolls V. Of course, no problem, Miss Arya. Since you have joined the Night Lord and made contributions to me, I will do my best to help you in the future. The Night Lord will fight with you. Field made an okay gesture. I still hope to contract you, even if it's only for 60 days. Of course, you can leave at any time, even now. After hearing this, Arya felt inexplicably happy and was no longer so resistant to Field. The mark is on my back. Arya hugged the doe, tore open her dress, and revealed the mark of the goddess on her snow-white back. The mark of the Chosen One shone with a domineering and strong light, and the dragon's might filled with oppression surged out, converging into the sacred phantom of the goddess. Then a divine power tightly connected Field's body. Arya's name appeared on Field's Lord panel. Name, Arya Akatosh. Contract of 60 days. Level, first level, Dragon God's Chosen. Occupation, Dragonborn. Divine skill, True Dragon Shadow. Manifests a divine giant dragon shadow. Copies and greatly enhances the original dragon's skills and assists in combat. Artifact, Akatosh's Dragon Soul. Possessing the potential to master all dragon shouts, conventional magic, and conventional fighting skills. At the same time, by devouring the souls of other dragons, one can master their knowledge and heritage, and possess various incredible powers. Artifacts, not included in the main body Bow of Daylight, Level 1, Skeleton Dragon Lance, Level 1, Emerald Quiver, Level 1. Legion skills, none. Territory bonus, none. Lord bonus, none. Oh my god, she really wasn't bragging. Field broke out in a cold sweat. Someone really gave Arya a divine weapon, 3 of them. When did divine weapons become so worthless? The bootlicker is really awesome. Fortunately, she underestimated the enemy. Otherwise, Field might have had his head knocked off balance by taking out a bunch of props. As for the panel, it's hard to describe. It is actually useless to the territory, the Legion, and myself. What she said about the contract being of no benefit to the Lord was indeed true. If there was only one contract slot, it would be wasted. Let's go, Dad. The black dragon is coming back. Arya spoke much softer, and it felt like they were communicating on an equal footing. Field laughed out loud. I was just joking before, just call me Field. Dad, let's go. Arya was not happy. Arya, always keep my word. This is the pride of a dragon. I feel like my favorability has increased inexplicably, and I feel a little pampered. This is not an illusion. Field has observed so many of God's chosen ones and discovered something interesting. That means the chosen ones truly have divinity. To put it simply, they do not treat humans as human beings. The simplest example is that Rosaria treats the corrupted as her own kind, but she kills them without mercy, even eating them as food. When the pink cat-headed butterfly, lost a lot of her teammates, she quickly recovered and chatted and laughed with Field. Even Ashina has this point. She never speaks for her own kind, but treats humans and demi-humans equally. The chosen one will only care about the Lord and will not look at anyone else. After the contract is signed, the chosen one will treat the Lord on the same level. The most intuitive manifestation is increased favorability, and people speak much more gently. So, signing a contract first and then cultivating feelings might be feasible, a bit despicable. Field rubbed his chin, but it's hard to do, because those who don't recognize their chosen ones won't cooperate with the contract. In the future, we should use less violence. Arya, can you take the 3 dragon corpses away? Maybe they can be of use to me. Having seen Arya conjure props out of thin air before, Field guessed that she had spatial abilities. No problem. As the space twisted, the 3 dragon corpses were all taken away by Arya. Let's get out of here. Yeah, my army might be waiting anxiously. After saying that, Arya grabbed Field and walked away, releasing a skill at the same time. Dragon Roar, purify the sky. In the swamp, the aura of the 2 people was purified to prevent the black dragon from finding them by smelling the scent. After leaving the lake, the 2 hurried back to the territory. It was already afternoon. Chapter 114, Arriving at the Front, Field's title. The soldiers were already running around in a panic, and Field had no choice. The warhorse was gone, and he couldn't ride Arya back, right? So it took a long time to get there. With the addition of Arya, the combat power of the First Army doubled. In the following time, Field did not try to please Arya, but instead was busy with his own business, extorting all the villages he passed by and training the First Army. Except for running exercises and marching in formation, the rest of the time was just a simple spear formation. They are unable to form more complex formations, but being able to skillfully deploy a defensive spear formation is already considered a capable force. On the 3rd day, Field finally saw the First Army rushing to the front line, followed by the 2nd, the 3rd, and more troops. The dull clatter of horses' hooves and the chaotic sound of footsteps made even the ground tremble slightly. Noble armies of all sizes poured in from the horizon, like a surging river made up of people. Okay, let's go too. Field mounted his warhorse. This spare horse was not as good as the previous one, but it could still be used. Yes, sir. The guards threw away the chicken bones in their hands and burped with satisfaction. They had extorted so much food these days that they were living a paradise and were very grateful to Field. That's how many nobles are attending, Field marveled. The noble armies seen on the road carried a variety of family flags, wore different costumes, and even had different accents. Of course, they also had something in common. That is, the knights all looked arrogant, while the regular soldiers and guards were holding weapons and marching seriously. As for the serfs or slaves, they could only carry a pile of baggage miserably, staggering on the road with painful faces, and were whipped or scolded from time to time. There are also many mercenaries who are equipped with a wide variety of equipment and carry trophies on their backs. Mercenaries often have the worst discipline and will hardly miss any opportunity to plunder. Field only extorted money in the province of Morrowind, not plundered. Firstly, there were not many high-value items, so extortion could ensure sufficient food. Secondly, the immediate boss he was facing was a Morrowind person. These mercenaries will become the first wave of cannon fodder. Field couldn't wait to go to the front line. He followed the other noble troops and advanced slowly. Hello, Sir Field. I have heard of your name. A young man in navy blue clothes came over on a white horse. He smiled kindly and said, My name is Laurent, from the Northwind family. Nice to meet you. Never heard of it. But Field pretended to be enlightened. On Northwind family, I have heard of your legendary stories a long time ago. Laurent immediately smiled happily. Great. You are worthy of being Sir Field. Do you know? The whole morning wind is spreading your title. What the hell? Is this true? I became famous. Is it the Lion of the North? Or the Devil's Muscle Man? Field was full of pride and couldn't help but reveal an invincible and confident smile. Well, not those. Your title is Baron of Happy Beans, the man who brings good news to men. What? Field nearly fainted. The incredible name that I had casually thought of turned out to be a boomerang, hitting me hard on the head. Your army is very powerful. I look forward to fighting against the enemy with you. Laurent gestured to Field while sitting on his warhorse. In Field's view, the First Army, which he had urgently trained, was just a bunch of losers among losers. However, in the eyes of nobles such as Laurent, this was not the case. The troops were well disciplined, marching in neat steps, and everyone was wearing armor, so they were considered a top-notch legion. My goodness, they didn't just randomly fall out or run off into the woods. It's amazing that they can keep the queue. As expected, you are the elite of the Ross family. The petty nobles stopped to watch, casting envious glances. Apart from themselves and their followers, they only had some serf soldiers using broken sticks and farm tools. Of course, there were also a few unfriendly glances. Baron Happy Beans made a lot of money. It is said that Simon was crying poor. I heard he was weak. Haha, we'll know the outcome in battle. Field ignored them and continued his march. 2 days later, he finally arrived at the border fortress of Morningwind. The army camped here for dozens of miles, with campfires, huts, and chevaux de frise forming a long dragon-like camp. Large tracts of trees were cut down and built into simple huts, and there were endless tents, some for living and some for the wounded. Ouch, ouch. It hurts. Please, don't saw off my arm. I will collect money to buy a healing potion. Please up. The wounded wailed, and the unlucky ones were treated directly by bloodletting or had their festering limbs sawed off. What kind of genius arrangement is it to place the wounded soldiers at the assembly point? Their morale will be lost before they can even start to build up their morale. Field's mouth twitched, and he turned his head to see that his soldiers were already showing expressions of fear. No one wanted to become a disabled person or a corpse. Baron Naslu returned to the embrace of the goddess, but was killed by the cultists. Knight Safudin has left us. He died during the charge. People kept reporting the names of dead nobles, and special officials recorded them. A group of nobles were mourning. Alas, they were all warriors who served their country wholeheartedly. Rest in peace. Did he die from the enemy's attack? Field leaned over to mourn, lowered his head, and asked quietly. A kind-hearted noble made a gesture on his chest and turned to say, they died on reconnaissance missions, some died while testing the cultist fortifications, and some died in ambushes. Alas, there is no doubt that these young people arrived early, and most of them are full of enthusiasm, but happen to have no background. Then the governor assigned him some dangerous tasks, which happened to run into the hands of the enemy. Rosaria couldn't help but sigh. Alas, they are all warriors of the empire. My Shinya family also died defending the empire. They are indeed warriors, but it's a pity that those nobles would like more of them to die. Field sneered. He had long seen through the nobles' calculations. Why do you say that? Rosalia was confused. Because they are nurturing the enemy. The more trouble the cultists cause, the more nobles they kill, and the bigger the pie will be after the rebellion is quelled. Where do you think the Atavan province and the land and wealth of the nobles who died in the war will go? In the minds of certain nobles. Rosalia understood immediately. So, you want to expose them? Of course not. We want to be the ones who divide the cake, not the cake, nor the ones who overturn the table. Field arranged for the army to set up camp and went to the fortress to show up. This was a good opportunity to improve his reputation. Maybe I can get rid of the stupid title of Baron Happy Bean. Chapter 115, An Old Friend I Never Met. After passing through several gates, Field entered the heavily guarded fortress. Someone came up immediately and said that Laying invited him to reminisce about the past. Good day, Happy Bean. Baron Field. Laying wanted to follow etiquette and call him by his title first, but when he saw Field's frighteningly dark face, he quickly changed his words. You are late. You made Aisha and I wait for a long time. Wait for me. Who is Aisha? Field's mind was full of question marks. I'm sorry, sir. I ran into a lot of trouble on the way. You may not believe it, but I was attacked by a black dragon. Field drew a huge circle in the air with his hands, shook his head slightly, and then took a long breath. I almost couldn't serve the Empire. Fortunately, my mount saved me, but the horse was eaten by the black dragon. That's terrible. Field had a guilty look on his face, tears in his eyes, and leaned forward slightly, as if he was about to bow. So, I'm sorry for being so late than the agreed time. Oh, thank the goddess. Luckily you are okay. You actually ran into the black dragon. I heard about the black dragon, but it was driven away by the chosen one of the Nibelung family last night. At least you don't have to worry when you go back. Laying put his arm around Field's shoulders and said to his followers, "Pick a warhorse with the blood of a monster from the stable for Field. The black one is good. It has the blood of the Deathclaw monster. It has first-rate speed and strong impact capability. So generous. A warhorse with Warcraft bloodline is worth at least 1,000 gold coins. Thank you for your generosity." Field was a little confused. He couldn't understand why Laying was so enthusiastic. Then, Laying looked himself up and down with greedy eyes, and then licked the corner of his mouth with satisfaction. What the hell? What kind of look is that? Field subconsciously took a step back. Could this old dang be a homosexual? Haha. Field, do you still remember Aisha? Laying poked Field's arm, then made a funny face and said with a grin, "I'll give you a hint. She is my niece." There is no impression at all, not even in the original owner's memory. Seeing Field's slightly embarrassed look, Laying said regretfully, "Thank goodness Miss Aisha still remembers you. It's not the behavior of a knight to disappoint a girl." Field was speechless. "Sorry, please don't keep me in suspense. Aisha Volga Niblungen, one of the Earl's granddaughters, the family's new chosen one, and your childhood playmate. Remember when you were little? You always ran around behind her, and she called you an oversized slug. Damn, what a giant slug." Although his mind was still blank, Field pretended to say, "Oh, I remember it now, the lovely and charming Miss Aisha. Yes, I'll take you to meet her. She has mentioned you many times. What's going on lately? I have so many romantic relationships, and they are all chosen by God." Field can't handle it anymore. Soon, Field saw Elsa, who looked forced to work. Her beautiful face was extremely gloomy at the moment. She sat on a chair, holding a teacup gracefully, wearing a black and blue satin dress. "Have you seen my niece? She is an elegant and beautiful noble lady. I think a true knight will never back down in the field of love." Laying gave Field an encouraging look. "Your charm is definitely good enough." Field felt puzzled. This enthusiasm was not right. Since he became a noble, his understanding of nobility has become clearer. That is something that has no benefit and is almost never done. There is an alternative, and that is Field. "Introduce a chosen one to me? Impossible. I am not Long Out Yin, who can be frightened into falling down and worshipping just by a tremor of his tiger body." "Where is her lord?" Field asked tentatively. "Well, Aisha's contractor is her second uncle, Baron, but he is not here today." Laying obviously didn't expect Field to mention this. When an ordinary youngster sees the chosen one's incredible looks, shouldn't he approach him and flatter him with a fawning look on his face? Don't let your imagination run wild. If she finds someone she likes, she can change the contractor. The chosen ones naturally respect their lords and look down on others. It is inexplicable that Laying, this old man, wants to lick the covenanted chosen ones. Wait, isn't this a plot about the nobles having affairs? There are many cases of inbreeding, after all, to ensure the purity of bloodline. Then when you have a child, just find an honest man to take over. Just like his eldest brother, who had affairs with his sister-in-law, mother-in-law, and grandmother, it was all told to him by Cal. Field laughed and teased. "Oh, aren't they getting married? I'm looking forward to attending the party." Misarrangement is not the work of a knight. The contract is a family decision. Miss Aisha is still a pure girl and has no experience in love. Laying was embarrassed, but remained serious. Field gave her a puzzled look and asked, "How do you know she's innocent? Have you opened her body and checked?" "Oh, that's great. I love being with beautiful ladies the most." Field raised his eyelids, pretending to be very excited, turned his head and walked towards Aisha, but the corners of his mouth rose playfully. In his mind, Field had a guess about their tricks. Aisha was surrounded by 7 or 8 handsome and confident nobles. Those proud men were telling boring jokes to make Aisha happy. Why do soldiers always bring a chair with them into battle? Because they want to sit on their victory. Ha ha ha, this joke is so funny. You're so funny. The men flattered each other, but their eyes were always on Elsa's beautiful face. Aisha forced a slight smile, the veins on the back of her hands bulging slightly. If this wasn't a public place, she would have wanted to twist the heads of these annoying flies off. "Hello, Miss Aisha, do you remember me?" Field walked over, waved and greeted, and said in an aristocratic tone that even he found disgusting, "I am Field from the Ross family. You are really the brightest star today." "Of course I remember." Aisha stood up, apologized to the men around her, and walked out of the crowd. She glanced at Field, hiding the disgust in her eyes. She placed her hands neatly in front of her and said indifferently, "Let's go. It's too stuffy here. Let's go out and get some fresh air." Field immediately felt dozens of unfriendly looks. But it doesn't matter. They can flirt with a chosen one with a lord. These handsome men are all idiots. They either don't understand internal affairs or have no background. They are trying to get on the big ship of the Nibelung family. Field's purpose was different. He wanted to use the other party's identity to gain some benefits. At least on the battlefield, the Earl's granddaughter would never be allowed to be on the front line. The two of them walked out of the fortress and went out for some fresh air. Chapter 116, Going Out to Meet the Enemy. Of course, there was nothing pleasant to smell outside the fortress except the stench of the soldiers, the smell of excrement and blood. Field was very twisted. This awful smell makes me miss Nightcaller. Night territory was poor and leaky. At least there was no need to worry about stepping on shit. I heard that you defeated a third-level rat demon. Aisha kept a distance and did not turn her head when she spoke. How brave. It was my knights and soldiers who did it, and I have to thank the goddess for her favor. Aisha was very curious about this. You really survived in the Nightfall territory? It's full of rotting corpses. You should change your territory. There is no choice. Who would want to open up new land? Field said nonsense. I am just struggling to survive. If I can't hold on any longer, I will come back. At worst, I will give up my noble title. In fact, I would rather be a bounty hunter, No, it's stupid. Well, I mean it's good to have ideals, but it's unwise to give up the title of nobility. Aisha was frightened by Field. She wanted to curse him irritably. Without a noble title, she was just a lowly servant. What's the point of chatting? But she opened her mouth and changed her words. I believe you will make a rational choice. It's hard to hold on. Look at my army. Not to mention knights. There are not even many horses, not to mention weapons. They were all lost in the battle against corruption. That's not a problem. I will send you some horses and weapons. Our family can provide some help. I will. You are such an angel. Field was almost laughing to death. He had confirmed his guess and got some benefits at the same time. Rubbing his chin, Field sighed in his heart. It seems that my adopted father, Count Kurt, is dying. The Nibelungen family can't wait to get a piece of the pie. Hey, I haven't thought about the inheritance myself, but someone is thinking about it for me. It's such an honor. Judging from the family power map of the empire, the Ross family is mainly in the province of Rick, but it also has an enclave in the province of Morningwind, with a total of 2 cities, 3 fortresses, and large tracts of land under direct jurisdiction. Nightfall territory is also one of the enclaves of the Ross family. When the 6th-ranked godchosen of the Ross family was still alive, it was at its peak, with enclaves and industries everywhere, and the family was extremely powerful. But now, even the ancestral land has been targeted. When we first met, he said I was a good person. It turned out that he had already found out about me and was bullying an honest person. After Count Kurt died, Field, as his heir, could get some land. If Field married Elsa, the Nibelungen family would have room for maneuver. First, use interpersonal operations to help Field obtain the territory of Morningwind. Then he had Field killed, and Aisha became his wife and inherited all the land. The Nibelung family can easily obtain huge benefits and pretend that nothing happened. The fact that Aisha has already signed a contract but still wants to find a husband definitely shows the problem, because they have no intention of really getting married. Of course, it could also be true love, although the possibility is 0. Field muttered. He knew his own worth. What are you thinking about? Elsa tucked her hair behind her ears. Nothing, just thinking about the war. The two chatted for a while, and then Aisha left. But Field believed that as long as he was more proactive, Aisha would be happy to contact him, even though her face was full of forced business. Soon, soldiers brought equipment and horses. There are 6 war horses in total, one of which is particularly handsome and has the blood of a demon beast. In addition, there were 20 hickory crossbows, 50 square shields, and 50 standard sabers. Very good. Field was delighted and played with the shield and sword in his hands. Woo! A rally horn sounded in the distance. Field found a high platform, put his hands on the pergola, looked out for a while, and immediately came down and urged, Hammer, distribute the weapons. The rebels are launching an attack. Prepare for battle. The next morning, it was just dawn. Amid the muffled sound of horns, countless people in tattered sackcloth, holding sticks, dung forks, or hatchets, gathered densely together. There were men, women, and even children. They looked terrified, trembling as they took steps of varying lengths, but they shouted slogans. Shadows descended upon the world, blood sacrificed to the true God. More than 50,000 villagers were transformed by the eye of long-cherished wish and began to gather under the orders of the cultists. They were endless and stretched for dozens of miles, preparing to attack the fortress. The nobles have blocked the cultists in a Taven for almost a month. If they don't break out, they will be trapped here and die. In the middle of the queue surrounded by villagers, a group of about 3,000 armored warriors were particularly eye-catching. They were wearing gray and white robes, their faces were covered with unknown runes, and they were roaring loudly. Gods will command you to take the fortress. The commander-in-chief of the imperial army in this battle, Governor Taklin, also fully demonstrated the pride and arrogance of the nobility. He didn't take the peasants and cultists seriously at all. Do not rely on fortress defense, but take the initiative to attack and fight head-on. Amid high-spirited roars and prayers, the noble coalition poured out from the gates of the fortress and formed different sizes of military formations on the plains. This battle involved the elite private troops of the nobles of the three provinces of Qatar, Morningwind, and Rick, as well as the Imperial Legion and the Griffin Knights, as well as the knights composed of adventurers, patriots, and small nobles from all over the surrounding areas. Soon, military flags were everywhere. Magicians kept casting long-range magic or reconnaissance magic at the enemy's army. The soldiers shouted excitedly in unison, and the cheers shook the sky. Fight for the Empire. Fight for the Queen. Fight for glory. Very good, the formation is almost complete. Let Livlasa lead 1,000 heavy cavalrymen to attack the rebels head-on. Then the entire army will attack them. Taklin stood on the watchtower of the fortress, feeling heroic. He slapped the railing and shouted angrily, "I will make these peasants pay the price." "Sir, do you want to send out scouts to test us? We haven't seen the enemy's chosen one yet," a noble asked. Taklin waved his hand indifferently. "No need. They are just a mob. We must crush them head-on." "Yes. Follow your will. Use voice transmission magic to notify everyone and prepare to attack." The commander of the rebels was also possessed by some evil spirit. His men were a mob of skinny and pale-faced people, yet they were not at all inferior to the coalition forces of tens of thousands of nobles. The heavy sound of the horns sounded, echoing in everyone's chest. The controlled people were shaking wildly, tears streaming from their eyes because of fear, but their bodies moved forward involuntarily, surrounded by the shouts of soldiers and cultists. Blood sacrificed to the true God. Blood sacrificed to the true God. Chapter 117, Going Out to Meet the Enemy, Part 2. Field's Third Army on the left wing of the coalition army was composed entirely of small square formations of noble private armies. If we use the war in China as an example, this kind of large group of small square formations fighting on their own is simply a taboo in war. Once the nobles retreat, it is likely to lead to a collective defeat. Governor's order. All-out attack. Annihilate the enemy. Lei Ying, as the commander of the left wing, shuttled back and forth between the troops, constantly encouraging or issuing orders. His roar was accompanied by fighting spirit, which made Field's ears buzz. Attack! Attack! Countless soldiers shouted in unison and marched forward. More than 10,000 noble private soldiers on the left wing slowly marched forward. At the same time, magicians from various families began to chant, and various enhancement magics fell on the coalition forces as if they were free. Unfortunately, there are no magicians in the Night territory, so there is no benefit. Field shook his head helplessly. Second-level magic, light feather. Field felt his whole body lighten, as if the armor on his body was nothing. He turned around and saw a familiar figure. It was the Knight Loran he had met before. His family magician generously gave Field a buff. "Hey, Baron Field." He gave Field a thumbs up, then raised his lance with excitement and shouted, "Show those damn rebels a little color." To the nobles, the rebels were nothing more than a hungry mob, a walking exploit. Of course, Field returned the smile and put on his helmet. He was wearing 2 layers of armor, but the pounding of his heart could still be heard clearly. The 3 armies, with their flags waving, pressed forward in full force. They attacked directly without any hesitation. Liv Reza, the chosen one from the Empire, shouted, "Heavy cavalry of the Empire, follow me to charge." Third-level divine skill, Comet Impact. She transformed into a sky-blue flame, charging towards the cultists, crushing all who stood in her way. Even if they were not directly attacked, anyone around her who was touched by the flames would be burned almost immediately, with miserable howling and the sound of people being burned to ashes everywhere. Livlasa was like a high-speed train, directly crashing out a bloody rail. With Liv Reza leading the way, the heavy cavalry followed in a wedge formation, following the bloody path. They actually used their precious heavy cavalry to charge the first wave. How confident they are. Field was shocked. This governor was really good at fighting. Don't they need to use up arrows? At least let the magicians fire a few rounds. Similarly, if you let the chosen one charge and head first, you won't have to worry about being captured by the enemy's chosen one. The Empire's Griffin flag was flying high, and the heavy cavalry had already arrived within 100 meters, urging their horses to sprint at full speed. The rebels' slingshots and arrows made the armor clink and clang, but they could not penetrate it at all. Watch out for the scorpion crossbow. Someone shouted, and the rebels pushed out a small crossbow cart, which was only 1 person tall and much smaller than the city defense crossbow, but could easily penetrate armor. The field weapon called the scorpion crossbow suddenly started, and dozens of giant arrows penetrated the heavy cavalry phalanx, instantly killing 20 to 30 heavy cavalrymen. The more tragic ones were even nailed together with their horses. Such a loss could bankrupt most barons in an instant, but it was just a drizzle for the entire coalition. The heavy cavalry's charge came in a flash. Although the rebels had set up countless halberds and spears, the heavy cavalry still charged forward fearlessly. Bang! It was like one wall hitting another. The front line was instantly shrouded in blood mist, and the sky was filled with pieces of flesh crushed by war horses. A large number of rebels were pushed and fell, and then trampled into the mud by horses' hooves. The coalition heavy cavalry also suffered considerable losses, and many of them were strung together like candied haws. It was too late for Field to look at the situation ahead, because his left wing was about to be attacked by the enemy. Swish swish. A dense array of fire bombs passed overhead and landed in a square formation not far from Field. The private army of an unknown small family met with misfortune. Under the saturated attack of fire bombs, the square formation was instantly blown into a pile of fragments, leaving the noble standing there in a daze, looking at the blood splattered on his body, at a loss. In extraordinary wars, ordinary people just consume their magic power and fighting spirit. If they consume their divine power, they will make a huge profit. Although ordinary people have a chance to kill the chosen one by relying on numbers, this is definitely not possible in a field battle, nor can it be done by cannon fodder. Nima, it's more cruel than I thought. Field saw the rebels calling in archers through the crowd of people, and immediately shouted, "Raise your shields." The knight leader of the First Army, with a highly concentrated mind, immediately raised his shield high and slowly stepped forward. The sound of arrows hitting the shields could be heard continuously. The arrows penetrated the gaps in the shields and shot down several soldiers. Fortunately, the rebels' bows and arrows were mostly hunting bows, which were fine for shooting rabbits, but had very low lethality when attacking soldiers wearing leather armor. Only 3 or 4 people were shot, and all of them were slightly injured. We're still shooting. Seeing that the other side had fired a round, Field was not one to suffer a loss, and he immediately took advantage of the gap to order his soldiers to shoot arrows. The support materials obtained earlier came in handy now. A burst of machine gun fire, dozens of rebels fell immediately. Before they could fire the second round, the coalition forces at the front collided with the rebels face to face, and the two armies immediately fell into a chaotic and brutal hand-to-hand combat. Swords, spears, and halberds were madly harvesting lives, and blood and flesh were splattered everywhere. Even if a knight or warrior has fighting spirit, he will be trapped in the crowd with no room to dodge. There are people in front, behind, left, right, and even under his feet. All fighting skills or combat techniques are bullshit. If you have bad luck, you can't even raise your hands. At this moment, only strength and armor are the most reliable. Field saw with his own eyes that a strong warrior, with a burst of second-level fighting spirit, swept through several rebel groups. Then his fighting spirit was exhausted. He was stabbed to pieces by random bullets, and finally his head was smashed by a farm tool. There was no formation between the two sides. It was just a bloody collision. In just 10 minutes, heads were kicked all over the place, and the blood almost formed a pool. Let's hold our formation. He came here to take advantage of the situation, but he didn't really intend to bury his entire army here. Field had already gotten off his horse, and there was no room to charge at this moment, so it was better to stay in the safety of his own army. He ordered the First Army to maintain the defensive gun formation and stop advancing. As the saying goes, if you don't run to the front will run to you. Soon, Field was surprised to find that he was actually meeting the rebels. The other troops in front of him either collapsed or died. The howling rebels rushed forward with tattered weapons in hand. Their morale was terrifyingly high. They were controlled and had no right to escape, just like the corpses in the Night Lord. Chapter 118, Going Out to Meet the Enemy, Part 3. Really, I'm back to night territory. Field was shocked. Did he have a grudge against the corpse? However, the enemy was right in front of him, so it was meaningless to avoid the fight. He suddenly drew out his sword and commanded, "Ready, stab." The soldiers crossed their spears and fired at the same time. The thin rebels were knocked to the ground in an instant, and blood spurted out. Keep the pace, stab. The guns were fired in unison again, and the rebels were peeled neatly like an onion. The hysterical screams had not yet ceased, and more rebels rushed up, like huge waves hitting the gun array. Fortunately, the thin linen clothes and rough farm tools were no match for the gun array, and the rebels could only fall down one by one, like wheat being cut. Both the rebels and the coalition forces fought without any rules. The battlefield gradually became chaotic, with both sides fighting each other like a pot of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, with black and white mixed together. The chosen ones also joined the battlefield. They went to the rear of the rebels and fought with the rebel chosen ones. They were of no benefit to the front battlefield. All they could hear was the thunder-like sound of fierce fighting in the distance. Soon, magic disappeared from the battlefield. All the previous world-destroying magic was almost extinct. Occasionally, a magician would come up with one, but it would be dispelled by defense or purification magic. The ordinary soldiers who were originally cannon fodder gradually became the absolute main force on the battlefield. After an hour's work, the magicians were almost exhausted and had to retreat to the rear to replenish their magic. The fighting knights could still continue fighting with their physical strength. The battlefield turned into pure hand-to-hand combat. Due to the governor's aggressive fighting style, there was not even a reserve force, and many people were exhausted, especially the infantrymen wearing heavy armor. At this time, the army of Night Lord showed extremely strong will. Stab! Stab! The continuous stabbing of spears maintained an excellent rhythm, madly harvesting the rebels. The Night Army firmly occupied a small earthen slope, with the wolf flag flying high, and the surrounding area quickly piled up a wall of corpses with the bodies of the rebels. The soldiers, on the other hand, remained calm. They found that this place was no different from the familiar night territory. It was even more pleasant because the rebels were not as scary as the zombies. More and more noble troops, or scattered soldiers, gathered under Field's flag and stood firm together. Damn it, I wanted to keep a low profile. Field was embarrassed. A bunch of little nobles gathered around him, staring at each other. No one expected that the fearless peasant could be so fierce when he went crazy. Fortunately, Field felt that the rebels' formation was crumbling. After 2 more hours of bloody fighting, someone was heard shouting, "The rebels are retreating! The rebels are retreating!" The rebels retreated like a receding tide, stepping on the blood and blood on the ground in the midst of the noise, but only the strong men retreated. The old, weak, women and children who had been dragged down before were all turned into pieces on the ground. Destroy all the enemies. Glory be upon me. Hearing an excited roar, the gate of the fortress opened again. Governor Taklin, shouting glory, rode on a handsome lion-like monster and led his well-rested guards and 3,000 light cavalry to pursue the fleeing rebels. The blood-red sunlight reflected on the blood-stained earth. Corpses were scattered all over the ground, blood gathered into rivers, and there were ownerless war horses or crying soldiers everywhere. My hands are sore." Field sat down on the pile of corpses piled up by the rebels, breathing heavily. He couldn't remember how many people he had killed. Even with Rosaria's help, he still felt tired. "Thanks to you, Baron Field. I never expected the rebels to be so tenacious." Laurent looked like a bloody man. He felt equally uncomfortable, and his breathing was like pulling a bellows. Field was thirsty and licked his lips. He smacked his lips and said, "This is the power of a 5th-level artifact. Tens of thousands of people have been transformed into fearless monsters. It really is shocking to me. My lord, water." Iron Hammer came over, and he still had the strength. He tore off his armor, and a bunch of arrows fell out with a clang. He smiled, tore off his inner armor, wiped the blood on his hands on his clothes, and then handed over the kettle. Ton ton ton. After Field drank it, he felt much better. "Send some water to the other adults as well." Field didn't mind trying to improve his impression. He stood up, mounted his horse, and planned to go take a look ahead. After climbing over a small hill, we saw the governor's light cavalry chasing the defeated army, and further away was the battlefield of the gods' chosen ones. All kinds of brilliant skills were bursting out, and the surrounding beautiful mountains and rivers had been razed to the ground. Before they could even take a closer look, the 3 chosen ones of the rebels fled. Sure enough, the stronger you are, the harder it is to die. I heard that the Empire hasn't even sent out a 6th-rank God's chosen one. Field shook his head and then planted the wolf flag in his hand on the hill. The 6th Order gods will not be dispatched easily, and each of them guards the core of the Empire. In just a moment, Field saw the returning Empire's chosen one. Damn it, that pighead actually ordered the heavy cavalry to charge the spear array head-on. I was beaten by the 3 chosen gods and almost died. Livresa had loose red hair and half of her shoulder was festering, and the bones were faintly visible. Her artifact had been disintegrated, and she rode a unicorn, complaining angrily. I almost returned to the arms of the goddess of war. The artifact was disintegrated for half an hour. You didn't come earlier. We have to obey orders too. Why don't you rush back? One of the chosen ones didn't care. I'm sorry, Lavlasa, I will heal you. There were also companions from the Imperial Army who kept comforting her. Please keep your voice down. If he hears you, I'll make you charge against the city wall next time. The Nibelungen family will provide you with the best conditions. Field also saw Aisha, but as a first-level chosen one, she could only walk at the end and had no say. That must be the chosen one from God who ran in right at the beginning. He suffered a lot as expected. Field looked for a while and didn't see the figure he wanted to see. He was very disappointed. He also felt the fishy wind making him feel nauseous, so he returned to the First Army of the Night Lord. In this battle, Yimu's First Army suffered 17 deaths and 61 injuries. But the amazing thing is that they gathered more than 100 masterless soldiers, whose masters either died in battle or disappeared. At night, everyone in the camp was resting. Everywhere there were the wailing and crying of the wounded. We have just left the fortress gate. Field rubbed his brow. In this battle, not many elite soldiers of the noble coalition were killed. After all, they were more well-equipped. But many of them were defeated. In the era of cold weapons, defeat was a very normal thing, and the winner just had to slowly gather the troops. The ones who suffered the most casualties were Livresa and her heavy cavalry corps, with more than 360 knights killed, dying from exhaustion and siege. She herself had her divine weapon disintegrated and was seriously injured, and it would take a long time for her to recover. In the first battle to suppress the rebellion, one of the chosen ones was forced to leave the battlefield. Chapter 119. I finally see you. I'm glad I didn't give up. Arya was cooking soup, stirring the pot with a spoon. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders. She seemed to be afraid that her hair would fall into the soup, so she held it together with one hand. Worried that her identity as a dragon would be exposed and she would be laughed at by the dragon clan, Arya specifically asked Field for a black robe and a veil. Does this guy care so much about the pride of the dragon race? He's dressed the same as the Arabs. Field shook his head helplessly and looked down at the new orders on the parchment and the map of Atavan province. The cultists' plan to break through the fortress and roam around the Morning Wind province was shattered. The governor's plan to quell the rebellion was to attack in 6 directions, one by one to capture all the fortresses and cities in the rebellious areas, and finally to go to the Viscount's territory to encircle the cultists' base camp. Field, it seems you have found a new love. I am very happy. A familiar voice was heard. Field looked in the direction of the voice and saw 2 unforgettable figures. His younger brother Adrian and his chosen one. You're not dead. I thought you would die like a pig or a dog in the attack of the cultists. Adrian licked the corner of his mouth and looked at the Dragonborn who was cooking with greedy eyes. His eyes stayed on the Dragonborn for a while. Although she was covered by a veil and a black robe, he was still shocked by this charming veiled woman and did not shy away from showing his desire. Haha, long time no see, my dear brother. Field was overjoyed and stood up quickly. He was not angry at all because of his words. Instead, he looked at him as if he was a dead man. Then he showed a harmless smile and walked forward slowly. You have changed a lot. Your nose is not as straight as before. When he first came to this world, Field punched him in the face. What did you say? The younger brother narrowed his eyes. Field spread his hands. You are still so irritable and perverted. I thought you would be more mature. Mature like you? You don't dare to go to the fiefdom to take office, but hide in Maple Leaf territory or come to Atavan to fill the number. The younger brother shouted very loudly, wishing that everyone could hear. I will expose your cowardly behavior. The nobles who were camped nearby loved to watch the lively fighting and came over immediately. What's going on? Aren't they all from the Ross family? It is said that Field was a coward. His lover was tortured to death by his brother, but he did not fight back at all. Oh my God, this is so funny. I don't think that's likely. Field fought bravely. The nobles whispered. Field rolled his eyes, but he was very excited in his heart, because he saw his brother's chosen one was here, which meant one thing. His brother's territory defense was extremely weak. He participated in the suppression of the rebellion step by step, just for this moment. As you wish. After saying this, Field waved his hand and turned to walk back to the tent. If you want me not to expose you, you can. Let me play with your new love for a few days. The maids I brought are tired of playing with them. Don't worry, I will keep her alive. The Dragonborn had never encountered such a situation before, and his eyes were filled with anger. Field paused, turned around, and looked his brother up and down. Didn't you hear me? I order you to let me play with your woman for a few days. Adrian seemed to be very interested in irritating people and emphasized in an unquestionable tone. Heh. Field's dark eyes were like blades, and his tone became grim. Play? Play your mother. With a flash, Field appeared in front of Adrian and punched his brother hard in the face. Tie. The punch was so sudden and hard that Adrian was knocked down, his nose was smashed and blood spurted out like water. The people around exclaimed, You dare to hit me? You're done. Bastard. Adrian's eyes were filled with shock and hatred. He staggered back in embarrassment. Kill him for me. You're like a dog, barking all the time. Field was not polite and wanted to punch him again, but when he saw his brother's chosen one raising his hand, he immediately took a few steps back. Field still remembered that he had thrown her out by the neck last time. Although she couldn't kill a noble in public, she could still beat herself up. To hurt my lord is unforgivable. Allison had never thought that Field would dare to attack her lord in front of her for the second time. She was shocked and angry, and her divine power surged, and fire butterflies flew out one after another, each containing amazing fire energy. Field subconsciously reached for the gluttony greatsword. Fuck that bitch, Field. Rosalia was already yelling in her head. I'm going to chop them into pieces. That's enough. A terrifying fighting spirit slashed down, directly cutting a bottomless crack in the ground. Lei Ying folded his arms and warned. Do you want to fight among yourselves in public? We are suppressing a rebellion. Anyone who dares to do so will be punished by the imperial military law. Who do you think you are? He hit me first. Damn my face. Adrian covered his nose, blood gushing out, and he even spoke unclearly. Lei Ying's tone was calm, and he pointed the sword in his hand at Adrian. Don't make me say it a second time. Please maintain the dignity of a noble and don't bring shame to your family. Field let go of the sword and shrugged. We still have to give the adult's face. He knew that a fight would not break out. He could not be killed by other nobles in public. Similarly, he could not kill Adrian because that would be a challenge to the authority of the entire empire. Besides, I won't gain anything from the fight, so I'll be lucky enough to punch him. Very good. Lei Ying nodded. He liked people who knew what was good for him. Damn it. Adrian was very angry. Field walked forward with a smile and whispered to the two of them. Remember, this punch is only 1/10,000th of the interest. In addition, I have something to say to you. I will take away your beloved and ravage her severely, hee. After Field finished speaking, he smiled coldly, turned around and left, leaving Adrian screaming. Fuck. He actually dares to confront the lord who has the chosen one. He is truly a role model for us little nobles. Some little nobles were full of admiration. Tisk, just a fool. He actually beat his own brother. This is not what a moral person would do. It's too cold-blooded. It was Adrian who provoked me. Everyone was talking about it, but the Ross family had undoubtedly brought shame to their family. Field didn't care. After he returned to his tent, the Dragonborn actually came up to him and expressed his gratitude in an embarrassed manner. Well, I didn't expect you to stand up for me. Thank you very much. Chapter 120, The Raising of the Black Crow Flag. I beat him not only for you. This grudge has been going on for a long time. You don't have to take it to heart. The blood feud of the original owner, the torture and death of Greyhound's old lover, the innocent little girl who was killed by the fire butterfly, and the hatred that Field had been threatened many times and made him extremely unhappy, had long been piled up and would not stop until one of them died. I'm going to rest first. Field yawned, gave a few instructions, and went back to the tent to sleep. But the moment you lie down and close your eyes. In a small border ravine in Adrian's full-on territory, a corrupted black crow with a steely luster slowly opened its eyes and looked into the distance with its terrifying eyes. At this time, the sunset had already fallen, and the darkness like a veil was sprinkled on the ground, covering everything. It's a dark and windy night, nice weather. In the woods on both sides of the stone road, 60 or 70 figures in black robes were leaning against trees or sitting on the ground, all in silence. Ashina's scarlet eyes kept scanning, finally setting their sights on the manor in the distance. Field lowered his voice and whispered, Ashina. Sir, you are here? The girl showed a look of surprise, turned her head, and showed Black Crow a bright smile. How is the war situation in Atavan province? Can Rosaria protect you? If she doesn't do her job well, I will go back and bite her. I'm fine here. Have you arrived at Fulon? This is the border of Fulon territory. We arrived here this morning according to your instructions and rested for a day. Ahead is a knight's manor, and his village is not far to the east. This place is very rich. The manor has watchtowers, stone walls, and even small crossbows. We are waiting for your orders. Good. Field was delighted. The suppression of the rebellion is just a cover for the looting army, and the war of revenge has just begun. No matter whether the owner of your manor is a good man or a bad man, the head follows the butt, and it is time to get rid of him. Without saying a word, Field directly controlled the black crow to spread its wings. The high-flying black crows circled over the manor, giving a full view of the manor's defenses. Field continued to collect intelligence and passed it on to Ashina. The soldiers on the stone wall were somewhat undisciplined, holding halberds in their arms, leaning against the parapets to sleep, or walking back and forth. They didn't notice at all that a pitch-black crow exposed their defensive position. Yeah, a sharp crow cry. The soldier guarding the gate was suddenly awakened and almost dropped the halberd in his hand. He also staggered and almost fell to the ground. Damn crows, what bad luck. The soldiers cursed, their attention all focused on the black crows, so much so that they didn't notice a series of black shadows that arrived at the foot of the city wall at the speed of a cheetah. Then, one by one, the corrupted great swordsmen, with their fighting spirit surging, hooked one claw directly on the wall and climbed up quickly like a spider. The vertical wall was as easy as walking on flat ground for them. Did you hear any noise? Like a rat running around in the wall. I don't know. The soldier holding the bow looked confused. I guess I've been too angry lately and am hallucinating. When will I go to the village to punish the two women? Guarding the wall fiddled with his ears with his fingers, looking unhappy, and subconsciously stuck his head out to see what was happening under the wall. Puff! A silver-white arrow, like a silver meteor, hit the captain's face directly. With a crisp explosion, his entire head exploded like a watermelon. Enemy. Before the soldiers holding bows could speak, a large group of tall and ferocious figures climbed up the parapet with great ease. One of them thrust his sword straight at the soldier, and the sword pierced through the back of the soldier's neck. The sharp tip of the blade was still bleeding. The swordsman casually threw the headless body away, and it rolled to the ground like a rag. Without any hesitation, the great swordsman quickly found an outpost. He glanced through the crack in the door with his corrupted gray eyes and saw two soldiers chatting and a guy lying down taking a nap. Bang! He kicked the door open with such force that it flew off the door panel. The sudden movement startled the two soldiers who were chatting. They trembled and subconsciously thought it was the leader. When they saw the person coming, it was a heavily armored soldier covered in blood and holding a ferocious sword. They were horrified and subconsciously reached for their weapons. The terrifying sword swept out with a strong wind. The blood splashed onto the wall behind like a gorgeous red curtain. The two soldiers were cut in half, along with their armor, and their intestines were scattered everywhere. This scene was seen by a soldier who had just woken up. His pupils dilated, his legs went weak, and he rolled off the bed. He opened his mouth several times, but he couldn't utter the words to beg for mercy because he was afraid. Let me go. He finally managed to squeeze out the words, but the great swordsman chopped off his entire head with one sword, and the chaotic sword energy even shattered the bed behind him. The order was to kill everyone. The corrupt throat squeezed out a few words that were difficult to hear. Beep, 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 a whistle alarm sounded outside the house. The whole manor was like a hornet's nest of boiling water. Everyone started to panic. The guards began to line up, and the servants hid in fear. Before dying, a soldier used his last bit of strength to blow the alarm. But it was too late. 50 great swordsmen had already rushed into the manor and quickly eliminated the most threatening ballistae and outposts. The great swordsman dealt with the three men. He turned around and left the outpost, and saw two of his kind jumping downstairs and slowly opening the door. Disperse them. Don't let them line up. Field yelled. Cavalry charge. The next moment, Ashina led the subhuman cavalry and rushed in directly through the open gate. More than 30 soldiers who had just assembled in formation were directly dispersed by the cavalry. The terrifying impact force of the Black Wolves directly turned 6 soldiers into a bloody mist. The corrupted great swordsmen and cavalry quickly followed, frantically harvesting lives with spears and swords. Almost instantly, the battle turned into a brutal massacre. All the guards and slaves of the manor, as long as they were alive, even dogs, fell in a pool of blood. The owner of the manor, Nightclawling, was still being affectionate with his maid when he suddenly heard loud shouts of killing outside. What's going on? Sir, it seems someone broke in. The guard inside the house replied tremblingly, secretly glancing at the lord. Could it be those mountain bandits? You actually asked me this, you useless thing. Even though there are city walls, people still manage to break in. I will hang all of them later. Clawling was furious. He didn't even have time to put on his armor. He picked up an axe and cursed. How dare you come to my territory and make trouble, you damn bastard. Follow me. Let them see the combat power of a second-level fighting knight. Chapter 121. The Raising of the Black Crow Flag, Part 2. Crowleying led all the guards in the house and pushed open the door. Goddess, is this hell? The guards were dumbfounded as soon as they opened the door. The manor was in chaos. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The previous cries and begging for mercy had completely disappeared. Instead, there was only the howling of the cold wind. Corpses were piled on the ground, and even his hunting dogs were killed. The Black Crow flag was stuck on the pile of corpses, and the blood sprayed on it added a bit of eerie color to it. Who are you? Crowlington found it difficult to breathe, and a terrifying atmosphere made it hard for him to breathe. Ashina smiled and said, "Tell me everything you know, any valuable information, and I will give you a quick death." It's a bit too early to say that now. Clawling was full of fighting spirit and held the axe across his body. But, he discovered, more than 20 heavily armored swordsmen had already entered the house, cutting off their retreat. Their two-handed swords flashed with a cold light, and all of them contained first-level fighting spirit. They are all Dookie soldiers? How is that possible? Clawling was stunned. You know, people with fighting spirit can at least become knights and own fiefs. What kind of heavenly law had he violated to deserve being besieged by so many fighting soldiers? It was obvious that the group of people in front of them were not mountain bandits at all, but a powerful regular army. Tell me the valuable information, don't make me say it for the third time. Clawling had already begun to think of retreating, his brain working rapidly. Although they are all Dochi soldiers, I have second-level Dochi. As long as I grab a warhorse, I can escape to Fulan City for help. So, he quietly moved his feet and said arrogantly, "Do you know where this place is? This is the territory of the Ross family. The noble Baron Adrian is in charge here. Leave here immediately, otherwise the Baron will not let you go." Since this is Adrian's territory, then there is nothing wrong with killing him. Ashina saw all the enemy's little movements. Seeing that he had no intention of surrendering, she sneered and immediately lost her patience. Clang! Ashina casually drew her spear, a vast ripple of divine power surged out, and the lance stabbed out heavily. So fast. The Chosen One's casual attack was so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye in the eyes of the fighting knight. Clawling's pupils constricted. He did not dare to be careless and quickly mobilized his fighting spirit. The surging fighting spirit energy in his body allowed him to deliver a powerful blow. The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out, and the floor could not bear the sudden pressure and burst directly. Clawling groaned and retreated 10 steps. His knuckles were torn, and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The fighting spirit that had gathered was actually dispersed, and his body was in chaos. I say. Seeing that the great swordsmen around him were trying to capture him, Clawling immediately pushed them away with both hands, looking flattering. Tell me about it. Ashina looked at him, moving backwards with amusement. Sure enough, the next moment, Clawling released his fighting spirit, shocking the nearby great swordsman. He then turned and ran, crashing into a house at high speed, intending to escape through the window. Humans are so cunning. Ashina drew her bow and shot a silver arrow straight through the wall, accurately breaking Clawling's calf. Clawling suddenly felt dizzy, and before he could figure out what was going on, his body rolled to the ground like a rolling gourd. Ah, my legs. Yes, humans are very cunning, except for me, who is pure and innocent, like a white lotus growing in a swamp. Field controlled the black crow to land on Ashina's shoulder and said shamelessly, "Yes, sir, you are the best." Ashina shook her wolf ears. Whatever the Lord said was right. But the way she treated her enemies fully demonstrated the cruelty of the white wolf demi-humans. Black wolf, eat that fighting knight bite by bite. I said before that only by providing valuable information can you avoid torture. Talking crows, you are evil, demons. Several guards were so scared that they didn't even have the courage to stand up and huddled together. Ashina shook her tail behind her and said, "If you don't want to be eaten up bit by bit and go to hell, say something useful. By the way, you two should speak separately. Whoever says something different from the others will be eaten." Hearing Clawling's screams, the guards were so frightened that there was no need to torture him. They knelt down one by one and told him everything they should and shouldn't say. The guards revealed all the manors, secret outposts, trade routes and villages of several surrounding knights. Search all the weapons, coins, and high-value items in the manor, and then hide them in the nearby mountains. We need a small base to hide the spoils. Oh, and if the crossbows on the wall can be removed, take them away too. The main point is not to waste and not to miss. Field said methodically. As for the livestock on the farm, I will treat you to a feast. Eat to your heart's content. Don't eat dry food. There's more meat than you can eat. Great. Ashina was so happy that she shouted long live. Next, we will continue to hide during the day and move out at night to attack every place we can take. Kill all those who should be killed and take away all the things. Field said in a cold tone. It's time to give Adrian a little looting shock. If you have the guts, come and lead the robbery at night. I will be fair and welcome you anytime. Soon, whole boxes of gold coins, gold and silver jewelry, and magic potions were found. These were the fruits of several generations of business. It was obvious how wealthy they were to be able to support such a large group of soldiers. Everyone spent the whole night happily searching. The next morning, Field yawned, climbed up from the camp bed, walked out of the barracks, and took a deep breath of the blood-filled air. You didn't sleep well last night? Why do you look so tired? Perhaps because he helped her yesterday. The Dragonborn's attitude was much better today. She held the baked bread and stuffed it into Field's hand. To be honest, I used my trumpet yesterday and blew up a heavily guarded manor in one go, defeated the guarding knights, and then looted the whole night, even taking away the city defense crossbows. Field said seriously, I never lie to my chosen ones, even if it's temporary. Tisk, boring. Arya rolled her eyes. A liar is a liar. You didn't even leave your bed yesterday. You didn't do anything except giggle in the middle of the night, grind your teeth in the second half of the night, and mutter about wanting to touch the beast-eared girl. You're watching me? Field's pupils trembled, and he shrank his neck. Girl, you're not coveting me, are you? Go away. Arya walked away angrily and returned to the campfire to bake her own bread. Alas, sometimes no one believes the truth. Field rubbed his eyebrows. Chevalier Laurent came early in the morning to greet him. Good day, Baron. Chapter 122 from the Griffin Province. Field immediately smiled back. Good day. I heard some bad news, which may be very important to you. Laurent said mysteriously, lowering his voice and glancing left and right. Phalide, who had friction with you, is also in the 3rd Legion and is a military advisor to the army. Phalide. He is. Field felt that the name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. Aisha's admirer, a dandy boy from the capital of the empire, said to be the illegitimate son of a nobleman. Field slapped his head and remembered. Isn't it the guy in Maple Leaf City who mocked me? No wonder they were inexplicably hostile to me. They must have heard about the Nibelung family's plan to bring me and Elsa together. That's indeed a little trouble. Field nodded, surprised. He is actually a military advisor. I didn't expect him to be so capable. You're joking. Ability can never beat noble blood. Besides, whether one's ability is strong or not is just a matter of the nobles. It doesn't matter if you say you can do it or not, and it doesn't matter if you say you can't do it or not. Although he laughed dryly a few times, Lawrence's face was full of bitterness, and he kicked 2 stones hard with his boots to vent his anger. The governor who suppressed the rebellion had mediocre command ability, but that did not prevent him from getting the greatest credit. Anyway, you'd better be careful. Thank you very much for your help. I will pay attention to it. Field gave him a grateful look. Laurent scratched his head, then looked shy, rubbing his fingers constantly, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. What the hell? What's that expression? Are you gay? Are you planning to play the game? Field's pupils trembled, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Well, I hope you can take care of me during the battle. All the serfs I brought with me have fled, leaving only my 6 knights and my wife, a magician. But for the honor and future of my family, I cannot be a coward. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Field nodded and agreed. That's no problem. He was so happy to get the free help of cavalry and magicians. The governor orders all members of the 3rd Army to break camp and march towards the Howling Fortress. After thwarting the cultists' plan to roam around, the coalition forces are ready to launch a counterattack. The magician used voice transmission magic to notify everyone. Amid the noisy clamor, the surrounding troops began to pack up their things in a chaotic manner, with occasional curses and scolding. Lead the Night Army, set off. Field gave the order. With Field's order, Tietue and others began to pack up their bags and load the supplies onto the trucks, and the whole process was in order. This scene gave Laurent a great shock. I suddenly feel that I can really earn military merit this time. Laurent was very happy and secretly vowed to contribute more. Is Sir Field here? A pleasant voice came. Following the sound, I saw that it was Aisha who came. She jumped down from the carriage in a graceful manner. A wonderful day starts with seeing the beautiful Miss Aisha. Field said shamelessly, speaking cheesy love words that even he found disgusting. He glanced at the goods that others brought. We meet again, you boastful country baron. I heard that you devoted yourself to researching things that would make the Kuan girl happy, ha. Speak of Chow Chow, and he will appear. Before Aisha could reply, Faraday hurriedly jumped off a majestic warhorse and quickly stood between the 2 of them, blocking Field's view. Field frowned. This guy was determined to go against him. I didn't argue with him last time, and he probably thought I was weak, so he started to take advantage of me. He actually called the Ross family countryside. If it were when the family was strong, he would have already stepped half of his right leg into the coffin. But now, he was so hostile to himself that half of his left leg had already stepped into the coffin. Have you used Happy Beans? Field's focus was different. Happy Beans were more popular than he had imagined, and the speed of spread was incredibly fast. How much did they cost? It seems that I sold it to Simon for 40 silver coins and still made a loss, even though the selling price was higher than expected. No, of course I haven't used it. But you? I'm afraid it won't work. So you developed the happy pill? Field was angry. I am so good at soloing the chosen one that I can make the white wolf demi-humans meow. And you actually say that I can't do it. If you have a wife, I can prove it to your ladyship. Field said with a playful look on his face. Poof. Aisha almost couldn't hold it in. Pervert. The Dragonborn looked at him with an expression that said, I don't know him. Phalide almost couldn't catch his breath. You bastard. What are you talking about? Okay, we are a coalition army now, so stop saying these useless things. Being secretive is not the style of a noble. You should introduce yourself, a noble from a big city. My name is Phalide Swiftwind, and I'm from the Griffin province. Phalide was very proud. He had reason to be proud of being from the imperial capital, where everyone was rich or noble. However, the surname Swiftwind is a fake surname. All illegitimate children from the Griffin province will be called this surname. If his biological father acknowledges him, he will get his real surname. Field raised his eyebrows. Title? Fali was embarrassed. How could a bastard have a title? His face turned red, and he said with his neck stiff, After this battle, the Atavan province will set aside the best place as my fiefdom. Then I will be able to have a title. No title, no fiefdom. Oh, it turns out to be a little jerk. Field rolled his eyes and said, Go play somewhere else. I only want to chat with nobles now, not the lower class. Come and chat with me after you get the title. Never thought that one day, he would actually use class to look down on others. Field shook his head secretly, thinking that he had fallen. Countless people have lost everything, even their lives, to obtain the title, perhaps just for this moment. As soon as these words were spoken, many nobles immediately laughed at them. Phalai was so angry that his eyes were full of hatred. He clenched his fists and said nothing. That field is finished. The legal reason is very vindictive. It's going to be a good show. Several people who also came from the imperial capital were whispering, looking like they were watching a show. Well, Mr. Phalide, I believe you will rise to prominence. A capable man will shine wherever he goes. At the critical moment, Aisha gave him a way out and comforted him with an encouraging and admiring tone. Only then did Phalide's expression improve, and he turned to look at Aisha with admiration and gratitude. I will become the pillar of the empire and marry the woman I love. Field saw everything and nodded secretly, thinking, the diplomatic ability of the Nibelungen family should not be underestimated. A little girl who has just reached adulthood can easily control a man. They have obviously invested in the power of the Griffin province and are at ease. Chapter 123 Hatred and Conspiracy. Turning her head, Aisha smiled at Field again. Your heroic performance on the battlefield is remarkable. My uncle wanted to help you several times, but you solved it yourself. Thanks to the soldiers for their sacrifice. Field answered without hesitation. That's also your credit. I brought 10 sets of large leaf scale armor. I hope it will be helpful to you. Field accepted it with embarrassment. This makes me feel uncomfortable. Thank you very much. Don't miss it. They are all gold coins. Hee, I specially asked for it for you. Armor is very scarce now. Aisha's tone was much gentler and more friendly today. Most men would have fallen for a beautiful woman if she treated them like this. She curved her eyebrows and said affectionately, Tell me about the battlefield. It's my honor. The two of them walked side by side, chatting idly. This scene almost made Fali angry to death. You're actually chatting with the woman I'm planning to marry. Very well, you've already got yourself killed. Without saying a word, Phalai walked to Field's right side in a wicked manner and suddenly bumped into him with his shoulder. Field was knocked off balance and involuntarily pounced towards Elsa, then accidentally buried his head in Elsa's broad bosom, so deep that he even seemed to have rubbed against something incredible on the way, giving him a very protruding feeling. Aisha screamed, and even though she had been educated as a lady since childhood, she could not suppress her rage, and immediately a tremendous amount of divine power surged. Damn it! Phalai's eyes turned red, and he almost went crazy. You can't blame me for this. Field rubbed his face, feeling very happy, but he said innocently, Don't push me. It's legal. This is not gentlemanly. The milk-flavored buns are really good, very fragrant and soft. Snort. Aisha glared at Faridia fiercely and turned away. No, that's not the case. Let me explain. Phalide hurriedly chased after him. After watching them leave, Field shook his head and said to his soldiers, Give the scale armor to the 10 captains, and then we will set off too. Atavan province was not originally a wealthy province, but it used to be a place of beautiful scenery. Now it is devastated and full of smoke. After the army marched for half a day, each of the small nobles was given the task of clearing out the rebels, including Field. Attack Shanquan village, a once peaceful little village with clear springs and villagers who made a living by planting fruit trees. Now it has become a rebel outpost. They rely on the village to build a wooden fortress and provide beacon signals for the rebels. Take down Shangquan village and wipe out the rebels. I will commend you for your merit, and you will also receive funding from the Empire. Laying patted Field's shoulder to encourage him. I'll do my best. For Field, it was easy to capture a village, as he had 2 chosen ones hidden in his army. Of course, he would not attack too quickly, as hitting too hard would not suit his plan of slacking off. Baron Field, in this battle, I will record your military exploits, serve as a military supervisor, and provide you with military assistance at critical moments. A resentful voice sounded behind him. Field turned his head and saw that it was Phalide whom he had met in the morning. He rode a warhorse, wearing colorful and gorgeous robes, and his armor was also bright gilded armor. He had 30 knights following him, and only 2 of them had fluctuations in fighting spirit, and they were both at the first level. Even if he is the illegitimate son of a powerful person, it is difficult for him to be equipped with a large number of fighting knights, let alone the Chosen One. There are families of the Chosen One who beg to give him his real surname. Field groaned in annoyance. This fellow was just like a fly. He kept on talking. It was obvious that he had a very strong self-esteem and would not tolerate any grievance, even if the grievance was imaginary. Don't worry. Even though you were very rude to Miss Aisha, for the sake of my colleagues in the Empire, I will never let you die at the hands of the rebels. I will generously provide you with assistance. Phalide was relieved now. Although he was an illegitimate child, he was only a little short of getting a title. His father had connections, and this rebellion suppression trip was just a gilded journey to make him legitimate and recognized. He is now the military advisor of the Third Army and can play whatever he wants. In his opinion, the number of rebels in Shangquan village is definitely not something Field can handle. He thought to himself, I will not send out the cavalry until the last moment. Of course, whether he is disabled or not after being rescued depends on my mood. Oh, it's a pleasure to work with you then. The biggest revenge in life is to kill his father and steal his wife. Although he has no interest in Aisha, he still becomes her mortal enemy. Field was filled with murderous intent. He didn't want to have a knife hanging over his head. However, Field pretended to be nonchalant and shrugged his shoulders. He glanced at Lei Ying, who just shook his head helplessly, indicating that he could do nothing to help. Don't worry, the nobles' lives will be protected, Lei Ying promised. Okay. Field had completely lost hope for this bunch of selfish people who loved infighting and conspiracy, although he had never had any hope. Knight's First Army has now expanded to 370 people, 87 of whom are recruited leaderless soldiers with extremely poor training and no loyalty to him. Field uses them as free labor and cannon fodder. Under Phalide's frantic urging, Field led his troops to change direction and march towards Shangquan village along the path. After about 2 hours of rapid march, Field arrived at an area where dense forests and mountain roads intertwined. The ground was covered with simple barriers of chevaux de frise and antlers. There were also many corpses along the way, most of which were villagers stabbed in the back. The children lying in the bushes made the soldiers of Knight Leader silent. Be careful of traps, temporary troops. Explore the way ahead. 20 recruited soldiers advanced tremblingly along the mountain path. Field observed the terrain on both sides and compared it with the small map. Hey, you're too slow. Mudlegs, stinking reptiles, hurry up. A supervising knight rode over on horseback and cracked the whip in his hand with a loud noise, causing Field's soldiers to look at him sideways. This is necessary reconnaissance. Field was a man who protected his shortcomings. He immediately responded coldly. If you are in a hurry, you can sprint up first. Okay, I disobeyed military orders and delayed the war. Phalide wrote something down in a servile manner. I will report everything truthfully. Damn it, you are so disrespectful to me. Tietue clenched his weapon tightly, wishing he could smash their heads. Don't get excited, let the bullets fly for a while. Field sneered twice and waved his hand indifferently. I seem to have heard this from an adult. Tietue scratched his head in confusion through his helmet. Report to the sir, there is no danger ahead. The scouting soldier came back to report, his face full of joy, with 3 or 4 wrinkles on his face. Chapter 124 Hatred and Conspiracy, Part 2. Okay, let's move on. Field had actually looked at the small map and found that there was indeed no trace of the enemy. However, the Knights of Phalide were very hostile to him. Walking through the narrow mountain path, you can see the mountain village halfway up the mountain. It has built complete wooden defense facilities. There are even several bodies of coalition soldiers hanging with ropes as a demonstration. The rebels in the village patrolled back and forth, and from a distance, one could see the rise and fall of their spears. Attack from a low point high. The enemy still has villages as defenses, so it is impossible to attack under normal circumstances. Field found a high slope, looked around, and then returned to the woods, where his army temporarily hid. Attack quickly. The impatient look on the supervising knight's face grew stronger, and he kept urging, otherwise, if we delay the opportunity to fight, we will be holding back all the coalition forces. After a moment's silence, Field pretended to be helpless and said to his army, we can only win this battle, not lose, and we are not allowed to escape. Hammer, take your men to collect all the barricades and roadblocks on the mountain road, and pile them all up at the exit at the bottom of the mountain. Make sure to block the retreat. Yes, sir, Kitchue said sternly. In this battle, I want to cut off the retreat. Besides, the adults from the battle supervision team are watching, so don't even think about retreating. Field glanced at the members of the supervisory team, and they all showed proud expressions. When we attack later, I hope your army will not just stay in the woods, but help us reach the village wall. Field requested sincerely. Haha, I know. Fa lied was so arrogant. Listen, cavalry, no one can step out of the forest without my order. You? Field waved his sleeves and left. After Tietchue and others blocked the retreat route at the foot of the mountain, Field gathered everyone in formation and silently marched towards Shangquan village. Haha, it's really cool. No matter how powerful you are, you still have to wag your tail and beg for mercy from me. Let's dismount and rest and watch the show. Since ancient times, several coalition forces have often been defeated by a single family. A big reason for this is that the coalition forces have their own thoughts and interests, and it is difficult for them to work together. This is due to human nature. Before Field had even walked far, he heard laughter coming from behind him and laughed out loud. Laugh it up, I'm not the one who's really going all out. Felt turned his head and glanced back with the eyes of a dead man. No one noticed that he did not carry the greatsword behind him. In the best house in Shangquan village, a master of the Shadow World sect was sitting by the fire, praying with strange gestures. On the fire, a kid was being roasted on an iron fork. Master Priest, all the high-end combat forces have left. Should we return to the Screaming Fortress? An old man in religious attire knelt in front of Amasta. This place has no value anymore. Praise the true God. Amasta did not reply, but raised his hands in a concluding prayer. Listen, we should dedicate everything to the true God. Don't be afraid of the enemy. The foolish coalition forces have already started their counterattack. First, sacrifice all the captured women, and then drive the men to attack the coalition forces. Sacrifice the woman now? I haven't had enough fun yet, haha. Fuck, I've been playing for a month, and I'm still reluctant to leave. A few fanatics laughed evilly. Wait, what sound? Everyone was talking when they suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from outside, yelling, screaming, or wailing, all kinds of sounds mixed together. It was very loud. Amasta, who was about to use a knife to cut the meat, threw the knife to the ground with an unhappy look on his face. Have the sacrifices escaped again? I want to see who is on duty and tear his bones apart. Amasta and the fanatical believers were about to go out when they ran into a soldier who was crawling and rolling to report. It's bad, Master Priest. The Imperial Alliance has launched an attack on us. It's faster than expected. Then let them see my magic. No, let's start with you. Amasta brushed the dust off his robe. He was very unhappy about being bumped by a soldier. He stretched out his skeleton-like arms from under his robe and quickly recited a spell to the terrified soldier. Crack puff. The soldier fell to the ground and twitched wildly as if he was possessed. Then his flesh and blood suddenly exploded, and a bloody skeleton monster stood up from the minced meat. Let's go and show the coalition forces how powerful we are. When the soldiers around saw this scene, they were not afraid at all, but shouted excitedly instead. Amasta pushed open the door, climbed up the wooden wall, and saw the neatly organized First Army of Night. Haha, they look like the elite troops of the Empire, but it's wishful thinking for such a small number of people to take over this place. Amasta is confident. Do you want me to charge right in? Arya saw Field's fierce expression and mistakenly thought he was under a lot of pressure. I have been eating your food these days. As a thank you, I will help you fight. Arya refused to mention the contract. No need. Whether it's siege or street fighting, our army needs to hone its skills. We can't limit our vision to the present. You can help break down the gate later. We don't even have siege weapons. Everyone listen up, line up, and attack. Field was not on horseback, but stood with the troops on foot, following his command. The team of 100 people advanced slowly in the form of a shield wall. Their spears, like reeds, were still stained with blood or internal organs. The soldiers tried their best to hide themselves behind their shields, but their eyes were fixed on the front. Projectile. The rebels on the wooden wall immediately threw arrows, but the thin arrows from the rebels' hunting bows were like drizzle and were completely useless except for leaving some small white marks on the shields. Although archers are the best among soldiers and are strong and powerful, there is a huge gap in their equipment. Soon, Yimu led the first army to the city wall. The rebels filled barrels with boiling water or raised stones, ready to throw them down. Crossbowmen, fire at the wooden wall. When the enemy showed his upper body from the parapet, Field made a prompt decision and ordered the soldiers hiding in the team to fire at the enemy. There was almost no threshold for using a crossbow. As long as you had fingers and eyes, you could easily kill the enemy. A burst of dense machine gun fire and a blood mist immediately exploded on the wooden wall. More than a dozen rebels who had originally planned to stop Field fell in an instant, lying dead on the wooden wall. The boiling water in their hands fell over and splashed on their teammates, causing even greater chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Field shouted, "Arya, blow open the gate." Dragon roar, flaming dragon breath. Magic, gust of wind. The thickened gate was ignited in an instant, with scorching flames burning fiercely. The next moment, an invisible whirlwind spread out and hit the gate, actually blasting the wooden gate into pieces. Chapter 125 Hatred Until Death. The rebels lined up behind the gate were suddenly attacked, and many of them were blown away and burned to death. What the hell? What's going on? Amasta was shocked. There is such a powerful magician. Damn it. Fanatical believers of the shadow world, true God, stop the enemy. Amasta's fanatics, wearing all kinds of armor, raised their weapons, shouted incomprehensible scriptures, and rushed over with a roar. Blood sacrificed to the true God. The Night Lord's first army was not to be outdone. They immediately burst into loud shouts and poured in through the broken gate. For the Baron, charge. Tietue held a shield in one hand and a mace in the other, with a fiery fighting spirit burning in his eyes. He saw the fanatic captain rushing towards him at a glance, and without saying a word, he shouted "Die," and used all his brute force to swing his mace at him. The village was small to begin with, and there were many people on both sides, so there was no room for anyone to retreat or move. The fanatic could only grit his teeth and raise the beheading axe in his hand to block. There was a loud clanging sound. Wow! In just one move, the drunken and lustful fanatic felt a strong force coming at him. His hands became sore, his knuckles were torn, and his weapon was actually knocked away. Before he could even startle, he was knocked to the ground by the hammer with his shield, followed by another powerful hammer. The fanatic's head was smashed to pieces, and his bloody body kept twitching. The soldiers of Night Lord simply held up their shields to protect themselves, and then fired their spears randomly, killing and wounding the rebels in any direction they wanted. Come out, servants of the evil god. Seeing the situation was critical, Amasta immediately squeezed out all his magic power and created 5 more blood skeleton soldiers. Kill them all. Before he could finish his words, a crossbow arrow pierced into Amasta's forehead. The priest fell to the ground and died immediately without even a sound. Really? How dare a wizard be so arrogant? Do you think I can't see you? The enemy first-level mage has already been marked on the mini-map. Although the mage has great destructive power, he can still be killed by ordinary weapons. Field put away the crossbow arrow that had been shot in vain, turned the iris brooch into a long sword, and slashed out with a whistling sound with a sacred light. The blood skeleton looked scary, but in fact it was not even a first-level creature. It was immediately blasted to pieces by the iris sword, and its bones shattered to the ground. Kill, kill, kill. Long live Lord Field. Inspired by Field's bravery, everyone rushed into Shanquan village like a torrent and launched a fierce massacre against the rebels. In the distant forest area, Feilai was looking at the boiling Shanquan village. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong, and his smile gradually disappeared. Why is the script wrong? Field shouldn't have been beaten back by the cultists many times, suffering heavy casualties, and then kneeling in front of him begging for mercy. Sir, they seem to have attacked. A knight was shocked. Could it be that the intelligence is wrong? The legal principles are also confused. It doesn't matter. We will also launch an attack later and get a share of the pie. No matter what happens, I won't suffer any loss. The knight asked weakly, what if Field comes to settle accounts with us? What can he do? Surround me with soldiers? If just one soldier leaks the secret, his noble career will be over. Besides, he is no match for us. Feilai was not wrong at all. He waved his hand and said, get on the horse, let's go. I led this battle well, and it's time for me to take over. Hey, where are you going? This road is blocked. An elegant figure walked out from the woods. Rosaria wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and said gently, my stomach is empty, and you look a bit delicious. Who is it? The knights drew their swords cautiously. Hey, woman, who are you? Feilai's pupils shrank sharply. He was not blinded by the beauty. In a war-torn area, seeing a stunning beauty walking out with a smile on her face was definitely not a good thing, because the other person might very well be the chosen one of God. Ahem, blood sacrifice. What is blood sacrifice? Blood sacrifice corruption. I'm going to chop you to death. Rosaria smiled morbidly, and the gluttony greatsword flashed out from behind her, the demon pupil on the sword flashing the murderous light of corn. Run away, it's the chosen one. The knights were so frightened that their pants almost flew off. Nima, why is there an enemy's chosen one here? The enemy's God's chosen ones in the woods outside a remote village is almost zero. Run, run, it will taste better. Rosaria licked the corner of her mouth with her bright red tongue. Her eyes condensed slightly, and a tremendous divine power surged out. The gluttony greatsword was thrown out by her, and it pierced through the space in an instant, directly breaking a knight who had just mounted his horse in half. It's not over yet, human-flavored food. Rosaria recalled the greatsword, and the chain on the sword rolled up 2 more knights. Puff! The 2 figures who screamed in fear were torn into pieces by Rosaria as she raised her hand, and a large amount of life energy was absorbed. The chosen one of the Shadow World sect is so terrifying. Phalide was so frightened that his pupils trembled. He swung his whip, leaving an afterimage, and urged his horse to escape. Although there were 30 riders, the crowd had no desire to resist and just focused on running away. From time to time, he heard screams and the sound of flesh exploding, and Phalide was scared to death, but fortunately, he saw the path down the mountain. As long as we go down the mountain, the plains are more suitable for horses to gallop, and then we find the coalition forces for help. We can survive. However, Phalide was soon stunned, because he saw a wall of debris piled up at the exit of the mountain road, made of chevaux de frise, roadblocks, and ropes tied together. Damn it, the road is blocked. He suddenly remembered that Field blocked the retreat route before attacking. He was originally thinking about the joke, but he didn't expect that this thing would backfire on him. Field, I will never reconcile with you. The only 3 remaining knights looked desperate and cursed Field at the top of their lungs. Rosaria almost died of laughter. Of course she knew what was going on. Then, Rosaria dodged and swung her sword to kill all the surviving knights. I have long wanted to join the Shadow World sect. Phalide burst into tears, fell to his knees, and begged for mercy. Rosaria didn't bother to talk nonsense. She swung out the chains and violently twisted his limbs. The corrupt divine power immediately began to destroy his soul, and his cries of pain echoed in the mountains. The sun set into the mountains. The battle of Shanquan village ended, and corpses were everywhere. The moonlight enveloped the fluttering flags. The soldiers of the First Army led by Knight were not idle. They pushed out carts of rebel corpses and piled them on the open space outside. Where is the commander-in-chief? Why hasn't he made any movement for so long? Come with me to look for anyone who is not injured. Field walked out of the house, put the gluttony greatsword on his back again, and asked everyone questions even though he knew the answer. Chapter 126 Lamb. To kill a fool, but he has a background and is also a military advisor to the Imperial Army. It is absolutely impossible to kill him openly because it is treason. Field didn't like to play tricks, but if there was a traitor in the army, it would be a big deal. To be on the safe side, it was the safest way to just let Rosalia act secretly. Everyone went down the mountain with torches and soon found the missing cavalryman. To be precise, it is the hero fragment of the cavalry. What did they go through? The temporarily recruited soldiers were terrified. Looking at the debris all over the ground, their legs were trembling and they kept looking around. As long as there was any movement around them, they would run away immediately. Let's run away, someone whispered. Bah, good to die. Kichue laughed, feeling relieved. He took off his pants and urinated without saying a word. Some other carefree knight-leading soldiers, using the light of the fire, anxiously searched for the scattered property. Field did not show any joy or anger, but rubbed his chin and said, Everyone, look around to see if there are any other discoveries. Sir, we found the overseer's horse in the woods. Soon, a team of 10 soldiers came back with cavalry horses, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. Not a single one of the 30 war horses is missing. The team leader's eyes widened. Ahem, this is a wild horse, you're wrong. Field coughed twice, ignored the saddle and reins of the war horse, and silently gave Rosalia a thumbs up in his heart. These war horses are extremely expensive, and 3 of them even contain trace amounts of Warcraft blood. This wave of huge profit. The team leader immediately smiled and said, Yes, this is a wild horse. We caught it. At the end of the mountain trail, they found Phalide. He was everywhere. Fortunately, He was wearing luxurious clothes, so they managed to piece together a picture. The roadblocks at the foot of the mountain were also broken. The dam attacker has apparently left. The Lord fought till the very last moment. He was a brave warrior. Field sighed, his face full of emotion. Although he and I had some unpleasant experiences, we fought together after all. Let's search carefully and collect all the fragments of the Lord. Arya frowned and squatted down to study it. This is a massacre. The murderer is not an ordinary person. Yes, in the next few days, wait to assist Lord Lei Ying in the investigation. We can just take a few days off. Field walked around for a while, then asked the soldiers to collect the relics of the supervision team first, and sent someone to notify Lei Ying, and then everyone returned to Shangquan village. As it happened, the rebels even prepared roasted goat for themselves. He cut a large plate full of food with a knife, sprinkled it with seasonings, and ate while roasting by the fire. The lazy and comfortable feeling made him feel lazy all over. Field, you can actually eat roasted lamb leisurely. Seeing Field eating with oil dripping from his mouth, Arya hurried over and grabbed Field. Gather the troops and leave quickly. Those knights were killed silently. It must be the enemy's chosen one. If she continues to assassinate, I can't protect you. Thank you for your concern, but my army is exhausted. If we act rashly at this time and run into the enemy, we will suffer huge losses. Field didn't expect that the cold Dragonborn would actually care about him. Wait for Lord Lei Ying to come. We still need to assist in the investigation. But, my dear daughter, have a bite. Field immediately forked a piece of roast lamb and handed it to her mouth. Aunt. Arya used her index finger to gather her hair, took a small bite, and then gave a serious evaluation. It's a little overcooked. No, that's not the point. Go away quickly. If you get assassinated, don't blame me. I don't have the ability to protect people. Field thought for a moment, then waved his hand. Don't worry, my dear daughter, I know what to do. Oh, there's really nothing I can do about you. Arya held her forehead with her hand, looking helpless. I'm going to cook. Do you want anything else to eat? Since joining the army, Arya has been working as a chef, raising the quality of military food to several levels. The army was full of rough men, and no one knew how to cook, so the food they made could barely be called pig food. Give me a tomato soup. Okay, we must finish it all. As Arya pushed the door open, she turned around and added, This is related to the honor of the dragon. Glory, humph, I don't believe it. As soon as Arya left, Rosaria slipped out of the gluttony greatsword, lifted her skirt, and turned around twice like dancing, then wandered around the house aimlessly, looking around. Are you looking for something? No, I'm just waiting for my pet to feed me, and then kneel down to lick the dust off my feet. She glanced at Field with a slightly depressed look, pouted and muttered, You partial guy, I don't want to pay attention to you for 30 seconds. Hey, when did I become your pet? Also, don't slander me. Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this little girl jealous? I'm sorry, dear Miss Rosalia, it's my fault. He immediately forked a piece of mutton to Rosalia. That's more like it. Rosaria came over and ate it proudly like a child. But a serious expression immediately appeared on her face, and she swallowed the mutton directly after a moment of silence. It's delicious. Rosalia wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, but there was no sign of satisfaction in her tone. Field saw the clue and stood up and asked softly, Don't force yourself. Can't you eat normal food? She was never seen eating anything other than tea. Rosaria seems to be able to obtain food only by killing living things. No, I just don't want to eat it. Rosaria turned her head away and denied it stubbornly, but then she became weak and asked carefully, Well, ordinary food tastes like chewing wax. Are you afraid of me? It's like being afraid of the devil. If it's a devil with a curvy figure who acts like a spoiled child with me, then there's nothing to be afraid of. I'll be so happy that I can't contain myself. Field laughed and reached out to touch her head to comfort her. Hee, how credible is a noble's words. Rosaria grabbed Field's outstretched hand, looked at Field with a charming smile, and trembled slightly with a bit of playfulness, exuding a charming and joyful aura. Since you have served me for a long time, I reluctantly believe you, but I don't want to be touched on the head. All right. Rosalia felt very happy when she saw Field's regretful and disappointed expression. She felt that she was needed and could dominate other people's emotions, instead of being feared as a corrupt creature or being respected or used as a tool simply because she was the chosen one. Chapter 127 Tomato Soup is here. Any bright and positive woman desires to be admired, admiration without any political or financial factors. It's vanity and pampering, bringing double happiness. Rosaria suddenly showed an expression of enlightenment. I know. It must be that your feeding method is wrong. Field was confused. Is there any relationship between the feeding method and the taste of the food itself? Hee hee, of course it's related. It must be the lack of the scent of a living thing. Rosaria put Field's hand on her waist. She was like a kitten scratching someone, sticking to him softly and breathing out a slightly cool breath. Your body temperature is really intoxicating. Now, my servant, feed me with your mouth. My goodness, this little girl, I can't even keep up with her pace. Field was almost choked. I really didn't expect Rosalia to take the initiative to flirt. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. Field's hands immediately began to wander around. The back waist is outlined by the inner arc, with a very beautiful outline, and it is surprisingly round and drum-shaped. This is just her girlish state, and her figure can be 99 points. Field dares to say that in the queen state, her figure is definitely 120 points. It is the kind of S-shaped figure that when the skirt is untied, the dress will only fall halfway without falling to the ground. Field's mind went blank, and he was about to stick to it. Squeak. Suddenly, there was a sound of a door opening. Field only felt a light breeze blowing past, and Rosaria instantly hid back in the gluttony greatsword, so that he didn't even touch a single hair. I'll rest first, my dear lord. Rosalia's sweet laughter echoed in my ears, and then she fell silent. Meow. Hee hee ah. The tomato soup is here. Arya held the plate, feeling full of accomplishment. Field was speechless for a while. His heart was in a mess because of Rosalia. In the end, she ran away just like that. He felt very lonely. Hey, the food is here. Why aren't you eating yet? Arya tilted her head, her eyes becoming cold again. You don't want to drink anymore, do you? I drink. Field drank the soup in one gulp and almost died of the sour taste. Not too salty, not too bland, tastes great. Even if it tastes good, there's no need to drink so much, right? Arya shyly scratched her head. She was still very happy that her cooking skills were recognized. Sir, we have found some villagers who have not been transformed by evil. What should we do with them? The voice of the guard came from outside the door. Give me a minute, let me check it out. Field stood by the window for a while to cool himself down before opening the door. Follow the soldier to the pigsty. That's right, it was the pigsty. Field was even stunned for a moment. The first things he saw were two brown pigs, which were only a quarter the size of modern pigs, with pointed noses and long faces, similar to wild boars. Then he saw an outrageous scene. More than 30 women were huddled in the northwest corner of the pigsty, covered in feces and mud. They were all tortured beyond recognition. Many of them were missing arms and legs, and looked demented. Those damn cultists. Field waved his fist. Killing them is too easy for them. Next time, we should torture them to death. First, clean up the survivors, and interrogate them one by one to see if we can get any useful information. Then give them some food and give it to Lei Ying when he arrives. After taking Shangquan village, there was more food than could be eaten, and even after filling the supply wagons, there was still a lot left over, so it wouldn't hurt to share some of it. Then, Field went to visit the wounded. In this battle, Yimu's army had 1 dead and 1 seriously injured. 13 soldiers who had been temporarily gathered had been killed and 6 seriously injured. They were almost defeated. Due to the sufficient amount of medicine, minor injuries could be cured quickly, but as for the serious injuries, they could only leave it to luck. It was already late at night when I arranged my shift. Field felt very tired. I'm so sleepy. It would be great if Ashina was here. She could help me share a lot of things. War is not a computer game where you just select soldiers and attack the enemy. It is already tiring for me to take care of both the deployment of troops and the logistics supply. I don't think I am good at the trivial details, such as reconnaissance, terrain, or aircraft control. And Ashina is good at reconnaissance and raids. We can only hone our skills slowly in battle. Field rubbed his brows and muttered to himself while lying on the bed. We need to quickly train a quartermaster and let him take charge of logistics. But who should we let go? He must be literate and absolutely loyal. People like Hammer Bobcat are loyal and reliable, but unfortunately they are all rough and uncouth. Ka could read and write, but he was unreliable. I'll think about it later. Early the next morning, Field was woken up by Arya. Field, Lord Lei Ying is here. So fast, wait a moment. Field changed his clothes silently. Since there was no maid, it took him a long time to put on the complicated clothes. When Field opened the door, he saw Lei Ying rushing in with a powerful group of knights. The hundreds of knights moved in unison, exuding a solemn and steady aura. They also had gorgeous blue feathers on their heads, and they were all ruthless people who would rush to the enemy and cause chaos. The azure armor, the long spears shining with magic, and the most eye-catching thing were their mounts. A blue velociraptor, with long claws and beautiful feathers on its arms and head. They are all 3rd-level fighting spirit, whether it is the knight or the mount. Rosario whispered to Field. It doesn't matter. Field was not panicked at all. He glanced at the small map and saw that the knights had no desire to attack. It should be the guard of a chosen one. Baron Field, I'm glad to see you're okay. Laying rode his tall horse to Field quickly amid the neighing of his warhorse and nodded heavily. Thank you for informing me immediately. I have a great responsibility for this tragedy. I didn't expect that the chosen ones would ambush us here. Those cultists caught us by surprise. It has to be said that Laying did a good job in leadership. He dared to take responsibility instead of simply blaming his subordinates. Please don't blame yourself too much. No one wants to see this kind of thing. Field didn't pretend to be sad. After all, he and the law don't get along, and everyone knows it. You can come to pick me up. I feel friendship and justice. Let me introduce you. This is Milani, who is married to our family and is a third-rank divine chosen from the Imperial Army. Hello. The woman greeted indifferently. Field looked at Milani, a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes. She held a court feather fan, which was commonly used by aristocratic women, and shook it from time to time. She looked like she had just attended an aristocratic ball. She also rode a velociraptor, but hers was bigger and had a more ferocious look in its eyes. He looks like a chosen one of the cavalry profession. Could he be the same type of chosen one as Ashina? Chapter 128, Black Crow Flag Flying. This is the blue-feathered dragon beast, a unique magical beast raised by our family. Laying explained, as if seeing Field's confusion. After hearing this, Field lost interest immediately. After a few brief greetings, Laying began to investigate the cause of Phalide's death. Unlike the aggressive questioning that had been imagined, Laying did not even interrogate Field. He simply let Milani be in charge of the investigation while he went back to command the Legion. It seems that I have been overly cautious again. Field shook his head. Even though it is a world of magic, the current criminal investigation methods are definitely not comparable to those in the future. The more important point is, the law of being alive must be valuable to them, but after death, they will be a disgusting trouble. If Laying didn't need to give an explanation to Phalide's father, he wouldn't even come. In the next few days, Field just relaxed in Shanquan village, teasing Dragonborn and Rosaria from time to time. But the atmosphere in Full-On territory became increasingly solemn and panic-stricken. This originally peaceful and prosperous land was being ravaged by terrifying demons. Rumors of three-eyed black crows and demon massacres were spreading everywhere, and people were in a panic for a time. Bang! Hurry up, sir. You useless slaves. A flat-nosed man swung his whip, and it made a loud cracking sound. You must get to Alfalfa Town tonight, otherwise you won't have any food. So tired. Lumi's eyes were blurry and she felt the world in front of her was spinning wildly. She stopped, and because the ropes on her feet were holding other slaves, her stop immediately caused the others to trip and fall to the ground, and the slaves rolled into a ball. Damn it, you dare to hold me back. The man with the whip hit Lumi on the back without any hesitation. It was like scraping bones with a steel knife. Lumi was immediately knocked over, a hideous look of pain on her face. She fell to the ground, curled up into a ball, and bloody saliva involuntarily flowed from the corners of her mouth. Playing dead with me, huh? The man raised his hand to hit her. Okay, flat nose, don't beat her to death. You've killed so many slaves along the way. Every slave is money. Do you know how hard it is to catch a scurrying catman? The companion next to him spat, looking unhappy. You don't understand my good intentions. Full-On territory has been in turmoil recently. Rumor has it that there are demons from hell, looting and killing everywhere, and even several knights have died. It is said that they will carry a bloody black crow flag, appear at nightfall, and return to hell during the day, so it is safer for us to go to town as soon as possible. You must be kidding. They can kill knights. It's just a story to scare children. Everyone sneered. But it's true that cat people are dangerous. It is said that the Baron of Maple Leaf Territory was assassinated by a cat person. Nonsense. I made them bite me when I was doing an oral examination on the cat people. Ha 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 ha. The slave-catching party laughed wickedly. Boom. A burst of thunder sounded, and the sky darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it, it's going to rain heavily. We won't be able to reach Alfalfa Town today. Let's go to the villa of the rich man Ajum. It's nearby. I have some friendship with him. We were mercenaries together in the past. Later, he made a fortune by selling addictive drugs and returned to Morrowind to become a local tycoon. The flat nose had just caused public outrage, so he immediately seized the opportunity to improve his favor. That's great, brother. I don't want to be out in the wild during a rainstorm and be invaded by evil spirits. In fact, it is just a cold, but for ordinary people in this era, a cold is almost the same as evil spirits entering the body, and both will lead to death. This catman looks like he's dying. Poked Lumi's head with his toes. Seeing that she was moving very little and breathing out more than in, he simply kicked her in the stomach twice. Damn, I'm really going to die. The cat people are just trash. I don't know what use the nobles have for them. Lumi moved her fingers weakly, tears streaming down her eyes. No, don't abandon me. Come on, flat nose. Everyone still had to rely on him to lead the way and avoid the rain, so they didn't say anything. Yeah. The sound of crows came from the sky. Field controlled the black crow and followed the axle marks of the caravan to find the whereabouts of the merchants. Field had a great time playing as his small trumpet while assisting Milani in the investigation. A total of 3 nice manors, 5 wealthy villas, and 2 caravans were captured. The upper echelons of Fulan territory were all withdrawn to suppress the rebellion, and with the power of Ashina, they were able to walk sideways in Fulan territory. The only thing that limited Field's looting speed was that they did not have enough manpower and could not transport the goods. I need more people, and the lower the chance of betrayal, the better. Capturing villagers doesn't work, and those who come by force have the lowest loyalty. In fact, Field already has a candidate, and that is the subhuman slave. I always have a bad feeling. Flat Nose shrank his head. He looked at the black crows that stayed in the sky for a long time and thought of the horrible rumors. Are we being targeted by the devil? Stop talking nonsense. I just want a glass of barley wine, the member of the slave-catching team said. Then he suddenly listened carefully. He heard the rumbling of thunder in the distance. He wondered, why doesn't this thunder stop? The slave-hunting team was horrified. Idiot. It's the cavalry. There are cavalry approaching us. The deputy rode out on his horse, waving the caravan flag in his hand. We are a caravan heading to Fulan City. We are one family, one family. Just as he finished his words, a brilliant silver line streaked across the dim sky, and an arrow killed the deputy directly. The powerful impact caused him to fly off his horse. Shit, it's not the cavalry from Fulan City, it's an enemy attack. The crowd didn't even see where the enemy was, and the entire caravan immediately became excited. Lumi seemed to hear a wolf howl in the wind. The trembling sound caused by the howl made her feel fear in her bones. She lay on the ground, unable to move, but her heart was inexplicably excited. She could see the fluttering flag slowly rising in the direction of the horizon. A terrifying, murderous aura swept through the entire caravan. The night leader's cavalry was like a giant eagle, forming a neat V-shaped attack formation and descending towards the caravan's location. Silver Claw and the others had all been through countless killings in the night territory. It could be said that since they mounted their war horses, they were either killing or on their way to kill. Therefore, once they launched an attack, their murderous aura was as real as substance. The slave-hunting team was also a ruthless man. Hold on. As long as you repel them, everyone will get 10 gold coins. When everyone heard this, they immediately became fierce and turned into bloodthirsty thugs. They mounted their horses and launched a counterattack. The cavalry of both sides collided, and the contact happened in an instant. Court Death. Chapter 129, Recruiting Demi-Human Slaves. Silver Claw easily deflected the lance that was thrusting forward from the front, then held the spear with both hands. With the unique agility of the White Wolf demi-humans and the personal training of the Chosen One, his martial arts had long surpassed that of ordinary people, and he drew his spear swiftly. The tip of the gun can be shot out and retracted instantly. Puff. The enemy cavalry who was crossing the river felt a pain in his throat and fell to the ground powerlessly, holding his throat, which was bleeding. The two cavalry teams were entangled with each other, and as they advanced and retreated, the cavalry of the slave-catching team were stabbed and fell off their horses one after another. In a blink of an eye, only a few empty horses were left, trotting along at a loss. The leader of the slave-hunting team tried to escape, but was immediately cut off his horse by a long cavalry sword. Ouch! The cavalrymen howled and waited for the right moment to crash into the caravan, like wolves into a flock of sheep, killing anyone who dared to resist. Curtains of blood were splashed continuously and never ended. Ashina, wearing a black robe and riding a giant wolf, slowly walked over. The caravan had already been captured. The rebels were all dead bodies with residual heat, and those who surrendered were all kneeling on the ground. To deal with barbarism, you have to be more barbaric than them. Field controlled the black crow and landed it on Ashina's shoulder. You are right. Ashina smiled and patted Black Crow's head. The rumors about the devil are true. The pupils of his flat nose trembled, and warm urine immediately flowed all over his pants. The demi-humans were also terrified. They huddled together and trembled, not daring to look at Ashina. Hey, this slave is still alive. Rumi was struggling to crawl on the ground. She hoped to stand up, but her lower body had almost no feeling. She didn't know if she was crippled by the beating. The strong desire to survive made her crawl blindly. The black crow circled and landed beside Lumi. Looking at those lifeless eyes that were full of desire to survive, Field felt shocked. These ants at the bottom of society knew nothing, yet they could survive as tenaciously as weeds. They just lacked the power to unite. Hello, Catman. Field took the initiative to greet. Lumi didn't react and continued to crawl stubbornly. Field had to call her several times before the Maoya in front of him regained some spirit. Do you want to live? Black Crow approached the little girl. Yes, Lumi wants to live. Field nodded. Ashina, give her the potion. If she can survive, take her away. Yes, sir. Ashina glanced at the slaves with her scarlet eyes. She smelled urine and looked around at the looting cavalry. She was confused and said, I smell cowardice. We are not that scary, are we? The cavalrymen, covered in blood, were either wiping their cavalry's swords that were stained with grease and blood, or finishing off the enemies they had killed by beheading them and piling them up to form a small jingguan. These were all gifts for their younger brother. What's so scary about it? The knight smiled with nuclear kindness. Yeah, it's okay. Field was also used to war. The corrupted great swordsman did not participate in the battle, otherwise it would have been even more terrifying. The demi-humans were terrified, and many of them even huddled together with the slave-hunting team, praying to the goddess nonstop and muttering words like, devil. I am a white wolf. Ashina was speechless. She took off her black hood and shook her wolf ears. I am not a demon. I came here to save you. It's the saint. Great, we white wolf sub-people also have a saint. Ancestors bless you. Thank you, winter goddess. 20 or so wolf subhumans all jumped up. The cowardice they had before disappeared immediately. Instead, they jumped and shouted with joy, looking down on other subhumans with smug eyes, and some even cried out loudly. The status of the subhumans is low because they have no big cities, lack God's chosen ones, and they have suffered from bullying. Saint. Field was confused. It's God's chosen one, but there are very few chosen ones among the demi-humans, so it's more sacred. Ashina shrugged indifferently and whispered to Field, don't worry about it. Just order me around. The little girl is still so considerate. Okay, since we are all one family, it will be much easier to manage. Field was very happy. Ashina, appoint your people as the backbone and let them manage and recruit other demi-humans step by step. But isn't this nepotism? Ashina was very nervous and looked at Field tenderly. I don't want to form my own power. I just want to be your chosen one. Let's just pick someone randomly. Field waved his hands, and the black crow also flapped its wings. I trust you 100%, so don't worry. However, if you don't take care of your own people, all the demi-humans will be uneasy. I need the power of the demi-humans now. Leave the power issue to me, and I will solve it. It's like in the same school, they don't take care of their own students and even suppress them, but instead give super high treatment to the garbage from other places. Not only will you fail to win the hearts of your own family, but outsiders will also think that you are trying to please them and look down on you. As for the issue of power, Field has plenty of ways to solve it. Okay, all of you are recruited. Follow my lord, and he will generously grant you freedom and food. Ashina announced in a cold voice, and then her scarlet eyes swept around. Who has any objections? We are willing to follow you, sir. The wolf people immediately raised their arms and shouted, including some gray and black wolf people. Great, what about the others? I want to leave. We rabbits are vegetarians and have little strength. We should be of no help to you. A man with rabbit ears was trembling like a quail. I don't like fighting. I faint when I see blood. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Ashina waited quietly for 3 seconds. Seeing that he was still going to leave, she let Black Wolf slap his chain and broke it. Then she smiled and said, You go first. Thank you. Thank you. The male rabbit man thanked him profusely and ran off into the distance. Seeing this, some other weaker races showed pleading expressions and were about to speak. Swoosh. Ashina suddenly drew her bow and arrow. Without even aiming, the arrow shot like a comet. The rabbit man fell to the ground like a ripe watermelon and was blown up by the arrow with a crisp bang. The bodies fell to the ground with a thud, and those who were really willing to go left first. Someone seems not to have heard clearly. You have been incorporated. If you have any objections, you can raise them. But from the beginning to the end, I never said that those with objections can escape. Everyone was stunned and dared not say a word. Field watched this scene and was amused by the naivety of the Rabbit people. He has seen clearly the strength of his own troops and the chosen ones. How could he let him escape? Are they waiting for him to inform on them? However, other people who wanted to leave were also noted by Field and will be given special attention in the future. Good. The wolf people were very happy. They liked cold-blooded and violent leaders, and they were all very excited. Chapter 130 Lumi will work hard. We have no objection. The legs of the demi-humans went limp and they surrendered one after another. Field suddenly had an additional 163 laborers, including 28 wolf humans, and the rest were cat humans, dog humans, and rabbit humans. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I have important information. Field looked in the direction of the sound and saw an ugly man with a flat nose crawling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. What important information? If it's really useful, I can forgive you. Flat Nose pleaded without hesitation. Are you robbing adults? I know where the villa of the rich man Jim is. He has a lot of shiny gold coins. I guarantee that adults will like them. He made his fortune by selling moon candies. He has plenty of gold coins. Moon candy is an addictive substance in this world. It was originally used as a comfort gift and painkiller for the army, but it is highly addictive and can have irreversible side effects on the mind. The Empire has already banned it. I used to be a mercenary with him, so we have some friendship. Let me trick his door open later, and you can charge in without any effort. The flat-nosed man smiled flatteringly, rubbing his palms together. I have long wanted to surrender to the demi-humans. Even though I am a human, I have demi-human blood flowing in my body. I swear. Field was speechless. This guy is so shameless. This news is indeed interesting. We have interrogated many people before, but no one has ever mentioned this rich man. The flat nose immediately shouted, because he and Moan, the trusted minister of Baron Fulan, have something to hide. A gym provides money and drugs, and Moan will provide cover. Field immediately felt that he had grasped some key information. He paced back and forth, linking the information together, and then clapped his hands with his fists. Okay, let's take over the Ajim villa now. However, before that, there are still things to deal with. Don't kill Flat Nose yet, but kill the others to save energy on them. Yes, my lord. Listen, subhuman slaves, I allow you to take revenge on the slave-catching team. Ashina raised her chin and signaled Silver Claw and the others to hand over their weapons. The few remaining members of the slave-hunting team had no time to struggle before they were immediately overwhelmed by the angry demi-humans and screamed continuously. Field left Flat Nose to lead the way and didn't ask him to trick the gate open because there was no need. Ajim's villa was in a secluded location in a reed marsh. There were 20 gangsters there, but they were no match for the looting army. Silver Claw rushed in and took over the villa in just a quarter of an hour. Rumi struggled to hold on. She was brought into the villa in a daze and was given food. At this moment, she was huddled in a corner of the hall with her ears drooping, looking very listless. She stuffed a wheat cake into her mouth and swallowed it slowly, but her eyes were staring at the pot in the hall. These tripod pots were filled with delicious meat, including beef and mutton. All the luxurious furniture in Ajim's villa was chopped up and used as firewood. It was raining heavily outside, but the atmosphere inside was very good. Claw and others gulped down the slightly cool olive wine, all of which came from the villa's wine cellar. Claw tore off a roasted goose leg from the grill, put it in his mouth and bit off a big piece, and his mouth was immediately filled with the aroma of meat. Haha, I never dreamed that I could live such a good life. Silver Claw has been eating meat every day recently, and he looks radiant, and even the fur on his tail has become much brighter. Yes, when I was in the wolf tribe, I could only eat once a day. The life I am living now is nothing compared to the heavenly life I am living now. Joining the army for you is the wisest choice I have ever made. Praise, sir. Everyone clinked their glasses and toasted each other, creating a lively atmosphere. Lumi wants to eat meat, too. The little cat girl was so greedy that her saliva couldn't help but flow down. Of course you can eat meat. I'll treat you to this meal. If you work hard in the future, you can also eat meat. Field controlled the black crow to land next to her. Although Lumi was still very weak, she forced a silly smile at Field. Really? Mr. Crow. Once the meat is cooked, everyone will have a share. Except for vegetarians, of course. Field was shocked to find that many of the rabbit demi-humans were vegetarians. He had previously thought that the animal characteristics of the demi-humans were something like decorations, but he did not expect that there were such huge differences in their habits. Yes, thank you, sir. Lumi will work hard. Soon, Field fulfilled his promise and distributed the meat to the subhumans. After all, they had snatched the meat from their brother's territory, so he gave it away without any regret and ate it to their heart's content. People gathered together in twos and threes and prayed. They cherished this hard-earned delicacy very much. To them, today was more important than the new year. Lumi held the hot piece of mutton and gnawed on it with a grunt. From time to time, she looked up and gave Field a happy smile. Eat, and work hard for me from now on. Field rubbed his hands and smiled like an elder of the Soul Palace. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Field summoned Silver Claw. Sir, are you looking for me? Silver Claw knelt down respectfully. I need you to do something. Field waved his hand, his face full of mystery. It's something very interesting. A Jim and the servants were locked in the basement, staring at each other. They were making and eating moon candy, and then holding a shameless meeting. Suddenly, a group of humans came to kill them. Most of them were dressed in rags, but there were some fierce warriors among them, and they were easily subdued. What should we do? A maid cried bitterly. Those subhumans escaped. They are absolutely crazy. Instead of being slaves, they actually rebelled. Quiet, I'm thinking. Ajum yelled. As long as someone tells the guards of Fulan City, Mon will come to rescue us. But there's no one here who would pass by here. By the time we were discovered, we would have starved to death. Damn it. I'm tied up tightly. I want moon candy. Several drug addicts were screaming crazily. Bang! The door was kicked open, and Silver Claw, reeking of alcohol, walked in with two equally drunk cavalrymen. Haha. Hiccup, you humans have finally fallen into my hands. Silver Claw sneered and walked slowly forward, raising his eyebrows at a male servant with a fake smile. The male servant was so scared that he trembled all over, and his anus loosened, and the smell of urine came out through his pants. Then, Silver Claw looked at the maid again, stretched out his hand in a very bad way, and played with the big ball for a while. The maid was not afraid to be happy, and smiled flatteringly. My lord, let me serve you. Please put the loaf of bread into my oven. Get away from me. Don't you know how saggy it is? It's sagging all the way down to my belly button. It's disgusting. Chapter 131, Eaten Alive. Silver Claw burped and waved his hand impatiently, rejecting the maid. Then he walked to the fat white butler, and this time, Silver Claw showed a satisfied smile, and the scar on his face wrinkled. This one is good, with a protruding chest and a curved back, and it's white and tender. Silver Claw licked the corner of his mouth, looking up and down with greedy eyes, with a perverted look on his face. Fuck, he actually likes this. Everyone was stunned, and the housekeeper felt more sympathetic and surprised. The fat butler gritted his teeth, showing a coy expression, and kept squirming his body, posing a seductive posture. As long as he could survive, sacrificing his looks was nothing. However, a sneer interrupted his fantasy. Tie this guy to the kitchen and let him starve for 2 days. Once his stomach is empty, skin him alive, and I'm going to eat his heart and liver raw. Silver Claw patted the fat on his belly grimly, drooling. This scared everyone crazy. It turned out that the person who was picking and choosing was actually trying to eat people. A Jim even shouted, Master, I have plenty of ways to get money. I know the powerful people in Fulan City. I can satisfy whatever you want. Silver Claw didn't even look at him, but grabbed the fat butler with his friends. Wow, goddess, no, I don't taste good. The fat butler was so frightened that he immediately defecated and urinated. He struggled hard, but to no avail. The 3 men took him away directly, tied him up, and threw him in the kitchen. Seeing Silver Claw and the others leave drunkenly, the fat butler cried for a while, but found that no one paid attention to him. He then felt sorry for himself, because he had finally become a butler and had a bright future ahead of him. But he was going to be eaten. Being eaten was fine, but being skinned alive was unimaginable. It was not until the evening that the fat butler realized that no one was paying attention to him. He looked around and saw a meat cleaver in the corner. After sharpening the knife for a while, the fat butler felt his whole body relax. The rope fell to the ground, and he was ecstatic. He immediately climbed out of the window, and relying on his familiarity with the villa and the cover of the heavy rain, he sneaked out of the villa, then ran away and disappeared into the reed marsh. However, Field saw all of this. Black Crow flew across the night sky and landed next to Ashina, who was sitting among a pile of gold coins, counting them on her fingers. Sir, why did you let him go? Ashina leaned over, her wolf tail wagging, confused and questioning. And when we attacked the villa, you didn't let me and the main force attack. There must be a reason. Yes, I do have an intention. In order to continue to live a good life, the butler will definitely report to Fulan City and save his master. Ashina nodded thoughtfully. From the beginning to the end, we have not demonstrated strong combat power, and the subhumans we recruited are even more of a motley crowd. The army of Fulan City will definitely not be afraid of us. Field slowly pointed out. Oh, so Fulan City is likely to send troops here. First, to protect the territory, this is their responsibility. Second, Fulan City's advisor Moan is very worried about his moon candy income. Ashina suddenly realized. Then we can wait here for the Fulan City army to come to our door. Yes, if there are only a few of them, we will annihilate them. If there are more, we will eat some of them. Anyway, We won't suffer any loss. They are limited in number and have no chance of winning if they actively attack Full-on City, but they still have a chance of consuming a part of the mobile force. Field considered using a gym to blackmail Moan, but this did not fit the character setting of the slave demi-human and would arouse their suspicion. After all, demi-humans are generally simple-minded and not so cunning and despicable. So, I should let the demi-humans build defensive measures as soon as possible. Ashina threw down the gold coins and hurried to make arrangements. Field smiled and said, "Don't worry, Ashina, just follow my arrangement." On the other hand, the first thing the fat butler did after escaping was to use his connections to get a fast horse and rush to Full-on City. Full-on City has been under martial law. The recent frequent looting and massacres have caused panic among the people. The several advisors, retainers, and knights who stayed behind were in a state of panic. What do you think of the recent killings? An advisor stood beside the conference table, with a map of Full-on City in front of him and a dozen red flags on it. The attacks were almost unpredictable, and there were no survivors. Even the third-level Dochi knights were not spared, and wherever there were slaughters, there were piles of corpses piled up with human heads. Fortunately, the property was looted, otherwise I would have thought it was a demon. They are definitely demons from hell. I went to the scene and saw that the positions of every dead person seemed to be known in advance. It was as if someone was watching from the sky. Even those who could not escape being hunted down. They are omniscient. These words made everyone shudder. Let's stick with the previous strategy and wait for the Baron and the Chosen One to come back before dealing with it. All the powerful forces that Full-on City can mobilize have joined the war zone. The Chief Knight said in a deep voice. Now, guarding Full-on City and the important facilities around it is the top priority. Have you contacted the adults? The messenger has been sent. It's not easy to find people on the battlefield. There was a moment of silence. Report, a guy who claims to be the butler wants to see Lord Moan, saying there is an urgent matter. Moan frowned and went to see the fat butler. After only 5 minutes, he hurried back and said in a deep voice, a manor near Yangdi village was attacked by subhumans. I demand that troops be dispatched immediately. Demi-humans? Everyone was a little confused and even wanted to laugh. Those rubbish can attack humans? The village can repel them. They are subhuman slaves. They are said to be dressed in rags, and there are no more than 100 of them. They probably killed the slave-catching team and then rioted. There is a survivor who can prove that they have the habit of cannibalism. It is very dangerous to leave them alone. It is unwise to mobilize troops to kill the demi-humans at this time. The Chief Knight shook his head. The nearby garrisons or knights will wipe them out. The devil has scared you out of your wits. If the Lord knew that we didn't even dare to deal with the riot of the subhuman slaves, guess how he would punish us? Moan narrowed his eyes and kept playing with the ring with his fingers. He had to take care of Ajim's affairs, not because of friendship, but for profit and safety. The transactions between Ajim and himself were clearly recorded on his bills. Ajim was a ruthless person, and both parties had leverage over each other. If anyone else wipes out the subhumans first and then sees my weakness, I'm doomed. He doesn't want to see any blackmail, reporting, or threats. Everyone remained silent, not daring to offend the Baron's favorite. Besides, Baron Adrian was indeed cruel. Give me 200 infantrymen, and have the third-level fighting knight, Unova, bring 50 light cavalrymen with me. Set off immediately, kill them on the same day, and come back the day after tomorrow. There is nothing to worry about. Chapter 132, Wolf Gate destroys the opium. That's right. After all, the enemy is a demi-human, and with such strength, ordinary forces would not dare to attack. Everyone was afraid to offend and agreed reluctantly. Moan sneered and immediately went to the barracks to mobilize troops. Unova and his light cavalry regiment had 3 second-level fighting spirit knights, 10 first-level fighting spirit knights, and the rest were also excellent riders picked from hundreds of miles away. They were a very strong mobile force in Full-on City. The next afternoon, hurry up, you lame sick dogs. Moan rode on his horse and yelled at the lagging infantry. Too slow, you are all useless. The adults' food should be used to feed the dogs, not you. Go ahead, quick, quick, quick. If we cannot reach Yangdi village tonight, everyone will be whipped. Moan was sweating profusely from cursing, with sweat running down his forehead and cheeks. He untied his tie on his chest and kept fanning himself with his hands. Knight Unova couldn't stand it any longer. Sir, there is no need to be so urgent. If we rush over, the soldiers will have no strength to fight. We should let them rest for a while. Absolutely not. If that group of demi-humans flees to other places, the Baron will suffer huge losses. Moan was worried that if he went too late, the demi-humans would be defeated by the knights around them. When he arrived, he would be stared at with amusement eyes. Then he would have to spend the rest of his life in prison, being ambushed by disgusting prisoners, and his chrysanthemums would turn into sunflowers. The best-case scenario is that the demi-humans have left, a Jim has been killed, and all he has to do is deal with the evidence. Unova wanted to persuade him again, but was interrupted by Moan, who provoked him. Why? Are you afraid that the demi-humans can defeat you? Of course not. Even the roaring legion of the forest bears is no match for the Unova Knights. The two men immediately urged the army and, under the guidance of the fat butler, sped up to a Jim's villa. The full-on city army arrived at the reed marsh before the sun set. Do you hear the sound of gongs and drums? Unova looked confused and stopped everyone. It's right in front, in a mess. Moan was impatient. I'm not a fighting knight. I don't have good hearing. Don't worry about it. Just go in and kill it. Soon, everyone arrived at a Jim's villa. The sounds of gongs and drums came from inside the villa. The soldiers rushed forward. They imagined that the Central Asians would put up a strong resistance, but that did not happen. They broke open the door of the villa and entered one after another. The open space of the villa was filled with various sundries, reeds, wooden boards, or furniture. Moan saw the moon candy on the ground at a glance and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Unova just frowned and looked around and did not ask any questions. Everyone found the source of the drum sound, which turned out to be 2 sheep and 3 kunkans. Their legs were tied to their bodies, and every time they struggled, they would bump into the surrounding utensils and make all kinds of noises. Report to the Lord. The demi-humans seemed to have left. The soldiers circled the villa twice. Moan felt relieved. He called 2 of his trusted followers and said, I'll go search the house. You wait outside. Unova, thank you for keeping watch outside. Yes. Unova looked unhappy and cursed in his heart. Old Biden, no wonder you ran so fast. It turns out you came here to make some extra money, and you didn't even bring me with you. However, they did not notice that Field controlled the Black Crow to take off from the roof of the villa, and then let the Black Crow scream 3 times with a sharp voice. In the distance, Ashina's wolf ears twitched slightly, and a beautiful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Set fire. The Asians had prepared torches long ago, wrapping wood with cloth and pouring oil on the torches, which lit up instantly. Now was the transition from spring to summer, and the weather was dry. Even though it had rained heavily in the past 2 days, the villa and the reed marsh were still flammable. The Asians set fires everywhere in the reed marshes, while Ashina drove the dragon wolves to quickly reach the villa and let the black wolves spit dragon flames into the villa. They had piled up a lot of flammable materials in the villa in advance. Moan hadn't even gone up to the 2nd floor yet. He was still staring at the pile of reeds in the house. Outside the house, flames were shooting into the sky and the soldiers were screaming in panic. Run away, this is a trap. Unova turned his head and saw a black wolf as strong as a bear, clinging to the villa wall and breathing fire into the yard. His heart suddenly tightened. No matter how stupid he was, he knew what was going on. His eyes were red with anger. Damn idiot. I'll kill you first. With a thrust of the lance, the butler who was leading the way was instantly hit by the violent fighting spirit and exploded into pieces. Unova pulled the reins, his fighting spirit surging. Brothers, follow me and fight. I will clear the way for you. Level 3 fighting skill, Mighty Force Attack. Unova was indeed a 3rd-rank fighting knight. With just 1 strike, he brought down the wall and repelled the Black Wolf. A 3rd-level fighting knight can already fight with the Chosen One for a long time, not to mention so many cavalry and armored infantry. Ashina chuckled and decided not to fight anymore, driving the giant wolf away at a terrifying speed. Captain, Lord Moan is still inside. A knight hurried forward to remind him. He kept coughing. For some reason, he felt it was difficult to breathe, but he also felt a little dizzy for some reason. Unova gritted his teeth and said, You guys escape first, I'll go save people. After saying this, he dismounted and rushed into the villa where the fire was the most intense. The entire reed marsh instantly turned into a sea of fire. What was worse was that due to the previous rain, some dark corners were still damp, and the damp fire starter was difficult to ignite, only releasing a steady stream of thick smoke. What a thick fog! Asina rushed out and blocked the exit of the reed marsh, her eyes constantly scanning around. Whoever rushed out, she would go up and finish off. Similarly, the demi-humans and corrupted great swordsmen have already formed up their formations, ready to free the enemy at any time. Interestingly, each of them is wearing a simplified version of a mask. That's called poisonous smoke, not fog. Everyone, try not to smell it. Don't blame me if you get hallucinated. Field chuckled. I call this operation Wolf Gate Destroying Smoke. Langmen destroying opium? Asina didn't understand at all, but still smiled lovingly at Field. Tons of moon sugar found in Ajim's villa were spread out in the yard. When lit, the thick smoke released would definitely make the enemy scream. Fuck. Ice. The fire spread fiercely, and the Fulan City cavalry tried to charge out, but they either got lost in the flames or fainted from the smoke. The horses were afraid of fire, so they jumped up in panic, trampling and knocking over a group of infantrymen. The unlucky infantrymen were either burned into fireballs or pushed and trampled to death. There were wailing and screaming everywhere, just like hell. Swoosh swoosh. After waiting for a long time, no one came out. Asina was bored, so she taught archery directly. She listened to the sound and located the place where there was screaming and threw arrows there. The wolf humans who were extremely talented in archery also immediately learned to throw arrows randomly. Chapter 133 Betrayal. Arrows were flying, smoke and fire were everywhere, and the Fulan City army was completely wiped out. Occasionally, only the fighting Chi Knights managed to escape, but the scattered fighting Chi Knights were no match for the crowd and could only be hacked to death by the swords. The scene was extremely horrifying, with screams and flames, like hell. Until the end, Unova ran out in a panic, carrying Moan on his back. Seeing the Night Army soldiers who were on high alert outside, he smiled bitterly and threw Moan to the ground. As expected of a third-rank fighting knight, there isn't even a trace of fire burns. Field couldn't help but marvel. Unova's armor and weapons were all there, only his mount was gone, and Moan was also well protected by him, with no obvious burns. The chosen demi-humans, what a big scene. No wonder they managed to capture Ajim's villa. Moan sneered and struggled to get up from the ground. The flames behind him were burning fiercely, but the screams of the soldiers disappeared. Most of the soldiers had traveled all night and were already exhausted. They were also in a fire zone and had no strength to escape. As a result, they suffered a disastrous defeat in this battle. The only thing to be thankful for was that all the evidence of his crime turned into ashes along with the flames. Moan smiled bitterly. It's my fault. My greed has harmed everyone. At first I just wanted my family to live a better life, let my son become a fighting knight, and let my daughter marry a good family, but it got out of control. Unova had no idea what Moan was talking about and shook her head at him. It's too late to say that now. Yes, so I will die as an apology, hoping to change one or two. Moan laughed wildly. You subhumans are nothing but freaks born from animals and humans, destined to be wiped out from this world. When Lord Adrian comes back, he will kill all of you. I surrender. Unova calmly laid down her weapon, threw away her armor, knelt on the ground with a flattering look, and sang a hymn. From now on, you will be my queen, and I will be your knight. I am willing to charge into battle for you, even at the cost of my life, until eternity. Huh? You're not going to resist? Ashina was stunned. She thought Unova would fight to the death. At least the human knights she had met were all tough. But she did not relax at all. She held the feather arrow in her fingers, ready to attack at any time. What are you talking about? Moan was stunned, his eyes widened. He turned his head away in disbelief, spitting wildly. You are betraying Lord Adrian. Where is your damn chivalry? After saying that, Moan picked up the long sword on the ground and shouted angrily. It's just a death. Humans will never surrender to hybrid creatures. Stand up. Unova was unmoved. Then I'll chop you first, damn traitor. Moan was furious and swung his sword, but was easily taken away by Unova. Then Unova slashed with his sword, and the powerful fighting spirit made a sharp explosion, directly cutting Moan into 3 pieces. My queen, he is the trusted minister of the Baron of Fulan. I killed him. Please believe me. I fell in love with you at first sight. Unova spat at the corpse, with a flattering face. I can bring you more benefits. You can let me kill anyone. That's cruel. I admire cruel people the most. Unfortunately, cruelty has nothing to do with intelligence, nor with fate. Field nodded silently, moved closer to Ashina, and whispered, ask her something valuable, and then kill her immediately. I am enough to be the ruthless man in night territory. In comparison, Field likes Moan very much. Although he is greedy, he is loyal and resilient. Perhaps people see different scenery in different locations. Field was embarking on a military adventure, so naturally the fewer variables the better. Yes, sir, I hate betrayal too. This guy is just like a despicable rat. Ashina agreed very much. She nodded slightly, and then lied in a calm tone. You know, if it is valuable, I don't mind having more subordinates. In Shankwan village, Field felt his nose itchy. Achoo. When Field opened his eyes, he saw a snow-white and tender toe. He looked away subconsciously and saw a snow-white calf like glass, and a black skirt embellished with bright red ornaments. Rosalia's temperament is like that of an elegant and proud princess, but her current actions are very strange. She sat on the bedside table, hugged her legs, and poked Field's nose with her toes. "Hell are you doing?" Field sat up speechlessly and gave Rosaria a sugar-roasted chestnut blow. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You will get athlete's foot in your lungs sooner or later, and then your lord will die young." "I am very clean, not dirty at all. Although I am corrupt, I am spotless," he. Rosaria waved her hand indifferently, then showed a disdainful expression. "I don't mind your dirtiness. I will lick your feet next time." "Nima, what porridge, brother reincarnation." Field rubbed his temple and comforted himself. "Corrupted creatures are just stupid. Don't take them seriously." "I'm just kidding." Sure enough, 3 seconds later, Rosaria's eyes became clear again, and she became more normal. She restrained her usual rebellious aura and showed a wicked smile. "Want to play tiger chess? If you lose a round, you will get one unlocked." Tiger chess is a common, asymmetric competitive game. In simple terms, black pieces can capture white pieces, while white pieces can surround and kill black pieces. In Field's original world, there is also a similar game in the north of China. Field looked Rosalia up and down. The beautiful black dress gave her a very precious feeling, light and gorgeous. This was the first time that Rosalia played chess with others. In the past, she always played alone. When she had something to do, she would play with the chess pieces as marbles, bouncing them back and forth. It was obvious that she was a newbie. "You only have one?" Field asked. Rosaria winked playfully. "This is clothing made of divine power and blood. It wraps tightly and won't affect the battle. You usually sneak a peek, right? You can't see the beautiful things at all." "No wonder." Field wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Ah, no. I never peek. I always admire openly." "Hee. I'm very generous, so I'll count it as one." "Okay, that's what you said." Field quickly put on his marching windbreaker and robe, and sneered disdainfully. "You will lose miserably. My nickname is the Chess Saint." Field thought, "I am a cunning human being, and I also know how to play chess. How could I lose to the stupid and corrupt chosen one? Besides, I have at least 12 or 13 chances to get the whole set of clothes, including pants and socks, while she only has one. Isn't this a sure win?" "Oh, I'm looking forward to your victory." Rosalia raised her eyelids and smiled, dotingly. Chapter 134 Siege War. Field, there are new orders. Don't sleep all day. Figure with a blurred face stood in the room. Arya was stunned for a second. "Wow, you're a pervert." Arya immediately covered her face and screamed. She stamped her feet in anger. "Why are you not wearing clothes in broad daylight? Why don't you knock first? Get out now." Field was furious and lost all the tiger chess games. Not only was he laughed at by Rosalia, but he was also seen by Arya, and his cool image was completely ruined. "Pervert." Arya ran out blushing. After getting dressed and going out, Arya looked at Field with contempt, as if he were a weird uncle. "Melania's finished her investigation and asked us to go to the front line with her for support. Their attack on Screaming Fortress was thwarted, right?" Arya looked at Field in surprise. "I didn't expect you to guess it. The Screaming Fortress is a fortress built on an iron mine. It has strong defense capabilities and is rich in high-quality city defense equipment." "What about the Coalition's chosen one?" "The Coalition forces don't have a chosen with siege abilities. Besides, the enemy also has chosen to block their advance. There are also crossbows and magic on the walls. If we're not careful, we might get killed." "Okay, let's go." After slacking off in Shangquan village for so long, Field felt bored, so he immediately reorganized his troops and headed for the front line. On the 6th day, Field arrived at the Screaming Fortress. The giant catapults outside the city kept throwing huge stones, and the enemy fought back with crossbows and catapults. Corpses piled up like mountains under the city, and all kinds of corpses blocked the roads, and blood flowed like streams. The moat was filled with mud and corpses, but the city walls were still intact. Today's fortress walls were made of magical materials, making them extremely difficult to blast open. "Attack the city." Laying gave an order, and the big flags waved. One after another, battering rams and siege towers were slowly moved forward, surrounded by soldiers. On the city wall, the rebels lit arrows and crossbow bolts and braziers, and with the help of the city defense crossbows, they fired waves of arrows, like a rain of fire meteors from the sky, and the allied soldiers were immediately killed and wounded. Then, hot oil was poured on the wall, and the siege weapons and the soldiers inside were instantly ignited by the flames. The flames rose up and turned the coalition soldiers into firemen. "This siege is a disaster. We are using our bodies to consume the enemy's arrows." Field clicked his tongue. Those who rushed forward were all human beings. It takes at least 13 or 14 years for a person to grow up before he can barely have the combat capability. But they died in an instant on the battlefield, meaningless deaths. In the era of cold weapons, it was common to siege a city for half a year. Milani, you are finally here. It's your turn to attack. Field looked in the direction of the voice. It was the chosen one from the Imperial Army. He had met her several times before. She was very gentle. He always saw her visiting the soldiers and bringing them food. But now she was in a bad state. Her rouge-colored dress was quite damaged, and there was a lot of blood splattered on her body, which had already dried. She looked extremely listless, with heavy dark circles under her eyes. Levinrhoda, why are you like this? Milani rarely spoke. She swung the feather fan in her hand with a look of contempt. No matter what, please maintain basic decency. Did you wash your face today? As a chosen one of God, don't you even have time to wash your face? As if she had long been accustomed to Milani's character, Levinrhoda puffed her cheeks and wiped her eyes. When you attack, you will understand. I advise you to be careful. The heavy ballista on the wall and the magic tower are not strawberry decorations on the cake. In addition, the rebels' chosen ones are no weaker than us. You can't even defeat a mere rebel army. Wait and see my performance. Milani sneered and turned away. Field also wanted to report to Lei Ying, so he hurried to catch up, but he felt his sleeve being pulled. I turned my head and saw Levinrhoda covering her mouth with her hands, revealing a friendly and sweet smile. You just came here. You don't know the terrifying defense of the Screaming Fortress. Please tell the soldiers to be careful. Of course, you too. If you are accidentally injured, please ask me to treat you. Thank you so much. Field didn't want to die by ramming his head against the towering city walls, so he just led his troops to wave flags and shout slogans. If they had to attack, he would just do it to the point. After walking around the city wall, Field saw Lei Ying, who had messy hair and an untidy beard. He gave instructions from time to time or opened a map to study. Seeing Milani coming, Lei Ying was overjoyed. Milani, I need your ability to suppress the firepower on the wall. This damn fortress was designed by the Imperial Defense Master, but I didn't expect it to be used on us. No problem. Milani was confident. This is my stage. Go ahead. I found a flaw in the city's defenses. If we launch a surprise attack, we might be able to take it down in one go. Lei Ying nodded, and then called Milani. Don't be reckless. Up to now, we don't even know how many chosen ones the enemy has. This unknown Shadow World sect is simply unfathomable. Order, the 3rd and 4th Legions, surround from all sides. Cover Milani's operation. The sound of bugles and drums was deafening. Teams of soldiers marched in disorderly steps, pushing towers and battering rams, or forming shield walls to launch attacks. A large number of knights or minor nobles kept shouting encouragement, urging the soldiers to stabilize their formation. As soon as Field arrived, he postponed the attack on the pretext of traveling all night. He himself looked at the battlefield from afar. With the help of the artifact telescope, he could easily observe the situation on the battlefield. The Screaming Fortress is a fortress built on a mountain. It has natural defenses. The 30-meter-high outer wall and 50-meter-high inner wall are even more daunting. There are countless arrow holes on the wall, which can be used to shoot arrows or stab with spears. The coalition soldiers roared and crashed heavily into the blue-gray embankment like a rushing torrent. A pile of stones, boiling oil, spells or arrows were immediately thrown down from the city wall. No matter what it was, it would be very powerful when thrown down from such a high city wall. In an instant, the coalition soldiers suffered heavy casualties. 3rd-level divine skill, Greenbird Feather. Milani flipped the feather fan in his hand, and countless feather arrows condensed around his body. He flipped it again, and the feather arrows turned into countless streams of light, shooting towards the fortress wall like a storm. Each arrow was fired with precision into the firing holes in the parapets and pierced the bodies of the rebels with ease, with grace and efficiency. Accompanied by a series of muffled groans, the entire wall seemed to be bleeding, and countless streams of blood burst out and flowed down the wall. One person, relying on a magical skill, easily destroyed the firepower of an entire line of defense. Milani covered her mouth with the royal feather fan and said proudly, "Isn't this simple? Seize the opportunity. The 2nd Legion will charge, attack fiercely." Lei Ying was overjoyed and immediately commanded his troops to launch an attack. Chapter 135. Holy Sudden Backstab. Corruption's Opportunity to Advance. They are just some dirty rats. Milani flicked her fan and shot out feather arrows the size of a crossbow. The feather arrows steadily chiseled into the wall and continued to the top of the wall. She lifted her body, took a deep breath, and jumped into the city lightly on the feather arrows. Fuck, she got there first. No wonder she's so arrogant. She's really capable. Field was very shocked. Suddenly, he exclaimed, as if he saw something. Wait, who is that woman on the wall? Field always felt that a very familiar figure flashed by. Milani had just jumped onto the wall when a vague sense of crisis slowly enveloped her heart. She waved her fan to sweep away the soldiers who were surrounding her and hurriedly tried to jump off the wall, but found that a light curtain appeared out of nowhere, blocking her way. Then, the space twisted and Milani found himself in a church with carved beams and painted buildings. There were holy murals all around, and the dome extended infinitely, like heaven. What's going on? Since you are eager to die, you can be one of the sacrifices. A faint laugh came from behind Milani. Her body suddenly stiffened. She slowly turned her head and saw two chosen ones emitting holy light. This aura. Holy Light Church? Oh my God, it turns out that the so-called flaw is a trap. Eliza, wearing a veil and carrying a huge artifact cross, said in a transformed voice, "If you guessed it right, your reward is to die." Milani was horrified. Her heart was pounding. She never thought that the church would get involved. And on the opposite side, just as she was about to turn around and escape, a beautiful figure blocked her way. Her silver, pure, starry eyes were filled with a hint of pity. "You can't leave the realm of the Immaculate Church. There's no need to struggle." Oh no, what a terrifying speed. Milani gasped, a cloud of gloom looming over her heart. Arrogance seemed to have brought her trouble. She gritted her teeth and took a defensive stance. It's hard to say who will win. I never thought that the Holy Light Church would attack its own people. I pay countless taxes to the church every year, but in the end, what have they gained? Eliza took out a bunch of strange materials, drew runes on the ground, and looked up and said, "Kadorian, don't waste time talking to her. Judge her for her crimes as soon as possible." Yes, countless poor people who were killed, rest in peace. Kadolian crossed his hands and shook them vigorously. Two extremely exquisite white divine swords made a golden sound. "Please accept the judgment from the church. Judge your mother, Aminos." At this point, there was nothing to be afraid of. Milani cursed angrily, and his mighty divine power swept through. He flipped the feather fan in his hand, and 7 feather arrows created waves in space and shot out. "You have no right to resist during a trial." Kadolian crossed his 2 swords and slashed them out, accompanied by the crisp sound of swords, and the whole space seemed to come alive. The various fables on the murals seemed to come alive, performing holy and absurd scenes one after another. Clang! The space was turbulent, and the brilliant divine powers of both sides collided violently. The violent explosion caused by the collision spread to the real world. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard in the heads of the rebels, and they all exploded. Oh! The rebels around were stunned and retreated together. Who could have thought that their companions would explode inexplicably? Although they were crazy lunatics, it did not mean that they were idiots. While they were distracted, the coalition forces climbed up the city wall. Laying noticed Milani's disappearance and immediately rushed to the front line to rescue her with other chosen ones. It is not difficult for the chosen one to charge forward, but the difficult part is to resist the fierce bombardment of the enemy chosen one. Sure enough, the rebels' chosen ones immediately blocked the attack, and the two sides engaged in a melee at the place where Milani disappeared. They used all kinds of gorgeous skills at each other, and actually destroyed half of the city wall. Countless people were crushed to pieces, and the scene was in chaos. It's possible. Field saw through the artifact telescope that the rebels from other defense lines were supporting the loopholes, causing the defense lines everywhere to be shaky. Are we going to take this fortress? Feld, let's attack too. I feel, if we take over this city, we'll have a chance to advance. Rosaria suddenly spoke up. The whole city is filled with fear and chaos. This sweet smell is so sweet that I can't take my attention away. Really? That's great. Field was overjoyed. The way the chosen ones were promoted had always been a mystery, and territory construction was not something that could be accomplished overnight, which often caused him to feel anxious. Rosalia's words suddenly made him extremely excited. Although what she said was confusing, he would not give up any hope. Warriors of Night Territory, attack with all your forces. Yes, sir. Tietchue and others responded loudly. Without saying a word, Field chose a section of the defense line far away from the main battlefield, pushed a siege tower, and decisively launched an attack. Blood spread and gathered, gurgling like a stream. Broken limbs were everywhere, and countless disabled or seriously injured soldiers were crawling on the ground. Ignoring the hellish scene, everyone pushed the siege tower in silence, slowly approaching the city wall. Buzz! A string of crossbows as thick as arms shot over and nailed onto the siege tower. The thick tower body blocked some of the damage, but people were still pierced through and died. Hold steady and keep pushing forward. Pushing aside the dead soldiers, everyone braved the arrows and moved forward with gritted teeth. Fortunately, The great melee among the chosen ones absorbed most of the fighting power, and Field and others arrived at the city wall at a very low cost. Watch out for boiling oil. A soldier shouted, his voice trembling. The boiling oil could flow into the gaps in the siege tower, making them feel burning pain. It would be even more disastrous once the enemy fired a rocket. Arya, leave it to me. Arya was not afraid at all. She jumped to the top of the siege tower with a calm demeanor. Dragon roar, invisible impact. The boiling oil seemed to have hit an invisible big hand head-on and was pushed back. What's going on? The rebels who poured the boiling oil were stunned, watching the boiling oil fly towards them. First-level magic, fireball. Arya raised her hand and added another flame, and suddenly the boiling oil was like a large ball of magma, gushing out with a gurgling sound and splashing on the city wall. Wow! The defense line was instantly enveloped in flames. Countless burning rebels fled in panic like moths without light, twisting their bodies wildly and falling from the city walls. Good opportunity. Everyone hurriedly pushed the siege tower and climbed up the wall from the section without flames. Field wielded the gluttony sword crazily, killing a group of people like chopping melons and vegetables, and helped Knight lead the army to climb the wall. Everyone immediately lined up on the wide wall. Field glanced around and saw a large group of rebels rushing over, trying to drive them off the city wall. Chapter 136, How the Chosen Ones Advance. Keep the formation, hold the shields, and the archers are ready. The rebels rushed up the stairs in chaotic steps, holding a mess of weapons in their hands. Among them were believers of the Shadow World sect, who shouted slogans, and every loud slogan made the rebels more violent. Rapid fire. The Night Lord's army immediately pulled the trigger on their crossbows without even having to aim. Although the city wall was wide, the enemy had already occupied all the gaps, so they could hit the target with their eyes closed. The rebels in the front row immediately fell to the ground as if they were electrocuted, but more rebels came rushing in like marching ants. At this time, Field realized the difference between the crossbow and the bow. The bow had a faster firing rate, especially when bursting, and could fire rapidly and continuously, but the loading speed of the crossbow was a big problem. After only 2 rounds of arrows, the two sides collided fiercely on the top of the wall. The shield array was crowded with rebels. The Night Army soldiers thrust out their spears and cut down the rebels like wheat. The rebels also used their spears and sticks to pierce the Night Army soldiers through the gaps in the shield wall and armor. Shots at each other, and everyone fell to the ground in an instant amidst screams and howls. Some crazy rebels even jumped directly on top of the shield formation and hacked randomly with farm tools or machetes. However, as long as the soldiers shook their shields hard, the unstable rebels would fall off the city wall. Dragon roar, invisible impact. Seeing that the pressure ahead was increasing, Arya once again cast dragon language magic. The powerful impact was like a violent storm. 60 or 70 rebels were blown down from the city wall. They screamed and watched themselves falling from the sky. Field turned the city defense crossbows around and fired at the rebel concentration. This city defense crossbow, which can fire 5 crossbows side by side, uses a winch to store power and is enhanced with magic runes. Its power is incredibly great. Buzz. The crossbow flew across the air with a bang, piercing through a series of rebels like a string of candied haws and nailing them to the stone wall. I need to go to the inner city, Rosaria whispered, and then said in a serious tone, I seem to understand the way to upgrade corruption, which is to find the intersection of life in the city, and then destruction, bringing despair and death to the lives in the city, right? Field suddenly realized this. Yes, Rosaria responded, but her voice was weak, as if she was worried that Field would be scared. I can control my desire to kill, don't worry. Field comforted him in a relaxed tone. It's okay, I won't be on guard against you. Then the promotion method of normal gods chosen can also be deduced. Field figured out a lot of problems. The rumors are basically the same. Normal gods chosen are closely related to the prosperity of the city. The more prosperous the city is, the more people there are, the higher the happiness, and it can provide more active life energy or faith and other things. The evil pantheon represented by Rosaria achieves a breakthrough in the level of life by destroying cities. This is a war. The enemy should have been defeated long ago. The rebels are just puppets of the Shadow World cult. Don't feel burdened. We will cover you. Rosalia didn't expect that Field would comfort her in return, which deeply moved her. Field is not a saint. He will strike hard at the enemy. Many soldiers of the Night Territory died here. This is not for him to do charity. Using the crossbow to blast away a group of rebels again, Field shouted, Advance to the inner city. Seeing more coalition soldiers climbing the city wall, Field knew that he had to act decisively and reach the inner city quickly. If he missed this village, he would miss this shop. Although the coalition suffered heavy casualties at this time, more soldiers were on the way to support. The hugeness of the empire was not something that a small sect could resist. The feeling of being alone deep in the battlefield was terrifying. Field was nervous, but still pushed forward. Fortunately, they were lucky enough that the 200-man team did not attract the attention of the enemy's upper echelons, who were fighting the coalition's chosen ones. Under the noses of the two powerful forces, secretly seeking benefits for themselves made Field feel particularly excited. The crowd fought their way to the high walls of the inner city. From now on, it's all up to you. Retreat if you encounter any danger. I won't let you down. Field stuffed the gluttony greatsword into an arrow slit in the inner city and led his team to find a hidden place, relying on the wall for defense. As the gluttony greatsword fell to the ground, the rebels inside the wall surrounded them in confusion. They thought the enemy would continue to attack the city, but they didn't expect a weapon to be thrown in. Everyone was extremely confused. What is that person doing? A believer walked forward in confusion, wanting to find out what was going on. What is this? Unexpectedly, countless bloodlines gushed out of the gluttony greatsword, and Rosaria appeared instantly, surrounded by chains, not concealing her surging murderous intent at all. You guys seem a bit delicious. Rosaria smiled grimly. At the same time, the mark of the corrupted goddess turned into a stream of black and gray light and fell into the ground beneath her feet. Then, like a spider web, the invisible mark marked all the points where life intersected in the entire city. Each of these gorgeous balls of light were marked with the mark of God's chosen one and could not be seen or touched under normal circumstances. In the Far East, the ancient chosen ones have a more systematic summary of these intersecting points of life, which are composed of earth veins, feng shui, luck, and the race itself. In simple terms, the three elements of heaven, earth, and man together constitute the source of power for the chosen ones. Of course, it is the source of power for the good pantheon, and the opposite for the evil pantheon. Divine skill, endless slash. Rosaria slashed out with her greatsword fiercely. The huge sword energy brought up a huge wave of energy and hundreds of low muffled sounds. The surrounding rebels were swept away, the land was polluted by the corrupt sword energy, and the death haze slowly emerged. The surrounding rebels were terrified and wanted to call for support, but death soon found them. As the environment was polluted and the rebels were killed in large numbers, the life intersection not far away seemed to be severely damaged, and countless energies turned into thousands of rays of light and poured into Rosaria's body. Unlike the energy provided by the gluttony greatsword, the power from the life intersection brought permanent attribute growth. I see. This is why the corrupted creatures are so eager to destroy human settlements. Sensing that her power was growing wildly, Rosaria clenched her sword, put aside all distractions, and rushed into the residential area, where the most life points were intertwined. Because they were controlled by the eye of long-cherished wishes, the people in the residential area were working tirelessly, frantically building all kinds of weapons. When they saw the enemy coming, they could only scream in despair, without being able to move their bodies at all. I'm here to help you get free. Rosalia smiled grimly, swung her sword wildly, and the sword energy slashed out like an overwhelming force. Chapter 137, Second Order Corruption, God's Choice. In another space, the holy church bells kept ringing ding-ding. The sharp sword lights crossed each other, Milani screamed, and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Before he landed, a huge silver cross followed, and there was another huge explosion. Bang! Kadorian's figure flashed, and he disappeared mysteriously. When he reappeared, he flashed behind Milani and stabbed Milani to the ground with a sword. The trial is over. A silver cross fell, pierced Milani's back, came out of his chest, and then drilled into the ground. Well, I'm so unwilling. Milani's hands gradually loosened, her pupils dilated, and strands of blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. A twisted shadow emerged from the strange magic circle drawn by Elisa, opened its mouth, and sucked Milani's soul away. The shadow smiled with satisfaction and said strangely, "The chosen one of the goddess of war, but his soul is a little weak." After saying this, he returned to the magic circle and disappeared. Ding ding. Holy bells rang out all around, announcing the end of the battle. Eliza shook her hair and put one hand on her waist. In this case, the third-level sacrifice is done, and the first-level sacrifice is missing. Please rest in peace. Kadolian closed Milani's eyes and prayed silently. This is all for the future of mankind. Okay, Kadorian, we have to escort the sacrifice to the Viscount's territory. We don't have time to waste. Eliza waved her hand, and the surrounding church seemed to melt, gradually crumbling and disappearing. Eliza threw out a bottle of potion. Don't forget to drink the invisibility potion. It will be bad if we are discovered by the people of the Empire. They are guarding against us like thieves, even though we have not done anything excessive. Wait, why do I feel like the life points around me are disappearing crazily? This is impossible. Eliza looked shocked. Normal gods' chosen ones would not destroy the intersection points, nor could they. Even if they killed people, they could not destroy the local ley lines and luck, and they could make up for it by migrating here afterwards. But the problem was that Rosaria was not a normal god's chosen one. The space twisted. When Milani's body fell, everyone in the entire battle zone was stunned for 3 seconds. Lei Ying's pupils trembled, and he opened his mouth, but no words came out. A chosen one has fallen. Someone stammered something, and everyone was sure that they were not dreaming. Under normal circumstances, even if the chosen ones cannot win, they can still detach their artifacts to gain a short burst of power, and then leave the battlefield or hold on. In the first battle, Livlasa went deep into the enemy's territory alone and was besieged by the 3 chosen ones for a long time, but was only seriously injured. And now, one of them has truly fallen. Lei Ying's eyes were red. His future was mostly ruined. A chosen one, and a chosen one of the imperial army, and born into a noble family, actually died in battle under his command. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him next. Even if he was seriously injured or simply disabled, it was not as serious as dying in battle. Kill him. Lei Ying roared, all his fighting spirit bursting out, and he rushed directly into the crowd and fought frantically. The 2 sides were fighting fiercely. One of the rebels' chosen ones heard a cry behind him. He glanced back and was almost scared to death. What's going on with this fog? Is this the death haze? Both sides were stunned and stared at each other for a while. They were shocked to find that the inner city of the Screaming Fortress had been shrouded in a death fog, and that corpses kept rushing out, indiscriminately attacking the coalition forces and the rebels. How despicable! Lei Ying's eyes were bloodshot, and he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. He thought it was the work of the Shadow World sect. The death of a chosen one was serious enough, but if a fortress was covered by the death fog, the queen would peel off his skin. No, before the queen took action, the Count of Nibelung would do it himself. What's going on? I don't know. The rebels, chosen ones, also looked at each other in bewilderment. Previously, whether it was the chosen ones, the fighting knights, or the magicians, both sides concentrated on fighting each other and were really angry, and no one paid attention to what was happening in the inner city. Many warriors in the coalition noticed it, but they didn't even break into the outer wall, let alone the inner city. Besides, except for the lords and the chosen ones, who dared to rashly enter the death fog. In the gray fog, houses collapsed, and various buildings were covered with signs of corruption. There was blood and corpses everywhere. Chains covered the entire inner city, and the chains of the gluttonous greatsword were inserted into key points everywhere, madly absorbing the vitality of the city. When the last bit of energy poured in, a terrifying momentum burst out, and the chains began to be rapidly retracted from the buildings like steel snakes. Field got the news first. In addition to the substantial improvement in attributes, the option of God-chosen advancement quickly appeared in my mind. 1. New magical skills. 2. New army bonus. 3. New territory bonus. 4. New features. 5. Qualitative change of original skills. Fuck, was it actually decided by the Lord? Field scratched his head, flattered, and for a moment he didn't know which one to choose. Boom. The gluttony great sword blasted through the city wall and turned into a streak of bloodlight that hit Field not far behind. The great sword had evolved into a second-level artifact, with a black and red blade wrapped in a strong blood light, a gray sword spine, and an additional scarlet eye. The surrounding area was covered with strange patterns, which was very terrifying. The chains wrapped around the white cloth and slowly closed, concealing its powerful aura of a divine weapon. Field pulled the great sword from the ground as if nothing had happened and put it on his back. Burp, I'm full. Hi. Rosaria laughed softly. I can't wait to chop people down. Ahem. Before that, which advanced skill do you want to choose? Field asked very democratically. You choose. Rosaria answered without hesitation. My new knowledge tells me that the skill is related to the condition of the city being attacked. Of course, it is also related to you, the Lord, and that accounts for the majority. It's related to me. Field hadn't expected it at all. To be precise, the advanced skills are granted by the Lord to the chosen ones. I don't know the specific basis. Anyway, I can't choose. You decide quickly. I believe in you. The Lords and the chosen ones were meant to grow together. Military and territory bonuses should be excluded first. After all, Corruption is more destructive, and Rosaria is purely combative. She has no construction or auxiliary abilities, so Field doesn't think she can obtain good construction skills. Even if she does, the benefits won't be high. Forget about the characteristics. It's too risky. One of Rosaria's special features, Corruption Eternity, although it is very powerful, it is usually useless. If a special feature that you will never use in your life appears, it will be a huge loss. Chapter 138 New Divine Skills. I really want both the new magical skills and the qualitative change skills. After thinking about it, Field was in a dilemma for a long time. The qualitative change skill is very attractive, and the endless slash itself is an extremely terrifying skill. Field was looking forward to the power of the endless slash after its qualitative change, but Rosaria now had too few means, and once she encountered a targeted enemy, she would be helpless. Finally, Field gritted his teeth and said, I want both. Forget it. I will choose a new skill first to make up for the problem of single means. Next time, I will see how powerful the qualitatively changed endless slash is. After making his choice, Field felt a mysterious power, which he shared with Rosalia. I also got information about the new magical skills. Divine Skill, Bloodstained Constellation, Passive Skill. As the damage taken increases, various physical attributes increase exponentially. After leaving the battle for a period of time and healing the injuries, the attributes will return to normal levels. After carefully reviewing it, Field exclaimed, Perfect, very suitable skills. It will not become weaker in the future. Field breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not a rubbish skill. Rosaria's fighting style is to no avail, and getting injured is commonplace. As her life energy is consumed, Rosaria will eventually turn into a Lolita, and her combat power will be greatly reduced. However, now it's the opposite. The greater the injury, the stronger the combat power. It's a completely positive gain. You know, this little girl was blown into pieces by the Black Wolf, but she was able to recover. Field didn't dare to imagine how many attributes such a terrible injury could bring. If it were a normal chosen one, this skill would be useless. After all, no one wants to risk their life to gain benefits. Hee, from today on, I am also a second-level divine chosen person. I'd better show the power of my new divine skills now. Field stood with his hands on his hips, looking invincible. Stop grinning like an idiot. Those damn rebels have released a death fog. Let's get out of here. After Arya wiped out a wave of rebels, she turned around and saw Field grinning like an idiot. She was so anxious that she grabbed him immediately and said, This place is going to become a deadly place. If you don't want to die, run. You're right, let's retreat. Field came to his senses and immediately issued an order. He turned his head to look at the screaming fortress that had turned into a den of corpses. A large number of rebels were corrupted, stood up again, and launched indiscriminate attacks. The screaming fortress will be scrapped after a period of time and needs to be purified with fog lights and purification potions. Fortunately, it is not as bad as the northern province. The death haze in the screaming fortress is very small. As long as it is slowly purified, it is expected to be recovered within 3 months, and the land will return to normal within 2 years. Seeing the inner city destroyed and all logistics paralyzed, the rebels' fighting spirit collapsed instantly. Damn it, the fortress could have been defended for at least half a month, but the damn nobles actually resorted to such despicable means. The rebel high priest howled angrily, his nose crooked with anger. He thought the death haze was the work of the coalition forces. Damn it, they're even crazier than us. All the sacrifices have turned into rotten corpses. Damn it. Laying thought the death fog was caused by the rebels, and was so angry that his stomach ached. How dare they use such a despicable method? Kill them all. Seeing that defending the city was pointless, the rebel chosen one turned around and fled with a few high priests without saying a word. The rest of the high-level fighters also decisively abandoned their companions and fled in the direction of the Viscount's territory. Cavalry, follow me and pursue. Laying personally led the cavalry in pursuit and killing the rebels. As for the remaining rebels in the city, they became prizes of the head contest, and all became the achievements of the nobles. The massacre lasted until late at night, and the battle at the Screaming Fortress ended with wailing and sobbing everywhere. Field's tent was set up on a hillside far from the fortress. Arya hid in the tent and took a nap. She had contributed a lot in this battle and was already exhausted. Field had just finished visiting the wounded and came back to sit by the campfire. The warm, swaying campfire could calm people down. He picked up the firewood beside him and threw it into the fire. The greedy flames immediately rose up, making the oatmeal porridge in the pot gurgle. Field thought to himself, now that I have the combat power of the second level, it is time to fight my brother head on. I will beat her chosen one and then beat my brother. All I need is a good opportunity. I will be unhappy until this hidden danger is resolved. Many of your soldiers are injured, right? This is for you. A gentle voice sounded, and Field looked up and saw Rhoda, the chosen one who could heal injuries. She looked haggard, with tears on her cheeks, but she had obviously washed and changed into a black mourning robe. As the saying goes, a woman should be pretty and in mourning clothes. At this moment, she had a kind of coldness that was lovable. Rhoda took out a bottle of golden potion from the basket she was carrying and handed it over. She was distributing healing potions everywhere. This is a special potion I made. It is very effective in treating external injuries. After adding water, it can be used to treat the soldiers. Field was stunned, then stood up and said quickly, "Thank you very much. Please accept my condolences for Master Milani's matter." Although Milani's words were harsh, Field could see that they had a strong comradeship. "Well, we will find the murderer." Rhoda lowered her head and was silent for a moment, then clenched her fist and waved it. "Only by completely defeating the rebels can more people survive. Thank you for your heroic battle. You climbed onto the city wall early and everyone saw it. You are very brave. You are a true knight." "It should be." Field scratched his head embarrassedly, thinking that he was just going there to make some profit, although he did help objectively. Suddenly, the roar of a griffin was heard in the sky. Looking up, he saw a dozen majestic griffins spreading their huge wings, flying across the starry sky, and descending towards Lei Ying's command camp. "Excuse me, I think the Empire's Griffin Knights are here." Rhoda nodded to Field and left. "Watch Rhoda leave. Lei Ying is going to be in trouble. He is actually a very nice person. Although this guy has a lot of bad intentions, most of them are out of consideration for the interests of the family. In the aristocratic circle, he is already a person of extremely noble character. Field really doesn't want this resolute uncle to be severely punished." He gave the potion to Tietue and asked him to apply it to the wounded. Field sat back by the campfire and filled a bowl of oatmeal. Just as he was about to drink it, a white hand came over and snatched the porridge away. Arya held the bowl in one hand, revealing her arms as white as lotus roots, and a smile appeared on her icy face. "You actually eat alone. I am your chosen one. You didn't even invite me when you had food. That's too much. Aren't you sleeping?" Field said with a frown. "If I wake up a female dragon, I'm afraid I'll be beaten." "Hee, I'm glad to know. The Griffin's cry gave me a headache, so I woke up." Chapter 139, Arya's Treasure. Arya came close to Field, which shocked Field very much. After knowing each other for so many days, it was the first time that Arya took the initiative to come close to him and got so close to him. Field leaned back slightly, his eyes widened, and said in disbelief, "What are you doing? You are not going to strangle me to death, are you? This is illegal." "Poochie, I'm not that bad. Please give up the dragon's lair." The dragon's lair. You mean this piece of wood?" Couldn't help but feel helpless about her inexplicable middle school syndrome. He immediately moved half a body away, and Arya sat on him immediately. She then stared at the campfire in a daze, licking the oatmeal porridge from time to time. The warm waist made Field feel like there was a plump cushion with excellent texture next to him. Field was lost in thought as he poured himself a bowl of oatmeal, blew on it gently, and waited for it to cool down before eating. Seeing that Arya still didn't speak, Field keenly captured Arya's emotions and asked softly, "What's wrong with you? I feel like you're in a bad mood. Tell me what's going on so we can discuss it together." "It's okay. I'm fine." While saying this, Arya stared straight at Field. The woman's emotions were really hard to predict. Field felt embarrassed by being stared at, so he turned his gaze back to the fire and asked tentatively, "Is it Milani's death that makes you feel very emotional?" "Yes, even the chosen ones will die." Arya nodded silently and threw some firewood into the fire. "I am not afraid of death, but I am worried that I will not be able to complete my mission." "Indeed, I am worried about you." Field nodded silently in his heart. Even though he had the power of a second-level divine chosen one, he still didn't dare to say anything about saving the world or preventing the end of the world. With this woman's current strength, all she thinks about is protecting lives. Her life is indeed very tiring. "Don't say such things. Please cherish your own life." Field was very resistant to Arya's behavior of not cherishing her life. "Don't interrupt me that." Arya was shy and then blushed. "Come closer." Field said, His eyes widened, and he quickly drank a mouthful of oatmeal, smacking his lips carefully. "There's no medicine mixed in it." "What medicine?" Arya tilted her head in confusion, then took 2 deep breaths and whispered, "Let's go to the tent. I'll show you something good. It's my most precious thing." "Holy crap. What a good deal. It's a new game." Field took a deep breath. He knew that it was a dark and windy night, and this woman was going to do something indecent to him. "I can't believe it. This guy is so arrogant. He hasn't even touched her head, but she is still anxious. As expected, women are all contrasting. Hee. After Arya finished her words, she drank the oatmeal porridge in one gulp, waved to Field, and then immediately went into the tent. Ahem, I'm actually a serious person. How could I use this kind of thing to test an old cadre? Field didn't even drink the porridge. He quickly rushed into the tent, looked around outside the tent, made sure no one was peeping, and directly pulled the tent curtain. Why do you draw the door curtain? It's so dark. Arya lit the candle with magic, looking confused. You don't close the door when you do something interesting like that? Field frowned. But it's okay to light a candle. I guess it's necessary. Why do you have to close the door? I usually just hang out in the wild. Ah, that's not the point. Arya waved her hands, ignoring Field's shocked expression. It's like this. I feel very happy during this time with you. You're not as bad as I thought, although you are a pervert. Why didn't you wear any clothes last time? That's not the point. Compared to doing that in the wild, can what I did be considered perverted? Arya glared at him angrily. It's a pervert. Otherwise, please give me a reasonable explanation. The explanation is that I was playing chess with Rosalia, and I lost 15 games in a row, and then I lost all my clothes. It's normal, okay? Okay, I am a pervert, Field admitted decisively, but I am a pervert with principles. It is worth mentioning that perhaps thousands of years later, this will not be considered a pervert. Arya got a satisfactory answer, crossed her arms over her chest, nodded and said, I will leave you soon to look for the remains of the dragon. This time I am unpredictable for life and death, so I think. Leave a seed first? For words popped up subconsciously in Field's mind. So, I want to give you the most precious thing. Clang, 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 the friendship of a dragon. Arya produced a piece of parchment like a magic trick. So the most precious thing you said was actually a piece of paper? Field almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. I took the parchment and saw 2 huge stick men and a bunch of messy lines drawn on it. Magic? Runes? Or something weird? Look, this is you, this is me, and your dog flag and the army of Nightfall. I drew this in Shanquan village. Arya pointed out the contents of the parchment with great interest, especially emphasizing the meaning of the 2 stick figures. I've been really happy during this period. This is actually a wolf flag, not a dog flag. Field held it in for a long time, but still didn't tell the cruel truth. Ha 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 ha. Ashina will be so mad. Rosaria almost got a stitch in her side laughing in the gluttony greatsword. Well, the painting is very good, in the style of the great painter Picasso. Field gave a thumbs up, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It was as she said, that she liked doing interesting things in the wild. It turned out to be painting in the wild. Although she didn't know who Picasso was, Arya still hummed proudly, shook her hair, and pointed at the parchment and said, Of course, look at the details on the flag. I even drew the kitchen knife held by the dog clearly. That's Black Wolf holding the gluttony greatsword, dear. Rosaria's laughter suddenly stopped. She couldn't laugh anymore. She said grimly in Field's mind, Dear Field, do you want to eat roasted dragonborn? I accept your painting. Thank you very much, Miss Arya. Field carefully put the parchment away. Go to bed early, Field. We have to go to the Viscount's territory tomorrow. After saying that, Arya extinguished the candle, opened the tent curtain, paused at the door, turned her head and smiled. Good night, Lord. Well, good night. Field also waved his hand. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Laying left an army to garrison and clear out the corpses, while he hurriedly led the main force to the Viscount's territory. Field knew very well that Laying was in urgent need of achievements to make up for his mistakes. Chapter 140, Arya's Departure. At the same time, Arya also officially bid farewell to Field. She was going to fulfill her mission, even though the contract had not yet expired for 2 months. The inheritance of the ancient dragon is about to begin. I have to hurry over. Arya forced out an ugly smile, and then, like a magic trick, she conjured up a gorgeous potion bottle. Remember the black dragon we killed? I condensed their blood. Maybe it will be useful to you. Well, thank you. Field knew it was useless to persuade him to stay, so he handed over a letter. In exchange, you can accept this. There is a certificate for 1,000 gold coins and my handwritten letter. If you encounter a difficult enemy, give him this letter. Oh, Arya curiously opened the letter and read, Field Ross, the Lord of Nightfall, demands that you release Comrade Arya immediately. If you dare to disobey, you will be killed no matter how far away you are. Just take it easy, my dear daughter. Field patted Arya's head. If you come back, don't forget to come to Nightfall. Arya nodded obediently. Okay, I will. The soldiers were also very sad. Take care, Master Arya. Woo-woo. I can only eat pig food from now on. Arya was silent for a moment, put the envelope away hesitantly, and waved to everyone. Then she left everyone's sight and disappeared completely over the horizon. We'll meet again in the future. Field had an inexplicable intuition. After bidding farewell to Arya, everyone had no time to feel sad, but followed laying day and night to arrive at Viscount Lucius's territory. They also saw the last and largest city occupied by the rebels, Nogaisk. The governor's army has surrounded the rebels' lair. Outside the city were counterweight catapults everywhere. Huge stones 2 or 3 people tall, or burning barrels, were constantly flying across the sky and thrown into the city. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of gorgeous fighting spirit, magic and magical skills kept hitting the city. There were explosions everywhere. From a distance, the city looked like hell on earth, with corpses and collapsed buildings everywhere. The holy light will protect you, lost children. A dozen nuns from the church, led by a priest, prayed for everyone. Field had just set up the tent when he turned around and was splashed with holy water. He wiped his face and was speechless, but he still said politely, "Thank you very much for your prayers. You're welcome. We respect the soldiers who defend our country. Wherever there are lost lambs, there we are." The priest walked around the territory with a heartless pace, looked around for a long time, and when he saw Field frowning and looking unhappy, he left as if nothing had happened. These guys seem to be watching my deployment. Rubbing his chin, Field pondered. I don't know why, but when I see those curvy nuns, I think of someone. To be on the safe side, Field asked everyone to set up camp again, set up barricades around the territory, and installed crossbows on high places. This heavy crossbow was dismantled by Field from the wall of the Screaming Fortress. Unfortunately, he only managed to snatch one, which was pulled by 4 horses. After finishing everything, it was already dark. Hey, Baron Field, you are finally here. Knight Loran and 5 knights rode over on war horses of different colors and greeted Field enthusiastically. It is a pleasure to meet you. After this battle, I will definitely treat you to champagne. Field was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. These words were a death declaration. When watching TV dramas in the past, if anyone said something like, "After this war, I will go home and get married," he would definitely die and would bring bad luck to the people around him. "Captain, the car is ready. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Wait for me to come back. I will definitely come back alive." Field made 3 death declarations in a row as a hedge, and then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "I am glad to see you too. You're a day late. Otherwise you would have seen a shocking show." Loran jumped off his horse and walked side by side with Field. He gestured with great joy. "Just yesterday, the rebels lost a 4th level chosen one. Can you believe it? 4th level. The rebels are so powerful." Field's eyes widened in surprise. He was deeply surprised. A 4th level God's Chosen, plus the rest of the God's Chosen. With this strength, they can be canonized as earls, right? They actually rioted. I don't understand what they want. According to the existing intelligence, it is very difficult for the Chosen to advance. Rosaria's advancement to the 2nd level has caused such a commotion. To be able to cultivate a 4th level Chosen, the rebels must have a very deep foundation. Field looked around inconspicuously and felt a chill on his back. How come there are so few safe places in this empire? There must be a traitor funding them, and that traitor must be someone powerful. I don't know what they are after, maybe for excitement. But it's worth mentioning that the coalition also sacrificed a 2nd level chosen one from the Rick province, and her lord also died soon after. Loran took off his helmet. According to the law and etiquette, when talking about the chosen ones and nobles who died in battle, he had to take off his hat to express his condolences. The Empire will remember your contributions, and your glory will turn into griffin feathers to protect the Queen's people. Field, without a helmet, repeated the words. I didn't expect that after the chosen one died in battle, the Lord also died in battle. It's really tragic. Field sighed. Loran waved his hand with an expression that said, Why would you think that? That's not the case. It's true that the chosen one died in battle, but her lord got drunk and fell headfirst into horse manure, choking to death. Okay, actually you don't have to tell me the truth. I want to be serious for a while. I really want to have my own chosen one. This time it was Lawrence's turn to sigh. Without the chosen one, it would be really hard to move forward. I long to obtain the title of Baron and restore the glory of my family. Field shrugged. Find one. After saying this, Field realized that it was really hard to find a chosen one. In a big city like Golden Eagle City, one would appear only once every 10 years, and only in the capital of the empire could one appear every 2 to 3 years. What's worse is that the cities that can produce God's chosen are all controlled by big families. In villages and small towns, the probability of God's chosen appearing is very small. It's difficult, Laurent sighed. Don't worry, I don't have any either, Field said shamelessly. I'm already a baron, but I still don't have any either. So relax and enjoy life. I hope you can find your chosen one. Laurent gave his blessing generously. As soon as he finished speaking, a green suddenly appeared on the small map. Chapter 141. The Decisive Battle to Quell the Rebellion. A green dot, just dozens of miles away from him. She was surrounded by a lot of exclamation marks and moved quickly in her direction. When she reached the army, her steps suddenly stopped. Field was very familiar with this, which meant that there was an uncontracted chosen one nearby. The minimap does not show the chosen ones that have been contracted, even one's own chosen ones. For example, before the contract, Field could see the marks of Ashina and Rosaria from a long distance, but after the contract, they disappeared directly from the minimap. The same thing happened to the pink cat head, which was hidden under the table, and he didn't even notice it. And the exclamation point, enemy attack. Field was shocked. Blood sacrificed to the true god. A terrifying roar erupted from the distant city of Nogaisk. The rebels poured out from every exit of the city like a black mass of ants. Like mad trap beasts, they launched a desperate charge towards the coalition forces without regard for their lives. The fanatical followers of the rebels continued to fight frantically even after being hit by more than 10 arrows. Devils. They are devils. The serfs of the coalition army were frightened by this scene and retreated, and the surrounding serfs immediately shrank back and wanted to escape. However, he had just run 2 steps when a spear pierced his chest and lifted him up high. Laying roared, "Whoever retreats will die. Hold your ground." At the same time, 2,000 to 3,000 elite rebels suddenly rushed out from the outer rear of the coalition forces, where Field was located, attempting to attack from both sides. They appeared out of thin air, and the sentinels have no news. Laurent was shocked. Could it be that the gods are really on their side? It's an invisibility potion. I've heard of this kind of potion in Maple Leaf City. Field was prepared in advance. Hammer, get me the Italian. Use the crossbow to bombard them. Buzz. The winch of a city defense crossbow high up is released. A row of crossbows will shoot straight out. Wow. The rebel cavalry rushing in the front seemed to have hit a wall hard. Their bodies suddenly paused, then flew backwards and formed a string with the knights behind. Beautiful. We're here to help you too. The soldiers of Night Lord quickly formed a battle line. Laurent came in with his remaining troops to support them. Many small nobles and rangers came over to form a defense line. Fuck, the enemy's chosen one is coming. Field's eyelids twitched, and he saw 3 beautiful women in strange costumes flash out. On the battlefield of this world, seeing a beautiful woman is a huge bad thing. We have to get out of here. If ordinary soldiers can still fight, it is better to escape if they encounter the chosen one. Field made the decision to abandon the position without hesitation and was about to issue an order. Hey, a few little rats actually ran behind our army and tried to attack from both sides. Did they think I couldn't detect them because they were invisible? A majestic female voice resounded through the sky, filled with murderous rebukes, instantly covering up all the shouts of killing. A golden light flashed across the sky, and a beautiful woman holding a golden sword stepped out of the air. She had a graceful figure, and her soft golden hair was loose. Strangely, her eyes were covered by a white-eye mask, making her look mysterious and dazzling. The woman instantly burst out with terrifying murderous intent, and the murderous intent alone was enough to repel the 3 attacking chosen gods. Field and the others felt their legs go limp and were almost paralyzed with fear. This kind of pressure was like the thrill of turning around and suddenly seeing a large truck with 4 wheels in front and 8 wheels in the back, pulling a truckload of steel coils, suddenly crashing into them. Sneaky and unscrupulous. I know who does this without even having to think. Peril, long time no see, you are still so heartless. A blurry shadow flew out of Nogaisk City at the speed of light. Unscrupulous? The most unscrupulous one is actually Her Majesty the Queen you are loyal to. Completely different from the crazy cultist that Field had imagined, the shadow stood there calmly, with such a graceful and elegant posture that he looked like the focus of the ball. It seems there is no need to discuss this further. You have become a complete lunatic. Peril snorted coldly, then raised her slender hand lightly. 5th level divine skill, falling star sinking. There was a loud buzzing sound, and the clouds in the sky were instantly blown away, making the stars difficult to see. A giant meteorite fell rapidly, and the atmosphere made a sharp explosion due to the violent friction. Haha, let me show you the power of the Eye of Long-Cherished Wishes, the Garden of Bliss. The space was torn apart, and a strange eyeball slowly opened in the air, with a chill that penetrated into the bones, making people unconsciously want to fall into madness. The Eye of Long-Cherished Wish for a period of time. One will become its puppet, a machine that works frantically and unconditionally for 24 hours until the body collapses. Fortunately, the eye of long-cherished wishes only appeared for a moment. The next moment, shadow, peril, and the giant meteorite she summoned all disappeared. It's the Field. Rosaria was knowledgeable and answered Field's doubts. Field was still terrified. It was really scary. When that big eyeball opened, I wanted to kneel down and worship it. Hee, that's a good idea, keep it. Later you can kneel down and worship me, and I'll let you lick my toes. Please crawl away. By Rosalia's incredible imagination, Field felt his mind clear and immediately retreated to the camp, assisting Knight's army in defense while judging the situation of the battle. Several chosen ones flew out from the coalition army, most of whom had never been seen before. Field estimated that they were reinforcements from the Empire. They found their respective opponents at a very fast speed. The two sides did not say a word before a melee broke out immediately, with all kinds of powerful skills thrown around. This was a bad luck for the ordinary soldiers around, who were killed indiscriminately. Soon everyone moved away from the Chosen One. The rebels have absolutely no hope of winning. Our Chosen Ones can crush them with just numbers. Field looked around. The coalition's Chosen Ones often fought against one enemy with multiple ones, so there was no possibility of defeat. But the rebels still chose to take the initiative to attack. I don't think that Shadow is a madman who is determined to die, unless the rebels have other plans. Opening the minimap, Field found that the green dot was still there and was slowly moving towards the city of Nogaisk. That's right, they are covering up their actions. Field immediately withdrew all the soldiers from Night territory, picked up his gun and rode his horse, quickly came to the vicinity of the green dot, and found that there was no one there. With a frown on his face, Field took out a cone-shaped artifact and said, "If I'm not mistaken, it's the eye that can see through the mist." I just felt my vision blur. I saw a 200-man elite infantry, led by a Chosen One, transporting 20 large wooden boxes. Well, they are actually repairing the plank road in the open while secretly attacking Chinsong. Field sneered continuously and was almost confused by the earth-shaking battlefield. Fortunately, he reacted and realized that seeking benefits for himself was the top priority. Crossbowman, shoot your arrow in the direction of my finger. Chapter 142, The Decisive Battle to Quell the Rebellion, Part 2. The people in Night territory were confused, but the battles over the past few days had made them 100% obedient. Of mechanisms suddenly rang out. A flower of blood suddenly burst out in the air, and then 4 or 5 corpses pierced by crossbow arrows fell to the ground. The invisibility potion will become ineffective when attacked or when actively attacking. Damn it, we've been discovered. The invisible Chosen One was shocked, knowing that his whereabouts had been exposed. He glared at Field hatefully and immediately led his troops to charge. You die. With the enemy's charge, the entire escort convoy was completely exposed. The uncontracted Chosen Ones are hiding in those boxes. We have to snatch them away. Field was not panicked at all. He took out the hickory crossbow from the right side of his warhorse, aimed at the other party's pretty face, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The crossbow arrow flew through the space and shot out. Field didn't even need to see if he hit the target. He shouted, "There is another enemy, Chosen One here." As soon as these words were spoken, 2 people from their own camp immediately rushed out, intercepted the enemy, and gave him a righteous beating. Very good. Field was ecstatic, glanced around, and immediately urged the soldiers. Grab those boxes for me, quickly. Charge. The people led by Night howled and rushed forward to fight. Everyone who sees it gets a share. We'll go grab it too. Seeing this, the surrounding coalition forces' eyes instantly turned red. Seeing the other side escorting the convoy in such a grand manner, they knew that the boxes must contain valuables, and they all became greedy. Robbery was the favorite of all, no matter whether they were nobles or soldiers. Everyone immediately gave up fighting with the rebels and joined the snatching battle. The poor 200 infantrymen, no matter how elite they were, could not withstand the aristocratic army that was surrounding and attacking them from all directions. Even though they put up a desperate resistance, they were still chopped into meat paste by the swords. Relying on the advantage of the small map, Field easily found the box containing the Chosen One, and the soldiers also seized 3 large boxes. Why is it like playing teamfight tactics? Field saw many people grabbing boxes and running away, and cursed angrily. It was obviously him who discovered the enemy army, so he should take the lion's share of the spoils. Forget it, just take the most valuable things. Otherwise, with the nature of the nobles, I'm afraid they will vomit whatever they eat. The battlefield was too chaotic, and it was impossible for him to take all the spoils. In fact, he was also picking up leaks. In theory, All the spoils on the battlefield could not be touched and had to be handed in. After the governor personally counted them, they could be distributed. But in the time it took to take a sip of water, the box was divided up. They are all magic potions. Ha! I'm going to make a fortune. A noble opened the box, his eyes wide open, and saw that the box was filled with magic potions. Before he could be happy, someone next to him suddenly reached out and snatched 2 bottles. Hurry, hurry, grab it for me. That's mine. I don't accept it. Why should I fight the rebels to the death while you get the benefits? Everyone started scrambling for the pieces. The nobles who didn't get any became envious and went crazy. When they saw that Field had taken 4 pieces by himself, they became anxious and sent soldiers to grab them. How shameless! Field cursed, and seeing that the nobles had turned against him, he immediately gathered his troops, turned around, and ran away, as they would only be robbed if they stayed here. The balance of victory quickly tilted towards the coalition forces, and the rebels were repelled and retreated back into the city. The greedy coalition forces had long lost interest in fighting and began to rob the spoils, not only the rebels' property, but also their own family members' property. Even if the supervision team beheaded dozens of people, it was of no avail. Field retreated back to the camp, where Chevaux de Frise and troops blocked the greedy nobles, and he hurriedly counted the spoils. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Field said happily, "It's like opening a blind box. I'm so happy." Opening the first box, I saw bottles of gorgeous potions, stacked together, with cotton in between. 3, marked on the bottle in the language of this world. Fuck, take off, a 3rd-level fighting spirit potion. Field couldn't believe it. His hands trembled with excitement. If these are all 3rd-level potions, I will eat spicy noodles and throw away a bag of them in the future. After checking the box, Field was pleasantly surprised to find that it was full of 3rd-level magic potions, whose value was inestimable. After being happy, Field rubbed his chin with a resentful look on his face. Those stolen boxes, could there be 4th or 5th-level potions? No, I'm suddenly unhappy. I have to take note of this grudge in my little notebook. The other 2 boxes contain magic cores. Because he has been in the Night Territory, Field has hardly ever come into contact with Warcraft. Magic cores come from Warcraft and are often used to make high-end equipment or for use by magicians. Although they are not used now, they are valuable things. Save the good stuff for last. Field licked his lips and pried open the last box with a halberd. A young girl was tied up and thrown inside, her mouth stuffed with silk cloth. She had gray hair and gray eyes, and her long hair fell to her waist like satin. She had a slender and graceful figure, skin as white as jade, and tearful eyes. She glared at Field angrily, and immediately lowered her head pitifully. God's chosen one. Field laughed like an elder of the Soul Hall, then realized that he was a pervert. He immediately changed to a gentle attitude and said softly, "Don't be afraid. I am not in the same group with them. I will take the cloth from your mouth now. Don't scream." The girl stared timidly for a moment, then nodded vigorously. With a bow sound, Field took off the silk cloth. Ahem. The girl coughed twice, took a deep breath of fresh air, twisted her body twice, but failed to break free from the rope. She turned her head and looked at Field. "Please, don't kill me." Aye. The girl kept saying "I" for a long time, but couldn't find any reason to prevent herself from being killed. "I didn't say I wanted to kill you." Field laughed. After a moment of silence, the girl asked, "Where is this place?" "This is Nogaisk City in Itavan Province." Seeing that the other party was still confused, Field immediately added, "The Holy Griffin Empire." You're actually here." Field glanced at the ropes on her body and asked in confusion, "Hey, aren't you the chosen one? Why can't you even break free from the ropes?" "What do you know? I'm paralyzed. Besides, I just woke up not long ago, so I'm not that powerful yet." The girl barely recovered from her fear. Hearing this, she felt embarrassed. "No, how do you know I'm the chosen one?" Field waved his hand and said, "Since you were escorted alone, you must be important." "I'm just guessing." "You guessed right, untie me now." The girl was like a caterpillar, wriggling and rolling on the ground. The purple skirt was pulled up by the rope, revealing her snow-white thighs. Her little white rabbit was also outlined in a high and raised angle. She screamed, "Don't look around." Chapter 143, The Decisive Battle to Quell the Rebellion, Part 3. This guy doesn't seem very smart. Field was ashamed. "Untie the rope quickly, it's making me uncomfortable." Seeing Field leaning down to untie the rope, she immediately blushed and warned loudly, "Don't look, turn your head away." "Are you sure?" Field laughed. How could he untie the rope if he couldn't see? Isn't this a free benefit? "Certainly." Okay. Field immediately closed his eyes, tilted his head, and put his hand up. The next second, It was like sticking your palm out of the window of a speeding car, and the warm feeling of resistance was immediately transmitted to the palm of your hand. Hey, where are you touching, idiot? The rope is a little lower. The girl shuddered, feeling her body getting hot, and her heart was pounding. Please be careful and don't do anything bad. Field moved down along the place he had just touched, but he didn't touch the rope. His fingertips passed over the abdomen and were about to reach the belly button. You did this on purpose. Turn your head around quickly. The girl started crying. I allow you to turn your head and look. That's right. It's a simple matter. Don't move. Is this what it means? The bar is as warm as spring, while the subway is full of dangers. Field couldn't understand this inexplicable thing, so he pulled the rope hard to let the dagger pry it open. As the rope fell to the ground, the girl quickly jumped up and tried to escape, but she fell flat on her face after taking just 2 steps. My feet are numb. Field's mouth curled up wildly. He was very sure that he had picked up a fool. Why are you running? There's still a war going on outside. Playing with the dagger, Field moved closer with an amused look on his face. No, don't come over here. As Field's shadow approached, the girl was frightened and trembled all over. Am I terrible? Field touched his nose sadly and asked Rosalia. It's not scary, it's kind of cute. Rosaria chuckled. Forget cute, that word doesn't suit me. It would be more convenient if there was a mirror. He looked down at himself. He was wearing a black robe and ferocious heavy armor. His body was splattered with blood. Human tissue was stuck in the gaps of the armor. Blood dripped onto the ground from time to time, stinking badly. Behind him was a magic sword emitting an evil aura. Well, it seems, a little bit, probably, that he doesn't look like a good person. Take that. The girl suddenly jumped up and attacked with a punch. Field's alarm bells rang. Being attacked head-on by the Chosen One was an extremely terrifying thing. He immediately surged with fighting spirit and defended with all his might. Tai. Hearing the dull sound of limbs hitting steel, the girl covered her fist with tears. It hurts. It hurts. So weak. Field leaned back slightly, mercilessly exposing her true colors. This was the weakest Chosen One he had ever seen, bar none. Don't you dare say that. The girl was furious and immediately raised her legs high and tried to kick, but Field easily grabbed her ankles, revealing her long white legs. The bright white light was dazzling, and all she could see were smooth lines, so smooth and silky. This, gangster excitement punch. Field was originally very serious, but after being disturbed by her, he suddenly felt hot all over. She is not a combat-type Chosen One, and her control skills have weakened her. In her prime, she can barely deal with a first-level fighting knight. As for now, even a homeless person can deal with her. Rosaria answered promptly. The Chosen Ones are also divided into categories, such as combat, life, support, scientific research, or other strange categories. There are more subcategories and professions. I see. Her weakness saved her. If she was really a threat to you, I would have torn her to pieces the moment she attacked me just now. Rosalia's words were cold, and she was obviously not joking. Field came to his senses and subdued her. After the girl calmed down, he said solemnly, Okay, I don't want to play games with you. If you dare to move again, I will be rude. What's your name? Seeing that her escape had failed, the girl hesitated for a long time and stammered, My name is Xia Luowei, and I'm from the Purple Gold Empire. The Purple Gold Empire has perished. Are you a refugee? Looking at her hair color, Field guessed that she was from a country near the inland sea, but he didn't guess it was the Purple Gold Empire. You are also a survivor of the Purple Gold Empire, right? I don't think you look like one. Charlotte observed carefully for a long time and shook her head regretfully. Except for the hair and eye color, nothing else looks like one. With a slight smile, Field said without further ado, My name is Field, and I am from the Griffin Empire. Let's not talk nonsense. Please make a contract with me. This is also the reason why I saved you. When Charlotte heard the word contract, she felt like she had eaten a Snickers bar and instantly became energized. She was no longer afraid of Field, but instead had a wise look as if she saw through everything. She raised her eyebrows, showing her little fangs and grinned. Hee hee, I knew that you greedy and reckless men would think of the Chosen Ones. Charlotte asked arrogantly, counting on her fingers, It's not impossible for you to make a contract with me. What is your title? How big is your fief? How many troops do you have? Feel like someone is asking for a house, a car, and a dowry? Field frowned. I am from the Ross family. I am a baron now. My fiefdom is in Nightfall territory. As for the army, I have about 200 people. After listening carefully, Charlotte shook her head and said, I'm sorry, your title doesn't meet my minimum requirements, but you're a good person and I'm very grateful to you. After saying that, Charlotte waved her hands casually, said goodbye, and was about to leave. Field is confused. Coming to a different world, can he get a good guy card after going through so much trouble? That can't be possible. Boom. The gluttonous greatsword smashed straight in front of Charlotte, and the flying chains directly blocked the exit. The bandages binding the sword fell off, revealing the ferocious demon eyes of the gluttonous greatsword. You are violating the spirit of chivalry. Charlotte immediately smelled a very strong smell of blood. Her hair stood on end, and she trembled all over. She staggered back 2 steps and protested bravely. I believe you are a gentleman. Please let me go. Field picked up a solid iron lance and patiently roasted it over the stove in the middle of the tent. Because he seized the order of the Chosen One, more than 10 people in the Night Territory were killed or injured, but he didn't do that just to hear her useless thank you. If he didn't snatch her away, Charlotte would be sent to the Shadow World sect and would have a 99% chance of dying. It could be said that he saved her life, but Field was too lazy to be hypocritical, and he saved her purely out of self-interest. I'm sorry, I'm neither a chivalrous spirit nor a gentleman. Field stood up, holding a blazing lance, and moved closer to Charlotte's beautiful face. He stared into her tearful eyes and said coldly, either you get tortured to death by this thing, or you break the contract. I will never let you go. I will be very unhappy if I do that. Do you understand? Chapter 144, The Decisive Battle to Quell the Rebellion, Part 4. Of course, if Charlotte signs the contract, she can just wait to join the maid group. Ahem, I was thinking about something weird. Field patted his head, cleared his mind, and let out a breath. Why did all the chosen ones he met recently look so bitter and resentful, as if the contract was worth their lives? Charlotte clenched her fists and wanted to refuse, but the red-hot iron was right next to her, emitting a terrifying aura. Charlotte immediately broke out in a cold sweat after a brief imagination. Looking at Field's indifferent face, she struggled again, and finally nodded softly. I agree. Charlotte agreed through gritted teeth, but I also ask. Well, tell me about it. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Field was curious about why she insisted on not being contracted. If possible, please help me to take revenge and restore my country. Charlotte's mouth sank. She started to cry, sat down on the ground, then curled up in tears, hugged her knees. My people were all killed by the pagans. She was filled with hatred, so she hoped to find a powerful noble to help her take revenge on the pagans. So that's the case. That's understandable. The hatred for the destruction of a country and the demise of a family will make a person pay everything. Seeing her crying so hard that snot bubbles came out, Field handed her a handkerchief sympathetically and sighed. Although I sympathize and understand your situation, I must point out that even the powerful empire could not stop the pagans. Which noble can you find to help you get revenge? Charlotte stopped crying abruptly. She blinked and thought for a moment, her eyes losing their luster. Why do I suddenly feel even sadder after hearing what you said? The trend of history cannot be diverted by individual will. Field shrugged. Besides, even if there is a powerful noble in front of you who can defeat the pagans, why would he want to contract you? The powerful nobles only contract with the strongest members of their families. If you ask them to abandon the 6th or 7th rank gods chosen and accept you, they will be kicked out by their competitors the next day. People in this world can only contract with one chosen one, and they must be of the same race. All the contracted gods chosen by those in high positions are also top level. After stuttering for a long time, Charlotte finally figured it out and stood there dumbly. It turns out that the revenge I've been thinking about is just a bubble. A noble can be an idiot, but the bloody reality will screen them out, and those in high positions must have sufficient strength to support them. Although it is impossible for God's chosen one to be unwanted, if one wants to enter the core circle of top nobles, it is not enough to rely on the strength of the first level alone. To become the Daji who brings disaster to the country and the people, you have to at least be a vixen. Don't be so sad. The Griffin Empire is close to the Purple Gold Empire. The Queen will have a battle with the pagans sooner or later. You still have a chance to take revenge. Field plunged his lance into the soil and drew a pie in the air with his right hand. If you contribute more to the Night Territory, the soldiers of the Night Territory may kill one more enemy in the future. Isn't it much better to think this way? Yeah, it's much better. Charlotte smiled, wiped her tears with a handkerchief, blew her nose hard, and then handed the wet handkerchief to Field. Thank you. I give it back to you. No, you keep it. Field's mouth twitched, and he silently took 2 steps back. Charlotte dusted herself off, stood up, cleared her throat, and said proudly, although you are only a baron and your strength is very weak, I recognize you. I am the most promising lord in the northern province. You can go to the northern province to inquire. This is a recognized fact. Field let out a long sigh and raised his eyebrows. Really? That's great. Charlotte was as happy as a lark flapping its wings. There was dust and tear marks on her face, and she looked like a fool when she smiled. Field silently complained. After all, I am the only lord in the northern province, and the other lords are dead, so they definitely have no objection. Lifting his hair aside, Field saw the new mark of the goddess. The goddess mark emitted a soft golden light, forming a gentle and kind goddess shadow. Then, a divine power link flowed into Field's body. Name, Charlotte Valiolio. Level, first level, chosen by the god of abundance. Occupation, nature priest. Divine skill, song of fruit, sing praises to 1 acre of farmland, greatly increasing the yield, and with a small chance of producing golden crops. After eating, slightly increased strength, and the effect gradually decreases with the number of times it is eaten. Artifact, a seed bag full of hope. The plant seeds stored in it will gradually improve their varieties. Legion skills, none. Territory gain. Within the Lord's territory, the production of gramineae, oats, wheat, rice, increases by 10%. Good, the agriculture of Night territory has been settled. Field was overjoyed, his eyes shining. Even though the territory gain only increases production by 10%, when combined with magical skills and artifacts, the output is absolutely terrifying and can feed more people. Some are happy, and some are sad. The space was torn apart, and Shadow and Peril appeared at the same time, and neither of them got anything good. Peril continued the attack without a word, but Shadow flashed back into the city. In the city of Nogaisk, in the Lord's Hall, all the high-end combat forces of the rebels are gathered here. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. The men and women tied to the altar cried loudly. Shadow flew back to the Lord's Hall, glanced at the injured people, and said nothing. Instead, he waved his hands violently at the altar. Puff! The man and woman above were crushed into pieces by the invisible pressure. The blood gathered along the lines of the altar and finally flowed slowly into the black gold Holy Grail in the center. However, the large amount of blood that poured in only caused the blood in the Holy Grail to increase slightly. This is the last batch. The priest in gorgeous robes knelt on the ground. A pure person from half of the Atavan province can only refine this much. Shadow was very unhappy. She picked up the Holy Grail and drank it all. Her figure immediately solidified by 30%. She could barely be seen as a human female. She said in a trembling and excited voice, "There is still 70% left. It's almost there. It's not easy to be reborn, otherwise the resurrected would have been all over the streets." Eliza walked out of the darkness and smiled gently at the Shadow. "I hope you don't forget our friendship. Whether it's lending the Holy Grail of Nirvana or stealing the eye of long-cherished wishes, we have paid an immeasurable price. Of course, I will remember your selflessness and righteousness." Shadow took out the eye of long-cherished wishes and watched it turn into dust. Unfortunately, nothing is eternal. The success of Atavan province is difficult to replicate. Relying on a Shadow, he was able to hold out for so long under the 5th rank God-chosen Peril, all thanks to the eye of long-cherished wish. Chapter 145. The decisive battle to quell the rebellion, v. Where's the pure chosen one I want? Shadow turned his head and asked the priest who was kneeling beside him. So-called purity means never being pricked. Due to the abnormal recovery ability of the chosen one, even if it is pricked, it will return to its undeveloped state. Therefore, the chosen ones will use purity to replace the undeveloped in the ordinary sense. Please forgive our incompetence. The convoy did not rush in. They just stepped into. Raising his hand to stop the priest's explanation, Shadow waved his hand. "Okay, I get it. This small failure is normal. The coalition forces are not fools after all. You have tried your best, and I see it all. If the Screaming Fortress had held out a little longer, the road there wouldn't have been blocked by the coalition forces," the priest said, glaring at his competitor with dissatisfaction. "The chosen ones are hard to sense, and we spent countless efforts to find the pure chosen ones who had not been contracted. In the end, they were destroyed by the idiots in the Screaming Fortress." The high priest defending the Screaming Fortress was furious, but unable to speak. "That's enough. Plans and accidents are always entangled and difficult to separate. We need unity." Shadow gently eased everyone's tension and then asked, "Which one of the chosen ones here is still a pure person?" Eliza chuckled, grabbed Kadorian who was about to raise his hand, and disappeared in the Lord's Hall in a flash. Everyone was silent and lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. "Is that you?" Shadow walked up to a girl. I was in a bar a month ago. I drank too much, and then..." The girl avoided his gaze. Alcohol could not actually make the chosen one drunk. She did that on purpose. Okay, is that you? Shadow asked the other one. Ahem, on a stormy night, I lost my virginity. Shadow was annoyed. Then, don't joke with me. I'm in my 60s and my grandson is having an extramarital affair. The chosen one in the wizard robe looked embarrassed. Although he was in his 60s, he looked no more than 30 and still had charm. No wonder he was mistaken for someone else. I am. Finally, someone raised his hand with a confused look on his face. The believer who raised his hand and her contractor will stay here. The rest of you go pack up your supplies. We will be leaving here soon. Everyone gave him a sympathetic look and then ran away. The coalition forces rested for 2 hours, and then, at the urging of the governor, launched a full-scale general attack on Nogaisk. The extraordinary combat forces and elite soldiers in the city had already evacuated through unknown means, leaving only ordinary believers and the elderly, the weak and the disabled, and all the valuable supplies had been moved away. The coalition forces won the final battle without any effort. Who would have thought that the suppression of the rebellion would end in such a ridiculous way? This battle was a great victory. I, Taklin, have lived up to the Queen's expectations. Taklin tore down the rebel flag, and the guards immediately respectfully handed over a gorgeous box containing a griffin flag woven with gold thread. Kissing the flag affectionately, Taklin personally raised the griffin flag of the Empire. Long live victory! Countless soldiers waved their flags and shouted. They survived. The nobles gained glory and were qualified to share the cake, and the ordinary soldiers got the opportunity to go home and reunite, and everyone had a bright future. Take all these extremely evil thugs to the capital of the Empire. I will show my achievements to Her Majesty the Queen. Taklin patted his belly and smiled innocently. Maybe I can have a chance to have dinner with Her Majesty. Then my death will be worth it. This battle is entirely due to the governor's proper command. The governor-general is truly the pillar of the empire. The nobles on both sides immediately smiled and flattered. It's finally over, but the gain is too little. Field glanced at the people around him and immediately pretended to be very sociable, as if he had gained nothing and was extremely frustrated. Luo Lang looked nervous. I hope our heroic actions of holding the rear and intercepting the enemy convoy will be recognized. I believe your excellency will see it. Field patted Laurent on the shoulder, glanced at the impoverished nobles and rangers around him, and said generously, although I have almost no gains, I have some gifts for you to show my appreciation. These down-and-out nobles and rangers really helped him a lot. From the first battle, everyone worked together to keep each other warm, which greatly reduced the casualties in the Night territory and provided him with a lot of useful information. Field shared the leather armor discarded by Knight's army, the cattle and sheep looted on the road, and about 350 gold coins. Privately, he gave Laurent 5 first-level magic cores and 2 war horses. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to give away precious things. Otherwise, he would be indebted to others for a small amount of money and resented for a big amount of money. Even so, it still made everyone's eyes brimming with tears, and Field gained a lot of prestige and favor. Perhaps they will be useful in the future. Field saw off the rangers. His mind was now full of thoughts about going back to farm. The previous development results were too poor because of the weak original accumulation. However, we still can't miss the opportunity to share the cake. Field licked the corner of his mouth, not wanting to miss any opportunity. After regaining the lost territory, everyone held a huge ball in the rich land of Morningwind, Lily of the Valley City, to celebrate the victory. The aristocratic ball is not just about singing, dancing, rap, and playing basketball, but a game of domestic affairs, diplomacy, and military affairs. A master of diplomacy can form alliances and get close to the nobles. A master of internal affairs can use various information to understand the next direction of the empire. Of course, a master at picking up girls can meet countless beautiful noble ladies, and even noble old ladies. Field, can I join in? Charlotte puffed up her cheeks. Her gray eyes began to well up with tears again, making her look adorable. I am your chosen one. I want to dance and eat cake. Oh, I'm sorry. I owe you this, but I can't do it now. I'll bring you a portion of something delicious. Field rubbed her head to comfort her. He was also very conflicted about it. Exposing that he was chosen by God had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that he could immediately gain status, investment, and imperial aid. The downside is that it is easy to be targeted, especially since the rebel ringleader has not been caught. God knows why they specifically kidnapped Charlotte. For safety reasons, we have to stay here for a while. After Field finished his patient explanation, Charlotte felt better and took the initiative to help Field with his clothes. Hee hee, my lord is still very charming. Charlotte chuckled secretly, But she suddenly thought of something and said in a serious tone, "You are not allowed to hook up with other chosen ones. They are all bad women. Also, make friends with more nobles. I still have the cause of restoring my country." Field raised the corner of his mouth and thought, "This little girl is so silly and cute. It's a luck that she met me. If she met someone else, she would have been sold for money long ago." Chapter 146 Dance. To the sound of melodious music, men and women performed elegant dance steps. Various gorgeous long skirts fluttered, accompanied by the giggles of women. This dance party was very classy, and the nobles from the imperial capital could easily crush other provinces in terms of banquet arrangements. Even though Field had seen big scenes, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. After all, he had never attended such a grand ball in his previous life. As soon as I walked into the hall, a well-dressed butler immediately handed me a wine glass. After pouring the wine, he bowed respectfully and left. It seems that aesthetics and enjoyment always progress faster than science. Field raised his wine glass and looked around the sapphire-themed ballroom. There were nobles from big families, all dignified and imposing. They were either beauties that attracted everyone's attention or handsome gentlemen. Well, of course, there were also freaks who were married to their close relatives and needed servants to take care of them around the clock. Those who come from minor noble families or poor places will be much inferior in skin color and clothing, and it is easy to tell. Finally, there are the speculators who come in by buying tickets at high prices. They are usually businessmen. They spare no effort to promote their products despite the disgust or strange looks of the nobles. Merchants are so annoying that the fresh air becomes pungent. A lady who looked ordinary but dressed gorgeously took the initiative to come forward, pretending to be nonchalant, looking up and down at Field, and said arrogantly with a frown, "It is harder for a businessman to go to heaven than for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle." Nowadays, the status of merchants is far below that of nobles, so it is normal for them to be disliked. But the person in front of him was just trying to attract his attention deliberately. If I don't give her face, negative news might spread tomorrow, such as saying that I am a transvestite or something. After all, even the beautiful noble lady is not interested in me. "Yes, my lady, can I ask you to dance with me?" Field offered his hand. "Since you said so, then, no problem." The woman chuckled, pretended to think for a moment, then gracefully extended her hand. Field immediately smelled a strong scent of powder. Field was very clumsy at dancing. Although the original owner had learned it when he was a child, unfortunately he had no chance to practice, so he stepped on others' feet 3 times. "I heard your last name is Rose. Such a romantic name, but you are so cute." The woman teased, and then took the initiative to close the distance. Field immediately saw a hidden vertical line, and even the tiny hairs on it could be seen clearly. She giggled, "Don't you seldom dance? Then I should be the one who has the honor." If he were an innocent little boy, he would have probably already fallen for it, blushing and fantasizing about having a few children in the future. Unfortunately, Field has been spoiled by Ashina and Rosaria and has become very resistant to appearance. "Yes, my last name is Ross. Unfortunately, my territory is in the northern province, which is full of rotting corpses, haze, and death." Field told the truth without any hesitation. He could clearly feel the other person tremble with his hands. She was obviously frightened. Field watched the happiness disappear from her face, and her eyes began to avoid. Some people's dreams of becoming a rich woman have been shattered. The woman absent-mindedly let go of her hand and lowered her head to adjust the hem of her skirt. "I'm tired and want to rest for a while. Please. By the way, I'll often rest there. If you want to chat with me or look at the stars, I'd be happy to do that too." After the woman finished speaking, she turned and left. "It seems that I am quite charming." Field rubbed his chin. The meaning of his last words was, "Although you are a poor guy, you are good-looking and you can spend a good night with her. It seems that someone will spend this evening in a sweet dream. How enviable." A pleasant voice sounded, and Aisha, who was wearing an elegant long dress, walked towards them with her snow-white lotus feet, holding up her blue long dress with a cold look on her face. A bunch of men followed her, and their eyes were all fixed in Aisha's direction. I really don't know how they could see the road clearly. As a gentleman, since Miss Aisha is envious, I will give you the opportunity. Field tilted the scene of 2 women wrestling. Aisha rolled her eyes. "You are still so humorous. Dear sirs, could you please give us some private space?" Aisha said to the crowd. The impatience in her eyes was hidden very well. Although she wanted to twist the heads of everyone around her off, her upbringing made her speak as gently as a spring breeze. "Okay, dessert. I will wait for you, including in my dreams. As a punishment, you will have to dance with me later." The men left while saying cheesy love words, and gave Field a fierce look, wishing they could challenge him to a duel on the spot. Field rubbed his temple and sighed silently in his heart. Oh, this guy is really troublesome. He always makes enemies for me. Although I am not afraid of him, it is so annoying. The key point is that Aisha has already been contracted, and Field has no interest in her at all. If you try to take advantage of her family to gain some benefits, then stay away from her. On the night of the decisive battle, we all witnessed your bravery and leadership. If you hadn't led the army to stop the rebels' charge, we would have been attacked from all sides. You also captured Shangquan village. You were very brave. After praising us earnestly, Aisha naturally transitioned to the important question. Are you curious about what you can gain from this battle? Can I get the land? What Field cares most about is territory. Even a town is a huge fortune. Aisha's eyes became sharp, like a sword pointing directly at people's hearts. It's hard to say, because you robbed those boxes in the end. You know that the imperial law requires that all spoils of war should be distributed uniformly by the army leaders. Can you tell me what you got? Things that the lesser nobles envy and the greater nobles disdain, such as some potions and magic potions, which are all low level. Nothing else important? Elsa narrowed her eyes. What good things can come out? A cute chosen one of God. Field was very calm and ate a piece of cake silently. Haha, that's impossible. Aisha burst out laughing, leaned close to Field's ear and whispered, I think you misunderstood what I meant. You can fill 4 large wooden boxes with gold and silver treasures, and give them a divine weapon. Return them to the governor in the name of returning the spoils. Perhaps you can get what you want. So that's what you're talking about. Field wiped the sweat off his forehead, thinking that his contract with the new chosen one had been exposed. Of course he had considered this, but unfortunately he didn't want to do it because it wasn't worth it. He had so much money, and the key was to run Night territory well. As for Ataven's territory, it had been destroyed by war and had to be rebuilt from scratch. Instead of spending time on this, it would be more cost-effective to take down a piece of it. No, I don't have any money. Thanks for your reminder. You can use a divine weapon, such as the Eye of the Mist that Shirley gave you. You use it to discover invisible armies, right? Chapter 147 Funny Battle Achievements. Don't get me wrong. I didn't investigate you. Shirley and I are friends. She mentioned this in a letter. Seeing Field frown, Aisha immediately realized that she had crossed the line and pushed him away with both hands. Forgive me for speaking bluntly before. I was considering your perspective completely. Do you understand? When a noble lady's words are irritating to you, perhaps that is her true feelings. Oh, Field felt inexplicably uncomfortable. You can keep your title and stay away from the northern provinces. Is that what you want? In fact, I don't want you to stay in a dangerous place. An excellent knight, like you, should contribute to the empire. One artifact in exchange for a piece of land is definitely a sure win. It is my duty to contribute to the country. I am also contributing to the country by eliminating the whites in the north. Field ended the conversation hastily, clinked his cup against Aisha's, and walked away. The empire seems calm, but in fact it is full of undercurrents and intrigues with a bunch of experienced nobles. Although you can enjoy the fun of power struggles, but one wrong move will lead to capsizing and destruction. Relying on territory construction, madly increasing military strength, and forming an army of gods chosen to defeat everything is what attracts Field more. The banquet ended in laughter and joy. Due to the unspoken rules of aristocratic communication, Field sent the governor 1,000 gold coins that night. The next afternoon, the governor completed the statistics of everyone's military achievements, took one copy with him to the imperial capital, and copied another copy and announced it. But obviously, his judgment is very problematic. Field led the night army and assisted Sir Pat in capturing the strategic village in the Battle of Shangquan Village. In the first battle outside the Great Wall, he killed a total of 12 enemy soldiers, including 3 in the final battle and 6 along the way. His performance was outstanding, and he was awarded the Blue Heart Griffin Medal. Charlotte took the battle report and tried to read it louder in a soft voice so that the soldiers of Knight Leader could hear it more clearly. That's not right. This. A soldier looked confused. I have killed more than this many people by myself. How do they see it? Do they look at me with their but eyes? Kichue stared with anger evident in his words. Hey, we climbed up the wall of Screaming Fortress and held on until our friendly forces arrived. By the way, who is this Sir Pat? The soldiers looked bewildered, and Field himself had an expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Sir Pat. He is probably the illegitimate son of a noble. As a noble, Field understood them best. If the merits were not taken by law, there would naturally be other illegitimate sons to take them. Field laughed and said, It doesn't matter. This military merit book is wrong from the beginning. Damn it. I quit. Sir, let's just attack the Griffin Row and seize, Tietue had just uttered 2 brutal words when his comrades covered his mouth. Don't worry, I will never forget your contributions, including those of the fallen soldiers. I will reward you according to your merits when we return to Night Territory. Field stood up and patted the shoulders of several soldiers beside him, encouraging them. The soldiers were moved to tears. Field clapped his hands and said loudly, "Okay, you guys pack the supplies first, and we will set off as soon as possible." The governor and several large families first divided up the most fertile land and mineral resources in Atavan province. The contractors of the Chosen One divided up the better farmland and small towns. The remaining rotten land was awarded to the bleeding small nobles or speculators. Field returned to the tent and carefully counted the rewards he had received, which were clearly recorded in the military merit book. The tax revenue for the next 3 years from Nogase's Commercial Street No. 3, as well as a first-order standard fighting lance, a blue griffin flag, and a blue heart medal. That's all. Field sighed and shook his head. It's like sending away beggars. The tax revenue for one street sounds like a lot, but rebuilding Nogaisk and putting it into trade would probably take a year. The total income is only about 1,000 gold coins, and it will take 3 years to get it. Okay, let's play it this way. I'll grab you next. What a loss. I should have known not to give gold coins to old Bidden. I'll record this grudge in my notebook. He was not just talking. He pulled his collar to make himself look less upset. Field was already planning to give old Bidden a blessing. I guess I'll be rewarded for the 1,000 gold coins. Seeing that Field was unhappy, Charlotte came over carefully and patted Field on the back. She clenched her fist with one hand and encouraged him. Don't be sad. As long as we build the territory together, everything will be fine. Charlotte squatted on the ground delicately, her snow-white collarbone and shoulders half exposed. She raised her head and gave Field a silly smile. You are already very powerful, killing so many enemies. This guy probably has no idea about killing the enemy. He is obviously more like a child, but he uses the tone of coaxing a child to comfort himself. You're right. I had expected this. I'm not unhappy, and I've gained a lot this time, such as the lovely Miss Charlotte. Field raised the corner of his mouth slightly and patted Charlotte's head. Hee, it's good that you know. Charlotte happily picked up a piece of cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Hurry back to Night Territory. I can't wait. I must let you see the power of the Chosen One. In addition to Charlotte, Field also obtained a heavy city defense crossbow, a large box of 3rd-level fighting spirit potion, 2 boxes of magic cores, and about 30 war horses. It was already a huge profit, not to mention the gains from Fuelenling. His original purpose was to plunder Fulon territory, and the gains here were incidental. These days, Ashina and her Black Crow paid friendly visits to almost all places in Fulon territory except the main city. Then pack your things quickly. I have somewhere else to go. I have to go to my brother's place to fight bandits, haha. Okay, wait until I finish my delicious food. Charlotte kept stuffing cakes into her mouth. I eat very fast. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you for it. Field pinched Charlotte's face and ignored her fierce protest. He carried the gluttony greatsword on his back, and just as he walked out of the tent, he immediately heard an annoying voice. Field, you actually returned from the battlefield safe and sound. Adrian rode his warhorse into Field's temporary camp and laughed dryly. Is it fun to hide in the back? Coward. Now that he had the strength, his state of mind was completely different. Field was calmer. He walked slowly to Adrian and looked at him with a teasing look. My younger brother didn't even know about the territory, and I thought he had already returned home. It is estimated that the messenger was killed by Ashina or the rebels. Hey, isn't this my dear brother? Field's eyes slightly closed, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he tried hard not to laugh out loud. He casually glanced at Allison, the chosen one who almost strangled him to death, and said, Hello, charming lady. Chapter 148 Fulon City. Allison had a blank expression on her face, and even turned her face away with a look of contempt. Wow, that's pretty cool. Look, Brother Faye will beat you up soon and make you kneel down and sing Conquer. As for Adrian, Field just wanted to send him to hell as soon as possible. Talking any more nonsense to him would be disrespectful to himself. Sizzle. There was a vibration in the space, and a gorgeous space warp gate was opened. A 1.6-meter tall girl jumped out. She was wearing a wizard's classic black pointed hat and looked lazy. Next to her was a man as strong as Schwarzenegger. Hello, my 2 brothers. The girl greeted them with a long-tail tone. Jianan. Field subconsciously called out her name. She was his half-sister. The 5 heirs of the Ross family are all half-siblings. If the old Earl were in China, he would definitely be a wife killer. His wife basically died after giving birth. Only the present stepmother lived the longest and even defeated the old Earl, draining him dry. Jianan adjusted the brim of his hat, puffed out his barren chest, and tilted his head in surprise. Brother Field, you actually participated in the war. You didn't even dare to kill a bug before. It seems that you have grown a lot after becoming an adult. It's gratifying. Your old-fashioned tone is quite cute. Field was amused by the little girl. This sister is one of the few people in the family who treats me well. Please don't describe me as cute. The girl stamped her feet, turned her head, and said to Adrian in an emotionless tone, "Let's not talk about this, Adrian. Your territory has exploded." Huh. Adrian obviously didn't understand what she meant, and sneered. "You're the one who exploded, annoying little thing. See, this is why I don't bother to communicate with you." Jinan rolled his eyes in annoyance and flipped through the magic book in his hand aimlessly. "Let the Knight Quilion of Fulan tell you himself." Field immediately remembered. Quilion, the 5th-level knight? Although the Ross family will give out fiefs, they will also arrange some powerful forces to be stationed there, in order to defend the territory and to increase the old Earl's control over his heirs. Although Quirion's fiefdom was in Fulan territory, he was not under Adrian's command, which was a very suffocating thing. "Good day, my lord." Quillion's face was solemn. "When we were away from the territory, it was attacked by thugs." Huh? Shit. I heard something. Fulan territory is burning. Except for Fulan City, the rest of the place is caught in war. Adrian's eyes instantly turned red, as if filled with blood and rage, and he shouted immediately, "I came here because I was worried that the rebels would break through at Taven and flee to my territory. But this still happened. It's your fault. My hard work has been destroyed." Allison's pupils also trembled. The prosperity of the territory is closely related to the Chosen One. If the territory explodes, the Chosen One will be even more sad than the Lord. It's not just the rebels, but multiple forces, including rioting demihumans, prisoners, and unknown forces. You should go and see for yourself. Quillion's tone softened a little, but with his 5th-level strength, he was not afraid of Adrian. "I was recruited by my family to investigate the movements of the elves. The elves from the northwest are coveting the territory of the Empire. The Ross family's archenemy has always been the elves, and every generation has actively fought against the elves with the Imperial Army." Damn it, damn it. Adrian fell into a rage, his teeth clenched and his chest heaving. "Okay, I'll just use my teleportation magic to go back and defend. It won't take much time." Jinan showed her gray-purple magic book, which had countless mysterious runes written on it. Field looked at this scene and sighed imperceptibly. Adrian's 5th-level knight had returned to defend, and his sister was also there. His plan to permanently get rid of Adrian could only be delayed for a while. It's really annoying that plans can't keep up with changes. Originally, he planned to bring Rosario along and work together with Ashina to kill Adrian directly and then beat up Allison. At this point, Field said helplessly, "I will come to help too. It just so happens that I can go back to my own territory on the way." Adrian didn't appreciate it at all and roared, "You're just here to laugh at me." "You guessed it. Ahem, I've received professional training and usually don't laugh. It's mainly because it's convenient for me." Field smiled jokingly. "Brother Field, you are still so kind. If it weren't for the fact that we are family, I wouldn't even bother to teleport here." Jialan shook her head helplessly. "You guys go get ready. We'll set off as soon as possible." As everyone was dismantling their tents and packing their luggage, Field caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. "Knight Laurent, you look so distraught. What happened?" Seeing Laurent looking like he had lost his soul, Field had already guessed. It must be about his military exploits. "Yes, I gave away the family artifact, the only one my father passed down to me before he died, but the governor did not fulfill his promise. I just want a town with a better location. A 1st-level artifact is worth 1,000,000 gold coins. Theoretically, there is no problem buying the town." Field did not buy the town because the surrounding nobles were too powerful and his secrets could not be kept. Secondly, the development potential of Nightfall territory was no worse than other places. At least it could catch the corrupted Chosen Ones. Ah. Field was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. This is too shameless. Laurent was tricked, just like the alternate world version of Yangji. After all, the bribe was in the name of spoils of war, and he had no background, so there was nothing he could do if he was blackmailed. "Come to Nightfall territory, there must be a place for you to be useful. Thank you for your generosity, but I can't let my entire family take risks." Laurent was so moved that his eyes filled with tears, but he still shook his head. "I'm going back to my hometown to make a living. Maybe in 3 years, you'll hear my name." "Well, I'm looking forward to that day." Field gave a thumbs up. After bidding farewell to Laurent, the army of Night Lord was ready. Fortunately, Fulan City has not been breached, and the teleportation anchor is still there. "Let's go." Jinan took out a magic core from his bag and chanted a complex spell. A huge sea blue magic circle enveloped everyone. Magic, teleport. I just felt my vision twisting, and when I opened my eyes again, I had arrived at Fulon City. All I could hear were fierce quarrels, cursing, and crying. Field led the soldiers of Night Territory out of the teleportation array. Fulon City have been filled with refugees who have fled here. The refugees have built shacks on the streets, and excrement and domestic garbage have piled up like mountains. In the distance, there are people robbing, and the security team that rushed over drags them away like dead dogs. Goddess, how did Fulon City become like this? Chapter 149 Meeting. Field showed a sympathetic expression and said with a funny face, "What a terrible disaster. There are refugees everywhere. I heard someone say that Fulon City is a good place with beer, goats, and horses. Did we go to the wrong place? Today, Fulon City is filled with refugees and is filled with foul smells. You're not in the wrong place, Adrian. You should take care of your territory. I've been here before and it was very wealthy, but now it's too disappointing. I'm really afraid that some bandits will come out and steal my magic book." Jinon shook his head and put away the magic book. You guys, damn it." Adrian's face turned red and he almost passed out. He could only feel helpless and furious. "I'm leaving now." Field shrugged, admired his brother's face which was twisted with anger, and was in a very good mood. Then he swaggered around the city twice. Fulon City itself was limited by the looting. Next time it will be the turn of Fulon City and the City Lord's Hall, Field added silently in his heart and left Fulon City. This time, my brother will be on guard for a while, and the Ross family will also have support. This is the benefit of having a family as a backing. It will be difficult to kill him with a trick, and the benefits will be much less. Field already had a new idea. If he didn't crush him head-on, he would not be able to resolve his resentment. It was a good opportunity to let Fulon recover its strength so that he could reap the rewards all at once. Just let the bullets fly for a while. Field shook his head and sneered. Before leaving, Jinon pulled Field's sleeve and said, "Nightfall territory is very dangerous. Why don't you run away? When I come of age and have my fief, you will be my knight." "It's okay. I just like quietness, and rotting corpses are not that scary." It was a rare occasion for someone to care about him, and Fielden felt relieved. The rotten corpses are not dangerous. What is scary is the zombie tide led by the corrupted chosen ones. In addition, the situation in the Empire also makes people feel a sense of crisis. Those escaped members of the Shadow World sect will inevitably appear again. Just keep blowing it. You're the kind of guy who pisses his pants when he sees a caterpillar. I'm going back to the academy first. After saying that, the girl made a face and ran away. Field led the army through many twists and turns in Fulon and finally arrived at a ravine on the border. Along the way, there were smoking villages everywhere, and all kinds of debris were thrown on the roadside. Fulon territory was already half destroyed. Field didn't actually plunder the villages because the harvest was too little. He plundered the manors of knights and rich people, as well as caravans. In this era, if there were no knights stationed in a village, it would easily be attacked and extorted by bandits. Therefore, all the people in the village flocked into Fulon City, filling the city to the brim. "Field, it's too dangerous outside." Charlotte poked her head out of the carriage and looked around nervously. She always felt that a bunch of guys wearing pointed hats and speaking different languages would rush out of the bushes. Charlotte shrank her neck and shouted weakly with a trembling voice, "It's too dangerous for you to stand on the warhorse. Come and get in the carriage with me. I can protect you." Field almost laughed out loud. "You are a production-type chosen one, and you still protect me. Don't worry, the bandits are no match for my army. Don't worry, I'll take you to see your friends. There will be no danger. I'm worried that a hostile chosen one will appear. This scale of destruction is definitely not something that bandits can accomplish." Seeing that Field was unmoved, Charlotte was furious and swayed in the carriage. Come back soon, come back soon. Lady Charlotte, just sit tight. The Baron is extremely powerful. Any chosen one he meets will be subdued if he looks at them for 3 seconds. An old soldier who was driving the car laughed. The soldiers were used to bragging. "TSK, I don't believe it. I'm very smart." Charlotte glared at Field from a distance, then shrank back into the carriage, still frightened, and occasionally opened the curtains to look out. The pagans attacked her home, and she and her family were hunted for a long time. In the end, she was the only one left, so she felt extremely uneasy every time she traveled. As Field approached Ashina's hiding place, he heard the neighing of war horses from a distance. "Hey, let's meet up." Field didn't get close, but let the hammer hit the flag and keep swinging. Wolfmen wearing fine armor rushed out of the forest, holding bows and arrows or spears, and surrounded them from all directions. There was no telling how many of them there were under the cover of bushes and trees. "Shit, are we ambushed?" An unsuspecting soldier immediately raised his shield, looking nervous. Don't panic, we are one of us, but there are too many unfamiliar faces. The old soldiers of Night Territory were not surprised. You said those wolf people are our own people? Look, the Baron is not panicking. Why should you panic? He must have made some arrangements. The soldiers whispered. Oh no, it's a demi-human. Charlotte was so frightened that she wanted to hide in the carriage, but she was worried that Field would not be a match for the demi-human. She had no choice but to draw her dagger for self-defense, get off the carriage, and run to Field's side. She was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. I told you it's dangerous. Don't rush into the crowd later. They are the army of Lord Knight. We didn't tell you before because we were afraid that outsiders would hear them. Field hurried to comfort her. He had already realized how timid Charlotte was. Just try to comfort me. Demi-humans really hate humans, okay? As soon as he finished speaking, Ashina, riding a giant wolf, appeared on the hillside. When she saw Field, her eyes lit up. Finally, you're here. Lady Ashina, do you want to fight? The catgirl Lumi was also very frightened, her legs shaking like sieves. Although Ashina always took her army out to plunder, no human army had ever come so close to her camp. Lumi thought that humans were coming to kill her. Don't talk nonsense, that's the Lord. Silver Claw recognized Field at a glance and was very excited. Ah, Lumi was shocked. But he is a human. The black wolf leaped easily and appeared in front of Field, its eyes filled with blood. It's over, it's a combat type, chosen one. Charlotte's eyes seemed to lose their luster, and she was obviously frightened by the ferocious dragon wolf. She murmured, Ah, I think we should run away, Field, run quickly. Long time no see, I missed you so much. Field drove his horse over and reached out to rub Ashina's furry ears. Ah, Field, what are you doing? Charlotte's pupils trembled. She could already imagine Field being torn into pieces after angering a chosen one. Run, don't look back. However, Ashina smiled sweetly and pounced into Field's arms like a cat, rubbing against him affectionately, and then said angrily, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Chapter 150 Paradise. How could that be? I came to pick you up as soon as possible. This scene shocked Charlotte even more, and she was completely petrified. Who the hell can tell me what happened? Charlotte felt dizzy for a moment, and suddenly remembered what the soldier said. Any chosen one he meets will be subdued if he stares at them for 3 seconds. Is this true? No way. Charlotte's pupils trembled. What's wrong with this kid? Ashina poked Charlotte's cheek. Oh. I guess she's too happy. Field had no idea that Charlotte was down, so he introduced, This is Ashina, also the chosen one of Night Territory. Let's get along well from now on. Okay. Charlotte was dizzy and didn't come to her senses until she followed everyone into the simple mountain village. We found a group of bandits, dealt with them, and occupied this place. Ashina introduced. Why are there gold coins everywhere here? Charlotte opened her mouth wide and looked around. The village was filled with gold, silver, and treasures. Several little girls wearing ill-fitting clothes sat among the gold coins, carefully stacking them one by one into boxes. Various jewelry and gorgeous clothes were piled haphazardly on the ground. Smoked bacon was hung on the trees in the camp, and a large number of livestock gathered here. There were so many cattle, sheep, and horses that it felt like being in a pasture. Subhuman warriors were slaughtering pigs and sheep, and the weaker subhumans were doing what they could, such as cleaning, wiping armor, and sharpening weapons. All you can eat meat today. Field announced to the soldiers of Night Territory that there were too many cattle and sheep looted, so Field could not take them all away. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Field immediately announced the exciting news. Yeah, long live, praise our beloved Lord. Everyone cheered in unison, and the demi-humans were confused. However, Ashina, who had a very high prestige, had mentioned her lord's human status many times, and the demi-humans did not dare to object. It's like a paradise. Charlotte couldn't believe it. Did you really find the treasure? It's not a paradise, it's just an illusion. Ashina winked at the girl in front of her. Although they were the same age, their experiences were completely different. But it's true that we found a treasure. We have been digging for treasure these days, haha. You've grown a lot. Field was filled with admiration. Although he had been taught many things by Black Crow, Ashina not only did her job well, but also had her own ideas. Hee, I am your sword. Ashina put on a humble expression, but her wolf tail was spinning like a propeller. Their relationship is very unusual. Wait, the demi-human chosen can only be contracted by demi-humans, right? Charlotte was shocked. Could it be that the Lord is a minotaur, and he kidnapped his wife? The rumor that the chosen one was kidnapped in 3 seconds is actually true. Could it be that I have been infected too? Charlotte looked at her hands in disbelief. What are you thinking about? Help me count the money and the livestock. I'll reward you with a roasted whole lamb tonight. Field patted Charlotte's head. Charlotte was born into a noble family, could read and write, and had good math skills. In this era, she was already a great intellectual. Okay, here I come. Charlotte shook her head and lifted up her purple skirt. The inventory was not completed until the next afternoon. Excluding the decimals, this raid yielded a total of 86,000 gold coins, 183 war horses, 52 pack horses, and countless other supplies. Ashina has not rested these days, either looting, hacking people, or on her way to setting fires. Many Knight families and wealthy merchants were uprooted, and it can be said that they plundered their homes to their heart's content, and in one fell swoop they obtained the total income of full-on territory for nearly 1 or 2 years, and the most precious thing was the warhorse. Originally, there would be more, but unfortunately, after hearing about the looting, the rich and the knights all hid in Full-on City, and the robbers and bandits everywhere also took a share of the spoils. So many warhorses? Field couldn't believe it. We can form a strong cavalry team. Ashina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, we captured a horse farm, but unfortunately the other horses were rescued. This time, I still need a cavalry formed by humans, otherwise I will not even have the face to go out. During the battle to quell the rebellion, he just sat on the horse and could not even chase down the fleeing soldiers. Ashina agreed. Perhaps forming a heavy cavalry would be a good choice. Heavy cavalry is an extremely powerful type of soldier. 5 heavy cavalrymen can deal with a first-level fighting knight. The fighting spirit of a first-level fighting spirit knight is extremely limited. When the fighting spirit is exhausted, he is just a stronger heavy cavalryman. Of course, the ones compared here are the Dochi knights trained and quickly become warriors in the Imperial Army. The Dochi knights who are nobles or self-taught may be stronger or weaker. There is no absolute statement. If you have anything to say, let's go home and talk. This is not the place to talk. After everyone packed up their supplies, they burned down the mountain stronghold. It was impossible to take root here. The high-end combat forces of Full-on City would eventually search here, and the imperial law would not allow it. The group traveled day and night and finally arrived at the familiar Maple Leaf City. Field immediately ordered the soldiers to buy the 3 old things: slaves, food, and purification potions. After buying 300 human slaves, they also bought 3 months' worth of food for 1,000 people, leaving the entire caravan with no idle labor. Even the war horses were equipped with food bags. Then he bought seeds of different plants and asked Charlotte to store them in her magic weapon. Her artifact can optimize seed varieties. It looks like a cute purse-shaped bag, which she usually hangs on her waist. It is embroidered with a golden wheat ear pattern. Finally, there was the second-level fighting spirit potion. I bought 100 bottles and spent 50,000 gold coins. It really is true that money is spent like water. Nightfall territory needs to produce its own magic potions. Besides that, the population cannot be increased anymore. We must wait until Nightfall territory has food production before considering increasing the population. Field was doing statistics when Ashina came running to report. Sir, a messenger has given you 2 letters. Oh, I actually received letters too. After taking the envelope, Field checked the seal to make sure it had not been opened by anyone. Then he picked out an elegant and simple one at random and read it. Give Fieldros the respect of the Garcina family. Shirley sends her greetings to you. I hope you are not reading my letter in that leaky winery. Aisha told me that you participated in the Atavan rebellion. She is my friend. If you encounter difficulties, you can ask her for help. Told Her Majesty the Queen about the threat of the Whites. I believe that soon the Empire will strengthen its border defenses and encourage adventurers to eliminate the corrupted creatures. Chapter 151, A Touch of Green in a Gray World. Unfortunately, the Elven War was about to begin, and Franvia was coveting the Empire's wealthy southern regions, so the Imperial Army could not be dispatched. The Queen also knew about your lonely battle in Night Territory. She gave her approval and planned to allocate funds as support. Please write back and tell me the story of Nightcaller. A tribute to our friendship, signed, Shirley Garcina and Voltaire. Hey, Your Excellency is very popular. Charlotte smiled brightly, shaking her head happily like a sunflower. I've heard of the Gassina family. It's a very active military family. Yes, they once stayed at my manor. Field looked over and over for a while. Adventurers? That's interesting. If there were more of them, the economy of Nightfall territory would be boosted. Build a guild, tavern, an inn, and you can make a fortune from adventurers. As for the Imperial grant, don't have any expectations. The other letter was from Simon, and it was brief and to the point. The gist of it was to invite him to an underground dance party in a month, which would not only feature stunning beauties, but also various rare treasures for sale, including the giant wolf that Field had been dreaming about. He reminded Field to bring more gold coins and a new batch of happy pills, which he needed urgently. It's happy beans, not happy pills. Field was very dissatisfied with these guys who changed the brand name without permission. The patent awareness is too weak. In the future, Nightcrawler's products need to have exclusive labels. Otherwise, one day, piracy will be rampant and the competitiveness of your own genuine products will be gone. I need to form a giant wolf cavalry. It seems that I have to go to this underground dance party. Field put the letter away and continued walking around without stopping. Everyone arrived at the border that day and saw endless gray fog, corpses dotted around in the fog, and horrific howls everywhere. This is not right. Charlotte slapped her head and said in shock, "Could this be the northern province, the province in the death fog?" "Yeah." Seeing Charlotte's incredible face, Field comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid. I've walked this road many times, and my territory is not bad." I thought Charlotte would be scared and cry, or start to make a scene in anger, but she shook her head. "It must have been very hard when you first started to open up the wasteland. It would be great if I could help." "I'm fine, but Ashina is really having a hard time." Ashina had already rushed into the gray fog to slaughter the zombies. Otherwise, she would have flown away happily. Although Charlotte was shaking with fear, she still encouraged herself and said, "I will also help with the construction. I won't lose to anyone." "Oh, it seems that you have a good attitude. You just need to stay in the carriage and rest. It will be your turn to show your abilities when you get to the territory." Field raised his spear and swung it forward, and the Night Lord's army began to advance slowly. With the Chosen Ones and the army leading the way, everyone suffered no losses and arrived at Starry Night Manor in the early morning 5 days later. Countless times, Field breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the territory entered the marked range on the small map. From the small map, only half of the Starry Night Manor was now in the gray fog. The Starry Night Castle was already connected to Fengqi Town, so it was passable even without the fog lights. The outermost part of the fog-free area even extended to 3 or 4 meters outside the manor wall. Arrived at the gate. In front of the heavy wooden door were wooden chevaux deer and antlers, with dried intestines hanging on them. The holes in the wall had been filled with stone, but it was ugly. The mottled old stone wall and the newly built sections looked very awkward. A wooden sentry tower stood at the back of the stone wall. The guards on it were obviously startled when they saw the crowd and immediately raised their crossbows to aim. Lord Field. After seeing that it was Field, the soldier immediately put down his weapon, waved excitedly, and then shouted towards the bottom of the watchtower. "You lame scabby dogs, don't sit there stupidly. The Baron is back." "The master is back. Open the door quickly." Squeak. The heavy wooden door was pushed open, and Bobcat and others ran out excitedly to greet them. "Is the territory okay? Has it been hit by the zombie tide? Is there any damage?" As soon as Field opened his mouth, he asked the question that concerned him most. "No problem. Everything is fine in the territory. There are some scattered small groups of corpses, but..." Bobcat seemed to be hesitant to speak, and when Field nodded, he added, "But there are fewer and fewer rotten corpses, which is very strange. They may be raising pigs, and they are going to hold back a big wave." Since Rosaria's advancement, Field has figured out a lot of things. That means the zombies are waiting for more people to gather in their territory so that they can eat them all at once. Of course, they are not targeting themselves, but all the territories on the border. Shirley's intelligence is that in 1 or 2 years, the zombies will launch a general attack. Therefore, Field's speculation is very likely to happen. Field was not afraid at all, and raised the corner of his mouth. "Let's see. Who is harder, the head of the corpse or our wall?" After entering the gate, the view in front of me suddenly became clear, and I felt that the sky above my head was much brighter. A major change in Starry Night Manor is that the rotten trees have been cut down. Although it looks bare now, the air is much fresher. The wheat had already sprouted, and each plant looked like a weed, withered, but the grayish green still gave people hope. Peas, cabbages, and onions had also grown, and these plants, which had a shorter growth cycle, could be harvested in a month or 2. Even if the output is a little less, as long as it can be produced, it is the best news. The primary industry is the foundation of the secondary and tertiary industries. Without agriculture, everything else is just castles in the air. Field walked along the farmland, slowly admiring the rare green in the gray fog, and slowly arrived at Fengqi Town with his army. When Nightfall's army returned to the front of the winery, they immediately won cheers, and the villagers and slaves lined the streets to welcome them. "Long live His Excellency. I'm finally back, Woo. The food rations have been getting less and less recently, luckily. It was not because everyone was well educated, but because the army brought a large amount of food to replenish the territory's inventory. Field had been away for 2 months, and the territory only had about 1.5 months of food. Cow and Tate had to reduce the food supply, which made everyone anxious, and even the slaves missed the Lord. Now that Field has returned with food, all worries have disappeared. Who would hate an army with a lot of food and wealth? Field laughed in his heart. The butler Cow almost crawled over. He shouted as if he had seen his real father. "My lord, please don't go away from home anymore. We are so worried. For the past 2 months, I couldn't sleep at night. Even pooping. Cough, cough. I'm glad you're back." Chapter 152 Mission Arrangement. If Field died, without the protection of the Lord's territory, the Night territory would be doomed, not to mention that food is limited. Watching the food gradually decrease. Only those who have experienced it know the anxiety. Ahem, no problem. From now on, I won't leave the territory for too long unless it's necessary. Field made an okay gesture and jumped off his warhorse. Field relaxed his shoulders. It was very tiring to ride a horse for a long time. He waved his hand and said, "I have returned victorious. I will arrange for the villagers to cook for the army. In addition, I will give everyone a taste of meat, at least a small piece of meat for each person. Fodder is limited, so livestock cannot be too frugal with what they eat. Yes, sir, I will arrange it right away. Before that, I will arrange lunch first." Ka gallantly opened the door of the great chateau. "Dinner plates. Hurry up and use your utmost care to prepare the most exquisite dishes. The master is back." Ka shouted towards the house. "Mates, quickly change the bedding and clean the master's room again, especially the table." Cow turned his head and wanted to say something, but when he saw Charlotte, he was stunned. "Who is this lady?" "Hello, Mr. Butler. I am Charlotte, the chosen one of the goddess of fertility. Has the contract been signed?" Cow widened his eyes and looked back and forth between Field and Charlotte in disbelief. Charlotte obviously didn't understand why everyone was so surprised. She put her hands behind her back to make herself look more dignified. "Yes, the one who signed the contract is your Lord Baron." "Excuse me, are you human?" "Yes, I am a human, so I don't look like one." Charlotte was confused. "Goddess, this is just a dream. My lord is finally not a pervert." Cow was overjoyed, shaking with excitement, and shouted towards the house, "Stop what you are doing and prepare the best room for the distinguished Miss Charlotte. Hurry." Field was speechless. This guy was too biased. Seeing that Charlotte was a human being, he just took sides with his butt. He even stopped cleaning his room and gave priority to Charlotte. Actually, there's no need. It's better to help Miss Ashina tidy up first." Charlotte was embarrassed, fearing that Ashina would be unhappy. Ashina smiled generously. She didn't care at all because she didn't plan to spend the night in her room. Field coughed lightly and said, "I'll assign you a task. Go and clean up the room together." "Oh yes, Miss Ashina, let's go clean up together." Charlotte understood Field's arrangement in an instant and quickly pulled Ashina to get busy. At noon, the chef's plate showcased his life skills. "I like that thing called egg tart. I have never eaten such a delicious dessert." Charlotte wiped her mouth happily. Ashina remains a staunch carnivore. "I still like to eat meat. When you're done eating, both of you can come to my room." Field called 2 people. It's not even dark yet." Charlotte suddenly thought of something evil. Her pretty face flushed, and she shook her head like a rattle. No, it's too fast. I'm a good girl. Hey, let's do it together." Ashina gave him a teasing look and licked the corner of her mouth. "Can you bear it? You can't say a man is incompetent." Field looked invincible. Then he reacted and slapped everyone on the head. "No, I want to discuss serious matters with you. Don't let your imagination run wild." Even so, Charlotte still pinched the hem of her skirt, looking nervous. Until they opened the door. "Fuck, who is this?" The mature version of Rosalia sat lazily at the desk, her golden hair draped over her shoulders and right chest, half covering her big bunnies. She lifted her long snow-white legs, with her right leg raised, and she was swinging back and forth with her slippers pinched between her toes. She drank her black tea leisurely, and only put down the cup when she saw everyone coming. Devil? And he's the chosen one." Charlotte was shocked when she saw the tiny bone wings on Rosalia's back. Moreover, he was right in front of me, but I could not sense any life fluctuations. He was obviously the chosen one of God. I've become the second-level chosen one. I feel so oppressive. Even though Rosaria didn't do anything, Ashina subconsciously covered her chest and gasped twice, trying to keep herself calm. It feels like being stared at by a monster. "Don't be afraid, I mean no harm to you." "Hello." Rosalia stood up gracefully and adjusted her skirt. In her queenly state, Rosalia was extremely mature and would rarely say anything out of character. "Rosalia is my second chosen one. We should get along well with each other in the future. Field patted Charlotte's head and introduced her. Charlotte's pupils trembled, and she blurted out, You are a minotaur again? No, it will be bad if you don't find out. What is a minotaur? It happens to be safe here. I will tell you the real secret. Field wiped the sweat off his forehead. This idiot hadn't guessed it yet. He immediately explained, I can make contracts across races, and the number of contracts is more than one. Ashina and Rosaria are both my chosen ones. Oh. Field gave a brief account of his own story. Charlotte was offline for a while and gradually understood everything. Suddenly her eyes lit up. This is great. As long as the number of God's chosen ones increases, the Lord's strength will expand, and then he will be able to take revenge. Okay, let's discuss the territory and the next mission. I plan to completely recapture the Starry Night Manor and dispel the gray fog in the other half of the manor. Before that, I need to eliminate the corrupted creatures in the fog. Field looked back and forth on the small map. In fact, the number of enemies in the other half of the manor was not much. Leave this task to Ashina, and the guards will also assist you. Yes, sir. Ashina agreed without hesitation. Rosaria, in a few days, please take my Black Crow to explore the entire night territory and learn about its products and resources. The adventurers from the Empire are coming soon, so I have to find the valuables that Knight has brought in advance. Who knew that there would be artifacts hidden in the lumberyard, so I have to search for the supplies first, and learn about the terrain and mineral veins. Finally, Charlotte, I'll trouble you to use your abilities on the crops in the territory. The amount of food that Nightfall territory will have in the future depends entirely on you. No problem. Everyone accepted the task. After completing the task, Field wanted to go out, but was stopped by Rosalia. I almost forgot something important. What's up? It was also the first time Field saw Rosaria in her royal sister form. She looked like she was about to burst out. Her plump figure and the large areas of shiny white light on her chest and legs emphasized her graceful posture. Chapter 153 Questions. She stood on tiptoe and stretched her body straight. The flat instep of her foot and her long, flowing legs formed a beautiful straight line. Her pearly, round toes also turned slightly red, which was rare because she was standing on tiptoe. I'm here to talk to you about the second-level fighting spirit. Asked the maid to prepare the bathtub. Rosaria's tone of voice changed, not too slow but full of majesty, like a strong woman in the workplace. After the promotion, the impurities will be discharged. It will be much more convenient to prepare a bathtub in advance. Leave it to me to prepare. When Asina heard about the second-level fighting spirit, her eyes lit up. She knew that Rosaria could provide the Lord with fighting spirit advancement. She stopped arguing with Rosaria and went to work happily. Thank you for your help. No need to be polite to me. Rosaria shook her hair nonchalantly and controlled the gluttony greatsword with ease. Countless powerful life energies surged out of it and flowed into every cell of Field. Feeling the cells greedily devouring energy, Field's strength was increasing wildly. Half an hour later, Rosaria recovered her bloodline and clapped her hands tiredly. Done. I feel like I could punch an elephant. Field swung his fist casually, and the air immediately erupted with a loud explosion. Don't forget to buy some Dochi secrets and techniques next time, otherwise you won't be able to unleash the power of Dochi. Rosaria kindly reminded. Also, as I said before, don't be too stubborn. You are a lord, and only secondarily a Dochi knight. No problem. I didn't expect it would be so easy to obtain the second-level fighting spirit. Field couldn't believe it. Ordinary people would either spend all their money or study hard to obtain the second-level fighting spirit. I got it easily, and the quality is even better than theirs. I don't think it's easy. Rosaria crossed her arms over her chest and rolled her eyes coquettishly. I'll punish you by massaging my shoulders for a month. I'm exhausted. Okay, but I just want to take a shower now. I'm all sticky and uncomfortable. After taking a long shower, Field felt refreshed and felt that he had endless strength in his body. His 8 abdominal muscles made him extremely satisfied. I really want to try out the strength of the second-level fighting spirit. Field was itching to do it, but he didn't choose to find some corpses to practice on. Instead, he put on an evil expression and called Ashina over to discuss some mathematical problems in depth. After closing the door, after a while, the sound of doing questions came from inside the room. What is 1000 minus 7? Don't ask me this question at this time. Ashina was breathing heavily. Her face was pale, and she was sweating profusely. She was driven crazy by the difficult math problems. Have you figured it out? Stop it now. It's so hard to think. My brain is going to break. You don't even know this? What about 20 plus 3? Field was very angry. Why couldn't he study hard? Oh, don't do math problems anymore. Ashina's chest heaved. grabbing her hair and shouting, I surrender, I can't do it at all. Sorry, the knowledge that needs to be learned must be learned to the highest level. Field smiled horribly. Until the next day, Field, who almost died suddenly, dragged his tired body, yawned, and muttered, the second-level fighting spirit is so terrifying. It is not comparable to the first-level fighting spirit at all. He wrote, office, on a piece of paper, and then gave it to Cow, asking him to paste it at the door of the winery. Inform the people in the territory that those who can escape slavery can do so today. I am about to move to Starry Night Castle, and the winery will become a combination of city hall and fortress in the future. Okay. Sir, please take care of yourself. Ka advised with his neck shrunk. Well, I know. Field scratched his head awkwardly. Alas, Lady Ashina is truly a devil, and the Lord is still as perverted as ever. Cow muttered in a voice that only he could hear, and then took 2 guards with him to inform the people of the territory. Soon, a group of people lined up excitedly. Most of them were slave soldiers. Sister, what are they doing? Heiyu was holding a bag of seeds. She needed to deliver the seeds from the warehouse to the newly opened farmland. The farmland continued to expand as Field brought back more purification potions. They're getting free. Baiyu looked at them enviously for a long time, then snorted, it's not fair. They can easily earn a lot of money by killing corpses, but we can only earn a few copper coins by working. But their work is very dangerous. Heiyu scratched his head. These days in Yimu territory, they not only did not lose weight, but gained some flesh, and their faces became more rosy. And I am already very satisfied. I have food to eat every day. The Lord must be a warlike, bearded man who also likes to drink with the soldiers. Otherwise he wouldn't treat the annoying soldiers so well. His knight, on the other hand, is a very gentle man. Heiyu steadied the big bag in her hand, always feeling that her sister might have made a mistake, but she did not dare to disobey her sister. The 2 sisters chatted nonsense and walked towards the farmland. As the gold coins came in, Field destroyed the slave contracts one by one. I was busy until 2 o'clock in the afternoon before I finished handling the business for 113 people. Great. There are 113 more tax-paying citizens. Hee, and we have recovered more than 100 gold coins. Field played with the gold coins in his hand, all of which were wealth accumulated from the soldiers' bounties. In a month or 2, I think some of the slaves who worked on the farm or mined stones will be freed. With nothing to do, Field decided to patrol the territory. Walking out of the big winery is Fengqi Town. The town has already grown to a certain size. The mud houses of the free people have been built. Compared with the shabby wooden houses of the slaves, they are several dimensions more luxurious, making Fengqi Town look like a village. The Starry Night Castle is still under repair, and the debris and decayed remains inside have been cleaned up. Apart from this, the biggest change was that the rotten trees near the logging site were cut down and replaced with 5 earthen kilns. A steady stream of rotten wood is thrown into the earthen kiln and turned into charcoal of varying qualities. Sir, there's charcoal piled everywhere, but we can't use it all. A charcoal-burning stonemason apprentice had a dark face. He pointed at the charcoal that was as high as a hill and said, we have successfully built a qualified earthen kiln according to your instructions and drawings, and successfully burned a large amount of charcoal. This is simply a miracle, but we seem to have nowhere to use this charcoal. In this era, craftsmen need to provide value to their lords at all times. If what they make has no value, their good days will be over, so they are particularly worried. Chapter 154 Recruiting Maids. You can never have too little fuel. Field snapped his fingers happily. I'll give you new blueprints in a couple of days. I'm going to make bricks. When we mine iron, or in the future, we can use charcoal to make pig iron. Sir, but we have encountered a problem. A craftsman said timidly. Field nodded calmly. No problem is the biggest problem, you say. We don't have enough manpower. If we go to make that, right, bricks, what about the charcoal? You can teach some apprentices. Field said it subconsciously, but when he saw that everyone looked embarrassed, he immediately understood the crux of the problem. In this era, there are craftsmen's guilds. The guilds will absorb children from poor families, and then sign contracts with professional masters for mutual benefit. Generally, masters will not avoid the guilds and teach privately. Field thought for a moment and said mysteriously, it's time to pay attention to the future of the territory. I will let you know in 2 days. After returning to the winery, the first thing Field did was to call Chow and Tate. Do you know how many children there are in the territory? Field glanced over the bookshelf. The existing data didn't even know the population, but fortunately, there was a record on the Lord's panel. Your Excellency, we have too few civil servants to make a very detailed statistics, but we still know the approximate number, Tate replied. I plan to gather the children in the territory. Before Field finished speaking, Cow stumbled and nearly fell. He immediately said tremblingly, "Sir, this is not good. It is not good for your physical and mental health. Ahem, I want to train some highly educated people, not use them for fun." Field's face was full of black lines. Was he a weird uncle? Is that so? Ka smiled awkwardly. I suggest only teaching the children of freemen. Tate tilted his head and pondered for a moment, then added, if freemen and slaves receive the same treatment, the freemen will be dissatisfied, and the slaves will be content with the status quo. Field had already considered this, but he didn't want to say it out loud. Letting his men use their brains was what a lord should do. You are right. Let Cow handle this. Tate, you are doing very well now. Keep up the good work, and I will reward you. As for the reclamation of the other half of the manor, you are still responsible for it. Thank you, sir. I can experience my own value here. Tate's words were serious, but he meant it. At least there wouldn't be complicated interpersonal relationships to deal with here, and he wouldn't have to worry about the threats from gangs, and he could participate in construction every day. Very good. Does anyone have anything to add? Ka immediately raised his hand and said in a high-pitched voice, Sir, there are too few servants in the castle. This is not suitable for your status. I suggest expanding the scale of servants, especially maids. At least we should assign maids to the chosen ones, especially Lady Charlotte. That's right. The number of servants should be increased. He is a baron, and he has fewer servants than knights. Starry Night Castle is much bigger than the winery. If he moves there, with the current number of servants, he won't be able to clean it every day. Since Charlotte came, Cow and the others have been very proud. With the support of the chosen one of their own race, they can instantly become tough in front of the subhumans, and their backs are 3 points straighter than before. Although the two sides have never had a conflict, they do have confidence in their hearts, and Field can understand it very well. Don't forget to get some more animal-eared maids. I mean demi-humans, you know. To have 2 bunny girls or cat-eared girls in the castle. Your will is obeyed. Soon, the news that the castle was recruiting servants spread. For a small territory, the Lord's business is the most important thing. If the Lord falls down one day, I'm afraid the children in the territory will not be able to sleep at night. Have you heard? The Baron is recruiting servants. The woman who was talking was loosening the soil while chatting, and she also secretly glanced at the supervisors in the distance. Those supervisors were usually the guards who took turns to serve. Of course, the entire night territory knows about this. It would be great if I could become a maid. I could live happily in the castle like a noble lady. Do you know Scissors? She only needs to clean the room twice a day and wash and dry the clothes, and she can get a high salary, rest time, and eat good food. More importantly, the castle servants can also enjoy invisible benefits. As a 7th-rank official in the Prime Minister's office, he will have a halo wherever he goes in the future. It's a pity that only people aged 16 to 18 are eligible, otherwise I would like to participate too. An old woman who was stirring the fermented manure came over and whispered, Geranium, who is always surrounded by a bunch of stinky men, can be selected into the castle. TSK, isn't she just a little prettier? Impossible. She always looks unhappy. The Lord will be in a bad mood when he sees her. The crowd chatted more and more excitedly, and finally disturbed the supervisor. After being scolded, everyone stopped chatting in dismay. On the day of the interview, all the women of marriageable age from the entire night region came, and the interview took place in the open space in front of the big winery. The scene was not one of love affairs. Don't expect free people or slaves to be as gorgeous as noble ladies. Most of them were dirty, pale, and skinny, very ugly. They were excitedly making noise in the hall, which was just like a vegetable market. Field himself will not personally select. He only needs to show up at the last stage to examine it. After all, it is not a selection of wives. Married women are also eligible to participate. The key to this job is to be hardworking and have good manners. If you are good at cooking, you can also get the chance to work in the kitchen that everyone dreams of. Be quiet, line up, and follow me. I want to check everyone's body and appearance one by one. Scissors put his hands on his waist and yelled at the crowd. Seeing that someone was still talking, Scissors just glared at him with sharp eyes, and that person wilted. I will not allow anyone to bring dirty diseases into the castle. No one can get away with it. The scissors are so powerful. Even the clay pot was frightened and took a step back timidly. Sparrow said, intentionally or unintentionally, she might become a housekeeper. And Cow is constantly reviewing. You are terrible at making the quilt. Eliminate it. Oh my God, are you sweeping the floor? You're just tickling Mother Earth. Elimination. Woo woo woo. The failed interviewee ran out with tears in his eyes. When the butler Cow demonstrated his professional skills, he instantly became reliable and rejected one interviewer after another in a rigid and ruthless manner. He mainly examined their words, personality, and professional skills. The screening lasted for half a day, and in the end, only 4 people were picked out, one of whom was a dog human, and the rest were humans. Chapter 155, Maid and Starry Night Castle. The bunny girl that Field had dreamed of did not come true. The bunny people generally married early, and some even started to have 3 children at the age of 16. It was impossible to let them work in the castle with a bunch of children on their backs. What a shame. This bad habit should be changed. Each one of them is more severe than me. Field shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The rabbit, people are born with the bodies of serfs. They give birth quickly, eat poorly, and have cowardly personalities. However, because they are conceived too early and lack nutrition, the rabbit, people do not live long and have extremely poor strength. Cat-like people in the territory, and the only one with a chance, Lumi, is only 14 years old. Field plans to send her to school. After Field briefly asked about their family situations, he allowed all 4 girls to pass. The maids would take them to wash up, put on maid outfits, and then they would be officially employed. After the maids finished washing, they boarded the carriage to Starry Night Castle, accompanied by the maid Scissors. In another open carriage, there were 12 newly bought female slaves, guarded by 4 guards in leather armor. They were going to the open space of Starry Night Castle to spread grass seeds. Geranium sat upright in the carriage. The carriage was not a luxurious carriage like the ones that gentlemen rode in, but a simple wooden basket without a lid. It had 2 wheels turning underneath and was being towed by a horse. She saw her companions hugging their knees, curling up, and lowering their heads. All of them seemed to be afraid, including the demi-human. With his dog ears drooping, he still looked like a refugee. But Geranium didn't. Her slightly immature facial features did not reveal a single trace of immaturity. She straightened her back expressionlessly. She had heard that the Baron liked his men to stand with their chests straight, and he even required that of those fierce soldiers. Geranium glanced at the carriage filled with slaves in front of her. The slaves in the carriage had been staring at her with envious eyes all the way, which made her feel a little happy in her heart, but she would not show it, and would not even look at them straight in the eye. She had her own pride. It was already late when we arrived at Starry Night Castle. Wow, that's the castle. A cry of surprise came from the carriage in front. Even the slaves couldn't help but be shocked by the Starry Night Castle. It's like a 30-year-old wizard who never goes out for years suddenly sees Mr. Miho Achiki and is deeply shocked by the grand scale of his work. The maids covered their mouths and looked up, unable to describe the shock in their hearts for a moment, and Geranium was no exception. The Starry Night Castle had experienced corruption and war, and was not as majestic as it once was. However, the carved beams and painted buildings and the magnificent scale of the building, which were simple, elegant, and exquisite, still deeply shocked everyone. The huge buildings built with huge stones crushed all the buildings in Fengqi village, so much so that they felt deeply inferior when they thought of the shacks they lived in. You must follow me closely. You are not allowed to go anywhere without my order. This is also the first and most important lesson I teach you. Don't act on your own and invade the privacy of adults. This is a fatal mistake. Everyone nodded hurriedly. Scissors nodded with satisfaction, and after signaling the guard to open the side door, she said, "From now on, this is where you will work. Servants are not allowed to walk through the front door and can only use the side door. Please remember this." Entering the building, they saw the lobby, expensive carpets, crossed swords hanging on the wall, and thick curtains that covered the entire wall, all scenes they could not imagine. The Starry Night Castle is still under repair and will need renovation in the future. Scissors was very pleased with their surprised expressions. When she went to work at the Ross family castle for the first time, she even trembled with fear when she entered the house. Oh my God, does such a luxurious place still need decoration? A freckled girl asked with her eyes wide open. Of course, for a noble baron. This place is very shabby. Scissors folded his arms across his chest and instructed the girl who asked, "Little Spot, your cleaning area is on the first floor. Except for the rooms with signs and locked rooms, you need to clean every corner twice a day. The rest of the time, you need to water the garden." Uh-huh. Scissors led everyone to the second floor, which was full of rooms. These are all bedrooms, gray fluff. The second floor is your area of responsibility. Other than that, you need to serve Lady Ashina. I believe you know her. It was Lady Ashina who saved you, right? Yes, I will do my best. The female demi-human with black animal ears and a tail nodded obediently, her fluffy tail wagging constantly. The subhumans are not only classified by animals, but also by color. For example, the black wolf subhumans have black tails and ears, and green eyes. Of course, their skin color is not black, otherwise they would only appear in cotton fields, not castles. In addition to the bedrooms, the third floor also has a showroom, a private reception room, and a study, which are filled with various collections and books, but are now empty. Your Excellency will use the study room frequently, so it is particularly important. Geranium will be responsible for the hygiene of the third floor. It must be spotless. Geranium's heart was pounding. She knew Field liked staying in the study, which meant she could spend a long time in contact with the Baron. Yes. The girl's voice trembled. She thought she would be calm. Are you nervous? Scissors tilted his head. Somewhat. It's normal to be nervous. Finally, Marigold, you are responsible for serving Miss Charlotte. Do whatever she asks you to do, and don't worry about the rest. The maids were still very partial. After all, they were the chosen ones of mankind, so they were naturally closer. Next, I will take you to your own rooms, 2 people to 1 room. As for going home to visit relatives, I will arrange a date. I'm already looking forward to the rest of my life. Me too. Can we have a room together? The maids were extremely excited and whispered to each other that it would be a real honor for the family to have their own room in the castle. There is a 4th floor, a top floor, and a basement in Starry Night Castle, and Scissors and the others can clean them up themselves. In fact, there was still a shortage of servants, but it was better to have less than enough, so they had to make do with what they had for now. Field was in Fengchi Town. Cao gathered all the children between the ages of 12 and 15 in the territory, both boys and girls, all free people. In fact, there were not many people, a total of 11. Field knew most of them, including Tate's daughter Alexia, the cat girl Loli Lumi, the little girl Absinthe rescued by the bull leader, and some were also children of free people. Among them, Lumi was a slave, but the Wolfmen warriors contributed the precious silver coins they earned from killing enemies, allowing Lumi to become a free citizen and get the opportunity to study. This gave Field a big surprise. We can't embarrass Master Ashina. Aaron is also very smart. She will not disappoint Master. Silverclaw said so. Hee, healthy competition. Field raised the corner of his mouth. Chapter 156. No one in the entire empire can help the Queen solve her problems. Field plans to spend an hour every day teaching them personally. Only the senior workers who are trained by yourself can be used smoothly and with confidence in the future. Generally speaking, if one wanted to learn literacy in this era, one had to follow a knight as a squire and learn the 7 traditional skills of a knight: riding, swimming, javelin throwing, fencing, hunting, chess, reciting poetry, and of course, serving the nobles. Field didn't intend to let his children learn these things. Reciting poems and composing essays would not be of much use to the territory. He planned to use future generations to cram education. There are 2 hours of cultural studies in the afternoon, and we only learn literacy, arithmetic, and loyalty. As for the point about loyalty, Field did not pretend to be shy about it. The purpose of training them was to serve himself and his territory, not to train a bunch of guys who were ready to overthrow him or to make wedding dresses for others. In addition, they will be arranged to spend an hour in the army, learning marching, military posture, sword skills, and horse riding, and cultivating the spirit of martial arts and unity. Riding a horse is extremely important. The territory may have cars in the future, but it is best not to think about it for another 40 or 50 years. There are very few decent roads in the entire empire, so riding a horse is a must. Science, fighting spirit, and magic you have to teach based on your talent and loyalty. Field made a plan and started to implement it immediately. Tom, if you can't learn what the Baron teaches you, you won't have any food in the future. A free woman put her hands on her hips, pointed her finger at her son's nose, and warned him fiercely, as serious as if she was going to a war. I will, Mom. The boy was so scared that he turned and ran away. That afternoon, the children came to the winery for class. They were used to hardship and were extremely eager for knowledge from the upper class. Even if there are naughty kids, their parents will order them to study hard, otherwise they will be beaten up when they get home. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to leapfrog into higher classes. Now that everyone is here, let's start the class. Field waved his hand and asked the guard to bring a blackboard with chalk. These 2 things are very simple to make. Just take a piece of wood and dye it with black paint. As for chalk, it is a block of lime and water. However, despite such simple things, they were not really used in teaching until after the Industrial Revolution. Before this, teachers would just talk on their own, or do their own thing and occasionally give some pointers. What students learn depends entirely on their understanding. The teaching method has also gone through the process of individual manual production to industrial production, and finally, to mass production of intellectuals. At the same time, Field also brought in several army captains, butlers, and Tate. In the future, try to educate students according to my teaching methods. Tick tick. Field wrote his name on the blackboard. Let me introduce myself. I am your lord, Field Ross. This string of names is the first words you need to learn. Next, I will teach you letters and numbers. It is in stark contrast to the poverty in Night Territory. In the study on the second floor of the Golden Wing Manor in the capital of the Empire, Griffin Province, the Empress of the Empire, Letitia Golden Griffin, sat on an exquisite royal-style chair inlaid with countless gems of various colors, and the velvet pillow was extremely comfortable. But the afterglow of the setting sun was blocked by the windows, so only shadow fell on her. She looked at the beautiful garden outside the window. 3 or 4 gardeners were mowing the lawn in the garden. Even though the lawn was perfect and impeccable, the gardeners were still thinking about how to make it more pleasing to the eye. Your Majesty, Governor Taklin hopes to have dinner with you. The courtier bowed and saluted. He did not dare to look up at the most powerful man in the empire. Oh, tell him to get lost. Letitia didn't even raise her eyelids. Use a tactful way. But he won the battle, which is disheartening. Perhaps you can give him a chance to pursue you. The minister was stunned for a moment, and then he thought of the 3 carts of gold coins that Taklin gave him, and he persuaded him. With a husband and children, the empire will be more stable. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Yes, I respect your will. Your Majesty, you seem to be unhappy. Do you need to call the court jester? The jester is the joker on a deck of cards. Letitia casually flipped through the battle report on the table. I'm not interested in clowns. You can leave. The close minister had no choice but to leave the study. A cat-sized miniature griffin jumped out from the shadows and landed on the table, nearly knocking over the wine glass. It chased its tail around the table and then spread its wings. Why are you still depressed after the victory, my dear Majesty? The griffin spoke in human language. Look for yourself. The queen clicked on the battle report. The griffin came up and flipped through the pages with its sharp claws for a moment, then immediately revealed an angry expression. What a miserable victory. I didn't even see any familiar enemies being killed. Milani died in the battle. If I remember correctly, she was the hidden pawn for the marriage with the Nibelung family. That's right. This battle ruined half of the province, and we lost a chess piece that supervised the imperial nobles. We also have to face a bunch of rubbish seeking credit. I really can't think of any happiness. Letitia snorted coldly. I really want to kick them all out of the palace. Haha, I wanted to. The griffin cackles. However, both the man and the griffin knew that was impossible. Because every official in the empire represents the interests of major families, provinces, and classes. If she dared to touch them, she would be the only one in trouble, even if she was the queen. The griffin flipped out another piece of paper and asked in surprise, someone has taken root in the northern province? Field Ross. Is the Ross family going to regain its former glory? It's probably just a farce to attract attention. It's unlikely. Previously, the empire had thought of many ways to retake the northern provinces, such as advancing little by little in the marginal areas. But they were soon overwhelmed by the overwhelming tide of zombies and had to retreat behind major city walls. There seemed to be many core areas in the gray fog. If they were not occupied, the number of corpses would be infinite. If a war of attrition was adopted, the empire would immediately be dragged into the quagmire of war. It seemed like they were killing thousands of corpses every day, but they would grow back like weeds. Recovering the northern provinces was no different from starting a war with a country. Oh, it was written by Shirley. She is a person who is truly loyal to the empire. Her family has shed blood for the empire. I think it is true. Yes, the Gassina family is loyal to the empire, not to me. Letitia's lips curled up slightly. As for this matter, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. The northern province is worthless, and it's impossible for one family to recover it. Haha, you are the embodiment of the empire. The griffin heard footsteps coming down the corridor and slowly retreated into the shadows. Is there no one in the entire empire who can give me peace of mind? Letitia rubbed her brows gently and fell into deep thought. Chapter 157 Cemetery and Acorn, I. In the western plains of Night Territory, Rosaria quickly shuttled through the gray fog. She returned to her girlish form, and it was not known whether she was worried that her plump figure would affect the battle. There were only Nomiing's tentacles and rotten corpses around, and all kinds of dirty things were everywhere. In the dark forest full of corruption, shrill screams were heard from time to time, which made Field shudder violently, and the goosebumps that had just subsided appeared again, even though it was only controlling the black crow from a distance. The corpses here died not long ago. Someone killed them brutally. Rosalia suddenly stopped. She bent down and took a closer look at the wounds of the dead corpse. Oh, could it be that the adventurer has already been here? They are really fast. Not really. More like the work of my kind. Rosaria licked the corner of her mouth. It's very likely that it was the chosen ones. Just like me before, they would kill their own kind when they were hungry. They would also kill for various reasons. The chosen one? Let me look for him. Field controlled the black crow to hover and rise, and after only 5 minutes of looking down, he saw signs of a fierce fight. Found it, follow me. The two followed the traces of the fight and soon arrived at a 2-story stone building. The building was covered with rotten plants and surrounded by a huge cemetery. The ground was filled with various tombstones, both stone and rotten wooden. The broken door of the stone building was ajar, and a conspicuous bloodstain, accompanied by traces of dragging, extended into the house. This is the big cemetery in Night Territory. That house is for the gravekeeper, and the farewell ceremony will also be held here. The gravekeeper here is an old man. He is always willing to help others and actively helps people in the surrounding villages, but everyone hates him because his eyes are always red and surrounded by flies. Rosaria knew everything about the Night Territory. After all, according to the law, she was the heir to the Night Territory. Maybe the gravekeeper has pink eye. Pink eye? What is that? I heard that he was cursed by the devil, and his wife and daughter died as a result of the curse. Rosaria shrank her neck and tightened the black ribbon around her neck with her hands. It's a scary story. Anyway, when I was alive, I didn't even dare to pass by here. Haha, the word afraid coming out of your mouth is full of strange incongruity. Field controlled the black crow to jump onto the branch. The memory ends here. Did you hear the disgusting noise in the house? Be careful. Unfortunately, Black Crow cannot inherit his own small map ability, and Field doesn't know whether there is any danger here. I will. Rosaria blinked her right eye vigorously, shouldered the gluttony greatsword, stood on tiptoe, and gracefully approached the stone building. Puff, crack, crack. There was a creepy chewing noise coming from behind the door. It smells like fresh flesh and blood, but it's not human. Rosaria sniffed greedily like a perverted gourmet and sneered. It reminds me of a delicious old friend. The greatsword hummed, and Rosaria chopped the door of the stone building into pieces. Black Crow's terrifying eyesight allowed Field to see clearly the situation inside the house. Fuck! Field shuddered all over, and suddenly felt a chill on his spine. Like Pagang in Jackie Chan Adventures, covered with rotten meat and entangled with countless strange insects, was grabbing a beautiful figure and gnawing on it wildly. The scene was horrifying. Hey, isn't this Violet? Long time no see. Why are you so upset? Rosaria was not afraid, but showed a surprised expression. If you're not dead, just make a sound. Violet was the corrupted chosen one who had hunted Shirley down. Get out of here, fellow. This is my food. The fat monster turned its head twistedly, divine power bursting out of its body, carrying a strong smell of blood, demonstrating its strength as a second-level chosen one. Field realized its approximate combat power and suddenly felt something was wrong. He was shocked and said, "Could there be a chosen one so ugly? Wait, why is the voicemail?" Rosaria shook her head. The real chosen one should be on him. It's very strange. It is a fusion of a fourth-order corrupted creature, 2 second-order corrupted creatures, and the chosen one. The monster chuckled and turned around. A beautiful yet terrifying face was stitched on its back. It faced Rosaria and said in a pitiful voice, "Hello, my name is Acorn. Please don't disturb our family's meal." Hee, your family seems to be a bit delicious. Rosaria licked the corner of her mouth. I'll give you a chance to choose, surrender, or be killed by me. Without even a second of thinking, the monster flashed and rushed over at an incredible speed, carrying a terrifying gust of wind. Oh, I almost forgot that I'm already in the form of the Baron. No, I have the aura of the Baron. Rosalia was not surprised. After she made a contract with Field, even ordinary corpses became hostile to her, let alone this kind of guy who would eat his own kind. Boom! There was a sharp sound of breaking wind, and Rosalia allowed herself to be knocked flying. She had plenty of opportunities to dodge, but she was too lazy to do so. You are so weak. I need to change the food. Acorn looked at his twisted hand in confusion. He obviously didn't use all his strength, but he still hit the enemy, which meant that the enemy was very weak. If I can eat the second level, I will never eat the first level. Acorn released his control over the violet and threw away the half-eaten violet. Something happened that made Field's pupils tremble. Violet immediately turned into a pool of blood and escaped into the bushes. He's still alive, corrupting the vitality of God's chosen one. It's really terrifying. Field's mouth twitched. He originally wanted to loot the artifact. Whether you are weak or not, you will soon experience it. Rosalia, without even a speck of dust on her body, bowed gracefully. Divine skill, bloodstained constellation, as injuries increase, combat power increases exponentially. Anyway, I will definitely get hurt if we fight at the same level, so I'm too lazy to hide. Rosaria showed her white teeth, and a blazing black and red flame appeared around her body. Her momentum began to rise steadily. Ms. Acorn, you can start to resist. The more you struggle, the more excited I am. Acorn's young face showed a hint of doubt. Suddenly, a horrifying loud bang exploded above my head. When Acorn immediately looked up, only to find Rosaria sneering at her morbidly, and following her figure came the phantoms of gluttonous great swords filling the sky. Roar! Acorn turned around immediately. As a corrupted creature, it was normal for her to merge with other creatures. However, she merged with all her family members, and all of them were sewn into one body. Chapter 158 Cemetery and Acorn, Part 2. Her only support is her father, who is a 4th-level creature. The male corpse's eyes turned red, and a roar of murderous intent and anger suddenly sounded. The big mouth tore, and countless flying insects poured out from the male corpse. Rosaria did not have any emotional fluctuations, and the gluttony greatsword smashed down fiercely with a low sonic boom. The mixed divine power swept the flames brought by the blood-stained constellation, directly strangling the flying insects. Having just crushed the swarm of insects, Rosalia did not retreat but advanced instead. The greatsword in her hand slashed down fiercely with a flash of blood, and a violent explosion erupted in the air. Bang bang! The next moment, the 2 second-level corrupted creatures stitched to the monster's body were directly crushed by the big sword and annihilated on the spot. It's so disappointing. Rosaria retreated violently to avoid Oak's counterattack, then carried the big sword with a beautiful smile on her face. The 4th-level corrupted creatures that Oak relied on could not pose any threat to her at all. Basically, the combat-type chosen ones can defeat ordinary creatures by jumping 2 levels. For example, a 1st-level one can defeat a 3rd-level fighting knight, and a 2nd-level one can defeat a 4th-level one. Of course, it is not necessarily a one-on-one fight, and one can even defeat many. It all depends on the individual's combat power. Kill you! Kill you! Acorn screamed shrilly out of pain and anger. Divine skill, corrosive blood column. The next moment, divine power surged, and a column of blood gushed out of the mouth of the male corpse, accompanied by a strong smell of blood, rushing towards Rosalia. What a disgusting skill. Better not take it head-on. Block it. Rosaria frowned slightly. Although she wanted to see the limit of the blood-stained constellation, she couldn't stand having blood splashed on her face. With a thought, the gluttony greatsword immediately gushed out a large amount of blood, and the chain made a rustling sound. Together, the two constructed an airtight defensive shield. Blood flowed like a torrent onto the shield. Divine powers intertwined and collided. Ripples of power continued to spread around, and the surrounding cemetery was instantly shattered. However, when the impact wore off, Rosaria dispelled the broken chains and bloodlines as if nothing had happened. In addition to the black and red flames burning even more fiercely on his body, it proved that the blood-stained constellation had been triggered. The bloodline is a part of her. When she uses the bloodline to weave defense, her body will inevitably be injured, and the injury will trigger her magical skills. She actually withstood the 2nd-level divine skill so easily. The black crow had already flown to a tree far away and could only look at it. If it got too close, it would be blown up by the energy ripples. Field took a breath of cold air and was particularly surprised to see Rosaria withstanding the divine skill so easily. Damn it, Rosaria is already a pure numerical monster. This defensive ability is a bit abnormal. What? I don't understand. Acorn trembled all over, and with his heavy body, he chose to run away. Stop, we can't hurt each other. Field's face was full of black lines. Double standard, right? My current strength and speed are probably twice as fast as before, but it's still far from reaching its limit. I wonder if the endless slash will be strengthened. Rosaria thrust the great sword into the ground and waved her slender white hands casually, causing the air to explode. The aura she exuded was far stronger than that of the acorn. No wonder it scared away the brutal, corrupted creatures. Let me test it on you. Looking at the enemy who had already fled into the forest, Rosaria swung her sword skillfully. Divine skill, endless slash. Grabbing the chain at the end of the sword, it was like a towering mountain being uprooted. 3 black and red sword auras slashed out, tearing a crack in the space that lasted for a long time. Pure destruction, without any overly gorgeous light effects. Wherever the sword energy went, all obstacles collapsed and disappeared, silently turning into particles that could not be captured by the naked eye. Wow! The fleeing acorn was hit hard by the sword energy. Even though she tried her best to dodge it, the sword energy seemed slow but actually arrived in an instant. Buzz! The ground cracked rapidly, sweeping away the surrounding trees. In the blink of an eye, the cracked ground was almost spreading to where Black Crow was. Field had no choice but to let the Black Crow fly away in the opposite direction. Otherwise, his only drone would crash, and then he would have to play a resurrection match with the boss. When Field controlled the Black Crow back, he saw only a huge pit. The cemetery was half destroyed. He almost didn't recognize that it was a cemetery. "Are you okay?" Seeing Rosalia standing there with her bright eyes wide open and a bad expression on her face, Field asked her worriedly. "It's over." Rosaria was sweating. "I accidentally killed her. I didn't expect her to be so weak. She's so big, but she's not a tank. And she couldn't even dissociate the artifact. I thought, oh, I have reason to suspect that you are in Versailles." Field wiped the sweat off his forehead. "I just hope you are okay. Looking at her amazing skills just now, I guess she is a long-range shooter. But she was tied to a 4th-level creature as a meat shield anyway, and she was killed instantly with one move. It's surprising. Although it was a pity to miss a corrupted chosen, Field was still very happy. The bonus of the Bloodstained constellation is terrifyingly high, stronger than I expected. Yes, thanks to my dear lord." Rosaria lifted her skirt and turned around happily. "I suspect that the skills provided by the Lord will be more powerful than those obtained in the wild." "Huh? But the Chosen One needs to make a contract with the Lord in advance to acquire new skills, right?" Field was confused. There are many situations. For example, the corrupted god chosen contracted a small corpse and gained skills after advancing. But the small corpse has no brain and dies easily. She will continue to be wild in the second stage. This state will usually happen to the corrupted god chosen even if it advances in the wild. Normally, God's chosen ones would only be bound together with powerful people. Field rubbed his chin. And the corpses have no intelligence, and the wild corrupted god chosen are not very smart either. They may choose skills randomly, or the energy they obtain when they evolve may be too poor. The skills of the chosen one are also closely related to the development of the territory and the Lord himself. Wait, could it be related to cognition? For example, the chosen ones for magic are likely to already know magic, and the chosen ones for healing are pharmacists. Living in a place without snow all year round, it should be impossible for them to have ice and snow skills. Field suddenly grasped something crucial. What if we have nuclear bombs in our territory? Will there be a skill to rub nuclear bombs with hands? Fried eggs? I don't want to eat human food. Rosalia put her index finger on her chin with a thoughtful expression. Forget it. Let's wait until the technology is improved, and then we'll see. Thinking too much will only lead to loss of focus. Let's go. Let's go see what artifact exploded. Chapter 159 Temporary Skills and Divine Power Farming. The conditions for obtaining the artifact are extremely strict. Only if the chosen one has not separated from the artifact, and the artifact is not damaged, will there be a chance to obtain the chosen one's weapon. Acorn obviously meets this condition. A beam of blood gushed out from her body, gathered and solidified in the air, and slowly formed an insect-shaped artifact. You are all from the same god system. Is this artifact useful to you? I can use it. Rosaria shook her head subconsciously. But I am your chosen one, and the spoils should be distributed by you. There are 2 ways to use the artifact. One is for ordinary people to use it, which can gain castrated abilities. The second is for people of the same pantheon to use it, which can allow the chosen one to gain a temporary skill or equipment. Since it can be used, there is nothing to worry about. Since you are cute and hardworking, this one belongs to you. Cute. I have reason to suspect that you are mocking me, but thank you anyway. Rosaria smiled shyly, fiddling with the hem of her skirt with her fingers. Hee, Field, you are really good. The process of conquering the artifact was very simple and did not require a contest of wills. Rosaria gently provoked it with her bloodline, and Acorn's artifact disintegrated on its own, turning into a stream of light and drilling into the gluttony greatsword. Field immediately saw Rosaria's panel and found a temporary skill. 2nd level divine skill, temporary bone-eroding corruption worm, consumes a small amount of divine power to parasitize special divine power insects into the enemy's body. The insects will continuously absorb the enemy's vitality and cause deceleration, bleeding, and marking and tracking effects. After the insects are taken back, the absorbed vitality is obtained. Oh, auxiliary skills, not bad, but unfortunately they are temporary. Temporary skills cannot be improved as the level of the chosen one increases. When Rosaria reached the 3rd level, this skill was still at the 2nd level. Moreover, after the artifact is taken out, the skill will disappear immediately. We eliminated a threat and gained a skill. This is a win-win situation. We won twice. Field happily controlled the Black Crow to circle and looked around. Can you still find the escaped chosen one? My perception is very average. Ashina might be able to find her, but let Miss Ashina come over. The ball is over. Field nodded helplessly. Then let her go for now. A first-level chosen one is not that threatening to the territory. Cutting off Black Crow's sight, Field came out of the winery and saw a group of people gathered together. It's really strange that there would be such a scene in night territory. It was the first time that Field saw the people of the territory gather together spontaneously. Normally, the people of the territory would just go to work or hide at home shivering, worried that the rotten corpses running out of the gray fog would bite them to death. The sun's shining light and the wind's whisper, "Goddess who spreads food to the world, please spread the brilliant golden seeds." Divine skill, song of fruitfulness. Charlotte was like a kindergarten teacher. She made some cute and silly movements, muttered complicated spells, and then waved towards the wheat field in front of her, as if a golden rain was falling. Countless golden stars scattered across the sky, landing on the withered wheat seedlings in the rice fields. The next moment, the wheat seedlings grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their state was higher than that of normal wheat seedlings, and a few were even dyed golden. The effect of lying down is so good. Field was shocked. No wonder the old farmers at that time vowed that only magic and the chosen ones could increase food production. This immediate effect is so confusing that everyone is confused. Phew, done. Charlotte wiped the sweat from her forehead happily. Wow, this is amazing. Sir, please perform a miracle for our farmland as well. I'm willing to give everything. Please show it to my farmland. The onlookers knelt down, exclaiming in amazement. Some even burst into tears and crawled towards Charlotte's feet while kneeling. But they were immediately driven away by the guards. As Field's earliest team, the territory guards immediately blocked their way with halberds without any hesitation. Get out. Crawl away. The guards had no manners at all. They shouted and drove people away. They were complete supporters of the Lord's interests. Field only prohibited them from extorting or killing civilians. But in terms of quality and character, he did not have the time to educate them. And secondly, due to the limitations of the times, he played the role of the bad guy. So he needed soldiers with strong intimidation ability and the ability to play the good guy. The people were immediately frightened by the vicious soldiers and retreated outside the security area. Ahem, I will pray for all the farmlands in the territory, but I have to start with your farmland, so please don't be impatient. Charlotte showed an apologetic expression and smiled at the people. When she saw Field out of the corner of her eyes lit up, and she raised the corners of her mouth, deliberately showing an expression that said, "I am really amazing. It's remarkable." Field walked over slowly and patted Charlotte's head. Hee, that's right. Charlotte tilted her head and said regretfully, "It's a pity that the soil fertility is too poor, otherwise I could increase the yield a little more. Perhaps a plow can make up for it." Field drew out his long sword, plunged it into the soil, bent down and gestured. "We need a heavy plow. The current farming technology is just tickling the ground and digging a little shallowly." Charlotte was confused and asked, "Is there something special about this?" "That's right. I've observed the land in the Empire. As long as it's cultivated, it's all shallow, fertile soil without exception. The only thing farmers need to pay attention to is the water source." Field turned his eyes to the simple farm tools beside him and shook his head. Demand determines supply. Intensive farming technology has not developed. It's a waste. After all, just planting some land is enough to support yourself. What's more, a lot of land is not planted for yourself. The yield is the Lord's business. There is no need to spend a lot of effort and time on deep plowing. So, we need to plow again. Charlotte nodded thoughtfully. Yes, when the territory extends to the iron mines, we will refine heavy plows. By then, with intensive farming and your ability, we may not need to import food at all. I will try my best. Charlotte waved her fists, cheered herself up, and ran and jumped to devote herself to the construction of the territory. I'll have to give her a sun hat next time to prevent her from getting tanned. Although it's hard to see the sun in the night collar, plants can still grow, so I guess there's not a lot of sunlight left. Seeing her working with full energy, Field inexplicably felt a sense of guilt. He suddenly felt like Zhou Paopi and had to try his best to find ways to compensate her. "Sir, there's also the matter of the pool. Perhaps we should dig a reservoir or pond." Ka had just finished assigning tasks to the new slaves and came over to mention this matter. Chapter 160. Violet, with her thick eyebrows and big eyes, also betrayed and became corrupted. "Yes, but we have to plan the area first." Field asked Cow to go to study the location of the water tank. Just as Field was thinking about the water tank, Rosalia encountered an unusual situation. "Thank you, alien." A soft and familiar female voice suddenly sounded behind Rosalia. "You don't need to thank me, Violet. I saved you only to get a chosen one for my lord." Rosaria turned around, exuding a light and elegant temperament, which was completely different from the aura when she was slashing people, but she muttered softly, "When did this elusive guy appear behind me?" Her perception ability is very poor, but fortunately, she has a lot of health and is not afraid of sneak attacks. Violet was obviously seriously injured. She was still able to stand tremblingly, but soon she leaned against the boulder and gasped, "Don't serve dirty humans. They will only use you. Stop talking nonsense. I've been a human longer than a corrupted creature. There's no need to use ridiculous arguments to shake me. I'm very satisfied with the present." Rosaria thought of the increasingly powerful territory and lord and smiled secretly. "Maybe I'll be even more satisfied in the future. Besides, you look like you stole the carrot with that little mouth." Rosaria, in girl form, was obviously not very smart. She looked at the trembling Violet, smiled evilly, and immediately started speaking out of turn. "Shut up. I really don't want to chat with you. I came here to tell you something. The number of corrupted creatures has decreased recently only because I'm the one killing them." Violet spat out a mouthful of blood foam in disgust, and with a move of her small mouth, she said the shocking news, "But now I'm seriously injured. You'd better take care of yourselves." I didn't expect that you," Violet with thick eyebrows and big eyes, "would also betray the corrupted creatures." Rosaria was confused for a moment. She grabbed the gluttony greatsword and said with sharp eyes, "You are deceiving me. It is obvious that the corrupted creatures are gathering outside the night territory. That's one reason. But you have to know that corrupted creatures have their own territories. Not all corrupted creatures obey the orders of Pure White, the guy who gave me the orders before. So, don't be too comfortable. Even now, the territory will still be attacked." Violet coughed up a large mouthful of blood and continued, "In Kaitu village, there is a group of extremely weak humans. They entered the gray fog a month ago and thought they had gained a foothold, but they didn't know that I killed all the zombies nearby. But a new zombie tide is coming, and they will surely die. Perhaps you can save them." After saying that, Violet turned into a pool of blood and left. Why would she help me? Is she repaying me? And she doesn't look like she would seek refuge with humans. Rosaria's mind was full of questions. It's a pity Field isn't here. He would definitely be able to get more useful information. Wait, why didn't I just let her catch me? Rosalia suddenly realized what was happening and stamped her feet in frustration. Damn it. Come back here." The other side. Field had already discussed the reservoir with Cow, and he planned to have the Night Territory's first army dig it and dig 2 more wells. With the conditions of the Night Territory, it was not enough to feed such a large army. "By the way, we have to go to the military camp. The army's composition is in a mess right now." Field called Ashina, who had just come back from clearing the zombies, and went straight to the military camp. The military strength of Nightfall Territory needs to be slightly integrated. The demi-humans have always been led by Ashina. Although they did not dare to rebel after Field took over, they could not be left alone. The General of Night summoned all the forces except the corrupted Greatswordsman and made a simple statistics and inspection. Night leads the first army of 220 people. There are 55 territory guards. Ashina previously led 30 wolf-human thugs, 18 subhuman cavalrymen. After calling Shan Mao and others, Field put forward his request. "I want to form an archery unit, formed by the wolf subhuman thugs I have taken in. Both longbow and shortbow need to be trained. Similarly, the raiding cavalry also need to learn horse archery. Silver Claw will be the captain, and he will be in charge of all the subhuman troops. The monthly salary will be increased from 3 silver coins to 8 silver coins." "Yes, sir. I will definitely live up to your expectations." Silver Claw immediately knelt on one knee, trembling with excitement, and swore vigorously. From the first army of Night Territory, select 30 strong and capable people with outstanding performance. Use the elimination system to screen them layer by layer. I need to build a 20-man heavy cavalry. The first army will be led by Shan Mao, and the territory guards will be led by Tiechue. The captains will both receive 8 silver coins a month. The first army and the demi-human archers only train half a day and work the other half. The first mission is to dig a water reservoir. As for daily food and lodging, human and subhuman soldiers should be placed together so that they do not become alienated or form small groups. "Yes, Lord Baron." Everyone was excited to carry out the order. After finishing everything, Field yawned and was about to catch up on his sleep. He habitually checked on the situation at Black Crow's place. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Rosalia staring at him, with almost no distance between them. Shit. Field was so scared that he almost fell down. It's like when you are playing with your phone in class, and you look up and suddenly see the teacher staring at you with a death stare. Even if she is a beautiful teacher with a curvy figure, Her sudden move would scare anyone who sees it. Rosaria laughed evilly. "Ha! You must be scared. I didn't expect pranks to be so fun. When you come back, I'll spank you." Field was speechless and almost scared to death. "Then I can look forward to it. I'll play harder then. But the prerequisite is that you can win the game of chess. As long as you beat me, I'll let you do whatever you want." Rosaria giggled and licked the corner of her mouth without any hesitation. "There is an important thing, the news about Kaitu Village." "Don't talk nonsense. I really miss your queenly look." Field was so hot from being teased by this guy, but it was a pity that this guy was a big talker. He could see, but not touch her. She hid it back in the greatsword. She couldn't wear through the steel plate, could she? Besides, the gluttony greatsword was a divine weapon. "Tell me about Kaitu Village." Rosalia told the story of Violet in detail. "Is it credible?" After finishing her speech, Rosaria asked Field. "It looks very serious. Is it a trap?" "It should be true. If the enemy is strong enough, there is no need to go to great lengths. If the enemy is weak enough, we don't need to be afraid." Field stretched comfortably. "I'm curious, who would come to Yi Muling?" "Humph, Nightfall territory is ours. You cannot build a village without our permission. It is illegal. We need to teach those ants the most basic rules. We should put them all in tutu." Chapter 161 Kaitu Village. Rosaria was upset when talking about someone invading her territory, and she waved her sword to vent her dissatisfaction. Kaitu Village seems to be a bit urbanized. It's time to teach them a lesson. You go first, but don't act rashly. Wait for my troops to arrive before making the next move. "Well, actually I can handle it by myself, but you have the final say." Field was not afraid that he could not defeat her, but he was worried that if he allowed Rosaria to do what she wanted, she would treat those villagers as desserts and kill them all. That night, Field called upon all the subhuman cavalry in the territory, took 2 carriages filled with infantry, and 10 spare war horses, and set off that night. With the assistance of his younger brother, the territory's war horses were enough for all the soldiers to ride on. Unfortunately, there are only a few people who can ride horses. They arrived at the ruins far away from Kaitu Village on the second night. After resting for a night, Field led his troops slowly towards Kaitu Village. After passing through a sparse woodland filled with corrupt vines, Field saw Kaitu Village on the small map. Kaitu Village was also one of the villages directly under the jurisdiction of the Night Territory. It used to grow beetroots for the Starry Night family. It was not far from the Bull Territory. Looking through the artifact telescope, due to the characteristics of eyes that see through the mist, Field can not only gain the ability of farsightedness, but also see through the gray fog. Like other villages in the gray fog, Beat Village had become a ruin, with only mottled ruins left. The difference was that ugly shacks had been built inside the village, and almost all of them were built with the remains of houses. The holes in the outer walls were filled with waste wood and stones. Soon, 7 or 8 young men, carrying large and small bags and holding a small fog-repelling light, ran back to Kaitu Village in panic, with a group of rotting corpses chasing after them. 2 guys holding spears stood on the low wall at the entrance of the village, constantly scolding them and not letting them in. Only after the young people painfully threw their packages in first and let the guards take away 90% of their harvest were they allowed in with tears. Soon, smoke began to rise from the territory. The villagers holding spears looked down from above and stabbed the rotten corpses below. "Very good, they have established a basic system, so it must have what we need." Field's eyes lit up. It would be impossible for illiterate farmers to last that long, and judging from the smoke from cooking fires in the territory, there was plenty of food. The infantry wear armor, hold up shields, and advance slowly, while the cavalry are stationed on both wings and ready to maneuver at any time. After fighting in a war, Field became familiar with basic battle command. "Oh my God, it's a night. What should we do? We are dead. Mom, woo woo woo." As soon as the night army showed up outside Beat Village, they were immediately met with a howling of ghosts and wolves. The entire Beat Village was like a hornet's nest that was directly poured with boiling water, and it exploded in an instant. Ding ding ding. As the alarm bells sounded, the entire territory was filled with people running, not to defend, but to flee in panic. The men were so anxious that they accidentally knocked over shacks or other people. The women cried loudly or fell to the ground holding their packages, at a loss. "Meow, I'm not a bandit." The villagers looked as if they had seen a ghost and felt more frightened than seeing a rotten corpse. Field gently pulled the reins to stop the warhorse from running faster and faster. The warhorse under him obviously had the blood of a warlike monster flowing in its veins. Hearing the helpless cries of the villagers, it was already excitedly preparing to sprint forward. "We are obviously the army of justice." Field frowned, and turned to look at his own army. Everyone's eyes were red, and they were grinning with greedy and ferocious expressions. The cavalrymen were already swinging lassos or stringing their crossbows. Field slapped his forehead and said, "I almost forgot. They are used to robbing. They really don't look like good people. Sir, let's split up into cavalry and shoot the guards on the city wall first." Silver Claw punched his chest with his fist, his eyes fierce. "Make sure there are no creatures standing taller than you in your sight. They haven't learned how to shoot while mounted, but they can fire a burst of arrows with crossbows, which are just not as easy to control as bows. Not yet. Let the cavalry remain alert." Field ordered the infantry to advance to a distance of 50 meters outside the village, and he himself led 6 riders to shout from afar, "I am the Baron of Nightfall, and you have invaded my territory. Give an explanation immediately, and give up resistance and surrender to me." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an immediate commotion in Kaitu village. "Isn't this Baron Mountain Monkey's army? It's all the same. When the nobles come to kill us, do they still need to ask for your address?" The old villager said with a sad face. "What should we do? We must not surrender." Kaitu village calmed down after a period of chaos. Field waited patiently for a while, but no one answered him, and his patience gradually disappeared. Just as he was about to launch an attack, the wooden gate blocking the road in Kaitu village was moved open by the villagers. Out walked 12 or 13 villagers in ragged clothes, holding crude weapons, all of which were sharpened wooden sticks or rusty iron tools. Their formation was disorganized, and it was obvious that they had never been tested in battle. Oh, with such a weak fighting force, instead of surrendering, they even dared to leave the village and fight head-on. The villagers tried their best to put on fierce expressions, and after forming a line at the entrance of the village, they stopped moving forward. Clang! The subhuman cavalry all drew out their cavalry swords, and the shining swords emitted a cold light. Silver Claw led the cavalry into a jog, ready to rush forward at any time, chop off the heads of the villagers in front of them, and pile them up into a memorial stone as a warning to others. "No, please don't be impulsive." 2 men and 1 woman walked out from behind the villagers, pushing with their hands and trying to calm the rumbling of horse hooves with trembling voices. When they saw the well-equipped army and the cavalry, they all felt their bladders relax. They didn't dare to act rashly, nor did they dare to fight in the village. The earthen wall of less than 2 meters could not protect anything. Field held the reins in one hand and the lance in the other, looking at the gang in front of him with interest. He originally thought that other nobles came here to open up the country, but he didn't expect that all the villagers were dressed as refugees. Only the 3 people in front of him were dressed like human beings. However, he admired the villagers' courage to go out of the city to fight, and it would be a good idea to recruit them as soldiers. "Who of you can explain to me? I am a kind person, and all you have to do is obey my orders." Field glanced at the faces of the 3 people. They stared at each other for a long time, and finally the strongest man stepped forward, lowered his head as much as possible, and said with an ugly smile, "Sir, we didn't know that the Night Territory had an owner." "Well, now you know it. Lay down your weapons and submit to me." This. Speaking of surrender, the man lowered his head and looked at his shoes awkwardly. "These shoes are really great shoes." Chapter 162, The Disappearing Girls. Ha ha. Knight led the soldiers to burst into laughter. "This guy, isn't he trying to assassinate me?" Field was very calm and was not affected by his funny words and actions. He had previously noticed that the man's left hand was shaking very little and was always hidden at his side. He probably hid a weapon, but he was already a second-level fighting knight and was not panicked at all. "Sir, we are willing to compensate you for your losses, and we will move out of here in just a little while." Do you have something to hide that requires you to act on your own? I'll tell you straight, a zombie tide is coming soon. If you don't follow me, you will just be fed to the corpses if you stay here." Field snorted angrily. "This." The burly man was silent for a while, gritted his teeth as if he had made a difficult decision, laughed awkwardly twice, turned around and waved. 2 villagers grabbed a woman's hair and dragged her over like a dead dog. When the burly man saw that Field did not move, he immediately squatted down, pinched the woman's chin, and forced her to look up. "Look, this woman is very beautiful. We offer it to you. Please let us go." The villager spat on his hands, wiped the woman's face twice, wiping off a lot of mud, and forced a flattering smile. The woman struggled hard. She was not pretty, but she had never done farm work, wore a pretty skirt, and had better skin. Perhaps in the eyes of the villagers, this was already stunning, but for Field, who was used to seeing beautiful women, she was just an ordinary person. "Sir, help. They are all crazy and thugs." When the woman saw the knight in front of her clearly, The light in her eyes immediately returned to her eyes. She tried anxiously to get up from the ground, but because she was tied up, she fell to the ground headfirst and fell flat on her face. Who do you think I am? A bandit? I am only here to recruit you. Field frowned. He hated people who would betray their own people. He immediately glanced around impatiently and swung his musket gently. I hate this the most. I will give you a second chance. Tell me who you are, and then surrender, or die. Many villagers' legs were trembling and they urinated, but no one ran away. The villagers hesitated. My lord, my name is Grova, the daughter of Baron Mountain Monkey. They are a group of rebellious thugs. Kill them now. The woman stumbled and rolled under Field's horse's hooves, almost disturbing the horse. Fortunately, Field stabilized the horse, otherwise she would have been trampled to death. Ha ha, brothers, our kidnapping of nobles has been exposed. If we don't resist, we will die. Let's fight them. The sturdy man's face was pale, and he laughed loudly, as if he had made up his mind. With a howl of anger, he pulled out a dagger from his pants and stabbed straight at him. This person is actually going to burn his boats. My lord, be careful. Before Field could make a move, the demi-human knight beside him thrust out his spear at high speed, and a cold light flashed instantly. Use the long to attack the short, and use the high to attack the low. Puff! Without any suspense, the spear pierced directly into the man's left arm holding the dagger, and then came out from the back of his chest, piercing his heart directly. Blood gushed out of Depeng's heart, soaking the villagers behind him. The warhorse took advantage of its inertia and rushed forward 2 steps. The knight on the horse threw the strong man's body to the ground like a rag, and it twitched twice, and then became motionless. The whole process was as easy and comfortable as drinking water. Oh my God! The villagers had never seen such a scene before. The blood that had just been aroused in them disappeared into thin air. They were so scared that they pissed their pants and ran away crying loudly. The knights drew their swords and prepared to go to the city. Field waved his hand, and Silverclaw immediately understood Field's thoughts and shouted at the villagers. Drop your weapons, kneel down, and I won't kill you. The villagers seemed to have received a royal order. They couldn't wait to roll on the ground, sticking there, butts up in the air and trembling. The Night Territory soldiers immediately pounced on them, kicked away their weapons, and then caught them all like chickens. They will not cooperate unless they see blood. Field held a spear and stabbed the air with a spear flower. It was easy to be a lord. He had too many subordinates, and he had no chance to make a move. Lord had always been at a disadvantage, so he had to be careful when encountering any force. This was the first time he encountered such a weak enemy. Okay, we should kill all those damned untouchables. You did a great job. Grova stood up excitedly, her face full of joy. She spat fiercely and kicked the villagers on the ground. You damned beasts, you dare to touch me with your dirty hands. That's enough. Field glanced at her. Grova raised her head and said, Kill them all, and I will let my father reward you. Okay, take this lady to a safe place. Field waved his hand and smiled at Grova. Please cooperate with my soldiers. Grova pouted, looking unhappy, but she didn't dare to say anything more, so she had to reluctantly follow the soldiers away. Now, you can tell us about your origins. I came here to avoid the high taxes imposed by Baron Mountain Monkey. A villager looked away and said tremblingly, Sir, I really can't survive, not that I don't want to pay taxes. I'm not afraid of death. Let me be frank, it was Baron Mountain Monkey's bitch wife who kidnapped our daughter. It's fair that we kidnapped her daughter. Another villager stood up. Oh, is there anyone else? Field nodded, confusion creeping onto his face. I seem to have heard of this situation somewhere. When the villagers saw that Field did not run away but listened, they immediately talked about the reasons and experiences of fleeing to the Night Territory. It turns out that this group of people has a complex composition and is made up of 3 types of people. The villagers of Mountain Monkey Territory, who kidnapped the daughter of Mountain Monkey Baron, and some criminals. The one who was just killed by the cavalry was the leader of the criminals and the leader of this group of people. But they all have one thing in common. That is, their daughter was taken away by Mountain Monkey Baron. No wonder they dared to resist. Capturing the daughter of a noble is enough to hang her 100 times, even though they didn't hurt her. Field tilted his head and thought for a moment, then asked, Capturing a daughter? I've heard about this in Bull Territory as well. Field remembered. It was from the Bull Baron there. Ever since the Bull Baron visited the Mountain Monkey Baron, the damn nightmare began. The man who first told the truth waved his fist in anger. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and he started to roar, I will fight back. What are you arguing about? Don't be rude to adults. When the Night Lord soldier saw him yelling at the Lord, he immediately became furious and rushed forward and slapped the man, causing him to spin around and fall to the ground. Field looked at the man who had calmed down and asked, "Did you get any information from that lady?" Chapter 163 Fog Light Formula. No, that noble lady knew nothing. The man covered his swollen cheek and spoke incoherently. Later, Baron Mountain Monkey led his troops to attack us. In desperation, we were forced to flee to the northern province. Why didn't you say it earlier? I'm not the Mountain Monkey Baron, and I have no interest in your children. You are my slaves now, so just work for me honestly. I won't let you starve to death. Congratulations on saving your life. Only our Lord is so kind. Silver Claw snorted at the villagers, and many of them reacted and fell to the ground in ecstasy to express their gratitude. Keeping the children's disappearance in mind, Field asked the guards to use ropes to string the prisoners together in a line, so that even if anyone tried to escape, they would be immediately tripped by others. Field jumped off his horse and walked into Kaitu village. The ground was littered with debris and excrement, and the stench was terrible. Walking to a small pot on a stand, Field took a look inside. There was a paste-like substance in the pot, which was grayish-white and full of earthy smell. What do you eat these days? Picking up a small wooden stick, Field stirred it a few times, but couldn't recognize what it was. Why does it look like Ollie Gay? Hey, no worries about 3 meals a day. Just eat the Mountain Monkey Leader's special small mushrooms. This is a special product we have, square mushrooms. After eating 1 crop, fill it with water and it will grow again in half a month. But you can't eat too much, or you'll get thinner and it has no taste. It's a good thing. Field's eyes lit up. He had found the special plants in this world. The villagers led the way and displayed a cart filled with square mushrooms, all of which grew in hollowed-out tree trunks and filled with water. Take all the mushrooms away. Field nodded with satisfaction. Just these mushrooms were worth the trip. By the way, I noticed you have a lot of fog lights. Where did they come from? A fog light costs 25 gold coins. I did it. I'm the worker in charge of mixing potions. The woman among the 3 spoke up. When I was mixing potions for the church, I heard that my daughter had been captured by Baron Mountain Monkey and had no news since then. So I stole the precious raw materials and planned to make potions myself, and then sell them to find my daughter. But apparently there's nowhere to collect it. The woman pulled out a luxurious crystal bottle from her bosom, which was filled with pale, white liquid. What the hell? Is this true? Can you make it? The woman was startled by Field's reaction and took 2 steps back in panic. I just followed the instructions they gave me and did it step by step. I don't understand what it is or how it works. Field's pupils dilated. The raw material for the fog lights that he had been longing for was right in front of him. As long as we decipher the raw material formula, we will be able to produce and sell it ourselves in the future. Okay, this belongs to me. You are responsible for making the fog lights for me. After looting all the valuable things in Kaitu village, Field returned to night territory. Rosaria, who failed to kill anyone, could only continue her mission with regret. Ashina, can you smell what this is? The first thing he did when he arrived at the territory was to call Ashina and ask her to figure out the raw materials for the fog lights. Sniff. Ashina's nose twitched slightly, her jade-like cold skin was tinged with a blush, and she said with a funny smile, "This is milk. What's wrong, little Field? You are not hungry, but I can't produce this." Puff. Field, who was drinking tea, saw Ashina's expression that said, "It can only be understood, not expressed in words," and he almost choked to death. "This is the first time I see you so playful." Field wiped his mouth. Haha, I guess it's the chosen one, because I can't smell humans or animals. Combined with the ability to dispel fog, it should be from the chosen one of holy light. After Ashina teased Field, she explained seriously. Field felt that the world was a little off. The world of H-games, right? Squeezed out from the milky white snow? What else? Ashina blinked and added, "It could also be another skin color. Do nuns have this thing?" Thinking of those nuns with holy faces, Field felt itchy on his head. I don't know about that. Other potions were added to it, but the most important ingredient must be milked. Ashina smiled. Many products made by the Chosen Ones are related to the Chosen Ones themselves. I've heard that the Chosen Ones of the Fox tribe would weave lucky bracelets with hair to bring good luck to the wearer. Of course, it's hair that fell off the tail, not from some weird place. It's amazing. After thinking for a long time, Field put down the hot crystal bottle. He always had the urge to take a sip in his mind. Finally, he straightened his collar and said calmly, "Leave a small amount of sample and let that woman continue to make fog lights." Good. As soon as Ashina left, the maid reported that the guard wanted to see her. "Sir, Miss Grova wants to see you. She asks you to execute all those who kidnapped her in the most cruel way. This is Night Territory's business. Outsiders cannot interfere. Besides, I'm not sure of her identity yet." Field put the feather pen back into the pen holder and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Keep an eye on her and the villagers. They just arrived and are restless. Don't let them cause any trouble. Yes, sir. The guard set out immediately after receiving the order. Field did not allow Baron Mountain Monkey's daughter to enter Finchi Town. Instead, he arranged for her to stay in a side room of Starry Night Castle. She was only provided with 2 meals a day and was supervised by 4 guards. She was not allowed to leave the room. In fact, there is no need for guards. The entire territory is hidden with corrupt swordsmen. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will have only one outcome: death. A rude noble lady might bring some benefits. Field's calculations were clacking. Wow, I'm so tired. Charlotte walked in listlessly, closed the door casually, and then fell into the quilt like an ostrich. Thanks a lot. Hee hee. Charlotte gave a tired, silly smile. I blessed a lot of land today. Don't be so anxious, just take your time. Field called the maid Sparrow and said, make an egg tart for Miss Charlotte. Oh, and make a dry pot beef for Miss Ashina in the evening. She will be back in the evening. Yes, sir. Sparrow was very surprised and muttered to himself. Miss Ashina's favor has not diminished. It seems that neither side can be ignored. The maids thought that Field would be like them and only pay attention to the human chosen ones. Charlotte waved her hand. We can't be slow. We must develop quickly. I will never allow the enemy to continue to destroy our home. Chapter 164 Horseback Riding. Speaking of enemies, Charlotte immediately became excited, rolling around and protesting. I also want to learn powerful sword and gun skills. You went to the war yesterday, right? Damn it. You didn't even take me with you. Learning martial arts is no problem, but you are in charge of logistics, and the burden is no lighter than that of the frontline soldiers. As the saying goes, food and grass must come before troops move. ABA, what grass, what horse? When it comes to military thought, Charlotte's brain immediately shuts down, her mouth slightly open, revealing a look of clear ignorance. Field covered his face. It's okay. Oh. Charlotte scratched her head, and her delicate feet in white stockings swayed slightly, with her toes slightly spread out, so that each toe maintained a small gap just enough to clamp something, and the white silk was stretched out and became thinner and more transparent. Hey. Charlotte giggled and fiddled with her feet. She actually enjoyed it. Territory to attend an underground dance after a while, and by the way, he would have to return Grova, the unruly noble lady. Before that, finish writing Shirley's reply, and then return the remains of the Survey Corps. To Miss Shirley Garcina, respect from Field. The gorgeous sun sinks into the sea, and the stars are hidden in the gray fog. The hope you left behind becomes the light that leads the darkness of the night. When you take a shower, your wet hair falls on your shoulders, and you feel the gentle breeze caressing you. Have you ever thought that it is difficult for me to smell the fragrance of flowers in the night? And I need you to bring a hint of fragrance here. When you are free, please come to my Starry Night Manor and sign your name as Field Ross. After finishing writing, Field smiled darkly. Don't forget to bring a lot of gold coins and supplies. It's so corny. Is she your beloved? Charlotte felt inexplicably unhappy and resentful, but she said stubbornly, I want to see how beautiful she is and check her out for you. This is just a matter of style. I'm not interested in her even half a copper coin. Field patted Charlotte's head. It's rare to have a friendly noble. This is a necessary diplomatic measure. It is difficult for love to arise between nobles, as it is basically a matter of considerations of interests, rights, and power. No, I'm very smart. Don't try to fool me. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief. Her brows relaxed, and she obviously believed it. Haha, it's meaningful to get to know more noble ladies. In the future, Yimu will produce various products, many of which are targeted at women. Thinking of the gold coins, Field's eyes lit up, and he drew a big pie in the air with his hands. Don't underestimate the purchasing power of women. Soap, perfume, or luxury goods will all depend on them in the future. Okay, just like you saved Miss Grova? Almost. If I can get any benefit, I'll earn it. Speaking of this, I have to go visit her, otherwise it would be too rude. Field tidied up the desk, put away the important documents, and then smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes. Of course, it would be best if I could get some valuable information. I used to think that the Bull Baron plundered girls just to satisfy his fetish. But now it seems that this is not the case. Seeing Field tidying himself up in an orderly manner, Charlotte nodded in appreciation. You are really a true noble. When I first met you, I thought you only knew how to fight and kill, and your mind was full of killing. I didn't expect you to be so careful and kind. Well, actually I used to be a homebody, and I didn't care about my appearance. I was even shy to talk to women. Field blinked and said with emotion, money, power, and influence are really catalysts for people. Many times, a person looks bad just because he doesn't even have a stage to show himself. Hee hee, you lied to me again, and you were shy talking to a woman. I didn't sense that. Charlotte crossed her hands, not believing it at all. Pinching Charlotte's face, Field said with a smile. Okay, please eat your egg tarts, and then we'll go for a ride. Go for a ride? I don't know how to ride a horse. I'm afraid. How can a noble not learn to ride a horse? Field was very surprised. Don't worry, I'll take you for a ride once, and you won't be afraid anymore. All right. The gravel road leading to the Starry Night Castle had already been completed, and it was very smooth and beautiful, with wooden railings on both sides of the road. Going further to both sides, it was a paved dirt road. The gravel road is for the people. If you ride a horse, you have to walk on the dirt roads on both sides, otherwise the horse's hooves will be injured. The two came to the stable. Come on, get on the horse. No, I don't dare. Charlotte's legs trembled. It's too high. This horse is taller than me. I will be crushed if I fall down. Field's warhorse is a warhorse with Warcraft bloodline that he obtained when he suppressed the rebellion. Although it has not reached the level of a first-order life form, it is majestic and runs much faster than a motorcycle. Come up. Charlotte screamed and found that Field had grabbed her legs and carried her directly onto the horse. Oh no. Feeling weightless, the girl panicked and grabbed Field's head with her hands. Don't grab my head. Field was stunned. He felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and two soft and sticky things with female fragrance pressed hard on his head. Then, there was a heavy feeling of suffocation, and let go. It's too high. I'm scared. Charlotte hugged Field's head tightly, like a giant face hugger, holding on to his head tightly. Feeling dizzy, Field knew he couldn't hesitate, so he opened his mouth immediately. Wow, why did you bite me there? Suddenly, she felt a pain in her heart and let go. Fortunately, Field, who had recovered his breath, picked her up with one hand. Otherwise, she would have fallen down with her arms and legs spread out. Although it won't break, if a chosen one were to be killed from such a great distance, it would become a laughingstock to the whole world. That was a close call. I almost suffocated to death. Field took a deep breath of fresh air and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This little girl is really strong, worthy of being a farmer. Unexpectedly, she could not only punch the criminals in the face, but also kill them by holding her sister in her arms. Looking at Charlotte again, she was covering her chest with a look of grievance. Her pitiful smiling face was tinged with a blush, her lips and teeth opened and closed slightly, and she exhaled a charming and fragrant breath. Looking around nervously, Field breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no one around. Fortunately, the original plan was just for the two of us to go for a ride, and we didn't bring any guards or servants. If the people saw us, our career as a lord would be over. He didn't want to be known as Shocked, the Baron of Night, and almost died from chest murder. It hurts, Charlotte wanted to cry, but had no tears. She knew it was her own problem. This guy, is he doing this on purpose? Field muttered, his face full of black lines. What can I do? I rub it for you. No, thanks. The girl wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Well, you'd better take a carriage. Chapter 165 Noble Character. After arriving at Starry Night Castle, Field let the heartbroken Charlotte go to rest, and he went to see Grova with the maid and guards. Hello, distinguished lady. Please forgive the shabbiness here. The conditions in Night Territory are limited. I have tried my best to give you the best treatment. Well, hello. Grova put on a ladylike demeanor, with her hands placed in front of her. I was really frightened by the thugs. Can you understand? I had just given bread to the poor and was about to go to the church to pray, when suddenly a dozen thugs broke in and took me away roughly. It seemed as if it brought back bad memories. God have mercy on me. I can't even crush a bug to death. Grova covered her face and cried. Well, I sympathize with your miserable experience. Field said softly. Can you tell me why those bastards kidnapped you? I will use this as a charge and sentence them. Oh, poor me. How can I know what the thugs are thinking? Maybe they are after beauty or they are extorting gold coins. You have to know that the lower class people will do anything for gold coins, unlike us, who only do it for noble virtues. Field almost burst out laughing. All right. She must have known about the Shanhowling kidnapping of girls, but the villagers did not have the means to torture her, and they also had illusions about returning to normal life. So they did not hurt her, and she did not ask about it. Field secretly laughed. The villagers didn't pout at her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to stand and talk to him when there were 30 or 40 thugs coming one after another. Not to mention that there were quite a few female villagers among the thugs, so it was impossible for them to be attracted by their beauty, unless they were villagers from Lily Village. As for gold coins, the possibility is not high. If it really comes for gold coins, I won't hide in the Night Territory when I have no other choice. If it weren't for the protection of Violet, the corrupt traitor, they would have become food for the corpses long ago. Field wanted to ask more, but seeing her slightly teasing and complacent expression, he knew that he would get no result, so he smiled and said, "Miss, please stay at night territory for a few days, and wait for me to gather the army and escort you out." When she heard that she would have to stay for a few more days, her face turned very grim. "How long?" "The end of this month, very soon." "Oh, that's great. Thank you, kind knight. Also, I sincerely hope you can execute those thugs. They will only bring you trouble." "Well, no problem." Field agreed verbally and closed the door with his servants. Hearing the footsteps gradually fading away, Grova's face immediately fell. She paced rapidly back and forth in the room. "You damn bastard, you actually disobeyed me and restricted my personal freedom. This place is so shabby, I want to go home, immediately." The woman punched the bed and cursed in a small and vicious voice. "Humph, you bastard, I'll put up with you for 2 days. When I get home, I'll show you how I'll kill you." Any normal man would immediately kneel before me and escort me in a gilded carriage. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she even cursed under her breath. However, what she didn't know was that everything she said, even her low voice, was heard clearly by the corrupted great swordsman hiding in the dark. These special monsters, as first-order life forms, have astonishingly good hearing. In the evening, the great swordsman told the news to Field, who was designing the brick kiln. Grasp. When Field found out that he was being insulted, he immediately cursed, the quintessence of the nation. "What the hell? If I hadn't saved her, she would have died. She turned around and was ready to bite me. Not only did she not know how to repay the favor, she even scolded me." Field was very unhappy. He paced back and forth in the study. After drawing out his sword and thinking for a moment, he calmly put the sword back into the scabbard. "No, just kill her like this. It's too easy for her. She has eaten several meals of my meals. How about, after torture, give it directly to the villagers as a reward, and then have them conceive 24 hours a day to increase the population of the territory." How perverted. Field was so angry that he had some wild thoughts, but he immediately rejected this perverted idea. "No, I can't learn from those perverts. Besides, the children that woman gave birth to are all bad." Dong dong. There was a knock on the study door. "Sir, the tea you requested is here." The maid's voice came from outside the house. "Hold on." He waved his hand at the corrupted great swordsman who was kneeling on one knee. The great swordsman stood up and jumped out of the window. But if you look closely, you can see the black corrupted fighting spirit on his palm, sticking to the wall. The whole person was like a big spider, crawling along the wall. If the people in the territory saw this scene, they would be scared to death. Field cleared his throat. "Come in." The maid who came in was the new geranium. She held the plate, took a deep breath, walked slowly to the table, put down the teacup, and carefully adjusted the position of the cup mouth. "Sir, do you have any other instructions?" Geranium rubbed her knees together and asked in a slightly expectant voice. "That's all. If I need anything else, I'll call you." Field took out a feather pen, dipped it in ink, and planned to write down the steps and precautions for firing bricks. Suddenly, he thought of something and waved to the maid who was leaving disappointedly. "Wait. What do I need to do?" Geranium was so surprised that she was ready to take off her clothes if they had a disagreement. "I suddenly remembered the recipe of a drink. Tell the chef the recipe and ask him to help me research it." "Ah, okay." The maid was embarrassed. "First, boil some tea leaves and water together. Then pour the boiled tea into milk and sugar and continue to boil. Finally, add a little cheese and salt." "Well, that's it. Let Mr. Plate try a few times. I never force anyone to do it all at once." "Hiss, sir, this milk tea is too expensive." Geranium was shocked. Sugar and salt are expensive enough, not to mention tea. There is almost no tea cultivation in the Griffin Empire, and the few tea trees are only used as treasures in the royal gardens, so the price of tea is measured in gold coins. "Yes, it's expensive. Tell the chef to take it easy." After the maid left, Field wrote "cultivating tea trees" in his night territory development plan. "It's very expensive, but I have to master this technology first, so that if I need it someday, I can have it with me. As the saying goes, everyone has his or her own specialty. It is impossible for me to fill my head with the achievements of various industries in my previous life. It is enough to know the general direction and leave the practice to the leaders. It makes you have to use your hands and brain, which is not only tiring, but it will also be bad if it arouses suspicion from people with bad intentions. After all, there is magic here. Speaking of this, it's time to issue some incentives." Field continued to supplement the development plan. "If you find unfamiliar stones and plants and submit them to the Lord, and if they are identified as valuable, You can get rewards of coins and food. Chapter 166 Ecological Niche. Late at night, Rosaria held Black Crow and randomly found a big tree. She curled up on the trunk and used the chains of the gluttonous greatsword to weave a nest that looked like a bird's nest. Even corrupted creatures need to rest and clear their minds. If she thinks for a long time, she will lose control of herself and start to speak out of turn. Corruption, my fellow men. A cold female voice echoed in my ears. Rosaria suddenly opened her eyes, took out the gluttony greatsword, and quickly moved to another position, looking around with alert eyes. What's that sound? Is it an auditory hallucination? Rosalia patted her head. However, the voice ordered again. Fellow night territories, gather towards Starry Night City. Whose public channel microphone is not turned off? My fellow night territory members, gather towards Starry Night City. Rosalia frowned and looked around. The rotten corpses that were originally wandering aimlessly seemed to suddenly turn on, roaring, and running towards the location of Starry Night City. This is terrible. There is a corrupted, chosen one controlling them. They must be heading for the territory. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to control the corpses. Rosaria gritted her teeth. Even before she was contracted, she couldn't control the corpses. Rosaria crushed the corpse and shook Black Crow twice. Field, wake up. The situation has changed. Seeing that Black Crow didn't react, Rosaria directly injected divine power and forcibly activated the empathy magic. Rosaria whispered, "If you don't reply within 3 seconds, you will be my foot slave." Rosaria said proudly, "Ha ha ha ha, he definitely can't hear me. Wait for 3 seconds, then call him louder." "Why are you looking for me?" Field was startled and opened his eyes sleepily, but still murmured, "If you don't rest, you will really become an idiot." "Hee hee, I'm very sober now. The god of corruption is summoning corpses. You should be prepared in advance." Rosaria pouted. "I'll come back to defend the territory now. The enemy should be a commander-type guy, and his level should be about the same as mine." After hearing the news, Field lost all his sleepiness and sat up from the bed. "What's going on? This is too sudden." "It is probably because the ecological niche of Nightfall territory is vacant. After Acorn was killed, the corrupted chosen ones from other places occupied Nightfall territory and are trying to subdue the corrupted creatures here. The good news is that her control is limited." Rosaria clearly saw that a first-level corrupted creature just shook its head and left on its own. "Okay, I get it. Be careful. Of corpses is the most fatal damage to the territory." Life is unpredictable. It happened so suddenly. I finally managed to farm peacefully for a few days. The plan to conquer Starry Night City must be put on the agenda. This city is simply a time bomb. Field shook his head, casually put on his coat, and shouted, "Ashina, gather the troops." The next day, Field mobilized the combat readiness forces of Night Territory. Ding! The dull bell sound echoed in Starry Night manner. Field put on 2 layers of armor and walked out of the gate. The Night Territory's combat readiness forces had already been assembled. The old guards were used to fighting corpses, and they were eager to try, with sharp eyes focused on Field, waiting for the Lord's order. "Sir, there are about 3,000 rotten corpses gathering at the post station outside Starry Night City. Their target is the main gate of Starry Night Manor. They should be attacking Fengchi Town. 1,000 zombies are passing through the eastern woods and attacking from the direction of a logging camp." Reporting to the Lord, a large number of rotting corpses were found in the direction of Xingye Fort. The number is difficult to determine. The cavalry went back and forth, constantly passing information to Field. "Haha, it seems our new friends have a unique way of greeting each other. They are so impatient." Field was furious. "I haven't even come to find you yet, but you came to my door first. If you don't let me farm, then I'll beat you to death." Why are there so many rotten corpses? Our journey here was smooth. It's over, why don't we run away?" The newly captured villagers were trembling. They had been well protected by Violet before, and this was the first time they had seen such a scene. "Hey, you want to escape?" Lightning tornado. "No." Field cleared his throat. 2 guards, take the new slaves to dig trenches. Anyone who is lazy will be beaten, and anyone who runs away will be killed. It would be wisest to send all these guys with extremely low loyalty and who have never seen the world to dig holes. If they stay in the territory, they will be a bomb. Field slapped his horse and shouted to all the remaining soldiers and the young men who were temporarily recruited. "Do you know what those corpses are here for? To eat people. If you don't fight, they will eat you, your family, and destroy everything we have built." 5 villagers pulled a cart of tools. "Young men, go dig trenches and build temporary wooden walls. Soldiers, listen to my command and hold on till death. Stand firm till death." The soldiers shouted and raised their swords and guns. Stand firm till death. The people in the territory were also ignited by the desire to fight, and the shouts of hundreds of people soared into the sky. Ashina's eyes were sharp. She casually swung her spear and stabbed out dozens of spear flowers. I have to make those dead people die again. Very good, Ashina. You lead the guards to eliminate the rotten corpses in the lumberyard. Today's soldiers are no longer a burden to the chosen ones. They can greatly share the pressure. Yes, sir. Ashina didn't waste any time and led her troops towards the logging site. The rest of you, follow me to Fengqi town to fight the enemies coming from the post station. Sir, there are many enemies coming from Starry Night Castle. Is our main force? Link stepped forward and asked carefully. I have other plans. The rotten corpses in Starry Night Castle are more than enough to be handed over to the Great Swordsman. What's more, Starry Night Castle has extremely strong defensive capabilities. There are no people and no products in it, so there is no need to worry about any losses. The key is Fengqi town. Led by leaders at all levels, the Night Army soldiers marched in all directions in a relatively orderly pace. In the open space in front of the outer wall of the Starry Night Manor, nearly 100 young men were digging pits, including slaves and freemen. They gathered together rarely, wielding shovels, digging up piles of soil and piling them on the open space. There are also young and strong people in the open space. They will push the soil into a wall. Although the defensive power is almost zero, as long as they can block the corpses for even 1 minute, it will be a success. Rosaria still chose to hide in the greatsword and carried it behind Field. Although she could quickly clean up the small fry, it was best not to use her trump card before knowing the enemy's exact strength. After all, the other party seems to be intelligent, so it's better to be cautious. It's a good opportunity to try out the effect of the trench. Chapter 167, Tide of Corpses, I. A hiding spot somewhere in the gray fog. A beautiful figure was hiding among the twisted monsters. She fiddled with the sky-blue magic ball in her hand, and a three-dimensional map of the entire night territory appeared in it. Where's the second-level chosen one of mankind? Why didn't he come? Sir, could it be that they killed Acorn with the help of soldiers? The one who answered was a wizard wearing a black robe and with fingers as dry as branches. He had a severe hunchback and looked like an old witch in a fairy tale. As long as there are enough soldiers, it is not impossible to kill the chosen one, especially since they have the city defense crossbows. In the magic ball, the crossbow being set up at the gate of the territory can be clearly seen. No, I have observed the battlefield where Acorn fell. The traces of the battle are clean and neat. The other side has warriors or assassins. We can't act rashly. Let's observe how they deal with the zombies first. The woman hiding in the dark reached out her hand and stroked the magic ball as if stroking her cheek. She said coldly, the more power we can force out of the enemy, the better. Food number 1, move the fog lights further away. The power of holy light makes me feel sick. Yes, master. Hearing this, the wizard shuddered and slowly took 2 steps back, with fear and despair in his eyes becoming even more intense. Who would have thought that as a human mage, he could only obey the orders of corrupted creatures? You'll be the next food, so you'd better be prepared. The wizard was so frightened that he almost dropped his staff and turned around and ran away. Fortunately, the woman said gently, if you take this territory, they will be ahead of you in line, and you may become food number 1,000. Yes, I will do my best. The mage knelt deeply on the ground. The temporary fortifications in front of the Starry Night Manor were being built in full swing. Field was on the sentry tower behind the stone wall, gazing into the distance. In a moment, he saw a crowd of rotting corpses coming towards him. Then, one of the lone figures ran forward. Is this the corpse messenger? Field was confused. After the corpse entered the range of the fog lights, it raised its hands in a very humane manner and walked slowly towards us. The demi-human archers standing on the stone wall immediately drew their bows and drew their arrows. Wait, it seems to have something to say. Field folded his arms across his chest, curious about what the other party was going to say. Hello, humans. As expected, it is an intelligent enemy who can control corpses. Field's eyes lit up, and he immediately mobilized his fighting spirit. His voice, empowered by the fighting spirit, made the air buzz. Hello, Miss who controls corpses. Please explain your purpose. I kill for food, the corpse replied. Just like humans kill cattle and sheep. I'm sorry, I don't agree with you. Your behavior is like a leopard trying to sneak attack a lion. Field crossed his arms over his chest. Don't take killing humans for granted. Corrupted creatures can survive without killing people. Haha, interesting idea, but I have wisdom. I would rather make a deal with you. Oh, this was the first time Field had met such an interesting guy. Submit 20 people every month and a village for me to harvest every year. Not only will I not launch a zombie tide, I will also provide you with protection and help you transport supplies. The corpse stretched out its rotten tongue and licked the corner of its mouth. No doubt, the guy controlling it did the same thing. Hiss. Field was shocked, his scalp tingling, and thought to himself, this guy actually knows scientific breeding. We must capture him, or kill him if we can't. If this guy grows up, he will definitely cause a disaster of corruption. That's a good suggestion, right? The corpse asked expectantly. You are right, Aminos. If I don't kill you today, you won't know what a black hand is. Field took the bow and arrow beside him. The bow is like a crescent moon, and the arrow is like a shooting star. Whoosh. The shot missed. The arrow was far away from the target, but luckily there was a large group of rotting corpses in the distance, and the arrow directly killed one of the unlucky guys, which barely counted as a shame. How embarrassing. I forgot that my archery skills are SOSO. Field was speechless. I was harmed by alcohol and sex. From now on, I will stop drinking. Good, sir, great shot. It's possible to hit the target from such a distance. Amazing. There was a smart guy among the soldiers standing by and started to flatter with his eyes closed. You will regret this. The power of the corpse legion will crush you into pieces. After the corpse finished speaking, he paused for a moment. Then his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he pounced forward fiercely. The sound of a machine gun was heard, and the rotten corpses that were rushing towards him were shot to death by crossbow arrows. Haha, you can't even strengthen the legion. You're obviously not a level 3 player. I'm afraid you're just a puppy. Field patted the crossbow in his hand. This thing is still simple. According to known information, when the Chosen One reaches the 3rd level, the mark of the Chosen One will undergo a qualitative change. During battle, the mark of the Commander-in-Chief will strengthen the legion he leads, and the legion will also feed back strength to the Commander-in-Chief. This is awesome. The combat type chosen who specializes in a certain type of troops, such as Ashina, will only give bonuses to cavalry and can only receive feedback from cavalry. However, they generally have good single-player abilities, which is the general. Only the Chosen One who possesses the triple blessing of army, territory, and lord is in a complete state. It's too far-fetched to think about this. Now we are all rookies, and no one is afraid of anyone. Field stopped thinking about those trivial things. He hadn't even seen a first-level corpse, so he wasn't afraid at all. The battle flags fluttered in the wind, and the black and gray corpses all over the mountains began to swarm towards the outer wall of the manor. The dense footsteps and the strange roars from the corpses gave people a strong sense of oppression. The young and strong retreat behind the stone wall and divide into 2 teams. One team will string the crossbows while the other continues to dig the trench. The army will advance and line up behind the trench. The cavalry will go around the back of the corpses and use the cutting angle tactic or attack from behind. Field conducted boldly. Knight led the first army to line up behind the trench, with their spears like a field of reeds. The leaders of the 10 men kept giving orders, ordering the soldiers to hold their ground. Only more than 300 people. The corrupted Chosen One hiding in the distance sneered. 3,000 versus 300. The advantage is on me. Just finish speaking. Field waved the spear in his hand. Crossbow, shoot. Boom. The city defense crossbows opened fire first. 5 crossbows fired straight out side by side, digging into the crowd of corpses and instantly plowing out 5 straight bloody paths. That's awesome. I've abandoned a bunch of loot and brought it back. Field pumped his fist excitedly. Archers, get ready. The wolf-like archer immediately drew an arrow from the quiver at his side and drew his bow. Volley. As soon as the corpse stepped into the range of the bow and arrow, there was an immediate explosion of crisp bowstring sounds, followed by the sound of arrows breaking through the air. Armorless corpses are, after all, just a bunch of scary-looking mobs. Chapter 168, Tide of Zombies, Part 2. A rain of arrows fell, and the dense formation of rotten corpses instantly exploded into a huge blood mist. Countless unfortunate people were tripped by the corpses of their companions and trampled to death. The Night Lords are equipped with strong bows and heavy arrows, not weak hunting bows. Before the zombie tide reached the defense line, it was hit by 3 consecutive waves of intensive arrow rain. Roar. The zombies quickly approached the temporary defense line under the continuous long-range fire. Cavalry charge. Charge. A hoarse and frenzied roar erupted from behind the zombies, followed by the rumbling sound of horse hooves. The subhuman cavalry and the newly formed cavalry, although they had less than 50 people, were able to drown out the thousands of zombies with their momentum. A distance of dozens of meters passed in a flash, and the galloping war horses slammed hard into the back of the zombies. The zombies didn't even turn their heads, and their backs made a teeth-grinding crisp sound. A large number of corpses were knocked down or stabbed over by spears, and all they were greeted with were the heavy hooves of horses. The zombies reacted and wanted to counterattack, but the cavalry turned their horses around and retreated early and reformed their troops to prepare for the next rear charge. During the previous campaign to suppress the rebellion, the governor ordered the cavalry to charge the infantry phalanx head-on, which was incredible. Field would not make such a mistake. Disgusting cavalry, but corrupted creatures, not bugs that can be easily controlled. After seeing everything through the magic ball, the woman said coldly, "Corrupted dogs, drive away the human cavalry." The corpses of the whites formed a bloody path. Silver Claw, holding a long sword, led the cavalry to attack the back of the whites for the third time. He swung the long sword in his hand and instantly chopped off 2 tall whites. The rotten zombies around immediately rushed over from all directions. What a quick reaction speed. A hint of doubt flashed in Silver Claw's eyes. It's like they have eyes on their backs. However, such an encirclement did not scare him away at all. He clamped his silver claws on the horse's belly, pulled out the iron spear at his side, took a quick glance, and then quickly shot in different directions. After killing several rotten corpses cleanly and neatly, he broke out, "Woof woof." Before he could catch his breath, a group of black and gray corrupt dogs, drooling disgustingly, appeared from nowhere and chased after the knights. Once the horses stopped, the corrupt dogs would jump up and bite. The cavalry had no choice but to deal with the dogs first. Without the cavalry to hold them back, the main force of the zombies quickly rushed to the trench, howling and charging forward. "Put up your spears, and do not retreat without permission." Field came down from the city wall, mounted his warhorse, and drove his horse from the gate to the side of the army formation. "I will fight with you." The soldiers who received the order all raised their spears and stared at the terrifying face that was enlarged in front of them. Puff, puff. There was no need to make any stabbing movements. The zombies lined up and rushed towards him, just like little bugs on the road in summer, flying towards his face madly. In an instant, strings of zombie version of candied haws appeared freshly baked. More zombies jumped into the dug trenches. Although they were not deep, they could greatly hinder the zombies' pace. The soldiers standing above could easily burst the corpse's head. Buzz. The city defense crossbows opened fire again, and archers also shot indiscriminately, with dirty blood blooming everywhere. A burly corpse grabbed a spear and dragged a soldier down, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. "Haha, be afraid, run away." Corrupted Chosen One, Awful Eye, saw this scene and smiled confidently. "They are finished." The human mage at the side shook his head regretfully. "Only the knights and the guards have high morale. The militia of the Omen is nothing but cannon fodder that will collapse at the first blow." In his view, the next thing would be the terrified soldiers dropping their weapons and running away. He had seen this kind of situation with his previous companions. Being attacked by enemies that are several times more numerous than him was a huge test for one's mentality. However, they obviously underestimated the power of military training for college students. The most basic modern military training has produced soldiers whose obedience is still incredibly high. Even if they are holding spears, their combat effectiveness is much stronger than soldiers with the same length of training, not to mention that their diet is far superior to that of ordinary people. As soon as the soldier in the front died, the soldier behind immediately took a firm step forward and stabbed the rotten corpse that had crawled out of the pit back down. The number of corpses disappeared like snowflakes, but it was difficult to advance a single step. The human army formation exerted a power where the sum of one was greater than two. The spears covered each other and formed a high wall that was difficult to cross. Haha, that's it. You can't even touch the city wall. Field concentrated his fighting spirit on the heavy lance, and with a whistling sound, he smashed it hard into the group of corpses, instantly blowing up 7 or 8 heads. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. The spear alone can't stand it. If you change to an iron rod. No, if you change to a musket, you will die right where you are, right? Although Field said this, he did not mean to look down on his enemy at all. It will take at most 10 minutes. We have to retreat behind the wall. Unfortunately, the wall is too short and too long. It's better to block it with layers of defense. It is good to defend the city wall, but the wall of the manor is too long. Once the troops are divided, there will not be enough anywhere. With a flash of golden light, Field drew out the iris sword in his left hand. With the sword in one hand and the spear in the other, Field relied on his second-level fighting spirit and rushed into the tide of zombies to slaughter them crazily. Before his fighting spirit was exhausted, killing the rotten zombies was just like playing Dynasty Warriors. Awful Eye saw the fierce battle clearly through the magic ball. Her originally indifferent expression gradually became full of doubt. The mage was confused and said, This shouldn't be the case. The soldiers of Omen shouldn't have such a strong will to fight. Interesting, no wonder they can survive in such a corrupt world. Awful Eye turned the sphere again and looked at two other battlefields. Ashina and the corrupted Great Swordsman both took advantage of the terrain to firmly block the attack of the zombie tide. Perhaps we should send a stronger force to attack, the wizard said flatteringly. As long as you release a buff ability to the zombies, everything will be fine. No, I am at the same level as the enemy's chosen one. Every bit of information and divine power must be just right. Awful Eye rejected the mage's proposal directly. As she was speaking, she caught a glimpse of something, and a slender claw suddenly popped out from her fingertips, and she shouted, "Who's there?" "Hello, my powerful fellow. I was inspired by you last night. I also want to capture the human city." She turned on the microphone of the entire channel of Night Leader, and any corrupt creature could hear it. Violet walked out of the corrupted woods and put her hands behind her back with an innocent look on her face. Her youthful face looked pitiful and sincere, but her complexion was pale and the hideous wounds on her body were still wriggling. She craned her neck to see Awful Eye hiding in a pile of corrupted creatures, but was blocked by a second-level corrupted creature. That's great. Your joining has greatly balanced the balance of power. Chapter 169, Tide of Corpses, Part 3. Awful Eye smiled happily. You are just the right person to deal with that demi-human, chosen one. I didn't expect that among the corrupted creatures, there is someone as smart as you who knows how to judge the situation. I am very pleased. It's my honor. Violet's lips curved into a beautiful arc, her long skirt fluttering as she tilted her head and asked, "Let's go now." "Yes, kill the soldiers first, and don't get too entangled with the enemy's chosen ones. We have plenty of time to slowly wear them down. After the soldiers are worn out, we can use the zombies to wear down the enemy's chosen one's physical strength." Awful Eye showed a confident smile like a devil. "I firmly believe that this is the most correct decision." "That's amazing." Violet leaned back slightly. "It's an honor to fight for you. It's a wise decision. You take this thing." A scroll was thrown out from the shadows. "This is a third-level defensive magic. Use it when you are in danger." Awful Eye was very generous. "Fight for me. I won't treat you unfairly." "Yes, I will be faithful." Violet folded her fingers over her chest, tears glistening in her eyes, and she nodded firmly before setting off. In a blink of an eye, Violet arrived at the lumberyard. It is rare to see rotting corpses in the logging site. There is a thick layer of ashes on the ground, which feels soft when you step on it. A second-level zombie, following dozens of ordinary zombies, passed through the obstacles set up by the guards, grinning excitedly, as if they saw countless flesh and blood waiting for them to chew. Then, they were greeted by the dark blue dragon flame. The still-running second-level corpse was identified by Ashina and shot dead with 2 arrows. The corpse fell heavily to the ground and rolled 7 or 8 meters before stopping. The brutality in its eyes gradually dissipated. Long live. The rotten corpses in the direction of the logging site were completely disintegrated. The exhausted guards burst into thunderous shouts. The defensive battle was tiring. After all, we couldn't let the zombies rush into the territory. Fortunately, it's over. I have to go support Lord Field. Ashina wiped the sweat off her head, her wolf ears drooping listlessly. She was more suited to attack and guerrilla warfare. The endless stream of rotten corpses made her constantly consume her divine power, prompting the black wolf to spit out flames to kill them. "Damn it, subhuman." Violet's cold voice suddenly sounded. Asina heard the sound and determined the position, then raised her hand and shot an arrow. She frowned slightly. Although she had been prepared to encounter a strong enemy, she was still unwilling to retreat easily and let the territory suffer losses. Violet's body twisted and turned into a pool of blood. After dodging easily, she appeared in front of Ashina in a few flashes. "Die!" Violet roared, and the bloody sickle in her hand fell. Clang! There was a flash of silver light, and the spear in Ashina's hand was firmly against Violet's sickle. "Is it you?" Ashina was confused. She had heard about Violet's betrayal before, and now she met her again, which surprised her. "Listen to me, demi-human, I have important news to tell you." Violet still maintained a fierce look, but said in a very gentle voice, "Your opponent, the corrupted chosen god Awful Eye, is hiding in the border area between the Night Territory and the Dawn Territory." Ashina was confused for 3 seconds. She could feel that Violet had no intention of fighting and her attacks were weak and powerless. Also, that guy seems to have a bunch of human subordinates, which is really interesting. "Okay, but why do you want to help us? And why are you so mysterious?" Ashina also responded subconsciously in a low voice. Violet had no awareness of being corrupted and confessed everything. Because Awful Eye has excellent ability to detect and control the situation, she can see what we are doing. I understand. The two men fought against each other for dozens of rounds in tacit understanding. I'll eat you some other day. Violet suddenly clenched her hand, and the blood-red sickle in her hand instantly turned into blood. She flipped her palm, and the blood was collected back. After saying that, Violet disappeared from Ashina's sight. Strange guy. Forget it. Corrupted creatures are unreasonable. Ashina shook her head and curled her lips in disdain. I hate traitors the most, but this news is very important to you, sir. On the front battlefield, the Knight Army had retreated behind the city wall and began a short rest. The losses of Leader Knight's army were minimal, but human power was not infinite. At this point in the battle, every soldier was like a drowned rat, soaked all over. I hope this low wall can hold them back for a while. Field panted. He had already used up a lot of his second-level fighting spirit, but he had killed 200 or 300 corpses. If that doesn't work, I can only use the Gluttony Greatsword. If we meet the enemy in this state, the casualty rate will definitely be extremely high. Field had already guessed from the targeting of the cavalry that there were invisible eyes watching the battlefield. Therefore, he did not want to reveal his cards until it was absolutely necessary. Fortunately, the patched manor walls blocked the advance of the zombies. Even though they lost nearly 2,000 companions, the zombies still maintained 100% morale and rushed forward crazily. Soon, outside the manor wall, the rotten corpses began to pile up on top of each other, relying on the help of their companions to climb up the wall. Ready your crossbows. Field had no expression on his face. His face was still calm as ever. Don't shoot those who are on the wall. Wait until they land and then attack. One of the great things about a crossbow is that it requires little effort. Even if the soldiers are exhausted, they have no problem pulling the trigger. As for cocking the gun, just leave it to the young and strong. Ready, release. Before he could finish his words, a straight stream of dark blue dragon smoke swept across. The pile of bones outside the wall was instantly ignited, and countless figures struggled and twisted in the flames until they turned into a pile of ashes. It's Lady Ashina who's here. The soldiers shouted like a tsunami. Ashina immediately controlled the Black Wolf and rushed into the remaining corpses like a cannonball, rushing left and right, like a wolf among a flock of sheep, killing them in an instant and causing blood to flow like a river. Field smiled slightly and shouted, "Do you have the strength now?" "Yes." The soldiers became excited. "Take back the city wall and kill all the zombies." Field rushed out. Kill. After killing the rotten corpses that crawled in, everyone climbed up the wall and supported Ashina with crossbows. At about 2 p.m., everyone rushed out of the manor again. At this time, there were only scattered corpses outside the manor, and they were scattered and difficult to gather into a large group. Instead, the corpses of rotting corpses were everywhere, completely blocking the ditches outside the wall. The battle is coming to an end. We're here to help. 2 people suddenly ran out from the gray fog. One was a wizard in a black robe, and the other was a handsome young man dressed as a warrior. First-level magic, missile. First-level fighting skill, sword flash. The 2 men immediately engaged in battle, ruthlessly killing the few rotten corpses left. Oh, there is help from outside the territory. Could it be adventurers? Chapter 170, Tide of Corpses, Part 4. Field's eyes lit up, and he glanced at the map subconsciously. His original surprise immediately disappeared, and he frowned. He looked back and forth between the small map and the 2 people in front of him, and couldn't help rubbing his eyes in confusion. Why is there a red exclamation mark? It seems that they are hostile to me. Strange, when did I offend them? The 2 of them killed a large number of rotten zombies cleanly and efficiently. The zombie tide attacking the night territory was completely disintegrated. The pile of corpses gathered together to produce gurgling, dirty blood, and the dark purple blood flowed into a stream. Hello, we are adventurers. We have no hostility. The handsome young man stabbed the broadsword in his hand into the pile of corpses, and a bright smile bloomed on his resolute face. When I saw the corpses attacking you, I couldn't help but attack you. Humans should help each other. Thank you very much. Field nodded and smiled, but before he could say anything else, the corner of his clothes was pulled by Ashina. Ashina blinked at him, then came over carefully and told him the information about Violet. Oh, there are actually human subordinates. The appearance of these 2 people is too coincidental. Ashina's red eyes flashed with a bloody light. Just in case, I will kill them. No hurry. Field thought for a moment, smiled confidently, looked at Ashina's wet hair, and said distressedly, "You rest first. I have other arrangements." The 2 people outside the manor became anxious when they saw that Field was taking a long time to open the door. "Please open the gate. We want to buy some food." "Well, it's a small matter." Field jumped onto the wall. You throw the money in, and I'll throw the food out. The two looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. You are too cowardly, aren't you? We worked so hard for nothing. The wizard shook his head with a wry smile, and then shouted in a slightly angry and aggrieved tone. We want to come in and rest for 2 days, sir. Please let us in for the sake of humanity. It's not impossible, but I'm not sure if you're good people. Go straight from here to the Starry Night City, filled with monsters. Bring me 200 ordinary zombies and 10 first-level zombie heads, and I will let you in immediately. Don't try to deceive me. I only want freshly killed zombies. Field took out a handkerchief, wiped the sticky plasma off his hands, and began to wipe the long sword at his waist. He was very sure that the hostility of the two people in front of him towards him had not changed. Damn it! This evil ghost eats people without leaving any bones. The handsome young man almost vomited blood in anger. He wanted to draw his sword and rush forward several times, but when he saw the powerful bows and crossbows in the hands of the soldiers, he immediately gave up. I am just a first-level fighting spirit warrior, and I can't withstand a few crossbow arrows before I am shot into a sieve. Calm down, Leszek. The wizard looked at Leszek, who was gritting his teeth, and grinned. All nobles are like this. It would be strange if they let us in so easily. But the master's responsibility. Hush! The mage was so scared that his spine shuddered. Don't mention any key words. She has put a ban on us. Once we say certain words, our brains will explode like a rotten watermelon. Clenched and stretched his fingers, showing Leszek what an explosion was. Okay, then let's really do something to the corpse. What if she gets angry? Mr. Joda. No, based on my experience of surviving for so long. The wizard wiped the sweat from his forehead, propped himself up with his staff, and tried his best to make his voice louder. He shouted to Field on the city wall, "We will do it. Don't forget to fulfill your promise." Field spread his hands and said, "Of course, my nickname is the first truth, goodness and beauty in the north." The two had no choice but to hunt the corpses. Watching the two disappearing figures, Field rubbed his nose and said, "It's really fun to post tasks. I pretended to be a game NPC. Should I kill them when they come back?" Ashina shook her wolf ears. "You don't have to do anything. I want to squeeze out their surplus value. However, I have another important task for you. I'll talk about it later." Field set his sights on the military. "Bobcats." "I'm here, sir." The mountain cat ran over immediately. "Arrange soldiers to patrol here, and the rest of the people to take turns to rest. Call Tate and organize the people to burn all the bodies outside the manor. The disgusting smell makes me want to vomit." "Yes." The bobcats executed it immediately and cleanly. At night, the territory was still brightly lit, with torches placed everywhere. The burning flames dispelled the fear of the people. "Sister, you seem a little different from before." Bayu rubbed his dirty chin and looked at his sister. She used a long wooden stick to loosen the piled-up, burning firewood. Above the flames was steaming oatmeal with diced bacon in it. Huff, huff, huff. Heiyu puffed out his cheeks and blew into the fire. "I found something very interesting. Blowing air into the fire can actually make it burn more vigorously." Heiyu smiled softly at his sister, then asked in confusion, "Different? How is it different?" "It has indeed grown a little taller, but not as tall as my sister." "I see." Bayu looked her up and down. At this moment, she was completely different from her usual timid image. She snapped her fingers and said, "When you encounter war, you are particularly excited. Don't you realize it?" "Oh, because there will be delicious food." Heiyu scratched his head and stuck out his tongue, saying embarrassedly, "I can't eat meat normally. I can only eat some when I'm at war. It would be great if I could join the army of Night Lord. I would have delicious food every day. Besides, I also want to repay the Lord." "Don't have such bad ideas." Her sister mercilessly gave her a brain blow. She lowered her voice and said, "The nobles are all bad people, and the nobles' army is even worse. Everything now is a scam. Once they use us up, life will only get worse and worse." Okay. Heiyu covered his head with his hands, tears welling up in his eyes. Why, what are you two doing? Is the porridge ready?" A middle-aged woman in an apron came over in a hurry. "Don't be lazy. The men are building wooden forts. If they don't have dinner, they won't have the energy to work. The Lord said that there will be more than one wave of zombies, and we need to strengthen our defenses." The woman put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "Curse those damn zombies. Auntie Sheeptail, we have already cooked the porridge." The two little girls answered immediately. "Well done, kids. Auntie will serve you some more later." The woman pinched their little faces, then carefully used a wooden stick to pour the porridge from the pot into the rice bucket. "I'm going to deliver the food first. Don't run around." Chapter 171 Raid I. The Dawn Territory, once known as the place where the sun rises in the Empire, is located in the westernmost part of the Empire, bordering the mysterious sea. Countless inland sea warships have been built for the Imperial Navy. The soldiers here are good at naval warfare and have killed countless mermaids, sea creatures, and sea elves. Of course, it is already in the past. The Dawn Territory and the Night Territory is a pass, which has now turned into ruins with rotting corpses wandering aimlessly in it. These two bastards are really ruthless when it comes to killing my kind. Awful Eye looked at the two people in the magic ball with disgust. They were working hard to kill the zombies. The sight of the zombies exploding made her tremble with anger. Humph, I'll forgive you for now. When I take over this territory, you two will be the first to be killed. The veins on his snow-white hands were bulging because he clenched them too tightly. Awful Eye stopped watching the scene and boredly buried his head in the pile of gold coins on the table. How the gold coins are really great. They're made of gorillas and are hard. Hey, why hasn't Violet come back yet? That kind and loyal little guy has clearly not been defeated. Unfortunately, my eyes can't monitor the entire Night Territory. Awful Eye held her chin in her hand. She was very worried about her own kind. Suddenly, a feeling of palpitations came over me, as if an invisible big hand was pinching my heart. The alarm has been triggered. The enemy is approaching. Awful Eye carefully put the gold coins into the treasure chest, then took out the magic orb. She frowned and opened her eyes wide in disbelief. How is it possible? That lord actually came to me on his own initiative. Wait, how did he know I was here? Field sat on Ashina's giant wolf, wearing a black robe, and moved quickly in the night. Got it. Violet is right. The enemy is hiding nearby. A red dot suddenly appeared at the edge of the map, indicating that Awful Eye had entered the detection range of the small map. Any chosen one who has not been contracted will be detected by the mini-map. I've never been passive and taken a beating. Don't let me catch you if you dare to attack my territory, sister. Go forward to the left front. The enemy is hiding in the ruins. Field pointed out the road and drew out the iris sword. Ashina, prepare to fight. I want to make her give up the defeat animation. Yes, sir. Ashina's divine power surged, and the black wolf immediately shot out towards the ruins at an astonishing speed. The other party is using zombie tides and spies to test, which shows that he is a cautious guy. Field doesn't want to fight a monster every day. The red dot on the small map did not move significantly, but she was mobilizing the zombies. It seems that the enemy has realized my plan, but it doesn't matter. It's better to cut the Gordian knot when dealing with a guy who can summon a tide of zombies. Field was not panicked at all. Move in the direction of my finger. Don't waste too much energy on the miscellaneous soldiers before fighting with the enemy. When Ashina took Field and dived into the ruins of the pass, Awful Eye could no longer sit still. A stream of light flashed by, and a sneer came. Originally, you wiped out my kind, which made me feel a little pressured. I wanted to continue testing you, but I didn't expect your wisdom to be as weak as a firefly. You actually dared to run directly to my territory. Without soldiers to share the pressure, only death awaits you. Look in the direction of the sound. A tall and straight lady, with a plump silver, blue dragon tail swaying behind her. Of course, it could also be the tail of an anaconda or a lizard. After all, there are no dragon wings. Her waist is soft and slender, but her waist is round and full, and the curves are outlined below, giving people a sense of plumpness. The expression revealed by anger and playfulness is particularly charming. The only drawback is that he is wearing tattered slave clothes, without even shoes, and has iron rings on his feet and neck, although he looks pretty burnt. Very smooth, but it would be even better if she changed into a maid outfit. It would definitely look good with leg rings and ribbons. Field said subconsciously, "What are you looking at? I'll dig out your eyes. You dare to challenge me with a first-level chosen one." Awful Eye was furious and waved his hand. "Listen, my fellows, kill them." The next moment, a large number of corpses emerged from the ruins, roaring loudly and rushing towards Field like a tide. Among them were first and second-level corpses. "Rosaria, you are the one who will deal with the enemy, chosen ones. Let's hold back the corpses." Field tilted his head and said to the gluttony greatsword, Rosaria was hiding in it. Without Ashina's high-speed mobility, it might take Rosaria a week or two to get here. "Leave it to me. I will know how to handle it this time." Rosaria's response came to my ears. After saying that, Field's fighting spirit surged, and he attached the powerful fighting spirit to the big sword and shot it out fiercely. "What was thrown at me? Do you think it can hurt me?" Awful Eye chuckled disdainfully, and the magic ball went into his body. At the same time, two sapphire-like claws stretched out from his left and right hands, trying to knock away the gluttony greatsword with ease. However, it was this indifferent attitude that immediately caused her to see blood. Puff! 3 or 4 chains suddenly shot out from the gluttony greatsword and pierced Awful Eye's delicate body, leaving hideous penetrating wounds on her snow-white skin. Oops, I was careless. The phoenix's eyes slightly opened, and the pupils quickly dilated. Ophelia retreated quickly, but she immediately felt something strange, which slowed her perception. Something drilled in through the wound. Ophelai found it difficult to repair his wounds. Under his thin skin, there were several small bulges that were moving slowly. Every movement caused heart-wrenching pain. Damn, what is that? Ophelai had to use a lot of divine power to forcibly block the movement of the insects. This is the legacy left by Acorn, the bone-eating rotworm. Rosaria landed gracefully, carrying the gluttony greatsword on her back. She showed her white teeth to Ophelai and smiled. You have been looking for the chosen one who killed Acorn. That's me. Hee hee, food with a corrupt taste is also delicious. You why? We are obviously the same kind. No, your aura has changed. Ophelai's pupils trembled, looking at the person in front of him in disbelief. You actually helped humans deal with corruption. You deserve to die. Haha, don't acorns eat their own kind? Rosalia spread her hands indifferently, not caring at all. That's a matter between corrupted creatures. Rosalia raised her eyelids and thought. If I tell her that Violet is also a corrupt traitor, will she explode? How about this? If you are willing to be a mother, a chosen one for my lord, I will gladly spare your life. Chapter 172 Raid, Part 2. Bang bang. The dull and disgusting sound of bodies exploding echoed over the ruins. Ashina and Field worked together to frantically attack the zombies in the ruins. The iris sword cut the rotten corpses as easily as cutting tofu. Every time the Black Wolf's dragon flames were sprayed, a large number of rotten corpses turned into ashes. When the wind blew, the powder flew everywhere. Perhaps for the rotten corpses, this was nothing. But for the intelligent Ophelai, this scene was a horror movie. Damn humans. Ophelai's eyes widened with anger, his heart bleeding. Every extraordinary corpse he had cultivated with great effort, but now they were being slaughtered indiscriminately. His big fleshy tail swung around in anger, leaving behind a bursting sound in the air. Don't be distracted. The wind was howling, and the gluttony greatsword slashed fiercely on Ophelai's back. With a crisp crackling sound, Ophelai vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell down like a kite with a broken string. As soon as Ophelai landed, Rosaria took advantage of the situation and swept out with the sword in her hand with fierce momentum. With the distortion of space, the gluttony's sword went towards Ophelai's slender waist. If this attack hits, the person will definitely be cut in half. Don't even think about it. I will avenge my kind. A brutal force surged out of Ophelai, second-level divine skill, Sapphire Dragon Transformation. The power that swept across the sky surged out, and gorgeous sapphire wings quickly solidified behind Ophelai, and a pair of delicate dragon horns appeared on his forehead. There was a loud clang, and the great sword and the jeweled wings intertwined fiercely. The wings that had just condensed were immediately cracked and then exploded. Fortunately, the shattering of the wings bought Ophelia a lot of time, and she was able to catch the great sword with her claws. Oh, I finally managed to use my magical skill. Don't underestimate me. Ophelai shouted, raising his left hand high. It's not over yet. A deep blue ring surged out like a wave, covering all the rotting corpses in the ruins. The corpses immediately began to glow blue, and sapphire-like scales gradually grew on their vulnerable parts, such as their necks. Fuck, the corpses are actually strengthened. Field was incredible. When he used the long sword to chop the corpses, he could clearly feel the blockage. Ashina, be careful, they have been strengthened by more than a little bit. Roar. A huge corrupted bull rushed out, its body covered with blue crystals. It was originally a third-order monster, and its aura had now reached the peak of the third order. Leave it to me, sir. Please hold on tight. It will be very dangerous if you fall off. After feeling Field holding her waist tightly, Asina felt at ease and let the Black Wolf move at full speed, dodging the trampling of the corrupted bull while constantly inflicting wounds on it. An even more astonishing battle broke out in the distance. I'm going to beat you out of the snow, hee. Come on, let's play Van games. The two sides continued to clash and fight fiercely. Ophelai forced Rosalia back and suddenly pulled out a scroll from behind him and tore it open. Countless fireballs hit Rosaria like a meteor shower. Divine skill, endless killing. Rosaria was about to swing her sword. Two rotten corpses buried underground suddenly broke out of the ground and grabbed Rosalia's bony ankles with their hands. Caught off guard, Rosaria was briefly controlled and saw the fireball coming. Rosaria had no choice but to use the chain to defend herself. Boom, boom, boom. Rosaria's figure was directly enveloped by flames. You actually hit a trap. What a cunning fox. That's right, this attack is to avenge our fellow humans. Ophelai sneered, and his momentum burst out instantly, and he stretched out his claws at an astonishing speed, passing through the dense fireballs. Rosaria no longer defended herself, and slashed down with the big sword vertically. In the bloody light, Ophalai's claws pierced straight into Rosaria's heart, and red blood mist burst out immediately. Rosaria's sword almost cut off half of Ophalai's chest. While puff, both of them spat out a large mouthful of blood. The battle between corruptions is bloody and frankly horrific. I avoided the vital points, but I crushed your heart. You are doomed to die. Ophalai endured the severe pain, used her divine power to repair her wounds, and struggled to stand up, but she saw an extremely horrifying scene. Countless bloodlines gushed out of the gluttony greatsword. With the repair of the bloodlines, Rosaria's wounds had healed. She was blinking her big eyes and looking at herself with compassion. Who said you avoided the vital points? I clearly didn't hit you in the vital points. With one sword, she killed the corpses hiding underground one by one. Rosaria carried the gluttony greatsword and lifted her skirt elegantly. I'm sorry, that attack just now cost me a lot of vitality, but I won the resurrection match easily. I wonder if you can win. The next moment, an even more ferocious and violent murderous aura surged out of Rosaria's body, and the black and red flames ignited by the blood-stained constellation rose high. Ophalai's pupils suddenly constricted, her eyes full of disbelief. She felt that the enemy was not seriously injured, but his combat power was increasing. She sneered unwillingly. Haha, as expected, the information is still too little. I am so unwilling to accept this. Don't be sad. You are not suitable for single combat. Rosaria encouraged the other party in a rare way. You are suitable for nursing children. No, you are suitable for commanding an army. Damn it. I'd rather die in battle than be humiliated by you. After saying that, Ophalai took out the orb and shouted, Dissociation, Goeishu orb. Without any hesitation, Rosaria immediately jumped back to Field's side and held out her greatsword for defense. The disintegration of most divine weapons is self-destruction. Why do you guys always explode when you disagree with each other? Field was also startled and pulled out the shield he had brought with him and held it above his head. However, the imagined shining light or explosion did not appear. Ophalai's artifact shattered and turned into an ice-blue liquid, wrapping itself in it. Then it slowly solidified and gradually became smaller, and finally turned into a blue crystal, only the size of a figure. Roar! The rotten corpses around them suddenly seemed to have lost their connection to the internet. Without the blessing of the Sapphire Dragon transformation and the unified command, they all became brainless creatures, flying around in circles like flies. Easily defeating the remaining corpses, the three of them gathered in front of the blue crystal and stared at each other. What's going on? She's hiding inside. Rosalia knocked on the crystal. Field looked at the miniature girl curled up inside, took it and shook it twice. She seemed to be in a dormant state. Field rubbed his chin and said, This situation is just like the Lich King. Is this a miniature version of the Frozen Throne? It would be nice to put it on the table as a figurine. Slurp. Ashina licked it and said, It has no taste. Let me lick it too. Slurp. Rosaria went up and licked it. It really has no taste. Try chewing it. Chapter 173 Harvest. Seeing the two of them chewing the crystal with great effort, Field's face was filled with black lines. You two are such a joke. That's enough. Why is it that the chosen ones of the Night Lord are full of wisdom from top to bottom? Now the question is, how do we get her out? Field was confused. If we don't care about her, she will run away as soon as we leave, and then our fight will be in vain. But if we keep an eye on her, we don't know when she will be able to come out on her own. Ashina raised her weapon and said mercilessly, Just blow it to pieces. It's best to have one less potential threat. It's long overdue for a picture. Her divine weapon has been disintegrated. If we kill her, we won't get any equipment. Rosaria fanned herself with her hands. I've been tired for a long time. I can't do it for nothing. Besides, no power is eternal. Her defense will inevitably collapse over time. We can afford to wait. Field nodded slightly. Compared with the potential risks, a royal maid wearing a collar was more attractive. The three of them discussed for a long time and finally decided to take her back and have Rosalia carry her with her so that she could be kept under their care. Let's search the area to see if there are any supplies. She uses this place as her base, so it must be unique. After a while of searching, the three found Ophelia's secret room. It was on the first floor of the ruins of the pass, a relatively intact room, very clean inside, with a few decayed plants of strange beauty planted in it. There is a treasure chest. I smell money. Wait, there's more than one. Ashina's eyes sparkled and her nostrils twitched. She found the treasure chest hidden in the secret passage by smelling the scent. As expected of you, Field immediately gave a thumbs up. Pull out the terrifyingly heavy treasure chest and open it. Wow, golden legend. Everyone was almost blinded by the golden light. There was a box full of gold coins, mixed with various jewels, magic scrolls, and high-grade weapons. Fuck, I'm rich now, let me count them. Not counting the gold coins and jewels, there are 5 third-level magic scrolls, 23 second-level magic scrolls, and 1 third-level longsword. Even the well-informed Rosaria couldn't help but exclaimed repeatedly, complaining. Level 3 items are extremely rare. Even when the Xingye family was at its peak, level 3 weapons were only available to the top fighters. I didn't even have one at the time. He took out the long sword to inspect it. The blade was slender and made of a material he had never seen before. It seemed to be the mithril mentioned in the book. Weapons made of mithril could cause terrible damage to creatures like ghosts, monsters, and demons. Look carefully at the handguard, and you will see the words engraved on it, Silver Secret Key. The sword is engraved with dazzlingly complex patterns and looks extremely gorgeous. Well, it's a pity that we don't have a forging master, otherwise we would know the power of this weapon. Field waved it twice lightly, and a crisp cutting sound immediately rang out in the air. Very good, let's store it in the warehouse first. There are 2 more boxes in there, but they are very small. Ashina went straight into the secret passage and tried hard to reach the treasure chest inside, leaving only half of her body outside. Her huge peach-shaped body swayed back and forth, and her snow-white tail swayed along with it. Because her hind legs swung so much, there was a faint movement of leg flesh, which made people want to dive in and sniff it. She showed off her wolf-human vitality without hesitation. Someone couldn't take his eyes off it. Rosalia teased. Yes, I am honest. Field admired generously. Perverted lord. Ashina came out dragging 2 treasure chests, her pretty face flushed. Next time I will never do treasure hunting again. Field was not at all flustered. He patted her head and said, Don't be angry, don't be angry. We won't argue with bad women. Okay. Ashina nodded obediently. You guys. Rosaria was very angry. It was obviously Field who did the bad thing. You licker. It's a wolf. Ashina was not at all disappointed. Open one of the treasure chests and a gorgeous pink orb lies inside. It's a divine weapon, Ashina said in surprise, but then lost interest. It doesn't belong to the winter goddess. No one in the night territory can use it. Only the same goddess, the chosen one, can use the corresponding artifact, so neither of them can use it. Then it belongs to me. Field was not polite and immediately dripped a drop of blood, and its ability immediately emerged in his mind. God's gift, life orb, first-level artifact, one-time use. Source, goddess of life. Effect, removes all injuries on the body, restores the body to peak condition, and increases lifespan by 100 years. One-time use, breaks after use. Special effect, only available to those chosen by the goddess of life. Fuck, this is awesome. This world has many treasures that can increase lifespan, but they are hard to find. Although I am still young, as an evil feudal aristocrat, who would complain about living too long, Field said with satisfaction. It can also be used to recover from injuries, and can be used when injured in the future. This will maximize the benefits. With me here, there's no chance of you getting hurt. Rosalia shook her hair proudly, deliberately letting the golden hair stick to Field's face. Don't set a flag. Field pulled his hair apart speechlessly and immediately said a bunch of weird things like, I'll retire after this battle. Everyone opened the last treasure chest with great interest, but it was empty except for a map. It's a treasure map. Field looked at it from all angles and complained. Who is so bored that he draws these treasure maps all day long? Is it interesting? I don't even know what they are about. But it's interesting, isn't it? Look, it says, Hidden Underground High Elves Technology. Wait, Underground High Elves. The 2 chosen ones looked at each other and said, Burn it. It must be something from the devil. The word devil is funny when it comes out of your mouth, Rosaria. Field laughed, then asked in confusion, Why do you have this reaction when you mention the Underground High Elves? Ashina shook her head. My inheritance from the chosen one tells me that the Underground High Elves are blasphemous beings. They have suffered an unimaginable curse. The farther away from them, the better. Yes, they are a group of beings who pursue technology to the extreme. They use the chosen ones from their own tribe as human experiments, trying to cultivate invincible machines that can kill gods. They even absolutely prohibit magic. 750 years ago, they all died. All the underground high elves disappeared overnight. This could only be the work of the gods. The ancestors of mankind even went to explore the cities they left behind. Even the food was hot, but the owners were gone. They disappeared into thin air, as if they had evaporated. The 2 of them finished talking at the same time. This is too scary. But it's too long ago to talk about this now. I'll save the map first. Chapter 174 Internal Affairs Department. Field was shocked, but he was not intimidated. He rolled up the map and said, "By the way, what about their territories and cities? Were they all demolished? They live underground, and humans don't like underground cities." Rosaria shook her head and smiled secretly. Now those cities have been occupied by demons and insect monsters. Those insect monsters like to catch females to lay eggs the most. Well, it's still the H-game world, so there's nothing to worry about. Field wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, he remained serious for a while. The three of them carried the bags and took great effort to get back to the manor. Not long after they entered the manor, someone came to knock on the door. "We'll kill as many people as you want, and you can let us in this time, right?" Awful Eye's human subordinates shouted breathlessly, with round heads of rotten corpses under their feet. They obviously didn't know that Awful Eye had been defeated. "I almost forgot about this. They are very efficient, which is great." Field pondered for a moment and said bluntly to the two people outside, "That's enough, gentlemen. I know you are spies sent by corrupted creatures." The wizard Jodo was so frightened that his hands trembled. "What are you talking about?" Field scolded. "I see you don't understand at all. You are spies sent by corrupted creatures. Don't think you can fool me with these little tricks. I will give you a chance to break free from the control of corrupted creatures." "Damn it." Leszek was furious and drew his sword angrily. "He already knew our identities, and he was playing tricks on us. Just kill him. I don't believe those damn rubbish can be the master's opponent." "Don't be impulsive. Do you think you can defeat the army, reckless man?" Joda said calmly. "Why not use their tricks against them and sneak into their territory first? Then, mix poison into their food and water. Haha, then give them all to the corpses to eat. Yes, I'm going to make that bastard pay." The two of them hit it off and slowly approached. "We surrender. We admit that it was the corrupted creatures who sent us here, but please give us a chance. We were forced into this situation." Field glanced at the small map. The two were still full of hostility, marked with a red exclamation mark. "Tell me, what does your master look like, and what abilities does he have?" Field lowered his eyes. He is a male monster wearing heavy armor, with..." Before he could finish his words, Field waved his hand in disappointment. "Shoot the arrows and send these two idiots who are determined to die on their way." Although he was eager to obtain a wizard, the potential threat posed to the territory by a guy with ill intentions was difficult to estimate. As the rapid sound of the machine amplifier sounded, the two people's insults and curses completely disappeared after a moment. Over the next few days, Night Territory resumed operations. The busy process of sorting out armaments, cleaning up the dead bodies, and resuming production lasted until the end of the month. The other half of the manor has been recovered, and the people there are busy farming, planting trees, and repairing damaged walls. Field has moved to Starry Night Castle. Today, the furniture on the first floor of the winery has been removed and replaced with wooden tables of the same style, arranged in two neat rows, which serve as the territory's internal affairs department, as well as the finance and statistics department. Field was very satisfied. Finally, it has a bit of modern atmosphere. It's like returning to an office building in my dream. Cal was taking a group of little kids to learn how to count the supplies in the territory. After this period of study, there were only 9 children still in school. The other 2 children could not even write their names or count from 1 to 10. Field had no choice but to let them find stonemasons and carpenters to learn skills. This, in turn, made the people in the territory envious. After all, the craftsmen were the highest paid people in the Night Territory, and they didn't have to worry about food or finding a wife. "Lumi, why do you look so sad?" Field approached the little cat girl, who was scratching her own ears with a crying cat head expression of agony. "Lumi, I feel dizzy. Statistics are so difficult." The cat girl pointed at the messy words, data, and even graphics on the paper, and then pointed at the abacus next to her. "You can't complain like this. These are the gifts of the goddess of wisdom. You need to be pious." Statistics has always been taught by Cal, so complaining about the difficulty of statistics made him stand up sensitively and asked sternly, "Did you wash your hands and pray before doing statistics?" Yes, I'll do it again." Seeing that Cal was so serious, Lumi decided to do it again. "Is it so mysterious? Let me see." Field doesn't like to attribute problems to God. After just 2 glances, Field was stunned. The statistics in this world are not in the form of clear tables, but in the form of text mixed with numbers such as, "There are 30 arrows." When encountering unfamiliar words, they will be replaced with pictures of objects. Once there are too many items, it is like reading advanced mathematics. Pointing at the scribbles on the table, Field asked in shock, "Is this how you usually do statistics?" "Yes, it's like a beautiful aria." Cal stroked his mustache proudly. This is the talent given to me by the goddess of wisdom. Even in Rose territory, no one can do it better than me. Not even the good man Dam can do it. I don't doubt that. This old guy is really meticulous in his work. Then I'll tell you, I can come up with a better statistical method. Ka was anxious and said without hesitation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Although you are full of novel ideas as if you were kissed by the goddess of wisdom, there is absolutely no better way to count. I really do. Field raised his eyelids, picked up the quill, and dipped it in ink. Everyone gathered together to watch. Haha, you are really humorous. Ka was dissatisfied. If you can come up with something better, I will eat all the shit from Lord Knight. Without saying a word, Field picked up another piece of parchment as a ruler and drew a straight horizontal line and a vertical line on the paper. My lord, do you want to paint? Ka had a very amused look on his face. In his opinion, the adults were just having fun and teasing the children. But Field wrote down the major category, name, quantity, outbound and inbound at the top of the form. Isn't this right? Ka was confused. Neatly recorded the information of each item. This is how we'll count the supplies from now on. Field dropped his quill. Sir, are you, the chosen one of the goddess of wisdom? The butler was so shocked that he could not speak. If the chosen ones were not women, I would definitely think you were. That's just the beginning. I'll write a multiplication table. It will definitely help you with your math. Chapter 175 Adventurer Team. When Field finished writing the multiplication table, Cal went from being confused to being shocked, and finally looked at Field with suspicion. I muttered to myself, my lord, have you ever slept with the goddess of wisdom? Don't look at me like that. They are just some little tricks. Field patted Chow's shoulder and said with a smile, memorize these. It will be much easier in the future. Of course, you have to teach the children to memorize them too. The current Griffin Empire still uses a counting method that combines wooden sticks and arithmetic boards, similar to an abacus. The long wooden stick represents 10, the short wooden stick represents 1, and the arithmetic board looks like playing chess. In later generations, there were still many countries that could not use multiplication tables. When it came to arithmetic, they would use the stroke method, which looked similar to Go Bang. Ka held it in for a long time, but reluctantly said, Sir, you are one of the few people I admire. You can attribute it to a miracle. I dreamed of a goddess who told me all this. Field comforted him. After all, it was a painful thing to be defeated in a field where one was good at. I'm just copying the wisdom of my predecessors. There's nothing to be proud of. Yes, this must be the blessing of the goddess. I will definitely pass on the knowledge of the goddess. Cal's eyes lit up. Children, memorize all of it. If you can't memorize it, you will be spanked. The children were in tears. Okay, I'm very satisfied to see that the Ministry of Internal Affairs is on the right track. Field was full of energy and stretched his shoulders. Prepare a carriage for me. I'm going to Maple Leaf territory. Yes, sir, I prepared the goods for this trade last night. Cal immediately reported seriously. Please go and come back early, sir. The night territory cannot do without you. What's wrong with this old guy's eunuch-like tone? Field found it funny. Haha, I'll be back after I send Baron Mountain Monkey's daughter off. For this trip, Field only dispatched 50 infantrymen and 10 demi-human cavalrymen. Rosaria and 2 personal maids would also go along. I don't want to leave the manor anymore. Field glanced at the Starry Night Manor. The sown grass seeds had begun to grow. He believed that it would not be long before this place would return to its normal state. After a while, when the other half of the manor is recovered, we will build another village. What should we call it? Hurry up, I can't wait to go home. Every second I stay in this crappy place is torture. Baron Mountain Monkey's daughter, Grova, was extremely anxious and was frantically urging the soldiers to hurry up. You lowly fellows, hurry up. Field rode forward on his horse and said, Miss, please don't make any loud noises. Corpses are very sensitive to sound. Grova wanted to refute, but seeing Field's expressionless face, she was a little scared, so she shrank her neck and stopped talking. The soldiers secretly cast grateful glances at Field. Everyone in the territory knew that Field was very protective of his people. Let's go. The journey was monotonous and boring, and resisting the corpses became one of the pleasures for everyone. On the 4th day of the journey to Maple Leaf territory, everyone camped in a ruin. This place was affectionately called the Comfortable Nest by the soldiers. Almost every time they went to Maple Leaf territory, they would rest here. This place is very close to the Maple Leaf territory's city wall defense line, so there are fewer rotting corpses. When I passed by before, I built a temporary shed and dug a bonfire pit, which can still be used today. Soon, flames rose, the broth in the clay pot made gurgling sounds, and the aroma of meat spread wildly. If you don't know, you might think this is a campsite. My lord, I have fried bread for you. Sparrow handed over the shiny plate, and the aroma of golden bread filled the air. Buttered bread was a luxury in that era. It's fried very well. You are the best cook among the maids in the castle. Field nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Sparrow lifted her skirt excitedly and saluted. For the maids, getting the Lord's recognition was more joyful than anything else. Huh? Someone's coming over. That's rare. Field, who was always paying attention to the small map, saw a team of 5 people, slowly moving in his direction. It was not a red mark, usually a passerby. So Field had no warning and patiently ate the bread. In the gray fog, a group of people walked aimlessly. Mr. Yappy, is it really okay for us to leave like this? The blonde girl holding the priest's staff looked around at the hellish scene and couldn't help but hold the staff in front of her chest. I think we should be prepared and come back here. Don't you think it's too late to ask this question now? The female wizard in the team hugged the girl's neck and said in a nonchalant tone, no matter what, you have to complete the commission mission and obtain the Adventure Guild points. Don't worry, Miss Lydia. The corpses are not even monsters. They are just some living dead. The leading warrior was wearing simple equipment, with an iron plate hanging on his chest and bandages wrapped around his wrists. He held a broad iron sword in his hand. He took off a bronze plate from his waist and said proudly, don't worry, Miss Priestess. I, Yappy, am a bronze-level adventurer. I can kill any number of rotten corpses. I am a man who can fight a first-level fighting knight for 10 rounds. Tisk, don't be so arrogant. The martial artist at the side waved his fist. But the whites are indeed the worst monsters. Even the villagers can kill them with farm tools. Look, we didn't encounter many whites along the way. I guess they were all killed by Baron Nightmare's army. Don't worry, I will protect you. After all, you are the team's nurse. A red-haired young man holding a knife, who looked like a second-rate guy, glanced at Lydia's chest with a wicked look. Please don't do this. Lydia blushed. Although she said this, she was encouraged by everyone's indifferent expressions. I will try my best to treat everyone. Beep. As soon as the adventure team stepped into the Knight Leader's security area, they were immediately startled by a whistle. An army wearing armor and holding spears lined up to block the crowd. At the same time, a group of cavalrymen in black robes quickly circled behind them, trying to cut off their retreat. Fuck, are you kidding me? We actually ran into an army of nobles. It was the first time for everyone to encounter such a scene, and they immediately felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. The timid Lydia was so frightened that she almost dropped her staff. Yappy was startled, but when he thought of the 2 cute girls watching him, he immediately put on a cool expression and pretended to be calm. Ah, you are blocking our way. Who are you? Get out of the way. However, what responded to him was the sound of a crossbow being drawn. Are you so unreasonable? Yappy broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 176, Underground Dance. Please don't get excited. We are an adventure team from the Adventure Association. The martial artist with a resolute face rolled his eyes at Yappy. We have been commissioned to find an old house of a wealthy man from 10 years ago and bring out his family's belongings. Well, that's what a human being says. Don't move. I'll go and report to the Lord. The leading soldier immediately reported the matter to Field. So cool. Yappy muttered unhappily. Okay, stop talking. The martial artist shook his head. The master said he wants to see you. Come with me. After a while, the soldier came over and waved to them. You're not going to do anything weird, are you? The 2 girls were inevitably scared, and everyone looked at each other, angry and nervous. After all, the group of people in front of them didn't look like good people. Lydia was brought to a warm camp after some delay. At first sight, she noticed the young nobleman in a luxurious robe. He had a faint smile on his face and was wiping a long sword, which made him look unpredictable. He seems to be about the same age as me, right? Hello, sir. Everyone in the adventure team greeted Field. Don't be nervous. I'm just asking some questions. Field motioned for them to sit down and said bluntly, is there any big news recently? No. If we talk about big news, the Queen encouraging adventurers to clear out the corpses should be one of them. By the way, I heard that an organization called the Night Owl Sisterhood has suddenly become active. The martial artist said, and timidly glanced at Field. Seeing that he had no reaction, he boldly said, they keep attacking and killing nobles, saying that they want to overthrow the tyranny of the Griffin Empire. Oh, interesting. Field raised his eyelids. Do you have any specific information? Not yet. They are very mysterious. I only know that they are extremely powerful. After pondering for a moment, Field thought to himself, could it be that the Griffin Queen is using the script of Chongjin in the late Ming dynasty? Why are the internal and external troubles so serious? Could it be that she also has a defeat animation? Field made a decision. I have to strengthen the security force in the future and then learn more fighting skills. I don't want to be defeated. Thank you for your help. You can rest here for one night. I will provide food and water. Nodding kindly to everyone, Field reminded them, rotten corpses are very dangerous. I advise you to make adequate preparations or come with more people before exploring. As soon as they left Field's sight, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I always feel like I'm being targeted by a monster and I'm about to be eaten. Yeah, he must have killed a lot of people. I think he's a very nice guy. Lydia lowered the brim of her hat. Our little Lydia, is she dreaming of becoming a noble lady? The female wizard teased. No. After saying goodbye to the adventure team, Field took 2 days to reach Maple Leaf City. After sending the letter to Shirley and the relics of the Survey Corps, Field came to Simon's manor. His idea was to buy a group of giant wolves to form Ashina's God-chosen guards, and then to find some treasures. But now, he looked at a striking green dot mark under the Maple Leaf Manor and fell into deep thought. Will the uncontracted chosen ones participate in the ball, or as commodities? Unlike the past, Maple Leaf Manor is now extremely low-key. Field did not meet the maid in cool clothes, but was greeted by the butler. It was the first time that Field met the butler of Maple Leaf Manor, a gentle but elegant elderly gentleman. Dear Mr. Field, I believe this is your first time attending Maple Leaf Territory's unique dance. That's right. Any noble with wisdom and ambition will not miss the opportunity to broaden their horizons. Field said without hesitation. He was accustomed to communicating with nobles. Take me to meet my old friend. Simply put, one of the polite ways of communication among nobles is to show their nobility in a roundabout way while avoiding the question itself. If I have never eaten high-end food, I will say, it is not made by royal chefs, it is not authentic, it is not genuine, and I will not eat it. For the imperial nobles, it is easier to gain respect from each other by being pretentious than by being honest. Oh, Maple Leaf Territory won't let you down. I believe that after playing here, not only will your horizons be broadened, but you may also be introduced to a certain beauty. That beauty may be someone's fiancé, mother-in-law, or even the chosen one. Everything here is full of fantasy and unknown. The butler blinked his left eye at Field, and everything was said without words. I'm already looking forward to it. Field had a gentle smile on his face, but he didn't care at all. The tone and scene of their conversation were just like those of a graceful poet, but the content was filled with evil. Beast. When Field passed by a gardener who was sweeping the floor, he clearly heard the gardener curse inwardly. His heart was moved. Field looked at the gardener carefully. He was an ordinary person. The only eye-catching thing about him was the turban on his head. Pink cat head. I hope this guy is not here to die again. I hope it's an illusion. He immediately thought of an old friend who owed him 3 million gold coins. Field shook his head and prayed silently in his heart that she would not be so stupid, otherwise he would have saved her in vain. Follow the butler to find Simon, who is counting the accounts. Look who's here, my savior. Simon threw away the account book eagerly, laughed exaggeratedly, and greeted Field. Did you bring the happy pills? I can't wait. I swear, those cute beans will shine tonight. Of course I brought them. I was hoping they could be exchanged for giant wolves. Yes. After the two of them exchanged some pleasantries, Simon mysteriously took out a letter, a set of black clothes, and a mask. This outfit is a one-time enchanted item, produced by the Chosen One, so please rest assured of its quality. Once you wear it, others will not be able to tell who you are. Of course, you can attend the event with just a mask and no clothes, as many people do. To be even wilder, you can attend the event without reservations, which will win everyone's favor, and the wildest person will be selected every year. Field took the clothes nervously. Participating in the underground dance was a bit beyond his bottom line. After taking 2 deep breaths, Field calmed down. He was very curious about what the most rotten side of Maple Leaf Collar looked like. This magic letter records the specific address of the ball and also represents the qualification to enter. The ball is not only for fun, but also for auctions and black markets. You can buy and sell anything, including the giant wolf you want. Please cherish this opportunity and enjoy it. Not all nobles are qualified to participate. I will. Chapter 177 Pink Cat again. As the time had not yet come, Field returned to the inn first and was about to enter the room. Wait, someone has been here. Maybe he is hiding in the house. Rosaria, holding the greatsword, warned immediately, and Field stopped opening the door. The red string I clamped in the crack of the door fell to the ground. You told us not to let anyone in. Field took a step back calmly and slowly drew out the iris sword. Who is it? There is no mark on the mini-map. If there is someone in the house, it must be the chosen one who has been contracted. There are undercurrents in the Empire now, and we must be vigilant at all times. Boom. Field took 2 deep breaths, prepared himself, suddenly jumped up, and kicked the door open. Wow, who is that? A pink figure flew out in fright. Its head hit heavily on the roof, and then fell down with a thud. It hurt so much. Woody rubbed her head, tears welling up in her eyes. It turned out to be the guy who owed me money. No wonder the soldiers didn't notice it. After putting away his weapon, Field breathed a long sigh of relief. It was normal that Woody was not discovered since she could turn into a shadow and run around. Then he looked up and was stunned. Nima, my ceiling. Field looked at the cat girl portrait smashed out of the ceiling and almost fainted from anger. He shouted angrily, I have to pay for this, and my gold coins haven't even warmed up yet. You scare me first. Cat girls are very sensitive creatures. Woody kept patting her chest and glanced at Field guiltily. Okay, you're still being stubborn, huh? After closing the door casually, Field walked forward without any hesitation, ran his fingers through Woody's hair, grasped her delicate neck, and pressed her down directly. Then his left hand swept across her silky calf and went straight up. I know you don't have money, so just pay it back verbally. Including the cost of the damaged wall, you need to pay back 3,100,000 times. Don't call me a beast. I admit I am one. Hey. 3,000,000 times. How many kittens will be born? The cat girl's pink pupils trembled wildly. Woo, don't touch me. A strange feeling quickly surged into Woody's heart. Her heart began beating at an abnormal frequency, and even her breathing became rapid. No, don't touch there. This is a place that only a husband can touch. I have a way to pay you back. At the critical moment, Woody turned into a shadow and escaped from Field's control. Field wiped his fragrant left hand, crossed his arms over his chest, and sneered. Let's see if you dare to barge into my room next time. This is a lesson, remember it. I've got it. But if I don't sneak in, what else can I do? Wudai was frightened. She wiped the sweat off her face and apologized quickly, but suddenly realized, wait, I'm the chosen one. Why should I be afraid of you? After that, the cat girl put her hands on her hips with a proud look on her face and said confidently, tear up the debt agreement for me. Otherwise I will beat you up. No one here can threaten me. You try it. If I take a step back, I'm not a man. Field spread his hands indifferently. He was still carrying the gluttony great sword, not the fake sword. If she dared to make a move, she would experience the pleasure of being chained and walk like a dog. Hee, since you want to be beaten, I won't be polite. The cat girl circled Field several times, raised her fists several times, but finally struggled and dropped her hands helplessly. Forget it. I'm not as despicable as you humans. I will pay you back on time. Meanness is the passport of the mean, and nobility is the epitaph of the noble. Field couldn't help but quote a famous quote. Woody pondered for a moment and said in agreement, I didn't expect you to say such a philosophical thing. It's really refreshing. No, that doesn't apply to you. If you had been mean just now, you would definitely be the one lying in the grave. Woody turned her head away with disdain. Arrogant bastard. Field poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip leisurely and said, You are here to repay the debt this time, right? You are sensible. Sorry, I can't do it for now. Seeing Field's strange look again, Woody quickly clamped her legs together, hiding her cat's tail, and said timidly, But please rest assured, I have found the target, and I promise to repay you next time. This time, I came here just to tell you something. Well, you're still hanging around in Maple Leaf Manor. Are you planning to continue the assassination? This is a secret of our Nicoya people. After Woody finished speaking, she made a playful face and turned into a shadow and left. She deserves a beating. Field sighed. I hope I don't have to watch her defeat animation at the dance. Rosaria also chuckled. The situation of the cat as is very bad. I believe they are not far from extinction. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Field put on the special dress given by Simon, put on a mask, and arrived at the agreed location. As Simon said, this outfit can hide his identity. At least when he looked in the mirror, he saw another man, which was very strange. It's pitch black here, there's nothing. Field followed the information in the magic letter and came to a meadow. Looking around, he could only see the quiet meadow. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic letter flashed with black light and constructed a miniature magic circle on the grass. I see. After stepping into the magic circle, my vision became distorted. As if out of nowhere, there was a sudden cacophony of voices. Melodious sound of the Sartari came to his ears, and then the bright light around him made Field narrow his eyes slightly. As soon as he opened his eyes, Field saw a screen full of censored images. There were large groups of naked figures, chatting, laughing, or even reproducing in public. What shocked him even more was that the people around them had no intention of making a noise, as if they were watching a normal occurrence. The characteristics of the maple leaf collar appeared before him again. I seem to be an outlier. Field straightened his collar and attracted attention in his full suit. Haha, where did these little cuties come from? Come, let me collect them. An enchanting woman, holding a strange device, came up with difficulty, breathing hot air and smiling foolishly. No, not interested. Field quickly turned his head and thought to himself, don't look around. Being punished by the Avenue is no joke. It's true that he has no interest in it. Although there are a lot of very shocking pictures on the scene, and he can browse the entire H category with just a glance, Field really doesn't want to share the fun with a bunch of men, animals, or monsters. Boring. The woman rolled her eyes and left. Is this the real maple leaf collar? I always feel like if I touch it, I'll be infected with tens of thousands of diseases and die. Sir, your magic envelope will show your chips. You can use them by swiping your card for shopping or games. Chapter 178 Black Market. A maid said respectfully, and Field opened the envelope, which showed a sum of 80,000, which came from the goods brought this time and the deposit. Have fun, but please don't use violence. Your life will be in danger. Here, no one has a real identity. After saying this, the maid took the wine glass from the silver tray and handed it to Field. Before he finished speaking, he heard a commotion coming from the hall. An old man was forcibly laying on a beautiful woman, swearing at her, and his snake head was probing around like a snake's tongue. The woman showed a look of disgust and snorted, "Let go, or I'll tear your head off. What can you do to me, bitch? You're not even wearing a piece of cloth, and you're still pretending. I'll let you try out the power of the imprisonment magic." The old man was obviously a wizard. After chanting a spell, a series of purple-red magic chains directly imprisoned the woman. What a scumbag. Field's eyebrows jumped when he saw this. No wonder the Empire was so corrupt due to internal and external troubles. How could the Empire be run well with such insects? Oh, you bastard, you're looking for death. The woman waved her hand casually, and the chains that bound her suddenly exploded, transforming into countless starlight and disappearing. A terrifying scene appeared. The woman's delicate white fingers easily pierced into the old man's head. The old man didn't even scream. His head and spine were pulled off. The woman's face was full of pleasure. The blood splattered all over her body. She was so happy that she rolled her eyes. Okay, kill two more. This is so cool. This scene is worth drawing. Miss, I've given you a reward of 10,000 gold coins. Please accept it. A group of men gathered around, praising her endlessly, and servants came quickly to clean up the scene. The maid smiled and said, "Look, please don't resort to violence first. Everyone's strength here is hard to predict. Also, if it goes too far, there will be a strong person in charge who will personally take action." An impressive warning. Shrugging his shoulders, Field calmly walked into the ballroom, thinking to himself, many of those attending the ball are God's chosen ones. The demon-breaking ability just now is definitely not something that ordinary people can easily do. But the most noteworthy thing is the uncontracted chosen one. The small map clearly shows that the uncontracted chosen one is nearby. Without staying on the dance floor for long and rejecting many invitations, Field walked through the gorgeous music hall and came to the black market. After leaving the hall, the eye-catching scenes decreased sharply. Except for seeing a fat woman walking around with 3 young men, there was nothing worth noting. Crying and laughing were intertwined. At first glance, Field saw a large number of slaves, all of whom were fair-skinned and beautiful, or handsome and elegant. Field approached curiously, scanned the slaves one by one, and asked in confusion, "What's the difference between the slaves here and the slaves outside?" The slave trade was not prohibited in the Empire. On the contrary, slave hunting was strongly supported. For example, the pink cat subhumans suffered greatly from slave hunting. Some minority subhuman races were even uprooted. There was no reason to sell slaves here secretly. The merchant was a man also hidden in a black robe. He didn't say anything, but tapped the wooden board next to the cage with a wooden stick. The youngest daughter of Count Girardi of the Silver Wing Empire, 13 years old, virgin, possesses 1/16 of the blood of a 4-winged angel. Her IQ has been wiped out, and she only knows how to obey. Hiss, Field gasped. No wonder they sold slaves secretly. They were actually nobles. After a moment, Field asked, "How much is the offspring of a foreign noble?" "Not expensive, only 300,000 gold coins." The slave trader held up 3 fingers. Her grandmother was a 6th-rank chosen one, a 4-winged angel. Her bloodline must contain the noble elements of the chosen one and the holy light. 300,000. That's already half a year's income for Golden Eagle City. Field shook his head. Besides, God's chosen one had nothing to do with bloodline. Otherwise, this world would have long been a matriarchal society or a theocracy. "You dare to arrest this?" The Silver Wing Empire seems to be as powerful as the Griffin Empire, right? The full name of the Silver Wing Empire is the Silver Wing and Poly Federation Empire. It is 1.5 times the size of the Griffin Empire. It is located in the northeast of the empire. It has the chosen ones of the two major pantheons of Holy Light and Primordial, and its combat power is powerful. Ashina's winter goddess belongs to the category of primitive pantheons, which generally include natural climate, animals, and totems, and basically only combat-type chosen ones will appear. The Holy Light pantheon is the faith preached by the church, and all types of pantheons will appear, and they are very restrained against evil pantheons. The mainstream of the empire is only the god of war. Of course, there is no need to consider these for the time being. Most nobles can just be happy if they can find a chosen one, and there is no room for pick and choose. The man in black robe was silent, like a piece of wood, not saying a word. Hee, I can tell at a glance that this is your first time here. Merchants won't tell you their secrets to making money. A woman's gentle voice came to my ears. Few seeing that it's my first time here, they are more interested in me. Field shook his head. He had been approached by several girls along the way, more than in his 2 lifetimes combined. Field turned his head and was about to refuse, but he found that the woman in front of him had no intention of inviting him to reproduce. She was gently waving a fan in her hand, wearing perfect clothes, elegant and calm. The woman smiled and said, "Let me guess. Are you here to buy something?" "Yes," Field said bluntly. "I want to buy." "Shoo," as if she had expected it. The woman had already placed her index finger on her lips, silencing him. "If you tell anyone, people with ulterior motives will know who you are, and your life will be in danger." "But," Field frowned slightly, "after you buy something, you don't have to take it away on the spot. Simon will deliver it to you in the normal world in his name. Although that beast is vicious, he still has some integrity in running the black market." "I see. Thank you for your help." The woman waved her fan lazily. "I admire your rationality. It's best not to cross your own bottom line, because after you cross it, you will find that people have no bottom line at all." "That's right." Field nodded in agreement. "So, do you want to buy some magic props? I have some magic tools, too." The woman put one hand across her chest and supported her chin with the other. Then, like a magic trick, she pulled out a wooden sculpture of a lizard that looked like a mummy. It's a first-level magic tool. This wooden sculpture of a swamp giant lizard can transform into a ferocious earth element giant lizard and kill anyone who threatens you. "I can't afford it." Field shook his head. "I need a lot of magic materials. If you have them, that would be great." Chapter 179 Procurement. Hee, I'm a businessman. If you want any magic materials, just tell me directly. Rosaria is already at the 2nd level, and the god's chosen guards she provides can also be advanced to the 2nd level. But unlike in the past, the god's chosen guards need not only 2nd level potions, but also a large number of rare medicinal materials to advance to the 2nd level. Field took out a list. "I need blood snake grass, disaster flower." "No problem, but the price will be very high, a total of 1,400 gold coins." The businesswoman nodded frequently. "Many of them are magical plants, and it will take time to collect them all. But I don't have the flower of disaster. Maybe you can ask around." It was beyond my expectation that I could find so much material. Field nodded happily. After all, theoretically speaking, no one could contract and corrupt the Chosen One, and naturally there was no need to upgrade the Chosen One's guards, so the relevant materials were very difficult to find. The 2 men agreed on a price, and Field generously paid the money, which was a very reasonable price. "You are so wealthy. You must be the lord of some place. If you were an adventurer or a wizard, you wouldn't have so much money, nor would you need such a large amount." After being a lord for so long, Field no longer considered gold coins as gold coins, and always thought that 1,400 gold coins were not worth mentioning. In fact, 50 gold coins were enough for ordinary people to have enough food and drink. Field blinked. "Like you said before, don't pry into my little secrets." "Certainly." The 2 men clinked their glasses and took 2 sips of wine, each with their own thoughts. "I'm selling a batch of rare subhumans at a low price. I guarantee they are not available on the market. Gentlemen who are interested, please take a look." Another businessman came to the black market. He seemed to have just finished his business, and his steps were unsteady. He walked with a long string of demi-humans tied with chains. The demi-humans looked desperate and numb. The youngest was probably only 5 or 6 years old, with tearful eyes, which made people feel pity for them. "Oh, pink cat subhumans, yes, and blue weasel subhumans. They are indeed rare. I thought they were extinct." The businesswoman handed the wine glass to the servant beside her, swaying her beautiful waist, and asked, "You are the famous hunter, right?" "I didn't expect that I would be so famous." "Yes, I am a hunter who specializes in catching rare slaves." "Let me see. They don't look healthy. They look like they're going to die at any moment. How much anesthesia did you use? The businesswoman was touching here and there, rubbing a cat. Don't touch it if you don't want to buy it. Take your hands away from me. The hunter pulled out a sharp long knife and smiled sinisterly. If you want to buy a demi-human, 1,000 gold coins for an adult and 500 gold coins for a minor. You are really crazy, just like a skinning demon. I can't afford such a high price. The businesswoman rolled her eyes, waved her hands, and turned away. Stinky dog that needs to be disciplined. You stink like a subhuman. The hunter licked the tip of his knife, sheathed it, turned around, and smiled grimly. Do you need it, sir? These species of subhumans are almost extinct. If you don't enjoy them, you will regret it in the future. They are very valuable for collection. It will be very decent to bring them to entertain guests in the future. Sorry, there's nothing I want. Field raised his eyelids, nodded politely, and left. 1,000 gold coins. All the slaves in Night Territory combined do not even cost 1,000 gold coins. The premium for slaves on the black market is ridiculously high. The uncontracted chosen ones are not on the black market. The mark is clearly nearby, but why can't I find it? Could it be underground? Field walked around twice, but couldn't find the location marked by the green dot. I guess it's some noble. This is tricky. Kidnapping the nobles and bringing them back? It sounds crazy, but it's not impossible. Field has already started thinking about the pros and cons of doing so. As Field walked and thought, he suddenly saw what he had been thinking about. Selling Ruijin Grassland Giant Wolf. Hey, Giant Wolf. I finally found it. A sturdy woman was driving giant wolves, the largest of which was half a person's height and about 2.5 meters long. They were all mottled and looked like huskies. There was no comparison between them and the mighty and domineering dragon wolf. Field thought he would be shocked to encounter a pack of majestic wolves, but it turned out that they all looked stupid and their size was different from what he had imagined. How much is this giant wolf for? Field hurried over, pointed at the largest wolf, and asked anxiously. This one is not for sale, it's my husband. Field was confused. Are the bunch of little wolves following behind you all yours? Reproductive isolation warning. Haha, don't look so shocked. Have you heard of druids? The woman waved her hand. Druids can turn into more than just bears or eagles. They can also turn into wolves and even marine creatures. Field suddenly realized, so that's it. I just mentioned it casually. Actually, they have nothing to do with druids. Field's face was full of black lines. Kids, this is not funny. The woman laughed. It was just a joke. I come from a distant grassland. This giant wolf is the Wolf King, and I won't sell it. The others are all for sale. You can choose them yourself. They are all healthy wolf cubs, 300 gold coins each. I have to mention that this species of giant wolf is good at herding sheep and hunting, but don't think about riding it. The wolf's back is too fragile to carry heavy objects. These livestock are similar to dogs. They can survive by eating slop and offal. The cost of domesticating them is not high. Thanks for the reminder. Field sighed. Even in this world, wolves are not suitable for riding. No one knows what the result will be if the genes of the dragonborn black dragon are mixed in and blessed by Ashina's mark of divine choice. After all, the dragonborn wolf is different, as strong as a bear, and can easily carry 2 heavily armored knights. Living artifacts are the most valuable type of artifacts because they can give rise to new species. As long as the subsequent screening is done properly, it is possible to create a wolf that can transform into Godzilla or Ultraman, although the probability is almost zero. Field bought 10 at once and gave away the 3,000 gold coins before they could even warm up to the sky. Sir, the goods will be temporarily stored at Baron Simon's ranch. You can take them away at any time. The servants took the wolf away. Yeah, that's convenient. Field gave the servants 5 silver coins as a tip. Just at this moment, the green dot on the mini-map moved, and Field's attention immediately focused on the mini-map. After all, this represents a contractable chosen one, and if it can be captured, the benefits gained will be immeasurable. Ladies and gentlemen, a new survival game has begun. Welcome to Place Your Bets. Guess whose pet can survive the bloody bear to the end? That's it. Field found that the green dot had moved to the entertainment area. She should have been in the basement just now, but now she has been sent to the entertainment area. Chapter 1, 80 Silver Fox Demi-Human. Without thinking anymore, Field walked quickly into the entertainment area. This place is even more lively than the hall, packed with enthusiastic people, all of whom are spending a lot of money. Super double. Pour Auntie a glass of sparkling wine. Haha, you have 16 cards. Can you beat me in 1 second? Today, I will eat this marble table. But most people gathered around the Colosseum in the center. The Colosseum was a huge stone pit, and the audience only needed to lower their heads to see the fierce and bloody fight below. The two-headed demon lion jumped up lightly and pounced on a female slave who was screaming in fear. The demon lion, which had been hungry for more than 10 days, did not stop at all. It tore open its mouth, tore off the woman's legs, chewed them greedily twice, and swallowed them whole. Help, help! Blood splattered, and the screams gradually subsided. The two-headed demon lion became so excited about eating that it even started to bite each other's heads. Great! This is so enjoyable. I won. I knew she was the smartest and was the last to be eaten. Some cheered, some were angry. It's actually a slave arena. Could that uncontracted chosen one be a contestant? Field watched the scene just now, suppressed his anger, and snorted coldly. Humans are equally cruel to their own kind. These slaves can create huge value in the night territory, but here, they are just a source of entertainment for the nobles. Boy, do you want to place a bet with me later? Believe me, I can definitely guess who will survive to the end. A man with a playful smile came up and tried to put his arm around Field's shoulders, but Field casually dodged him. The man who was asking for trouble did not show any embarrassment, but instead said in a familiar manner, "Lend me 50,000 gold coins, I can definitely make a profit." Field was confused. This guy was so shameless. Why did he want to borrow money from him when he didn't even know him? No money. No, you have money. I saw it. It's 80,000 gold coins. The man's tone was threatening. You followed me. Field's murderous intent slightly moved. So what if I saw it? Does it have anything to do with you? The man tilted his head, laid his cards on the table, and threatened, "Give me 50,000 gold coins, or I'll kill you. Don't you even want the last bit of dignity?" Field drew out his sword calmly and said coldly, "If you don't want to lend it to me, get out. You will definitely regret it." The man sneered and patted Field on the shoulder casually, then turned and walked away. "Next time you see me, you will be a dead man. Get your coffin ready." Yeah. The corners of Field's mouth curved into an arc. "He has done something to you, my lovely little lord. Gamblers who have lost a lot of money have gone mad and will do anything." A familiar, lazy female voice came from behind. "Give me 10 gold coins, and I will use purification magic to remove it. Otherwise, you will be targeted by him. Your behavior could easily lead me to misunderstand that you and he are in cahoots. Who knows whether you are releasing purification magic or tracking magic?" Field turned around, and behind him was a businesswoman selling magical plants. "You seem to have known about his actions?" A hint of strangeness flashed in the beautiful eyes of the female businessman, and she propped up her chin pleasingly. "It seems that my warning was completely unnecessary. I am more wary of you than him. You keep appearing near me, but I don't think you are in love with me, or that this is the guidance of the goddess of love. Is there any more ridiculous fantasy than meeting true love at a decadent dance? In addition to stories like Aunt Wong Next Door, who married the Prince of Dubai at the age of 50 and received a dowry of 100 billion yuan. Don't be nervous, it's just a coincidence." The businesswoman tilted her head and pointed downwards with her fan. "Look, a new round of beast fighting is about to begin. Guess who will be eaten in the end?" Looking in the direction the businesswoman pointed, a purple mantis carefully jumped out from the open gate in a twisted posture. Hiss! Strange mantis roared, spread its wings in an instant, and flew straight towards the audience above. What a lively little fellow. Before the monster jumped out, a naked man jumped out of the audience and slapped it down. The people around him were calm and used to it. Level 3 Fighting Knight, what a terrifying power. Field watched and nodded repeatedly. The strange mantis was only a first-level magical beast, so it was naturally no match for a third-level knight. Except for the chosen ones who can fight against higher levels, other lives are strictly restricted by their life levels. Unless they rely on equipment or numbers, it is difficult to fight against higher levels. True that the nobles seek excitement, but they also value their own lives. They won't play with higher-level monsters because they can easily lose control. Bang! Strange mantis fell down hard, staggered twice, and stood up again. A strong fear flashed in the compound eyes of insects, and it shrank back and dared not look up. If the knight had not held back, this slap would have killed it or crippled it. "Welcome, distinguished guests. The beast has now appeared. Next, we will release 8 pets to start a thrilling battle royale. Whoever can hold on to the end will be the winner. Of course, they will all die. These little pets were all newly captured. I guarantee they have not been trained in any way, so there is no possibility of cheating." A magic chain restrained the strange mantis. At the same time, the gate opened and 8 girls were pushed out, including humans, demi-humans, and even a halfling. Halflings are a race similar to dwarves, also called hobbits. They like to live in wooden houses in the forest and are close relatives of humans. "Everyone can place your bets now." The host smiled and waited quietly for everyone to place their bets. "Which one do you like?" I think the human number 4 is good. Her muscles are not just for show. As long as she gets a weapon, she will have a certain ability to protect herself. In order to make the event more exciting, the organizers placed a lot of swords, sticks, and clubs in the Colosseum, although they were not very useful. Field glanced over. Then I saw the green dot mark on the small map fell on the head of the most inconspicuous number 7. A fox. The businesswoman shuddered for unknown reasons and immediately turned to look at Field. Seeing that she was staring at the slave in a daze, she followed Field's line of sight. Girl number 7 is a silver fox demi-human with silver hair and gray eyes. She is a weak and cute loli who looks pure and flawless. Her slender legs are trembling constantly, but her eyes reveal a calmness that does not belong to her age. Do you think number 7 will be the winner? The businesswoman laughed and said, she is just a weak fox subhuman. I guess she has no other abilities except serving men. She will definitely be the first one to be killed. Field sighed silently. Damn it, it's just unlucky for him to be a slave used in beast fighting. Chapter 181 Beast Fighting. The Colosseum involves the interests of gamblers, and many nobles have risked their lives and fortunes. Just buy it before the game. Field made the decision resolutely. The silver fox demi-humans were not a rare species, and a few thousand gold coins should be enough. Before he could say anything, he heard someone pointing at girl number 1 and yelling, Sister, I finally found you. Damn bastard, that's my sister. I'll pay 100,000 gold coins to let my sister go. The people around burst into laughter. Another person looking for relatives. It's not easy to find this place. It's really touching. I can't wait to see him break down. The host shook his finger and said, No, once you enter the Colosseum, no matter who you are not allowed to release it. Otherwise you will be the enemy of everyone present. You can take the body back, It seems that buying slaves is not feasible. Field is helpless. Should he rush forward like a fool? Although the benefits are huge, the risks are equally huge. Field gritted his teeth and quietly activated his internal fighting spirit. You can give it a try. Before he could make a move, a cold snort sounded from behind. You bastards of the Empire! You dare to kidnap my fiancée. You are courting death. I want to see who can stop me today. The next moment, a young man in black tights flashed out, bursting out with powerful third-level fighting spirit, and rushed straight down. So domineering, a true warrior. Field nodded in appreciation and silently praised in his heart. If there are still good people, let them take the lead. However, the next moment, the emerald green wind blade cut through the space, carrying a heart-pounding aura of horror. At a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to capture, it easily penetrated the body of the tight-fitting young man, passed through his body, and slammed heavily into the rock wall of the Colosseum. Puff! When the boy fell, he was split in half right down the middle, and blood was splattered all over the ground. This scene made the boy's fiancée scream in despair. Damn, do you really have to make such a big fuss? Field wiped the sweat off his forehead. Sure enough, not all times are suitable for showing off with force. There are really many strong people here. It's definitely not worth it to risk your own life. How can I do it well? Time is too short to design a perfect plan, but I can't be impulsive. Field thought anxiously, tapping his fingers on the guardrail. Got it. Since these perverts enjoy people's suffering, I can use their tricks against them. But it depends on her luck. Field's eyes lit up and he regained his composure in an instant. He snapped his fingers and wiped the magic envelope. I bet on number 7 to survive to the end. I'll bet 200 gold coins. Sorry, the Colosseum is in units of 10,000, and the minimum is 10,000 gold coins. The servant beside him reminded. Is it so expensive? Field scratched his head and pretended to be annoyed. Then bet 10,000. Bet on number 7 to survive to the end. Huh? So bold. This is unlike your cautious style just now. The businesswoman was surprised. The Fox sub-people don't have much fighting talent. I think your gold coins will be wasted. Field leaned on the railing. Nothing is inevitable. As long as the benefits are big enough, it is worth the risk. In addition, the girl is cute, so she should get more investment. Hee, I hope you can still be so calm after this is over. Ding. The bell rang, and the chains disappeared instantly. The controlled mantis rushed towards the slaves at a speed that was almost like an afterimage. It had been hungry for 12 days, and now it could not wait to smell the delicious human flesh. The businesswoman next to her suddenly changed her expression and tore the betting certificate in her hand into pieces. What bad luck. Huh. Field didn't understand. The next moment, a bright red blood arrow shot onto the wall. Number 4, the strongest and fastest, became the first target. She tried to grab the spear on the weapon rack, but she couldn't catch it even though it was within reach. Where's my hand? Number 4 stared blankly at her right hand. The slice was smooth, and there was no immediate blood. Her pupils trembled wildly, and when she turned her head, she saw a twisted and terrifying insect, which was eating her arm with its jaws like a snack. No, no, help! The strange mantis slashed with its sword. They love to watch brutal scenes. Good thing I didn't buy number 4. This is my last gold coin. Do you think you can be fair to us? Damn it, give me back my money. It took the mantis 1 minute to eat the whole person, and then it immediately rushed towards the second one. Without any suspense, the fiancé of the tight-fitting young man became the second victim, as she walked towards the monster woodenly with the light gone from her eyes. Faced with the takeaway food, Gue Mantis accepted it without any hesitation. The people on the stage cheered again. Damn it, they are all scum. Field's eyelids twitched as he watched. It had nothing to do with his saintly mentality. He simply felt that this kind of killing was meaningless. It would be better to send these people to the night territory to farm, or assign them to unmarried soldiers, instead of using their lives to please the nobles. The slaves began to resist, picking up various weapons to resist the attacks of the monsters, but the effect was almost zero. A girl tried to repel the strange mantis with a hammer, but her head was chopped off by a knife. Phew, it's eating slower. Looks like I'm lucky. Field looked at the monster below. Its attacks were not as ferocious, and it started to be more selective with its food, only sucking brains or eating internal organs. The fox humans are a relatively intelligent subhuman race. Jaoglasai was trembling all over. The smell of blood made the hair on her tail stand up, and the excessive fear made her move stiffly. She had to pinch her thighs with her nails, and the stinging sensation could stimulate her desire to survive. Where can I escape to? As long as I survive to the end, that's fine. The people in the Colosseum did not tell them the truth, that everyone would die. Instead, they said, whoever holds out to the end will survive and gain freedom. This will stimulate their desire to survive instead of leaving them helplessly waiting to die. The girl walked barefoot on the cold and slippery stone floor, completely ignoring the scratches on her feet from the jagged gravel. She took advantage of the time bought by the others and quickly escaped to the weapons rack. Goggles took a deep breath, exhaled deeply, took a shield from the shelf, and glanced at the weapons again. It's impossible to break the monster's defense. It's enough to prevent being killed by your companions. Geoglis grabbed a long knife with her slender little hand, but it was too heavy and almost hit her foot. In desperation, she had to pick up a dagger. Buzz. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her back and fell forward. A silver javelin passed by her shoulder, leaving a hideous scratch on her snow-white shoulder. Chapter 182 Beast Fighting, Part 2. Who? Geoglis rolled twice on the ground and caught a glimpse of a human girl charging towards her with a spear in her hand. Although they were about the same age, her young face was full of ferocity. Perhaps because of fear, she cried while holding back her tears as she charged towards him. I'm sorry. I don't want to die. Please die first. In her opinion, as long as everyone else died, she would be free. I won't give up. Quickly raising her shield, Goggles curled herself up behind it, ready to face the impact. However, the human girl raised her spear and charged with her eyes closed, and she missed, and instead the end of the spear hit her in the lower abdomen. The severe pain made her scream. Her screams will attract monsters. We can't stay here any longer. Geoglis rationally wanted to run away, but when she looked up, she saw fishy saliva dripping. No, it's not. Sweat trickled down the snow-white neck, mixing into the wound, causing excruciating pain. However, all this pain is nothing compared to seeing the mantis monster in front of him. Gogris used up the last of her sanity and raised her shield. Buzz. The sonic boom sounded instantly, and the terrifying claws of the strange mantis slashed straight out, violently sweeping over. The afterimage lingered in the air for a long time, showing its terrifying power. Puff. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the shield shattered instantly without any suspense. Then, a curtain of blood splashed out. A first-level monster fights against an ordinary demi-human. There is no room for evasion. The claws cut into the chest and hooked out from the lower abdomen, and blood gushed out. The severe blood loss made Geoglis's head dizzy, and then she felt dizzy and her vision blurred. I'm about to die, that's fine. This world is too filthy. I hope that the last person can live well. Goggles felt herself being lifted up lightly, the mantis drooling, ready to suck her brain dry. The fox-human girl could already smell an extremely fishy odor. Damn it, my 10,000 gold coins. Just at this moment, Field mobilized all his fighting spirit, transformed it all into majestic momentum, and exploded fiercely. The loud shout of 10,000 gold coins made people's eardrums hurt. Fuck, you scared me. Why are you yelling so loudly? If you have any complaints, go find the host. The people around him were cursing, and Field immediately felt 3 or 4 murderous intentions locked on him, with strong malice ready to be unleashed. Field dared to guarantee that if he dared to make any disruptive moves, he would be killed by the strong men here. Damn you, you idiot. You can't even do this. Field pretended not to know and continued to behave like an aristocrat, cursing harshly. But the amazing thing was that the strange mantis actually left the dying Jaeoglasai behind. He tilted his head and glanced at Field. His compound eyes moved, and his attention was attracted by the other girls again, leaving behind a shadow and chasing after the others. Few success. My observation and judgment are correct. Field secretly broke out in a cold sweat. The strange mantis attacked the audience before it was knocked down by the 3rd-level Fighting Spirit Knight and became extremely sensitive to Fighting Spirit. When the young man in tight clothes burst into Fighting Spirit, Field clearly noticed that the mantis felt daunted and frightened. This kind of magical beast is extremely timid and always pays attention to its surroundings. It pays extra attention to creatures that move at high speeds. Field nodded secretly. The fastest-running beast number 4 failed because of this. He suddenly burst into Fighting Spirit, distracting the monster's attention. What are you mumbling about? I thought you were calm, but after losing money, you're still as excited as ever. The businesswoman cleared her ears, rubbed her head, and complained. Stop making so much noise. It almost scared me to death. Ahem. Sorry, Field said casually, and turned his attention back to the Colosseum. The murderous intent locked on him also disappeared. After all, he just howled, and it did not affect the result. After all, he lost 10,000 gold coins. Can't he vent his anger? As long as your brain isn't sucked dry, you shouldn't be dead for a while thanks to your subhuman vitality. From now on, it's up to fate. Looking at the gradually fading green, Field was so nervous that he almost crushed the wine glass. Fortunately, the strange mantis did not cause any trouble and killed the remaining girl cleanly and neatly in 1.5 minutes. The winner is number 3, the host announced excitedly. Those who guessed correctly went crazy with excitement, while those who lost cursed in frustration and grabbed the men and women nearby to vent their anger. I spent 10,000 gold coins and have the right to take the body away. I will whip it severely. Field roared, jumped down from the top, and quickly ran to the side of Jaeoglasai. The hideous huge wound almost cut off all the organs and bones that could be cut. The tragic scene was simply unbearable to look at. Even in the future, there would be no possibility of rescue. Keep an eye on him in case he tampers with the venue. Let him take the body away. Even if the goddess comes, she can't save that slave. Besides, who would save a slave? The strong men in charge of the Colosseum originally planned to drive him away, but Field's abnormal behavior won their favor, so they laughed and acquiesced to Field's behavior of taking the body away. You have to survive. 10,000 gold coins. Field picked up Geoglis and jumped on quickly. Do you really want to whip my corpse? The businesswoman's eyes were filled with anger as she stood in front of Field and said, Be a decent person. Facing everyone's gaze, Field raised his eyebrows indifferently and kissed Gao Gurlis on the cheek. Sorry, I just like this. Please don't block my way. I'm busy. Okay. Sir, I support you. You re so perverted, and I love it. This 1,000 gold coins are for you. If you perform in public, I will give you 10,000 gold coins. That made Field confused happened. A few perverts came over and excitedly gave him an incentive money. Field secretly complained, What a pervert. I almost forgot that they will also rank the perverts. I'm going to go have fun first, but this is private. Seeing that Geoglis had no heartbeat, fortunately the green had not completely disappeared, Field stopped talking nonsense and rushed out. Using the magic envelope again, Field's vision distorted and he returned to the previous grass. Field, are you okay? Rosaria, who was waiting outside, staggered out of the woods. Seeing that Field was fine and the strong smell of blood on his body was not his, Rosaria let out a long sigh, restored her previous elegant state, calmly walked in front of him, and angrily scolded. Next time you act alone, you will forget about sleeping in the future. Chapter 183 Life and Hatred. Well, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm not someone who jokes about my life. Rather than that, help me save her. She has the potential to awaken into the chosen one. Field quickly laid the fox man flat on the ground. It's normal not to bring Rosalia. It doesn't make sense to bring a girl to the uncensored conference. My healing ability can only be used on myself, you know. Rosaria leaned over and glanced at the wound that smelled of blood. She licked the corner of her mouth and said, I thought you brought me some snacks. I was just about to praise you for being thoughtful. What are you thinking about? Field raised his hand and asked her to eat a roasted chestnut. Use your blood to clean her trachea and expel the debris in her body. Then help her heart beat. Buy me some time. Can the heart still help beat? How come I don't know that? Rosalia couldn't understand, but she did as she was told. Field first took out the awakening stone and placed it in Geoglus's hand. If he could awaken directly to become God's chosen one, perhaps he could be healed. Sure enough, there is no response. After waiting quietly for 3 seconds, Field shook his head helplessly and said through gritted teeth, I can only use the life orb. I'm so heartbroken. It's not even warm yet. The little loli in front of me has not yet awakened. She is an ordinary person, and the magic weapon can be used on her. No, keep the life gem for yourself. What should you do if you encounter danger in the future? Rosaria objected loudly, but when Field still took out the life gem, she knew that he would not change his decision easily, so she stamped her feet in anger. You really don't look like a qualified noble at all. Although you seem very reliable, hey. A normal noble would rather let the gold coins and treasures rot in a secret room than take them out for others to use. Field shook his head. I'm not being kind-hearted. I just have a longer-term vision. Without the life gem, we can just look for the chosen one of the goddess of life, or steal other people's things. If we save her, the power of the night territory will be stronger. Get a first-level artifact and exchange it for a first-level divine choice. It's a guaranteed profit. He stuffed the life gem into the little Lolita's hand. The next moment, a force full of vitality surged out of it. Thousands of brilliant lights intertwined into a colorful and gorgeous figure, slowly falling on the little Lolita. Immediately afterwards, the organs began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Granulation tissue surged, and the green mark on the small map became clear again. Pain. The little girl murmured something, but she was still in a coma. Phew, it worked. It cost me a lot. Field wiped the sweat off his face, but ended up with a lot of blood on his forehead. The sticky feeling made him feel very uncomfortable, but Field didn't bother to care. He laughed like an elder of the Soul Hall. Work hard for me from now on. Rosaria held her forehead with her hand, looking helpless. She took out a handkerchief and handed it to him. It's not safe here. Let's go back to the post station first. You must be careful in the future and don't get hurt. Okay. Field looked amused. Before getting the life gem, shouldn't we still take risks? But she was right. The situation in the Empire was getting more and more chaotic, so we should be careful. Taking Geoglis with them, the two disappeared into the night. The underground dance party in Maple Leaf territory will continue until the early morning. But Hunter Okas chose to leave the party early and even gave up his favorite naked party segment. Shit, the palpitations are getting stronger. Damn it, which bastard is targeting me? Space twisted, and as the magic envelope broke, Okas appeared in the mountain forest on the edge of Maple Leaf territory. The branches were swaying, the rocks were jagged, and the night animals made strange noises, which was extremely terrifying. The boss is out. About 20 men in messy clothes gathered around and asked in an evil tone, Boss, did you have fun? Please take me with you next time. Hey, take me with you too. I also want to try what it's like to be a lady. Is business bad? Why didn't the demi-humans sell many of them? Yes, I am also counting on some money to cure my mother of the evil spirits that have entered her body. Shut up. You smell worse than a loincloth. You're making my ears hurt. Load the demi-humans onto the truck. We have to leave High Castle Province as quickly as possible. There's a damned guy targeting us. Okas threw the chain to his accomplice in annoyance and kicked the guy closest to him. Be quick. It must be the Hawkeye gang. They are jealous of the gold coins of our green lizard slave catching group and want to steal them. Pack your things quickly. Maple Leaf territory is not a good place. No one doubted that Okas was born with the talent of a hunter and was extremely sensitive to danger. It is this talent that allows them to be invincible and capture rare subhumans and magical beasts in the dangerous primitive jungle. However, the next moment, a space warp gate was opened. Subhuman warriors, both men and women, wearing leather armor and holding standard weapons walked out. Nah, a magic warp gate? What a big scene. Okas was startled. Normally, small warp gate magic requires a third-level wizard to master and requires a terrifying talent for spatial deduction. So the guy who cast this magic must be very strong. Of course, this kind of magic is extremely dangerous. If discovered by enemy magicians and the space nodes are interfered with, the people being teleported may be torn into pieces by the space turbulence. Among the slave hunting group, there obviously isn't any wizard with such high status. Oka's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He spat and cursed, then drew his long sword and looked alert. Help! Help! Great! Goddess Yu-Yi, please save us. Woo woo woo. The demi-humans, who had been numb, instantly went crazy when they saw the warriors of their own race. The despair in their eyes was replaced by hope, and they cried and struggled to ask the demi-human soldiers for help. Beware of enemy attacks. Prepare for defense. The slave-catching soldiers kicked and shoved the demi-humans roughly into cages and stood on guard with their weapons drawn. Damn humans, they actually abuse our compatriots. It's just a demon. The demi-human soldiers gnashed their teeth, wishing they could rush over to rescue their companions immediately. Tisk, you're running wild in our human territory. Okas snorted coldly, drawing his bow and arrow. I didn't abuse my own kind. I only killed aliens, am I a devil? Damn subhumans, they should all be killed. Woody jumped out of the warp gate, holding a dagger in her hand, her eyes full of hatred. It was you who kidnapped the children of our tribe. We have always lived in our own homeland, and you are invaders. Ho ho, my parents were eaten alive by the pig demi-humans as food. I hid under the bed and witnessed this damn scene. You barbaric beasts deserve to die. I swear, as long as I live for 1 second, the killing of demi-humans will not stop. Chapter 184: The Continuation of Hatred. A strong hatred ignited in Oka's eyes, as if he had returned to that desperate day. What does that have to do with us? Woody gritted her teeth. We, the pink cat Asians, have never invaded other people's homes. Haha. All subhumans are the same to us humans, the sinful products of humans and livestock. Okas raised his long sword, his fighting spirit surging. There's nothing to say, come on. That's right. According to the contract, I will kill the hunter. Besides, I'm very upset now and need to vent. A tall woman wrapped in a purple robe walked out of the warp gate with enchanting steps. With a wave of her hand, the magic warp gate closed. Miss Gueme, thank you for your help. Thanks to you, we were able to find the hunter. Woody was very relieved. The commission was worth it. Although he couldn't kill Simon, the demand side, killing the hunter, the supply side, would still help the race. You are welcome. A pair of black fox ears swayed slightly, and her charming snow-white long legs stretched out from her robe, exposing her furry tail. The woman exuded a charm that made it difficult to look away just by standing there. The black fox demi-human. No wonder he knows magic. Since Okas couldn't see his face, he reacted uncontrollably. He licked the blade of his long knife, his eyes filled with malice. Damn it. I'm actually interested in subhumans. What did you do to me? The black fox demi-human known as the Ghost waved the fan in his hand and said in a numb tone, racial talent. This smell is so familiar. Haha. You must be the merchant who sells magic materials. There are actually demi-humans sneaking into the human gathering. What is Simon doing? Just pay the money. If you have enough gold coins, you can enter even the royal ballroom. How are you going to fight me? Take off your clothes, stick your butt out, and then use your proud body to drain me dry. You bastard. Okas laughed. I caught a bunch of fox sub-people and sent them to the Colosseum to be slaughtered. You will be the next one soon. You'll soon stop laughing. The Ghost twirled the fan, transforming it into a shining, sinister long sword, and with a wave of his left hand, a ball of phantom blue foxfire appeared in his hand. Nah, God's chosen one, or a demon warrior. Okas was stunned. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his body. He thought it was just an ordinary magician at first. Magus is a profession that uses both magic and melee weapons. It is similar to melee magician, but more focused on warriors. Both sides were filled with murderous intent, and the battle was about to break out. Kill. Woody pulled out the dagger with a flip of her wrist, and her figure disappeared strangely, actually turning into a shadow. Under the cover of darkness, she instantly appeared in front of the slave-catching team members. With a flash of black light, the dagger pierced the slave-catching team member's defenseless neck from bottom to top. Puff. Blood spurted out like a fountain. As if at a signal, everyone started moving and a melee broke out between the two sides in an instant. Kill them all. Level 3 Do-Chi, Absolute Slash. Okas roared, and the village of his childhood seemed to reappear in front of him. Layers of pigmen rushed into the village, chopped off the legs of people they saw, and then ate them alive. He laughed wildly. This time, I will not run away. I won't show you mercy. The Ghost waved his left hand. Third-level magic, wind wall. Buzz. There was a loud bang, and suddenly a whirlwind so fast that it almost tore the vision apart blew out of the calm forest. A wind wall formed by countless wind blades strangling and rotating suddenly took shape. The fallen leaves caught in it broke apart and turned into powder. The absolute breath slash and the wind wall collided fiercely, making a loud bang, and the abilities of both sides rubbed and collided with each other. Oka's heart suddenly started beating wildly, and he quickly turned his head. A silver light flashed across his cheek, leaving a blood mark on his face. So strong, worthy of being the chosen one. Taking advantage of the impact of the collision, Okas retreated violently, and the long sword in his hand was broken. Where have you been? Poor little thing. The foxfire in the ghost's left hand flashed. Magic, invisibility. Looking at the enemy who disappeared out of thin air, Okaz's face turned pale, and sweat ran down his forehead. What kind of fighting style is this? Damn it, the Chosen One has too many tricks. His heart was pounding wildly. Okaz's many years of hunting experience made his hair stand on end. He immediately chose to fall to the front right. The next moment, a sudden black knife light appeared out of thin air. Puff! Okaston felt dizzy and fell to the ground like a sack of flour. Just as he was about to stand up, a strange feeling of imbalance caused him to fall for no apparent reason. My hand. When Okaz looked again, he saw that his left hand had been cut off, blood spurting out. He quickly wrapped it with his clothes and rolled to avoid the second blow. When I looked up again, the foxman had disappeared again. Fuck it, come out here, bitch, and fight me head on. Okaz roared madly. He saw that his teammates could no longer hold on. The slave-hunting team and the demi-human warriors also became fierce. They were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, and the demi-humans were wearing leather armor, and their weapons were standard long swords and spears, which gave them a huge advantage. Okaz saw with his own eyes that his trusted team member was stabbed in the chest by 3 or 4 spears and fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he was still looking at him. He was mumbling as if he wanted to say something, but he was immediately stabbed twice by the violent subhuman soldiers, and the last bit of his spirit quickly disappeared. What made him even more worried was that the enemy also had a Chosen One. Although Woody was not strong in frontal combat, she could still easily crush ordinary people who did not have much armor. After only a brief confrontation, some members of the slave-hunting team fled and surrendered. Okaz swung his sword desperately, trying to force the foxman out. Get out! Get out! Are you afraid too? Along with the sword energy, a ghost suddenly appeared, and Okaz's legs were separated in an instant. We are all level 3, but I am being manipulated like an ant. This world is so unfair. I have been training so hard. Okaz smiled bitterly and propped himself up with his broken sword. Haha, I failed today, but someone will inherit our will. We have that too. The ghost did not attack him easily, but emerged from its invisible state with graceful steps. The fight between races is a life-and-death struggle. Don't look so bitter and resentful, and face death calmly. 3rd level divine skill, Ink-Breaking Curse. The violent black and white sword energy turned into strange tadpole-like runes, which were slashed out layer by layer. The ferocious foxfire followed closely, like a huge torrent, instantly drowning the struggling Okaz. Chapter 185 The Non-Existent Holy Land. The forest in front of him had been flattened into a fan shape by the chaotic sword energy, and Okaz had turned into dust. Saved. Long live. The demi-humans quickly wiped out the slave-hunting team, and everyone hugged the freed slaves tightly to celebrate this hard-earned freedom. Thank you very much, Miss Ghost. Woody breathed a sigh of relief, walked up to the ghost, and bowed deeply. You're welcome. I'm just doing the job for money. The ghost did not reveal his true face, but waved his hand. What are you going to do next? Return to your homeland. My people will go back first, but I still have to find another group of kidnapped people and find a way to make money. After Woody finished speaking, she lowered her eyes and looked at her toes for a long time. She raised her head and asked hesitantly, is it really impossible for humans and demi-humans to live in peace? We obviously haven't done anything bad. The pig people eat humans. What does it have to do with us cat people? Of course not. This is not something you and I can decide. In fact, the conflict has little to do with race. Look at the endless killings among humans, and even worse among subhumans. Think about it carefully. Are the superior races who come to the tribe every year to collect taxes and slaves any different from Simon? Woody fell into silence. Lions, bears, wolves, pigs, and the most terrifying dragon people, not only do they not worry about extinction, but they also madly invade the surrounding races. The conquered tribes need to hand over huge amounts of wealth and manpower every year. The best outcome for the slaves they took away was to become playthings and servants. They could only serve as cannon fodder on the front lines or directly become mobile military rations. The Demi-Human Alliance and the Griffin Empire had countless small-scale conflicts, but the superior race became richer and richer as a result, while their small tribes were bullied by both sides and were about to be destroyed. The ghost pinched the Catman's face and said, Okay, don't look so bitter and resentful. This is not a problem we should consider. Weakness is the original sin. Woody blinked her big eyes and said sadly, If there is a place willing to accept us equally, we can get food in exchange for work. It would be great if we can have enough to eat every day and don't have to be enslaved or killed. My dear cat girl, even though there are stars outside, don't be awake and dream. The ghost rolled her eyes coquettishly. How can such a place exist? Even elves cannot avoid becoming slaves. Only the holy places described by the sacrifices can have such places. You don't look very happy today. Do you need any help? Woody deliberately asked, sensing the resentment of the woman in the robe in front of her. She really wanted to establish a good relationship with this powerful senior. It was always a good thing to have a strong person to rely on. Don't mention it. I was furious today when I saw the fox people being slaughtered. Then I ran into another bastard who took the corpse away and whipped it. Unfortunately, he was extremely cautious, and I didn't find the right opportunity to do anything to him. The towering, big white rabbits kept rising and falling because of anger. The woman clenched her fists and made a creaking sound. Don't let me catch you, or I'll have a hard time. So perverted. Woody wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and thought to herself, it's really not easy for everyone. Even such a powerful Miss Ghost has enemies that she has trouble dealing with. After everyone packed up, they disappeared into the night. Goggles felt dizzy. She felt like she had returned to the legendary hometown of the Silver Fox subpeople, the sacred plain of Uzum that had been praised countless times by priests and shamans. It was said that there were countless cattle and sheep, fertile farmland, and rivers flowing with milk. After the Silver Fox demi-human dies, he will return to the Holy Land. Stepping on the soft grass, Geoglis had an indescribable sense of comfort. She felt that the grass was particularly smooth. He rolled on the grass for a long time as if he was having fun. She came to the river and saw a snow-white river flowing. Really? There really is a river of milk. It's incredible. Although her reason and life experience told her that it was impossible for a river to be filled with milk, she still stubbornly believed that the Holy Land existed, and now she had really seen it. Quickly gathering her hair that was fluttering in the wind, Geoglis leaned down, lowered her head, and stuck out her tiny tongue. Slurp, slurp. Rich milk flavor lingers on your lips and teeth. I've never felt so comfortable. Phew, it's so good. Geoglis lay on the ground. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she pinched her face. I hope this is not a dream. Ow, that hurts. Geoglis suddenly woke up and turned over and sat up in bed. It was really a dream. Where's this? Looking around, I found myself in a stone house, with a warm fire burning and the burning wood making a slight crackling sound. A young man in a black noble robe, holding a book in his hand, had fallen asleep. There was a wooden tray on the bedside table, and a beautiful pot exuded the aroma of milk. Geoglis reached out and touched it, but it was already cold. It seems I have slept for a long time. I need to get up. The little girl shook her head still hurt. She wanted to lift the quilt, but she felt she couldn't move her hands. It's so soft. The quilt can be so comfortable. In the past, quilts were made of dry straw that rubbed the skin. After struggling for a long time, Geoglis reluctantly lifted the quilt. She saw her intact body, without clothes, but it was not important. The key was that there were no hideous wounds. Her smooth belly was slippery all the way to her abdomen. Is this another dream? The little girl pinched her face again, and this time it hurt. He saved me. After looking at Field carefully for a moment, Geoglis remembered a lot of things. She failed in the beast fight and was taken away. She didn't remember what happened afterwards, but her intuition told her that the person in front of her was the one who saved her. He's actually a human. Why? But since he saved me, I guess he's the only one I can rely on. Geoglis knew that she had hostility towards humans in her heart, but there was no one left in this world to rely on, and she had no way to survive. Even if the one in front of her was a two-headed ogre, all she could do was obey. Geoglis got up quietly, grabbed the wool blanket on the bed, and covered Field with it. You're awake. Even though the little girl moved very quietly, Field still woke up. When I opened my eyes, I saw a vixen with her entire body blurred. She was standing on tiptoe with her snow-white toes. Her flat chest did not ripple even when she arched her body. She was carrying a blanket and trying hard to cover herself with it. I didn't expect that he would care about me right after he picked it up. Field was deeply surprised. He thought it would be a tsundere scene like in the anime. I don't need it. Field took the blanket and covered the little girl's shoulders with it, wrapping her up. Field clearly felt her body tremble, but she quickly calmed down. You're not wearing any clothes because you were struggling so hard that the maid didn't put on your pajamas. Yeah, it's okay. Chapter 186, Clever Fox. Geoglis waved her hands, and on her sad and cold face, she forced out a smile with two dimples towards herself. You saved me. I am yours, and you can do anything you want. Put on your clothes first. Field put down the book in his hand. It was a cliché storybook about a knight fighting a dragon and then saving a princess. It was also a best-selling story in this world. Pointing at the maid costume beside him, Field said with a smile, From now on, you are a member of my knight territory. Of course, the purpose of my saving you is to make you my chosen one. Oh. Geoglis paused, looked at Field in confusion, but then obediently picked up the maid outfit and put it on. You don't have any questions? I thought she would ask classic questions like, can humans and demi-humans form a contract? You chose to save me instead of someone else. I believe you have arranged everything. Blinking its big, smart eyes with a look of deep anticipation. I was lucky to be alive, and I could become the chosen one. How could such a good thing happen? It was like a dream. Gao Gri felt light and unreal. Clever enough. Nodding appreciatively, Field waited patiently for her to finish getting dressed. If you want to ask a question, I want to know your name. Gao Gurlis adjusted her maid outfit. This was the first time she wore this kind of clothing. She could only wear rough linen clothes before. My name is Gao Gurlis. Field Ross. Yes, master. Ahem. Under normal circumstances, you can just call me sir. Field pulled up his collar with a hot body, rubbed his hands expectantly, and took out the awakening crystal. This is the awakening crystal. Take it and feel it carefully. The moment Goglis's right hand touched the crystal, red and yellow starlight poured out and gathered into a powerful phantom of a goddess. Her appearance could not be seen clearly, but it made people's blood boil. The red and yellow starlight converged into a rune group that looked like a hammer and silk thread. Goglis widened her eyes and reached out with her slightly trembling hand to touch it. The rune was instantly engraved on Goglis's right shoulder. Gao Gurlis's already excellent appearance was further enhanced by divine power. Her gray eyes were like gemstones, and her beautiful hair was scattered on her petite and soft body. With a maid outfit, her white feet stepped on the floor, and her fluffy tail swung back and forth. The little loli looked well-behaved, like a doll. If you use it as a pillow, it will definitely be very comfortable, and you don't have to worry about not having a hand warmer in the winter. Without saying a word, Gogri's mark of God's chosen shone brightly. An invisible divine power link was transmitted, and the contract between the two was completed in an instant. In Field's mind, Geoglis's information appeared. Name, Goglis. Level, first level, chosen by God. Occupation, mechanical maker/city defense planner. Artifact, puppet, tool fox type. The fox type shell is extremely strong, and the built-in tools can be generated at will according to Gogri's ideas. The tools produced are of artifact quality and have no attack capabilities. The city defense weapons produced by it will be engraved with special runes. Magic skill, mechanical overload. Use it on mechanical equipment to increase performance 5-fold. When used on a mechanical puppet, the pet fox type will transform the surrounding equipment into a powerful attack weapon. Features, skilled craftsman, making equipment, twice the result with half the effort. Territory enhancement. In the Lord's territory, the city walls and fortifications will be strengthened by divine power, and the defense capability will be increased by 10%. Huh? I've never heard of this type before. Field was confused, but still very excited. It just happens to be scarce in the territory. The Night territory is in great need of technical talent. My lord, am I really useless? Gao Gurlis was silent for a moment. She didn't dare to look directly at Field with her beautiful eyes. She said worriedly, I don't seem to be that powerful. How could that be? Field decisively used the head-patting trick and rubbed her furry fox ears. It feels great, soft, warm, and silky. Just this pair of exquisite animal ears is worth the price of the ticket. The little fox's pretty face immediately turned red when her ears were touched. Such a big reaction. Field was surprised. Are ears not private parts? I don't think I've ever asked this question before. Whenever I see a demi-human, I always touch his ears. Am I a pervert in the eyes of the Asians? No, not really. I'm just a little ticklish. Besides, the sudden change made it hard for me to react for a while. Gao Gri waved her hands. Please do as you like. Indeed. After all, it was uncertain whether he would live or die yesterday. And today he became the chosen one inexplicably, and we are not familiar with each other. Field reluctantly let go of his hand. Let me first explain the whole story. By the way, let me tell you about the situation in Night territory. It took Field an hour to introduce himself. That's about it. By the way, this is Rosaria. We should get along well with each other in the future. Hello, Mississippi. Geoglis took the initiative to greet. Okay, fox-flavored food. Rosaria licked the corner of her mouth and smiled charmingly. You must work hard to serve the Lord. You are so beautiful at such a young age. When you grow up, you will definitely be a beauty no less beautiful than me. You are too kind. Geoglis scratched her head embarrassedly and subconsciously took 2 steps towards Field. The dangerous aura of the corrupted creatures from inside out would make any creature alert. Even Ashina, who knew Rosaria very well, wouldn't usually play with her. Fortunately, Both of them like to play with him, otherwise Field would worry about their physical and mental health. Be humble. Field covered his face. Every time Rosalia appeared, the style of the painting would be taken to a strange place. I'm so happy. Rosaria sat down on the desk and crossed her legs. Actually, I also have a Lolita form, but I rarely use it. Since Field really likes to look at big white rabbits, I just reluctantly cater to him. Gao Girlis didn't quite understand. Big white rabbit, is it edible? The Fox Asians love to eat rabbits, but I won't show them to you. I can eat and drink, Hey, stop talking nonsense. Stop it now. Field almost vomited blood and hurried forward to cover Rosalia's mouth to prevent her from continuing to defy the will of heaven. Seeing that the two had such a good relationship, Gao Girlis was also moved, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. It was great to meet such a friendly lord. A strong feeling of happiness suddenly surged in her heart. This rare emotion made Jayaglasai feel uncomfortable for a moment. For some reason, her nose suddenly wrinkled, and her eyes were like ripples in a lake. Although they had just met, the sudden sense of intimacy made her feel the warmth of home. Chapter 187 Fox Crossbow. After all the nonsense, Field snapped his fingers happily. Let's go test the little fox's ability. Arriving at an uninhabited wasteland, Field first asked the soldiers to stand guard and patrol the periphery. After making sure that no one was spying, he called out Geoglis. This is my magic weapon. It can transform mechanical equipment. After saying that, the silver light of Geoglis's bracelet flashed, and it turned into a silver mechanical fox, without hair, with a purely mechanical structure. It was not a modern robot, but full of steam and Gothic style. Bending down, Field knocked on the body of the clever fox, which made a very textured, dull sound, and it was impossible to guess what the material was. Geoglis's ability seemed complicated, and Field was confused for a moment. Let me demonstrate it first. Field took out a standard crossbow commonly used in the army and said, Can you modify this? Can. The fox puppet split open directly, and all kinds of strange tools came out of it, and the crossbow was dismantled into pieces in no time. Simple structure, but very effective. Jaugris understood the structure of the crossbow, and immediately divine powers surged. First level divine skill, mechanical overload. A ray of light poured into the puppet fox's body, and the puppet's body shape changed rapidly. The broken crossbow was also absorbed into the ball of light. The light was restrained, and a ferocious-looking crossbow appeared. The shiny crossbow body was engraved with mysterious runes and fox patterns. The entire crossbow shone with the luster of a divine artifact. Fuck, they transformed the puppet fox into another weapon. What is this, a fox crossbow? Yes, this is already a crossbow of artifact quality. Unfortunately, after the overload ends, it will still return to its previous state. I can't mass-produce artifacts for the time being. Field nodded with satisfaction. That's pretty good too. Let's try its power. Aiming at the huge tree 100 meters away, Goglis held a crossbow that was half her own size and pulled the trigger. Arrow condensed with divine power hummed out and hit the giant tree. With a loud bang, the crossbow arrow directly broke the two men and the thick tree in half. Fuck, it can be like this. Field was stunned for a moment, then excitedly said, Can it be turned into dongfeng or self-propelled artillery? Inventing dongfeng in the Middle Ages would directly lead the times by inversions. Dongfeng? Cannon? My lord, I don't understand. I can only strengthen the artifact after I dismantle the machine and understand its structure. Ahem, I was too hasty. Waving her hand to release the overload state, Geoglis returned the assembled crossbow to Field, but I can also improve the weapon. If you have any design requirements, leave it to me. A skill with great potential. Field understood. I'll go back and get you some siege equipment so you can dismantle it for fun. Field guessed that this skill would become stronger when facing a stronger opponent, and it would require the help of more powerful equipment to exert its power. It's a pity that I don't have any city defense crossbows, otherwise I would just try the overload crossbow. Well, I won't let you down. The little fox said seriously. After testing their physical fitness and combat capabilities, everyone returned to the post station. Geoglis is essentially similar to Charlotte. Both are responsible for logistics. She couldn't easily crush the third-level fighting knight like the combat-type Chosen One, and she couldn't even beat Field. But the research and development and craftsmanship it demonstrates have great potential. Report to the Lord, we found what you wanted. Field had just sat down when two soldiers came back to report. Sir, this is the missing person reward for Miss Grova. It was posted a month ago for 500 gold coins, but it has since been raised to 2,000 gold coins. The soldiers respectfully handed over the rewards with different dates. You guys did a great job. Field glanced at it twice and rewarded them with 2 silver coins. It's a lot lower than I thought. I thought there would be tens of thousands of gold coins, but I didn't expect that there would only be 500 at the beginning. After being a lord for a long time, I subconsciously regarded gold coins as a number. Notify everyone and get ready to leave. We will escort Miss Grova home. Field tapped his fingers lightly on the table, making a dull sound. I'm very curious about what happened in the mountain monkey territory. Duo. As soon as the two soldiers left, Geoglis, who was standing next to them, couldn't help trembling. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Field saw her pupils dizzying and her legs trembling. If you didn't know, you would think she was playing Master's Mission. I've seen her. Gao Gerlis struggled for a moment, pointed at the portrait on the bounty order, and said tremblingly, Sir, I shouldn't talk about the nobles, but you don't have to worry about anything here with me. Knowing that her mentality would not change in a short time, Field hurriedly stroked her head and comforted her patiently. That's right. Goglis recalled the horrific memories, which made her tremble uncontrollably. Her tribe was invaded by a slave capture team, and she was taken away as she had no one to rely on. Because she was too thin, no buyer was willing to buy her. After all, many people buy slaves just to do work. Although the fox people are beautiful, they are said to be an unclean race born from humans and livestock. Those old bachelors who buy female slaves will also choose women with big peaches and big rabbits. After all, they are easy to give birth to. A demi-human and a lowly, no one would buy a useless lowly fox just because of her looks. After changing hands several times, she was bought by Simon, but still no one was willing to buy her, so she could only be used for beast fighting. When I was imprisoned, the human companion I was locked up with was bought by that woman. Field hesitated for a moment. Is she also a girl? Yes, she's younger than me, but she only wants humans. I heard the guards talking about it. She buys girls to become beautiful. Become beautiful? Field was confused and totally unable to understand. Buying a little girl has nothing to do with becoming beautiful. Don't be afraid, it's all over. With me here, no one can bully you. This woman has nothing to do with us. I sent her back simply to make some money. Besides, I'm very curious about what happened in Shanho territory. Field knew why the little fox was trembling with fear. She was afraid that she was in cahoots with Grova. After all, anyone would think too much if they were holding someone's portrait and were going to send her back home. The little fox nodded obediently, then with tearful eyes, threw his head into Field's arms. Don't be afraid. Field patted her shoulder. The little lowly's soft and tiny breath passed through her clothes and fell on her skin, making her feel itchy. After comforting Gao Gerlis, Field said thoughtfully, Since you have met her, you should be on guard against her having met you. We should act cautiously and avoid unnecessary trouble. Chapter 188 Mountain Monkey Territory. Field took out a mask and gave it to Geoglisai. I guess the whole world thinks you have ascended to heaven, so disguise yourself to avoid the curiosity of those who are interested. As you wish. After the army was assembled, Field led the army to the Mountain Monkey Territory. The Mountain Monkey Territory is the border area between the High Castle Province and the Rick Province, not far from the Maple Leaf Territory. The origin of the name, according to popular belief, is that there is an animal called Iron Mountain Monkey here. Their eyeballs are important magical materials, and people make a living by raising monkeys. But all the nobles knew that Baron Mountain Monkey's grandfather was a vicious outlaw bandit nicknamed Mountain Monkey. He had an army of bandits that were good at guerrilla warfare. He robbed houses and accumulated a large fortune. Then, he used unknown means to obtain the baron's territory. After becoming a baron, he was no longer outstanding. Without military power and bloodline, he could hardly make any progress in the aristocratic circle. Therefore, the Mountain Monkey family had no allies and no chosen ones. If Mountain Monkey City had not been easy to defend and difficult to attack, and not rich, it would have been annexed long ago. The group marched quickly, and it took Field 2 days to reach the territory of the Mountain Monkey. As we traveled, the surrounding environment was obviously changing. Maple Leaf Territory was full of flowers and maple trees, but Mountain Monkey Territory was full of natural atmosphere. The lush trees and deep mountain paths are still created by people walking on them. The vegetation is so lush, and there are mountain products. At first glance, there is food everywhere. Field dismounted and took a deep breath. You couldn't see such a beautiful view in the night. With a casual glance, he saw a bunch of mushrooms, a few deer passing through the forest from time to time, and Field also sensed the presence of weak monsters. In the mountains, I can hear the calls of various animals. Field said nonsense in a serious manner. This is a snow leopard. This is a lynx. This is a fox. Field patted Geoglis, who was clinging to him. Geoglis, Sigma, huh? Rosaria, who was hiding in the great sword, looked confused. Why didn't I hear anything? Ahem. At first glance, I identify it as a cute creature. Field amused the two confused chosen ones. He couldn't help but sigh. This place is really rich in natural resources. In comparison, Night territory is so poor that it has nothing. Rosaria said unconvincedly, Night owns me and my kind. Field cheered up. Indeed, the greatest resource of the northern province is actually a bunch of lovely chosen ones, but some of them are unfriendly. As it was getting dark, Field decided to set up camp as soon as possible to avoid falling off the cliff while walking on the mountain road. Let's go to the flat land beyond the creek and rest for the night. Field shouted the order. Looking at the beautiful scenery around, Field was in high spirits. Instead of reciting poems, he found a good place, urinated on a beautiful mountain flower, and then set up a temporary camp. The army stopped to rest. Grova heard a commotion outside. She opened the small wooden door of the carriage and complained directly. This carriage is terrible. It creaks. As a noble, can't you even afford a better carriage? Please bear with me for a while, Mississippi. You will be able to return to your home soon. Field didn't bother to say more. He jumped onto a huge rock and looked around with his artifact telescope. Grova rolled her eyes. Seeing Field's indifference, she did not hide her anger and cursed in a voice that only she could hear. You useless country lord. Your last name is Ross. You must be an imposter. This is already the mountain monkey territory. It's my territory. I've tolerated you for a long time, yet you dare to speak to me like this. Grova immediately got off the carriage and walked quickly to the boulder. She wanted to curse, but when she saw Field's indifferent look, she suddenly remembered how he chopped down corpses without blinking an eye in the Night territory. She immediately changed her tone and said, My Knight, you should treat the noble lady well. I think everyone with noble blood will do the same. Oh, what can I do for you? Field raised an eyebrow. Your maid, Grova said without any politeness. She'll be fine, just a lowly demi-human. Just give her to me. Geoglis's ears trembled, and she immediately became anxious and uneasy. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask, otherwise she would have been tearful again. Even with extraordinary powers, one's fragile heart cannot be changed in an instant. Field didn't even think about it. No, she is mine, the kind that is close to me. I can't sleep at night without her. Call. Geoglis hid her hands behind her back, took a long breath of relief, and secretly rejoiced. No matter how close it is, it's just a toy. How much gold coins? Grova rolled her eyes. If it doesn't work, sell your human maid to me. I'll give you 5 gold coins. How about that? It's enough to buy a prettier female slave. Field sat on the stone, his hand supporting his cheek, and said in a calm tone, I don't want to say it a second time. Go back to your carriage, otherwise I can't guarantee your safety. This is the mountain monkey territory. No one dares to touch me. This is our family's territory. The woman shouted harshly. Oh, I heard there are a lot of bandits around here. They may not know you. Field closed his eyes slightly and placed his left hand on the hilt of the sword. This fine steel sword had already chopped down countless creatures, and he obviously didn't mind chopping down one more. Just kill her, then raise the Black Crow flag and plunder the mountain monkey chief. In this era, physical attacks are particularly useful against unreasonable idiots. You? Grova suddenly felt a chill on her back. She glared at Field, and without looking back, she returned to the carriage obediently. Forget it. Let's kill the mountain monkey baron first, and then plunder. Direct looting is not efficient enough, so let's go to the baron's castle and take a look first. Team 1 will go pick fresh fruits and vegetables, and Team 2 will go hunting. Be careful not to stray too far from the camp and return before the sun sets. Yes, sir. The soldiers were very excited. They knew this was a good opportunity to have a snack, so they set out happily. The mountains and forests are the private property of the nobles. They are sacred and inviolable, and ordinary people dare not touch them. But Field, who was also a noble, didn't care at all. Not only was Baron Mountain Monkey on the same level as himself, he also had no background, so at least he could use the Ross family to bluff people. The most fatal thing was that Baron Mountain Monkey had no God's chosen one. Soon, the soldiers returned to the camp with a large amount of game. A warm bonfire was lit and bamboo shoots were cooking in the pot. The maid Sparrow laboriously skewered the meat and roasted it over the fire. The aroma of the meat soon spread everywhere. The soldiers also secretly learned from the maid's methods and cooked clumsily. The mountain monkey territory is too quiet. Has the deurbanization been too successful? Field felt something was wrong and released the corrupted Black Crow. Let's take a bird's-eye view of the surrounding environment. Chapter 189A Family. The Black Crow flew for a long time and finally found a mountain village. Why are 9 out of 10 houses empty? There was no smoke coming out of the village. Only an elderly man was sitting at the entrance of the village, looking helpless. Field frowned and controlled the black crow to circle around twice more. Apart from the disappearance of the villagers, there was nothing strange or unusual. Your dear steak, my lord. The maid sparrow brought the food over and carefully wiped off the sauce on the edges of the tableware. Field was just about to eat when he heard a noisy sound and faint dog barking. After becoming a second-level knight, his perception ability was greatly enhanced. Someone is approaching here, please step back. Field made a fake push with his right hand, signaling the maid to step back, and picked up the sword. Sure enough, within a dozen seconds, the whistle of patrolling soldiers was heard in the woods. The soldiers reluctantly put down their food and began to line up, while Field took the lead and walked towards the place where the sound came from. A little boy riding a mountain pony, about 12 or 13 years old, with fair complexion and slightly curly hair, arrived at the camp with 17 guards. They brought a large group of hounds and carried deer on their horses, and it was obvious that they were passing by while hunting. Seeing that he was wearing aristocratic clothes, Field had a rough idea of what he was doing. Field adjusted his collar, asked the soldiers to make way, and walked forward with a standard polite smile. Hello, I am the Baron of Night. You must be the son of the Baron of Mountain Monkey. Haha. The young man sneered and raised his chin towards the guard. The guard's eyes widened, and he looked confused. Field was also confused. What was he going to do? Share his prey with himself? What are you standing there for? Release the dog and bite him to death, the young man said shockingly. The guard's teeth chattered. Master Payer, but the other party is a baron, not a pariah who can be dealt with at will. If I say let you go, then let you go. Otherwise, I will kill you. Payer shouted in a still childish voice. Are you disobeying my orders? You cannot be disloyal to your master. Yes, sir. The guard's face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and did as he was told. He had to obey his lord's orders. He muttered to himself, if I bite him to death, no one will be held accountable. Oh, I admire your courage. Field looked amused. His own army was already displayed in plain sight, but he still dared to be so arrogant. Reality really does not require logic. Woof, woof, woof. As the guard loosened his hand, the ferocious mountain hound opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Field, howling. Kill those dogs. Field snapped his fingers nonchalantly. Kill. With a unified shout, the soldiers of Night Territory quickly formed a shield wall to face the oncoming hounds. They thrust out with their spears, and the sharp spear tips pierced into the bodies of the hounds that were charging at them at high speed without any hindrance. In an instant, most of the hunting dogs died. The hunting dogs running behind had no time to break and all crashed into the soldiers' shields. What greeted them were only cold machetes and spears. In one encounter, all the hounds were slaughtered. How dare you kill my dog? Payer's mouth drooped and he howled in anger. From childhood to adulthood, he had never seen anyone in the mountain monkey territory who dared to resist him. Since he was a child, his father told him, you can kill whoever you want, no matter how you want, because he is the son of Baron Mountain Monkey. He did the same thing, and the situation today has never happened. Where did this naughty kid come from? Faced with the sudden stupid questioning, Field's brain almost crashed. It was the first time he encountered a naughty child in this world. Greetings, Lord Baron from Nightfall Territory. I'm sorry for the conflict. Master Payer is the descendant of Baron Mountain Monkey. Please go to Mountain Monkey City to discuss this. One soldier saw that Field's soldiers were not easy to deal with, but Field looked very gentle, so he immediately made a suggestion. Field chuckled, feeling unhappy surging in his heart. What were you doing earlier? Seeing that your army is not easy to bully, you are trying to keep things quiet now. Why can I still hear dogs barking? Field raised his eyebrows in confusion. Have you forgotten my orders? Kill all the dogs and just keep the child. Yes. The soldiers held their spears upright without hesitation, forming an encirclement and charging forward quickly. Please restrain yourself. Run away. We are Baron Mountain Monkey's men. The guards were shocked. They had never expected Field to retaliate immediately. After all, their master was still there. Before the guards had time to persuade or beg for mercy, the guard who first persuaded Field to calm down was the first to be shot in the throat by the Night Army soldiers who rushed over. The guard covered his throat, making a hoarse sound, and suddenly felt his whole body go limp. He fell down unwillingly with his eyes wide open. These guards were used to being domineering in the territory. They were fine when it came to bullying the villagers, but when they met the battle-hardened soldiers, they were no match at all. They waved their weapons in vain and were soon stabbed and killed by the soldiers. The screams echoed among the mountains. When you want to kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed. Field didn't even take them seriously. Kill him. Grova witnessed all this. Her eyes were fierce. Her fists were clenched so tightly that veins even bulged. Kill my brother. and all the family property will be mine. However, she soon saw a scene she didn't want to see. Sir, we have captured the person who offended you. The soldiers only killed Pierre's guards. They pulled Pierre off his horse, kicked him secretly, and threw him in front of Field like a dead dog. Let me go? I am a noble. Field walked up to him, picked him up, raised his hand, and slapped him 5 or 6 times, knocking him to the ground. I reasonably suspect that you are an impostor. In addition, your behavior is an attack on a noble, which is an act of war, so you are captured by me. Pierre immediately backed off. My father will give you money. Please don't kill me. Yoho, weren't you very arrogant before? Why did you attack me? Field was curious. Because, sister? Sister, come and save me. Pierre looked around, and when he saw Field's maid Sparrow, he showed a strange appetite, just like a carnivore seeing fresh meat. However, he put on an innocent look, pouted and cried. No, I thought you were robbers, Wu. I just wanted to drive the bad guys away. Field snorted disdainfully. It turned out that they were not from the same family. They looked exactly like each other. Grova ran over, clasped her fingers tightly, and begged with tears in her eyes. Pell is still a child, and you are a brave knight. Please don't argue with him. Of course not. Field smiled slightly. The descendants of the nobility will certainly not be killed. All they need is a ransom. After saying this, Field put Pyre down. But the brother and sister didn't know that a strange red line emerged from the gluttony sword and had silently penetrated into Pierre's neck. Chapter 190 Armed Visit. Second-level magical skill, Bone-Eating Worms. Rosaria quietly parasitized Pyre. In fact, Grova had also been parasitized a long time ago. As long as Rosaria had a thought, the two of them could recreate the classic scene of childbirth in Alien. Worms in the two of them didn't break out, so they were kept in the dark. Field gently invited the siblings to get into the carriage, and the murderous look in his eyes was well concealed. No words were spoken that night. The next day at noon, Field arrived at the small town of Barren Mountain Monkey. It was very small, with only about 50 or 60 households. It was not even as big as the Starry Night Manor, but the stone walls around it were decent, thick, and reliable. The castle is located on a high ground in the northeast corner of the town. It is just a 2-story stone building. The place is extremely poor. Cities on top of mountains are destined to be limited in size. Ding dong ding dong. Before Field's troops arrived, they heard the church bells ringing and a flock of birds were startled away from the woods to the west. Of Shanho City slowly closed, and a dozen soldiers climbed up the city wall, looking at Field's army warily. Not long after, the mercenaries in messy clothes also climbed up the city wall, cursing. Oh, finally, we see a proper army, even though we can't even see any iron pieces on them. The guards killed before had combat effectiveness similar to that of the militia. The soldiers in front of him looked like they had some fighting ability, but they were poorly dressed in animal skins. There were very few of them, and even with the mercenaries, there were less than 50 of them. Hello, sir. Please tell me what you want to do. The commander on the wall seemed extremely nervous and asked loudly in an accented voice. Field's army was much larger than theirs, which put a lot of pressure on him. Hello, I am Baron Field of Night Territory. I found your baron's daughter, and son, and came to visit you. The warhorse walked forward slowly, and Field calmly stated his purpose. I think Barren Mountain Monkey's way of entertaining guests is too special. After saying that, Field signaled, and the soldiers grabbed the siblings and walked out of the formation. Your way of visiting and sending gifts is so special. The commander wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, Please wait a moment. I will inform the Baron. Field shrugged and smiled gently. Please, I came here with the friendship of Night Lord. You see, I don't even have siege weapons. Soon, a man and a woman, accompanied by 10 guards wearing half-body scale armor, hurried to the city wall. My child, the beautiful woman exclaimed. Open the door quickly, my dear Grover is back. You sewer rats, don't you recognize your future master? With the creaking sound of the winch, the gate slowly rose. Ma'am, be careful. Barren Mountain Monkey was obviously not a decisive person. He looked panic-stricken and finally only advised his wife to be careful. The woman didn't even pay attention to her husband's words and trotted out to greet him. Duong duong. Mrs. Shanho has a magnificent figure, worthy of being a woman who has given birth to 2 children. When she runs, it's like she's dribbling a ball. She has a high nose bridge, and her charming triangular eyes are half open and half awake, as if she could lie down and sleep at any time, full of the charm of a mature woman. The pupils of the people in the night went up and down along with the big rabbit. That's really cool. Could she be their stepmother? She's much prettier than Grova. Field tilted his head, then glanced at Barren Mountain Monkey. His appearance fits his title very well. He is skinny and looks like a reward brother, and his whole body is filled with the temperament of kidney deficiency. Wait, honorable lady. Field waved the musket in front of the siblings. I can understand a mother's love for her child, but you have to know that I spent a lot of effort to save Miss Grova. I know. The reward has been prepared. The lady quickly put her hands in front of her body and bowed to Field. Also, my son, has he caused you trouble? Unfortunately, he attacked my army, and I thought I was dealing with bandits. You're lying. You know who I am. Payer became anxious and protested loudly. Field was not at all panicked. Nobles needed to be respectable. If Baron Mountain Monkey was unwilling to be respectable, then he would help them to be respectable. It would just take a little more effort. I think he was frightened. His guards are terrible. They may be from a ranger family and have too much banditry. The lady bowed and apologized. I am sorry to trouble you. Payer is a child who has been spoiled by us. Yes, don't mind. Baron Mountain Monkey smiled awkwardly, his eyes constantly looking at the Night Lord's army. They were completely different from his own soldiers. Every one of the Night Lord's soldiers was murderous, as if they were killing people every day. I thought Baron Shanho was a very domineering man. After all, his son was so arrogant, but I didn't expect him to look so cowardly. And the affairs of the territory seemed to be handled by his wife. We are willing to compensate you with another 2,000 gold coins. The noblewoman hesitated for a moment and suggested, we cannot afford a higher price. As you can see, the population of our territory is declining, and 2,000 gold coins have almost emptied the treasury. Make a deal. Field agreed without hesitation. But Baron Mountain Monkey's chest was heaving. He didn't even get to say a word as the gold coins were given away for no apparent reason. He was so angry that he almost fainted. It is getting late. The mountainous area has been uneasy lately. Please come into the city and rest, Baron. Please let me thank you properly. The lady's eyes moved as if they could squeeze out water, and her thighs and abdomen cast a triangular outline on the hem of her skirt. I knocked. You're not going to play a trick on your husband, are you? Field was shocked. Be careful, Field. I sense a slight threat from the direction of the castle. The aura of death in the city is very strong. Just as Field was about to take a step, Rosaria's reminder came. Well, I'll pay attention. Field opened the small map and took a look. In the direction of the castle, there were a lot of skull icons. Judging from their sizes, they were all low-grade monsters. How many monsters can be hidden in a 2-story stone house, even if it has a basement? Field became increasingly alert as to what they were doing by capturing the girls. Then I'll have the army stationed here. Field looked at Baron Mountain Monkey and asked for his opinion. He nodded grimly. After entering the city, Field saw the whole picture of the small town, or rather the whole picture of the mountain village. The dilapidated stone houses had cracks filled with mud. Monkey jerky was hung out to dry with tattered clothes. The ground was also dirt and mixed with excrement. Walking on it felt like being in a pigsty. Field asked everyone to camp near the entrance of the city wall. Please come to the castle. I will let you taste the specialties of the mountain monkey territory. Chapter 191. Everyone is greedy for my body. The lady asked the children to go back to the castle first, and she waited patiently for Field to finish setting up camp. She stepped forward and covered her chest with her hands before introducing herself. My name is Mai, from the Alfaro family. I have heard of the Ross family for a long time. It is an honor to meet a real noble. Hello, beautiful lady. Field didn't want to waste words. He looked around and said calmly, I care more about my gold coins. Can I get paid? I've asked my husband to prepare it. After waiting patiently for a moment, 2 soldiers brought in a large wooden box. Field motioned for the soldiers to open the box. Creaky, the old wooden box made a teeth-grinding sound. There was a pile of silver coins in the box, mixed with a pitiful amount of gold coins and a bunch of gold ornaments, such as a gold candlestick, or maybe copper. He could use the ornaments to pay off his debts, and he saw that Baron Mountain Monkey had indeed been squeezed out of his money. There are no 4,000 gold coins here. Field just took a quick glance and looked at Mai with a questioning look. These things are worth 1,000 gold coins, no more, no less. Please count them, Sir Field. It will take time for us to raise the other 3,000 gold coins, but you will definitely get more. There's no need to take inventory. I trust Ms. Mai. Field waved his hand proudly, and the soldiers loaded the boxes into the carriage with ease. Now, respected Sir Field, are you willing to keep the appointment? Mai smiled. If you don't even come to the castle, we will be sad. With pleasure. Field agreed immediately. He came to investigate the disappearance of the girl. Baron Mountain Monkey was far inferior to Baron Bull in strength. It would be much easier to start the investigation with him. Following Mai into the castle, Field felt a creepy feeling coming from the indifferent residents who looked at him with strange eyes. Kunkin to be seen in the town. It would be strange if it could be normal. He muttered to himself. No wonder it was so unusually quiet. and when I walked around the town, I couldn't see even the most common domestic animals around. When he pushed open the castle door, a faint fishy smell, like the scent of heather, hit him in the face. The pungent smell made Field's nostrils twitch slightly, and he fanned his right hand in an attempt to make the air fresher. Sorry, it's always like this here, very humid. Ma looked embarrassed. Besides, the mainstay of our territory's economy is monkeys, and slaughtering them will produce a bad smell. No problem. I've smelled worse. Stepping into the dark stone castle, Field was like a bowstring ready to be released. Rosaria was also ready to attack, ready to deal with possible threats at any time. My dear daughter, I miss you very much. The voice of Baron Mountain Monkey came from upstairs. My God, why are things always so bad? Our castle should be torn down, renovated, and made magnificent. It should not be as shabby as it is now, not even as good as the Starry Night Castle in the countryside. My son, we are financially stretched beyond our means, you know. Damn it. I shouldn't be living like this. I should be living like a princess. There was a constant noise upstairs, followed by the sound of things being smashed. Field was amazed when he heard this. He never thought that aristocrats could live in such a difficult situation. When he saw the arrogant attitude of the siblings, he thought they were extremely rich. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Ma-e lowered her head, and was so embarrassed that she wanted to bury her face in the ground. Because we had high expectations for both children, we always granted their requests since they were young. Unfortunately, life became increasingly difficult. The Iron Mountain Monkey's eyes are outdated as a magical material, and their value has been greatly reduced. Field waved his hand and walked forward slowly, his eyes sweeping across the stone wall, on which there were faint sticky water stains. Turning his head, Field gently comforted. Everyone has difficulties. Live your life well every day, and everything will be fine. The poor have their own way of living, and the rich have their own way of living. So difficult in the night territory at first, but now it is gradually getting on the right track. You are such an elegant gentleman. Ma-e wiped his eyes and smiled back. Your wife must be very happy. I am not married yet. Field was not legally married. Ma stared at Field meaningfully for a long time. You are such an elegant and handsome knight. You need a partner. Could this woman be attracted to me? Field rubbed his chin and thought to himself, why are they all greedy for my body? How despicable. Baron Field, please dine with us. Baron Mountain Monkey walked down from upstairs with a dejected look on his face, his eyes filled with deep frustration and unwillingness. Just call me Field. I won't eat. I'm doing the holy bath these 2 days. I'm praying to the goddess of light, hoping that my father will get better, so I can't eat. Field lied with his eyes open. He simply didn't want to eat weird things in the castle. And prayer is the best excuse. That's a pity, you missed the best food. Baron Mountain Monkey heaved a sigh of relief and said in embarrassment, your room is on the 2nd floor, the first room in the corridor. Give us 2 days to raise the money. In addition, I'm sorry, our castle can't afford a maid, so... Yeah, I understand. Field smiled, but was thinking, there are almost no women in the entire territory. It would be strange to have maids here. After a few casual greetings, Field went to his room to rest. Soon after returning to the room, the sky gradually darkened and a drizzle of rain fell. Combined with the dark town outside the window, it is depressing and dull. Due to the long journey, Field fell asleep quickly. This sleep was terrible. He felt something heavy pressing on his body, especially on his chest, which made it hard to breathe. As he breathed, the pleasant scent of feminine scent flowed into his nose, and his hands were filled with excellent touch. But the strange thing was that he couldn't wake up at all, probably because that heavy thing didn't pose any threat and even made him feel at ease. It was not until late at night, when the rain was getting heavier and the wind was howling, that Field was awakened. I hope Geoglis isn't scared in the barracks. Looking out the window, Field muttered to himself sleepily. Hee, you're holding one in your arms and thinking about another, right? A muffled sound came from under the quilt. Fuck, Field was shocked. He lifted the quilt and saw Rosalia lying on top of him with a smile on her face. Her neckline was wide open, and her playful bunny was pressed into an attractive state. Her light golden hair was spread out, very dazzling. She grabbed a small tuft of hair and drew circles on Field's belly out of boredom. No wonder I couldn't breathe. It turned out that you were pressing on me. Field was no longer sleepy. Why did you suddenly climb on top of me? Don't I usually lie on top of you? Why don't you think it's weird? Chapter 192 Octopus Monster. Well, to be exact, you were hiding in the Great Sword, and I was carrying you around everywhere. You made it sound like a horror movie. Rosaria grinned lazily. I was afraid that you would be attacked while you were sleeping. I haven't rested all the time. You were so careless that you fell asleep immediately. This place is not safe. Thanks a lot. Field subconsciously wanted to touch her head, but his hand stopped in midair because Rosalia didn't want to be killed by a pat on the head. If you want to touch my head, go ahead. Really, I won't stop you this time. Okay. Field raised his mouth. You said so. Next second. Where are you going? Feeling the restless claws moving towards her collar, Rosaria trembled slightly, but her eyes closed slightly. I also want to go to bed. If I don't rest, I will become stupid. Huh? You behaved well this time and didn't run away. But her eyelashes were trembling. Field immediately laughed like a Soul Hall elder. He very rudely put your hand. For more exciting content, please click expand. Phew, I feel great. Rosaria's voice was hoarse and it was a little difficult to breathe. Didn't you say you wanted to pat my head? What? That head is still a head. From now on, I won't be polite. Field couldn't wait any longer and quickly threw his pajamas aside, ready to open the lid and eat. Wait, someone's coming. Rosaria's eyes changed. She stuck out her tongue at Field and instantly returned to the gluttony greatsword, saying, let's explore the next area later. Nima. Field almost exploded on the spot. Snap. The door opened, and it turned out to be Ms. Ma-E who came in. She looked at Field with angry eyes, mistakenly thinking that he was looking at her silk pajamas. She was stunned and immediately said in a delicate voice, Baron Field, why haven't you slept yet? Are you as lonely as I am? Field sneered, lonely you. Ma-E paused. The person in front of her clearly didn't say anything, just smiled. So why did he sound so angry? Although Ma-E is good-looking, she is not even qualified to carry Rosalia's shoes. Just imagine, when you can pout to Lu Yifei or Fan Bingbing, but suddenly you are slapped in the face and replaced by an ant from a street foot massage shop who has ulterior motives. Are you angry? Baron, I can't sleep. Go out and carry 2 bags of flour, walk around the castle twice, come back and fall asleep. Field said unhappily, but then, little Field lifted his blood rage and his smart brain immediately took over. Field knew that this was not right, so he smiled and said, I'm joking, Ms. Mai. What can I do for you? Ma-E swayed her waist and came closer, sniffing her nose. Baron, you smell so good. Oh, really? I just like the smell of something sweet. Field was embarrassed. When he was squeezing and kneading Rosalia, her body fragrance made him absorbed into his body. I smell good too, you'll definitely like it. Ma-E smiled wickedly and was about to pounce on him. Oh my god, the old grass is going to eat the calf. Field quickly pushed his hands and lit the oil lamp. The light made the room bright. Field said bluntly, I don't believe in love at first sight. If you have anything to say, just say it. The main thing is that the person in front of you may not be a normal human being, so you must not be careless. On the small map, the number of monsters inside the castle suddenly began to increase rapidly. Seeing Field's righteous words, Ma-E was silent for a long time, and finally said helplessly, My husband, he is becoming less and less like himself. I am very scared. Please elaborate. Ma-E sat dejectedly on the chair. Since the Bull Baron came, he has changed completely, becoming dark and haggard. Moreover, they even captured the daughters of the people. Although I am a noble, as a mother, I am deeply shocked and frightened by this behavior. Field frowned, put his pajamas back on, and sat up straight. No wonder there are so few people in the mountain monkey territory. I was wondering when I came here. Do you know why he captured the girl? I don't know, but I'm scared because I never see those girls again. I'm worried that soon it will be my children's turn, my turn. Field nodded thoughtfully. So, you need to find someone to take you away from here. Yes, it would be better if I could not just leave here. I hope to find a reliable and considerate strong man. Ma-E raised her eyebrows meaningfully and stretched out her right hand unceremoniously. I think you are waiting for me too. Before she finished speaking, a strange red shadow fell from the ceiling, right on Ma-Ye's neck. What the hell? The woman screamed and jumped around wildly as if dancing, waving her hands wildly in an attempt to shake the thing off. Field had been prepared for this, and he got a gorgeous brooch, which flashed with brilliant light and turned into a holy sword. Fighting spirit surged, an astonishing momentum burst out from his body, and Field suddenly stabbed out with the sword in his hand. Puff! The long sword accurately pierced the body of the red shadow. With a hissing sound like an insect, the little monster turned into a pool of rotten meat and fell to the ground. What is that? Ma-E was so frightened that he asked subconsciously. Then his body swayed, and he fell to the ground. Putting his finger under her nose, Field let out a breath and said, It looks like she fainted from fright. Rosaria emerged from the great sword. Very good, you are very vigilant. I thought I needed to take action. Field turned his gaze to the killed little monster and leaned over and poked it twice with his iris sword. This is an octopus-like monster, the size of a fist, with a cracked structure on its head and large eyeballs hidden inside. What is this, and where did it come from? No. Rosaria shook her head in confusion. Never seen one. But what is certain is that it is not a corrupted creature. Never mind. Let's go outside and check the situation first. Although there were still many questions in his mind, the monster had been exposed, so there was no need for him to continue hiding. After hiding Mai in the closet, Field closed the closet. At the same time, released the black crow and contact the little fox to ask her to be on guard. His fingers lightly brushed across the iris sword, and the artifact immediately emitted a clear sword sound. When I opened the door, the corridor was full of octopus monsters. They were crawling all over the walls and the floor, leaving strange slime. Seeing Field coming out, the octopus monsters rushed over together. Just leave it to me. Rosaria swung her sword, and countless chains emerged. The harsh sound of steel drilling into flesh and blood continued to echo in the corridor. The octopus monster looks disgusting, but it doesn't have much fighting power. Chapter 193, Mountain Monkey Baron and Cthulhu Red Monster. The octopus monsters were strangled to death. The two followed the direction where the octopus monster emerged and came to the room at the end of the corridor. The door was ajar, and embarrassing sounds and a man's slightly painful groan could be heard from inside. Why is there such a sound? Does Baron Mountain Monkey have hemorrhoids? A hint of surprise flashed in Field's eyes. Without hesitation, he pushed open the half-open door with his sword. Fuck, this is too bizarre. Can I really watch this for free? I saw Baron the Mountain Monkey and another monster performing a strange ritual. The monster was about 1.5 meters tall, made of wriggling meat and octopus tentacles, full of Cthulhu elements. Those little octopus monsters continue to grow from the bodies of Cthulhu monsters. So strong. Could these little octopuses be the children of Baron Monkey? No wonder he is so weak. He is such a warrior. Ugh. Seeing him actually enjoying it, Field dry heaved twice and got goosebumps all over his body. What happened to the Empire? It's filled with filth. Rosalia's face was gloomy. She shook her body and aimed the sword in her hand at the red monster and slashed it straight. With the sound of breaking through the air, the gluttonous sword, which contained terrifying power, fell heavily on the red monster. Puff! The red monster was completely blown up, and the small octopus inside its body was crushed into powder by the violent, corrupt divine power. Roar! Just this one move was like stirring up a hornet's nest. The roars of monsters echoed all over the castle. Red monsters, as if appearing out of thin air, emerged from every corner of the castle and crawled towards the two of them. You're late. Torture you to death. Let you feel the pain we went through. A strange, teasing laugh came from the red monster's body. Although no mouth was seen, it did make a sound. It can actually speak, and it's a girl's voice. Field took a step back in shock, with a bad guess in his mind. These monsters, can't they all be missing girls? The monsters stopped talking and rushed towards the two. With his pupils slightly dilated, Field could see that the red monster had fine bone spurs and tentacles on its body. If he was knocked down, something bad would definitely happen, such as becoming like the Mountain Monkey Baron and being drained by the monster. Boys should protect themselves when they go out. Field sighed and did not intend to hide behind Rosaria, but chose to fight side by side with her. He took a deep breath, his fighting spirit surged, and the long sword in his hand burst out. The red monster was not intimidated by the fighting spirit. His tumor was throbbing, and he grabbed with a pair of big hands. Bang! The giant hand and the long sword collided with a loud bang, and the iris sword passed through the giant hand unhindered. Field pierced straight into the monster's body at a tricky angle. The brilliant holy light instantly illuminated the room. The red monster screamed miserably and was burned to ashes by the holy light. Holy light artifact. The red monster's previous arrogance disappeared in an instant, and his tone was filled with panic. Holy light also has a strong restraining effect on this kind of monster. Field looked at the iris sword in his hand in surprise and murmured, "It seems that we need to grab a holy light, chosen one, and take him home." The monsters rushed over. Rosaria raised her sword and raised a sneer at the corner of her mouth. "Don't touch my lord. He belongs to me. Die." Countless sword shadows flashed in the air and slashed down layer by layer. In an instant, the red monsters were blown up and killed without any suspense. Rosaria continued to absorb life energy. She licked the corner of her mouth and said, "It tastes good." Corrupted creatures? The remaining red monsters screamed and turned around and ran away. The monsters looked disgusting, but they had not even reached the first level of life and were no match for the two. "Don't try to escape." Field caught up and killed one, then knocked down another with the hilt of his sword. "Tell me, what are you?" Field stepped on the monster. Blood sacrifice to the true god. Mistress Hina has been cured. Let me show you the great darkness. It turned out to be the Shadow World sect. Field was shocked. When he first saw the news of the arrest of the girl spread, Field guessed that this matter was not simple, but he did not expect that the Shadow World sect was behind it. Look at you. You are so arrogant. Why don't you go to heaven? He put the iris sword on the monster, just like throwing a red-hot iron into the water, which instantly boiled and burned the monster until it screamed. Field asked again, who is Hina? Is she the boss of the Shadow World sect? It doesn't matter if I tell you. Lady Hina is the leader's right-hand man. She has the combat power of a second-level god's chosen. Prepare to face death. Just talk. Why are you showing off? Field killed it with one sword and pondered. I understand. After the rebellion was over, the chosen ones of the Shadow World sect were seriously injured, so they hid away to recover. By the way, shouldn't the chosen one recover quickly? Field looked at Rosaria. The physique of the chosen ones cannot be generalized. I was once extremely angry. Well, as the life level increases, a huge amount of energy is needed to restore vitality. In addition, the support of the territory is required. If there is no suitable means of recovery, it will take a long time to recuperate. Rosaria spread her hands and said, if I recover naturally, it won't be too fast. Field understood immediately. Although the higher the level of the chosen one, the stronger their recovery ability, but the energy they can use is very thin. There is only so much gasoline. No matter how powerful your engine is, you won't be able to continue running once the gasoline is burned out. Therefore, the nobles' chosen ones recover faster because they have territories and cities that provide a constant supply of energy. The Shadow World sect can only parasitize on other people's territories, sneakily, or slowly recover in the wilderness. Since Hina is not a big shot in the Shadow World sect, then we should beat her up. Field cheered up. I feel dizzy. Baron Mountain Monkey woke up slowly, holding his waist, looking as if his waist had been pinched. What happened? Seeing body parts scattered all over the house, he almost fainted again. How dare you ask me that? Field snorted coldly and picked up Baron Mountain Monkey. You betrayed the Empire and killed your own people. The worst thing is that you even tried to murder me. Field threw a bunch of accusations at him, and Baron Mountain Monkey was shocked. I swear I know nothing. Haha, your territory's deurbanization was so successful. Don't tell me you're just paying tribute to the legendary environmentalist. Oh, that's not the case. Baron Mountain Monkey shrank his neck and said, I just sold the pure girls in the territory for gold coins. I don't know anything else. Tell me more. Chapter 194 Storm. After Baron Bull visited my castle, he saw that I was in a desperate situation and recommended a merchant who would give him a pure girl in exchange for gold coins. I thought they were useless pariahs anyway, so I gave them the money. I didn't expect that the population of the entire territory was decreasing and my body was getting weaker and weaker. Scum. Field knocked him down with an elbow, then picked him up again. He is a rebel of the Shadow World sect. You cooperated with the rebels and killed countless people. The crime of treason can send you to the gallows. Please don't tell anyone. I'm also a victim. No, any evil will be brought to justice. Field said righteously, and then rubbed his fingers. But if you can pay enough? Field had a plan in place. Wait until he emptied out his family fortune and then kill him. Firstly, he saw his chosen one, and secondly, this guy was a scumbag. The nobles are very good at hiding things. If they hide their wealth in the mountains and ditches, they will never be able to find it. When it comes to money, Baron Shanho's face turned grim, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, 50,000 gold coins, but it will take 3 years. You should discuss this issue with the governor of Rick Province. I need something more valuable. Field folded his arms across his chest, unmoved. For 50,000 yuan, he could just sell 2 happy beans himself. Help! Screams were heard from other rooms. My children are in danger, go save them. The mountain monkey baron was startled and stopped struggling. He seemed to have swallowed all the broken teeth into his stomach. He said helplessly, Our family has an ancestral artifact left by my grandfather. I will give it to you, but you must save my children first. Deal. Field snapped his fingers happily. By the way, your wife is in the closet in my room. Grab your sword and defend your castle. Baron Mountain Monkey was puzzled as to why my wife was hiding in your room. Field ignored him, opened the door, and hurried to the room of the heir of Baron Mountain Monkey, only to find that the room was empty. When I ran to the broken window, I could only see a group of red monsters holding 2 children and Ms. Mai and heading up the mountain. Damn, those monsters have intelligence. I clearly hid my. Field was shocked. Beep. Enemy attack. Monsters are approaching the city wall. The Night Army sounded the alarm. Under the fierce mountain rain and howling wind, countless red humanoid monsters squirmed and surrounded the mountain monkey city from all directions. Under the violent storm, it was like a raging torrent. Devil, it's a devil. Oh my God, someone come and save us. The devil has returned to the world. Of the mountain monkey territory fell into panic and jumped down from the watchtowers and city walls screaming. There was a fool who, in a panic, fell headfirst on the rocks under the city wall. The huge force of the fall directly smashed his head into a pool of red and white liquid flowing out. The Night Lord's soldiers cursed, picked up their weapons and occupied the nearby city walls. Field quickly used the Black Crow to inform Geoglis that he was worried about the little fox. He was not only worried about her safety, but also her mental problems. Geoglis has lived in an environment of high pressure and slavery since she was a child. After contacting her for the past few days, Field suspected that she had a serious people-pleasing personality, was very timid and introverted, and might have other psychological problems. Smiling at those who oppress you is more likely to earn you preferential treatment than showing your teeth. Therefore, even though I am a member of the human race, after I saved her, she seemed to accept the reality without any hesitation and kept trying to please me. You know, Ashina has such a good temper, and she also grinned at me for a while at the beginning. Field is worried that psychological problems will affect her. In the tent, Gogris was in an inexplicable panic. Although she had become the chosen one, she was so frightened by the shouting and cursing outside that her ears dropped. Are you okay, little fox? Black Crow entered the tent. He saw Goglis curled up in a ball. Field immediately let Black Crow land on Goglis' shoulder. My lord, I will fight right now. Geoglis was startled, mistakenly thinking that the leader wanted to hold her accountable, and hurriedly picked up the weapon in her arms. Don't be so nervous. I won't blame you even if we don't fight. Just take care of yourself. The army of Lord Knight is not there to eat and do nothing. If you are scared, you can stay with Miss Sparrow. She is in the next tent. Go quickly. Rosaria and I are here. The Night territory has always been a hole. You have the right to be afraid. Field said gently, and when he saw the little fox running off to find the maid Sparrow, he focused his attention on himself. How could this happen? Where did those monsters come from? Baron Mountain Monkey also came to the window and saw monsters all over the mountains. His purple lips trembled wildly. Those are your villagers. They are here to seek revenge on you. Field patted his shoulder and slapped the weak-legged mountain monkey Baron to the ground. Pick up your weapons and recruit all the fighting forces in the territory. We have to defend the city. Field pushed open the castle door, and little octopus monsters were running and jumping all over the street. Two villagers rushed out of the house screaming, their necks and bodies covered with octopus monsters. The villager bitten by the octopus monster walked aimlessly for a few steps and slowly merged with the monster. His skin festered, and strange tentacles and tumors grew on him, turning him into a red monster. Shit, so this is how the red monster came about. Rosaria and Field looked at each other, raised their weapons, and slashed at the infected villagers. The long sword hummed, and the two infected guys fell to the ground instantly, landing in the pool of rainwater. This place is just like Innsmouth in the Cthulhu world. After complaining, Field heard footsteps approaching and turned his head to see that the soldiers from the mountain monkey territory had been recruited. There were also several local mercenaries and rangers, about 15 or 16 people. The rest of the soldiers either died or fled. Let's go to my station. More red monsters ran out on the street. Rosaria rushed forward, stretched out her slender hand, grabbed the ugly head of a red monster, and squeezed it, causing it to explode into a large ball of blood. She swung the sword in her right hand, and the light slash contained tremendous power, fiercely dodging the 5 or 6 red monsters that were surrounding her. There were loud explosions, and the monsters that rushed over were instantly blown into pieces. What a terrifying power. This scene stunned everyone in the mountain monkey territory. Field urged, "Go, don't stop." The crowd killed their way along the way and soon arrived at the camp of Knight's army inside the city wall. Chapter 195 Storm 2. You actually have a chosen one. If I had a chosen one, today's situation wouldn't have happened. Baron Mountain Monkey was obviously jealous and looked at Rosalia with envy. Rosalia stared at him as if he were looking at delicious food and gave him a weird smile. Fuck, why does this guy feel a bit scary? Baron Mountain Monkey felt a sudden chill down his spine, as if he was being stared at by an even scarier monster, and was almost frightened to death. Field looked around and said seriously, "Human lives are at stake now, so don't try to hide your abilities. Please defend the easternmost part of the city wall, and leave the front, rear, and west to my army. It would be best if we could share some of the pressure, but I don't expect much from him." "Okay, but my family." Field patted his chest and assured, I have arrangements. I will send someone to rescue them now. After hearing this, Baron Mountain Monkey reluctantly went to the defense zone. Then I'll go save them now. You be careful. Rosalia prepared to leave. No hurry. Massacre the city first. Rosario was stunned. Huh? Kill all the people in the town. Field's voice was emotionless and frighteningly cold. All the forces that can be united are here. The people in the town will only become monsters and threaten our rear. So kill them. It will also provide you with energy for advancement. Oh, I thought you would try to save them. Rosaria's lips curled up into an unexpected smile. They are not my subjects anyway. There is no need to use the lives of our soldiers to save irrelevant people. Now is not the time to be indecisive. There were at least several hundred people in the city, all turned into red monsters. He didn't dare to imagine how much damage it would cause him. Rosalia nodded in agreement. It's a decisive decision. I will stay here to command. You take Black Crow and go out. Once you have dealt with the people in the town, go find Hina that the monster mentioned. By the way, be careful and don't believe the lies of those monsters. Those monsters have intelligence, and they may not be telling the truth. If they encounter danger, they will just run away. But it must not be particularly powerful, otherwise it would have come out to kill people long ago. Field knew this. Okay, I won't let you down. Of the corrupted gods chosen turned into a stream of light and sank into the ground, marking the intersection of life in Mountain Monkey City. Rosaria licked her lips, picked up the big sword, and rushed into the residential area. Soon, heart-wrenching screams were heard in the town. Shoot! The red monster entered the range of the crossbow arrows, and a large number of crossbow arrows were immediately shot out from behind the city wall. Although the mountain rain greatly reduced the power of the crossbow arrows, a wave of arrows still killed more than 10 red monsters. The red monster was not a target, so they didn't have to worry about the impact of the rainy night. They quickly crossed the complex terrain and reached a distance of 20 to 30 meters from the city wall. Puff! There was a loud spitting sound as a large number of small octopus monsters were launched by the red monster. They smashed into the wall and turned into meat paste. Some of them fell on the soldiers, twitching their bodies and trying to parasitize humans. Help! This thing is coming in. You can't go there, that's where you pee. Some soldiers were frightened when they felt the monster crawling on their bodies, and they danced to try to shake it off. Don't panic. Field held down the soldier and burned him with his iris sword, and the octopus monster was killed by the holy light. The soldier was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and thanked him profusely. Thank you, sir. Field patted him on the shoulder and shouted to everyone. Don't be afraid of those little monsters. The more they move, the more dangerous they are. Just let your teammates shoot them down. The chaos on the defense line was quickly stabilized, and the red monsters reached the city wall under a hail of arrows. They seemed to be able to secrete a strange liquid that could enable them to cling to the city walls. They roared, waved their tentacles, grabbed the city walls, and began to climb. Although Shanho City is extremely poor, its walls are high and dangerous, and there are polished stones on the walls that can be picked up and smashed down. For a moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere under the city wall, and disgusting body parts were splashed everywhere, piling up like a small hill. The few lucky guys finally climbed up, but were immediately killed by Field himself. Wow! There were continuous screams from the east side, and immediately a soldier shouted, "The east side of the city wall has been breached." Following the sound, I saw Baron Mountain Monkey and 5 or 6 deserters running towards their defense zone. While escaping, he lost all his weapons and armor. Several soldiers panicked and fell off the city wall or fell into the arms of the monsters. It was breached so quickly. Even if you released a group of pigs, it wouldn't happen so quickly. Field was shocked. They had only held out for less than a quarter of an hour. He had only been away from them for a moment, and their defense had collapsed. The red monster quickly climbed up the city wall through the gap on the east side, followed by the Mountain Monkey Baron, and rushed towards Field. Calculating the time, it's about time. Field was not panicked at all. He slightly arched his body and shot out like a cannonball, smashing hard into the oncoming red monsters and knocking 3 monsters away on the spot. With the force, Field swung the sword in his hand quickly and killed all the red monsters that were chasing the Mountain Monkey Baron. Where's your ancestral artifact? If you don't use it now, you probably won't have a chance to pass it on to your son. It's hidden. The artifact is hidden in the mountains. There's no way to get it now. Baron Mountain Monkey had a sad face and pointed in the direction of the castle. We can't defend this place anymore. Let's go to the castle to defend it. Of smog were seen floating out of the town. The trees withered, all things died, and the screams of rotting corpses were heard in the town. A large number of corpses rushed out of the gray fog and attacked indiscriminately. They crashed into the defense line that Field had arranged in the rear and fought with the soldiers. But more corpses were biting and biting the red monsters. What's going on? Field pretended to be shocked, picked up the confused mountain monkey Baron, and complained first. You old dang. You actually made a deal with corrupt creatures, you beast. I really don't have that. Baron Shanho was so frustrated that he almost fainted. His pupils trembled. It's over. It's really over now. He didn't know that Rosaria was the corrupted chosen one, and most people wouldn't think in that direction. Dreaming of the night territory. The soldiers have gotten used to it. Since they arrived in the night territory, they have encountered rotten corpses everywhere. Turn on the fog lights and go through the fog to the castle. Field had already prepared props for this moment. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he thought to himself, the death haze will become our line of defense. Next, it depends on Rosaria. In the gray fog, Rosaria absorbed all the vitality here and swung the sword with full energy. It's still a long way from the third level, but my physical fitness has increased by another 15%. That's great, but it's a pity that this place is too barren and unpopular. Black Crow landed on Rosaria's shoulder and commanded, let's go to that mountain. All the red monsters appeared out of thin air halfway up the mountain. Chapter 196 Storm, Part 3. That is to say, the enemy should be hiding there, constantly summoning monsters. The enemy is undoubtedly the chosen one. If there is any danger, return to Mountain Monkey City immediately. Field said seriously. Our army will also support you. Field was not a person who liked to dance on the edge of a knife, but if he did not take the initiative to attack at this time, he would probably be unable to leave the Mountain Monkey leader. Even if he managed to leave by chance, there would be endless troubles. I guess the enemy is afraid because she hasn't recovered from her wounds. If she really recovers, that will be the time when we are in big trouble. So, let's give her a hard time now. No problem. Rosaria lifted her skirt to salute, picked up her sword, and turned to leave. Somewhere in a cave, Grova and her brother were unconscious on the ground. Ignoring her unconscious child, Mai shouted, Ms. Hina, why did you stop me? I almost seduced Field. I have seen countless men, and I know at a glance that he is a lustful man. Deep in the cave, a faint voice responded, because his territory is a night territory, you idiot. There is nothing in that place except corpses and monsters. How can I provide the leader with pure people? How can I use living people to heal myself? I guess he himself is not even there to receive the night. This. Mai was embarrassed. I must kill the Baron of Nightfall, muddy the waters, and hide my presence. I need to move to another territory. What about me? Mai grinned twice, his face full of madness. I contributed the entire territory and almost everyone to you. I should be rewarded. You don't want to leave by yourself, do you? Don't worry, I'm a kind person. I sewed a beautiful skin for you before, and I won't break my other promises. Touching his face, Mai nodded thoughtfully. I am several times more beautiful than before. When the Bull Baron came to the territory, she did not just meet her husband. Then when can I become the chosen one? Mai put her hands on her hips and said, I should be a countess, not live in the mountains. You can do it right now. Becoming beautiful is the first step. Now let's move on to the second step. Relax your mind and chant the spell with me. A bewitching voice came from the cave. Really? So soon? That's great, I can't wait. Mai couldn't wait to chant the spell with Hina. After a strange and mysterious spell, a sleeping creature seemed to come alive. The cave suddenly rumbled and shook, and countless tentacles emerged from the depths. Mai embraced the new life. A large number of tentacles came pouring in, and before Mai could react, they drilled in through any holes. Crunch crunch. Immediately afterwards, there was the hair-raising sound of chewing flesh and blood. Ouch! It hurts, stop now. I am no longer the chosen one. Please up. In just a moment, Mai could no longer accept the double pain from both soul and body, as if thousands of insects were gnawing at her heart, and everything about her was being torn apart. It's too late, idiot. I made this skin for myself. After the chewing sound, all the tentacles drilled into Mai's body, and the twitching body slowly calmed down. His eyes opened, revealing a completely different look. Reaching out his hand and looking at his palm, Mai, or more precisely, Hina sneered. Haha, if it were so easy to become the chosen one, there would be people everywhere. Suddenly, Hina felt a sharp pain in her heart and half knelt on the ground. Ahem. After vomiting a large pool of blood, Hina felt better. She wiped the corner of her mouth and stood up. The injury is still very serious. Damn the chosen one of war. Is there nothing elegant in the Griffin Empire except a bunch of idiots with brains full of muscles? However, let's kill the little guy from the Ross family first. I want to see how long your army can hold out. His chosen one should be of the second level. Let's take her divine weapon first. She casually pulled open her sleeve, revealing her flawless white arm, and Hina bit it. With a flick of his hand, blood spilled onto the ground, forming a strange magic circle. The inside of the circle was like an abyss, blood red. Level 3 divine skill, Red Devil Summoning Gate. Hina stretched out her hands and made a strange gesture. Roar. The earth shook as a gigantic flesh and blood monster with horns and an octopus head slowly crawled out of the magic circle. Its scarlet eyes, filled with disgusting desire, looked around as the aura of a third-level creature slowly spread out. Take the city at the foot of the mountain. Hina ordered. It is your will, mother. The red devil took huge steps and ran down the mountain. Then, the second and third level red demons came out one after another and walked quickly down the mountain. Trembled before absolute power. Hina looked towards the foggy mountain monkey city in the distance and sneered. Wait, fog. Hina frowned and rubbed her eyes to make sure she was not seeing things. Why is there fog on a rainy day? Boom. Suddenly, a heart-pounding explosion erupted not far away. The bull-horned red devil that had just gone down was cut in half by a huge force. A round of black and red sword energy slashed through his body and blew the red devil into pieces. Hina had a gloomy face and licked her bright red lips unhappily. You actually came to my house on your own initiative? The kids casually said that I was a second level, and you actually dared to come and kill me. You're looking for death. The artifact, the ring of flesh and blood. His eyes closed slightly, and a halo appeared under his feet. A layer of red divine power rose up like flames, swirling and surging around his body. The surrounding red demons also gained benefits. Their skin turned purple, and their defense increased visibly. Although I'm not the chosen one for combat, but with a level 3 versus a level 2, I have the advantage. Hina clenched her fist confidently and waved her hand. The defense made of tentacles wrapped the two children and then rushed down the mountain. Near the mountainside, a graceful figure was frantically slaughtering the monsters around her. Endless slash. Rosaria swung her sword domineeringly, accompanied by bursts of energy explosions, and another level 3 red devil was blown up. Countless blood rushed into her body to make up for the lost vitality. Where did all these desserts come from? Rosaria was carrying a big sword, looking at the big monster running down from the distance, and was about to go forward and kill it. Watch out, something's coming down. Crow flying in the sky only saw a blurry afterimage, was startled, and immediately shouted a warning. They had fought side by side for a long time, and the moment Field reminded her, Rosaria tightly grasped the gluttony greatsword and blocked it across her chest. Boom! A brilliant wave of air suddenly rose up, followed by a series of air bursts. Hina's fist, burning with red flames, smashed hard on the gluttony greatsword. As soon as the explosion sounded, Rosaria was shocked and vomited a stream of blood. Her body turned into a meteor and flew backwards into the mountains and forests. Chapter 197 Rosaria vs Hina. Before Rosalia could get up, Hina chased her again. She tapped the ground lightly with her toes, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Hina's momentum surged. Level 3 divine skill, Grip of Pain. Countless ripples appeared in the air, and almost instantly, Hina appeared in front of Rosaria. She stretched out one hand, and it turned into nothingness, passed through the obstruction of the gluttony greatsword, and slammed into Rosaria's chest. Rosalia's heart broke instantly, and terrifying divine power raged within her body. Puff! The blood was like a curtain that wouldn't fall. Haha, take it. Hina's face was painted with a happy smile. It's very simple. Yeah. Hina was stunned, raised her head, and met Rosaria's eyes as cold as ice. She felt the momentum doubled in an instant and fell into a moment of daze. What's going on? The invisible black-gray flames gathered rapidly from Rosaria's body. The amplification brought by the bloodstained constellation was instantly increased to an astonishing level because of the opponent's terrifying single attack. Energy ripples surged out. Is it the same type of halo artifact as me? No, why didn't you die? Hina frowned and raised her hand to continue the attack. Rosalia moved forward instead of retreating, swinging the ferocious sword in her hand, creating an extremely oppressive explosion. I saw a black line flash by, and the gluttony greatsword hit Hina's left shoulder hard. Hina's halo coat immediately produced violent fluctuations, and a large amount of energy scattered. Damn it, it hurts. This woman must have used some magical skill, otherwise she wouldn't be able to take my blow and still be alive and kicking. A trace of surprise flashed through Hina's mind, but in the face of absolute strength suppression, it's useless. Although she was a third-ranked God-chosen one and her combat power was relatively weak, the huge level gap was still an insurmountable chasm. The divine flames in his fists quickly gathered together, and the sticky flames made his hands look like two snakes, revealing a strange glow. His hands smashed down fiercely with a strong and smelly wind. Ding! Buzz! The sound of metal interweaving, like the sound of church bells, echoed through the mountains. Even the monsters in the mountains couldn't help but look towards the direction of the battle. Haha, the third-level chosen one is really strong. By the way, you are a summoner, right? Why do you have attack skills? The sneak attack just now really caught me off guard. Rosaria retreated in embarrassment, but this time she was not knocked out. The stones under her feet shattered, and she staggered back a dozen steps. Feeling that her physical fitness was still rising, she licked the corner of her mouth, and her fighting spirit was boiling. Do you want to go back? Black Crow asked. After all, Rosaria was attacked by a third-level skill, and her vitality was definitely greatly reduced. No, I want to try. Even if they are at the same level, the combat power between the chosen ones varies greatly. With stacking skills and amplifying passive abilities, she is really not afraid of the enemy in front of her. Rosaria turned around and asked, "You didn't learn the wrong skills, did you? If you choose the wrong skills, it will be neither fish nor fowl. Don't worry about it. You can actually still talk, and your combat power can be improved. It's too weird." Hina looked at it in confusion. To his surprise, a large piece of wriggling blood was repairing her wounds at a rapid speed. "No, you are the corrupted creature that the children encountered." Hey. Hina gritted her teeth and said angrily, "If you are a corrupted creature, why would you help humans?" Rosaria swung her sword in response. Second-level divine skill, Endless Slash. The majestic sword energy surged out, drawing a hideous crack in the air. All the trees and rocks along the way were reduced to dust. A second-level divine skill actually has such power. There was a flash of surprise in Hina's eyes. She stopped talking nonsense, suppressed the discomfort in her body, and faced him head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The two men fought each other with fists, and two completely different powers collided wildly. The Black Crow flew high in the sky, fearing that it would be affected by the mixed energy. All it could see were explosions and afterimages, and it could not provide any information or help. She was hit with a riot of punches and swords, and blood and flesh flew everywhere, with energy overflowing. In just half an hour, the originally lush forest was blown to pieces. Hooded. Black and gray energy ripples continued to rise and spread, as if her whole body was covered in flames. Rosaria, who had turned into a little lowly, fell to the ground in a mess, carrying a big sword. Her vitality continued to plummet, and even maintaining her girlish state became increasingly difficult, so she simply turned on energy-saving mode. The ground immediately cracked, and strands of divine power destroyed all the weeds nearby. What kind of skill is this? A level 2 corrupted god's chosen can be this strong. Hina's expression had changed from surprise to shock. Although Rosaria was in a mess, she herself was not much better. Her legs were shaking, her body was covered with wounds, her clothes were tattered, and the worst thing was that her old injuries recurred. Her confidence began to waver. How come her condition has not weakened at all, but her strength is still increasing? He casually swung out the gluttony greatsword, rolled back a third-level red monster, killed it, and absorbed it. Rosaria shook her head in disdain. Compared to the damage caused by Hina, this recovery is just a drop in the bucket. We still have to compete in hard power. Once the battle begins, it is difficult to recover from the weaker enemies nearby. Rosaria hooked her hands twice. Come on, fight again. Her clothes were almost torn, but Hina showed off her figure without caring. After all, there were not many people around. She thought to herself, why would I fight with such a reckless man? What's worse is that the injuries that he had recovered from with great difficulty flared up again, and his body felt as if it was being cut by a knife. Hina lowered her eyes and thought to herself, delay for a while. My recovery ability is much stronger than hers. Let's talk. You are very powerful, and the Shadow World sect needs talents like you. Rosaria tilted her head, and the corner of her bloodied mouth slightly raised. It's okay to talk, but first suck your big rabbit and show it to me. The little Lolita, who looked like a porcelain doll, spoke in a very unexpected way. Hina was confused. It was the first time she heard such a request. I am a corrupted creature. My brain doesn't work well. Don't force me to fight. After all, if I die, I will just return to the gray fog. My soul will be immortal. Rosalia had an expression that said, I'm so awesome. Especially when she emphasized that her brain wasn't working very well, she was full of pride. After a moment of silence, seeing Rosaria preparing to attack, Hina had not yet suppressed the injuries in her body, so she had to push with both hands in vain, gritted her teeth, and said, "To show my sincerity, I will do it." Vigilantly watching Rosalia's every move, Hina opened her mouth and was about to do what Rosalia asked. It's outrageous. I can only say that the guys from the evil god system think of weird things all day long. Field could see everything clearly through the black crow and couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 198, Being Ambushed. Seeing the enemy obey, Rosaria's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing, and she said coldly in the tone of a noble and superior person, "I said suck, not lick, ma'am. Don't go too far, cough cough." Hina was furious. Just as she was using her divine power, a fishy and sweet taste suddenly rushed up her throat. Hina gritted her teeth to prevent herself from spitting out blood and remained silent for a moment. She opened her mouth, ready to take a bite of the red heart. Humph, ridiculous. Rosaria chuckled disdainfully and lifted her skirt elegantly. You are the chosen one of God, but you are acting like a beast. I am ashamed of you. Second level divine skill, bone-eating rot worms. The next moment, the bugs hidden in Hina's body were instantly activated and all broke out of her body. This strange skill will inadvertently infect anyone attacked by Rosaria with rot worms. Puff. What the hell? She felt severe pain all over her body. The strange worms were destroying her body crazily. One of them even jumped directly into her mouth when she opened her mouth. Yeah, this is the price for going against my lord, bitch. Rosalia bowed gracefully. A temporary auxiliary skill. Boneworm has low damage but is very insulting. Damn it, you have to pay the price. Do you know how much effort I put in to get this skin? The halo under her feet shook, and all the rotten insects that were wreaking havoc on her body were shattered. Hina was furious and rushed forward. The two men clashed again, and the space exploded again. The two men no longer held back and fought madly for their lives. On the other side, Knight led his troops to defend the mountain monkey castle for a long time. Despite the gray fog blocking the way, the red monsters were so numerous that they were not afraid of death. They rushed into the gray fog and besieged the castle. The soldiers gathered at various exits, using spears and crossbows to frantically fight back against the red monsters' siege. Everyone knows that if you don't fight hard now, you will have to return to the arms of the goddess. Be careful, the monster is coming in through the window. A soldier led by the mountain monkey shouted, and suddenly a scarlet figure rushed in through the window. The distorted figure seemed to be lifted by someone. It stood up straight and made a strange laugh, which scared everyone. Everyone had their own defense zone, and for a moment no one could get away to stop the attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the monster's tentacles swept out. The devil! The soldier panicked and turned around to run, but the red monster jumped with all its might and knocked the soldier over accurately, and the red monster's ugly head directly stuck to the soldier's neck. Gurgle gurgle. The sound of drinking blood makes one's scalp tingle. Where did this bastard come from? Field snorted coldly, flashed forward, and slashed through the space with his iris sword, cutting the red monster into two pieces with one sword. Immediately, the monster's body spontaneously combusted. The power of holy light is too much for evil creatures to bear. After getting rid of the monster, I looked at the soldier again. He was deader than dead. His eyes were wide open and full of fear. How terrifying! How terrifying! Baron Mountain Monkey huddled in the corner, trembling. Help us load the crossbows. Field frowned. He was the one who caused all this, and he dared to tremble. If the monsters rush in, no one will survive. Yes, yes. Baron Mountain Monkey said hurriedly, then lowered his head and walked to the wooden box, took out the crossbow arrows from it, and strung the crossbow. Also busy was the maid Sparrow. After abandoning the outer defenses, she followed the army to the castle. Her face didn't blush, her hands didn't shake. She quickly pressed the arrow into the crossbow, and then pulled the string hard. Aren't you afraid? Geoglis huddled up and asked timidly. Me? Sparrow was surprised that the new maid would actually talk to her. Before, she would not talk to anyone except Field. Sparrow kept moving and said in a calm tone, Of course I'm scared. And you? Because I want to share the pressure for the people I care about, even if it's just a little bit within my ability. Sparrow glanced at Gao Gri and smiled. You and I were born in similar families. When I was a child, my mother eloped with a shoemaker, and my father was an alcoholic who beat me at every turn. I ran to the church and asked the church to take me in. Unfortunately, only people from wealthy families can serve as nuns. We in this world are born with misfortune. But that's why, when you meet someone who is protecting you, you should respond with all your might. Goglis fell silent. Just as she was about to say something, Geoglis suddenly discovered that Baron Mountain Monkey quietly raised his left hand. The small sleeve arrow, like glass, was ready to be launched, aiming at Field, with madness in his eyes. First level artifact, Whisperer's Kiss. When not in use, this artifact is invisible. Once activated, it will silently fire a poisonous arrow. Field was busy defending himself from the monster that was rushing in from the window. The soldiers who were secretly watching the mountain monkey baron were also distracted by the monster. No. Without time to think, Geoglis pounced forward and hit the mountain monkey baron in the face with a simple headbutt. Wow. Baron Mountain Monkey only felt his nose tingling, and blood spurted out. The sleeve arrow whoosh brushed Field's ear and pierced straight into the stone wall. The dark green poison made the stone wall smoke. What the hell? What the hell? Field was startled and turned his head to see that Geoglis was already wrestling with the mountain monkey baron, and the maid sparrow was also hitting the mountain monkey baron's head with the crossbow in her hand. Geoglis bit the left arm of the mountain monkey baron. The mountain monkey baron howled and punched hard, trying to kill the maid who ruined his plan. However, he was stunned to find that he couldn't hit. Xiaogris does not have the awareness of being God's chosen one, but she has the physique of God's chosen one. The punches of a reward brother like Mountain Monkey Baron are even weaker and powerless. Geoglis used a simple and unpretentious attack method, biting hard and not letting go, almost tearing his entire arm off. Whoa, let me go, you damned beast. Baron Mountain Monkey screamed in pain and suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes. Old Biden, I've been walking on thin ice all my life, and I almost fell into your trap. Field's eyes were cruel. I really deserve to give you an Oscar. Baron Mountain Monkey has always been as timid as a mouse. Besides, his wife was taken away by a monster. His child was captured, his territory was destroyed, and he was in danger. But this guy was still a bad guy. He was about to shoot an arrow at himself for no apparent reason. In order to be cautious, I secretly arranged for someone to follow him, but he still found the opportunity. Fortunately, the two little maids were very helpful. I almost lost my life because I coveted his magic weapon. Field laughed angrily and kicked the mountain monkey baron over. So everyone in your family is a villain. My lord, I deserve to die. The soldier who was responsible for keeping an eye on Baron Mountain Monkey was so frightened when he saw him being attacked that he broke out in a cold sweat and fell to the ground. Chapter 199 Defeat Animation. Field rubbed his brows and said, I'll punish you with 10 lashes and half a month's pay. It will be carried out after the battle. Thank you, sir. The soldier wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and secretly thanked his luck that he was able to save his life. Why did you attack me? Field said coldly. Haha, what do you know? If you and I die together, my child can inherit my title with a clear conscience and restore the glory of the family. I know that my betrayed me and joined the Shadow World sect, but I deliberately didn't expose it because she would definitely not harm her own child. The Mountain Monkey Baron chuckled. Whether the Empress of the Empire wins or the Shadow World sect wins, our family can continue. That's a good idea, but unfortunately I won't spare any of them. Let me slap you twice first and see if you still go crazy. Field leaned over, whispered a teasing smile into his ear, then raised his hand and slapped him twice, leaving his mouth full of blood. Then, like a magic trick, he took out a bottle of potion from his pocket. Field narrowed his eyes and said, Let me give you a try of Night Territory's specialty, the Northern Divine Oil. Guess what its effect is? Haha, don't expect me to give in. He now will kill all of you. Baron Mountain Monkey said stubbornly, Be buried here with me. Yeah. After taking off the weapon of Baron Mountain Monkey, Field walked to the window and poured the Northern Divine Oil directly on the monsters that were surrounding him. Roar, roar, roar. The monsters howled, and each of them felt hot all over. Field turned around. He had to pretend. In this world, nobles could not be killed at will. He announced in public as if nothing had happened, I will not pursue your offense, but I will no longer provide protection. After saying that, Field and his soldiers abandoned the first floor that was about to fall, cut off Baron Mountain Monkey's hands and feet, and left him there. In an instant, the mad monsters broke through the doors and windows and surrounded the Mountain Monkey Baron, but they did not bite him at first, but instead stretched out all kinds of strange organs. What is this for? No, please, just give me a quick death. I was wrong. The originally smug face of Baron Mountain Monkey was immediately replaced by horror, because the monsters did not kill him directly, but attacked him directly. Then, Field automatically blurred his vision. After all, the scene in front of him was too explosive. Boy next door. Come on, let's play Van games. Let me check if you are developing normally. With heart-wrenching screams, Baron Mountain Monkey turned into a mosaic and was eventually torn to pieces by the monster. You brought this upon yourself. You've only caused me so much trouble. Field shook his head. Although he did not do it himself, if other nobles knew about it, they would make a fuss about it. Nobles are such troublesome creatures and cannot be viewed from the Chinese perspective. Even if it is the queen, she has to be extremely cautious if she wants to kill the nobles. If they are not careful, nobles will commit treason with their relatives and territories. This is completely different from ancient China, where the emperor could exterminate 9 generations of a clan when he was angry. Hold our ground. I have a feeling the goddess will protect us. Field shouted calmly. The outcome of Rosaria's match was almost decided. Well, I want to help too. Jayaglasai, with blood all over her mouth, had already taken out her weapon, and there was a bit more courage in her eyes. The other side. 2 seriously injured figures collided, and energy overflowed violently. The surrounding forest was already as tattered as a plowed farmland. Almost at the same time, the 2 men fell from the sky. Field was extremely nervous. Both of them were struggling, trying hard to get up from the ground. Madman. Hina was scared. Her eyes were full of fear. He used his divine skill to crush her heart for the second time, but he couldn't kill her. Instead, his divine power had reached its limit. How can there be such a strong second-level god chosen? Is corruption naturally powerful? Corrupted chosen ones are almost all combat-oriented, with killing and destruction on their minds, and are even more unreasonable than the cultists themselves. Although the Empire never mentions corruption, as the chosen ones, they still know some basic information. But it ends here. Hina stood up reluctantly. Today, you will die. Ho-ho. Rosaria struggled to prop herself up with the sword. Her body trembled, and she suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Are we going to lose? Field's heart sank suddenly. He could only let Rosaria dissociate the artifact and then escape. However, the attacks of the Shadow World sect would probably not stop in the future. The party is about to end. Rosalia forced a smile. How could I let little Field down? Hina suddenly trembled all over. Unable to suppress her injuries any longer, she fell to her knees, spitting out blood. What happened? I have no strength left. Behind Hina, there was a huge gap the size of a bowl exposed to the air. The organs inside had long since rotted away, and disgusting rot worms were still chewing them, greedily absorbing the vitality. As if the power had gone out, Hina no longer had any strength and fell to the ground. Field was ecstatic and exclaimed, "Wow, you can actually challenge a higher level. If you were in a movie, Rosaria, you would be the protagonist at least." That goes without saying, but what is a movie? Rosalia was also shaking constantly. Her condition had reached its limit. Fortunately, several rot worms absorbed Hina's vitality, shook their bright red bodies, crawled back, and turned into thick blood lines, which were absorbed by Rosalia. Only then did she relax her slender eyebrows, and her complexion looked better. Fortunately, I have one more skill. Is this the bond between the same kind? Thank you, Acorn. Dead Acorn. That's fine with me. The red monsters around all paused, then looked at the fallen Hina with weird eyes and rushed over quickly. What are you doing? Damn it. I'm the one who created you. Hina lay on the ground, scolding weakly. Field and Rosaria looked at each other and saw each other's confusion. Ah, what is this for? The red monster didn't care about his master's scolding and didn't attack Rosalia. He walked forward and grabbed Hina, letting out an unpleasant smirk, and more monsters also rushed forward. Before, they were transformed into monsters by Hina, tortured, and manipulated to kill. Now that they are free again, they naturally want to take revenge. What follows is a scene that is not suitable for viewing. Don't watch it, don't watch it, it will teach the children bad lessons. The scene was too perverted, and Rosalia covered her eyes with her hands. All kinds of unpleasant sounds echoed among the mountains and forests. Battle, defeat animation? As expected, this is the world of H games. Field was shocked. If there were no male characters around, how could he still ask his summoned creatures to come? It's a pity that she has been contracted by someone, otherwise she could have been saved. As for now, it's better not to go there. Chapter 200, Unique Team Building of Knight Leader Soldiers. The air was filled with the scent of heather. Hina didn't even have time to dissociate the artifact before the red monsters opened the lid and ate her, eventually gnawing her into a skeleton. The red monsters, having avenged their great hatred, collapsed together, turning into a pool of blood and a pile of skeletons of different sizes, which was disgusting. Where's the artifact? After waiting for a while, Field was confused when he saw that Hina's body did not condense the artifact. She shouldn't be dead. Rosaria looked around vigilantly, picked up the sword, and rushed up the mountain at high speed. Field also controlled the Black Crow, relying on his field of vision to search for suspicious traces. In the cave, Baron Mountain Monkey's son Payer was carrying a package with great effort. The look on his face was not something a child of his age could have. He said coldly. Hina, this enemy is really hard to deal with. What a pity. If I had eaten some more fresh flesh and blood, I could have fought with you. What Baron Mountain Monkey didn't know was that the son he had been so persistent in protecting had already been possessed by someone. It's too late to say this now, Deacon. A small red octopus jumped out of the cave and entered the body of the unconscious Grova. With a terrifying chewing sound, Grova stood up with a twisted body. She had been possessed by Hina. She said hatefully, I must avenge this. I will make Baron of Nightfall into the next leather jacket. Descendants of Baron Mountain Monkey and escape to other territories. Let's put the matter of revenge aside for now. They came here to search. Walking out of the cave, Hina gritted her teeth and looked up at the sky. Black crows were circling. Rosalia dodged a few times and saw the two people. Humph, my Shadow World sect deacon wants to leave, and no one can stop him. Even if you sleep with one eye open, be prepared for our bloody revenge at any time. After that, Payer made a gesture of wiping Rosaria's neck, and then smiled at Black Crow provocatively, chanting a strange spell. A protective shield appeared, and at the same time, the space was distorted, and the two began to teleport. Now, it's too late to break the defense. After the provocation, the two figures quickly disappeared. Field raised his eyebrows. Want to escape? Lightning whirlwind strikes. Rosalia understood immediately, lifted her skirt nonchalantly, and performed aristocratic etiquette towards the two of them. I don't think you can get away alive. Bone-eating worms explode. The two people who were about to disappear suddenly changed their expressions and felt unbearable pain all over their bodies. The figures that were about to disappear were forcibly squeezed out of the space. Puff! Two streams of blood spurted out from their mouths, splashing in the air and creating a bloody curtain that lasted for a long time. When Payer was incredulous, his pupils trembling. Have you discovered my whereabouts a long time ago? Black Crow landed on Rosaria's shoulder and conveyed Field's words. You too are unlucky. You are parasitic on the person I wanted to kill. Oh. The bodies that the two people inhabited were essentially ordinary people. They could not withstand the erosion of the worms and soon collapsed. We'll be waiting for you in hell, you scumbag. The leader will avenge us. Amidst the insults and curses, the two figures fell down, and the entities residing in them also died. A dark and sticky force surged out from Grova's body, slowly gathered, and began to form a divine weapon. They are really dead this time. Seeing this, Field breathed a sigh of relief. To be on the safe side, we have to burn their bodies. Oh, and let's search the cave again. Yes, sir. The lowly version of Rosaria agreed crisply. After searching Pyre's body, Field found a ring with the number 9 written on it. There are magical runes engraved on it, which seem to be used for communication. In his package, there was a bottle of unknown magic potion, 2 third-level scrolls, a scary-looking magic book, and a dozen magic pearls of excellent quality. There were obvious signs of life in the cave, and when Field walked into it, he was deeply shocked. There were piles of bones, both human and animal, all revealing a cold resentment. Even Field, who was remotely controlling the Black Crow, felt a chill down his spine. I avenged them. I am afraid of chicken feathers. The man and the crow searched the cave for a while and found a large box of relics filled with rings, necklaces, and scattered coins. The valuables of the missing people in Shanho territory are probably all here. Field sighed for a while, and Rosaria called him at the entrance of the cave. My lord, Hina's artifact has been formed. Come and get it. Well, this is the highlight. A black halo floated quietly in the air, exuding a mysterious and strange atmosphere, as if it contained endless sins. Field was shocked. I'm super, a 10,000-year soul ring. Huh. Rosaria tilted her head in a silly manner, obviously not understanding what a 10,000-year spirit ring was. Let's gather at the gate of the Mountain Monkey territory. Letting Rosaria keep the artifact, Field turned his attention back to the Mountain Monkey villa. Countless cheers were already exploding in his ears. Long live. God bless the Baron. The soldiers were almost in despair, facing the crazy rush of red monsters. Their strength was gradually exhausted. Who would have thought that when the defense line was about to be breached, all the red monsters suddenly died? Facing this scene, he looked at Field, who had a calm smile on his face. Only 2 words popped into everyone's mind: miracle. Apart from these 2 words, there is no other reason to explain it. After all, Field said in person that the goddess would protect him, and it really happened in reality. Your performance proves that you are all qualified warriors. Pick up the fog lights, and I allow you to plunder anything you want from the Mountain Monkey territory. Of course, the God-given items and magical creations must be reviewed by me first. Field turned the iris sword into a brooch and told the exciting news. This battle was also thanks to the soldiers who fearlessly blocked the red monsters. Now that Mountain Monkey City has become an empty city, let them pick up trash and do some team building. The two artifacts were obtained. The Mountain Monkey territory was originally poor and was also exploited by the Mountain Monkey Baron. It was their ability to search for treasures. Long live. The soldiers' morale was boosted, and the way they looked at Field changed from awe to fanaticism. 2 hours later, the soldiers gathered outside the city gate carrying large and small bags. Field had already carried the gluttony great sword on his back, and a large box was placed beside him. He glanced around casually and saw that the soldiers had taken everything they could, from chairs and benches to women's skirts. Touching his nose, Field said with a smile, "Don't bring chairs or benches, it will affect the combat effectiveness. I will directly subsidize you with coins." Good. The soldiers immediately threw away the heavy items with joy.